Shi Qing died and closed his eyes completely. The last thing he saw was his father, who was as strong as a mountain in the past, his mother as gentle as water, and his elder brother, who protected him when he grew up, his closest family members, the expression of grief that lost his composure. There was guilt, reluctance, and deep regret in his heart. But son of man, he was really unfilial, causing his parents to worry about him. But in the end, it was the white-haired man who sent the black-haired man to the end, and his elder brother who had always cared for him. He was sorry for all those who loved him. But at the same time, he felt a strong sense of relief in his heart. Everything was over, the 2-year nightmare, the days of being tortured by the disease, those days when he couldn't eat. The pain was unbearable. He wanted to die, but he couldn't die, can only hold on to the day. He lost, and in the end he didn't beat the cancer. On a fairly sunny day, he gave up his emaciated body. But really no more pain? What is it like to die? Shi Qing sighed. He could finally feel it. With his eyes closed, he quietly waited for death to come. Waiting, still waiting. Wait, what a freak. Shi Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a glaring white, a familiar white that could no longer be familiar. Shi Qing was stunned, but the alpaca in his heart ran wildly all the way, blowing up gusts of wind, which made him almost overwhelmed. What's the situation? Isn't it dead? Isn't there no breathing, no panting, only farts? Isn't it completely freed from suffering from stomach cancer? Thanks to him being sad for so long, why didn't he die for a long time? He still needs to continue chemotherapy, continue to take drugs, continue to eat, vomit and eat. The pain is so painful that he can't sleep at night, wishing to self-mutilate. Wouldn't it be nice not to play around like this? After a second, Shi Qing quickly calmed down. If he didn't die, he didn't die. Who would want to die? Although life is too painful since he is not dead, he will not really take the initiative to die. He will stay with his family as long as he can. No matter how painful it is, he hopes to bring them some joy in a short time. Make up for your guilt. Thinking of this, Shi Qing pondered for a while, and just about to press the button on the right-hand side to call the nurse. Only then did he fully realize the situation is very wrong. Where is his hospital bed? What about his small desk, his notebook, his bookshelf of novels, and mountains of CDs? Wait, where's his body? Shi Qing looked up and down, left and right, and finally confirmed the fact that he was indeed dead. But he didn't seem to be completely dead, and there were still so many wandering spirits left. Shi Qing flashed through Shi Yu's mind the summary of a large number of time-traveling and rebirth novels provided by Shi Yu, and thought a little happily, could it be that he is going to time travel or rebirth? Give a bad review to time travel, and give a thumbs up to rebirth. It would be best if he could be reborn back to when he was 11, 2 or 3 years old. Then he must pay attention to his diet, not wantonly spoil his body, try his best to raise that stomach like a time bomb, and then respect his parents well, and care more about his elder brother. As a wandering soul, Shi Qing is also a positive soul, so he began to look for the exit of rebirth. Hard work paid off, and after wandering for an unknown amount of time, he finally saw a glimmer of light in the legend, which must be the entrance of the space-time tunnel, or the entrance of his 11-year-old young body. Thinking in this way, Shi Qing galloped towards him like a cheerful pony, and when he saw clearly what was under the light, the innocent pony turned into a horse with a paralyzed face. How could it be a book? Shi Qing took a closer look, and there were 6 big characters on the book. System Quick Guide. Could this be the golden finger given to the reborn in the legend? Shi Qing thought he. In fact, there is no need to be so polite. As long as he is sent back, it doesn't matter if you want gold fingers or not. But since he has already given it, he is also embarrassed to return it. So he has no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Fortunately, Shi Qing has no body now. Otherwise, the wretched expression on his face at this moment could have given me a pow-pow punch. It's a pity that his imagination was very happy, but the reality was cruel and blurred his face. He skimmed through the book consciously, excluding the dash words of esoteric nonsense in the foreword, and surprised Shi Qing from the beginning of the text. He thought he was reborn, but he time-traveled, and he didn't even become a human being, not even a cat, a dog, a fish, or a shrimp, but an invisible number 89,757. He thought he had a golden finger, but he never expected that he would directly become a golden finger. It's overdone. Okay, he's read a lot of novels where the protagonist is cheated, but sure you hasn't sent him the one where the protagonist is cheated. He has no experience. Just as there were mixed feelings in his heart, Shi Qing was distracted by a shiny word on the first page of the System Crash Manual. Basic System, gift 1,000 points of wealth, and you can choose to buy a body. Can you stop saying that buying a body is as simple and casual as buying a suit of clothes? Or you can buy a type of low-level racial blood, such as cockroaches, rice worms, earthworms. Who would want to buy this kind of blood? It can be exchanged for a last wish to benefit relatives in the previous life. The young master is not dead, so the last wish, wait. Shi Qing came to his senses abruptly, staring at the last line, afraid that he might have read it wrong, and also afraid that his understanding of this sentence might be different from what he had imagined. Last wish. Does it refer to his wish before death when he was a human being? Relatives in the past life refer to his parents and family members? Staring fixedly at this line of words, countless emotions surged up in his heart. For the first time, he was glad that he did not have a body. Otherwise, he would have burst into tears, like a bare child he hates the most, crying heartbreaking. Once again, he realized very clearly that he was indeed dead. As the son of his parents, Shi Yu's younger brother, Shi Qing in that world, had already died. There will be no rebirth, and it is impossible to go back, completely destroying all his delusions. However, there is still a chance. Shi Qing looked at this line of words that he knew that this was his last chance, the last thing he could do for his family. Shi Qing made a choice, and he exchanged all the 1,000-point coins he had into Shi Qing's last wish. And there were two options in the manual, wealth and health. He chose health without thinking. Shi Qing prayed very devoutly in his heart. I don't want unlimited gold and silver, and I don't want to live a long life. I hope you are in good health and have a smooth life. It took Shi Qing a long time to read all of this system quick guide, thanks to his hardworking speed reading skills. Otherwise, this handbook is equivalent to the thickness of the Kanshi dictionary, and I can't finish it. It's a pity that he didn't have the photographic memory skill yet. So to say he saw it was to see it, and he vaguely knew what was going on, remember all. That's impossible. Even so, he is still very emotional. This system is really a good thing. It covers everything. The things it owns are as small as food for the stomach, as big as magic skills, and there are countless props and pleasures. It is really cold. A must-have product for the cool, domineering, tall, and versatile hero. It's just, what makes Shi Qing extremely sad is, why isn't he the hero? Although it is solemnly stated in the manual that Shi Qing inherited the system, he is the system himself, but why can't his system move things inside the system? As a system, what does it mean that he still needs to exchange coins for things? Which owner needs to spend money to get things from his own treasure house? Isn't this superfluous? Unless, of course, you are not the master at all, but a little janitor. The clever classmate, Shi Qing, gave himself such a position, and suddenly became enlightened. Emotion is just a janitor. The piles of treasures of emotion belong to others, so it is also their business to fight for hegemony in the world and dominate the universe. And it doesn't matter to me that the group of younger brothers behind Lolita is hugged on the left. You have such a face. The more Shi Qing thought about it, the angrier he became. How can there be any reason to give it away after entering the treasure mountain to see the treasure? Please, he is not the Holy Father who shines on the world. At this time, he would rather be Abagon Grandet Plyushkin. Withdrawing his thoughts, Shi Qing rebrowsed the crash manual, and at the same time began to think about how to take it all. Turn to the chapter, How to Earn System Coins. The manual clearly stated that Shi Qing must find a host and sign a contract with him. When the host completes the tasks issued by the system, he can also get -% of the host point rewards while getting point coins. Shi Qing's wandering spirit drifted away, and he was very dissatisfied with this. Can this kind of binding treaty be any more hateful? Originally, he planned to resolutely not find a host, but if he didn't find a host, he would have no way to earn coins. Without coins, let alone piles of treasures, he couldn't even own a body. After thinking about it for a while, and constantly explaining himself, Shi Qing could only accept the fact that he had to share this treasure house with another lucky brat. Since he has to choose a person, he must choose the one he likes. Just as I was thinking about it, the manual suddenly burst into light, and a line of words appeared automatically. A suitable host has been scanned. Do you want to accept it? Really speaking of Chow Chow, Chow Chow flew all the way here. Just as Shi Qing was mentally prepared, someone delivered it to her door. Shi Qing hadn't responded yet, and another line of small words appeared on the manual. There are still 10 seconds before the reception. After canceling, it will take 500 years to meet the next suitable host. This line of petty words completely frightened Shi Qing, and he didn't dare to think about it, so he immediately chose to accept it. 500 years. Just kidding. 500 years alone in this place with Handbook Coin. He must be crazy. As soon as he chose the host, he felt a whirlwind, and then a large amount of information rushed into his mind like a network transmission, and the pictures were connected together to form a piece of video. The combination of various pieces together, they made this man's lifelong thorny road. Everything was finally fixed in a pair of daunting black eyes like deep-sea whirlpools, full of lifelessness, gloom, and strong unwillingness. Shi Qing was startled suddenly. A large amount of memory flooded in just now. He naturally knew who the person in front of him was. Qing Desert, his host. Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then wanted to run back and cry, hugging Mr. Handbook. Please change, please make sure to change. Who wants to sign a contract with such a person? He is just a common man, pure, kind, and innocent. How could he beat a great demon king with his strong IQ? This is not signing a contract. This is the rhythm of being played to death and playing with ecstasy. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, the dutiful handbook master actually gave an answer. Can it be canceled? It will take 500 years after the cancellation. When Shi Qing saw the 500 years, he was QAQ again. Shi Qing felt that he really couldn't bear this kind of tragic situation where he stretched his head and retracted his head. During his hesitation, he recalled Mr. Qin Mo's life in detail. To sum it up a little bit, it means that other people's son cheated on his father. Qin Mo's family cheated on their son, and they still spared no effort to kill him, and vowed to kill him and die, preferably to the 18th floor of hell. The world Qin Mo lives in is quite mysterious. From the perspective of Shi Qing, who has read all the novels, it is a typical cultivation world. Qin Mo came from an excellent background. His father, Qin Jingjun, was the leader of Lingxiao sect, one of the 6 major cultivation sects in the world. Qin Mo was also his eldest son. Moreover, in this world where strength is the most important thing, Qin Mo's aptitude is a rare spiritual root that is rare in 1,000 years. His own understanding is extremely high, and his intelligence is precocious. Judging from this rhythm, it seems that a young master born with a golden spoon in his mouth should go smoothly for the rest of his life. But fate, he has always been a fucking thing. After Qin Mo reached the alchemy stage at a young age, he shocked the world. However, there was a news in the world of comprehension that Lu Jiyuan, the supreme demon cultivator in the world, and the only one who had reached the fusion stage, had passed away. This is good news, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with Qin Mo. But Qin Jingjun was so excited that he couldn't help himself. He searched through various channels and found out that Lu Jiyuan was indeed dead. As for Qin Mo, he embarked on the broad road of being tricked by his father. Qin Jingjun set up a trap to frame Qin Mo, making people mistakenly think that Qin Mo's soaring cultivation base is because he has entered the way of the devil, using extremely cruel and evil methods to practice, sacrificing hundreds of boys and girls, drinking their blood, breaking their bones, and eating their flesh. Extremely brutal and disgusting. Under Qin Jingjuan's deliberate arrangement, every piece of evidence was presented in front of everyone without any difference, and no one could help but feel a little bit of disbelief. In an instant, the proud son of heaven who was originally standing in the clouds became the target of public criticism. Originally, the Emperor Qin Mo was outstanding and accomplished, and he was envied by others. Now, when this evil cultivation method was exposed, it completely aroused public outrage. No matter how high you stand, how badly you fall. Although he was splashed with mud, Qin Mo has a good heart, coupled with his youthful ambition, arrogance and arrogance. He looks down on these inferior methods, and the clean ones are self-clearing. It is impossible for his parents and family to believe these rumors. Thinking of this, he fled all the way home, and what awaited him in the Lingxiao faction was the real excitement. Qin Jingjun personally captured him. Facing the besieged, just people, he first apologized and then felt guilty, and finally, he resolutely severed ties with Qin Mo and personally promised that he would kill the evil son. Then, in front of everyone, he shattered Qin Mo's golden core, abolished all his cultivation, and completely became a useless person. He didn't tell Qin Mo the truth until everyone left. It turned out that he was not Qin Jingjuan's son, but the devil's son Lu Jiyuan. Back then, Qin Jingjun and Yuan Yang married each other. But when Lu Jiyuan saw Yuan Yang's beauty by chance, he was so moved that he relied on his power to rape Yuan Yang, and even let her conceive a child. Lu Jiyuan threatened Qin Jingjun and ordered him to raise Qin Mo. On the one hand, Qin Jingjun loved Yuan Yang deeply, but on the other hand, he couldn't beat Lu Jiyuan. In the end, he had no choice but to accept his hatred and raise this wicked child. After learning of Lu Jiyuan's fall, Qin Jingjuan's green energy, which had been suppressed for 20 years, finally rose into the sky, and all revenge was on Qin Mo. Qin Mo was shocked when he learned the truth, but these words came from Qin Jingjuan's mouth, and there was no possibility of any fraud. He recalled the experience of the past 20 years again, and thought of Qin Jingjun and Yuan Yang's indifference towards him. The idea of self-deception. However, he was not a weak person after all, and he escaped with his last breath. Although he survived, he became a complete useless person. Of course, Qin Jingjun will not let him go, and the righteous will not tolerate him either. Those days of ups and downs were endless torture that was enough to turn all the good thoughts in my heart into ashes. Although he didn't die, he lived a life that was neither human nor ghost. The original world collapsed completely, and everything he owned was turned into bubbles. What supported him was just a stubbornness called living. Afterwards, he was rescued by Lu Jiyuan, who returned from the catastrophe. Lu Jiyuan rescued him and taught him all he had learned. Qin Mo's 20 years of education is righteous and heavenly, and he felt a little repulsed when he suddenly accepted this heaven-defying demon cultivator. But when he thought of the hatred in Qin Jingjuan's eyes, Yuan Yang's outright disgust, and the despair of those who betrayed their relatives, were expelled and abandoned, he felt a little bit repelled. The light in his eyes slowly went out. He has lost all his cultivation, but his aptitude is still there. After becoming a demon, his cultivation has been exhausted, and he has made great achievements in just 5 years. Although Lu Jiyuan has a treacherous temperament and treats him not kindly, he has provided a lot of help to him. The medicinal materials that repair the body allow him to double the recovery of spells. When he reached the nascent soul stage, Lu Jiyuan asked him if he wanted to take revenge. Qin Mo looked at him firmly and said, yes. He returned to Lingyun continent again, with great strength. Shi Qing almost didn't want to recall the next memory. The truly creepy revenge, without any emotion, without the slightest pity, just like a machine, repeating killing and drinking blood. This was a complete massacre. Qin Jingjun died. Yuan Yang committed suicide. Everything has come to an end in the most tragic way. Cultivating demons is different from cultivating immortals. Immortal cultivators go out of the body and fit into a body after the nascent soul. While cultivating demons, after cultivating the devil baby, if they break their hearts and devour themselves, they can directly step into the pure body and go straight to cross the catastrophe. Qin Mo just happened to meet this condition, jumping from the nascent soul to the pure body in one fell swoop, and the next step is to cross the catastrophe. But at this time, Lu Jiyuan, who had been watching coldly, appeared and finally waited for his delicious food. It turned out that the truth of the year turned out to be like this. Qin Mo's mother, Yuan Yang, has a unique physique that is rare in the world. It is a good tonic for demon cultivators and a peerless cauldron. It was Lu Jiyuan who discovered her secret, coveted her body, and raped her by despicable means, but this kind of physique was beyond Lu Jiyuan's expectation, and it could only be used once. After breaking the body, It would no longer have the effect of improving the skill, just like a flash in the pan, losing its luster the next day. Lu Jiyuan is not a person who is greedy for love. He wholeheartedly pursues magic and ultimate power. Even though Yuanyang had an alluring beauty, it didn't move him at all. He just regrets that Yuanyang's cultivation level is not very high. Although it is of great benefit to his breakthrough, after using it once, it is considered a waste. If there is another chance, he will definitely ask Yuanyang to improve her cultivation level. And then enjoy. Only in this way can the greatest value of this body be truly exerted. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Jiyuan was quite regretful. He thought that he would never have such an opportunity again, but he didn't expect Yuanyang to be pregnant. Just once, the only time, there was a child. Yuanyang wanted to get rid of this evil child. But Lu Jiyuan felt that this child was special. He actually inherited the physique that Yuanyang had lost. Lu Jiyuan was excited. This is simply the supreme tonic that God bestowed on him to improve his skills. He has a lot of experience, and he has the experience of the last time. So this time he planned even more carefully. This child has his blood, and he injects his own essence into it. If he can grow up healthily, his cultivation level will definitely improve very quickly. In less than a few decades, he can enjoy it with peace of mind. Thus, there is today's Qin Mo. In comparison, it's nothing to be cheated by stepfather, but it's really amazing to be cheated by this biological father. After learning the truth, Qin Mo's face was expressionless, but his heart sank to the bottom of the valley, soaked in the thick darkness, and merged into one. Lu Jiyuan's strength is also top-notch in the entire Lingyun continent. Even if Qin Mo has reached the stage of pure body, he still has no strength to fight against him. But Qin Mo himself was extremely ruthless. He was ruthless to others, and he was even more ruthless to himself. In front of Lu Jiyuan, he smashed his own devil baby with his own hands and completely abolished his cultivation base enough to shock the entire Lingyun continent and became a complete useless person again. Then he curled his lips and asked in a voice so calm that he was so cunning, "I ruined what you wanted most. Are you uncomfortable?" Lu Jiyuan was furious. How much painstaking effort he had put in and worked so hard for so long. But at the last moment, all previous efforts were wasted and ruined. He strangled Qin Mo's neck angrily. His eyes were red with demonic nature, wishing he could strangle him to death with all his strength. Facing his furious flames, Qin Mo still did not change his face. His handsome face, which inherited Yuanyang's peerless appearance, was full of sarcasm and ridicule at the moment. Lu Jun didn't kill him. He threw Qin Mo on the ground viciously and said sharply, "If I can cultivate you once, I can cultivate you 1,000 times." It is true that if Qin Mo abolished his cultivation, the cauldron he had worked so hard to cultivate would be abolished. But it doesn't matter. As long as his physique is still there, he can cultivate it again. What Lu Jiyuan wanted, he never couldn't get it. All memories come to an abrupt end here, because everything has passed from the past tense to the present continuous. Yes, Shi Qing's appearance was so timely and appropriate. It appeared when Qin Mo lost his cultivation and was imprisoned by Lu Jiyuan. Shi Qing had passed these memories in his mind, and from a rational point of view, he felt more and more that waiting 500 years with Mr. Handbook might really be a good choice. Judging from this series of experiences, Qin Mo is definitely a pure snake spirit, even if he was positive and kind before. But after being tricked one after another like this, can he still not be abnormal? That's not the Virgin Mary. It's simply a mental retardation and a mental retardation. Looking at Qin Mo like this, one knows that he is still a long way from being mentally retarded. So he is absolutely perverted, okay? Cooperating with a pervert for a long time. Shi Qing, a petty citizen, said that it was very stressful. Xianxin. Shi Qing is not a hesitant person, but at this moment he is really hesitant. In his heart, he doesn't want to sign a contract with Qin Mo, but he really doesn't want to wait 500 years. 500 years. Only himself. No food, no drink, no entertainment, no one to talk to. 500 years later, he himself will become a snake spirit. What's more, who knows whether he will be greeted by a tall and upright monk Tang 500 years later, or another deep well, ice that fell deeper? According to the taste of choosing a host for the first time, Shi Qing does not have good hopes for this. Furthermore, deep in Shi Qing's heart, there was still such a small entanglement. If he didn't show up and sign a contract with Qin and Mo, what would Qin Mo's future life be like? Being tortured to death by that scumbag Lu Jiyuan? Or did he counterattack and successfully kill Lu Jiyuan, then completely blacken and start revenge on the society? Shi Qing used his limited brain cells to masturbate several possibilities, and the final results all became more tragic and tragic. Although it doesn't really have much to do with him, but he has seen it. Is he really going to pretend he doesn't know? Shi Qing held his conscience and waited, and finally made a decision. 500 years. He can't afford to wait. Once you see him, you will never forget him. If you leave Qin and Mo at this moment, then he will definitely be entangled to death in the next 500 years. Having made a decision, Shi Qing no longer hesitated. He finally confronted Mr. Handbook and chose to accept the host. Then there was how to sign the contract. Shi Qing had a lot of ideas about this. For a special group like Qin and Mo, he must have a shining appearance. He is bound to overwhelm him with his mouth in the first contact, showing his domineering side. In the future, we can get twice the result with half the effort and be very efficient if we plan things together in the future. Going around, he already had several plans in his mind, and he went through all the words to be said in his mind carefully, and when he was fully prepared, he appeared in front of Qin and Mo. Shi Qing didn't know that he was in a form, but the moment he appeared, Qin Mo's eyes locked on him tightly, making him, a heartless wandering soul, tremble slightly. Qin and Mo leaned against the wall, his black clothes almost blended with the night, and the broken hair fell from his forehead, which formed a sharp contrast with the white forehead, and also set off those deep and terrifying black eyes. Shi Qing was a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, but considering his mission, he quickly shocked the scene and raised his stance first. As a newly released high-end system, he had to be an elite. After staring condescendingly for a while, Shi Qing finally blurted out the words that he had been brewing for a long time. "Do you want to live? Sign a contract with me." After saying this, Shi Qing couldn't help but feel a little complacent. Look at our opening remarks. How cold and cool. The domineering factors around are almost boiling. Excessive brain supplementation was interrupted by a low and hoarse voice. "Okay. Hello." Shi Qing didn't react a little bit. He seemed to hear someone say yes just now. "Wait, the script is wrong, brother. Shouldn't your lines be? Who are you? What is your purpose? What are your intentions?" And the like. I'm not used to you accepting it so straightforwardly, and I prepared a lot of lines that I don't understand. Don't cut off my role of being handsome all of a sudden. Shi Qing really wanted to pretend he didn't hear it and continue to play the trick of 13, but would it be too two-faced in that way? And it didn't fit his tall character setting. He waited over and over again, and in the end he decided to fight rationally, suppressing Erwo's nerves under his body. Then, the contract is established. Hey, it's so emotional. It's so obvious that the scene of the second year of middle school, such a historic moment, ended in only 3 sentences. I'm so unwilling. Qin Mo raised his head, a pair of black eyes tightly locked on this blurred black light cluster. There was no superfluous expression on his delicate face, but his eyes were firm and persistent. No matter who it is, whether it's a god or a demon, as long as he can survive, he can end the root of this sin. Qin Mo agreed, and the contract was fully established. Then with a flash of silver light, one person and one soul came to the system's space together. Qin Mo's body is still weak, but he is tall and has been cultivating all the year round. His physique is much stronger than ordinary people, so he doesn't look weak at all. The material of the black robe on his body is very special, like water and smoke, and when he stands upright with his snow-white skin more dazzling, it has an extraordinary and refined charm. Shi Qing sighed with emotion, as expected of a person who has practiced immortality for many years. Even though he changed his career to become a devil later, the immortal energy in his body is still real. Compared with ordinary people like him, it is different. Shi Qing didn't wait for Qin Mo to speak, so he started to introduce himself. "I am number 89757. You can also call me Shi Qing. It is your exclusive system. From now on, I will be in charge of your task release, follow-up, and final task completion. These are the official slogans written in the crash manual long ago, and Shi Qing only needs to recite them silently. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the opposite wall and said, "Now," silently in his heart. Then, a large screen appeared on the originally blank wall. Qin Mo's gaze was also attracted to him. He tilted his head slightly. His clean profile was excellent, with deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge. Only his thin lips added a lot of coolness, but because of this, his overly feminine face showed the determination of a man, making it impossible for people to regard him as a woman. Shi Qing casually glanced at it and swallowed suddenly. He thought a little wretchedly. How beautiful would Yuan Yang be if she gave birth to a child like this? Cough, cough. Shi Qing quickly grabbed his scattered thoughts, leading it on the right path. He cleared his throat and continued to introduce. This is your operating platform. After completing the task, you will get point coins. With point coins, you can exchange rewards here. Generally speaking, there are 3 general directions for exchange. One is to strengthen one's own physique, the second is props and equipment, and the third is leisure and entertainment. There are many subcategories for each general direction, so I won't introduce them one by one here. You can browse by yourself. The setting of the system is very avant-garde and has a futuristic high-tech flavor, but the things contained in it are all-encompassing: what martial arts cheats, cultivation secrets, special physique, rare aptitude, and even various bloodlines. Of course, high-tech pistols, weapons, and cannons are also available. Shi Qing had already seen it in advance, and he saw much more than Qin Mo. After all, Qin Mo's level is not enough now, so he can only see some low-level things, while Shi Qing has no level restriction. He can see all of them. Arrived at it's a pity, so what if you see it, that god-defying physique needs hundreds of millions of dot coins, let alone let him exchange it. He's a math blind, and even counting to 0 finds it troublesome. Give Qin Mo some time to familiarize himself. Seeing that Qin Mo hadn't opened his mouth to ask, Shi Qing, as a chatterbox, couldn't hold it anymore, so he took the initiative to explain. What you see now is only about 1% of the time, and many others are locked due to restrictions, and will be unlocked according to the situation after you complete the task. Qin Mo, who had been silent all this time, finally thanked him and opened his mouth. He moved his eyes, stared at Shi Qing accurately, and asked bluntly, "What do you need me to do?" Shi Qing is really not used to being looked at by him like this. He's a little thankful that he has no form. If he had a body, he would definitely be weak when he was stared at by Qin Mo like this. I have experienced it. The system task is random. When you accept the task, you will be sent to another world. According to the clues provided, you can achieve a certain purpose or goals. After you succeed, you will come back here and judge how many points you can get through the final evaluation. Currency. My soul is here. What about my body? Sure enough, people from the world of comprehension have a strong ability to accept, and the questions they ask hit the point. Shi Qing didn't dare to be careless, but he was a little relaxed. Although Qin Mo looked very cold and difficult to get along with, he was definitely an efficient person. This was a great thing for him. The host could complete the task quickly and perfectly. He can also get more coins. I believe you have already felt that the space here exists independently. Although your soul and body are separated, because they are in different spaces, they are relatively static in time. That is to say, when you perform tasks, the space where your body is located space is completely still. Qin Mo nodded and spit out the last 3 words. Let's get started. Shi Qing was stunned, and he blinked in his heart. Is this the beginning? Brother, why don't you ask any more questions? Don't want to chat for a while. We only talked for 5 minutes and spent 30 minutes and seconds reading the instructions. Are you sure you don't need to communicate with us anymore? After holding back the chatter for a long time, he finally caught the opportunity, and he really didn't want to waste it, so Shi Qing asked tentatively again. Well, you don't have anything else to ask? Qin Mo was very shameless. It's gone? Shi Qing was choked half to death, turned around and pounced on Mr. Handbook. He really should wait another 500 years. The devil's problem is small, and the newspaper office is not a big problem. The point is, how do you deal with a chatterbox and a facial paralysis? There is a Mount Everest in the middle. Although Shi Qing was somewhat resentful, He was always a person who knew the current affairs, so he could do the task quickly and get some coins early, so he could find a good body for himself. Thinking of this, Shi Qing began to follow the script. Please put your left hand on the red button on the console. Qin walked over and put his hand on it according to the words. Shi Qing rushed over according to the instructions in the manual, and a cloud of black mist enveloped Qin's slender and white left hand. Then Shi Qing said, "Use more force, yes, more force. That's it." Mr. Handbook, who was watching from the side, blushed. I absolutely did not want to be crooked. Under the cooperation and joint efforts of the two, the red button fell down, and the big screen suddenly went dark. When it was lit again, the two saw the summary of the mission. Shi Qing took a quick look, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Qin's luck is good. It seems to be an ancient time and space, so it should be easier to accept. Then he carefully read the previous reminder. The background is an ancient superficial dynasty, the Qing dynasty. The task is locked in the imperial palace in the capital. The third emperor of the Qing dynasty was a successful ruler, although he had no great achievements or mistakes, but in his later years, he became more and more dizzy. On the one hand, because of his old age, the prince became more mature and stable, and on the other hand, the concubine kept blowing the wind beside his pillow. The emperor felt more and more that the prince was an eyesore, and even came up with the idea of abolishing the prince. The crown prince is born of the empress, and he is an out-and-out legitimate. To say that the only shortcoming is that she is greedy for masculinity and likes to raise children, but it doesn't mean that he is not close to women. On the contrary, he is very fertile. Although he seldom favors women, he dotes on everyone. At the age of 32, he gave birth to 5 sons and 2 daughters. He can be called a battle horse among stallions. Looking at the old emperor again, he is now in his 60s and has 7 children under his knees, but only 2 sons. The queen gave birth to the eldest son Rongqing, and the concubine Li gave birth to the second prince Rongxiang. Although the crown prince was established early, concubine Li has been favored for decades, and her heart grows bigger and bigger. Coupled with her son and Guan's wedding, she has become more ambitious. She can't get the queen mother, but she can plan for the queen mother. A battle for the heir apparent has intensified, and it is only a matter of a fuse before it is directly on the table. In this mission, Qin will cross over to become the crown prince Rongqing, and his mission is to ascend the throne and become emperor. Shi Qing looked at this gigantic main quest. Suddenly, he became enthralled, becoming the emperor or something. The first quest is so high-end. Qin, are you lucky or just unlucky? Shi Qing was sobbing, and then another line of words appeared on the screen, which immediately made his jaw drop. Limited time. 7 days? Wouldn't it be what he thought? Ascension to the throne of God within 7 days? Open. Just kidding. Shi Qing recalled the summary of the previous situation. To be honest, it is not too difficult for the crown prince to be promoted to emperor. Although the old emperor is not fatuous, he is already old and tends to be old and confused. Although concubine Li is young, she has been in the palace for nearly 20 years, but she is very embarrassed. She can act coquettishly and coax the old emperor with her natural intelligence, and other methods are really not enough. Although she also knows how to support her family, but because of hardware problems, there are far more people who are hindered than promising people in a big family. She barely pulled her brother up and got into the position of the deputy commander of the guards, but it was already over, and she couldn't take a step forward. Then there is the second prince, Rongxiang, who is just 20 years old this year, but he is still a kid. Although he is not likely to be raised by his mother as a playboy, he still cannot do without the impulsiveness and recklessness of young people. Under the frequent hints from the old emperor and his mother, he felt that he was young and promising. In front of such an opponent, as long as the crown prince stays steady, doesn't make big mistakes, doesn't get caught in the pigtails, and slowly boils the old emperor to death in a serious manner, he will surely be promoted smoothly in the end and become the next emperor. So, from this point of view alone, Shi Qing believes that this task is not difficult, and for a novice like Qin, it can be regarded as a good first experience. But is the time limit a godsend? 7 days, a week, ascension to God? Shi Qing he. Why did he never know that the dragon chair is so worthless? Compared with the entanglement and confusion of the system master, the person involved, Qin Mo, was calm and calm. He didn't have the slightest doubt about the task released, and he spontaneously understood the method of taking the task without Shi Qing's reminder. That's right. During the time when Shi Qing complained, he had quickly accepted the task. Shi Qing wanted to scream like a ghost. Impulsiveness is a devil, sir. If you fail to complete the task, you will be punished. Unfortunately, his mouth was not as fast as Qin Mo's, and before he could shout, the two of them crossed over. After spinning around for a while, Shi Qing seemed to hear a voice in his ear. Give me a free body. Fortunately, in the misfortune, Shi Qing thought very well. Although the task is very cheating, but he gave us a body so thoughtfully. It's worth it. Thinking like this, Shi Qing collapsed after waking up. Fuck that body. Go fucking free. It's so healthy to go. Why did Lousy become a jade pendant? Who wants to be a rock? Can you stop making trouble? Wanting to let go of his voice and howl, Shi Qing felt his body was surrounded by warmth, and when he raised his head, he faced a huge human face. Damn it. I'll scare the young master into a big jump. But immediately he calmed down again. It was the Crown Prince Rongqing. No, now it was Qin Mo. Shi Qing took a careful look at Qin Mo. Although that magnificent appearance had been replaced, those black eyes still couldn't conceal the hostility. Qin Mo stared at the jade pendant in his hand. He could feel Shi Qing's breath and knew that the cloud of black mist was hiding in this fine piece of white jade. He rubbed the jade pendant in his hand carefully, sensitively aware of the steady breathing of someone behind him. Because of his getting up, the man also got up a little bit. The black hair slipped from his shoulders, revealing a fair face, slender eyebrows and charming eyes, red lips like vermilion. This gentle rising naturally revealed a weak and invincible power. Shi Qing happened to see it from this angle, and immediately afterwards, he became a bit Spartan. Holy crap. This is a man, must be a man. Yu Pei can't move, but his field of vision is very wide. No matter how delicate this man is, he has an Adam's apple, and the chest is also flat. Even the women in the airport will never be flat like this. So, this is a naked man with strawberries all over his body. What would two naked men do in bed? Shi Qing suddenly remembered that somewhat irrelevant sentence in the previous summary. The prince is very masculine and likes raising children. As if to break Shi Qing's three views, the man smiled softly, brushed the black hair on his shoulders, and asked softly, Your Highness? The servants are here to serve you. Qin Mo was still touching the jade pendant in his hand. He turned his head slightly, raised his eyes for a moment, then parted his thin lips slightly, and uttered a word, Get lost. An understatement, but like a sharp arrow. With a compelling momentum, it pierces straight into the bottom of people's hearts. The man froze for a moment. His face turned pale instantly. He crawled over and seemed to want to say something, but Qin Mo glanced at the corner of his eyes. The man froze. He got out of bed, kowtowed his head and apologized, and exited hall. Shi Qing was stunned. What's going on? Cough, cough. Although he didn't mean to look at the men's erotic palace, but did he just drive people out like this? Are you okay? Will it break the plot? Qin Mo, do you really not consider the personality of the prince? The prince likes, cough, cough, masculinity. He didn't dare to make a sound. He couldn't figure out what Qin Mo was going to do. He couldn't take it anymore after holding back for a long time, and just wanted to ask, who knew that Qin Mo would lie down again, and then cover the quilt. Shi Qing twisted Yu Pei's body and rubbed upwards, only to see the neat eyelashes. I'll wipe. Why did you close your eyes? No way. Shi Qing stared at it for a long time without giving up, and finally, he couldn't help deceiving himself. Qin Mo really fell asleep. Shi Qing was furious. There's no such thing as unprofessional. 7 days is very urgent. Hurry up and complete the task. Shi Qing was held tightly in Qin Mo's palm, unable to move, but he could still make a sound because he didn't know the specific situation, so he didn't dare to speak too loudly. So he had to suppress his voice and say, Don't slack off, the mission failed. There will be punishment. Before he finished speaking, the hand holding him was tightened again, and the voice came from above and below. Shut up, Shi Qing. QAQ, I was kicked by a donkey for my kindness. Qin Mo closed his eyes, held the jade pendant, and directly ordered, sleep. Shi Qing twisted Shi's body, but there was nothing wrong with it. The people around him could already hear the sound of even breathing. Shi Qing was stunned. A flash of inspiration flashed in his head, and he suddenly understood again, thinking about it carefully. Qin Mo seemed to have not slept for a long time. Did I end the past? He was supported by a supreme cultivation base, but since he abolished his cultivation base, he has become an ordinary person, and the pressure he has endured is not ordinary. Although he traveled to another world and changed his body, his mental exhaustion kept haunting him, and it must be his limit to last until now. Thinking of this, Shi Qing sighed again, stopped struggling, and stayed quietly in his palm, although he was a little dissatisfied with his tight grip. But as a jade pendant, his sensory organs seemed to be rather dull, so it was okay. It doesn't hurt, and thinking that this kind of behavior seems to be an expression of insecurity, and it's a bit pitiful, Shi Qing didn't pursue it. With this relaxation, he himself had a good night's sleep. When he woke up, he realized that he had changed places again, and looked around. The bookshelves full of ancient flavors, the carved screens, the Wangwali armchairs, and the things on the table were worthless at first glance. Fei Shanghao's exquisite pen holder, it seems to be in the study. Shi Qing shifted his gaze and saw Qin Mo wearing the prince's crown. Shi Qing was confused for a moment, then suddenly woke up. Mission, do mission. Madonna actually fell asleep in one day. Shi Qing was in a hurry. Seeing that Qin Mo was still flipping through a medicinal herb book, he exploded like an ignited firecracker. The mission is time-limited, within 7 days. If you can't complete the mission, will be punished. Qin Mo's eyes had already landed on the book, and he asked casually, "What about you? Will you be punished?" Shi Qing was taken aback, and instinctively replied, "No." "Then what are you in a hurry for?" Shi Qing. Seeing that Shi Qing was silent, Qin Mo asked again, "I completed the task, is it good for you?" When Shi Qing came back to his senses, he coughed and said, There are some," Qin Mo said, indifferently. Shi Qing really couldn't understand his brain circuit, but he was a person who couldn't hide his words. Not to mention he didn't want Qin Mo to think too much, so he simply explained clearly, "If you can't complete the task, you will be punished. If the corresponding points are deducted, if you are deducted more than dash points, you will be obliterated." Shi Qing tried his best to speak seriously, but Qin Mo just looked up at him, didn't make a sound, and still concentrated on studying the herbal medicine. Shi Qing had no choice but to continue. "If you successfully complete the task, I can also get a 50% point reward." This sentence obviously aroused Qin Mo's interest more than the previous one. He glanced at Yu Pei and asked, "Do you need coins too?" "Of course." "For what?" "Buy a body." Qin Mo stared at the jade pendant, then suddenly held it in the palm of his hand, stroked by Yu's delicate body with his thumb, and said softly, "This is very good." Although Shi Qing is a jade pendant, his perception is a little slow, but he is still conscious. He was scratched all over his body, and he twisted unhappily. "What's the matter?" "It's too small, and it's inconvenient to move." Qin Mo's lips curled up in a rare way, and he was still stroking the jade pendant, only repeating softly, "It's very good, small and round, passive and powerless, fragile and harmless. That's great. He can crush it whenever he wants." Shi Qing didn't think too much. He complained in his heart. He didn't expect Qin Mo to like jade. Perverts can also have preferences. Seeing that Qin Mo was about to devote himself to the herbal medicine book again, Shi Qing didn't make another sound. He was using all his brain cells, trying his best to think about how to ascend to the throne of God within 7 days. Looking at Qin Mo's leisurely look and then thinking about the perverted brain circuit, he was suddenly blessed and asked in surprise, "Qin Mo, you don't want to kill the king, do you?" After asking this sentence, Shi Qing instantly felt the truth after killing the old emperor. Wouldn't the crown prince, the #1 candidate, ascend to the throne smoothly? But no. Shi Qing didn't wait for Qin Mo to open his mouth and quickly said earnestly, "You must not have such thoughts. Now you have lost all your cultivation and are just an ordinary person." Although the old emperor is confused, he has always been wary of the prince. There are so many guards. You can't do it alone, and you will take your own life." After speaking, Shi Qing solemnly added, "Although this is another world, what you have passed through is only the soul. But if your body dies here, the soul will also dissipate. Don't be careless." Shi Qing was as anxious as an ant in a hot pot, but it's a pity that Qin Mo and Mr. Qing's focus was always not on the same line as him. "I'm dead. What will happen to you?" Shi Qing couldn't keep up with the rhythm very much, but it was a pity that the jade pendant could not express his bewildered expression. Qin Mo stroked him tenderly. "Are you going to die?" Qin Mo stroked him tenderly. "Are you going to die?" "Of course not." Although they were bound by a contract, it was just a relationship of cooperation and sharing, and it wasn't about throwing their lives together. "Then what are you worried about?" "But you are dead. I have to wait another 500 years to meet the next host. 500 years. I will suffocate people to death." Speaking the truth quickly, Shi Qing couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "Why did you say so fast?" Such an opportunity to gain favorability was easily wasted by him, that he should have shown the feelings of the Holy Mother, and told Shi Qing affectionately that he is a good person who cares about the lives and deaths of others, so as to move him and guide him to be positive. It's a pity that the water splashed out by words can't be taken back. However, to Shi Qing's surprise, Qin Mo seemed very satisfied with his answer, and the corners of his mouth even curved into a happy arc. Shi Qing didn't understand why he was happy, but it's better to be happy than angry, and most importantly, Qin Mo finally stopped flipping through that damn herbal medicine book. Holding the jade pendant with one hand, he closed the book, stood up, and said calmly, "Don't worry, you won't be suffocated to death." Shi Qing, don't keep getting the point wrong. Ruby Palace. The tool is blowing gently. The fragrance is lingering. The delicately carved dressing table is full of exquisite and luxurious jewelry, and a clear orange-yellow bronze mirror next to it reflects a soft and beautiful face, with almond eyes and vermilion lips, bright and kind, but only there are shallow, fine lines at the corner of one eye, revealing the traces of time. Concubine Li stared at the mirror without blinking and pushed it away annoyed for a while. But the mirror could be pushed away, but the wrinkles on her face could not be erased. She is now 37 years old. No matter how well she takes care of her, she can't compare to a girl of 17 or 18 that the luster of the skin is getting worse and worse, and the complexion is also dull. In the past few days, there are still a few fine lines in the corners of the eyes, which is simply unbearable. Especially in the past few days, the emperor didn't come to Liubi Palace, which made her even more depressed, and an unstoppable evil fire went up. Looking around, it became more and more unpleasant. People, where did they all die? The court lady Yuxiang, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly lifted the bead curtain, walked in with small steps, and saluted respectfully. "Your Majesty, do you want to do your makeup?" Concubine Li glanced at her angrily. "Nonsense." Yuxiang lowered her eyebrows and was pleasing to the eye, and her movements were light and quick. She has been taking care of Concubine Li, so she naturally knows her preferences: powdering eyebrows, drawing eyebrows, and buns. She is good at everything, and not long after, she saw Concubine Li's frowning eyebrows stretched out, revealing a look of satisfaction. But because of this inadvertent smile, the lines at the corners of her eyes appeared again. Li Fei immediately changed her face. Yuxiang just breathed a sigh of relief and brought it up again. Concubine Li never listened to persuasion. She knew her temper well, so naturally she didn't dare to say more, but right now, she is the only one serving here. That Yuxiang's heart moved, and she hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Mrs. Li is already waiting in the side hall." Her changing the subject really worked. Concubine Li stood up, puffed her chest out, and said with a dignified posture, "Let's go." Mrs. Li is the brother-in-law of Concubine Li's natal family. The Li family was also a big family in the Qing dynasty. The old man, Li, had the merits of being a dragon. Although it has been passed down for 5 generations, each generation is worse than the last, and there is no one outstanding, but the reputation is still there. Now that Concubine Li is favored, their family is also in the limelight. Both. Mrs. Li is Concubine Li's direct sibling, but her family background is not considered high. Her background as an imperial merchant is not good enough in concubine Li's eyes. However, the wealth of Mrs. Li's family is also real, which cannot be underestimated, and the operation of money is indispensable for doing great things. So although she doesn't look down on Mrs. Li, concubine Li treats her fairly well. Another point is that because Mrs. Li's natal family is an imperial merchant, she travels all over the world, which is very strange. Concubine Li is favored, and she doesn't care much about ordinary property, but she attaches great importance to appearance and cares about some maintenance things. Last time, Mrs. Li brought some fat melting cream, which she said was obtained from overseas. It is very rare and works very well. Concubine Li used it comfortably and praised her a few times. Mrs. Li will come. Recently, I have been secretly searching for such things, just to please Concubine Li. Concubine Li saw Mrs. Li ere, accepted her gift, and asked a few more questions about the family situation. Mrs. Li could speak quickly, and after a few words back and forth, she made Concubine Li happy. Seeing Concubine Li raised her eyebrows, Mrs. Li brought up today's highlight. Your Majesty, it's really your good fortune that your concubine can find such a treasure. As she spoke, she carefully took out a brocade box the size of a palm. The box is simple, but its shape is very majestic. Concubine Li cast her gaze over, and Mrs. Li immediately opened the brocade box. Inside was covered with red silk, and on the silk was a brown elixir, which was round and smooth, exuding a refreshing cold fragrance. Anyone who doesn't know how to do this knows that it must be a nice one. Concubine Li became interested and asked, "What is this?" Mrs. Li came over quickly and said, "This is not easy to get. The concubine's unscrupulous brother has wasted a lot of work from Su Jinzhou." Seeing that she was going to show off her merits again, Concubine Li waved her hands and said, Okay, tell me what this is. Can I still remember your kindness?" Mrs. Li smiled and cut most of the words in her stomach and finally got to the point. This is called Jian Dan, and the pill is just like its name. Taking it can not only restore youth, but also keep your appearance forever. Upon hearing this effect, Concubine Li's eyes lit up suddenly, and she asked, "Is it true?" Mrs. Li quickly replied, True, absolutely true. How can I say that your mother is lucky? There is only one pill of this medicine, and it is prepared for your mother." Concubine Li was moved, but although her IQ was born in arrears, she had improved a lot after living in the palace for more than years. So she asked cautiously, "Can you rest assured about this source?" Mrs. Li quickly said, "People have investigated it a long time ago. There is no problem. Just in case, I will look it up." Concubine Li nodded in satisfaction and asked casually, "Is this person alone?" Mrs. Li understood and immediately added, "There are old and young, a family of 6, and a newborn fat son. All are being taken care of by my concubine." Hearing Mrs. Li's words, Concubine Li felt relieved. Since this man dared to testify with the whole family, he must have been quite capable. She asked Mrs. Li to put down the elixir, took a sip of tea, and said, "I'll take it. I'll use it later, and I will reward you all well." The second Madame Li immediately smiled, and she did not forget to express her loyalty before leaving. "As long as the Empress is good, our family will be fine." After the person left, she immediately called Yu Xiang and told her to bring over Dr. Wang immediately. Although the whole family of the pharmacist was in her hands, she was still a little worried, so she asked the imperial physician to take a general look at the ingredients of the medicine before she could really feel relieved. The imperial doctor came, took the pill, and smelled it carefully, and then said cautiously, "Mrs. Hui, this medicine has a bright fragrance and color. According to the smell, you can tell that it contains koix, angelica, donkey hide gelatin." Concubine Li listened patiently to the end of his rambling and hurriedly asked again, "Is there any harm to the body if you take it?" Imperial physician Wang sniffed it carefully and then said, "There is no serious problem. They are all medicines for nourishing yin and nourishing qi. If you are worried, you can let the maid take it first and then take it by yourself after observing the effect." Concubine Li frowned. "This Jian pill is just one pill. How can the maid take it? If it really works, wouldn't she just regret it?" After dismissing Imperial physician Wang, Concubine Li sat in the room staring at the pill, feeling very conflicted in her heart. East Palace. Shi Qing almost burst into tears. Look, the dishes on this table include 5-spice sauce chicken, saltwater tenderloin, duck in red oil, spicy noodles, tomato trotters, braised straw mushrooms in oil, fungus and pepper oil. There are also crispy golden cake rolls, soft and glutinous bean cakes, white the lotus seed cake, and the yellow orange pea yellow. Shi Qing said that his saliva almost turned into a river. But the tragedy is, as a jade pendant, he can only see, hear, and smell, but the F***king thing is that he can't eat it. Qin really refused to let him go wherever he went, holding him in his hand all the time, even taking him with him at such fatal moments as eating. Shi Qing QAQ, no matter what, he was determined to give himself an appetite with a good body. He must enjoy life well, eat to his heart's content, and eat back everything he didn't eat in his previous life. Under Shi Qing's envious and jealous eyes, Qin leisurely ate his dinner, and when he moved to the study, Shi Qing came to his senses from the smell of the food. He already knew Qin plan, and he also understood that he had already started planning after he traveled to this world. Even when he first read the herbal medicine book, he had other plans. Although Qin has lost his cultivation, he is worthy of being the proud son of Lingyun continent, and his extensive knowledge is astonishing. Back then, not only did he have a very high cultivation base, but he also had a deep knowledge of alchemy, refining tools and making talismans. Although high-end alchemy and talisman-making techniques also require cultivation, some low-level ones that are not very effective do not require cultivation at all. As long as you know the formula, you can achieve the effect. Qin flipped through the herbal medicine book just to verify whether the herbs in this world were the same as what he understood. After the verification, he took some time to prepare a pill. Although Qin didn't say anything to Shi Qing, Shi Qing watched the whole process and knew everything. Now that he was free, he couldn't help asking, will concubine Li know how to take the pills? Qin was practicing calligraphy, and he didn't even look at him when he heard the words. He just stared at the rice paper intently. His hand holding the pen was steady, and his posture was elegant and leisurely, but he wrote the pen decisively and decisively. Shi Qing was immediately distracted and turned over with great effort, just in time to see what he wrote. Like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing in a fright, the two big characters leaped on the paper, wishing they could take off into the air. Shi Qing. Qin gripped the jade pendant tightly and rubbed it lightly. It's a good name. Shi Qing looked at his name and thought the words were beautiful. But if he was asked to taste them carefully, he couldn't taste anything after recovering. He wanted to repeat the question just now, but Qin ignored him again. Shi Qing sighed. Why is his host so difficult to communicate with? So, concubine Li, have you eaten? Xiaosheng is very anxious. Has Li Fei eaten? When Shi Qing was in a hurry, she was leaning on the imperial concubine's couch, staring at the little pill. Burning fine spices in the censer not only smells good, but also has a refreshing effect. This is the spice that Mrs. Li got from the south. It is worth thousands of gold and is beyond words, but because Emperor Xuanqing liked the taste, concubine Li used it all year round without interruption. She looked at the time. Knowing that the emperor would not be coming today, she couldn't help feeling a little bored. He ordered someone to come in to breathe the incense and asked about the whereabouts of Emperor Xuanqing. The little eunuch said in a low voice, "The holy driver has gone to Chuxiu Palace." When concubine Li heard this, she became even more depressed. Staying in Liubi Palace, relying on her holy favor, she said a lot of bad things about the queen and the prince, and the emperor really listened to it, thinking of deposing the prince. But who would have thought that that bitch the empress would bring a few seductresses into the palace, which suddenly changed the emperor's heart and even pampered him for 2 days in a row. It's not that concubine Li has never seen the newcomer. In terms of appearance, how can she compare to her? It is fresh, with a pair of big eyes revealing the vitality of youth, really tender like a flower. Thinking of this, concubine Li twisted her handkerchief resentfully, caught a glimpse of the elixir out of the corner of her eye, and burrowed into her head impulsively. Mrs. Li is shrewd and reliable. She will never harm herself, and the 6 members of the pharmacist's family were locked up, and they would not risk the lives of the whole family. The imperial doctor also said that this medicine is not poisonous. After going through these things in her mind, Concubine Li finally couldn't bear it any longer. She picked up the pill and smelled the cold fragrance all over her body. The pill was swallowed. The pill melted in the mouth and immediately slid down the throat. The taste was surprisingly good. Li Fei waited quietly for a while, but she didn't feel anything unusual. As soon as she got up, she suddenly felt that her whole body was on fire, and it started to spread from her stomach, and she was sweating profusely. She felt bad in her heart and was about to call someone, but when she stood up, she saw the mirror, and her eyes widened immediately. The woman in the mirror is holding on to the Kong screen. Her steps are swaying lightly. Her black hair is like ink. Her beautiful eyes are slightly opened, full of romance and tactility, and she looks at her lustrous skin, which is like the delicate petals, which can be broken by blowing. Concubine Li hurried to the mirror, took a closer look, and was ecstatic in her heart. She actually returned to the age of 17 or 18, the age when she was the most beautiful. Unexpectedly, this medicine actually works, and it is so miraculous. Concubine Li's heart was surging, and the smile on her face bloomed, like a peony in full bloom. Extremely gorgeous, she rolled her eyes slightly, and there was a care in her heart. Called the maid to come in to take a bath, wiped off the sweat stains all over her body, wiped off the balm, and then put on the goose-yellow clothes she hadn't touched in the past few years, and turned around gently. She was overjoyed, and whispered a few words to Yu Xiang before leaning back to the imperial concubine's couch and stroking her forehead. Yu Xiang was stunned when she first saw Concubine Li's appearance. She knew that Mrs. Li had come to deliver the medicine, but she really didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. Concubine Li called her to look for Emperor Xiancheng. If it was usual, she would not dare to touch this bad luck, but seeing Concubine Li's appearance today, she knew in her heart that as long as Emperor Xiancheng could come, the Liubi Palace would immediately be able to overwhelm the harem. When Liubi Palace got up, she naturally had countless benefits, so she worked hard to spend some money and handed the words to Xingjia. Emperor Xiancheng was watching his new favorite little nobleman dancing. When he heard that Concubine Li was ill, he couldn't help frowning. He knew in his heart that this was a trick for the concubines to compete for favor, so he couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. But he had doted on Concubine Li for decades, and he still had feelings. Hearing what the eunuch said so urgently, he was a little moved. The little nobleman still wanted to come here to ask for favor. Emperor Xuanqing looked at the age of 16 or 17 and thought of the second prince Rongxiang. Rongxiang was born of Concubine Li. He was very well-behaved and sensible, and Emperor Xuanqing was very happy. Let alone ignore Concubine Li. So she waved her hands, got up, and headed to Liubi Palace. After entering the Liubi Palace, Emperor Xuanqing was surrounded and entered the room, and when he saw Concubine Li lying sideways on the bed, he was stunned. Concubine Li was wearing a goose-yellow palace gown. Her skin was as thick as fat, and her face was like a peach blossom. She was obviously approaching middle age, but she actually showed the skin quality and charm of a young girl. Emperor Xuanqing liked Concubine Li's appearance at first, but because Concubine Li had grown older these years and was no longer what she used to be, he loved her less. But looking at it today, it immediately brought back the feelings of the past, and my heart was hooked. Seeing the emperor's expression, Concubine Li smiled weakly and said softly, "Your Majesty." Emperor Xuanqing's heart melted when he was called out in a low voice, and he hurried forward. "Don't get up. I'm here to see you. Why don't you feel uncomfortable?" Concubine Li held Emperor Xiancheng's hand, attached it to her chest, and said in a charming voice, "I feel so bored." With such an obvious hint, Emperor Xiancheng didn't understand. He touched it a few times, and it felt so good. He immediately became aroused, and with Li Fei's charming laughter, he went to bed. In the Liubi Palace, the tents are warm during the spring night. It was possible to reach midnight, but suddenly there was a loud splash, which was the sound of someone falling to the ground. Then Concubine Li screamed sharply, "Come, come!" Yu Xiang was guarding the door, and immediately went in when she heard the voice. But just as she opened the door, her face turned green instantly. "God, what a smell! It stink." The next day, Shi Qing got up early counting the days silently. 2 days had passed. If he didn't hurry up, 7 days would be gone with the wind. He was worrying about whether concubine Li had taken any medicine. The news reached Qin. The Libby Palace was really exciting and lively last night. Concubine Li became famous again. In the early years, she was a generation of beauties in the Qing dynasty, and now she has become a generation of strange smells. She actually fainted the emperor. What kind of smell is this? The eunuch who reported the letter spoke quickly and spoke very excitingly. Shi Qing couldn't hold back his laughter. He didn't laugh out loud until everyone retreated, but he laughed like a fool himself. And Qin didn't even have a smile, so he couldn't stop laughing. So embarrassing. At host is a tragedy with facial paralysis. He cleared his throat and asked, "What should we do next?" Concubine Li is stinky, and it is certain that she will fall out of favor. But the old emperor can't abdicate in a short time, right? Qin glanced at him and asked something irrelevant. Will there be any extra rewards for completing the task ahead of time? Shi Qing was stunned. He really didn't know about this. He quickly looked through the manual, and there was actually a record in this regard, so he said, for missions with a time limit, every day in advance, an extra 100 points will be rewarded. It is good. Shi Qing came to his senses and quickly asked, "Can you still complete the task ahead of schedule?" "Yes." How to advance? How to do it? Don't take risks. Life comes first. Rewards come second. You can't sacrifice your life just for rewards. To shut up. Shi Qing. QAQ. How to communicate with facial paralysis? Concubine Li went crazy and was on the verge of dying of anger. She never expected that this pill would have such a side effect. What's the use of being so stinking like this? Who dares to approach her? She angrily brought Mrs. Li over. When Mrs. Li saw her, she was immediately smoked to death. After pinching her for a long time, she finally woke her up. Yu Xiang kindly handed her a wet cloth to cover her mouth and nose. She was barely able to hold on. But before Concubine Li could open her mouth, she also knew that something had happened, and immediately said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. The man who made the medicine is still in my hands. I will bring him over immediately, and I must help your Majesty get rid of this smell." Although Concubine Li was so angry that she wanted to tear Mrs. Li's body into pieces, she also had a glimmer of hope. The imperial physicians were all the same, and the pharmacist might have a solution. Not long after, the pharmacist came. He was a middle-aged man who had passed 40 years. He was fainted as a routine, and then he covered the wet cloth and said, "Ma'am, this is a good thing for you." Concubine Li immediately became angry. A good thing? Is it a good thing to chop off your head? While begging for mercy, the man said, "Your Majesty, you have completely absorbed the medicinal properties of the Zhuyin pill, and your body is detoxifying, so you will emit this kind of smell. After the detoxification is complete, your real face will last forever. Is this true?" The man's slightly old voice sounded. All the people in the hall immediately fell to their knees and shouted, "Long live." Emperor Xuanqing waved his hand to signal everyone to get up. His face was not good-looking, but he did not cover the wet cloth. He just stared at the pharmacist and asked several times in succession. The pharmacist was so excited when he saw Xingyan. He said everything he knew with a cannonball. "Is there a second pill for this Zhuyin pill?" "Reporting to your Majesty, the villain." Ben saved a grain for himself. "Oh!" The pharmacist immediately put the pill in his arms up without saying a word. Emperor Xuanqing sized it up, then turned his head and frowned and asked Li Fei, "Is this the pill?" Although Concubine Li's body stinks is unacceptable, but her appearance is really gorgeous and pleasing to the eye, and the tear in her eyes is really affectionate. So the emperor can't help but look at it a few more times. But this approach, I have to spit out the supper. Concubine Li looked at the brown pills in the brocade box. It was the same as the one she had taken before, and smelled the breath. It was a tangy, cold aroma. "Very nice," she cautiously said. "It's the same." As soon as she spoke, the smell became even more unbearable. Emperor Xiancheng frowned and moved away from her before continuing to ask the pharmacist, "How can I get rid of the smell on this body?" The pharmacist knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "If you soak it in water from the center of the earth, You can get rid of the smell in 3 hours. Water in the center of the earth? The pharmacist continued to explain. Reporting to your majesty, it is also called hot spring water. According to the little man, there is a place in Shi Qing that has this naturally regenerated water from the center of the earth. It will definitely be able to remove body odor for your empress. Emperor Qing immediately understood his explanation. Are you referring to the hot spring at the Luofeng Palace? The pharmacist nodded quickly. Emperor Xuanqing thought for a while, then got up and gave the order. Send Luofeng Palace. Concubine Li couldn't help being overjoyed after listening to the whole process. Hearing what the emperor meant, is this going to let me take a dip in the hot spring water? If this disgusting body odor is removed, won't it be a matter of time before she is favored by relying on her unparalleled looks? I thought it was completely hopeless, but I didn't expect it to be a desperate situation. At this time, the eunuch stepped forward to inform. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Second Prince is asking to see you outside the palace. The Second Prince, Rongxiang, learned of what had happened in the Liubi Palace early in the morning, and he staggered and almost fell when he was dizzy. He is well aware of Emperor Xianqing's temperament. His nose is the most sensitive, and he is extremely sensitive to smells. Otherwise, Concubine Li would not have to spend a lot of money to buy spices and burn them every day. But now, Concubine Li actually stinks all over her body, and even fainted the emperor directly. This is simply a disaster from heaven. Now the situation is not clear. The empress holds the phoenix seal. The crown prince has no major faults. If Concubine Li falls out of favor, is it possible for him to take a step forward? With this fear and uneasiness, Rongxiang went straight to Liubi Palace early in the morning, wanting to see what happened. But he didn't expect that his father is still here. Could it be that there is a turning point? There was a hint of joy in his heart, and Rongxiang quickly stepped into the hall. He had just entered, and before he even said hello, he was fainted by the pungent stench with a plop. There was another panic in the hall, and Yuxiang almost became a full-time handkerchief hander. Covering the wet cloth, Rongxiang saluted, but his heart was also cold. It is a miracle that his mother has not been kicked out of the cold palace after smelling like this. Then he heard that soaking in the hot spring for 3 hours could get rid of the bad smell. His eyes lit up immediately, and he went out to ask for orders. Father, my son is willing to escort mother and concubine to Luofeng Palace. Emperor Xuanqing also thought in his heart, the effect of this Zhiyin pill is obvious. Li Fei's young and beautiful face not only makes him emotional, but also makes his heart move. If he can get rid of the bad smell, he will also take one. Wouldn't it be another can regain youth? When the time comes, why worry about the crown prince eating power? Thinking this way, he endured the stench and returned to Liubi Palace, but he didn't expect that the stench could really be eliminated. Hearing Rongxiang's pleading, he complied, and then said, You have a sincere heart, and your filial piety is very good. Let's come together. Rongxiang happily agreed, and concubine Li also looked happy. When they got up and drove to the Luofeng Palace, a young eunuch quietly withdrew and rushed towards the East Palace. Shi Qing was held in Qin Mo's palm. Although he couldn't see anyone coming, it did not prevent him from listening to the eunuch's report with great interest. When he learned that the emperor and concubine Li were going to Luofeng Palace, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. In the palace, Qin Mo would never be able to kill the emperor, but when he went to the palace, even if there were guards deployed, there must be many loopholes that what's more, the old emperor's intention this time was temporary, and he would not be very thorough. When Shi Qing thought about it, he suddenly felt that he had touched the truth. At this time, Qin Mo also stood up with a long robe and long sleeves, and a jade crown tied in his hair. Although the prince's appearance was ordinary, his temperament was outstanding at this time. He habitually touched the jade pendant in his hand, and gave an order. Command the horse to guard the Luofeng Palace. Shi Qing was so excited that he was finally going to close the net. But is he really going to be charged with regicide? Shi Qing felt a little awkward, but it didn't take long for him to realize how stupid and sweet he was. Emperor Xuanqing took concubine Li to the Luofeng Palace, without any fuss, went directly to the hot spring, and made people guard it in broad daylight, and the young and beautiful concubine Li went into the water. Emperor Shi Qing didn't go down. He sat aside and watched quietly. 3 hours isn't too long, but it's not too short either. But compared to regaining youth, it's not worth mentioning. Rongxiang guarded outside, very anxious in his heart. His worry was that the smell of concubine Li could not get rid of. What should their mother and son do? Losing the favor of the emperor. He is still weak. How can he fight against the crown prince? Many thoughts ran through Rongxiang's mind. Glancing at the poorly guarded temporary palace out of the corner of his eyes, he even had a trace of rebellious thoughts. No. He shook his head quickly to get rid of these thoughts from his mind, but since the seeds had germinated, they had already taken root in his heart. It was said to be 3 hours, but after Li Fei soaked for an hour, the disgusting stench miraculously began to fade away. Emperor Xuanqing discovered this phenomenon earlier than concubine Li. His cloudy eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up directly from the chair. Concubine Li couldn't understand it so clearly, but seeing Emperor Shi Qing's expression, she knew that soaking in the hot spring really had a miraculous effect. Emperor Shi Qing was excited. He was holding the pill in his hand, and he looked at concubine Li with complete fanaticism, not only because of her delicate and white skin, but also because of her eagerness after seeing the success of the experiment. 2 hours later, concubine Li came out of the water. Her skin was creamy, her face was like a peach blossom, and her whole body was lingering with a faint cold fragrance. She was like a peerless beauty. She walked towards the emperor, kowtowed prostratingly, and called softly, "Your Majesty." Emperor Xuanqing lifted her up excitedly. The touch of his hands was delicate and smooth. The smell of the tip of his nose was cold and fragrant. Everything made his heart surge, and he could hardly hold back. "My concubine, how do you feel?" Concubine Li knew what he meant, smiled softly, and said softly, "I feel that everything is fine. My body is relaxed and happy, and I always feel that there is endless energy." After she finished speaking, she stretched out her finger and slapped Emperor Shi Qing on the chest. He circled around and said softly, "Your Majesty, why don't you take it quickly?" These words touched Emperor Shi Qing's heart. He had already been very moved when he saw concubine Li's appearance. He is much older than concubine Li. Concubine Li is just a few fine lines of worry on her brows and eyes. Emperor Shi Qing suffers much more, such as old age with ringing in the ears, blurred vision, pain in limbs, etc. It was these things that made the aged emperor lose his sense of security, and he was in a state of anxiety all day long, for fear that the young and promising prince would come and take his seat. But now he can actually regain his youth. It really is God's protection. Do you want him to continue to be in power? Concubine Li brought warm water early, and Emperor Xuanqing smiled at her, opened the brocade box, and put the brown pill with a cold fragrance into his mouth with a sip of water. Seeing that Emperor Xuanqing had taken it, Concubine Li hurriedly gave him a sigh of relief, and then said, "Your Majesty, this pill melts in the mouth, and the taste is very good, but after taking it, the body will start to heat up and sweat, but only for a while." With a plop, Concubine Li froze before finishing her sentence. Emperor Shi Qing, who had taken the pills, fell back stiffly, and his head fell to the ground. His eyes widened, foaming at the mouth, and his body began to twitch continuously. Concubine Li was completely dumbfounded, but at this moment a figure came in suddenly. Concubine Li suddenly came back to her senses. She wanted to kill people to silence her, but after she fixed her eyes, she saw that it was her son Rongxiang. Rongxiang came in, still saying, "Father, there is a way to summon my son." Before he finished speaking, he noticed something strange, and his face turned pale immediately. Concubine Li's heart sank to the bottom after hearing Rongxiang's words. "It's over, it's over." Almost instantly, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside, the sound of friction between armors, and the crisp impact of cold weapons. But after a while, the imperial guards guarding the imperial city appeared in unison, completely surrounding the hot spring. Concubine Li was stunned. She, Rongxiang, and the emperor who died of poisoning were caught in the same place, even if it has nothing to do with her. It is impossible to tell at this moment, not to mention, she was the one who presented the emperor with the pill. Her body was like falling into a cellar of ice. Until now, she didn't know that she had fallen into a situation an abyss that was about to kill their heads and ruin their reputations. But at this time, the army moved, but instead of rushing forward to arrest them, they separated from the middle and made a passage by themselves. And then they stood respectfully one by one. Concubine Li shifted her gaze stiffly and saw a figure walking slowly out of a piece of dark armor. Xian jacket. Zhu Xiaoshang. Dark patterns are beautiful. Red bird soars. A crown suit can't stop the aura of the whole body. The appearance is mediocre, but a pair of black eyes carry a terrifying power that is breathtaking. Prince Rongcheng. Concubine Li never knew that the prince whom she had always looked down upon had such means. Interlocking and meticulously planned, leading her to hell step by holding her soul and seducing her desires, until she was beyond redemption. Qin Mo looked at her condescendingly, with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, giving him a sarcastic smile. Then he looked away, as if he had no intention of staying on a corpse. He looked at Emperor Xian Sheng, who was poisoned, and immediately ordered, "Prince Doctor, give father a quick diagnosis and treatment." Then he turned his head to look at Rong Xiang and said in a deep voice, "Arrest this thief who murdered his father to seek power and disregarded family relationships." Only then did Rong Xiang wake up suddenly, and he began to beg for mercy and struggle. But all his voices were blocked by the sackcloth covering his mouth, and in the end he could only look at Rongcheng bitterly, with remorse and hatred to the bone. The imperial physician checked the pulse for Emperor Xiansheng. His face was as pale as paper, and he knelt down on the ground with a plop. "Your Highness, your Majesty, has passed away." The prince stood beside the corpse of Emperor Xuanqing. His face was full of grief and remorse. "Father, my son is late." When the ministers guarding the periphery heard the eunuch's obituary, they all knelt down and wept uncontrollably. After a full half an hour, someone finally came out and kowtowed. "Your Highness, the late emperor is gone, and his last life is here. You are the body of 10,000 dragons, so don't be too sad." The prince is still deeply saddened and regrets the passing of the late emperor. At this time, another minister came out and kowtowed. "A country cannot be without a king for a day, and the world cannot be without a master for a while. Please follow the will of heaven and respond to the hearts of the people. Inherit the ambition of the former emperor and become the emperor." Immediately afterwards, the officials kowtowed and shouted, "Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live!" Amidst these shouts, Qin Mo returned to the system space. Shi Qing hadn't recovered yet, and was still immersed in the reversal of the final climax. In a sense, the prince did kill the old emperor, but in everyone's eyes, he is innocent and cannot be more innocent. A cold inquiry changed Shi Qing's thoughts. Mission completed? Shi Qing came back to his senses and immediately said, "Successful completion, reward 1,000 points of coins, due to the time-limited task, for days in advance, an additional reward of dash points." After finishing speaking, Shi Qing was very excited. "I was amazed the task actually got 1,400 points, and he, the system master, also got 700 points, which is great." He couldn't help admiring. "Qin Mo, you are so powerful. You only used one pill to turn them around." Qin Mo habitually touched the jade pendant in his hand and said softly, "It's not a pill." Shi Qing didn't know, so when he looked up at him, he happened to see the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile of unknown meaning. "It's desire." Qin Mo's words made Shi Qing startled and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Recalling the whole task process, Qin Mo really didn't do much. He made this magical pill, which was just an introduction, which aroused Li Fei's desire for youth and appearance, and then stepped into the early stage step by step. Well laid out. If the old emperor hadn't been greedy for longevity and infatuated with power, he wouldn't have fallen for it so easily, eating a poison that had been stolen long ago. If the second prince, Rong Xiang, hadn't been worried about losing his status, he wouldn't have come to the front, and he would also fall into the trap in the end. In the final analysis, it was all about desire, which drove them to jump into the abyss of death. Of course, Qin Mo's supplementary details were also indispensable. After reminiscing, Shi Qing was shocked. He had known for a long time that cheats.It had been blackened into a sesame-colored snake spirit because of the experience of being cheated by his father. But he did not expect him to be so understanding of people's hearts, familiar with the weaknesses of human nature, and very take advantage of it. Shi Qing is getting nervous. It's not scary to work with a snake psychic, but what's scary is working with a snake psychic with a high IQ and a low EQ. His precipice is the rhythm of being eaten without spitting out his bones, right? In an instant, he was down. He is very self-aware. His IQ is barely lower than the baseline of the people in the whole country. He is far away from the mentally handicapped, and he is no match for a genius. But now he wants to get along with Qing. She mentally ill. QEQ. He really should have waited 500 years. Just as he was complaining about himself, a sharp alarm bell sounded in his ear. Shi Qing was startled suddenly, immediately afterwards. He quickly left the jade pendant, turned into a cloud of black mist, and pounced on the system crash manual. Quickly turned to the page he wanted, and his heart tightened after seeing the content clearly. He immediately shouted at cheats.It. "Cheats.It, get ready. You will leave the system space in 30 seconds and return to the present world." As soon as he finished speaking, cheats.It's figure began to disappear. Shi Qing scolded her mother, quickly retracted into the jade pendant, and rushed over with cheats.It. In the process of gradually disappearing, Shi Qing displayed his extraordinary speech speed and explained clearly, "It was my mistake before, and I didn't explain clearly. The time you do the task and the real time are relatively static every time. But every time after completing the task for the first time, the system will have 3 hours to reset and review. During this time, you can't stay in the system space. So you can only return to the present world. 3 hours. Just stick to 3 hours." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in front of him changed drastically, and he had already returned to cheats.It's world. To be cautious, Shi Qing immediately shut up and even jumped lightly, hiding in cheats.It's arms. Cheats.It was suffering from great pain from his body. Abolishing his cultivation is not as easy as it sounds. He smashed the nascent soul in the most brutal way, and the pill sank. Although the effect is obvious, the taste is definitely not something ordinary people can bear. I had already gotten used to the tearing pain all over my body, but I got rid of the pain because my soul went out of my body and went to the system space, and I didn't feel the slightest feeling during the next 3 days of doing the task. But now, when he suddenly returned to his body, the pain that hit his face was so intense that it almost made people collapse. Even though his concentration was extremely high, he couldn't help closing his eyes at this moment, trembling all over, dripping with cold sweat. He was fighting against his body, trying hard to adapt to the pain like bone shattering and flesh breaking. Shi Qing also realized what cheats.It was going through. He was a little worried, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch like this, and he couldn't even say words of comfort. Cheats.It suddenly took him out of his arms and held him firmly in the palm of his hand. The coldness of the white jade stimulated the hotness of his palm, and the hardness of the jade rubbed against his skin. This was not a comfortable feeling, and even made the pain superimposed. That, however, the feeling of holding it tightly and completely controlling it made his restless heart gradually settle down, gathering stronger mental power to resist the tearing of the body. Just when Shi Qing thought he was going to suffocate, cheats.It finally calmed down. His palms were slightly loosened, and finally freed Yupei from the complete darkness and the huge pressure that was on the verge of being crushed. Shi Qing was very lucky. Fortunately, he was a jade pendant, relatively solid. If it was a small animal or something, it would definitely be strangled to death right now. Ma Dan, it's scary to think about it like this. Woo woo woo, a man doesn't flick his tears easily, but he hasn't reached the scary place. Shi Qing was panting heavily and trying to relax himself, but the closed space suddenly lit up. Cheats.It raised his head. There was no blood on his pale face. His lips were transparent, and his black eyes were deep. His body should be weak, but he still had a cold and proud aura, like an emissary from hell, a vampire wandering in the dark night. Even if it is depraved, it is still precious. Lu Jun glanced at it, then sneered. "I really inherited a good skin," cheats.It said coldly. "But there is dirty and disgusting blood flowing." One sentence made Lu Jun furious. He raised his hand to attack cheats.It, but he quickly stopped after meeting those cold black eyes. "Don't provoke me. I won't do anything to you now. I'll just take good care of you until you recover. Qin Mo looked at him, suddenly smiled, and said softly, "There will be such a day." His voice was very low, and his laughter was very light, but it made people feel panicked that Lugun frowned. He thought he had read countless people and was good at playing with human nature, but for his only son, he always had a feeling of uncertainty. He thought he was in control of the overall situation, but in the end he faced losing everything. Lugun looked at Qin Mo steadfastly and put away his contemptuous attitude. He didn't want to waste this top-notch cauldron, and he didn't want his hard work to go to waste again, that he will pick off this fruit that belongs to him step by step, eat it, and there will be nothing left. Withdrawing his thoughts, he took out the prepared medicine barrel from the Qingkuan bag. The huge wooden barrel contained boiling hot water and countless medicinal materials, but the smell that wafted out was not good, and the color of the water was also sticky. Thick gray-black, like a bucket full of venom, enough to corrode the flesh. Lugun looked at Qin Mo maliciously. "Are you coming in by yourself? Or should I help you?" Qin Mo didn't even look at him. He stood up, walked into the medicine barrel without hesitation, and then quietly closed his eyes. He leaned against the bucket, feeling the pain enough to explode his body. Lugun didn't leave immediately. The medicine he prepared, he knew in his heart, although these were some medicines for health, they were extremely strong. They only pursued the effect and speed, and didn't care about the feelings of the bathers because it was a rapid repair of the damaged body. The pain was beyond words, like countless small animals biting every inch of skin on the body. All the nerves were mobilized, repaired, reorganized, destroyed, reborn. The cycle went on and on. That taste can definitely make the proudest people bow their heads, and make the toughest people beg for mercy. As long as they are human, they will never be able to bear such pain. Lugun was torturing Qin Mo. He wanted him to experience what it meant to suffer the consequences of himself, and let him know what would happen if he angered him. Even if he could repair his body, he would be burned in the fire, rolled in the oil pan, screamed in pain, then lost his composure, feared, and knelt on the ground begging him for forgiveness. However, he was disappointed. Qin Mo seemed to be asleep. His long black hair was spread outside the barrel. The black robe on his body had been eroded by the medicine, and his skin was also stained black, but that perfect face was still as cold as before. Not even a hint of expression. Lugun frowned. He didn't believe it, absolutely didn't believe that Qin Mo could persevere and endure to the end. Shi Qing has already greeted all 8 generations of Lugun's ancestors in his heart. What a fool! Is this really my real dad? Please don't insult the word father. Okay, a little bit of human nature would not punish his own son to death like this. Shi Qing's body is a jade pendant, but it doesn't mean he has no senses. He has discovered long ago that Yusher's body still has 5 senses, but it is particularly pain-resistant, almost hundreds of times stronger than the human body. He couldn't understand it at all, but right now he was soaking in the medicine with Qin Mo. He was about to die of pain, okay? He fought against cancer cells in his previous life, and he thought he had a strong ability to fight pain, but now he started to gnash his teeth. Isn't it? This is not a human's fault. Thinking about Qin Mo's taste again, although Shi Qing is not very familiar with him, but at this moment, he is also filled with righteous indignation. For a scum like Lugun, if you don't kill him 1,000 times, I'm really sorry for the conscience of heaven and earth. He didn't dare to speak out and could only silently bear the pressure from Qin Mo's palm. That's right, Qin Mo's whole body was motionless, but he still held the jade pendant tightly, as if all his power was concentrated here, giving Shi Qing the illusion that he wanted to confess here. 3 hours, days seemed like years. Shi Qing almost counted every second. Lugun, a big scumbag, stayed by the side all the time. At first, he looked at it gloatingly, but then he became more angry and poured a lot of medicinal materials into the medicine bucket in a frenzy. Those dark medicines really make people doubt whether they are curing diseases or poisoning them. Shi Qing didn't know how Qin Mo's body was recovering. The only thing he could feel was that Lugun's torment made him feel even more painful. Counting minutes and seconds, 3 hours finally came. Shi Qing immediately opened the passage and brought Qin Mo back to the system space. As soon as he came back, He immediately escaped from the gray-black jade pendant and finally got rid of the pain, while Qin Mo, still with his eyes closed, leaned against the wall. Shi Qing was a little flustered, fearing that Qin Mo would not be able to hold on. So he quickly floated over and shouted anxiously, Qin Mo, how do you feel? Qin Mo closed his eyes and remained silent for a while, but asked back, why are you following me? Shi Qing was slow to realize what Qin Mo meant. He was asking him why he wanted to go to his world with him. Indeed, although Qin Mo needs to leave the system space, he, the system gentleman, can stay there, and there is no need to go to you Paley and Qin Mo to go through this experience. But at that time, his first thought was to follow him. Asking why, Shi Qing pondered for a while and then spit out the truth. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Qin Mo still closed his eyes, as if he was waiting for Shi Qing to continue. Shi Qing lived up to expectations and said nonchalantly, you die, and I have to wait for 500 years alone. The result of the mouth being half a beat faster than the brain is, I really want to slap my mouth. Shi Qing regretted that he missed another chance to increase his favorability, that he should have shown great compassion, expressed his righteous indignation and concern, and then worked hard to enter the heart of the snake spirit and strive to be friends with him. But look, what did he say? I said what was in my heart all at once, and I couldn't be more frustrated. Shi Qing was feeling annoyed, but Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the black mist floating in front of his eyes. After watching for a long time, he even hooked his lips, showed a very shallow smile, and replied in a low voice, yes, I see. Shi Qing stared at him without a trace, feeling very puzzled. This guy looks very happy. What is there to be happy about? He was abused so badly just now, but now he is laughing. What does this mean? So profound. Shi Qing really wanted to say something else, cliches or something. But Qin Mo closed his eyes again, as if I was closing my eyes and resting my mind. Don't disturb me. He is still very knowledgeable about current affairs, and the words turned around a few times circles, still swallowed. However, this did not affect his mind. He had been busy before and didn't have much time to think. Now that he was free, he carefully recalled the past few days with Qin Mo, and suddenly his heart was filled with happiness. Get some flavor. Qin Mo seems to prefer him to tell the truth, especially those honest words that are a bit harsh. He pondered for a while, feeling that he had touched the little tail of the truth. However, Shi Qing pondered for a long time on what kind of business method to use, and came to the conclusion that sincerity, if it is taken seriously, may not be true, and it seems that it is more reliable to let nature take its course. In the final analysis, Shi Qing has always had some estrangement from Qin Mo in his heart. Although Qin Mo's experience is mostly hard, but at the same time, he is also full of blood in the true sense. For Shi Qing, such a devil under normal circumstances, there is absolutely no contact with it. But now the two of them are forced to be tied together. There is no way to avoid it. And Shi Qing is not a turtle who hides his head, so he hopes to build a harmonious and safe cooperative relationship with Qin Mo. I thought it would be very difficult, but it was actually quite easy. At least the mission the two experienced was enjoyable, right? Now that he suddenly understood Qin Mo's likes, Shi Qing felt even more relaxed. It would be difficult for him to deliberately cater to him, but if he just wanted to be himself, it should be fine. After he figured it out, Shi Qing felt relieved, and his prejudice against Qin Mo seemed to have dissipated a lot. Seeing that Qin Mo was still resting, he didn't bother him, and simply went back to his den to see if he could exchange 700 coins for a body. Although the system crash manual has always introduced that Shi Qing is the system itself, Shi Qing has always believed that he is at most an agent, and his main task is to come forward to communicate with the host, and he does not have much power at all. Look at him. He has to pay for a body himself. It's a bitter face. The body is in the category of strengthening the physique. There are various bloodlines and races. You don't even want to look at the insects. There are still many cute mammals, such as cute kittens, puppies, and raccoons. Furry is very flattering. Shi Qing has a good impression of Mao Tuan, but when he thinks that he has become Mao Tuan, he immediately. Therefore, even if it only costs 100 coins to become a national treasure giant panda, he would never choose it. Afterwards, a human figure appeared, which made Shi Qing very impressed. Why is it that women's bodies are generally dash points lower than men's bodies? For example, for the most basic doll, women need dash points, but men need dash points. And the same is true for some rare and legendary bloodlines in the future. Why? The system is sexist. Why are women cheaper than men? It's a pity that Mr. Manual didn't bother to give an explanation for these details. Shi Qing let out a long sigh. Very depressed. He just has dash coins now. If he wants to become a human as soon as possible, he has to buy a female body. Otherwise, he has to save money and complete another task. Recalling the 3 days when he was a jade pendant, Shi Qing just wanted to lie down and pretend to be dead, watching the full banquet, but not being able to eat. Tired or not. But let him give up his dignity as a man and become a woman. Absolutely yes, no, yes, yes. Even if he is a wandering soul now, he is still a male wandering soul. Gender is the bottom line, and it cannot be changed if killed. There was no way. Shi Qing could only let out a long sigh, save up the coins, and exchange them for a man's body after completing the next task. He retreated from his den, just in time to see Qin standing in front of the exchange wall, browsing the exchangeable items. Qin has dash coins, which can be exchanged for many things for novices. Due to level restrictions, he doesn't have many items to open now. The body strengthening category only opens up basic point enhancements such as strength, agility, and physical strength. There are more things in the column of props and equipment. There are some cold weapons and a small number of weapons such as various pistols, grenades, explosive kits, etc. There are some scrolls on the top, 2 of which are very good. One is a language scroll, and the other is a teleportation scroll for escape. Qin looked away from the pistol and other weapons, paused for a while on the language scroll, and finally landed on the teleportation scroll. Afterwards, he stared at the scroll motionlessly. As a system, Shi Qing quickly floated over dutifully and explained in detail, this is a good thing for escape. After using it, you can immediately escape from the dangerous place and teleport to the world you are in. Anywhere. But the price is a bit expensive, dash coins, and it can only be used once. Can it be used in my world? Shi Qing immediately understood. Yes, you can take all the things here back to your own world and use them. Qin nodded. He no longer stared at the teleportation scroll, but spent dash dots to buy a universal language scroll and another dots to buy a pistol. Shi Qing was a little surprised. He thought Qin was saving money to buy teleportation scrolls, but he didn't expect to spend dash coins so generously. However, he soon realized that Qin only had dash coins, so he couldn't afford the teleportation scroll. So he had to wait until the next mission was successfully completed before he could buy cheats for the next mission. As long as he can complete it, he will be rewarded with dash coins as a base point, so as long as he doesn't spend more than dash coins, it will not hinder him. It has to be said that Qin has a very good vision, and the universal language scroll is not cheap, but it is very practical. I believe Qin also felt that although the previous world was an ancient world, there were still many differences in writing from the world he lived in. Thanks to his high IQ, he learned quickly and mastered it well, so that he would not make mistakes. But this also made him alert. The world is diverse. Although there is no language classification in the realm of comprehension, Qin read a lot of travel notes in the Qing dynasty and knew that there were barbarians there, and their languages were completely different. He did not know of, just imagine, if you travel to such a world to do tasks, and you don't understand the language, how do you act? So the common language scroll is a must. And he later chose a pistol because he was familiar with cold weapons, but he was completely unfamiliar with pistols, but it was marked as a weapon at the exchange office, and its power was far greater than that of cold weapons, which was very noteworthy. He bought a pistol not because he wanted to learn how to use it immediately, but because he wanted to try it out and know what he knew. But even if Qin was so smart, he couldn't stop the deviation of cultural knowledge, and made a big oolong. He bought a pistol, but not bullets. Shi Qing hurriedly played his role as the system master and answered his questions. This is a weapon in a technological society. It is powerful and can easily kill people. You can buy specific methods of use, and you need to read and learn the tutorials. It's relatively cheap. It only costs dash points, but the learning process is relatively long, depending on your qualifications. The other scroll is Pistol Mastery. You can learn how to use all pistols after using it, but it's more expensive and you need dash points. Shi Qing changed his tone. and added, "A pistol needs bullets, which can be purchased in the item column." The price of a pistol with unlimited bullets is relatively expensive, requiring 2,000 coins, but the price is very high. When you have more money, you can buy one, and Qing Mo replied, and then bought the Desert Eagle manual that only cost -points, and then began to read it. Shi Qing was not surprised by his choice. After all, there are restrictions on counting coins, so he can only choose the cheap one. He thought that Qing Mo would have to study for an hour or two, but after about 5 minutes, Qing Mo closed the manual, looked up at him, and said, "Let's start." Shi Qing was startled, thinking he was hallucinating. 5 minutes, brother. Have you finished watching in 5 minutes? The manual is not thin. There are more than 20 pages. And even after reading it, can you remember it? Even if you remember it, you can use it. Don't you take the opportunity to practice? He was full of words and wanted to rush out, but after meeting Qing Mo's eyes, he got stuck. In those black eyes, the word "shut up" was written very clearly. Shi Qing pursed his mouth in his heart and shut down the chatterbox in a timely manner. After pressing the button to accept the mission, the screen changed and the world background of the mission appeared. When Shi Qing saw it, he wanted to scold her. The first mission was still a well-behaved ancient time. Why did the second mission travel to the end of the world? Just looking at the summary of the previous story, Shi Qing is a little creepy. Zombies, mutations, monsters. Don't bully the timid. Although he died once, he is still incapable of accepting strange powers and chaos that I haven't watched horror movies since I've grown up. Is it true that watching sci-fi genres like Resident Evil is a nightmare? But now you have to witness so many zombies in person. This is the rhythm of death. Shi Qing trembled visibly as a cloud of black mist. Although he was afraid in his heart, he also knew that he couldn't hide, so he finally pulled himself together and continued to check. Just like what Simi Qing was afraid of, the world he traversed this time is a world where zombies are rampant, monsters are everywhere, and human life is in dire straits. But thankfully, the cause is sci-fi oriented, at least not supernatural. In order to study the genetic mutation of human beings, a certain cheating scientific research organization conducted taboo research in order to obtain more powerful power, which led to a huge disaster. The first batch of experimental subjects only showed agitation, loss of mood, and loss of reason. But relatively, they became powerful, with sharp nails, and did not know fear or pain, and their combat effectiveness was extremely strong. These experimental bodies are still within the controllable range. Although they are semi-finished products, they can be regarded as breakthroughs to some extent. At least their power has surged, giving some crazy researchers hope. In a year-long experiment, after a major operation, the subject miraculously restrained his manic emotions and became very docile. But the strong power still existed, but seemed to lose the ability to communicate and become empty, ignorant, lifeless. At this time, the experiment of the scientific research team was leaked, which was strongly condemned and questioned by the outside world. After all, they directly experimented on human bodies. Even if the experimental subjects were unforgivable criminals, in the eyes of humanists, it was absolutely unforgivable behavior. Of course, since the scientific research team dares to do this kind of experiment, it also has a background. This matter could have been settled easily, but I didn't expect that because of a major change in the political situation, the people behind it were too busy to take care of themselves, and even let it go for the sake of reputation, and ignored it. Lost support, although there are still guarding troops, but in a raid, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties, the experimental base was breached, and all the scientists involved in the experiment were arrested. The laboratory was exposed, and the semi-finished experimental body was also exposed to people. Although the experimental subjects were powerful, they became dull and stupid due to drug suppression, ignorant like a 3-year-old child. They were sent to the medical center for treatment, trying to make a last-ditch effort to save their lives. However, tragedy has been born since then. From the laboratory to the hospital, because it was night, there was nothing unusual. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the experimental subject had a detailed examination and was sent to a different ward. One night's sleep. The next day, the peace of the world completely collapsed because a nurse opened the curtain. The bright sunlight shone into the ward. It was supposed to be a warm and comfortable light, but it caused the experimental subjects to curl up in pain, and then a terrifying scene was born. Their bodies began to rot and fester. Their empty eyes grew manic. Their teeth and nails protruded and sharpened like knives. This horrible mutation made the nurses scream loudly. But the screams did not save them, but dragged them into the abyss. The experimental subject pounced on them. Their sharp nails tore their bodies apart, and their flesh was bloody in an instant, and the white angel uniform was dyed a terrifying bloody color. The hospital's emergency rescue was activated, but it couldn't stop the powerful experimental subject at all. But in just a few minutes, the entire building became a sea of flesh and blood. This is not the end, but the beginning of a disaster. The hospital building was immersed for only 10 minutes, and it broke out completely after the police arrived. All the dead people came back to life. Their bodies were broken, but they stopped bleeding. Even though their organs protruded, their heads were severed, and their hands were disabled, they still kept moving forward. Knives, guns, and ammunition hitting the body have no other effect except to create more minced meat. They are like undead creatures. Although they move slowly, they are powerful and can break steel with bare hands. The dispatch police did not kill the experimental subject, but strengthened their team even more. In just one night, the situation was completely out of control, and the whole city fell into panic. By the time the government responded and launched rescue, it was already 3 days later, and this city of millions of people was completely reduced to a dead city. This originally beautiful and peaceful city of flowers and seas became the beginning of a nightmare, and was later called the original city of terror. Zombies can not only erode human beings, but also mutate and demonize the animals and plants they come into contact with, turning them into crazy murderers. Humans fought zombies and monsters, paid a huge price, and accumulated enough experience at the same time. The nightmare that lasted for 10 years, until today, human beings finally had a huge breakthrough. And Qin Mo's mission also appeared at this moment. A scientist named Lung Lin went to the original city of terror under the guard of the army and mercenaries. He wanted to find the first batch of experimental subjects and collect their samples to develop antibodies. As long as the dead humans are no longer demonized and the source of the virus is cut off, then the dawn of victory can truly be seen. And Qin Mo will cross over to become a mercenary beside Lung Lin. The main task is to escort the serum antibody back to the base. After reading the background of the world, Shi Qing was in a panic. But Qin Mo frowned slightly and asked, "Is there no time limit?" Shi Qing was stunned for a while, and it took him a long time to hear the dissatisfaction in his tone, and he was about to burst into tears. "Brother, can your focus be more reliable? Such a dangerous mission, such a terrifying mission with a high probability of death, has a limited time." "Oh shit." Shi Qing said that he was powerless to complain. Shi Qing's rare silence made Qin Mo look at him more, but he didn't say much. Instead, he stared at the background wall. He narrowed his eyes, and then suddenly asked, "This is the main mission, so there are side missions?" Shi Qing followed his line of sight and reacted slowly. He was amazed at Qin Mo's keen intuition, and then realized that he didn't know this question either. But he has a crash manual, so he hurriedly looked through the big dictionary, and there really is an introduction in this regard. He read it directly to Qin Mo. Submissions are additional rewards. There are no reminders for the missions in the early stage. Only when the missions are triggered will they be reminded. The submissions are separated from the main missions. There is no penalty for not completing the submissions. Complete the submissions. You will receive 5,000 base point coins and a random reward. As he was reading, Shi Qing became excited. "I'm sorry, 5,000 coins. This is going to be distributed." Qin Mo, on the other hand, took it personally and accepted the task without hesitation. When Shi Qing woke up from the imaginary mountain of counting coins, he had already been sucked into the vortex of crossing, and at this time a reminder sounded in his ear. "Give me a free body." Shi Qing suddenly realized that his jade pendant body was soaked in medicinal materials, and it was already dusty and ugly. It seemed that the system was showing kindness again, but Shi Qing doesn't have good hopes. Free stuff. There must be no good things. In fact, Shi Qing still underestimated the urine nature of the system. When he woke up from the vortex he traveled through, what he saw was a rotten face that was rotten and smelly, and even an eyeball fell out. As mentioned earlier, classmate Shi Qing is a coward. Watching Resident Evil through the TV screen, he can be stimulated to stay up all night. Now this 3D super close-range surround video, the only feeling he has is that by the way, I bought a watch last year. Then, something happened that made him even more unable to look directly. He couldn't control his body, and flew straight towards this typical zombie face, and rushed into his forehead with a puff, bloody, pungent, and sticky. The sense of touch. Is this the brain? The brain. It must be the brain. Still a rotting brain, but he had intimate contact with it. QAQ. Let no one live. Pausing for a few seconds, he felt his body turn in a circle and hit a hard object like a stone and smashed it. He finally got out of this disgusting place, saw the sun again, and breathed fresh air. Shi Qing panted heavily and finally figured out the situation. His free body this time turned out to be a dagger. What the hell is a dagger that just exploded a zombie's head? Shouldn't he be honored? Haha. What made him even more speechless was that he didn't wear Qin Mo's dagger, but an officer guarding the scientist Lung Lin during this operation. This officer was named Li Su, with the rank of colonel, brave and good at fighting, and killed more zombies than Shi Qing had ever eaten. What's more, he is good at using all kinds of weapons, including pistols, shells, knives, guns, and daggers, even fruit knives. In the current situation, ammunition is a precious thing to be saved, so he took out a dagger and wiped out a circle of zombies, and Shi Qing's dress was also very timely, just to accompany him to wipe out a rotten face. The battle was still going on. Li Su had no idea that his dagger had been injected with a coward. When he learned about the situation, Shi Qing's tears were almost flowing like a river. He shouldn't have disliked the jade pendant. Compared with Li Su's dagger, being Qin Mo's jade pendant is simply too good. So good. It can't be better. He really didn't want to have close contact with the eyeball buddies, and he wanted to rush into their minds to stir up trouble. Thinking about it this way, as a dagger, he would start to feel sick. But at this moment, a zombie with its intestines all falling out rushed over. Shi Qing looked straight at him, shocked and frightened in his heart, and also felt extremely disgusted. If it wasn't for a strong willpower, he would have ignored it a long time ago. He yelled loudly. Li Su reacted quickly, dodging the attack sideways, turned around, raised his hand, and saw that the dagger in his hand was about to rush into the zombie's forehead. Shi Qing also smelled the disgusting, decaying smell immediately and saw the festering flesh and tumbling maggots. Just when he was about to shout out uncontrollably, there was a burst of gunfire, and meteor-like bullets streaked past his body, shooting into the zombie's skull one step faster than him. With a headshot, the brain nucleus ruptured, and the rotting body quickly softened and turned into a pool of blood. Shi Qing was completely stunned and was immediately surrounded by great joy. He didn't enter the zombie's head, and he wasn't surrounded by disgusting brains. Oh my God, it's great. It's really great. His whole life is instantly brightened. He quickly scanned and saw a man standing with a gun not far away. He had a pure black combat uniform, gloves, a belt, and heavy leather boots. The equipment was extremely practical and capable, and his handsome appearance added to his air. Looking up, although the tough face is completely unfamiliar, it is handsome and handsome. Shi Qing was wondering who this person was, but after meeting those black eyes, he understood. Qin Mo, it's Qin Mo. Qin Mo glanced at him, then looked away, turned sideways, raised his hand, and shot 3 times, quickly and accurately clearing away the zombies around Li Su. Then he strode over, approached Li Su, stretched out his hand, and said coldly, "Give it to me." Li Su followed his gaze and saw the dagger in his hand, and he just wanted to scold his mother. What does this mean? However, the battle was still going on, and zombies emerged one after another. Li Su ignored it and was about to turn around and leave when the desert eagle stuck to his forehead. Fuck, what kind of crazy madness is this? Li Su stopped and was about to roar out the words when he reached his mouth, but he stopped suddenly after meeting Qin Mo's gaze. Li Su has fought life and death for decades, and his perception of death is extremely keen. He can clearly feel that the sight that falls on him is full of murderous intent, bloodless, ruthless, persistent, and ruthless. As long as he resists a little, the opponent definitely will pull the trigger. Here you are. He handed over the dagger, but purposely clenched the handle tightly, pointing the blade at Qin Mo. Qin Mo was unmoved. He clenched the blade tightly without hesitation. The sharp edge cut through his palm, and bright red blood dripped from his wrist. But he didn't notice it at all, almost grabbing the blade with a gesture of grabbing the dagger snatched it. Afterwards, he didn't even change his hand to change the handle of the knife, let alone put the dagger into the package. Just holding it like this was tightly mixed with his blood, inseparable, but he held the pistol tightly in the other hand, raised his hand, and shot, fast, ruthless, and accurate. His exquisite marksmanship is amazing, and his physical coordination is also very good. He moves quickly, dodges quickly, and can always catch the point. Coupled with the precise positioning, it even managed to explode 3 zombies with one shot. Li Su was stunned, and it took him a while to recover. He spat fucking crazy. Then he took out another dagger from his leg and threw himself at the undead monster with broken arms and legs. The battle lasted for 3 hours, and they finally wiped out the zombies here, hid in an abandoned food freezer, and took a rest. I don't know how many times this is the first battle. There are only 7 people left in the original team of 30 people. Lung Lin is intact. The remaining 6 people, 3 soldiers and 3 mercenaries, are well-proportioned. Although they look at each other with disgust, but now that they have gone through so much life and death, they can cooperate with each other. After all, no one wants to sacrifice their lives again. Li Su couldn't help but glance at Qin Mo. The mercenary was sitting by the wall. The pistol had been put away, but he was still holding the dagger, stroking the sharp blade with his slender fingers. There was always something indescribable in that posture. It's like a greedy person meets a world-renowned treasure. A lecherous ghost meets a peerless beauty, and the blatant desire for monopoly is tainted. Li Su was disgusted by his own thoughts, and cursed in his heart. He turned his eyes away after saying something about being mentally ill. Shi Qing saw the conflict between Qin Mo and Li Su. Qin Mo rescued him from the fiery brain world, which made him so happy that he almost cheered and rejoiced, and because of this, he unconsciously became closer to Qin Mo. Although Qin Mo's character needs to be studied, at least this person values him. Well, it may be because he values the contract between them, but no matter what the reason is, Qin Mo is willing to rescue him immediately, even at the expense of hurting him. Himself, this feeling, Shi Qing took it down. Due to the crowd, it was inconvenient for Shi Qing to speak. In order to express his gratitude, he manipulated this strange body and gently rubbed against Qin Mo's palm with the handle of the knife. Qin Mo looked at him and even opened his mouth to talk to him. "Are you afraid?" When he opened his mouth, Shi Qing hadn't responded yet, but Li Su heard it right away. He glanced over and saw Qin Mo's focused expression staring at the dagger. Li Su couldn't help complaining in his heart. Damn, is this fucking talking to the dagger? Neuropathy needs to be cured. Don't get sick when you have nothing to do. Shi Qing's viewing angle was super wide, and he keenly sensed the gaze of the former master, so he didn't dare to move for a moment, for fear of being found out that he was a different dagger and asked to go back. Seeing that he was not moving, Qin Mo touched him gently and said in a low voice, "If you're afraid, just stay by my side obediently." Shi Qing. Li Su, why don't you give up your treatment as a mercenary? After filling their stomachs, everyone spontaneously gathered around Lung Lin to study the next action. Lung Lin is the only surviving scientist from the original scientific research team. He has been immersed for decades and has been secretly researching the instruments for surveying the experimental body. Instruments capable of detection.It is also the beginning of this sample collection mission. However, this device has a limited range, and it can only appear on the detector when the experimental body appears within a radius of 1 kilometer. They broke into the zombie base camp. After countless adventurous searches, they finally touched the tail of the experimental subject, and a signal appeared on the detector, so that as long as they could catch the experimental subject and obtain the samples, they could return. But in fact, it was not so easy. Although they acted cautiously, they somehow exposed their whereabouts. They encountered a zombie frenzy, which caused them heavy losses. At the same time, they lost the signal of the experimental subject, so they had to retreat here in the long run. Li Su first summarized the current resources. Food and ammunition can last up to 5 days. Excluding the 2 days for the return journey, we only have 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a complete silence. The originally planned mission schedule was 10 days, but they had already spent 5 full days, losing 23 team members and a lot of supplies, but the results were not satisfactory. Now there are only 7 people left, and there are only 3 days, and they lost the signal and finally found the signal. Is it really possible to collect samples? The situation is not optimistic. Even if they are elites who have experienced many battles, in a deadlock that is gradually closing, they can't help but feel a little discouraged. Lung Lin looked at them quietly and broke the deadlock, leaving half an hour and continued to search for the signal of the experimental subject. After speaking, he looked at Li Su. Li Su is the spokesperson of the government in this operation, and his ability is outstanding, so he has a great say. He pondered for a while and was about to speak out, but was interrupted. Stay here. The author has something to say. Well, I see that some girls have some opinions on Shi Qing and think he is not pleasing. Well, compared to Qin Mo, he is indeed too lackluster, but he is just an ordinary person, young, with a harmonious family. Except for being tortured by stomach cancer at the end, his life is really smooth at present. It seems that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is silly and sweet, but I really don't think that a person with Qin Mo's personality can tolerate a very scheming person by his side. Take your time. The story has just begun. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, including Lung Lin and Li Su. Qin Mo calmly accepted everyone's gaze. In this team, although Lung Lin has the lowest combat ability, he is the core of the team, not to mention that he has a detector and everyone is used to obeying his orders. As for the army, Li Su was the leader, and the mercenary side also had a leader, but he died in an accident. The remaining 3 were all good at skills, but they rarely expressed their opinions. Qin Mo has always been silent and has no sense of presence. At least before this battle, few people noticed him, but he is still alive now, which means that his ability is still very good. Lung Lin stared at him for a while, then asked, why? Everyone has this doubt because of the zombie frenzy. Just now, the experimental subject has already taken the opportunity to escape, and there is no signal on the detector, which means that there is absolutely no experimental subject within a kilometer radius. Their supplies are running out, and this short stay is already a luxury. Right now, it is time to quickly search and try to find the experimental subject within 3 days. But the mercenary said to stay here. Is it possible to stay here? Can the experimental subject be delivered to the door by himself? Who would have thought that Qin Mo actually said this? He will come to us? The voice is calm and steady, definitely not a gesture of committing a crime or having a brain twitch that if there were still a few people guessing wildly just now, they all calmed down and started to think. After all, they are all people who have survived a lot of hardships. Not only are they extraordinary in force, but their IQ is also above the normal level of human beings. After thinking about it for a while, there are faint signs of it, but they are still a little uncertain. Qin Mo didn't give them time to think. He just looked at Lung Lin and started talking without blinking his eyes. In 5 days, we encountered a total of 34 zombie raids, 25 of which were small-scale attacks, killing 120 zombies, and our side lost 3 people. 8 medium-scale raids dispatched 380 zombies. Our side 9 people were lost. He paused for a moment and said with emphasis, the only large-scale zombie frenzy happened just now. The total number of zombies was 250, and our side lost 11 people. After dictating such detailed data to perfection, the others were faintly surprised at Qin Mo's memory, but Li Su reacted the fastest. He stared at Qin Mo and asked solemnly, you mean, what's here? Qin Mo took a rare look at him. Although the people here are all elites, it is difficult for him to react quickly and get the point right the first time like Li Su. And Li Su's words made everyone feel enlightened, and they were all understood at once. Qin Mo didn't stare at Lung Lin closely anymore. His eyes flicked across everyone's faces one by one, and he continued to pour powerful words into everyone's sprouting thoughts in a fast but extremely clear tone. From the appearance of zombies to the present, in 10 years, a large amount of data and examples have shown that zombies are creatures with a very small number of consciousness. They move slowly, do not know how to hide, do not cooperate, and only attack blindly. They're used to searching for food and rarely gather in large numbers. In a certain place, this is a city 10 years ago. It has long been a dead city. There are no human beings. According to their habits, there should not be more than 2 zombies gathered in such a small area at the same time, unless there is something here. It's what they have to protect. After a pause, Chin gave everyone a period of time to think, and finally came to his conclusion. This time, the zombie frenzy did not attack us specially, but we walked into their guard circle. As soon as the voice fell, several people suddenly looked at him. They are not stupid. Chin has already said this, and they can fully understand the meaning behind it. That if this is the case, then there is indeed no need to leave here. The zombies here have already been cleaned up. As long as they can find the guarded things, the experimental subjects will definitely come over on their own initiative. Lung Lin, who had been watching coldly, suddenly said, "This is just your guess, without any basis, but our supplies are running out, and it is a very risky behavior to blindly consume them here." Chinamo looked at him, suddenly hooked the corners of his mouth, and asked, "Isn't it an adventure to go out and search?" Lung Lin frowned, but didn't make another sound. Others have already been convinced in their hearts. They only have 3 days left, and instead of searching around like headless chickens outside, it is far better to stay here. With reduced mobility and much less food consumption, zombies move slowly, and it is difficult to gather in a large scale again. So this place is safe in a short time, and in this way, a lot of ammunition can be saved. This undoubtedly squeezed out more time. Moreover, Chinmo's analysis is really reasonable. He might not be able to think calmly in the tense atmosphere before, but now everyone thinks carefully, and they are more and more convinced of Chinmo's point of view. There is definitely something here. When the experimental subjects escaped before, they originally thought that the zombies were exterminated, and he left for escape, but now that they think about it, maybe they still want to deliberately lure them out of here. The 2 soldiers had already looked at Li Su. Li Su pondered for a while, accepted their gaze, and then looked at Lung Lin. "Doctor, I agree to stay here." Although Chin is not the leader of the mercenaries, the remaining 2 mercenaries are still very close together, and they naturally support Chinmo's point of view. But they are all hired by Lung Lin, and they still have to listen to Lung Lin's words. Lung Lin took a deep look at Chin and finally looked away. He sat there quietly and said, "Since Colonel Li and Mr. Chin are so sure, then stay here." The next action was much simpler. The 7 people divided into 3 teams and started a carpet search within a range of 500 meters from the food freezer, looking for the thing that was heavily guarded by the zombies. However, there was a small disagreement on the distribution of the teams, mainly because of Lung Lin's particularity and importance. Finally, Chin said directly, "I can act alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Su was not far behind. "I can also be in charge of one direction." In this way, the remaining 2 soldiers and 2 mercenaries could guard Lung Lin, doing enough protection work while searching. 3 teams were formed. Chin took away his share of supplies and took the lead to walk towards the corner on the left. After leaving the main force, Shi Qing, who had been suffocating all this time and almost suffered internal injuries, was finally liberated. "I thought you didn't like to talk. In the last world, words were like gold, but in this world, there is such a contrast. I can't understand you, Xian-sen." Chin was in a good mood, which was manifested in his fondness for stroking the dagger. Shi Qing is really not used to Chinmo's groping behavior. When he was a jade pendant, he could explain it. White jade is smooth and delicate, and it's normal to like to touch it. But this time he used a dagger that was sharp enough to seal his throat with blood. "Touch it with your hands. Are you really not afraid of seeing red?" Cough, cough, it's blood. Just when Shi Qing thought Chin would not answer, he actually spoke. "I really don't like talking." He smiled slightly, "but it doesn't mean I can't talk." These words are quite interesting, especially Chinmo's rare smile, which made Shi Qing sigh with emotion. His host seems to be not as good as he imagined. It's true, if Chin hadn't been tossed about by the fathers of the 2 cheating sons, he would have grown up with a very charming personality, right? It's a pity. The little fairy of fate has always been very naughty. Shi Qing sighed, and suddenly remembered Chinmo's righteous rescue when he just traveled to this world. His forehead felt hot, and he said, "Thank you for helping me before. It's just that thanking you seemed a bit insincere." So Shi Qing said passionately again, "You can come to me if you need anything, and I will try my best to help you." The smile on the corner of Qin Mo's mouth was still there. He touched the blade lightly and said slowly, "What can you do?" Shi Qing was a little stuck. "Stab the zombie's brains?" He flicked the blade lightly. "Why? Are you not afraid anymore?" Shi Qing. "QAQ, people are hard to break down, eh?" Shi Qing racked his brains to think of how to refute in order to save his domineering image. But Qin Mo suddenly moved and flew towards the left rear at high speed. Shi Qing snapped back to his senses. His eyes were sharp, and he vaguely saw a black shadow flashing over there. This is an out-and-out dead city. Except for the living people, the rest are zombies. The movement speed of zombies is slow, and it is absolutely impossible to have such a speed. So what is the black shadow? Just now? It's not a zombie, but it won't be their companion. If it is a companion, why do they need to escape like this? Qin Mo's speed is not slow, but there is always a certain distance between him and the shadow. He can't lose it, but he won't be able to catch up for a while. Shi Qing's mind went round and round with many thoughts, and he deeply suspected that this black shadow was the experimental subject. But how did this experimental body appear here? Didn't you run away before? Lung lens detector did not show his information, but why did he suddenly appear at this moment? It was almost intentional for Qin Mo to find out. Wrong. Shi Qing gave a mental thud and immediately said, "Qin Mo, there may be a trap ahead." The experimental subject used his body as bait, making it clear that he wanted to lure the king into the trap. Who would have thought that Qin Mo's speed did not slow down at all, and he still followed closely. With the cold wind whistling in his ears, his calm and steady voice came. "It's a trap, but it's also an opportunity." An explanation made Shi Qing immediately realize that Qin Mo knew that there was danger, but was ready to move forward because of this rare clue. Shi Qing didn't object to his approach. Although it was risky, it was really a rare opportunity to be more vigilant. To put it plainly, there would be no production without courage, and Shi Qing understood it very well. At this time, his advantage as a dagger was revealed. The viewing angle was super wide, and he could look around 360 degrees without any dead ends, which just happened to help Qin Mo pay attention to the surrounding movements. He solemnly said, "You can rest assured to chase forward and leave the back to me." Qin Mo quickly said a word without any hesitation. "Okay." Although there was only one word, it made Shi Qing's blood boil even more ignited. He listened to the surroundings with all his attention and refused to let go of the slightest trouble. Their location is an old disused workshop near a former food freezer that looks like it processed some nuts. Now it is completely deserted, and it is extremely dilapidated, and the damage is quite serious. Shi Qing can fully imagine that when the zombie wave broke out 10 years ago, this kind of place was definitely a short-term gathering place or resource supply place for humans. Nuts are rich in oil and nutrition, and they can quickly replenish physical strength when eaten, and they are easy to carry and store, is a must-have product for escape and breakthrough in the last days. So to a large extent, the damage here is not caused by zombies, but by humans themselves in order to compete for food and loot resources, causing huge damage. However, everything was dusty, the machines were broken, the steel was corroded, and a large amount of dust and sludge were mixed together, emitting a strong stench which stimulated people's senses. Fortunately, Shi Qing has become a dagger, and his sense of smell has deteriorated a lot like when he was a jade pendant, so his judgment will not be affected by the harsh environment here. The chase continued, and the black figure in front kept a certain distance from Qin Mo. It was extremely familiar with the terrain, and it used every corner to suddenly disappear and suddenly appear, making people afraid to relax their vigilance. Shi Qing focused on the movements around him, and he said to Qin Mo worriedly, "If you keep chasing like this, will your body be able to hold it?" Qin Mo hadn't exchanged anything related to body strengthening before. Although the mercenary he passed through was of good physical fitness, after such a long battle, the body had been worn down a lot and hadn't fully recovered after chasing for such a long time. He was afraid that Qin Mo would not be able to hold on. So how would he deal with a possible dangerous situation? Qin Mo locked onto the black shadow tightly, and kept moving. He just whispered, "It won't be too long." Since he wanted to lure him into a trap, it wouldn't take too long. Shi Qing was wondering, when he was taken aback by the sudden appearance. He had been paying attention to Qin Mo's back, when a crack suddenly opened on the originally dark wall, and then stretched out a gray-black hand with sharp nails, covered with white ash and brick foam. It turned out to be tear apart solid walls with bare hands. Immediately afterwards, a very terrifying face leaked out. Without a complete part, the face was turned up, the carrion fell off, the red eyes were exposed, without the cover of the eyelids. The bones looked particularly gloomy, and the white teeth looked like some kind of rodent can easily tear the throat of its prey. He stared at Qin Mo, ready to go. Shi Qing immediately reminded, "Qin Mo, behind!" He was so loud, but Qin Mo didn't react at all. He didn't move forward, and didn't turn around to meet the enemy. He stood here motionless. Shi Qing was as anxious as an ant in a hot pot. He just wanted to speak again, but he suddenly knew the reason, and I went. It turned out that there was such a monster not only behind him, but also in front of him. And just when he was in a daze, the two monsters attacked at the same time, stretching out their sharp claws and pounced on Qin Mo. So it turned out to be a front and rear attack. Shi Qing was a little panicked. He knew Qin Mo's situation very well. Although he passed through the body of a mercenary with good combat power, he couldn't use the original skills of this body at all except for receiving part of the body's memory. The reason why Qin Mo performed so well in the previous zombie frenzy was that on the one hand, he had a strong adaptability, coupled with his strong learning ability, he quickly mastered how to use the Desert Eagle. His sharp thoughts took the vanguard in front of the slow-moving and ignorant zombies. But these two monsters today are not at the same level as the zombies before. Both IQ and strength are several times stronger. Can Qin Mo, who is already physically exhausted, really be able to face two at a time? Shi Qing's worry was only for a moment, and in the next second, Qin Mo moved. He moved forward without fear and shortened the distance with the monster in front at an extremely fast speed. At the moment when he was almost about to collide with him, he jumped up suddenly, using the momentum just now and an old dryer under his feet. The leading edge of the car is a pedal, and the height of the jump is like flying into the air. With this strength, he kicked the monster's forehead with his hard and thick leather boots, facing those red eyes. At that moment, Shi Qing seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. This blow through the eyeball directly kicked the skull. The attack was not over yet. Qin Mo used the forehead of the monster in front of him as a fulcrum to rotate his body in the air and raised his hand to aim at the monster behind him. At a distance of less than half a meter, the Desert Eagle was loaded, and the bullets ejected from the gun with the sound of a strong wind, shot into the monster's forehead with great precision. Then, with a bang, there was a huge explosion. This bullet turned out to be an explosive bomb. Shi Qing gasped. All this happened too fast, but in just a few seconds, the two terrifying monsters lost their heads. He looked at Qin Mo with a sullen face and couldn't help but feel chills in his heart. At this moment, he was even in a daze. Compared with these monsters with terrifying appearance, who is more terrifying? But in the next second, he shook this thought out of his mind. Now is not the time to think about it. His angle of view is very wide, and he can see things comprehensively. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered with sharp eyes that the monster without a head moved again. With a thump in his heart, he hurriedly said, "Qin Mo, they're not dead." As soon as the words fell, Qin Mo moved his body quickly and flied towards the left, narrowly avoiding the monster's sharp claws. Immediately afterwards, he quickly scanned the surrounding environment, jumped onto an iron box, and then fired a few shots at a place obliquely above. Bang, bang, bang. Unexpectedly spanning a distance of more than 10 meters, and accurately shot to the iron chain of the crane broke, and there was a loud rumbling sound, and a huge 2-meter-wide container fell to the ground and hit the monster below. Shi Qing was taken aback by this loud noise, and then he almost cheered. "You can still live with your head off. I don't believe that you can still move after your bodies are turned into minced meat. But it's a pity that the monster whose head was kicked was relatively light, and it barely escaped the moment the container fell, but lost a leg and survived. However, after this ordeal, The monster's vitality was also severely injured, but Qin Mo was unscathed, and he stood up and down. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in front of him. Both Qin Mo and Shi Qing looked over immediately, wondering if another monster appeared again. Unexpectedly, it was a familiar face. Lung Lin saw the mercenary standing tall, without any injuries at a glance. His eyes behind the glasses flickered slightly, and then he shouted anxiously, "How is it? Are you injured? I just detected that there are experimental subjects here. Signal." Afterwards, a group of 5 of them hurried over, and they were greatly relieved to see that Qin Mo was fine. But because of this episode, Qin Mo missed the chance to deal with the last monster. In the past few seconds, the remaining monster had disappeared. At this moment, Shi Qing received the notification. He was slightly taken aback, then surrounded by great joy. He quickly clicked OK and used the system internal call for the first time. Kill experiment no dash. Trigger the side mission. Eliminate all the experiments. 1/3 of the mission has been completed. This message is too much. The monster just now turned out to be the experimental subject that came out after a long time. Not only did they kill one, but they were super lucky to trigger a side mission. Side missions, after completing them, there is a reward of dash points, which is equivalent to completing 5 missions at once, and he can exchange for a giant body. Shi Qing couldn't bear to be excited, but it's a pity that the internal call of this system can only be used to issue instructions, not to chat, but in reality, there are a lot of people around Qin Mo, and he can't even use a dagger to chatter nonstop. Ugh, this is too painful for a chatterbox. Shi Qing noticed the end of this message. 1/3 of the task has been completed. This sentence is quite connotative. Is it implying that there are 3 experimental subjects in total? 1 was killed, 1 escaped, and 1 did not appear. It doesn't sound like this side mission is too difficult. Lung Lin walked quickly with his team, and he could see the situation in front of him clearly at a glance. Qin Mo was intact, while the unidentified objects under the container had been completely crushed. Obviously, there was a fierce battle here, and Qin Mo won. At this time, a soldier beside Lung Lin exclaimed, "There is a signal on the detector. There are experimental subjects here, less than 1 meter away from us." Before he could finish speaking, there was a bang, bang, bang. Everyone looked at Qin Mo in surprise. Qin Mo put away the pistol calmly and said, "This monster won't be able to die without its head. I'll add a few more shots, just in case." As soon as the words fell, there was a loud explosion, and the corpse pressed under the container burst into flames. Everyone was even more stupid. Qin Mo glanced at it and said regretfully, "I didn't pay attention. It turned out to be an incendiary bomb." The soldier who had been paying attention to the detector before could bear it no longer. He yelled angrily, "That's the experimental subject. You destroyed the experimental subject. How does the doctor get the serum?" Qin Mo asked in surprise. "So this is the experimental subject." The soldier was so angry that he tried to grab Qin Mo by the collar, but he was caught just before he made a move. Qin Mo looked at him coldly. "What? You killed this experimental subject?" The soldier, who was blocked by one sentence, was speechless. The experimental subject was discovered by Qin Mo and killed by him. It was already like this when they came, and it seemed that they didn't have much right to speak, but he was still a little unwilling. At this time, Lung Lin stepped forward to persuade. Okay, don't argue. There is nothing you can do if this is already the case. Mr. Qin didn't know in advance that this is an experimental subject, and he did this for our safety." He paused for a moment and looked at Qin Mo again, and asked with a deep meaning, "We still have a chance, don't we, Mr. Qin?" Qin Mo looked at him for a while, hooked the corners of his mouth, and said with great interest, "Of course." Shi Qing's jaw almost dropped when he knew the truth. He really had to recollect the data on Qin Mo. This guy is just talking nonsense with his eyes open like this. He almost believes what he said. Why don't you know it's an experimental body? Why accidentally put an incendiary bomb? Don't pretend it. You did this purely to destroy the corpses and wipe out the traces, so that Lung Lin could not collect the serum, so that you could not leave here before the mission was completed, and then you would have time to continue destroying the experimental subjects in order to complete the side missions. Shi Qing raised his forehead. "Qin Mo, you are a bear." But it has to be said that although Qin Mo's method is a bit simple and rude, It is indeed very useful. Even if the other team members are full of complaints, there is nothing wrong with it. No matter from which point of view, Qin and Mo has occupied the high ground, and they really did not speak. Position. In addition, Qin and Mo was an experienced person who easily dealt with an experimental subject, so they didn't want to mess with him even more. Who wouldn't want to successfully complete a mission? Who wouldn't want to get out of here? Who wouldn't want to save humanity from a horrible zombie apocalypse? They really want, so they can only bear it. As a scientist, Lung Lin still has professional ethics. Although the experimental body in front of him has turned into a pile of black ashes, he still squats there and studies carefully to see if he can find a good place with good luck, trying to extract serum. The sad thing is that Qin Mo's attack was too ruthless. The experimental subject's head was blown off first, then it was smashed into a meat paste, and then it was burned again. There was not even a single bone left. There was nothing he could do, so he had no choice but to give up. Qin Mo has been watching coldly. His eyes are always on Lung Lin, and he can be said to be focused. After the inspection, Lung Lin determined that he could not get any useful information from it. So he stood up and said, "Let's speed up the search for the next experimental subject." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a signal flare that soared into the sky. Everyone looked over it the first time, but Qin Mo had already passed by in a flash and ran quickly in that direction. Lung Lin's physical fitness is relatively poor, so it is unrealistic to rush there quickly, and at least 2 people have to be left around him to protect his safety. Under his signal, 2 mercenaries followed behind Qin Mo one after another. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo distanced himself from the people behind him. Seeing that he had left the team, Shi Qing asked softly. It was the signal from Li Su. Could it be that he also encountered the experimental subject? Although they met 2, according to the system prompt, there should be 3 subjects, and it is very possible that the other one went to attack Li Su. Qin Mo frowned slightly, but didn't make a sound, as if he was thinking about something. At this time, the other 2 mercenaries also chased after him, and Shi Qing didn't make any more noise. This place is not far from the signal flare, and they arrived in a short time, but the site they entered was unexpected. Li Su was standing in an open space, motionless. It seemed that there was no danger around him, and there were no zombies or experimental subjects. Then why the signal flare? Those who have survived until now are all cautious people. They did not rush forward, but stayed 3 steps away, observing intently. At this time, Li Su looked up at them, saw their posture, knew it in his heart, immediately waved and said, "I found the place they want to guard." Seeing his demeanor and hearing his words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, took a step forward, followed Li Su's line of sight downwards, saw a deep passage, and could vaguely see fluorescent blue lights flickering below. The mercenary hesitated and just stood at the entrance of the cave and looked down. Li Su said, "I've already gone down to look at the contents." He paused, frowned, and said, "Let's wait until the doctor comes." Qin Mo didn't seem to hear it at all and jumped into the cave. Li Su was not surprised, but looked a little helpless. He gave the other 2 mercenaries a few words and then jumped down together. There is actually a hidden cave inside, but after a cursory look, there is a kind of creepy feeling. Obviously, this is a secret experimental base. Dozens of huge transparent columns are erected on the open space, and there is a blue liquid in the sealed container. The light seen before seems to come from here, and the things soaked in the liquid really make people want to gag. There seem to be some zombies inside, but they didn't seem to be zombies. Although the form of zombies is disgusting, they are basically lifeless, with gray faces and dilapidated organs. They are terrifying, but not too weird. But the things inside give people a different feeling. The black-gray skin seems to have blood flowing, and the rotting skin also tends to heal. This half-dead appearance is especially scary. It seems that these zombies will come back to life at any time. Li Su had experienced many battles and had seen more zombies than humans. He had long since become numb to their deceitful looks, but now he frowned in disgust when he saw these things. He spat. "What the hell are you doing?" "Evolution." Li Su was stunned. He was just talking to himself, but he didn't expect Qin Mo to answer him. How smart he was. He instantly understood Qin Mo's prompt, and in a flash, A cold sweat broke out on his back. Evolution? You mean these rotten faces can become even more powerful? They are working hard. Chinemo looked at him and stated calmly, I met the experimental subjects before. They are fast and explosive, and their physical strength are more than 10 times that of zombies. Li Su gasped. After Chinemo finished speaking, he didn't look at him again, but continued to stare at these containers that people couldn't look directly at. He looked carefully. There was no disgust on his face, no nausea, no fear, not even a frown, starting from the first one on the left, one by one, looking at them very seriously while watching, the corners of his mouth slightly raised up. Shi Qing was timid and didn't dare to look at these ghostly things. He kept his eyes locked on Chinemo, and he could clearly see his subtle expressions. He always felt that Chinemo had discovered something, but Li Su being by his side, he didn't dare to open his mouth to ask. He just felt very itchy and extremely curious. Chinemo seemed to feel the little emotion of the dagger in his hand. He stroked him lightly and said, Don't worry, you'll know soon. Li Su looked up at him, thinking that Chinemo was talking to him, but when he saw Chinemo staring intently at his dagger, he pursed his mouth and turned his head. It seemed that he had fallen ill again. Chinemo was still observing until he looked at the last one, staring fixedly at the monster in the container. We meet again. Then he raised the pistol and aimed it. Hearing Chinemo's words, Shi Qing suppressed the fear in his heart and looked up at the last sealed container. He carefully identified it, and finally found a trace of familiarity from the bloody face. Could this really be the experimental subject that escaped just now? What's wrong with him not honestly hiding away and running into a big glass bottle? Want to pretend to be a dead body to get away with it? Why not be so naive, monster? Wait, Shi Qing suddenly noticed something was wrong. The experimental subject was clearly missing a leg, but now, why did the hair grow back? Could it be that this place allows the experimental subject to quickly repair the body? So this monster is hiding in it? While he was in shock, the glass bottle shattered completely with a bang, disintegrating instantly like a castle piled on sea sand, and the broken glass shards scattered like hail from the sky. Beautiful but dangerous, both Chinemo and Li Su retreated quickly. They avoided the large pieces of glass slag, but they were unavoidably injured by the broken glass, which brought out some blood. Shi Qing thought inwardly that it was bad. Although the broken glass was hard, it could not cause much harm to human beings, but it was enough to cause a small fluctuation, creating a chance for the experimental subject to escape. He thought about it, and Chinemo would not be negligent. He quickly raised his hand and fired at the fast-moving figure without hesitation. The bullet pierced through the flying glass shards, tore through the air, and shot straight at the experimental subject trying to escape. And the speed of this experimental subject is indeed exaggerated. He jumped up suddenly in such a gap of 1,000th of a second and avoided the fatal injury. Only the bullet shot into his calf. Perhaps for human beings, injuries to the calf would greatly reduce the movement, but the experimental subject did not have such scruples at all. His speed did not decrease at all, and it seemed that he was not injured at all. Chinemo could see clearly, but he was not in a hurry at all. While firing another shot, he slowly raised the corners of his mouth. In the system space, he didn't buy many bullets, but he bought a few explosive bombs at a high price. As long as they were shot into the body, they would explode from the inside. It doesn't matter if you don't feel pain, but your lower body is completely blown up. Where else can you go? Boom! The flames of the explosion ignited, mixed with the smell of bloody gunpowder, which was extra pungent, and at the same time, the scene was very unbearable to look at directly. At least Shi Qing, who was timid and afraid of nausea, moved his eyes away early, but when he shifted his sight, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Lung Lin, who jumped down from the entrance of the cave. Lung Lin stared at the experimental subject lying limp on the ground, perhaps thinking that no one saw him. His eyes burst out with intense anger, almost burning the black in his eyes in a fiery red. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he was suppressing his emotions. The next moment, he calmed down, serious and restrained as usual. His demeanor changed extremely quickly, almost fleeting, giving Shi Qing, who had been watching, the illusion of being dazzled. At this time, Lung Lin said, "Great, you are really excellent." Li Su immediately turned to look at him. Qin Mo just glanced at him and walked straight to the fallen experimental subject. This time, he didn't destroy it humanely. Instead, he inspected it carefully, as if he found something interesting, and he was very fascinated by it. And Shi Qing was thinking about the scene he saw just now. He couldn't figure it out. The illusion is impossible. So what does Lung Lin mean? Why is he so angry and trying to hide it? It's a pity that there are outsiders present, so he can't talk to Qin Mo, but he still focuses on Lung Lin and wants to observe for a while. Lung Lin frowned and observed the experimental subject. He put on antibacterial gloves and started serum collection. Qin Mo stood beside him. Do you need help? Need not. Even though he was rejected, Qin Mo did not leave. There are special instruments for collecting serum. After the preliminary preparations are completed, you can wait quietly. Lung Lin kept looking at the experimental subject, with little expression on his serious face. Qin Mo looked at it and suddenly asked, will he die after the serum is extracted? Lung Lin stared at the experimental subject and responded after a while. Yes. After speaking, he fell silent, as if he was in a daze. Qin Mo looked at him, and then he asked casually, there are only 2 experimental subjects here? Yes. Lung Lin replied casually, but the next moment, he was startled for a moment, and took a quick look at Qin Mo, but he was staring at Qin Mo. Qin Mo stared straight at him. His black eyes were unfathomable, as if hiding a ferocious beast that was silent for a while, waiting for the prey to show its feet, and then cull it. Lung Lin had a good temper. He abruptly looked away and said calmly, that's what the detector shows. Qin Mo did not continue to ask, but changed the question again. Can these serums extract antibodies? Lung Lin paid attention to the serum collection and replied, I'm 80% sure. So, is it contagious? Lung Lin's body froze suddenly, and he turned his head extremely slowly, looking at Qin Mo expressionlessly. Qin Mo was also staring at him, and then he spoke slowly, almost word by word, asking, will you? The air seemed to be frozen, and the two looked at each other with glued eyes. Li Su noticed the turmoil between them, and looked at them with some puzzlement. He could feel the mercenaries' malice towards Lung Lin, but he didn't understand why. At this time, there was a beeping sound suddenly. It turned out that the collection instrument had finished working, and the serum had been successfully collected. A gleam of joy flashed across Lung Lin's eyes. He ignored Qin Mo and hurriedly did the finishing touches. Qin Mo suddenly raised the Desert Eagle in his hand, aiming at Lung Lin's heart with incomparable precision. Lung Lin was forced to stop. He stared at Qin Mo without fear. What do you want? Li Su next to him was also taken aback, and just as he was about to act, Qin Mo curled the corners of his mouth again and smiled viciously, then changed direction abruptly, aiming the pistol at the unconscious experimental subject, quickly added a few shots to the key parts, completely dying. The second subject died. Shi Qing didn't care about the side mission reminder. He still stared at Lung Lin, trying to see other emotions on his face. But this time, Lung Lin's demeanor showed no flaws, and he didn't respond to Qin Mo's actions, very calm. But in Shi Qing's eyes, this tranquility was a bit too much. Lung Lin silently collected the serum. At this time, the other 2 soldiers and 2 mercenaries also came one after another. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the task was completed. The mission is complete, and we can finally return. At this time, Shi Qing finally stopped observing Lung Lin and immediately became anxious. Although the main task is to escort the serum antibody back to the camp, their side tasks have not been fully completed yet. 3 subjects, 1 left. If you leave now, you can only give up the side mission. But if they didn't leave, and they didn't personally send the serum antibody back to the camp, would it be judged that their mission failed? If the main quest fails, even if you complete the side quest, it will be useless. Not only will you not be able to get any rewards, but you will also be deducted some coins that as a newly appointed system lord. Shi Qing was very clear about these rules. Could it be that they want to abandon the side quest to complete the main quests? Please, 2/3 of it has been completed. Can you still flap your wings and fly with the dash points in your mouth? Unexpectedly, Lung Lin, who had always been disliked by Shi Qing, actually helped him. He stood with his hands tied, with a calm expression. "Colonel Lee, Mr. Qing, although we have successfully collected serum, since it is rare to come to this experimental base, why not search for some more data and bring them back to the camp to facilitate the work of the research team?" Li Su frowned. His task was to bring the serum antibody back safely. And now that the collection has been completed, in order to avoid accidents, he should retreat immediately and safely, and he really shouldn't stay here any longer especially. He raised his eyes to look at Qin Mo and Lung Lin. His keen senses reminded him that there must be something wrong with it, and this thing is definitely not a good thing. So, he said decisively, "Doctor, although there is no danger here for the time being, no one can guarantee safety. If we are besieged by zombies again, our materials and manpower are not enough to fight." Lung Lin looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo said, "Colonel, why don't you leave first? The doctor will be handed over to me." This sentence was like a slap on Li Su's face, and he immediately became furious. He is a soldier and has no fear. In this situation, how can he escape? Give him the doctor. Just kidding, who put the pistol on Lung Lin's chest just now? To him, the doctor really fucking explained it here. Although a wave of impulse hit his forehead, Li Su still maintained his rationality. Even though he thought that evacuating immediately was the best choice, he couldn't be careless in the face of Lung Lin's insistence and Qin Mo's provocation. Instead of arguing and wasting time, it is better to act immediately, search for useful data, and take it away immediately after weighing it. He finally nodded in agreement. The experimental base is not big, about 20 meters long and about 10 meters wide. In such a space, 7 people can move around and find things quickly. When Shi Qing saw the situation, he knew it was an opportunity. He hinted at Qin Mo, and Qin Mo left the crowd for a while. After breaking away, Shi Qing hurriedly told Qin Mo what he had just discovered in a low voice, about Lung Lin's abnormality, the emotion that was inadvertently revealed when no one was paying attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mo stroked him gently and said softly, "You've done a good job." Shi Qing was taken aback by this generous compliment, but in the end he felt a little embarrassed and a little proud. Shi Qing gave a fake cough, quickly suppressed it, and continued, "Lung Lin is weird. Do you think it may be related to the experimental subject? I think he may be familiar with the experimental subject. Imagine that when he was doing research, maybe they all know the experimental subject. Hey, do you think it is possible for Lung Lin to know where the third experimental subject is?" Shi Qing diverted his thinking while talking, almost being overwhelmed by his own high IQ. What a powerful inference. What a reliable conjecture. Seeing that Qin Mo didn't refute, he continued to spread. Lung Lin was a scientist who participated in the research back then, so he must know a lot of inside information, and these few surviving experimental subjects are the first batch. They are powerful and have great effects on zombies. Influence. Judging from the contact during this period, there is still a certain amount of wisdom. Moreover, this place is still an experimental base, which shows that someone in this group of experimental subjects can conduct research, and it may be an extraordinary scientist. Wait, Shi Qing was suddenly shocked by his thoughts. Scientists' experimental bases, serum antibodies, a unique experimental body detector, combined with Lung Lin's private mood swings, all point to an answer. Shi Qing's words unexpectedly pointed to Qin Mo. He had been wondering before, and he was not 100% sure after many times of probing. Lung Lin was able to hold on and not show off, so even if he was suspicious, he couldn't act rashly without evidence. Unexpectedly, Shi Qing saw the little-known side of Lung Lin with the posture of a dagger, which made Qin Mo's heart clearer. Immediately afterwards, Shi Qing babbled about his point of view again. Although his thinking was a little off at the beginning, the last sentence was like a key, which instantly opened the closed door and let everything blurred. It gradually became clear. And Shi Qing was really terrified at this moment. His viewing angle was wide. Even if he was 5 or 6 meters away, he could still see Lung Lin at a glance. Originally, he just glanced at it habitually, but he didn't expect to see an extraordinary scene again. Lung Lin and Li Su were in a group. The two seemed to be searching for a data shelf. Li Su was in front and Lung Lin was behind. However, at the moment just now, Lung Lin took advantage of Li Su's inattention and dropped a sharp needle inserted into Li Su's back. Lung Lin, what is he doing? Shi Qing snapped back to his senses. He poked Qin Mo quickly and said, Li Su is in danger. Although he discovered it in time, it was too late. Li Su suddenly jumped up, moving quickly, like a galloping cheetah, and the target of his attack was Qin Mo, who was 5 meters away. Thanks to Shi Qing's reminder, Qin Mo reacted immediately. He quickly dodged to one side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. His heavy leather boots wiped a black mark on the shiny floor. The strength of the speed is evident from this. However, Li Su's offensive did not stop. His usual friendly demeanor disappeared completely. His black eyes turned red like blood. His thin lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale, as cold as a poisonous snake ready to eat his life. In just a few tens of seconds, the two had already exchanged several moves, and every time they were deadly moves, they showed no mercy. Lung Lin, who was far away, finally removed his disguise. His black eyes began to become bloodshot and stayed in bright red. He slightly hooked the corners of his mouth and looked at Qin Mo ironically. And the 4 players around didn't know why. They didn't know why Li Su and Qin Mo fought. They were about to ask, but they suddenly felt a stabbing pain in their waists, and then lost consciousness. Lung Lin looked contemptuously at the 4 people who fell to the ground. This kind of qualification really does not need to waste the original virus after dealing with them. He looked at Li Su and Qin Mo, who were fighting. These 2 people are really strong. Li Su's strength has been brought to the extreme by the virus, but Qin Mo can still hold on. Although there is a difference in strength, he is agile and insightful, and he can always meet in desperate situations. Health cleverly escaped. But Lung Lin's calm face slowly bloomed into a smile, and it was only a matter of time. When Qin Mo was exhausted and completely recovered by Li Su, he could inject him with the original virus. Although 2 experimental subjects died, it didn't matter. He would have 2 more powerful experimental subjects instead. Lung Lin could see that Shi Qing, who was in the situation, could also clearly feel that the mutated Li Su was too strong. He should be thankful that Li Su was diligent and thrifty and stored all the ammunition, or else he would rely on this skill to kill him again. With pistol ammunition, no matter how powerful Qin Mo is, he will lose his life at this moment. Looking at Qin Mo again, under Li Su's crazy offensive, he didn't even have the chance to draw out his pistol. He could only dodge the attack by relying on his strong consciousness, without the slightest ability to fight back. Shi Qing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. If he dragged on like this, his life would be lost. Calm down. Qin Mo has no time to care about other things, but he can still make a difference. That I can only hate that he is a dagger now. No. Thanks to him being a dagger, Shi Qing had an idea, and in an emergency, he had a calculation in his mind. Qin Mo and Li Su fought, and the 4 players were brought down by Lung Lin with a small weapon. But Lung Lin kept watching. Why are you on the sidelines? If Lung Lin has powerful abilities, can he help Li Su take down Qin Mo? But he didn't. What does that mean? It means that Lung Lin's force is really not enough. Think about it carefully. If it wasn't because Li Su was defenseless against him, how could he succeed? Even for the 4 players who fell to the ground, it was Lung Lin who seized the opportunity and used advanced weapons to win by surprise. And because Lung Lin was still worried about his shooting skills, he didn't even dare to attack Qin Mo, who was fighting with Li Su at the moment. He was afraid of accidentally hurting Li Su. These thoughts flashed through Shi Qing's mind one by one, and he immediately knew what to do. Taking advantage of Qin Mo's movement, he drove his strange dagger body, flew out quickly, and shot straight at Lung Lin. The cold and sharp blade hit his eyes straight, and Lung Lin was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Mo to make a move in such a pressing situation. However, Lung Lin didn't pay much attention to a dagger. Although his combat power was not strong, he could still avoid such an obvious attack. He dodged to the left, avoiding the path of the dagger, and just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, the dagger turned around and continued to move towards him. How is this going? Seeing that it was approaching, Lung Lin had no choice but to run and dodge again. Unexpectedly, the dagger seemed to have its own consciousness, and it quickly changed direction and flew towards him persistently. What the hell is this? Lung Lin dodged hastily. His forehead was forced in a cold sweat. He gave up too many things for this human body. The most important thing is his immortal body. If he was stabbed in the head with a dagger, he would definitely die instantly. The evolutionary virus hasn't been developed yet. He can't die here. He gritted his teeth and took out his pistol and fired 3 shots at the dagger. Shi Qing himself was a dead boy, and now he is an unskilled flying dagger. The speed is not too slow, but it is still incomparable with bullets. But thanks to Lung Lin's bad technique and the dagger's small target, he barely managed to hit 1 shot, piercing through the handle of the dagger. Shi Qing snorted. Even though the pain was weakened, the feeling of being shot in the body was not pleasant. But this kind of juncture, this little pain is really nothing. His speed has not slowed down at all. Not to mention that the handle of the knife is damaged. Even if his blade is shot, without the sharp end, he will grind Lung Lin to death. As long as Lung Lin is dead, Qin Mo can be saved. Lung Lin never expected to encounter such a thing. The dagger was like a tarsal maggot, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. He could only keep shooting blindly and running around in embarrassment. His physical strength was low, and the bullets didn't seem to have much effect on the dagger. Lung Lin's clothes were already wet with cold sweat. He was out of breath, and all the emotions on his face were replaced by panic. Seeing that he was about to be unable to dodge the dagger attack, Lung Lin finally gave up his last insistence, and he ordered loudly, "Li Su, save me." Li Su, who had been entangled with Qin Mo, stopped his movements in an instant, and his fierce offensive stopped abruptly like a freeze frame in a movie. He gave up on Qin Mo without hesitation, held the dagger with his bare hands, and abruptly blocked Shi Qing's attack. Attack! Lung Lin heaved a sigh of relief. But at this very second, Qin Mo, who could only dodge originally, seized the opportunity, took out his pistol, and shot at Lung Lin with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The bullet pierced through the air, but Li Su unexpectedly stepped forward and blocked the bullet with his arm. Qin Mo frowned slightly. Then he shifted his target without hesitation and quickly shot 2 shots at Li Su's legs, abolishing his mobility. The last barrier fell to the ground. Lung Lin completely panicked. "No! No! Don't kill me!" Qin Mo remained unmoved. The bullet was already loaded. Lung Lin clenched his fist tightly, his red eyes turned black again. He looked at Qin Mo beggingly, like a humble and pitiful human being. "Let me go, please, let me go. I am different from them. I am not these monsters. I am human. Look at my appearance, look at my body. I have flesh and blood. I am human. Don't kill me. I have serum antibodies here, which can resist zombie viruses." Qin Mo raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Hand over the antibody." Lung Lin's face was pale. Hearing his words, he seemed to see the hope of life. He nodded quickly and took out a cylinder filled with bright red liquid from his bosom. He looked at Qin Mo timidly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Like the saying, here to you." Raising his arm, he slowly passed the cylinder over. Just when the two were about to touch each other, a long and slender needle suddenly popped out from the smooth cylinder and shot straight at Qin Mo's arm. This turned out to be a syringe with a weird shape. It was exactly what Lung Lin used to sneak attack on Li Su before. Shi Qing was still trapped in Li Su's hands, but he was able to see the unexpected surprise attack. He was about to remind loudly, but he didn't expect Qin Mo to be prepared. He retracted his arm suddenly, and the next second the pistol flew into the air, landed on his right hand, raised the buckle, and a cold gunshot sounded, and the bullet shot into Lung Lin's wrist with precision. Crushed to pieces, blood gushing out, Lung Lin instantly lost control of his right hand, and the severe pain overwhelmed him, causing him to scream, unable to care about anything else, rolling on the ground, holding his bleeding wrist and howling. Qin Mo was not at all interested in the serum antibody rolling on the ground. He strode forward, stepped on Lung Lin's head, and looked down condescendingly. "Where did you get the confidence to rely on such a cheap trick? Come to subdue me? Human? Humans have such red eyes." His voice is unexpectedly relaxed and gentle, which is simply pleasant, but the content in it is like a devil whispering. "Why don't I personally hand you over to the scientific research team and let the scientists of the Lung University become the experimental samples in person? so that wouldn't you be able to study the zombie virus more deeply? He raised the corner of his mouth viciously. Doctor, what do you think? Lung Lin was forced to look at him. The cold words made him ignore the headache in his wrist, and he was only terrified by the deep meaning behind it. He was terrified, and the words that came out of his mouth were intermittent. You this? Qin Mo stared at Lung Lin. His condensed black eyes looked like a dark night vortex, which could sweep away all vitality. And he continued, of course, since the rest of the team has lost their mobility, in order to ensure the success of the mission done, I hope you could be quiet. Anyway, as an experimental subject, you only need to lie quietly on the experimental table. And you don't need hands and feet, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, under Lung Lin's terrified face, he raised his pistol and shot 3 times, hitting Lung Lin's other wrist and the knees of both legs with incomparable precision. Wrists were shattered. Knees were shattered. Bright red blood poured out one after another, instantly wet the broken clothes, dazzling red, strong iron smell. This is simply a terrifying torture. Shi Qing, who was watching from the side, shuddered involuntarily, and the coolness surged up in his heart. It was the first time he saw such a scene directly, and his brain couldn't even think. Although Lung Lin was ferocious, he had already lost his ability to move after the first shot, so why did he have to torture him like this? Immediately afterwards, Lung Lin's heart-piercing scream sounded. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his body was already stained red with blood. The powerful pain made him roll his eyes several times. His face was hideous and extremely frightening. Perhaps because of the extreme pain, his spirit almost collapsed, and the voice hidden in his heart roared out, I am right. I am not wrong. It's all you hateful humans. It's your greed. It's you. The madness of you. It is you who conducted this kind of experiment that dehumanizes us and turned us into monsters with neither human nor ghost. It is you who have ruined my life. When these roars came out, the fear in Lung Lin's eyes completely receded, replaced by hatred. I want revenge. I want revenge. I want to take out the original virus and make it into an antibody so that the whole world will be like me. They all turned into monsters. As he spoke, he seemed to see the beautiful scenery in his heart. His eyes became especially clear. He looked at Qin Mo and suddenly smiled complacently. You don't understand. You will never understand. Qin Mo looked at him, lowered his head slightly, and said in a low voice, I understand. Lung Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his forehead was pierced by a bullet. When death came, he vaguely heard, next to his ear, the seductive voice full of magic. Because I am the same as you. The author has something to say. Li Su will not die. Lung Lin died, and the notification that the side mission was completed rang in his ears. But Shi Qing couldn't feel the excitement in his heart, and his mind was full of the scene just now. It was a Qin Mo he had never seen before, smiling and torturing a loser. It was not only physically, but also mentally strong, crushing, watching him timid, crazy, collapse, desperate until the final death. Shi Qing knew it very early on, and he did countless psychological constructions for himself. Qin Mo's experience is destined to make him have a different psychology from ordinary people. He regards life as reckless, kills as hemp, and takes pleasure in torturing people. Shi Qing has thought about these things in his heart, but when he really faced them, he discovered that these words have meaning. How cruel and terrible, and how frightening a person with such a mind is. He was in a daze, and it was difficult to calm down the surging emotions in his heart. When Qin Mo killed Lung Lin, the first thing he did was to bend down and take out the somewhat damaged dagger from Li Su's hand. He gently stroked the injured handle with gentle and delicate movements, but for a moment, he suddenly grasped the dagger in his palm, tightly, without any gaps. The handle of the knife broke due to the penetration of the bullet, exposing the sharp and hard steel. Qin Mo clenched it tightly so that the sharp edge pierced into the palm, cut the skin, and gave off a strong, iron smell. Qin Mo couldn't feel the pain. On the contrary, the smell of blood and the feeling of being completely in control gradually calmed down the wild beast in his heart, subdued the red flame that destroyed everything, and returned to calmness. Shi Qing stayed in his palm, unable to say a word, just quietly watching Qin Mo's movements. What Lung Lin extracted before was not serum antibodies at all, but the original primitive virus that existed in the experimental body. This virus is not highly contagious, but it can change human physique, stimulate potential, and increase combat effectiveness several times. Li Su followed this path. If there is no task issued by the system, they may think that there are no antibodies at all. But in fact, the main task released by the system is to send the serum antibody back to the camp, which clearly pointed out the serum antibody. So, something like this must exist. Lung Lin died, and the side mission clearly indicated that he died as an experimental subject. At the same time, he was the most special experimental subject. He did not have the terrifying appearance of the other two experimental subjects, but at the same time he lost the original virus that brought him great power. This happened because he healed himself, turning himself into a human. So, the real serum antibody is in his body. Qin Mo had observed how to use the collector a long time ago, and now he is carefully operating it according to what he has learned. The overall process is not difficult, but requires the operator to be careful and calm. These Qin Mo's are not lacking, so the collection went smoothly. After collecting, Qin Mo glanced at Li Su, who was unconscious on one side. Then he did something that surprised Shi Qing. He injected the serum antibody into Li Su's body. Li Su, who received the serum antibody, began to tremble violently, as if he had been shocked by an electric shock. He was trembling badly. It was definitely not comfortable, but the effect was very obvious. The wound on Li Su's body healed miraculously, and his strong recovery ability made his body quickly become what it was before. After another 10 minutes, Li Su sat up and opened his eyes in confusion. Shi Qing was completely dumbfounded, but immediately after, great joy burst into my heart, and the haze just now was almost swept away, and I saw a bright future again in an instant. Qin Mo saved Li Su. This recognition made Shi Qing suddenly enlightened. It felt like he fell into the ocean but encountered driftwood. When he was trapped on a tall building and saw the stairs leading to the ground for a second, his little heart suddenly had healed itself and untied the knot in my heart smoothly. Qin Mo's previous behavior was indeed terrible, but it was aimed at Lung Lin. Lung Lin is an out-and-out scumbag. He calculated and calculated from beginning to end, and wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the world. Treating such a villain should be as ruthless as the autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves. It's just that Qin Mo's behavior was a little too aggressive. Cough cough. The point is that Qin Mo saved Li Su, although this is quite normal for a normal person, but when Qin Mo did it, Shi Qing saw hope and made him feel again that his host was not as bad as he imagined. Li Su woke up and looked at the surrounding scene. After a while, his foggy eyes gradually focused, and the chaotic memories in his mind quickly returned to their place. The next moment, he connected everything together and figured everything out. He quickly searched around and saw the dead Lung Lin at the first sight. He frowned slightly, and there were many emotions in his heart that were indescribable. But in the end, he just sighed weakly. Who would have thought that the expectant savior turned out to be a real devil? Qin Mo stared at him, saw that he had recovered, and asked, "How do you feel?" Li Su knew that it was Qin Mo who saved him. Although he was very depressed because of Lung Lin's incident, he still cheered up and thanked the mercenary. "Thank you, brother." Shi Qing, who was watching from the sidelines, was unbearably excited. "Look, our host classmate greeted us warmly. Was it really a strong brotherhood after the life-and-death struggle? His host is indeed healable." Shi Qing looked at Qin Mo in a good mood, and Qin Mo remained calm from the beginning to the end. His eyes were slightly raised, and he looked at Li Su carefully. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, he retracted his gaze and landed on the collector in his hand. It seems that the things collected this time are undoubtedly serum antibodies. The next thing is to escort the antibody back to the camp. The other 14 members did not die. Maybe they had other uses for Lung Lin, or maybe Lung Lin's weapons were not powerful enough. In short, they just fell into a coma. Li Su quickly woke them up and then told them what happened. Knowing the truth of the matter, their expressions could not help but darken. Although the experimental subject died, the zombies were still pervasive and would spread rapidly. Without serum antibodies, the future of human beings is still uncertain. At this time, Li Su suddenly remembered something. He looked at Qin Mo suddenly. "Ew. What did you use to save me?" "Serum antibodies." "What?" Li Su's voice suddenly rose. Qin Mo ignored him, stood up, and said coldly, "Return." Although Qin Mo ignored him, Li Su was not angry at all. The joy on his face had never been so obvious and hard to conceal. The eyes of the other 4 team members were also bright, full of surprise. Their eyes shifted to the cylindrical container in Qin Mo's hand, and they already understood in their hearts that this is an important antibody to save mankind. Although Qin Mo was still indifferent, the eyes they were looking at him at this moment were full of admiration and respect. If there is no Qin Mo, not only will they all die here, but all human beings will be in fear all day long. Sensing everyone's attention, Shi Qing in Qin Mo's hands couldn't help feeling proud. "Emma, I'm so proud. Even though we're not heroes, the feeling of being a hero's dagger isn't bad. The way back was so easy compared to when we came here. Although we encountered a few zombie sieges, the scale was very small and there were only a few sporadic ones. Pediatrics, not worth mentioning." The moment they left the City of Terror and returned to the camp, Qin Mo and Shi Qing also returned to the system space. Shi Qing said excitedly, "The task is completed, and the basic reward is 1,000 points. After completing the side mission, the reward is 5,000 points. I got 6,000 coins for one task. This is going to be distributed." Although Shi Qing is a novice in the system, he also really thinks that Qin Mo is very efficient at earning some coins. Although he only got 3,000 coins, he was also super happy. After all, he didn't do much and just ran around. He was super lucky to be able to successfully complete the side mission. Shi Qing looked contentedly at the 3,700 point coins he had accumulated, and all he could think about was the body he was about to get. But in the next second, he suddenly came back to his senses and almost forgot. The system space will be closed, and Qin Mo will go to his own world for another 3 hours. With the experience of the last time, Shi Qing already knew this time, knowing that Qin Mo only had 1 minute to stay. He hurriedly reminded dutifully, "Qin Mo, there is 1 minute left, and you will be teleported back to the real world." Qin Mo had already made preparations. He quickly opened the system store and selected a teleportation scroll. Then he took out the dirty jade pendant, stared at the black fog floating in front of his eyes, and said, "Come here." Shi Qing was stunned for a second, and the next moment he knew what Qin Mo meant, and he quickly got into the jade pendant without hesitation. In fact, it goes without saying that he will follow. He has to keep an eye on it so that the host snake spirit disease doesn't get worse. Returning from the system space, to Qin Mo's world felt similar to falling from heaven to hell. Time stands still when doing missions, so when they appear now, they are still in that smoky medicine barrel. Needless to mention Qin Mo's feelings, Shi Qing shrank back with all his strength. The pain was so fucking painful that it was heart-wrenching. Shi Qing originally thought that Qin Mo had exchanged the teleportation scroll and would use it immediately. Use it and then escape from here to get rid of this maddening pain. But unexpectedly, Qin Mo did not leave. After enduring the initial pain, he calmly leaned against the side of the medicine barrel, quietly enjoying the heart-piercing medicinal bath. Lu Jiyuan on the side didn't know Qin Mo's experience. He looked at Qin Mo's calm face from beginning to end, but he was shocked. He didn't expect that Qin Mo really had such a strong concentration. Even in the torture, he could bear it without changing his face. This kind of disposition is extremely rare in the entire Lingyun continent. In the world of comprehension, aptitude is a part, understanding is also a part, and at the same time, a person's Xinqing also occupies a large proportion. Aptitude can enable a person to practice quickly in the early stage. Understanding can enable him to break through the bottleneck in the middle stage, and a strong mind can help him climb to the final peak. And Qin Mo actually has all three. What a proud son of heaven. Lu Jiyuan, who had always been conceited, felt a huge threat like never before. His red eyes flickered, and a trace of haze flashed across his eyes. "Chinemo, my good son, as a father, I will definitely destroy you with my own hands." The bone-shaping, medicated bath has extremely strong medicinal properties, which can quickly restore the injured body and restore a certain amount of cultivation. Although it is extremely painful, it has to be said that this is a miracle drug. But don't act too hastily. Although Lu Jiyuan wanted to make Qin Imo suffer so much day and night, but for the perfect growth of Ding Lu, he suppressed the anger in his heart and stopped adding drugs. At this moment, a black feather owl eagle flew towards the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of black lightning, and landed in Lu Jiyuan's hand in the blink of an eye. I saw the owl pecking at Lu Jiyuan's palm. Then Lu Jiyuan frowned slightly, looked up at Qin Imo, then waved his long sleeves, and set up a purple barrier, covering the 3-meter radius of the place. This is the enchantment set by the 9th level power during the tribulation period, and no one in the entire Lingyun continent can break it. Lu Jiyuan left in peace. Qin Imo opened his eyes suddenly. His dark eyes were like twinkling stars in the night sky. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he listened intently and waited for a quarter of an hour. He did not stand up until Lu Jiyuan's consciousness was completely far away and walked out of the medicinal bath that looked like a pool of mud. The black clothes on his body were eroded and torn, barely able to wrap around his waist. The large chest and straight long legs are exposed. Although the skin is fair, the texture is clear, full of surging strength and amazing beauty. What Shi Qing saw through the cracks of his fingers was Qin Mo's firm abdomen, perfect abdominal muscles, beautiful curves, and the legendary mermaid line. "Fuck me. Fortunately we are men. Otherwise we should be drooling." Wow. Well, as a man, he would be envious and jealous. But don't worry. When the young master returns to the system space, he will definitely exchange for a body that is stronger, more powerful and domineering than his host. Emphasis. Emma, thinking about it, really makes my mouth water. But now is not the time for why. Shi Qing blocked his brain and asked in a low voice, "Do you use the scroll now? I'll give it to you." As a high-end system, of course there will be a certain storage function. Although the space is small at the beginning, it can be expanded with coins. As long as you have money, the space can be as big as you want, and Shi Qing, Mr. System, naturally assumed the responsibility of the space manager. Regarding this, he still couldn't help but slander. Lao Tzu is not only the gatekeeper to your future wealth, but also the gatekeeper to your current wealth. I am so warm-hearted. After waiting for a long time without Qin Mo's response, Shi Qing raised his head wonderingly, and what he saw was a white face without a trace of blood. Qin Mo closed his eyes, with crystal sweat dripping from his forehead. His mouth was tightly pursed, but he couldn't restrain his slight trembling. Shi Qing just glanced at it, and his heart tightened. He knew that Qin Mo was really going to be unable to hold on. He hurriedly said, "Qin Mo, hold on. Use the scroll. No matter what, he must take advantage of this opportunity to escape." As he spoke, he took the scroll out of the system space and put it in Qin Mo's hands. As far as Qin Mo's current feeling is concerned, life is really worse than death. The medicinal effect of bone plastic just invaded the body during soaking, and it was not fully stimulated. After leaving the medicinal bath, these forbidden drugs began to work at a high speed to reshape the destroyed body. At this time, Qin Mo, who had collapsed long ago, was enduring the pain of being overwhelmed even more intensely than before. He held the jade pendant tightly and could hear Shi Qing's anxious voice in his ears, but he couldn't make out what he said. But he likes this clear voice very much, like clear spring water, clean and full of vitality, flowing into the bottom of his heart, arousing the desire deep in his heart, wanting to defile, want to control, want to be circled forever, monopolize this inaccessible freshness. Qin Mo. The voice in his head completely awakened his sanity. Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and saw the scroll in his hand. He finally regained his senses, tore up the scroll immediately, and launched this powerful teleportation spell. Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he was caught in the vortex of time and space. Fortunately, He was quick-witted and remembered his privilege as a system master. In an emergency, he could even send a system warning. It's a pity that the system prompts that it's a little expensive. Dash coins apiece. So distressed. The teleportation scroll is a sharp weapon for escaping. It can escape danger immediately in any world and under any circumstances. The price is 1,500 points, which is not expensive. After all, it can save lives. However, this thing has a very cheating setting. That is, the location after the teleportation cannot be chosen by oneself. It is completely random, and it is possible to move you to midair on a cliff in the deep sea. All are very possible things. As for whether this is out of a dangerous situation, it will enter another more dangerous situation. It can only depend on luck. Furthermore, this scroll has a time limit and cannot be used a second time within 3 days. So even if you teleport into the mouth of a monster, don't try to use it again. So, Shi Qing was very nervous at the moment, praying for better luck. But to Qin Mo, there was probably no more deceitful place in the entire Lingyun continent than Lu Jiyuan's, so no matter where he is teleported, it is considered earned. Shi Qing murmured in his heart all the way, and when he re-emerged from the torn space and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So far, so good. It's not a cliff, it's not a deep puddle, and it's not a monster's mouth, although it's a bit dark here and you can't see your fingers. But fortunately, it's a normal place with your feet on the ground. Shi Qing sized it up, and it looked like a cave, not small in size, a full tens of meters square, deep and dark inside the cave, hard to see with the naked eye. Fortunately, Shi Qing's vision is different. At this moment, he can barely see clear. There is nothing special about it. The black soil walls, several puddles, and some slightly formed stalactites. It is an ordinary natural cave. And what they were in happened to be a small ear hole in the deepest part of the cave, just enough for a person to lie down. Shi Qing felt relieved. This place looks pretty good. At least there won't be any danger for the time being. He looked at Qin Mo again in a blink of an eye, and couldn't help but sigh. Probably because he realized that this place was temporarily safe. Qin Mo couldn't hold on any longer, closed his eyes tightly, and fell asleep. Even in a coma, he frowned tightly, extremely unsteady, and clenched his palms very tightly, so hard that he didn't seem to have lost consciousness. Shi Qing looked at it for a while, and felt that it was very inappropriate. Although he is now a jade pendant, he doesn't feel very aware of the surrounding environment, but after thinking about it, he knows that this kind of cave must not be hot, although the inside of the ear hole is more blocked than the outside. There's a lot of wind, but it is dark all year round, and there is a lot of water vapor. It is estimated that it will be very cold. And Qin Mo's clothes were scrapped a long time ago, and now he is lethargic again, and his body is very weak after tossing and tossing. If he catches a cold again, it will be worse. But right now, I can't get into the system space. Hey, wait! Shi Qing suddenly remembered that the system manual said, reset and review time. The host is not allowed to enter .so. What about him, the nominal system master? Maybe you can go in? Try when you think of it. Shi Qing suddenly came to the system space in the blink of an eye. Emma, his system is a bit privileged. What a relief! Shi Qing wasn't sure if there was a time difference between here and outside, so he didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly opened the store, and in the place of daily necessities, he bought a quilt, a whole set of clothes, and a lot of delicious-looking food. What a joy to buy these things! A quilt only costs 0.01 point coin. What is the difference between giving it away for nothing? Clothes seem to be a bit attribute, a little expensive. 10 coins .As for the food. It is so cheap that it costs only 1 coin for a large pack of dozens of items. What surprised Shi Qing the most was that the cold shredded cabbage and steamed lobster in the system store were the same price. I'll only need 0.1 coins. This kind of unscientific existence made Shi Qing very happy. When his eyes swept over the column of the body, Shi Qing hesitated for a moment. He really wanted to get a body right now, but considering that he still had plenty of money to count, he should study carefully and get a pair that would be more cost-effective. Body of, and now, there's not enough time. Hey, forget it. Let's wait until Qin Mo returns to the system space and settles down. Leaving the system space, before entering Yupei's body, he saw a scene that he didn't know how to describe. Qin Mo leaned halfway on the cliff, staring fixedly at the worn jade pendant in his palm. His black eyes were deep, like a deep winter night. The emptiness made people feel chills. You are gone, and you are gone. The black mist of the Shi Qing brand is lying on the dividing point between the system space and the cultivation plane, Qinmo's world, and is in a dilemma. He poked his head to look at his obviously abnormal host classmate, feeling terrified in his heart. Host, you are covered in black smoke all over, okay? The black mud deep in your heart is about to rush out, okay? In just 5 minutes, what happened? Why did the host of his glutinous rice balls stuffed with black sesame seeds explode? Get the culprit out. Don't let me top the tank. Shi Qing scanned around with his head probing, but he didn't find anyone else there. Turning his gaze, he saw the thing in Qinmo's hand. Isn't that his dusty jade body? Host, what is the reason for your affectionate gaze? After a little bonding, Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he had a new idea. Could it be his cold, cool, domineering Mr. Host thought he was abandoned? Being thrown in a cold and dark, unknown cave, alone, lonely, very pitiful. Shi Qing raised his forehead. Please don't make trouble. The painting style is wrong. It's not a matter of hesitating. The most urgent thing is to keep Qinmo warm. If he continues to waste, the quilt he is holding will be useless. Without thinking too much, Shi Qing sneaked out of the system space, entered Upali with a whoosh, and then looked at Qinmo. Qin. Before the words could come out, he was completely speechless. The huge coercion suddenly exploded, and the small ear holes couldn't bear the strong torrent at all. The walls shattered, the wind and rocks danced wildly, and the mud flow raged, setting off a powerful and crazy tornado in this huge cave. And the man in the middle of the whirlpool, with flying black hair and a face as sinking as water, stared fixedly at the jade pendant in his hand without saying a word. Obviously silent, as if time stood still. But Shi Qing felt like never before that as long as he made a mistake, he would be shot to pieces. His brain was blank for a few seconds, and his animal-like intuition prompted him to respond almost instinctively. I went back to the system space and exchanged quilts, clothes, and a lot of food for you. A clear voice resounded in the empty cave, and the wall bounced back, amplifying the volume virtually, and making people hear it more clearly. The eagerness in the tone and the subtle softness revealed unconsciously. The ice-like black eyes seemed to be blown by a breeze, and the rising cold air subsided a little in silence. Qinmo held the jade pendant tightly, still staring at him without blinking. Although it was quite scary, Shi Qing had already keenly noticed that the surrounding air pressure was obviously on the rise when this time was not that time. It seems that the pulse is accurate, and it really is a quick-acting medicine to deal with the snake spirit disease during the onset of the disease. Shi Qing was about to make persistent efforts to take out all the things, but was suddenly startled by a loud roar. The ears are almost deafened. What's going on here? He quickly scanned 360 degrees, and at the first glance, he saw a pair of green copperbell eyes directly behind Qinmo. What is this thing? Shi Qing became nervous, so he quickly concentrated his mind and inspected it intently. What he saw was a giant beast that was 4 to 5 meters high. It looks like a big black bear, but its size is 2 or 3 times bigger, with a pair of giant claws waving, sharp teeth showing, and greasy saliva dripping from the bloody mouth. At this moment, it was staring at the only human in the cave, obviously treating it as a delicious afternoon dessert, and after roaring, it came running wildly. Shi Qing's little heart trembled involuntarily, and before he had time to remind Qinmo, he closed his mouth tightly and couldn't make a sound. The coercion that had just subsided skyrocketed again, like a surging wave relentlessly rushing towards it, completely filling up the tightly closed space without even a single gap. Qinmo turned around slowly, his eyes locked on the roaring black bear. He raised his hand slightly, and a cloud of lightning gathered. With another wave, there was the sound of cracking the sky. The sharp blade of judgment was slashing right at the top of the black bear's head, and a dazzling strong light burst out, almost lighting up the entire cave instantly. The strong light hit Qinmo's face, flickering and flickering, with sharp edges and corners, shocking people's hearts. The black bear turned into charcoal in a second, If Shi Qing had a mouth, he would definitely be able to stuff an egg now. He thought slowly. Didn't Qin Mo abolish his cultivation and become a cripple? Do cripples have such strength? What is he missing? Then he remembered the 3 hours of torture. Could it be that the effect of this medicinal bath is so powerful to have brought Qin Mo back to this stage? His mind was full of question marks, and Shi Qing obviously felt that his brain was not enough. But there is one thing to be thankful for after getting rid of these. Because of Mr. He Xiong's heroic sacrifice, Qin Mo finally recovered from his illness. He was no longer so cold and scary, and became a bit popular. He gently stroked the dusty jade pendant, and finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Stay here." Shi Qing looked at him suspiciously, not quite understanding. Did he mean they were going to stay in the cave? Then Qin Mo added the important second half of the sentence. "In my hand." Shi Qing. Oh. Seeing Yu Pei obediently keeping silent and not objecting. Shi Qing. I'm just very speechless. Qin Mo's eyes were miraculously stained with some pleasant emotions, and he asked in a low voice, "Where's the thing?" Shi Qing has never been able to keep up with the brain circuit of the snake spirit disease, and he is still confused at the moment, but his instincts are beyond the sky, and when he heard Qin Mo ask, he took out all the things spontaneously. It was packed all over the place that a blue and white super thick duvet quilt, a black robe, and dozens of delicious meals. A bunch of nondescript things, so incompatible with the gloomy and lonely cave, but it makes people feel extra comforting. Qin Mo walked forward, picked up the clothes, and put them on slowly, then glanced at the quilt again. Quite disgusted, however. After stroking the jade pendant, he reluctantly glanced at it again, thought for a while before walking over, and then sat upright on the quilt. "Next time prepare the seat. I'm not used to this kind of soft cushion." Shi Qing kept his embarrassing face and swallowed the words, "This is a quilt, and it's used to cover," that was floating around his mouth. Let the mat be the mat. He won't be so stupid as to argue. And then poke the glutinous rice balls. Qin Mo is a monk, and he has been cultivating almost since he was born. He rarely touches the grains of ordinary humans, and he has no great desire for them. From the perspective of recovering his body, it is better to eat these meals sitting in meditation as easy. But he touched the jade pendant in his hand and changed his mind. So for the next hour, Shi Qing watched in astonishment as Qin Mo neatly and orderly served a bowl of white rice, 2 servings of fried rice with eggs, and a plate of shredded pork with green peppers in an extremely elegant posture. Cold seaweed, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried mutton, large plate chicken, grilled buns, grilled tenderloin, steamed lobster, garlic scallops, charcoal grilled chicken. A total of 13 dishes with different flavors and various characteristics were all eaten. Shi Qing was stunned, dumbfounded, stupid, and finally all his emotions turned into a long sigh. "What can I do to save you, my host of snake spirit disease?" After the 2-hour rest time, Qin Mo's body has temporarily recovered to its best condition. There is still an hour before the opening of the system space. Shi Qing really wanted to spend time in this seemingly safe place, but Qin Mo not so intended. But he never had the habit of sharing his thoughts, so he just took Shi Qing and walked towards the entrance of the cave. This cave is very deep, and the road leading to the entrance is much farther than imagined. After leaving the wide cave where they are, there is a dark passage ahead, winding and winding, like an underground labyrinth. As Qin Mo walked forward, he frowned imperceptibly. This place became more and more familiar. Turning another corner, the originally narrow passage suddenly opened up, bright light shone, and the cave in front of me was illuminated by countless spars as if it were daylight. The light receded, but Qin Mo's black pupils constricted at the sight. Shi Qing felt that something was wrong, and his eyes swept over, and the sight that came into his eyes shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Dozens of top-notch monks at the Golden Core stage sat in a circle, and a black-haired man sat in the center. His eyebrows are like stars, and his appearance is like a painting. His appearance is 7 points like Qin Mo. Shi Qing was startled, and 2 big characters popped up in his heart. Qin Yu. Qin Yu is Qin Mo's half-brother, the son of Qin Jingjun and Yuan Yang. Qin Yu was born very late, When Qin Mo had already grown up and reached the golden core stage, he had just been born. This is the advantage of cultivators. They have a long lifespan and a strong body, and they can give birth at any age, not to mention that Qin Mo and Qin Yu are only 20 years apart. There is also a brother who is 80 years apart. Of course, there will not be too many cultivators. If you really want to enter the way of heaven, you still have to cut off the mortal relationship with a clean heart. Dual cultivation is just a convenient process. In the end, there is still only one person. Moreover, having children is a great loss for monks, especially the woman, who is pregnant for 10 months, needs her own natural energy to nourish the fetus. When the child is born, half of the cultivation accumulated through hard work will be lost. This is a very heavy price. Therefore, in the entire cultivation world, 80% of the couples who achieve great success in dual cultivation have no children, and the remaining 20%, nearly 10%, have only one child. Having two sons like Qin Jingjun and Yuan Yang is simply a strange existence. At first, Qin Mo couldn't figure it out, why his parents wanted to have another child, but at that time, he was already an adult, so naturally he would not interfere with his parents' decisions, that he just worked hard, challenged Thoreau's secret realm, and found the Thoreau red fruit that only bears a fruit for 1,000 years for Yuan Yang, so as to help her improve her cultivation level lost due to pregnancy and childbirth as soon as possible. This incident also caused a sensation at the time. After all, Qin Mo was too young. He was 24 years old, and he was a child in the cultivation world. Overcame the ferocious Thoreau secret realm, and returned with a big victory. Others only saw his brilliance and glory, but Shi Qing almost browsed his entire experience, and naturally saw his unknown hardships behind him, even though he has excellent aptitude and intelligence. But after all, he is young, energetic, and inexperienced. He challenged the secret realm alone and was in danger many times. Arrogance, I don't know how many times I have died, but in exchange for the Thoreau red fruit obtained with all his life. Yuan Yang's indifferent, yes. In the 24 years before Qin Yu was born, Qin Jingjun and Yuan Yang treated Qin Mo just like his name, completely ignoring him. However, monks are inherently introverted. Qin Mo has been treated like this by his parents since he was born. If there is no comparison, he has no idea. He only thinks that all parents and children in the world are like this. However, Qin Yu's birth overturned his cognition. Qin Jingjun always had a serious and rigid demeanor, but when facing Qin Yu, he was full of fatherly smiles. Yuan Yang's cold and distant eyebrows and eyes became gentle when facing Qin Yu, as gentle as water. As smart as Qin Mo, how could he not see the difference? Perhaps since then, the seeds of darkness have been planted in his heart. Qin Yu is a child who grew up loved by thousands of people in the true sense. He is also Yuan Yang's child, but because Yuan Yang lost his special physique long ago, Qin Yu did not inherit it, so it did not arouse Lu Ji Yuan's anger. Notice, but at the same time, Qin Yu's aptitude is also far behind that of Qin Mo's. In addition, he has been pampered since he was a child, and the entire Ling Xiao faction is supporting him. He has been raised to be very competitive. Zhujuan never took this elder brother, who was away all the year round, in his eyes. But when he grew up and stepped out of the Ling Xiao faction, all he heard was Qin Mo's excellence and glory, and he, Qin Yu, only had one codename, Qin Mo's younger brother. Being overwhelmed in everything and being inferior to others in everything. After hearing so many words, Qin Yu only felt jealousy and disgust towards Qin Mo. He didn't know about Qin Mo's life experience. It was impossible for Qin Jingjun and Yuan Yang to tell him. But when Lu Ji Yuan died, Qin Jingjun turned his face against a human being and accused Qin Mo of practicing forbidden techniques that violated conscience. Qin Yu was completely excited. He completely believed in Qin Jingjun's one-sided words, rushed to the forefront, and used the 4 words, righteousness, to destroy relatives to the extreme. Seeing his brother, who has always been aloof and unattainable, fell into the mud and fell into hell, the joy in his heart can hardly be described in words. In fact, Qin Mo treated his only younger brother very well, but he twisted his elder brother's kindness into malicious showing off, which fostered inner demons and made him even more disgusted and loathed. If Qin Jingjuan's injury to Qin Mo had a root cause, then Qin Yu's behavior was completely pathological. However, his retribution came very quickly. He had a problem in his heart, and it was only after his brother was resurrected that he became really insane. It should be fortunate that Qin Yu was young at the time and didn't have many methods. What was imposed on Qin Mo was nothing more than abuse and humiliation, therefore. Qin Mo just returned 10 times to him, and after he couldn't bear it, he let him kill himself without hesitation. Yes, Qin Yu is dead, but now he is alive. In this rare cave full of aura, in the condensed magic circle composed of 13 top monks in the Jindan period, gradually wake up. The Lingxiao sect has been completely wiped out. Qin Jingjun and Yuan Yang are dead. Qin Yu has nothing to rely on. Even if he was not completely dead at that time, no one would spend so much effort to save him. And in Lingyun continent, there are very few people who can activate such a spell at once. Who could it be? What's the use of Qin Yu's resurrection? Qin Mo narrowed his eyes. Shi Qing was also puzzled, but he thought more realistically. There were 13 monks with high-quality golden cores outside, and Qin Mo's own cultivation had returned to the early stage of golden cores. Fortunately, they were busy casting spells and concentrated their minds, so they didn't find any trace of Qin Mo. If they are found out, they will definitely drop all their work, fill up the red and blue medicines, and treat Qin Mo as the ultimate boss and bombard him all the way. At that time, Qin Mo, who has been relegated to novice village, will have to die tens of thousands of times. Then, he became a widow and orphan system without a host. Shake! Shi Qing came back to his senses in a jerk and hurriedly checked the opening time of the system space. In this case, it is more reliable to run away quickly. Looking at it this way, I was really surprised 3 hours finally passed, and the space has been opened. In this situation, Qing dared not make a sound. He reluctantly spent dash points to issue a system notification. The system space has been opened, and you can enter at any time. Seeing the prompt, Qin Mo touched the jade pendant habitually, but did not enter in a hurry. Shi Qing is very anxious. Big brother, what are you still thinking? It's dangerous? Please be quick, come in and do a task to brush up your level, and then challenge the danger. Seeing that Qin Mo was still in deep thought, Shi Qing was reluctant to spend another 50 points, so he could only manipulate Yu Pei's body to remind him. So Qin Mo silently watched the jade pendant in his hand tremble 3 times, turned it around twice, and finally shook it again. When he was about to jump up and twist it, Qin Mo finally closed his eyes and entered the system space. My system is really lively, stupid, lively, cute, but dull, loving dash. Qin Mo finally came in, and Shi Qing dared to let go of the volume. He floated in the air first, crackling and scolding Qin Yu fiercely, accusing him of being a wolf, scolding him for repaying his kindness, and then analyzing his behavior in depth. Wretched psychology and neurotic behavior. His voice was crisp and melodious, and he uttered words very clearly. When he spoke for a long time, he didn't feel annoying at all. On the contrary, it was like a pearl falling on a plate. In the end, Shi Qing also made a concluding speech. After all, it's because you are so good that he is jealous of you. This sentence successfully made Qin Mo twitch the corners of his mouth and reveal a shallow smile. Although his black eyes are still as deep as the night, but at this moment, it is like a bunch of beautiful fireworks blooming in the night sky, adding a little bit to the cold night. Warm color. He looked at the swaying black mist and said in a slow and hoarse voice, Shi Qing, come here. Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then seeing the jade pendant in his hand, he instinctively got into it and said, let's accumulate some more coins, exchange them for a bazooka, take them out and give those people all the money. Boom! Qin Mo touched the jade pendant that had become angry, felt the familiar warmth of his palm, and said with satisfaction, okay. Then, Qin Mo clicked on the system store, searched for the rocket launcher, and began to study it very seriously. I didn't expect Qin Mo to take it to heart when I said it casually. Shi Qing maintained an embarrassing face while gloating about lighting a row of wax for the group of cultivators outside. It's not scary to be perverted, but I'm afraid that perverts understand technology and ask for more blessings, demigods. Qin Mo was browsing the store, and Shi Qing was not idle either. He finally had time to look for bodies. Now he still has 3,588 coins, which is not a small amount for a novice, but it is still not worth mentioning compared to the high-end goods in the store. But at least there are many more choices. There are a total of 5 female bodies and 3 male bodies to choose from. Shi Qing looked at the aptitude of the female body, which was obviously superior to that of the male body, and couldn't help but feel a little panathenic. It has long been a society where men and women are equal. Why should they be special? It's not fair. He disregarded the female body with grief and hesitated in the 3 male bodies. The 3 bodies have their own strengths, and it is difficult to choose for a while. When Shi Qing was struggling, Qin Mo looked over and said casually, "Buy a body?" Shi Qing nodded. His mind was struggling, and he couldn't make up his mind, so he simply asked Qin Mo's opinion. "Which one do you think is more suitable for me?" Qin Mo glanced at it and pointed at one of them calmly. "This one?" When Shi Qing took a closer look, Qin Mo's fair and slender fingers were pointing at a beautiful woman with a hot figure. Shi Qing immediately blew up and roared, "This is a woman!" The host raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you a woman? Aren't you a woman?" Shi Qing shouted, "Of course not!" "Oh!" Shi Qing was still angry, but Qin Mo seemed to have accepted it from his calm look. He felt better, but he was still secretly angry. No man would be happy if he was treated as a woman. Although he has no body, can't you feel his powerful hormones and masculinity that cannot be ignored from his words and deeds? Forget it. Qin Mo will be able to feel it when he changes his body. Withdrawing his mind, he continued to struggle with which body to choose. Qin Mo looked at it for a while, and then said very seriously, "It's not a woman. You can choose this body." "Wipe! It turns out that I haven't given up yet." The furious Yu Pei resolutely denied. "It's absolutely impossible." Qin Mo touched the jade pendant to comfort him, then changed his choice, pointed at the 3rd male body, and said, "That's it." Shi Qing calmed down a bit, looked at the last body, and felt really moved in his heart. Among the 3 bodies he can choose, the first one is a pure man with a height of 1.9 meters and a burly and strong body. The advantage is that he has strong physical strength and strong arms, but the disadvantage is that the agility is not enough, and the magic resistance is very weak. The result is doubling the difficulty of learning escape skills and magic spells. The second man is 1.8 meters too, much shorter than the first one, but he is not small, with many muscles. He is a bodybuilder. His strength and endurance are slightly weaker than the first one, but at the same time his agility and magic resistance are also slightly stronger than the first one. He is a middle-of-the-road character who can learn everything, but is not good at anything. And the third one went in another direction, height a little bit lower than the second man, 1.7 meters 8, and his figure is much normal, without such a strong sense of strength. That is, a normal Asian man, his strength is very weak, and he is not suitable for practicing foreign martial arts, but his agility and magic resistance are extremely good, and he has the magic escape skill. He can travel thousands of miles. The prices of the 3 bodies are 2,800, 2,500, and 3,000 respectively. Yes, the last one has the highest price. But I have to say, this one is also the most cost-effective. At the same time, it is also the most suitable for Shi Qing. Imagine, if you travel to the end of the world again, will Shi Qing swing his arms and fight zombies, or hide away and throw deadly spells? Obviously the latter. It stands to reason that Shi Qing should choose the third one without hesitation. But he has a knot in his heart. He has always been obsessed with wanting to compete with Qin Mo in height and strength. Although Qin Mo's height has not been measured, it is at least 1.8 meters 6, and Shi Qing has seen that figure with his own eyes. So it is quite predictable. Not as muscular as the first and second ones, he is just right, pleasing to the eye with strength and beauty, especially when half-naked. So damn sexy. Shi Qing recalled it for a while, almost drooling. Now look at the first and second ones. They look like beasts bursting with muscles. Even if they're tall and strong enough, they are not good-looking at all, okay? Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is no need to choose the first 2. Qin Mo added another sentence. The third body type is thin. If you eat more and exercise more, it is still very malleable. Eat more? You can eat more. This sentence successfully hit Shi Qing's weakness. In his previous life, he was a pure foodie, but because of stomach cancer, he was completely insulated from delicious food in the later stage. He could only drink some soup and water, and he was in pain. Being able to be reborn, his greatest wish is to have a healthy body and enjoy delicious food. From this point of view, the third body has the upper hand. As far as the first and second guys are concerned, if he eats and drinks wildly, his muscles will definitely grow into solid fat, and then he will become a generation of giant fat, arrogant to all the world, can't bear to look directly. The third one is obviously on the thin side. This type of body is mostly a physique that can't eat at least the risk is much lower than the first two. Seeing that Hei Wu was still hesitating, Qin Mo threw down another shot. Actually, you don't have to think too much about it. You can exchange for a more perfect body when you accumulate enough coins. Yes, how did he forget? As long as he has money, he can change his body at will, let alone this one. Even if he bought all three and tried to play one by one, there would be no problem. This is his privilege as a system. How could he forget it? Shi Qing finally decided to buy it. While spending dash points, he himself felt dizzy, and then he felt the down-to-earth feeling that he hadn't seen for a long time. He's human again at last. He stretched his arms and stomped his feet, and then looked at his hands. At first, he was a little uncomfortable, but after a few movements, he got used to it immediately. Now this body is almost the same as the previous sick body, light and comfortable, full of endless energy, very happy. His appearance can be chosen by himself, but Shi Qing is an individual. He has long been used to his appearance, so he did not modify it, but directly acquiesced to the previous appearance. He got used to it for a while, then raised his head, looked at Qin Mo, bent his eyes and smiled. His voice was clear and loud. Qin Mo, hello, I'm Shi Qing. The boy in front of him was only about 18 or 19 years old, with short, fluffy, and soft hair, a pair of round eyes full of vitality, and when he smiled like a crescent moon, he was extra lovable. The nose is not straight, but the shape is very good and looks very delicate. The lips are thin, but they are rosy and shiny. When he smiles, there is a small dimple on the left side, which adds a bit of aura. Qin Mo stared at it intently. This appearance instantly made up for what was lacking in his mind, allowing him to accept it without the slightest barrier. This is his exclusive to him. Qin Mo stretched out his finger, touched Shi Qing's smooth forehead, then slid down his nose, walked past pink lips, slightly pointed chin, and finally landed on the white neck skin as delicate as a newborn baby. The heat came through the skin. He seemed to feel the scalding blood, the pulsating arteries, the most fragile and most vibrant place, right under his palm at this moment. This feeling is stronger than the impact of holding the jade pendant tightly. Real, hot, accompanied by a strong desire to control, is an even more crazy possessive desire. Shi Qing, you are in my hands, only in my hands. Shi Qing stared at Qin Mo with wide eyes, a little confused. He had finally become a human again, and when he met Qin Mo, he naturally wanted to introduce himself and get to know each other. Although the ancients were not popular to shake hands with Saychai, it is not popular to touch their necks to make eye contact. However, Qin Mo's brain circuit cannot be considered by normal people after all, so Shi Qing didn't move away, just blinked and called softly. Qin Mo, that, don't touch it. Itchy. I'm no longer a jade pendant or a dagger. However, Shi Qing didn't say what he said, driven by instinct. He silently studied in his heart. Qin Mo probably wasn't used to it. A jade pendant suddenly changed into a living person. Anyone would be a little bit, I can't accept it. In addition, Qin Mo likes to touch things in his hands the most. Without the jade pendant, there is naturally nothing to touch. Shi Qing had made up his mind to the stage where he would have to find a good jade for the host in the future. So Qin Mo finally let go and made a concluding speech. This person is in good health, very healthy. Is this a physical examination for feelings? It's not right. Shouldn't the pulse be taken during the physical examination? How can there be a neck? Well, is it taking the carotid artery? Shi Qing. Oh, please give me a copy of Strategy of Snake Essence Disease. He needs to make up lessons. After Shi Qing got the body, He still had 588 coins left. He spent 10 points to change himself into fireproof, waterproof, and moisture-proof clothes, and then spent dash points to buy a special storage for food. This is a bracelet, which is common in all worlds. For this price, its capacity is already very large, but there is a disadvantage. It can only store food and cannot put any other items in it. However, the food he stores can be kept fresh forever and will never go bad. Just for this, Shi Qing wants to buy one no matter what, and no matter which world we go to, we must not treat our stomach badly. Then he spent another 188 points to pick and choose, and bought countless delicacies. Looking at the food in the bracelet, he felt a strong sense of happiness. Qin Mo glanced over, and what he saw was Shi Qing, whose eyes were bent into crescents, his mouth was raised, and his dimples appeared and disappeared, like a cat in contentment. After looking at it for a while, he felt that his hands were itchy again. Maybe the jade pendant was better, and he could hold it at any time. After Shi Qing finished his things, he ran over to see Qin Mo's. Qin Mo is much richer than him, and he still has more than 5,000 coins left, which can buy a medium-level cultivation cheat book. However, Qin Mo didn't choose any exercises, but spent more than 3,000 coins to improve his body's various qualities. This is true. The body is strengthened. No matter what you learn, there will be a bonus. Then Qin Mo browsed the hot weapons that were already open in the store. Shi Qing leaned over and asked puzzledly, "Aren't you considering saving money to buy exercises?" Qin Mo was in a good mood. "No need. You can have as many of these things as you want." What he said was true, tyrannical, and Shi Qing was taken aback for a while before he realized It's not that right. The world Qin Mo lives in is a high-level cultivation plane, and Qin Mo used to be a leader in this world. Shouldn't there be all kinds of cultivation secrets? Where can I still see these low-level and mid-level people? He probably doesn't even care about advanced ones. On the contrary, Qin Mo has never been in contact with these hot weapons, so he is quite interested. Shi Qing didn't know Qin Mo's thoughts. The ordinary hot weapons sold in the store can cause limited damage to monks, but if they are combined with the aura of the real world. After browsing all the open items, Qin Mo said, "Let's start the next task." Shi Qing was gnawing on a piece of pea cake, which was so soft and sweet, and when he heard Qin Mo say this, he said inarticulately, "Okay, no problem." The two pressed the button together and saw the background prompt of the next world. This is a world dominated by orcs, and it is also a world that subverts Shi Qing's three views. Men can have babies. Is that so scientific? This world is more fantasy. Shi Qing was not very surprised when he first saw the background. After all, he had read a lot of novels during his recuperating days, and they involved many aspects. Some of the most common settings in Western fantasy novels are humans, orcs, elves, dwarves. Multiple races coexist on one continent. So when he first saw the world dominated by orcs, what he thought was that this was the Western world, a place controlled by Tauren and greenskins. It sounds wild and very man. He excitedly continued to look down, and the following content made him deeply realize how ignorant he was. The orcs here are completely different from the orcs he has seen. Neither Tauren nor Centaur, nor the familiar greenskins. They are real beasts, a great collection of animals of all kinds. There are ferocious and warlike beasts. There are also gentle and cute little beasts, and there are even cute beasts who have been selling cute for 100 years. These beasts have 3 stages in their life: infancy, adolescence, and adulthood. It is a complete animal form in childhood, and has transformed into a human form in adolescence. But it has the characteristics of a beast, such as furry ears, long curly tail, or cute little paws, and because of the unstable form, the mood swings are too big will completely change into animal form. And when it reaches adulthood, it is completely humanoid, can hide all animal forms, and can change freely. The human form has the convenience of the human form, and the beast form also has the advantages of the beast form. After they reach adulthood, they will be able to master the advantages of each form and use them freely. In fact, these are still acceptable to Shi Qing. And the next thing really hit his 3 views. There are no women in this world. Oh no. To be precise, there are no female orcs. All men. Do you wonder how the world breeds offspring? Very good. Here comes the wonderful thing. Men in this world can conceive and have children. Oh, my God. Shi Qing said that he was about to go blind. Shi Qing knew that men fell in love with men. He happened to be in the third year of high school when he got sick. At that time, there were creatures like rotten girls in school. The Shi family's lineage is very good, and Shi Qing's face was inherited from Shi's mother. Although he is a boy, he is a little too beautiful, if it weren't for his being active, naughty, and super familiar. And there is no quiet time, it would really make people misunderstand the gender. Because of this, when he was at school, he was surrounded by a group of little girls from time to time. At the beginning, he was secretly delighted, thinking that he was indeed full of masculine charm. Look, how warm these little girls are to him. But later, he faintly realized that something was wrong. Why are these girls looking at him with green eyes? It doesn't seem like he wants to have sex with him, but it seems that he is planning something. When he overheard the discussion of the two girls he thought were super cute, he was completely stunned. Cute girl, did you see that? We are standing with the sports committee of class -o'clock today, and the sports committee is blushing. Ma Dan, -o'clock is still a temptation. Cute girl B, don't dismantle my CP. I'm a firm brother party. You didn't see Shi's brother. I'll fuck you. Ghost and animal glasses attack. Cliff is Shi's good match. This pile of unknown words poured into Shi Qing's mind, and he was left in a daze besides being dazed. Fortunately, now that the internet is developed, Shi Qing hastily consulted Dunyang. He Googled inducement and ghost and animal glasses attack, and the content that popped up almost made him kneel down. What is this? So yellow, so violent. Shi Qing quickly closed the webpage, and it took several hours to turn on the automatic cleaning to delete those pictures from his mind. But from then on, he never dared to get close to these innocent and cute little girls. He couldn't hold it at all. Because of being popularized this time, he knows that men and men can also have true love. But he never knew that men and men can conceive and have children together. Compared to Shi Qing's jaw-dropping, Qin Mo just raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Shi Qing. Interesting. How interesting. Host classmate, you don't want to have a baby, do you? Immediately hit by this thought, Shi Qing shrank into a ball, rolled into a corner, and silently drew circles. His host conceived and had a child, so lost. Shi Qing quickly cut off the little theater of shame in his mind and focused on the background of the events in this world, as if diverting his attention. The central character of this incident is Alec, the chief of a high-ranking tribe in the orc world. He was young, promising, and experienced in many battles. He inherited his father's tribe when he was just an adult and became the chief who commanded the tribe. At that time, the Yasin tribe was only a middle-level tribe, with medium-level territorial resources and low-level residents fighting, although it has also conquered 3 low-level tribes. But because of its own lack of development, there is also a high-level tribe above its head. The donations they have accumulated over the years have been greatly damaged and hindered development. After Alex succeeded to the throne, he worked hard and led the soldiers to fight north and south, and finally confiscated a 7th-level resource land 6 years later. Not only is there sufficient food, but also a large number of crystal mines, which is a rare and rich land. He led the tribe to develop steadily, and finally launched a rebellion a year later, successfully challenged the superior tribe, occupied its tribal territory, and became a high-level tribe. Alec is the hero of the Yasin tribe. His bravery and goodness are spread in the land of the beastmen, and he is the favored son of the beast god, but was such a character who gradually became slack in the joyful pursuit. The cause of the matter is a bit ridiculous to say. Heroes are saddened by beauty pass. Alec has been fighting all the year round, and he has always looked down on love. Only one partner was chosen by his father when he was a teenager, because his partner has been developing slowly, and he didn't get married until he became the chief. That IT stands to reason that the two are of the same age, and their partner should be an adult, but for some unknown reason, until the Yasin tribe became a high-level territory, his partner still remained in adolescence. But after all, it was the marriage appointed by his father. Even if Alec was dissatisfied, he did not treat him badly. But all this didn't completely collapse until Alec met another beautiful Asian beast. At that time, Alec was already the chief of a high-level tribe. He was young, promising, and handsome. Naturally, A large number of sub-beasts flocked to him, but he thought highly of himself and never took these things seriously. Until a hunt, he rescued a sub-beast, Amiya, who was separated from the tribe. Amiya has grown up. His animal form is a small animal, although his combat power is very low. But his appearance is extremely beautiful, and he shines brightly between glances. Alec took one look at him and was completely captured. To say that Amy is indeed very capable. Not only is she beautiful, but her mental means are even more outstanding that he confuses Alec with beauty and binds this man with love. In the gentle and sweet month, Alec almost obeyed Amaya, playing with her all day long, completely forgetting about it, and almost ignoring the tribe's affairs. Not listening to advice, ignoring the military. If things go on like this, Alec finally loses the hearts of the people, and at this moment, the hostile tribe launched a plundering war against the Yasin tribe's 7th-level resource land. The world background ends here, and what follows is Qin Mo's main quest. Shi Qing looked at it seriously, and there was a faint thought in his heart. Maybe this time it was a tribal defense battle, but he still underestimated. Defend the tribe and annex a high-ranking tribe. Time limit: 100 days. Seeing the time limit again, Qin Mo curled his lips in a good mood. 1 day in advance is 100 points, and 50 days in advance is 5,000 points, which is worth a side mission. What's more, it can be faster. When it was Shi Qing's turn, he just wanted to scold her. Be realistic. The Yasin tribe was left with nothing but an empty shell by Amiya and Alec. Not to mention the annexation of high-level tribes. Even the looting of resources and land that is about to happen in front of you can't deal with it. There is still a time limit. 100 days. Come on, it took Alec in his heyday 8 years to be promoted to a high-level tribe. Can this thing be calculated in days? On the background of this world, there is a note that reads, the Yasin tribe is the only one that has successfully upgraded to a high-level tribe in 500 years. Could it be for fun? Outsiders like him and Qin Mo, who can't even accept their male worldview, can really lead the beast to fight for the hegemony of the continent? The prospect was so dark. Shi Qing wanted to continue to make up his own little theater of shame, but his host probably only has some coins left in his eyes. So, they wore it. At the moment of crossing, Shi Qing heard the voice of Mr. Handbook. The system already has a body. Start playing as an NPC. Choose a character by yourself. No bonus. Choose a character at random, and get double points when the task is completed. Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, but the next moment his heart turned violent. He made money and died for food. Anyway, he has started the mission in a cheating way. If you don't do anything and don't stop, the young master will also fight. He resolutely chose random selection. After a while of spinning around, Shi Qing gradually became sober. Because it was a random character, he didn't know who he was disguised as. Before he could get used to it, he heard a voice. Bad guy, don't you feel at ease with me here? That idiot Alec has already lost his head. Little darling, I knew you were capable. Even a wild beast like you can't hold back. His voice became more obscene as he spoke. How is it? That bitch Alec can feed you? Do you want me? Who's there? There was a sharp shout, followed by a swish of a dagger. As soon as Shi Qing opened his eyes, he saw the dagger flying towards him. Thanks to his new body's high agility, he leaned back and narrowly missed it. But this time the whereabouts were completely exposed. The three looked at each other, and Amy's expression changed instantly. Why are you? Before Shi Qing could react, Amy quickly said to the people around her, Kill him. Don't let him leave. He is Alec's partner. Alec's mate? These words rushed into Shi Qing's head immediately, and he instantly knew his identity. This character is almost invisible in the whole incident. Although it was mentioned as Alec's wife at the beginning, but after Amy Yu appeared, he became a typical doormat and was secretly bullied by Amy Yu. It's out of shape. A good chief's mate is like a slave. Of course, the key is that IL's character is too weak, coupled with his deep inferiority complex because of his slow development and persistent failure to reach adult standards. He thinks that he is not worthy of Alec, so even if Alec has a new love, he dare not marry him. Talk too much. You know, this Beastman world is completely different from the human world that sub-beasts are rare in number. Although they have no combat power, they can reproduce and infect offspring. They also have a strong guiding ability, which can appease the wildness and restlessness of male beasts and enhance their combat power to a certain extent. Every male beast is eager to have a sub-beast that is -% compatible with him, but unfortunately, the number of sub-beasts is scarce, and the supply exceeds demand. Most male beasts have no sub-beasts at all, only those who are powerful and excellent. Only a heroic beast whose combat power is superior to other heroes can recruit its own sub-beast. After all, Alec came from a decent background. Although the Yassine tribe was only a second-rate tribe at the time, Alec's father was a chief, and he was the only son. The old chief naturally doted on this child. Eir is a sub-beast born of the Yassine tribe. Although he is not an adult and cannot judge his qualifications, Eir's juvenile animal state is a small, cute beast, and the possibility of a high-quality sub-beast born from a cute beast is extremely high, and just in the infancy state, the compatibility between Il and Alec is as high as -%, which is enough to show that Il is the exclusive sub-beast bestowed by the beast god to Alec. That's why they got married early. But who would have thought that until the death of the old chieftain, Illinois would not be able to reach the age of majority? Juvenile sub-beasts cannot mate with male beasts, and they cannot have children, let alone appease male beasts, and it is impossible to help them increase their combat effectiveness. Alec has his own sub-beast, but it is the same as not having one. This point has also been seized and attacked by many hostile tribes. But even with ridicule and sarcasm, orcs are absolutely loyal, and there is no such thing as abandoning sub-beasts. You know, there are too many male beasts who are alone, suffering from the inherent restlessness every night, that it is conceivable how much they hate the male beast who abandoned the Asian beast. However, after all, Alec's identity is different, and Il's development is delayed, so he and Amy barely get together without being besieged and bombarded. But to be honest, his behavior also made the people of the Yassine tribe feel cold. Even if Il can't take on the responsibility of being a sub-beast, he is the sub-beast of the Yassine tribe after all, and he is the sub-beast of the chief they have recognized for a long time, but now they are neglected, ignored, and live in such a humble way, which chills the sub-beasts of the Yassine tribe, afraid that their male beasts will learn from the chief, and also makes the male beasts begin to question the character of their leader. So, if Alec fell in love with Amy, that would be death. What's more, at this time, it was discovered by Eir that Amy is a traitor with internal and external enemies. Shi Qing went through everything he could think of in his head and couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart. It's nothing to be transmigrated into Il. The point is whether the timing and location of crossing should be so stuck. As soon as he came up, he ran into the mistress having an affair with an adulterer, and his whereabouts were exposed. Could it be that this is the legendary rush to die? I don't want to die as soon as I travel through time. Choose a random character and double rewards. How much food can you buy with so many coins? Wiping away his saliva, Shi Qing already had some calculations in his mind. Amai's combat power on the opposite side is negative, but his adulterer cannot be underestimated. If you dare to sneak into other people's tribes late at night and have a tryst with the mistress, then your skills will definitely not be inferior. Considering Shi Qing's current physique, it would be even more difficult to defeat him. But if he couldn't beat him, he could always beat him. What's more, he is not an ordinary person. So he turned on the system reminder and quickly sent a reminder to Qin Mo, reporting his identity, location, and the danger he encountered. Then he started to run wildly. At this time, he was very lucky. Fortunately, he chose this body after listening to Qin Mo's words. He has high agility and flexibility. To assist, even if the proficiency in using it for the first time is not high enough, but the unstoppable skills are really domineering. Even if you use 3 points of strength, you can run fast. However, the adulterer is not a vegetarian, and he immediately turned into a beast, completely unexpected by Shi Qing. It turned out to be an eagle. Flying animals. No wonder they can sneak into the tribe so easily. Shi Qing felt a little nervous. Although he was able to move quickly by virtue of going 1,000 miles, and because he received Eir's memory, he was quite familiar with the terrain here, but he couldn't stop him from flying. Is the distance between a straight line and a curve comparable? Shi Qing suddenly thought, if others can become beasts, can he also try? Maybe L's beast form is also a flying animal. Just as he was thinking, the memory belonging to Air was recalled. When he saw the animal shape of Air's classmate, he immediately lost his temper. He should keep his human form honestly. If he really turned into a beast, he would probably be packed away. But Shi Qing is not very worried. He has already sent a message to Qin Mo. As long as he can delay the time, there must be no problem. Moreover, he is still a little naughty. These two doggy men are the key to completing the mission. If he can lead them around here, it will definitely be useful for Qin Mo to arrest them. So he has been using the terrain to dodge, and he didn't escape too far, still circling around Amaya. Watching this chase, Amaya's gorgeous face was blatantly sinister. He never thought that the trash of Il would appear here, and found out his and Barry's secret. Barry is the deputy leader of the Keluo tribe, and the Keluo tribe is the deadly enemy of the Yasin tribe, and is preparing to invade the 7th-level resource land of the Yasin tribe. If Il escapes and exposes his identity, even if he can fool that idiot Alec, the cadres of the Yasin tribe will not be able to control him when the time comes. Let them be vigilant and prepare in advance. Then the result of the battle for resource land will be difficult to predict. Isn't it a waste of effort for him to lurk here? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and Amaya decided to join the battle himself. Although he was a sub-beast, his animal form was a small one. His attack power was quite different from that of a male beast, but he was much stronger than that of a cute beast. Air is just a cute underage beast. He can definitely suppress him. Thinking like this, he transformed himself into a brown fawn, with the antlers on his head, and rushed toward Shi Qing. Shi Qing wasn't scared by the eagle, but was almost startled by the deer. This is too contemptuous of people. A little deer is here to bully us. It's really a tiger that doesn't show its power. You treat me like a sick cat. Shi Qing sideways avoided the eagle's sharp claws, turned around, and kicked the fawn's neck viciously. Xiaolu, you look very cute, but do you want to have such a fierce expression? It's too unsightly. Amy did not expect that Air, who has always been weak, would have such a fast reaction speed, and could escape Barry's attack and attack herself at the same time. The little beast's body was already weak, and he was only relying on the hard antlers on his head, thinking that Il would suffer, but he didn't expect that he would get kicked instead, and the severe pain hit him. He gritted his teeth and looked so pitiful. His face was full of ferocity at the moment. He yelled, "Barry, come here!" The eagle chasing Shi Qing suddenly changed direction and flew towards Amaya. Before Shi Qing could figure out what was going on, he saw the eagle pounce on Amaya, and Amaya was not afraid at all. She opened her arms and hugged the eagle's head, closed her eyes, and kissed it on its sharp beak. If Shi Qing hadn't accepted Air's memory, he would probably just want to complain at this moment. But after understanding the rules of this world, Shi Qing knew clearly that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, after Amaya let go of the eagle, which was only about half a meter long, instantly swelled up to more than 5 times in size. Then look at the exaggerated wings, the sharp beak like a sharp blade, and the sharp enough claws that tear apart steel. What a monster! By this time, Shi Qing was really a little panicked. His current body is neither a dagger nor a jade pendant, but a real body of flesh and blood. Let me give you a proper burp. But can he escape? Not caring about trying to lure them to stay here, Shi Qing really started running wildly. The giant eagle, which can grow bigger, has also increased its speed several times, but it is approaching Shi Qing in the blink of an eye, and it is about to pierce through the back. Shi Qing's whole body tensed up, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Just as he was about to bear the pain of a sharp knife piercing his chest, a black shadow flashed quickly. The speed is simply unattainable to the naked eye, and it rushed to the giant eagle's throat with lightning speed, and the exaggerated jump was like flying into the air, with perfect precision and ferocity. The beastly roar, the smell of blood, accompanied by the long and sharp cry of the eagle. The battle happened quickly and ended even faster. When Shi Qing came back to his senses, what he saw at a glance was a cheetah with a graceful figure, a lazy expression, a pair of black eyes focused, like a king who controls the world, strong and domineering. And under his claws was a dying giant eagle, with blood gurgling from its throat, and its eyes turned white, completely missing the arrogance just now. Although the shape is different, Shi Qing still recognized it at first sight. It's Qin Mo. Ah, this cheetah is so handsome, so cool. I really want to touch it. Saliva. Amy, who fell to the side, turned pale in an instant. Alec. It was Alec. It's over, it's over. Do not. Not yet. Amy suddenly came back to her senses. There were filthy spots on his body, and Shi Qing kicked him hard at a tee this moment. He fell limply to the ground. His white clothes were loose, his figure was thin, and his beautiful face was full of sadness and sorrow. Alec, Il. He actually communicated with the enemy inside and outside, and colluded with the people of the Keluo tribe. Accidentally collided. They're gonna kill me. The beautiful sub-beast narrated the fear and uneasiness in its heart with a melodious voice like a bird, and its beautiful eyes were full of water, looking forward to the majestic beast. Coupled with the unique spiritual guidance of Yasho, if it is the original Alec at this moment, it is estimated that he would have surrendered to him and believed it. Unfortunately, the core has been changed. The cheetah walked gracefully, without even looking at him, but walked towards the heir who was lying on the ground. Il is a juvenile with a bit of a beast look. Short silver-white hair is fluffy, and there are two semicircular furry little black ears between the soft hair, and behind him, there is a short and slightly small hair in the middle of the buttocks. Upturned white tail. Because of the cheetah's gaze, the boy was a little happy, his eyes bent into crescents. The small ears on the top of his head and the small tail behind him trembled unconsciously. Before he could open his mouth, the cheetah bowed its head slightly, leaned its fluffy and hot head, pressed its sharp teeth against the slender collarbone, and stretched out its tongue to lick the young man's delicate neck. The tongues of felines are all barbs. If you lick them hard, they will definitely hurt you, but this kind of licking gently and with very little force is like a feather passing by, which is extremely itchy. Shi Qing laughed without any scruples and said while stepping back, Don't, it's very itchy. Amy was at a loss. He thought that Alec was going to tear up the bitch's throat angrily, but he didn't expect that he just licked it lightly. This gesture was gentle and ambiguous, as if to comfort. No, a declaration of sovereignty. This is simply declaring the exclusive right to the sub-beast that belongs to him. Amy was shocked by the thought in his heart, but he immediately denied the idea. Impossible? Alec hated Il very much. Even if Alec didn't believe his words and believed that Il was innocent, it was impossible for him to change his attitude all of a sudden and become recognized for Il. Amy was worried, but in the current situation, he had no other choice. Barry's life and death were unknown, and he, a sub-beast, was definitely no match for a brave and capable hero. If Alec cannot be captured, he has only one dead end. Concentrating his mind, his spiritual guidance has been honed to perfection, and Alec has a deep-rooted affection for him. Even if he has doubts, he will not let go of his feelings so quickly. Alec must still love him. He put on a weaker posture, tears filled his eyes, and his voice became softer and softer, almost begging for affection. Alec, you don't want me? Sub-beasts have a fatal attraction to male beasts. Amy is extremely beautiful and good at acting. Such an appearance is indeed a temptation that no male beast can resist. Sure enough, the cheetah that was far away from him finally came over. Amy's eyes lit up, and he was a little excited, but he knew that this was a critical moment, and he must not show his feet. He looked at the cheetah in front of him softly, and whispered softly, Alec, I'm afraid. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of white mist rose up, and the originally calm cheetah turned into a tall and handsome man in an instant. Short brown hair, peaked eyebrows and eyes, a tall nose, thin lips with distinct water chestnut angles, and a very handsome face, but none of these can compare to those black eyes as deep as the night sky. Amy was stunned for a moment. This is Alec. It is indeed Alec, but he felt a powerful momentum different from Alec. The overpowering majesty, which was stronger than the animal shape, was restrained from the calm and elegant, and the powerful momentum that erupted made people feel frightened. The slow-moving man in front of him didn't look like a brave beast, and he didn't look like the chief of the tribe. He looked more like someone from the reverse world, which made even the beast gods fear. Look down on the demons in the world. Amy was startled by the thoughts in his heart. He could no longer maintain any spiritual guidance, and his pretentious posture collapsed. He really fell to the ground, and the terror in his heart grew like a vine, leaking out of his skin, and turned into a there were bursts of cold sweat. The man walked up to him, bowed his head slightly, and called softly, "Amaya." Amy looked at the familiar but unfamiliar man in front of him, at a loss. He wanted to force a smile, but the smile seemed to be dead. He opened his mouth and barely made a sound. "Alec." The man's handsome smile was full of evil spirits. "Do you know why you didn't die?" Amy's eyes widened in horror, and staring at him so intuitively, he finally realized personally that this man is definitely not Alec. "Who is he? Who is it?" The next moment, a demonic voice grabbed his heart. "Because I want your life to be worse than death." Shi Qing couldn't hear the conversation between Qin Mo and Amy. He could only see the expressions and movements of the two of them. He was really disgusted by Amy. The ability to turn black and white in an instant is really handy. Talking nonsense with your mouth open is as easy and refreshing as eating jelly beans. If Shi Qing hadn't transmigrated, and he was still the cowardly heir, even if he hadn't been killed, he would have died unjustly. Thinking about it this way, Shi Qing felt that Amy Yatai was hateful. Even if she was good-looking, so what? Behavior is disgusting. But he was still a little worried, afraid that Qin Mo would end this scum on impulse. Of course, he didn't feel sorry for Amy, but it was still useful to keep Amy alive. What reassured him was that Qin Mo seemed to have only said a few words and did not kill him. Shi Qing couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Look, his host is still very reliable. Could it be that he has been making him too vicious all this time? Has the essence of the host not been completely blackened? Whoops, what a gratifying discovery. Shi Qing was immersed in his own brain hole, and unconsciously smiled and rolled his eyes. He didn't come back to his senses until Qin Mo came over and bent down to approach him. He was in a happy mood and saw that the host was about to express his feelings. But before the words reached his lips, he was hugged by the man in front of him. Both feet were off the ground, and his body was lifted up abruptly. Although Shi Qing didn't exclaim, he was taken aback by this unexpected move. By the time he reacted, his forehead was already pressed against his firm chest. Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, and after a second, he began to resist. "Ma Dan, what is this?" The legendary princess hug. Ah, so shameful. At this time, the difference in stature was revealed. Only ears, small arms, and legs were still underage. Facing a strong adult male beast, trying to break free was simply a joke. Shi Qing blushed hard. Qin Mo lowered his head, sniffed his neck, and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Shi Qing really didn't dare to move anymore. He was ticklish, super scared. The cheetah licked him just now. It almost tickled him to death, but the posture in front of him was too limitless. After struggling again and again, he still wanted to break free. But Qin Mo lowered his head, pretending to. Shi Qing was startled and immediately dared not move. And at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the corner, and the scene that followed could really scare a modern person to pee. Fuck me, so many beasts. Lions, tigers, rhinos, hounds, gray wolves, brown bears, and the humming great pyrines. Wait, why is there a husky in it? Era, you are on the wrong team. Won't you be eaten and wiped out if you stay in this group of beasts like a fool? Although I have long known that this is a world of orcs, and everyone is a beast, but seeing this scene in such a real way, the impact is still not small. This group of ferocious beasts rushed in like menacing gods, and they were all taken aback when they saw the scene in front of them. They are the beasts of the tribe, and they are also the cadres of the tribe. They were originally discussing with the chief Alec. The discussion was nothing more than the output of the resource area this year, whether the lower tribes would hand in the tribute in time and the guard work outside the tribe. Some major events involving unmarried male beasts proposing marriage. Generally speaking, it is a routine meeting. In the past, there was no need to rush to deal with these matters at the regular meeting, but since Alec was promoted to the senior chief and Amaya came, this person is not common. Most of the time, he and Amy Mia hangs out and doesn't care about business. But at any rate, he still knew that every regular meeting would appear, so these cadres rushed to the regular meeting to report the situation. Each and every one of them wanted to hold Alec for fear that he would run away. Alec was not completely dizzy yet. He persisted honestly to the end of every regular meeting. And after leaving Imea, Alec's IQ improved significantly, and he really returned to the previous Congo's decisive appearance. Doing things come very convincing. This is one of the reasons why the cadres have not yet rebelled. But this regular meeting is only halfway through. ERA students are waiting eagerly, thinking to mention it to Alec at the end, and ask yourself when you can get a fingered marriage. I really want to have a sub-beast there is wood. It's a pity that it's only halfway, and before the big white bear has finished reporting about the guards outside, Alec suddenly stood up and strode out. The liger and tiger general next to Alec just wanted to ask. Alec turned his head to look at them. His black eyes were breathtaking, and the two of them were stunned. In another blink of an eye, the chief was gone. They turned into animal shapes one after another, chasing wildly all the way. But everyone knows that the chieftain's animal form is a fast leopard known as the Light of the Beast God. Its speed is comparable to that of light, and there are few rivals in the entire Beastman continent. How can they catch up? Fortunately, there is ERA. ERA has a very strong sense of smell within a radius of thousands of miles. As long as it is the target he locked, he will definitely be able to find it. Alec is the chief of the tribe, their leader, and one person's life affects the whole tribe. ERA naturally remembered his smell early on, and now he is using his sense of smell to search all the way. The crowd followed behind him, unable to increase their speed, and by the time they arrived, they had already missed the most exciting moment. But the sight in front of them was enough to make their jaws drop in shock. Amy, who has always been regarded as a treasure, is lying alone on the cold ground. Moreover, he looked haggard, his clothes were tattered, and there seemed to be a footprint on his neck. Sky, who dares to hurt this sub-beast? Must their bastard chief be insane? In the blink of an eye, what they saw made them even more astonished. Isn't this Alec? Who is he holding in his arms? If you look closely, you can see the fluffy little black ears, the cute curly white tail, and the little face flushed from shyness, actually because of too much effort. Isn't this IL? Alec's exclusive sub-beast? It stands to reason that it is normal for a male beast to hug his sub-beast, and such a sweet princess hug is very enviable and jealous. At least the Aaron next to him has already looked straight into the eyes. Wong, where are you, my Asian beast? My brother really wants to hug you. But when this scene fell on Alec, it was really strange and weird. Everyone knows that Alec doesn't say he hates IL, but he is definitely indifferent, especially with Amy. Alec can't see IL all year round. Not to mention such a sweet hug. Not even a look. They are not used to this gang of beasts, but firstly, Alec has put in too much effort for the current status of the tribe, and secondly, he'll never complains and even keeps saying that Alec is good, which makes them these outsiders really don't have much to say. As for the existence of Amiya, the male beasts also turned a blind eye. Although in the orc world, the male beasts are highly loyal to the sub-beasts. But Alec's situation is really different. He has grown up long ago. While IL has been underage, adult male beasts will suffer from primitive restlessness every few days. The sub-beasts don't understand this feeling, but the male beasts understand it too well. The unstoppable wildness and crazy heat are too unbearable. And the stronger the male beast, the more violent this restlessness is. Alec's ability to endure, until today, without going crazy shows his extraordinary endurance. But maybe it is because of enduring it for too long. The appearance of Amiya, like a life-saving straw, caught Alec's heart at once. It just satisfies Alec's high self-esteem. Only such a sublime beast is worthy of him. But at this moment, Alec actually abandoned Amy on the tip of his heart like a shoe. This is amazing. So, what happened? When Shin Mo saw the beasts in front of him, he didn't look too surprised. He accepted part of Alec's memory, so he naturally knew who these people were. He hugged Shi Qing, strode away, and at the same time ordered, put them into the dungeon. It wasn't until Qin and Mo left that the beasts came back to their senses. Only then did I belatedly discover that there was actually a male beast in the corner. A completely unfamiliar beast that does not belong to the Yasin tribe. A giant eagle, Big Pyrenees strode forward, turned into a human, and looked down at the same time. He has sharp eyes and a careful heart, and found a hexagonal mark on the side feathers of the giant eagle, which is the Crow tribe. This is the male beast of the Keluo tribe. The giant eagle's throat was torn, but the strength was just right. Although it looked like it was dripping with blood, it left a sigh of relief and was not completely killed. After thinking for a while, the great white bear took out the precious wound medicine from his bosom and stopped the blood for the giant eagle. The piebald tiger next to it also saw the sign of the giant eagle. The Keluo tribe is the sworn enemy of the Yasin tribe. The two tribes are in contact with each other. They have been fighting endlessly for the territory. The people of the tribe have never said anything when they meet. Bite and pounce, how many male beasts of the Yasin tribe were destroyed by their hands. And seeing them now, they gritted their teeth with hatred. Seeing that the big white bear had stopped the blood of the damned giant eagle, he immediately became furious. Dabai, are you crazy? This is the enemy. You actually saved the enemy. The big white bear gave him a shudder. Can you fucking use your brains so that you can't kill this giant eagle with the fighting power of the chief? Since you have saved your breath, it must be useful. After finishing speaking, he didn't care about the spotted tiger's stupid appearance and arranged for someone to lift the giant eagle down. Then he looked at Amiya again. This sub-beast is a bit difficult to handle. First of all, the particularity of the sub-beasts makes the orcs cherish and love them. Even the sub-beasts that have captured the enemy will be raised well and try to influence them. If it fails, they will let them fend for themselves. As for the sub-beasts of your own tribe, they are simply offering them up. After all, many male beasts are single. If you don't cherish them, there are people waiting in line, for example, the hungry era who has been queuing but can't get in the queue all the time. Yay beast, where are you? Ben Wang's heart is thinking of you. In addition, Amiya belongs to Alec. It is really not easy to handle. But immediately someone helped the big white bear solve the problem. The rhinoceros was about to carry the giant eagle to the dungeon, but just as he touched the giant eagle shrank and became only half a meter high. All the beasts were shocked. It turned out that this giant eagle was intensified. The male beast can be intensified by the sub-beast, but the sub-beast must be present. Think about the scene just now. Illinois is underage and doesn't have this ability at all. Alec is a male beast. Don't think about it. The only adult capable sub-beast is Amiya. Everyone swished their eyes to Amiya. Amiya has intensified the giant eagle, and Amiya has intensified the giant eagle belonging to the Crow tribe. You must know that not any sub-beast can intensify the male beast casually. To meet this condition, the sub-beast must have a complete relationship with the male beast at least 100 times. Only in this way can the sub-beast be familiar with the male beast and learn to transform this power while suppressing the restlessness in the male beast. In the intensified state, it is because the sub-beast and the male beast have the same mind, and the sub-beast uses powerful spiritual power to transform the manic and uncontrollable energy in the male beast, thus multiplying the male beast's attack power. If Amiya really intensified the giant eagle, it is enough to prove the relationship between Amiya and the giant eagle. The big white bear's face immediately changed. He picked up Amiya himself without hesitation and threw her into the dungeon ruthlessly without a trace of pity. In the orc world, betrayal is absolutely unforgivable. Generally speaking, the living environment of the Beastman world is incomparable to that of human beings. Technology has not sprouted at all. Although some smart sub-beasts have invented simple daily necessities, they are only tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks. Even though they have a fixed residential territory, the so-called house is just a round, interesting-looking house, but when it's their turn to live here, they should dislike it. It can also keep out the wind and rain, so don't ask too much for others. As a high-ranking chief, Alec's living room is already considered luxury, but it is still a small bag, but it is bigger and brighter. By the way, There is an extra skylight made of spar, so the light is still sufficient, that's all, and other things. Don't think too much, there is only a wooden bed, wooden table, and wooden chairs. Qin Mo walked all the way with Shi Qing in his arms, and returned straight to their living room. On the way, Shi Qing received all kinds of undisguised attention gifts. He himself was embarrassed to think that it was embarrassing to be hugged, but the Beast people were completely shocked by the fact that Alec was holding Il. Although they were surprised, deep down in their hearts they were a little happy. Although Amy is beautiful and favored, he has an arrogant personality, especially an outsider who got out halfway, and he doesn't have much affection for the Beast people of his tribe. In addition, he also looks down on the low-level Beast people and likes to order them around when he has nothing to do. He is a man, so the Beastmen of the Yasin tribe don't have a good impression of him. But Il is completely different. He is born and bred. He is gentle and kind to others, and he is Alec's real exclusive sub-beast, a gift from God, blessed by the Beast God. This alone makes it out of Amiya. So, at this moment, when the Beast people saw their great chieftain holding Lord Il, their little hearts felt dark. Alec finally woke up. I finally found true love. The rogue beast will not be exchanged for gold. Chief, your gloomy avatar is starting to shine again. We look forward to the early birth of a healthy and smart little beast from you and Lord Ear. If Shi Qing knew what the Beastmen were thinking, he would probably give up the mission directly and run away regardless. This world is too scary. Brother Handbook, Kwai came to save me. Back to Tibobeo, all the way with Qin Mo. Shi Qing was freed, jumped down, and finally got down to earth. Qin Mo looked at him and frowned slightly. Shi Qing noticed his emotions and thought that Qin Mo was worried about whether he was injured. Just about to explain seriously and boast about his escape skills by the way, Qin Mo suddenly said, "You should go back to Upali." Shi Qing! Exclamation point. You can't run around? Shi Qing. Who will tell him what he should say in this kind of conversation? Host, are you really joking? Are you really showing off your humor? Shi Qing looked at the extremely serious expression on Qin Mo's face with embarrassment, and really couldn't see any look that should be a joke. So, are you serious? Shi Qing silently took a few deep breaths in his heart before calming down. He couldn't take the usual way when dealing with snake spirit disease. He looked at Qin Mo with the same serious eyes and said solemnly, "Although I am a system, I also have tasks. It is my job to play Il well, and the task has already started, unless you give up the task, otherwise I can't leave Il's body." Seeing that Qin Mo's expression still didn't seem to loosen, Shi Qing had no choice but to make persistent efforts. It was just a coincidence, the deviation of the landing place. I have successfully traversed now, no accidents. I will not run around again. With this reassurance, Qin Mo's cold face was slightly relieved. Just as Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly froze again. Qin Mo clasped his waist with one hand, leaned close to him, buried his head on his neck, and then licked his delicate skin lightly. Accompanied by the heat, a hoarse voice appeared. "Remember what you say." This lick completely fixed Shi Qing. If the previous lick by the cheetah was just a big cat, then the lick by the humanoid Qin Mo is suddenly different. Too ambiguous. While itching to death, there was a hot current hitting his forehead, and Shi Qing could almost hear the sound of his heart beating wildly in his chest. What's going on here? Shi Qing opened his eyes wide, unable to suppress this ferocious surge of emotions. Inexplicable, unspeakable, unprepared, and unable to deal with it. Just when he didn't know what to do, a sharp pain came from his chest suddenly. Shi Qing didn't even have time to react and completely lost consciousness. Moya is the chief veterinarian of the Yasin tribe, with excellent medical skills, especially good at various post-war wounds and wound healing. And because it is a sub-beast, he also has a certain ability to calm the spirit and can calm some male beasts without sub-beast. So, Moya is still very popular in the tribe, especially in the non-war period recently. Except for a few single male beasts who come to see a doctor for mischief every day, he is very leisurely. He went to bed early at night when he was free. He had just washed up and climbed into bed when he saw a stupid dog crawling in. Moya's face darkened. Era, you're getting more and more courageous and dare to barge in at night? Your skin is itchy, right? The person who came was our husky classmate who was crazy about Asian beasts. He was also a frequent visitor here in the past. After all, Moya is not only beautiful, but also smart and capable. Most importantly, he is still single. How can Era students not come to brush up their favorability? Therefore, if you are sick or not, you must report every day. Moya didn't bother him too much. Compared with other male beasts who like to pretend to be cool and handsome and show off their fur and muscles when they have nothing to do, Era looks much more lively and cute. It's just that Moya absolutely doesn't allow male beasts to come in at night. You know, the night is the most dangerous, especially after the sub-beast falls asleep. It cannot control its own mental power, and the breath it emits is a fatal temptation for the male beast. If one can't control it, it will cause disaster. But to Moya's surprise, Era changed his usual stupid look, frowned, and said very seriously, "Moya, come quickly. Something happened to the chief." When Moya heard this, he was shocked. Immediately, he didn't care much, put on the cloak, took the medicine box, and rushed out the door. But after all, he was just a small beast, and his physical fitness was not good. Although it was not too far from the clinic to the chief, it took him enough time to run. Era didn't say a word, rushed forward, hunched him on his back, and ran forward with all his feet. Although Moya had a calm and introverted personality in the past, he had never had such close contact with other male beasts, so he was a little flustered for a while. "Hurry up, I'm going to speed up." Hearing what Halso, full name of Era, said, Moya didn't dare to think too much, but hugged his neck tightly, lowered his body, and followed his pace. Although Halso is not a fast beast, he has a high overall quality. Even if he is carrying people on his back, his speed does not decrease at all, and he arrived at the chief's bag in about 2 or 3 minutes. Moya turned over and rushed in with the medicine box in hand. He also heard about the incident during the day, that a male beast from a foreign race attacked the tribe, but he didn't hear that anyone was injured at that time. But at night, what happened to the chief? Could it be that the injury was deliberately hidden to cover up? If this is the case, then it has been dragged on for a whole day, and I don't know how bad it will get. Especially since IL couldn't calm down Alec. It would be too troublesome to treat that if something happened to the chief, wouldn't the entire tribe be in chaos? And wouldn't it be the trick of the enemy? The more Moya thought about it, the more anxious he became, until he pushed the door open and was stunned when he saw Alec, who was healthy and unharmed. But he reacted immediately and saw the Asian beast in Alec's arms. Silver-white, fluffy short hair, fluffy little black ears. This iconic appearance surprised Moya. It was IL. What's wrong with IL? Moya and IL grew up together. Their parents died early, and they have always depended on each other. Although they will not suffer much grievance in the tribe as sub-beasts, they have similar temperaments and similar backgrounds, and their feelings for each other are very deep. At this moment, Moya's face turned pale when he thought that IL might be injured. He knew better than anyone how fragile the underage beast was, that if you get a slight injury, you may lose your life if the treatment is delayed. Moya almost rushed forward with the medicine box in his hands. Seeing that Alec was still holding IL, he couldn't help but said, "Chief, please put him down, I'll check." Alec didn't move, his voice was cold. "That's it, I won't hinder you." Moya was startled and couldn't help but curse in his heart. "What did you do long ago? Now you're playing affectionate." But he didn't dare to delay any longer, took out the equipment, and began to examine Air's body. The more he checked, the more confused he became. Moya was stunned and continued to check from a different angle. As time went on, Qin Mo's complexion became more and more unsightly, and the surrounding temperature almost dropped below 0. Era next to him couldn't help shaking, but Moya didn't notice it at all. The tension and worry on his brows gradually faded away, replaced by surprise and a trace of doubt. He simply put all the instruments away, stretched out his hand, and placed it on IL's heart, and then closed his eyes. After about a minute, the suspicion between his brows disappeared. He smiled slightly and said to Alec, "Chief, don't worry. Illinois has entered the development period." Qin Mo frowned slightly. "Development period? Why are you in a coma?" He has the memory of Alec and knows what is going on during the development period of the sub-beast, but there is no coma in his memory. Moya has always been a stern-faced flower of jailing, and she is rarely excited at this moment. Under normal circumstances, there will be 3 fluctuations in the development period of sub-beasts, but generally the reaction is not large, and it mostly happens at night. At most, I didn't sleep well. Ear's situation is very special, extremely rare, but it is not without precedent. He paused and said more excitedly, the coma occurred during the development period, which means that Ear's mental power is extremely strong, and his body is overloaded. This happens only when self-protection is activated. In the end, he concluded, "My lord, this is a good thing. This means that Il is the sub-beast of God who inherited the lineage of the prophet." When Shi Qing woke up, what he heard was Moya's words. He closed his eyes and reacted for a long time. He knew who Moya was. He was a good buddy of Il. At the same time, he also knew that Moya was a famous tribal veterinarian. He recalled his experience just now and guessed in his heart that it was almost inseparable, and it was probably because the slow student Ear had finally developed. This actually didn't have a big impact on him. What really made him dizzy was what Moya said later. Moya, Chief, Illinois is in the developmental stage and needs to be protected. You must not engage in any intimate behavior with him. This will stimulate his heart and aggravate the pain. Chinamo was very calm, yes. Moya was even more serious. You can't even kiss. Chinamo became more and more calm. Okay. He looked down at the boy in his arms and asked seriously, what about petting? Moya thought for a while, and considering Alex's correct attitude, he reluctantly agreed. This is fine, but it can't be excessive. You can't touch sensitive spots, and you can't make him emotional. Shi Qing couldn't pretend anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes and immediately coughed loudly, successfully interrupting what Moya hadn't finished speaking. Brothers, you guys are talking about magic horses. Don't challenge my 3 views, okay? Take care of your integrity and lower limit. They all took off their clothes and ran naked. Moya's words were interrupted, but he was not angry. Instead, he watched Shi Qing seriously. The cheeks of the young Asian beast in front of him were flushed, and his pink lips were slightly parted, as tender as a peeled peach. What's more, those big eyes were flickering and full of water vapor. Moya was deep. He was very skeptical, even if Alec could hold it. But little L could hold it by himself? Look at this little girl with a swaying spring heart. As we all know, sub-beasts are fatally attractive to male beasts. But why don't male beasts attract sub-beasts all the time? No one knows better than Moya how little Ear loves Alec. Let the 2 of them be alone, and nothing will happen. It's puberty again, and it's puberty again. If something goes wrong, the loss will be irreparable forever. Moya thought about it, and finally looked at Alec and asked for his opinion. For the sake of Il, I suggest temporarily turning him into a beast shape, which is good for you and him. Chin frowned slightly. He knew the meaning of Moya's words. Although he didn't take Moya's concerns seriously, considering the unknown of this world, he didn't directly refuse. Searching Alec's memory, there is no animal-shaped data of Il at all, which is enough to prove how little Alec pays attention to Il. Moya also thought of this. He was a little upset, but he still explained, Il is a rare cute beast. Its animal shape is small, and it is more convenient to protect it. The figure is small. Chinamo was quite satisfied with these 4 words. He thought about it, and finally said, okay. Shi Qing's face suddenly changed. He knew what Ear was, and he was about to resist immediately. Moya didn't allow him to refuse. So he stuffed a pill into his mouth while he opened his mouth, and then said with a smile, Little L, be good. We are doing it for your own good. A good pee for me? It's a pity that with a grunt, the pill was swallowed, and then Shi Qing felt his body shrink and shrink again. He was still in Chinmo's arms, but after a while, he became lying on Chinmo's palm. When the deal was done, Shi Qing broke the jar, slammed his paws, and fell down as if discouraged. Il, what's wrong with you? It's actually a national treasure panda. That's all for pandas. It stands to reason that adult pandas have strong attack power and are very domineering, but you are a shrunken version, only the size of the palm of your hand. A palm-sized panda. Besides being cute, can you do something else? Shi Qing, tired but not loving. Compared to his depression, Qin Mo was obviously happy. He looked at the black and white chubby little guy in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up in joy. Although it is bigger than Jade Pendant, it feels much better than Jade Pendant. Moya quietly glanced at Alec. Although Alec was usually unsmiling, he didn't have the power that people dare not look at today. He just smiled because of IL's beast shape. A little bit of popularity. And Moya looked at these two people and unexpectedly gave birth to a feeling that this should be the case and has been the case for a long time. IL's unconscious intimacy with Alec, and Alec's blatant desire for possession of IL. Although it is completely different from usual, but Moya thought about it, and it should be like this. After all, they belong to each other and are partners blessed by the beast god. Seeing that nothing had happened, Moya packed up his things before turning around and leaving. Shi Qing turned into a panda. Although he was a little uncomfortable at first, he thought about it later. Anyway, the effect of the medicine can only last until tomorrow morning. When the morning dawns, he can transform into a human form again, and there is no big hindrance. As soon as it got dark, coupled with this series of changes, now lying comfortably in the warm palm, Shi Qing felt an inexplicable peace of mind, and at the same time, sleepiness also rushed to his face. The small white and furry head rubbed against the palm. The short limbs were flattened in large characters, the belly was pressed against the palm, and the small mouth even yawned exaggeratedly. Qin Mo stroked him lightly. This rhythmic movement actually sent him to sleep, and he went on a date with Duke Zhou early. The little guy in his hand fell asleep. Qin Mo put him close to his chest, then got up and went out in the dark. The Yasin tribe's dungeon was cold and frightening, with no sunlight, only a faint spar glowing weakly, barely able to bring a little light. The clothes on Amy's body were torn. Although she was not seriously injured, Yabeast was relatively weak and was already emaciated, but even so, he is weak and pitiful. With a click, it was the sound of the dungeon opening. He raised his head suddenly and saw a man walking slowly from top to bottom. Tall figure, graceful steps, and handsome face are not clearly visible because of the backlight. Amy sneered in her heart, and her voice was very weak. "Alec, you treat me like this. Don't think I will say anything." The man stepped down. Under the halo-white light of the spar, his handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. Cold and elusive. It's not necessary. Hearing Alec's words, Amy was shocked. After he was sent to the dungeon, he calmed down. Since he was not dead, he must still have a way to live. He was waiting for this opportunity. When he was alone, he recollected the whole process carefully, only to realize that he was so afraid of Alec at that time that he lost his mind, lost his way, and made a wrong step. Amy was a little puzzled. He and Alec had been together for a long time. This man was indeed as good as rumored, but at the same time he was just an ordinary male beast, addicted to the comfort from the sub-beast, enjoying the comfort he brought to him. Ultimate experience that he thought he had understood Alec. But the scene during the day completely overturned everything. The pressure that Alec brought to him at the time made him barely able to breathe. But now, he has calmed down and comforted himself involuntarily. The situation at that time was special after all. Alec appeared suddenly, especially scary. Thinking of it this way, the tense heart seems to be relieved a lot. Although in the dungeon, Amy believes that Alec will definitely come again, even if he really abandons him. But he colluded with the Crow tribe. This kind of thing is leaders will want to use this to explore some hidden things. At that time, he must use this opportunity to capture Alec again. Amy knows how deadly the sub-beast is to the male beast. Everything was going well, and Alec appeared as he wished, but when he looked directly at the man again, the strong pressure that seemed to have been forgotten hit his face again. The well-established psychological construction is on the verge of collapse at this moment, and the fragile ones are like paper, which can be easily pierced with fingers. Amy suddenly came back to her senses. No, Alec must have something to ask for. Otherwise, he wouldn't come here. He must have something to ask for. Comforting himself like this, Amy, you seem to have gained some confidence again. He looked at Alec, said strong and indifferently, "I know, you won't believe anything I say now. You must feel that I betrayed you. You trust me, your beast men. and they never looked down on me. He couldn't go on speaking at all before he finished a heart-to-heart speech. His beautiful head was trampled to the ground, a leather boot pressed against his slender cheek, and its owner was looking down at him, like looking at a humble ant. "I never talk nonsense," the man's hoarse voice sounded in the cold dungeon. "With the power to penetrate the heart and unspeakable evil, I don't like to listen to nonsense." Without the slightest pity, he crushed the stunning face on the ground, bent slightly, and looked into his eyes. "I have something here, which is very suitable for you." After speaking, he hooked the corners of his mouth, but there was no smile in his eyes, and he was still indifferent and deep, like a pool of empty and cold ice water. "Is this really Alec? Is this really—" When he saw what was in Qin Mo's hand, he couldn't think about anything anymore. His face was pale, he was shaking all over, and he couldn't control his fear. No, you can't give it to me, you can't. Please no, please Alec, I say, everything, I tell you everything, don't give it to me. Don't. Oh, you want to say it again?" Amy was almost prostrate on the ground. All dignity was empty words in front of that thing. He never knew that Alec would have it. Thinking of its horror, his voice was hard to form. "Alec, yes, Alec, but I don't want to hear it anymore." The hoarse voice was like the god of death waving a sickle in the dark night. Amy was speechless. The despair in his eyes could almost overflow, and he didn't know what he had provoked until now. Fear, despair, all negative emotions devoured his heart like a poisonous snake, and he finally felt that the source of this powerful coercion was only because the person in front of him was a demon, a person who disregarded ethics and despised life and death, a crazy devil who licks blood and has no scruples. "Know why you didn't die? Because I want your life to be worse than death." This sentence suddenly formed in my mind, and it has never been more clear and clear than at this moment. Life is better than death. Amy never thought that he would commit suicide, but at this moment, he only hoped to die immediately. He tried to bite off his tongue, but the devil would not let him go so easily. Qin Mo grabbed his chin and fed the thing that was only the size of a thumb into his hand. "Enjoy this bone eater from the kingdom of darkness." The bone worm, the most terrifying existence in the orc world. It has no fighting power and is extremely difficult to survive. It only takes a few seconds to be reduced to ashes when exposed to sunlight. But if it enters the body of any living thing, it will bring a terrible disaster. The creatures invaded by it will not be able to control their bodies and cannot move a single bit. It will quickly devour the flesh and blood of the creatures, but keep their nerves intact, experiencing the heart-piercing pain. If that was the case, Amaya wouldn't be afraid of this. But after the flesh and blood are devoured, it is not the end. The bone-eating worm will stimulate the regeneration cells in the flesh and blood, quickly reshape the flesh and blood, and then carry out the next round of devouring. This cycle will not end until 7 days later, when the bone marrow is completely damaged and cannot be remodeled. And for all that happened, the invaded person will keep a high degree of sobriety from the beginning to the end, enduring the pain of cutting flesh and wrist bones endlessly. This is an insect of evil, a devil from the world of darkness, a dead thing that has long been extinct in the land of beastmen. But at this moment, it was active in Amiya's body. When Qin Mo left the dungeon, he had already changed his clothes and did some cleaning. At this time, the sky was already a little dim, and the sun would rise in about an hour. He looked down at the little guy in his palm, still soundly asleep. The little furry body is curled up in the palm, round and cute like a ball. Qin Mo stretched out his fingers and touched the soft hair on his back, feeling the soft, warm body under the black and white fluff, which seemed to be broken with a little force. So fragile, so harmless. If he lost him, he would probably die instantly. Qin Mo smiled slightly. This very shallow smile was unexpectedly charming in the hazy morning light. He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on the little guy's head. "Sure, Qing, you need me. If you leave, you will die, and you can only die." The palm-sized little panda turned over, moved its round head to the other side, opened its mouth slightly, and there was a little sparkling saliva. "Ah, sweet and sour pork. Don't run away. Braised pork ribs, come back quickly, and fried chicken with sauce. fish-flavored pork shreds, pickled pork with preserved vegetables. Come to my bowl quickly. Shi Qing woke up from hunger, and when he opened his eyes, he was sad to find that the sun hadn't come out yet. Why is he still like a panda? He looked around in a daze and found that it was not in the dirt bag, so he couldn't help but raise his head and ask Qin, "Did you go out?" Qin, "Yes." Shi Qing looked at the direction, studied the route, and immediately jumped up. "Have you gone to the dungeons?" Qin, "Yes." "Ah, why didn't you wake me up? I haven't taken revenge yet. You don't even know that Amy is broken dead. He used to bully and torture Il all the time. It's really bad." As he spoke, he began to feel angry again. Il is also an idiot. To be bullied by him like this is really too weak, so weak. He then started to growl again. Amy is still a traitor, and she wanted to kill me, but the young master just kicked him. It's too unsatisfactory. Qin looked down at the little beast that was only the size of a palm. Sometimes he was furious, sometimes he frowns coldly, and finally he can frown to pretend to be deep in thought. It's a pity that all the emotions on this little round head turned into 2 words, acting cute. Qin stretched out his finger and put it in while he opened his mouth. Then, they looked at each other as soon as they were cute. The mouth is not as big as a finger, so it's okay to hold it to death. Qin, the tongue is so soft. It was Era's appearance that saved Shi Qing's mouth. Wang Chief, everyone is here. Qin pulled out his finger with a little regret in his calmness, touched the cute little beast, and said, "Let's go." Shi Qing obviously felt that he was out of gear. He just slept. What happened? Is it possible that the host has been working hard to do the task without sleep at night? Very dedicated, like? He didn't ask any more questions and followed Qin to the conference hall. Well, to put it bluntly, it was a more lenient bag of dirt. But when he came in, Shi Qing was frightened a bit. There were a lot of people. This means that all the beasts with heads and faces of the Yasin tribe are here, right? Seeing Alec come in, the noisy meeting hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked up at their chief. Era also found a seat and sat down next to Moya. Moya moved to the side in disgust, but did not walk away. Alec walked forward slowly, towards the high platform in the middle. All the beasts paid attention to each other, looking at Alec one by one, and then at the little cute beast in his hand. After a short period of doubt, they immediately put on expressions of enlightenment. "This is Illinois. Illinois. You are so cute, Illinois. You are worthy of being the sub-beast of the chief." Seeing that the two are so close, no matter whether it is a male beast or a sub-beast, I feel much more at ease. This is what a chief should look like, and he has set an example for the beast people. After Alex stood still, he first touched the cute beast in his hand, and then looked around. Wherever his line of sight passed, the whole beasts and beasts seemed to feel that they were being watched. The majesty of the 4-point leader and the friendship of the 6 clansmen are well balanced, making the beastmen feel very comfortable in their hearts. Then, Alex spoke, and the hoarse voice resounded in the circular building, and the sound expanded invisibly. "I, Alec Yasin, apologize to everyone for my previous absurd behavior." After speaking, he made a fist with his left hand, attached it to his chest, and then bent down slightly. At this moment, there was silence in the meeting hall, but immediately there were waves of noise. Alec was also a proud and unrepentant person before he lost his mind out of course. He has outstanding abilities and has contributed too much, and the beast people are extra tolerant of him, so just drag him. After all, he is capital, doesn't he? Even with what happened to Amy this time, the beast people only started to feel disgusted and disappointed with him, but they still stopped and watched, hoping that the chief would wake up. As long as he doesn't make mistakes because of his beauty and doesn't neglect your beast, they can still forgive him. However, they didn't expect Alec to bow down to apologize to them. The silence at the beginning was unbelievable, but the carnival that followed was heartfelt. Alec has a correct attitude, humble and gentle, but he still has the bravery and wisdom of the past. He not only let go of the outsider Amy, but also has such a close relationship with Il. And at this time, Dubai stood up again and explained what happened in detail. Original, Imiya colluded with the beasts of the Keluo tribe, colluding with external enemies, and tried to overthrow the regime of the Yasin tribe. And the reason why Alec was so absurd before was because he was taken away by a fascination. McKingston is the most disgusting drug for male beasts. After taking it, the hotness in the heart will multiply, and the wildness and strength will surge uncontrollably in the body. Without the comfort of the sub-beast, it may even explode and die. Death. The male beast in the state has no resistance to any sub-beast that comes to its door, and Emilia is a sub-beast that has been baptized a long time ago, and she is extremely proficient in how to control the desire of a male beast. With spiritual guidance and drug stimulation, it is no wonder that Alec is so fascinated by Amy in such a short period of time, even crazy. After this explanation, the beasts became even more excited. Sure enough, their chief was not as scumbag as expected. Classmate Shi Qing, who was lying in Qin Mo's palm, couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Seeing such a good show so early in the morning, how should he express his complicated feelings? Is it to admire the host's extraordinary acting skills? Or do you feel that this is pure nonsense? My girl who is confused and confused, Alec is purely self-inflicted, completely willing to kneel under Amy's skirt, conceited like a wind, thinking that the world is the only one, and I am the only one. So he is licentious undue, do not ask business. But now that Qin Mo wants to reunite the hearts of the people and unite the people, it is inevitable to help Alec Scumbag clean up. It is indeed a good excuse to lose love. When the beasts calmed down, Qin Mo spoke again. The Keluo tribe arranged for Emilia to sneak in order to make me separate from everyone, create disputes, and cause civil strife. When we fight in the nest, they will send troops to attack, invade our resources, and occupy our homes. The last sentence was especially loud, hitting the hearts of the beast people like a heavy hammer. When the beasts were excited, Qin Mo set off another wave. We are the sons of the beast god. We yearn for freedom and love tribes. We are born warriors, and even more fearless warriors. Guarding our homeland is our lifelong mission. All invaders, provocateurs, invaders will never return. Use your sharp claws to tear their bodies apart, and your giant teeth to bite their throats. Let them pay the price of blood and life to repent of their arrogance, and don't overestimate yourself. Every word is exciting. Every sentence is heartwarming. And the short half-hour meeting has completely revived the Yasin tribe. First, he lowered his status and apologized, then began to ingeniously and tactfully whitewash himself, then threw out the Imia and Crow tribes to arouse hatred, and finally boosted morale impassionedly. Shi Qing. Host, you are a bear. After the climactic mobilization meeting ended, another big commotion was caused when they left the venue. Shi Qing's medicine was so effective that it disappeared at this point. He felt something was wrong just now, and before he could jump out, his body quickly grew bigger, and he returned to his human form in the blink of an eye. He was originally lying in Qin Mo's hands, but now it suddenly became bigger, and his palms could no longer support him. But Qin Mo reacted very quickly, and with a backhand, he hugged him full of arms. Shi Qing's body is still not used to it, so he can only wrap his arms around Qin Mo's neck passively at this moment, in case he falls to the ground and his ass balloons. But in this way, the behavior of the two became more and more intimate. The beasts who had left looked over in an instant. They were so excited to see such a sweet hug between Alec and Il. A bold male beast roared, "Chief, kiss one." The coaxing, the beasts were already full of enthusiasm, and at the moment they were full of love for the chief, and Alec and Il were legally married, so it was a super happy thing to show their affection in public. As a result, the voice of "Kiss one, kiss one, kiss one, Lord Chief," rang out in the conference hall. Shi Qing has been fooled for a long time, Madan. Are you kidding me? He just came to play the role of NPC, so he didn't have the consciousness to sacrifice his life. Although this system has calmly accepted that there is true love between men and women, please don't get this on me, okay? What a fool. He was completely angry from embarrassment, but Ier's face was too ugly. No matter how red his face was, he seemed to be shy, sorry, and he was ready to refuse and welcome. Qin Mo really just stood still, fixedly looking at the boy in his arms. Seeing that his ears were trembling slightly, he couldn't help but his eyes deepened, and his eyes really fell on those pink lips. Shi Qing was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Big brother, you don't have to be so dedicated. There is no need to act to this point. No need." In the end, it was the veterinarian Moya who calmly interrupted the charming atmosphere. "What's the fuss? Il is in the puberty stage, so no aggressive behavior is allowed." When he said this, the beasts all sighed, feeling very sorry. But many of them are people who have experienced it, and even those who have not experienced it know very well about the developing sub-beasts. So no one dared to make a fuss anymore. Instead, everyone began to speak earnestly. "Chief, you have to persevere. A developing sub-beast can't be blah blah blah," he said earnestly and earnestly. "Chief, you have to hold on. After the puberty period, you can eat." Before the yellow Joe came out, he was glared at by the Asian beast next to him, and the male beast hurriedly shut up. Shi Qing finally escaped and quickly took advantage of the opportunity to jump down and run away. Before he ran far, his wrist was clenched, and Chinamo looked at him. "Stay by my side, Shi Qing." He came back silently. He still stopped to prevent the host from getting sick. A system as magnanimous as his is already rare in the world. Chinmo has always been ruthless in his work, as can be seen from the previous two missions. Especially this mission has a time limit. He will act more quickly in order to count coins, without wasting any time. To reunite the Yasin tribe, Chinmo immediately summoned the tribe's cadres. "I've been discussing with this group of hungry beasts and issued a series of instructions and set dozens of challenge plans, gradually improving the details." Shi Qing watched the whole process. He listened with great interest at the beginning, but the more he listened, the more boring he became. It was so troublesome. Conspiracies and tricks were so nerve-wracking. I really wanted to roll up my sleeves and do it. He's been hungry since the morning, and he's even hungrier now that he's sitting dry. It's a pity that his host is a snake spirit. It's a tragedy not to let him leave. Finally, when there was a break, Chinamo asked him, "Are you hungry?" Shi Qing nodded quickly, almost crying from hunger. Chinamo turned his head and ordered, "Everyone, let's eat here." The cadres were almost wailing. They no longer dared to dislike the chief and ignore the business. After a while, the food was ready, and Shi Qing's face turned green after just one glance. How could he forget about this? The food of the orcs is really not ordinary rough. Dried bread, big pickles, and boiled meat that seemed to have no appetite at all, and a few fruits with rather unique shapes. According to IL's memory, this was already a relatively rich lunch, a delicacy at the level of a chief. But when Shi Qing saw it, he felt full all of a sudden. Look at the cadres again, with a piece of dry bread in their left hand and a piece of thigh meat in their right hand, eating it with great joy. Shi Qing said that he really misses the countless delicacies in his bracelet. But there are so many people, he can't magically conjure them all up. Chinamo has always been very indifferent to these things outside his body, which fully demonstrated his lofty consciousness as a senior monk. But when he saw that Shi Qing hadn't eaten, he understood after a little thought. Shi Qing coughed, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "I have something to do. Go to the back room." Chinamo glanced at him, stood up and said, "Okay." Shi Qing was overjoyed and rushed back to the house. Entering the room, he casually brought out plates of delicacies. While eating happily, he also began to think that the beast world is not without ingredients. The main reason is that no one knows how to cook them. Although he is not good at it, he might be able to pretend to get some samples to inspire them. At any rate, let the beasts improve their living standards, live in the dirt, use wooden tables, and eat bad vegetables. These days are too miserable. Crow Tribe. Chief Carter was pacing back and forth in the room. Barry has been gone for so long, and there is no news yet. Amy has infiltrated the Yasin tribe for more than half a year and successfully captured Alec. According to the plan, Alec has begun to neglect political affairs. Waiting for Amy to instigate him to dispose of his own exclusive sub-beast is enough to arouse public outrage. Afterwards, we will arrange for the inside line lurking in the Yasin tribe. Before Carter could finish his thoughts, An emergency notification came from outside the door. He hurriedly let people in. The person who came was a black bat, which transformed into a human immediately after entering the room. He knelt down on one knee, with a look of panic on his face. "Chief, Barry has been caught." Carter was furious, and smashed the wooden chair beside him with his palm. "This trash. Where's Amia? I can't get in touch for the time being. The Yassine tribe has blocked it, and the insiders dare not act rashly." Hearing this, Carter's face was uncertain. Then, another flying letter came, signed Alec. He quickly finished reading the content, and became more and more angry. The lion opened his mouth. "It's just a little deputy commander, and he wants to exchange his life for my resource land. It's fucking crazy." Carter saw that the letter was full of sarcasm, and made it clear that it was a provocative letter. In a rage, he tore it to pieces. Although Barry is a cadre of the Keluo tribe, the deputy commander of the 8th Unit, and has strong detection and lurking capabilities, but compared with the resources of the Keluo tribe, it is not worth mentioning. Resource land is the foundation of the tribe, and if you lose it, you will be directly downgraded. This is absolutely intolerable. Carter calmed down a bit, knowing in his heart that Alec never wanted to let Barry go, but just took the opportunity to annoy him. Carter is irritable, which is no secret in the Orc continent. But Carter sneered, and Alec underestimated him too much. Judging from this situation, it is basically certain that Amy was exposed. However, Amia is a sub-beast that has been baptized and has a strong ability to control the male beast that he took so many male beasts to hone for Amia. And his spiritual guidance is so powerful that it is also one of the best in the entire Beastman continent. In addition, Alec has long been obsessed with him, and Amy is already familiar with Alec's power cycle, so the influence on him will only be greater. Don't say it's just a betrayal without evidence. Even if it is conclusive, and Alec knows it well, it may be difficult to get rid of the unbearable pity for Amy. With the basis of this relationship, as long as Amy uses a little trick, Alec will definitely sink again. .It that time. Maybe there will be miraculous effects. Alec takes pity on a sub-beast who is collaborating with the enemy and wants to comfort and release him. Once such a mentality is exposed, it is enough to completely disappoint the beastmen of the Yassine tribe. At that time, it is time for him to flex his muscles. It's just hateful that the Yassine tribe has blocked themselves, unable to obtain specific information, and still can't act rashly. Carter couldn't help but fell into deep thought, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Self-blocking is a double-edged sword. Although he couldn't hear the news, the Yassine tribe's external connections would be extremely weak. Not to mention the foreign aid work after the war. Even if there is an abnormality in the resource area to which it belongs, there is no way to increase troops to rescue immediately. Thinking about the army he had deployed a long time ago, Carter had an idea in his mind. According to their original plan, that is, when Barry was not exposed, they were already preparing to attack Yassine's resource area in the next few days. The purpose of Barry's trip to Yassin this time is to connect with Amia. On the one hand, it is to let him speed up his pace to kill Alec's exclusive sub-beast, causing turmoil. On the other hand, it is also for Amy to pass back the combat weaknesses of Alec's extremely important cadres that he has obtained, so that they can make targeted combat preparations accordingly. Now, the second point is definitely impossible to achieve. The first point, although it is impossible to kill the chief's exclusive sub-beast to cause the greatest sensation, but the foreshadowing planted in the early stage has also produced results. If Amy can recapture Alec, that effect may be better than killing the sub-beast. What's more, at this moment, Alec chose to be self-enclosed wisely. This feeling of watching the enemy being stupid made Carter couldn't help showing a smile. He has been deployed for too long. Now is the best time. Can't miss it anymore. After thinking like this for a long time, Carter summoned the cadres to make the final deployment. It was not until the scorching sun was in the sky that the tribal warriors lined up, and Carter appeared grandly to boost the morale of the soldiers and inspire their morale. He is no stranger to these things. As a leader, good eloquence is a basic skill. In just 10 minutes, the warm-up before the battle was complete, and the soldiers were full of enthusiasm. They wished they could rush into the Yassine tribe, occupy their resource land, plunder their supplies, and snatch those beautiful and moving sub-beasts. Carter was very satisfied with this and became more and more confident. But at the very end of the army's departure, a large black mass of birds suddenly appeared in the sky above the Keluo tribe. Carter was shocked. Someone sneaked up on him. Could it be the Yasin tribe? Immediately, he was terrified again. When did the Yasin tribe have such a huge number of flying soldiers? How could such a great strength be concealed? But after all, he was experienced in many battles, so he made a decisive decision and ordered the archers to form an array, shooting countless bows and arrows into the sky. Flying troops are few in number and are mostly used for surprise attacks. Such a large-scale attack is simply unprecedented, but the flying soldiers are terrifying. But they are not without countermeasures. Archers are their sworn enemies. But to Carter's surprise, the pilots didn't stop at all. They came fast and left very quickly. They flew over and flew away. The speed was astounding. What the hell is going on? Even Carter was confused, and the soldiers were even more confused. When they came back to their senses, they realized that the feathers were slowly falling from the sky. Feather? Countless white feathers fell, and the soldiers were almost all alone. Carter also flashed several feathers in front of his eyes. He picked up one, saw the words on it clearly, and got angry slowly to the top of his head. The general idea is that the deputy leader of your tribe, Barui, accidentally wandered into the Yasin tribe for a walk at night and was caught by the guards. In view of the special relationship between the two tribes, we, the Yasin, will not make things difficult for you. We only ask for 3,000 crystals. You can take your lost deputy commander back. But it is a pity that your chief is too stingy and narrow-minded, and he is reluctant to part with the money and tore up the transaction letter. Accidentally wandered into the Crow tribe. Our chief must be willing to take out crystals to bring me home. How amiable and lovely our chief is. Look at your chief again. Hey, although we are of different races, we are all beasts. I feel so unfortunate for you. At this time, several archers exclaimed again. They shot several flying birds, and only when they landed on the ground did they see the original form clearly. They were not orcs at all. It is the cheapest kind of messenger bird that is commonly used in the entire orc continent. At this time, many soldiers had already seen the content on the feathers. There were so many of them that it was difficult not to see them. Almost everyone among the soldiers knew who Barry was. Although he didn't like his character, he was still the hero of the tribe. What the orcs value most is the unity of the people and the friendship between the beasts, and what they hate the most is betrayal and abandonment. Although the content on the feather came from the enemy, it was definitely true that Barry was caught. As for whether the Yasin tribe had communicated with Carter, they couldn't judge, but Barry definitely never came back. And Carter didn't mention the rescue of Barry in the morale booster just now. If Carter really cared about the people, how could he forget at this critical moment? Even though they knew that this was a strategy used by the enemy to disturb the morale of the army, the soldiers still couldn't help feeling a little bit chilled. Carter's face was extremely ugly, and he finally realized that he was already in deep trouble. She thought everything was under control, but she didn't expect the other party to bite back. This despicable and shameless Yasin tribe. Because of the booing of the beasts at the meeting, Moya was very worried. For fear that Ir would be provoked again, there are 3 fluctuations in the development period. And IL has already experienced one. The IT stands to reason that the first time was the slightest, and some careless sub-beasts might get through it without feeling anything, but it was the second and third times, which were a bit difficult to control. Moreover, during the second fluctuation, the mature hormones of the juvenile sub-beasts will be released in a wide range, making the sub-beasts themselves sleepless, and at the same time triggering the sense of smell of single male beasts. The aroma is indescribable. Moya is a sub-beast. He can't understand it, but he has seen too many single male beasts who are fascinated and even crazy about it. A male beast with a partner can resist because of the suppression of the exclusive sub-beast, but a single male beast is hard to resist. This is also the instinct given by the beast god to allow them to reproduce, that an insatiable longing for the other half, as any beast man would encounter. Ir's physique is so special. The first reaction is so strong. Moya can't imagine how much sensation the second reaction will cause. He couldn't help frowning, and he really wanted to give Air another young medicine. But he felt that this was not the way. It really started to fluctuate, and young was useless. What's more, Air already has a beloved in his heart. Hey, it's so difficult. Moya racked his brains to think, and Shi Qing was also thinking hard. Chinamo took him with him wherever he went, and Shi Qing was also aware of his arrangements. He had full confidence in Chinmo's plan. To be honest, this mission doesn't seem to be as difficult as he imagined. Looking at the progress so far, without any major accidents, 1 month is enough. Regarding Chinmo's thoughts, he has never talked too much. On the one hand, he really doesn't have much contact with these things, and if he talks too much, he will be ashamed and may mislead others. But he also has some ideas of his own. In contact with the beast these days, he has a good impression of this passionate race. Although their social form is a bit problematic, men and women love each other and have children. It has to be said that they are extremely loyal to their partners. It may also be the innate structure that makes them fit each other quite well. Although the male beasts are strong, intelligent, and extremely powerful in combat, they cannot control their strength. Although the sub-beasts are weak and ordinary, they have a gentle temperament and strong mental power, which can help the male beasts suppress the power of riots. Their matching more concretely explains the principle of keys and locks, the existence of which is indispensable, and each needs the other. Under such physiological conditions, coupled with emotional constraints, their loyalty to their partners is much higher than that of humans. Such a passionate, brave, and loyal race made Shi Qing have a good impression of them, and he knew that this was a real world. Even if he and Chinamo left, these orcs would continue their lives. So he hopes that he can do something. He can't hold on to big things, but even if it is to help them improve their food. Thinking about the group of cadres eating dry bread with big pickles, he felt the beasts are so hard. But there is still a very difficult problem. That is, Chinamo has to take him with him at all times. It is easy to say when it is a jade pendant or a dagger, or even a red panda. After all, it is inconvenient to move. But now that he is a human being, maybe he can act on his own? He is very self-aware. He won't run or mess around, and he won't leave the tribe. As long as it doesn't hinder the progress of the mission, it should be fine, right? After thinking about it this way, Shi Qing himself felt a little ridiculous. Why do you think so? It feels like a primary school student wants to go out to play, but he has to ask his parents for instructions first, and I am still very worried that the parents will not agree and the opinions will be rejected. But these thoughts seem to be imprinted in his mind by nature, which made him worry about it involuntarily. It's almost like an instinct. Just like when a rabbit sees an eagle or a deer sees a liger, fleeing is the only instinct just because they all want to live. Thinking of this, Shi Qing felt that he was thinking too much. No matter how powerful Chinamo was, he would never be able to kill him. In a sense, he could still help Chinamo a lot. The relationship between him and Chinamo is not like a rabbit and an eagle. After thinking about it like this, he didn't think about it anymore, but deep in his heart, he still seemed to be a little uncomfortable, but it could be ignored. In the end, he still decided to speak to Chinamo, not for anything else. They are a cooperative relationship after all. The success or failure of the mission is related to the interests of both of them, so he should inform. Thinking this way, when Chinamo was free, he silently hinted. Chinamo got up without hesitation and returned to the house with him. Hungry again? Hearing Chinmo's question, Shi Qing was embarrassed. Meow. Is it because he avoids people every time to eat? Is it so obvious? Thinking about it carefully, he took Chinmo back to the house 3 times in total, and it seemed that he really started to eat every time he came in. Oh. Shi Qing cleared his throat with a cough and was just about to say, I'm not hungry, I have something to talk about, but then I heard my stomach grunting inappropriately. Chinmo looked at him with a clear face. Shi Qing, brother stomach, can we not be so ashamed? But this grunt, I'm really hungry. Anyway, I've lost all my old face, so I might as well break the pot and chat while eating. Shi Qing unceremoniously took out a small cage of steaming white steamed buns, picked out a few refreshing side dishes, and finally brought out a pot of clear tea. The buns and vegetables are his, and the tea is for Chinmo. In terms of Shi Qing's brain circuit, Qin Mo is absolutely stupid because he is not interested in so many delicacies. He only likes to drink some tea. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a waste. Of course, Qin Mo is still a mortal body now, and he still has to eat what he should eat, but he is not as unrestrained as Shi Qing, who eats all 3 meals and also has afternoon tea and supper. At this time of day, it happened to be afternoon tea time, so Qin Mo only drank tea. There are only 6 small steamed buns in a cage, which is a typical dumpling-shaped dumpling size, and the small ones can be swallowed in one bite. These little buns are not only cute and well-behaved, but also taste amazing. The most surprising thing is the 6 small buns, each of which has different fillings. It is really delicious to eat one, and it is delicious with refreshing and delicious side dishes. Shi Qing originally planned to chat while eating, but decided to just eat. It wasn't until the sweeping was over, and he was satisfied that Shi Qing suddenly remembered. The business has not yet begun. Shi Qing was angry and indisputable. Brother Belly, I'll just say you anyway, let's fight for it. Stomach shaking. Ma Dan, this shameless master. Seeing that he had finished eating, Qin Mo had rested enough. Got up and said, let's go. Shi Qing followed suit and stood up and finally spoke. Qin Mo, I am in human form now, and it is much more convenient to move around, and I can't get involved in what you discussed. He scratched his hair unconsciously as he spoke. A little uncomfortable, she said sheepishly. The main thing is I can't give advice, and I can't keep up with the rhythm. I'm going to doze off, just sitting there. Qin Mo stopped and turned to look at him. Locked by those black eyes, Shi Qing became more and more uncomfortable. But the words had come to this point. There was no reason to stop, so he just said directly, I want to go around the tribe and see if there is anything that can help you. Help? Qin Mo stared at him and said for a while, I'll be with you in the evening. Shi Qing. I just said that because I didn't want to be with you. And what are you going to see at night? See how the beasts sleep. But this time he was not fooled, but said firmly, I want to go by myself. As soon as the words fell, Qin Mo's black pupils shrank slightly, and the originally unpredictable pupils became more and more unfathomable, followed by a voice that almost dropped to freezing point. Yourself? Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment, and then he was a little annoyed. Recently, Qin Mo's behavior was so normal that he even forgot that his host would still get sick from time to time. What I said just now was a bit aggressive, and it won't hit him immediately. Come on. When Shi Qing was struggling with how to express it more euphemistically, Qin Mo approached him, pinched his chin, forced him to look up. His eyes met, and there was anger in his black eyes. I said, stay with me around. The two were very close, and what they said seemed to carry a gust of hot wind, which was blown into the ears and into the heart at the same time. Shi Qing rarely had the opportunity to look at Qin Mo like this. The face of the man in front of him was unfamiliar, but his eyes and demeanor were familiar. Proud, powerful, full of power, but at the same time of no sense of security. Do not trust anyone. Paranoid, cunning, dark, can swallow all the light. Very abruptly, Shi Qing's mind flashed the appearance of Qin Mo when he saw Qin Mo for the first time. Self-abolished cultivation, embarrassed, should have been desperate for everything, but he was stubborn, unwilling, and refused to give up on himself no matter what. Fate has brought all ups and downs to him, but he vows to turn the world upside down, survive at all costs, and put an end to all the evils that have been committed on him. Shi Qing knew that it was Qin Mo who moved him in the first place. He was suffering from stomach cancer in his previous life and was tortured so much that he couldn't bear the torture in the end. Even if he was loved and pampered by his parents and relatives, he only wanted to die early to end these pains. Qin Mo's experience was 10 times more painful and 100 times more desperate than his. But this man was so strong that he never retreated even a little bit. He is proud, persistent, and walks forward step by step with unmatched persistence and unwillingness. Even if the road is full of thorns, even if the darkness is boundless, he will not hesitate. Thinking of these, I couldn't help feeling a little soft-hearted. Hey, forget it, who told him to choose to sign a contract with Qin Mo in the first place? He knew his experience and situation at that time, and it is not his style to pursue it now. Shi Qing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, opened his eyes to look at him after calming down, and said very seriously, "Okay, I will stay by your side." Chinemo looked at him without blinking, saying that promises are the most powerless thing in the world. Shi Qing knew that it would be useless to talk too much about this person in front of him. He had to be more real. So, he took out a small pill from his bosom, did not signal Chinemo to leave, just maintained this movement, opened his mouth, and swallowed the pill. This is the medicine that Emo Yisai gave him, which can make him young. I thought I would definitely not need it, but unexpectedly, I did use it. The effect of the medicine took place very quickly, and he immediately felt that the things in front of him were getting bigger, and his body was shrinking rapidly, and after a slight dizziness passed, he returned to the panda vision. Chinemo quickly stretched out his hand to catch the little panda falling from a high place. The palm-sized head fell on the palm, so light that it could hardly feel any weight. He fixedly looked at the obedient and soft little guy in his hand, and the surging darkness in his heart was suppressed little by little. He lowered his head and approached the red panda's furry body. His eyes narrowed, and his voice was very low, but both of them could hear clearly. "Don't fight me." The little panda half opened its small round eyes, did not make a sound, but rubbed its small head against the palm of his hand. When Chinemo stood up, he moved his body, found a comfortable position, rested his head, and began to meditate. To deal with snake spirit disease, you can't be head-to-head, you have to touch it. Shi Qing also had some feelings about Chinemo's knot in his heart. He and Chinemo appraised the contract after Chinemo was completely betrayed by all relatives to It that time. His appearance to Chinemo was definitely a driftwood in the sea, a life-saving straw, and its importance was self-evident. And Chinemo himself is an extremely insecure person, so he will naturally not let go of this system that may pull him out of the abyss. Therefore, the system is leaving is an untouchable knee-lean to Chinemo. Thinking of this, Shi Qing instantly felt that he had grasped the essence. He began to think seriously about a feasible way to stay by Chinemo's side while still being able to move around a bit. Unless, hey, he can be split in two. Emma, classmate Shi Qing, you are so smart. I even want to give myself a thumbs up. Avatar technique. This thing is really sold in the system store. It's a pity he spent all the coins to buy food. He is already poor and can only wait for this mission to be successfully completed. But this was enough for Shi Qing to be excited. After finding a solution, Shi Qing suddenly felt that the future was bright again, that he even secretly thought that if he continues to develop like this, after a while, he will be able to publish a book of rules for correct relationship with snake mental diseases for the benefit of future generations. When Chinemo took the little panda out of the house, the chubby little guy had completely developed from a state of contemplation to a deep sleep. The slender fingers gently stroked the smooth fur with a slow and elegant gesture. But upon careful observation, the slight trembling of the fingertips revealed his innermost feelings. Fierce desires flowed from the bottom of my heart, wanting to hold him tightly in the palm of my hand crazily, without leaving a single gap. Even if he was in pain, screaming, crying, it didn't matter. As long as this is his own, he will never be able to escape. These unspeakable thoughts devoured his heart like a poisonous snake. No matter how they were suppressed, they would not have any effect. After a while, Chinemo lowered his eyelids and suppressed the gloomy eyes. He lowered his head, restrained, morbid, and chilled his heart, and dropped a very light kiss on this little black and white creature. Don't resist me. Don't give me a chance to ban you completely. In the evening, Chinemo took Shi Qing to walk around the tribe twice as promised. But Shi Qing was still a hairball at this time. All he could do was stretch and yawn, and bask in his fur under the moonlight, but he actually wanted to tan his belly, but considering that lying on his back would expose some penis. So, he still gathered up his integrity and lay down obediently. With such a small body, it is naturally impossible to guide the orcs to cook. But Shi Qing also has other plans. He plans to leave some finished food around when he leaves this world, to develop the taste of the beasts, let them realize that there is such deliciousness in the world. The dried bread and pickles are really weak truth. In fact, this is enough. After all, they can make bread and pickles, and they should not know anything about cooking. The biggest possibility is that they are busy fighting and fighting all day long. and have no time to seriously ponder, and these two are the best storage and easy to carry, so they will be widely promoted. Over time, I get used to these foods, and I don't think about anything else when I can fill my stomach. Shi Qing believes that as long as a little inspiration is given, the clever sub-beasts will surely break new ground. But their walk was not entirely useless. At least it continued to wash Alec in vain. During the day, I was busy with business all day long, and I finally took a rest. I didn't forget to take my lover for a walk under the moon. Their chief is really a good beast. You are so happy now. Shi Qing just wanted to hee-hee. When we went back from the walk, Shi Qing had already successfully fallen asleep. It was really strange to say that he was not so sleepy before, but these days he was like a pig, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating, and he couldn't control himself. So much so that he didn't know that the end of Chinmo's walk was not the dirt bag, but the dungeon. Entering the dungeon, it was cold and damp, mixed with a strong smell of blood. Going further and further down, there was the sound of whipping, insulting, and the muffled sound of being gagged. Turning a corner, the scene in front of you appeared. This is a simple interrogation room. Under the light of the dark white spar, everything looks eerie. In the center, the man on the rack was dying. His clothes were in tatters, and his strong body was covered with whip marks and brand marks. When he saw someone coming, he raised his head and looked at him viciously. "Alec, if you have the guts, kill me. I'll die." Before the provocative words were finished, the torturer beside him had already thrown the whip on his face. Chinmo stretched out his hand, signaling to stop, and he walked down the steps slowly. Clean and tidy clothes, tall and straight figure, handsome face, elegant and calm steps. Everything is incompatible with this filthy place. But he just walked over so calmly, but with even stronger dark power. He looked at Barry and asked softly, "Does Carter value you?" Barry looked at him. The viciousness in his eyes wished he could pierce him on the spot. As if he didn't want to get his response, Chinmo smiled and continued, "You think I spared your life to obtain information? In fact, it's completely unnecessary. I already know what you want to do, and what you're doing." Barry snorted coldly, in complete disbelief. Chinmo was very patient, and continued, "Imea is used to confuse me and alienate me and my people. So you can take advantage of this opportunity to sneak in and attack our resource areas, and then occupy the tribe." There was a slight looseness on Barry's face, but he immediately thought that he and Amy had leaked out, and even a little brain could guess this, but it didn't mean anything. But Chinmo's subsequent words really shocked him from the bottom of his heart. "You ventured into the Yasin tribe for two purposes," telling their plan in detail, word by word, without missing a single word. The self-confidence that Barry had built up began to collapse. Why? Why does Alec know it all? Since he knew everything, why did he have to be interrogated day and night? Chinmo smiled and kindly helped him to solve his doubts. "I just want to see, in Carter's mind, whether money is more important or you are more important." Barry's complexion was different. He had some thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't be sure. As for Chinmo's words, it was like a boulder hitting his heart. 3,000 crystals were exchanged for your life. But Carter tore up the transaction letter. There were cracks on Barry's face. Chinmo took the time to look at him, watching him doubt and bewilderment, and then helped him to confirm the facts. "Barry, Carter has given up on you. Your chief and your tribe don't want you anymore." Every word, Barry panicked. He began to retort, "You are lying to me. It is impossible. No, this is your conspiracy." "There's no need, Barry. I know everything you know. You are of no value to me. I can kill you immediately. Let you live." He curled his lips viciously, "just because I want to see how ugly a stray dog abandoned by the people will be." Barry looked at Chinmo in horror. He really wanted to tell himself that this couldn't be true, but for the man in front of him, the cold, ruthless, and mocking sneer in those black eyes was like a sharp knife, gouging out his flesh and blood, pushing against the wall of his heart that was struggling to hold up. After a day and a night of torture, he was already physically and mentally exhausted, and now he was poured a bucket of cold water on his head. Unprecedented despair invaded his body, making him feel chills. The tribe he loyally guarded and loved had abandoned him. Just because of the 3,000 crystals? In the heart of the chief, his value was not equal to the 3,000 crystals. The collapse of faith and the despair of loneliness made his tall body curl up. When Qin saw this, he had completely lost interest, and all the emotions in his eyes disappeared. He turned and left the dungeon. A quarter of an hour later, the star stork, who was being executed in the dungeon, came to report. Qin was looking at the sign on the map, and when he saw him coming in, he raised his head and said, "Speak." The star stork is a little uncertain about Alex's character now, and he doesn't dare to flatter him. So he just lowered his head and quickly told all the news he got. "After you left, Barry's heart sank. According to your instructions, after using some tricks, I finally got it all out. There are 5 people hidden in our tribe by Carter. They are..." After listening, Qin continued to ask, "Where's the contact information?" The star stork hastily spoke out. Qin waved his hand. "Go down." Immediately, he called in the 1,000-faced fox who was in charge of intelligence in the tribe, gave him the list, and ordered, "Don't startle the snake. Closely observe the movements of these people, restrict their entry and exit and external contact, and pretend that the tribe is in a state of self-blocking." The 1,000-faced fox nodded in response and took the order to leave. Afterwards, Qin summoned the presidents of the 3 armies and also Era of the investigation team to make final plans on the surrounding terrain, the targets of the raid, and the direction of their respective responsibilities. It's not until the sky is dark that everything is ready. The net is already open, just waiting for the prey to enter the game. Crow Tribe. When the army set out, it encountered such a confusing thing. Even though Carter reacted quickly and made an emergency plan, it was revealed that this was a sinister conspiracy of the Yasin tribe and a trick to sow the hearts of the people. But no amount of evidence can outweigh preconceived notions. What's more, Carter's usual temperament and behavior are a bit too harsh and violent. Even the orcs who are good at fighting are not as irritable and aggressive as him. It's just that there has never been a fuse, and these complaints have not been ignited. But now it was ignited all at once. Although at this critical moment, they can only suppress their dissatisfaction again. But the encouragement they had done before has dropped to freezing point. These Carters all know it in their hearts, but the matter has come to this point, and there is absolutely no way to back down. Do it all at once, second time tired, third time exhausted. The current situation is already like this, let alone give up the attack. Leaving aside whether the Yasin tribe had any plans, even if they didn't make a surprise attack, he couldn't just ignore Barry's captivity. Wouldn't the rumors be more confirmed by then? Admitting that he is a chief who disregards the life and death of his people? So, even though Carter knew that he had missed the opportunity, he couldn't stop. He could only bite the bullet and move forward, hoping that the Yasin tribe would be a paper tiger with teeth and claws. Flamboyant on the outside, but empty on the inside, they tried their best to fight against it. Although losses are inevitable, it is not necessarily impossible to win. With such calculations, Carter issued an order and launched a battle for the 7th-level resource land of the Yasin tribe. As soon as they left, Qin immediately received the news. Era was in high spirits, and he was gearing up for a long time, and now he couldn't wait even more. Dabai has always been cautious, but at this moment he was still a little worried, so he couldn't help but ask again. "Chief, there are only 3 brigades left in the resource area. Can they defend the full blow of the Crow tribe?" Facing the attack of the Crow tribe, the plan of the Yasin tribe is not to meet the enemy head-on. Instead, 3 brigades were used to hold back the Keluo tribe's pace outside the tribe's resource area. And then 4 brigades were drawn out to attack the native territory of the Keluo tribe and go straight to their nest. Finally, there are 2 more brigades that will attack the resource areas of the Crow tribe. These preparations have been completed long ago, and the division of labor has also been clarified. Qin personally leads the army in the resource area of the clan, and Dabai leads the army in the sneak attack on the enemy's territory. These 2 are the main battlefield and the most brutal fighting. And the last 2 brigades that attacked Crow's resource area did not intend to take away its resource land, but on the one hand to hold back Crow's troops, and on the other hand to attack everywhere and set fires everywhere, causing huge psychological pressure on Crow, thus affecting the situation on the other 2 battlefields. Dabai didn't have any opinion on the arrangement of the latter 2, But the chief personally led troops to guard the resource area, leaving behind the 3 brigades with the weakest combat effectiveness, which made Dubai very worried. After all, the resource land is the foundation of their tribe, and the chief is the soul of all soldiers. If it fails here, the impact on the tribe will be unimaginable. This is taking a risk. Chinamo raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Are you questioning my abilities? Dubai was taken aback for a moment, and then he was shocked. He actually committed a big taboo. The plan has already been formed, so if you worry about it now, wouldn't it mess up the morale of the army? The chief took great pains to re-establish the majesty and self-confidence in the tribe, and gathered the hearts of the people by destroying the traitors, and at the same time confused the enemy's plan. He said these words at this moment, although his real meaning was to persuade the chief to leave more capable soldiers. If he was used by someone with a heart, wouldn't it be that he didn't believe in the chief's ability? The reason why soldiers with relatively weak combat effectiveness are arranged here is because in the local resource area, the purpose of the soldiers is to protect. As long as they defend and delay time, it is enough, and there is no need to repel the enemy under such prerequisites. Having a strong and wise commander is the most important thing. The chief is undoubtedly the best candidate. Coupled with the appeal of the chief himself, sitting in the resource area virtually boosts the morale of the soldiers and makes them more fearless. The most elite troops sneaking into the local territory, the purpose is to make a quick decision, wipe out the enemy's lair, and then quickly gather back to block Crow's army from the rear. Thinking through this, Dubai immediately half-knelt and bowed his head. This subordinate is lying. Chinamo looked at him and said, "Don't let me down." When Dubai thought of the painstaking efforts the chief had put in for the safety of the tribe, his heart surged immediately. "We must fulfill our mission." When the battle started, Chinamo rushed to the Yasin resource area, and Shi Qing, who had been sleeping until now, slowly woke up, but he really couldn't figure out why he could sleep so well. Immediately, he discovered something was wrong with his body. "Chinamo, it's not good. There's something wrong with his body again." The Yasin tribe's resources are tens of kilometers away from the territory, and it takes tens of minutes to march quickly. However, Yasin's troops were already in place last night, and Chinamo rushed there in the morning. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes to reach his beast-like state at lightning speed. However, because there is still a cute little panda hanging on Xuanbao's body, considering how fragile this guy is, Xuanbao had to slow down, and it took a full 8 minutes to successfully break through Xuanbao's slowest speed record. But even so, Shi Qing was blown into a mess by the wind, although Xuanbao's shock absorption is very good, but it is open and does not block the wind. His whole body is fluffy, and he looks more like a ball now. In fact, when Shi Qing had just arrived at the resource place, Shi Qing hadn't woken up yet, but he already felt uncomfortable in a daze. When he fully woke up, he could clearly feel the strangeness of his body. When he called Chinamo for help, he had already begun to respond. The body began to swell and unexpectedly broke through the restriction of the young potion and turned into a humanoid animal form. Chinamo immediately switched from animal form to human form. When he stood up, he caught him with both hands. When he looked down, he frowned slightly. The face of the young boy in front of him was flushed, and his eyes were foggy with water vapor, which made the originally round and clear eyes dyed with a seductive color, and the light-colored lips turned an attractive pink due to the hot flashes, and the charming curvature made people feel can't help but want to taste it. Because of this thought, Chinamo obviously felt a throbbing in his heart. The wildness and power inherent in this body surged up unprecedentedly, and the waves of hotness were like volcanic eruptions. It was scorching hot and gushing continuously. He suppressed these reactions and said in a low voice, "It should be the second wave of development. Bear with it." Shi Qing also knew it well. Moya had already given him a popular science, although he felt that it was unlucky to wear such a body, but he had to learn to accept it, so he listened seriously. The second wave of ordinary sub-beasts will also be more intense, probably hot and unbearable. The effect is similar to taking some boosters. It will be very hot, very hot, very hot. But the time is very short, just over 10 minutes. Bear with it and pass, but most of them happen in the middle of the night, and after the reaction, you will be fully awake, and you will not be able to fall asleep all night. Shi Qing's body was a little different, and he actually had an attack in the early morning, but Moya had already reminded him that his fluctuations might be stronger than those of ordinary sub-beasts, so he should not take it lightly. Shi Qing was listening and complaining at the time. Although he was a magician in his last life until his death, you know it, but the internet was so developed in those days, Shi Qing also secretly watched some, so he should know everything. To put it bluntly, this so-called fluctuation is actually an aphrodisiac. Although he has never taken aphrodisiacs, but after reading so many X-Point novels, this thing almost must appear in every book. Either the male lead eats it, the female lead eats it, or the female lead eats it. Anyway, after eating it, you have to eat it. So blah 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 blah. Every time he sees this kind of plot, he's a little unbelievable. Does it really have such a big effect? It has to be for a while. It's just that he didn't expect that something that he had never had the chance to encounter in his previous life, but now he encountered it in such a strange state. Shi Qing said that he was definitely fine, and said to Qin Mo calmly, "Don't worry, I'll sit by myself for a while. Won't it only take 10 minutes, and it'll be over." After finishing speaking, he pretended to be relaxed and tentatively said, "Carter's troops have already set off. You can go to work first. I am here by myself." Qin Mo looked at him with cold eyes. Sensitively aware of it, Shi Qing quickly coughed and turned the words back. "Of course, it would be even better if you could wait for me." Qin Mo frowned and said, "Sit quietly." Shi Qing didn't make a sound anymore. And to be honest, he was a little bit speechless too. The sudden surge of heat caught him off guard. In fact, at the beginning, it was just a little stuffy, like being trapped in a sauna room. It was so hot that it made people breathless, but after a while, it was a little dizzy, but it was just the heat from the outside. It just made you want to escape. But then, the heat generated from inside really grinds people. The scorching heat that rises from the internal organs penetrates directly to the top of the head, and at the same time it is scorching hot, and at the same time carries a subslip electric current where it passes. It is unbearably itchy. There is simply nowhere to go. At this point, Shi Qing could no longer pretend to be calm. He could sit still, but now he couldn't sit still at all. He got up irritably, paced back and forth, and finally started to tear at the neckline, which was already loose. Most of his clothes were torn off by him, but it didn't relieve the hotness at all. He only wished for an iceberg to help him cool down. What's more terrible is that, for some reason, he smelled an indescribably refreshing smell, like walking for a long time in the hot summer and suddenly smelling the sweet fragrance of ice cream, which can not only quench his thirst, but also extinguish the desire in his heart. Flame. Shi Qing couldn't help but walk towards this smell. And then he saw Qin Mo, an unfamiliar face, familiar black eyes at this moment. He was still a little rational, knowing that this was his host, a man, no matter how tall he was, beautiful. Thinking of this, he saw Qin Mo in a daze. Not Alec, but Qin Mo, that perfect face without a trace of blemish. So beautiful that it was amazing but also very heartwarming. When this thought came together, he suddenly couldn't control it. His mind was filled with heat. He looked at the person in front of him in a daze and couldn't help but stick to him. And he stood on tiptoe and stuck out his tongue in front of him. He licked it on his neck, and before he had time to admire the taste, he felt his body was tightly locked. But Shi Qing didn't feel the slightest pain, only felt that it was so comfortable to be close together like this, cool to the bone. Moya is a doctor accompanying the army. He led his assistants to tidy up the equipment, but suddenly smelled a sweet smell, and then he saw the longing expressions on the faces of the surrounding beasts. There was a sudden movement in his heart. He knew something bad. Ignoring other things, he hurriedly ran towards the chief, and when he opened the door, he saw Alec and Il hugging each other tightly. And the seductive aura emanating from this room is strong enough to drive all the beasts crazy. This is definitely the second wave. Il must be quarantined, otherwise there will be a catastrophe. As soon as Moya was about to speak, Qin Mo suddenly turned his gaze to him, his voice low and restrained. "Get out." The sight was so hot that Moya was affected. He quickly gathered his mind and wanted to explain, but Qin Mo stared at him firmly. "Don't let me kill you." The steaming killing intent instantly made Moya's back wet, but Il is his good friend, and he really didn't want him to be ruined like this. The developing sub-beasts must not have sexual relations. If they try the forbidden fruit, they will lose it in the end. The favor of the beast god gradually withered until death. He gritted his teeth and risked his life to say a word. Please don't destroy him. Qin Mo's pupils constricted. He suppressed the surging desire in his heart and said, I know. If Qin Mo insisted on not leaving, he would not dare to stay here for a long time. For fear that it would add fuel to the fire, Moya knew that he had done everything he could, and he had no choice but to close the door and turn around to leave. Shi Qing didn't know anything about what happened just now. He only enjoyed the comfort brought by sticking to Qin Mo's body, but after a while, he became dissatisfied again. Dry mouth, body itching, but there is a deadly smell at the tip of his nose that seduces him. Reason has long since flown out of his mind, and Shi Qing began to feel that the clothes between the two of them were the biggest obstacle, like a wall blocking him, making him unable to reach or touch, more and more yearning. All the cells in his body were clamoring. Shi Qing completely followed his instinct, tearing at his clothes indiscriminately. When the clothes were half removed, he touched the hard and thick chest and kissed it as if obsessed. Qin Mo grabbed his waist violently. The coldness in his eyes had long since been burned by the magma. He was no better than Shi Qing, or it should be said that his reaction was stronger. For this body, the half-naked young man with a confused face in front of him is his exclusive sub-beast. He can completely occupy, enter, and charge without any scruples. You can listen to his wonderful moans and screams. The only companions who have reached the heaven of lust together. Physical longing stimulates psychological longing. It was his, it belonged to him, they were attracted to each other, he could possess him, he could control him, he could integrate him into his body. The morbid desire for monopoly was completely concretized at this moment. Qin Mo was able to suppress the restlessness physically, but he was almost defeated by his psychological obsession. Enter into him, and you are inseparable. Possess him, and he is all yours. Even if it is death, it will be even more inseparable from you. No betrayal, no abandonment. What you have can stay in your hands forever. Isn't that exactly what you long for? Qin Mo, help me, I can't take it anymore. Shi Qing's weak voice rang in his ears, obviously inviting and teasing, but it pulled him back from the abyss of madness. Qin Mo closed his eyes, suppressed his demons, restrained the impulsive hands that wanted to push the young man down, and said in a hoarse voice, Hurry up, Shi Qing, bear with it. In just 10 minutes, it feels like years. After completely overcoming it, Shi Qing returned to Qingming. Finally getting rid of the unbearable and terrifying heat, Shi Qing collapsed. He leaned against Qin Mo, his voice hoarse from shouting, I'm fine. The man who was holding him tightly was as stiff as iron. Hearing his voice, he pulled him away suddenly and looked at him. There was scorching heat in the black eyes that could burn people, and Shi Qing's chaotic thinking was completely shocked. In the next second, Qin Mo pinched his chin, forced him to look up, and kissed the pink lips domineeringly and forcefully. I was so eager that I almost went crazy, and my mind was fascinated by wanting, and I finally tasted this sweetness. The taste was even more delicious than I imagined, but I couldn't satisfy the beast in my heart, longing for more. Wanting more, the imprisoned desire was liberated, and scrupulous licking swept the entire mouth, grasping the soft uvula forcefully, plundering, occupying, wishing to swallow it all in one bite. There was no tenderness in this kiss. It was a savage occupation and a strong demand from the beginning to the end. The passion was like a raging flame that would only burn everything up. Just when Shi Qing thought he would suffocate to death, Qin Mo finally let him go. The extreme lack of oxygen caused his legs and feet to become weak, and Shi Qing almost fell to the ground. His brain completely froze, unable to think about anything, and could only gasp for breath. Qin Mo stroked his back. A kiss could not satisfy him at all. It could only be like an appetizer before a feast. Its only function was to arouse people's appetite and make them look forward to the next meal even more. Qin Mo has lived for too long. A monk is not abstinent. He has a lot of experience, but he has never been like this, so longing. He just wants to penetrate the young man in front of him. Regardless of the consequences, he only asks about desire. In the end, reason prevailed. He tidied up Shi Qing's messy clothes, took out the young medicine pill, and handed it to him without a word. At this moment, when Shi Qing saw this pill, he felt like seeing a savior. He really didn't expect that what he hated at the beginning would turn out to be so cute now. Without any hesitation, Shi Qing swallowed it in one gulp. After turning into a little panda, he finally relaxed. Although his mind was in a mess, his body was really exhausted at the moment, and he opened his eyes for a long time before finally falling asleep completely. Era heard that Qin Mo had rushed over with Yi, and on the way to report the news, he was very obscene. When Yi becomes an adult, will he still be able to get out of bed? This has not yet tasted the taste of being overwhelmed, and it is already so important. If the two mate, hey chief, don't you have to keep people in your mouth all day long? The compatibility between the exclusive sub-beast and the male beast is super high, and the ability to calm restlessness is also the strongest. So the chief and IL sex is definitely more than 100 times more enjoyable than that with Amy. Hey, I don't know if I can have a good experience of Halso's magic horse. Woohoo, my sub-beast. You are an adult. Why don't you throw yourself into my arms? When he ran all the way and saw Qin Mo when he entered the house, Era, who was the tribe's top detective, pricked up his ears and the alarm rang. The air pressure is so low. Very angry. Mudun, didn't you say that the chief and IL are warm and sweet? What's the matter with this atmosphere? So scary QAQ. In the next moment, Era's dog nose played its proper role, and the strong fluctuating breath in the room rushed into his nose like a rocket. It was sweet and fragrant, and the male beast would blush after smelling it. Breath. Even though it has dispersed a lot at this moment, Era can't help but start thinking again and again, oh my God, so intoxicating. I really want to die in this house. Seeing that he was about to lie down on the ground, a cold gaze pulled him out of the warm and sweet land. Era shuddered and woke up suddenly. Mudun, this breath. Is it difficult for Air to encounter the second wave just now? Damn, the chief has been by his side all the time. IL, are you all right? He quickly raised his eyes and saw the sleeping Air, and he was relieved, but then he was surprised again. My God, the chief was able to live on hold. Just now, the breath that was already in the aftertaste had already confused him. A beast with a belonging heart. If it fluctuated, would it be against the sky? How did the chief endure it? Era's admiration for the chief at this moment is like the flood of the Yellow River, rolling waves, surging, and it is almost out of control. What a powerful forbearance this must be. What a fiery true love this must be. Wait, Era suddenly realized a very serious problem. The chief who endured like this, the mood at the moment, I wipe it, it is absolutely extremely dark. And he also rushed to the door. Did he come to ask for a beating? Fortunately, Era hasn't reached the end yet, so he didn't dare to open his mind here. So he quickly reported the information to divert the hatred value. Chief, Carter's tribe is already 3 miles away. This sentence successfully saved Era. Qin Mo's anger also found a way to vent. Let's go. The chief's gloomy and hoarse voice made Era tremble, and he followed behind in a hurry. While running all the way, he silently waxed cart and obediently bare the chief's anger. Amen. When Carter arrived at the Yasin resource area, the inside line that had been lurking in Yasin's territory finally broke through the blockade, and news came. Looking at the information in his hand, he couldn't help but feel happy. As he expected, Alec was really prepared and had mobilized troops overnight for military deployment. However, it was obvious that neither Amy nor Barry had leaked the news, so Alec couldn't tell where Carter was attacking. So he dispersed the troops, with half guarding the tribal territory and half stationed in the resource area. But in this way, Yasin fell behind. You must know that although Yasin and Keluo are both high-level tribes, the Keluo tribe has been passed down for 3 generations. With abundant resources, soldiers have been raised long ago, and their combat effectiveness is much higher than that of Biasin. It is precisely because of this that Carter will hold on to Yasin and try to annex this emerging high-level tribe. Originally, there was a gap in combat power, and Alec foolishly dispersed his troops so that no matter which one he attacked, he could easily defeat them. Carter was full of confidence again. As long as he captured the Yasin tribe, occupied the resource land and sub-beasts, he believed that his people would regard him as a god again. So why would he worry about such things as Barry? In the final analysis, only the final victory is the real victory. And what is a little bump in the way? Even though he thought so, when he was about to approach the resource area, he still sent scouts to estimate the enemy's defense force. When the scout returned, the news he brought surprised him even more. There are only 3 brigades. Alec fell into a coma, thinking he was invincible and ready to give it up. Carter pressed the excitement button, feeling that something was wrong. Yasin was not so weak. Could there be some conspiracy? He thought about it for a long time and asked the scouts to investigate many times for fear of fraud, but the information he got was generally the same. Carter pondered for a while and finally decided to send troops to attack. Even if Alec has a conspiracy, so what? There are only 3 brigades in the resource area, which are as fragile as a piece of paper, and their army can rush in directly and occupy it in an instant. Occupying the resource land. Alec has thousands of plans, so what? This is an opportunity. He must seize it. What he didn't expect at all was that all the news he heard, saw, and received were all deliberately arranged. His ears and eyes were covered, and he thought he could see clearly, but he didn't know that he had entered the bureau. What awaits him is to catch a turtle in an urn. The beasts of Yasin are on fire. Aliens invaded and tried to occupy their resource land. This is a place more important than life and the foundation of their survival. Anyone who wants to occupy, it is unforgivable. They are brave fighters and fearless guardians. They are willing to shed their blood for the sake of the tribe. The battle was about to break out. If the beasts were still a little bit timid at this moment, when they saw their chief rushing out first, they burned instantly. This is the sacred beast, known as the light of the beast god. The speed of Xuanbao is as fast as lightning. Slashing into the enemy's camp, a huge hole will be torn open in an instant. Wherever the sharp claws go, the heart will be broken and the throat will be sealed. So fast that it seems that even blood can't get on your body. It would be fine if he retreated with one blow, but he continued to sweep, and under the sky full of blood jade, he swept away the 5 battalions of the enemy army, greatly weakening the enemy's strength, and at the same time frightened them. This is simply the god of death wielding a sickle to harvest lives. Carter has known Alec's reputation for a long time, but he really didn't expect him to be so powerful. This kind of courage and fighting power are among the best in the entire Orc continent. 5 brigades were lost as soon as the battle started. Carter's face was very ugly, but he was still able to hold his breath. This time, except for the basic guards of the territory and resource areas, combat brigades are here. Although they lost 5 brigades, they still had 10 brigades, which was an overwhelming number against the 3 local brigades. What's more, Alec is only one person after all, no matter how exaggerated it is. It's time to reach the limit now. This time, as Carter expected, after the first strong attack, the opponent was obviously weaker. Although it was stronger than expected, as long as it took some time, it would be a matter of time to break through the defense. He had a feeling that he had the upper hand just now, but then he was shocked by the news brought by the summoner, and his internal organs were all dislocated. What did you say? The territory was attacked. The messenger soldier turned pale with fright, but he still bit the bullet and said, the resource area has also been attacked. In a rage, Carter slapped the table into powder. Impossible. How could Alec have such a force? How dare he attack our tribe? The messenger said in a low voice. Resources report that there are only 2 groups of people attacking. Carter's heart skipped a beat. 2 teams. Only 2 teams. Where is the territory? 5 teams. Carter was stunned, and a coldness surged from the bottom of his heart. He finally knew that he was completely played with. Such a boldness. Such an adventure. Alec, this is just crazy. Carter sank back into his chair, knowing that the game was over. The counselor next to him heard the whole process and was horrified, but he still insisted on making suggestions. Chief, let's give up Yasin's resource land immediately and return to defense quickly, and we will definitely be able to regain the territory. Carter snorted coldly. Return to defense? How long will it take for the 5 most elite brigades to attack the weakest guards in the territory? Before we can retreat to the territory, we will be flanked by people from front to back and completely wiped out. When the counselor heard this, he was immediately speechless. Carter was silent for a long time, and finally stood up with fierce eyes. Block the news. Don't reveal the attack on the tribe in the resource area. The whole army is intensified, ready to fight to the death. Since there is no way to retreat, he will fight his way forward. As long as they can occupy the resources of the Yasin tribe, as long as they can kill Alec, they will definitely be able to turn the tide of battle. Shi Qing just woke up, and the previous scenes played through his mind like a movie. Qin Mo kissed him, up him. He kissed a man? The little panda sat up slowly, its ears trembling unconsciously, and when it saw Qin Mo, it felt like a formidable enemy. But then his pupils shrank slightly, and his sight was taken away by the bright red blood in front of him. The soft voice of the little panda rang out. Are you hurt? Carter fought desperately, and the effect was very obvious. The intensification of the whole army means that all the male beasts in the army must be strengthened. This is not difficult to operate, but it is very risky. The intensified male beasts have extraordinary fighting power. One enemy 10 is no problem, but at the same time, after intensified, they will enter a period of power failure, and the weak ones can be pushed down by a small beast. Therefore, the intensified state is generally carried out in small groups as raiders to attack. After the intensification is completed, it will be replaced quickly, and it will be rested and adjusted at the end of the team.To re-intensify. Requires a lot of resources, plenty of medicines, and the appeasement of sub-beasts, but this is difficult to do for a rapid march. Therefore, Carter's move was really desperate. Win or die, there is no way out. But from this point, it also proves that Carter is indeed worthy of being the chief of a high-level tribe. He still has this courage. Although it seems very risky, the opponent is only 3 brigades, 10-3. By San, I dare not say to break through the defense instantly. Conservatively speaking, breaking through within the intensified time is definitely no problem. Once the resource land is occupied, there will be time to repair, use a large amount of resources and abundant medicines, and then snatch the opponent's sub-beasts. Maybe they can catch up with Yasin's reinforcements and regain their strength. He thought very well, and when he actually operated it, he realized that the soldiers of the Yasin tribe were indeed tough. And Alec is a formidable and terrifying warrior. He can fight against an intensified male beast without an intensified form, and it is no problem to fight 3 against 1. With such strength, if his sub-beast grows up, he can intensify it. That power is really amazing. Carter couldn't help thinking that if he could survive this time, no matter what the price he paid, he would kill Alec's exclusive sub-beast. Because the intensified male beast is so ferocious, even Qin Mo suffered some injuries. Of course, it is also related to his need to take Shi Qing with him all the time. If he is willing to put down his sub-beast, it will be even more useless in the battle. Scruples. And when Shi Qing woke up, what he saw was Qin Mo's injured left arm, blood was bubbling, and the torn wound was turned upside down, and even a glance felt it was painful. But this wound is really not worth mentioning to Qin Mo. Hearing Shi Qing's voice, he just said calmly, "It's okay." But Shi Qing couldn't take his eyes off no matter what. It stands to reason that Qin Mo encountered too many hardships in his own world, and the harm those people inflicted on him was hundreds of times stronger than at this moment. At that time, Shi Qing would also be furious, but not like this moment, heart-throbbing pain. He couldn't describe this feeling, as if his mind and body were separated, and he kept telling himself that this injury was nothing to Qin Mo, and he wouldn't even frown because of such pain, so why should he? So worried. But if he wants to say what he wants to say, he just can't do what he thinks. And Qin Mo couldn't stay here for a long time. The battle outside was fierce, and he just came in just to give orders. Although Carter's move seems to have a chance of winning, he has neglected the fatal point. If Qin Mo gives up all the troops who attacked Crow's territory and tribe at this moment and quickly returns them, then when Crow's army passes the intensification period, it will be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There is only one way to die. So what if the resource land and territory were not occupied, all the troops of the Kelluo tribe perished, and the territory and resource land were not in their pockets? After arranging the work of the messengers, Qin Mo quickly joined the battle. The pressure on the 3 brigades outside was too great. They had to guard with all their strength to last until the reinforcements came back. He touched the little panda on his chest and comforted him. "Be good, don't move around." Before Shi Qing could respond, he rushed into the battle. Shi Qing felt uncomfortable for a while, and he began to understand that this may really be the feeling from this body, because Alec is his exclusive male beast, and the connection between the two comes from physiology. Just like when it was fluctuating before, the feeling was so strong that it could influence the will. Shi Qing took a deep breath, trying to suppress these strange feelings. He kept reassuring himself, "Qin Mo is fine. Alec is fine. Everyone is fine. Don't worry anymore." But emotions are always the more frustrated and courageous. The more you don't think about it, the more you think about it, the more irritable you become, the more worried you become, and there are bursts of pain in your heart. Shi Qing has never felt this way before, and he is going crazy. And at this time, there was a damned huge bear pounced on Qin Mo. Because the size gap was too big, it was overwhelming. Even though Xuanbao quickly dodged, the giant bear's sharp claws still scratched his cheek. The blood dripped down and landed on the little panda's face. This drop of blood was like hot magma, instantly igniting Shi Qing's already restless heart. He can't control it anymore. I don't want to control it anymore. He was just worried, anxious, and afraid that he would get hurt. What can happen? Seeing another giant bear rushing towards him, the little panda became completely angry, closed its eyes, opened its mouth, and roared angrily. "Get out! Get out!" Because of this roar, the drop of blood melted into his body at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in an instant. Shi Qing felt a scorching heat rise from the bottom of his heart, and then a strange, yet familiar heat rose up. He didn't reject, didn't refuse, and let the flames of wanting to burn people sweep across his body. And the next moment, he felt his body swell. Breaking free from the restraints, the boy with silver hair and cat ears stood on the ground. He has fair skin, a slender figure, and a clean and delicate appearance. He obviously doesn't match this bloody and cruel battlefield, but he has a strange sense of beauty. He completely ignored everything around him, only seeing the elegant and imposing Xuanbao beside him. Kneeling down on one knee, he embraced Xuanbao's huge head, narrowed his eyes, and kissed it with pious and unspeakable infatuation, like a sacrificial offering. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Immediately afterwards, with him as the center, the sudden burst of seductive aura made people crazy. The third wave unexpectedly came at such a weird moment. The response to the wave this time is similar to the second time, but the difference is that this time is the last wave of the most developmental period, and then it will be a full adult, so the smell emitted by the sub-beast at this time is announcing to the world, "I grown up." At the same time, it is also seducing all adult male beasts, looking for a perfect match. This is the ability bestowed by the beast god, which every sub-beast will experience. It is the beast god who is telling them that it is time to travel and it is your duty to survive. However, the fluctuating scent of ordinary sub-beasts can only affect male beasts within 3 or 4 meters, and the degree of influence is not too much. It just makes the male beast rippling slightly, and for male beasts that already have a partner, it has no effect at all. So it won't cause a stir at all. But Shi Qing's body is different. His second fluctuation almost confused all the male beasts in the tribe, and the smell of this third fluctuation will only become stronger. And he happened to be in this kind of place, at this kind of moment to activate it. Even Qin Mo couldn't help being stunned. There will be an interval of 1 to 10 days between 2 fluctuations. How can it be so fast? No one can explain it. Even Shi Qing himself can't imagine it at all. First, the male beasts around Shi Qing started to move sluggishly because of the deadly aura, and their minds were in a trance. They couldn't refuse, couldn't resist. This smell was so good. It didn't just rush into the nasal cavity, but invaded every pore of the body and all the cells. The shock caused them almost lost control over their own bodies. "I just want to be addicted. I just want to be drunk forever. And then, this seductive aura began to spread rapidly, spreading to the entire battlefield. Total confusion. Totally crazy. This is the most unspeakable battle that the Orc continent has ever encountered. Single males are completely out of control, and mated males can't resist. But in general, the Yasin tribe should be thankful that their male beasts did not intensify. Although this alluring aura would make them insane and even act crazy, it would not cause any harm. But the Crow tribe was in bad luck. The reason for the intensification of the male beast is that the sub-beasts use their spiritual abilities to catalyze and condense the frenzied power inside the male beast itself, so as to strengthen its physical fitness and enhance its ability. And the sensation caused by Shi Qing was fatal to them, because this tempting and irresistible breath completely disrupted the mental power given by their sub-beasts in their bodies. The mental power collapsed, and the condensed power also broke free, becoming even more frantic than before. Don't mention fighting at all. They can't even move. They can only passively bear the strong backlash from their own strength. The bloody battlefield instantly froze into a farce. After 10 minutes of fluctuations, the fanatical atmosphere gradually subsided, and the male beasts began to regain their sanity. The first thing they saw was the only man standing in the center, holding his exclusive sub-beast. Ears and tail disappeared, slender figure, fair and delicate appearance. This charming sub-beast has finally grown up. The enemy has long been routed. The intensified state disappeared, and they lay on their backs like dead fish. Alec glanced at the male beast behind him. The soldiers came to their senses suddenly, rushed forward like a swarm, and caught all the dead fish of the Crow tribe. Facing the intensification of the entire army, the enemy army was 3 times their own, and they actually won with almost 0 casualties. Although the process is too surprising, but at the same time the result is too ecstatic. Taking advantage of the victory, they stopped the soldiers of Yasin who were returning for reinforcements halfway, and broke into the enemy's hometown in one go. While occupying the resource land, they also successfully seized the opponent's tribal territory. Occupying a high-level tribe so easily made the people of the Yasin tribe boil. The names of Alec and Il resounded almost throughout the entire Orc continent, and Qin Mo and Shi Qing's tasks were successfully completed at this moment. The moment he returned to the system space, Qin Mo clasped the boy's slender waist, leaned over, and kissed him like a storm. Shi Qing hadn't recovered from the aftertaste of the last world before, so he passively accepted this eager, passionate kiss that made people ecstatic. Just when his brain froze and he really didn't know how to react, a message suddenly formed in his consciousness. Trigger a random task. Life disk, will it be sent to the host? Random mission? Shi Qing quickly searched for such information in his mind, not to mention it really reminded him, this thought, and then he became excited. Sky. It turned out to be a random task that can't be met. There is a whole page of detailed instructions in the manual for this type of task. Random tasks, trigger conditions, trigger time, trigger locations are all unknown. There is no testability, but as long as it is triggered, you can start the task immediately, no matter you are in the real world, in other planes, small world, or in the system space. It doesn't matter after accepting the task. It will be relatively static, and after completing the task, it will return to the previous time point again. Whether to accept random tasks depends entirely on the wishes of the system and the host. Here, the system has priority. If he does not want to accept random tasks, he can directly strangle him and choose not to send them after the release. The host has the final decision to judge whether to accept it. According to the introduction in the manual, if the systems and hosts that do not accept random tasks are not enemies, then they are absolutely brain dead. There is no penalty for failing a random mission. Not only will there be no penalty, but there will also be a little labor fee. 500 points of basic currency, although it is not much, it is expensive because it is free. Even if the task is extremely difficult, you are not afraid. If you fail at worst, you will get the 500 points anyway. If you are lucky and successful, it will be great. Not only will you reward 3,000 to 10,000 points, randomly drawn, but you will also get random rewards. This kind of reward has no limitations. It may be precious items worth tens of millions of points in the system store, Or it may be a magical item that is not even stored in the system store. Of course, there is also a certain chance that it is a bargain that is unlucky. But it doesn't matter even if it's a cheap one. Don't let it go for nothing. The point is, there is still a high chance that it will be the best. All in all, this random mission is auspicious from the sky, and you can only encounter it if you are super positive and lucky. Therefore, a host that is not accepted by a system that does not deliver must be so stupid. Shi Qing had just gone through the information in his mind when the words in his consciousness started counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. Shi Qing's heart tightened, fearing that the duck that had reached its beak would flap its wings and fly away again. So he quickly chose to send it, and then a dialogue box for editing appeared, which seemed to be sent to Qin Mo. Shi Qing was afraid that Qin Mo would not know the benefits of random missions, so he quickly introduced them in detail in the dialogue box. As a result, a large paragraph appeared in Qin Mo's mind, introducing the benefits of the random mission in a very detailed and passionate tone, and begging him to accept it. And at this moment, they are still kissing. This inattentive guy, Qin Mo, bit hard on the pink lips, successfully heard a moan, and then saw the big eyes in front of him unconsciously revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. He was in a much happier mood. Feeling Shi Qing's refusal, Qin Mo did not let go. Instead, he followed the desire in his heart and deepened the kiss. After successfully feeling the person in his arms addicted to it, he chose to accept the task. The two of them maintained this posture, wearing it. Random quests only have quest names, but no foreground summary. What kind of world they travel to, what kind of things they encounter, and even what the quest goal is are all unknown. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of the task, but you must know, why give you such a generous reward if there is no difficulty? This is all very fair. And there is a time limit for this task, only 2 days. Once the time is up, the task will be considered a failure by default. Therefore, the pie from heaven is not something everyone can handle. Entering the torrent of crossing, Shi Qing's chaotic brain has just woken up. Up to now, he has not recovered from the world of orcs, especially when dealing with Qin Mo. He seems to be a little abnormal. He believed that Qin Mo's feelings were similar to his, and he must not have woken up from Alec's role. Otherwise, he would not have kissed him inappropriately as soon as he entered the system space. This world of orcs is really too strange. It's okay for men and women to fall in love. Why Mao still has such a strong physical stimulation? It's simply too crazy. He had never experienced this kind of feeling in his 2 lifetimes, especially when he fluctuated for the second time. It was really crazy. It was too fatal, and he didn't look like himself. And the third time, although his body reacted much calmer, the moment he saw Qin Mo at that time, the heat that surged from his heart was unstoppable, scorching hot, as if he was the only one in the world. He could only see himself. In comparison, the second fluctuation seems to come from the body, while the third fluctuation seems to originate from the heart. Thinking about it this way, Shi Qing felt strangely that the second time was better. I still think too much. My body and heart are all floating clouds. I just got too deep into the drama. Returning to the normal world, he will be normal too. He just needs some time to recover. He let out a long breath, and he has already got out of the space crack and came to the plane from the random mission. Just passing through, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, although there is no background introduction, he can still receive a certain amount of character memory, which is enough for him to understand the current situation. It's just that before he had time to accept these memories in detail, he was completely stunned. He has no clothes on. He was naked in bed. Yes, heavy point. The point is, there is an unclothed person behind him. Still a man? My God, what the hell is going on? Has he transmigrated into a world where men and women legally love each other? But even so, does he want to dress so well? Shi Qing wanted to die, and just when he was seriously thinking about how to escape, the man behind him said hoarsely because of the morning, "It's me." Shi Qing was taken aback and turned around abruptly. The morning sunlight came in through the gaps in the heavy curtains, hitting the man's strong chest, and the gray blanket with good texture was drawn across his waist, although it blocked the key parts, but because of the attractive curvature of the waist, and it's getting more and more imaginative. Shi Qing didn't dare to look anymore. He forcefully raised his head and stared at him directly. Under the slightly disheveled bangs were exquisite eyebrows and eyes, and a perfect face that even the greatest craftsman could not sculpt. And those breathtaking eyes, black eyes. It's Qin Mo. This is Qin Mo. Not only the soul, but even the body is Qin Mo. Are they wearing them this time? But how can you remember it if you wear it? Moreover, it is still in such a posture. If Shi Qing was still frightened before, his face would start to blush now, and his cheeks can definitely compare to braised crayfish or burning clouds in the sky. Qin Mo had been staring at him, and his subtle expression fell into his eyes, making him even more cute. Shi Qing is very good-looking, not the kind of cold beauty that rejects people thousands of miles away, but one that makes people want to get close unconsciously like a warm campfire. The heart is hot, but the outside is warm. The slightly bright one will never hurt the eyes, and the moths can't help but want to fly into it, even if it will be burned to ashes, but also greedy for this intoxicating temperature. Qin Mo's heart moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a hook. The two were lying on their sides and embracing each other, but now he got up slightly and put his arms on both sides of Shi Qing's shoulders, completely trapping him under him. Looking down at him, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, with a strong masculine aura rushing towards his face. Shi Qing felt he might be possessed by air again. Qin Mo didn't make a sound, but slowly lowered his head. Hot air puffed on his white neck, and his warm tongue slowly licked from bottom to top, like an evil vampire greedily tasting delicious food. Reluctant to swallow it in one bite, I am slowly lingering and enjoying at the moment. And Shi Qing didn't dare to move at all. He could feel something hard and hot pressing against his thigh. He was afraid that if he moved, something big would happen. At this moment, the loud opening of the door saved him. The two turned their heads at the same time, facing the black-haired young man at the door. The young man was very handsome, with black hair and black eyes, fair skin, and a casual outfit that was comfortable and attractive. But at this moment, he looked at the two people on the bed. His face turned red quickly, his mouth open wide, and he was very surprised. You waited for a long time, but didn't say another word. Then he decisively slammed the door out. Interrupted by this, Shi Qing resolutely slipped away from under Qin Mo, jumped off the bed, and started looking for clothes to wear. Only when he put on the pants did he feel a little more secure, and when he put on the jacket, he began to accept the memory of the original owner. The world of random missions is modern, which is similar to Shi Qing's time, but there seem to be many differences. At least the city in front of him is not familiar to him. A first-tier city is similar to the status of Shanghai, but it is only called Haiqing. Although the development of science and technology is about the same, the common sense things are far from each other, which makes Shi Qing feel a little disappointed. In fact, he really has some expectations. Maybe he can return to his own world one day. He will not be too greedy, as long as he can see his family from a distance. Hey! Shi Qing was a little disappointed, but he comforted himself immediately. Although the world is unfamiliar this time, they still have many opportunities, and they will definitely meet each other. After clearing up his mood, Shi Qing began to study the received memories. The name of this body is Shi Qing. Qin Mo is also called Qin Mo, and the young man Su Rue who just opened the door. The three of them are good friends who grew up together. Although the three people have different personalities, it can even be said that except for Shi Qing, the other two are not easy to get along with, but because of their family background, they only had 3 children when they were young, and they gradually got used to it and got along well. Became an irreversible friend. After graduating from university, each of them inherited their family business. Qin Mo and Su Rue were the only ones to take the lead, but Shi Qing had a softer personality and had an older brother on top, so he continued to play carelessly. Last night was Shi Qing's birthday. They got together and accidentally drank too much, and when they woke up, it was like this. Shi Qing couldn't help rubbing his head. What are these things? Shi Qing finally got dressed, and when he looked up, Qin Mo was still lying on the bed, motionless. Immediately, Shi Qing felt a pain in his head. He was about to say something when he suddenly became dizzy. The next second, he actually returned to the bed again, hugging Qin Mo naked. In just a second, The clothes he had put on left his body and returned to the closet, and he teleported to the bed. It's exactly the same as the posture you just crossed over, no difference at all. It's like watching a movie and clicking on the replay. What's going on here? Back in time? Will time go backwards? Shi Qing was in a state of shock. He seriously recalled his behavior just now. Although it was only about 5 or 6 minutes, he was sure that Su Rue rushed in and found him and Chinemo, and then slammed the door in surprise. And then he jumped out of bed, put on his clothes. The shirt was not finished, and went back to bed. Could it be that it was just an illusion? Is he just dreaming? But too real. Also, what's the matter with him having such boring dreams? Shi Qing couldn't figure it out by himself, and turned to look at Chinemo. Chinemo was no longer in the joking mood of last time, and he also had doubts in his eyes. Didn't you put on your clothes just now? After speaking, he seemed to be confirming the facts. General touched his waist. Shi Qing was itched by him, flinched hard, and quickly said, Yes, yes, yes. I obviously got out of bed and put on my clothes. I was about to go out, but I came back again. Just as Chinemo was about to speak, there was a knock on the door this time. The two looked at each other, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. It was obviously Su Rue who rushed in just now. Su Rue's voice came from outside the door. Shi Qing, get up and have breakfast. The plane is going to be late. Su Rue said that the plane was late, referring to their air tickets to return home. The three of them have been busy since graduation except for Shi Qing. This time, Shi Qing celebrates his birthday, so it's rare that they all spared time to relax for a few days and fly to this beautiful place. Island country vacation. After playing for 2 days and getting drunk last night, it's time to return this morning. Although Shi Qing is free, Su Rue has an important meeting, and Chinemo also has to go back to host a project. This is also the reason why Su Rue would knock on the door early in the morning. Shi Qing was the least self-disciplined. When he woke up naturally after sleeping, it would probably be dark. Shi Qing responded instinctively. Okay, but I kept muttering in my heart, why did I feel so wrong? He jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, and looked up at the time this time. It was 55 frowny face dash, exactly. While getting dressed, he glanced at Chinemo and said, Get up. Our time is limited. Chinemo didn't delay any longer and really got up. He just walked out of the bed naked. And now even the blanket to hide his shame disappeared. He just stood there so naturally with a large chest, strong abdominal muscles, and long straight legs. I'm sorry, this body has a golden ratio. Shi Qing told himself not to sweep his eyes randomly, but he still couldn't help looking at some places that shouldn't be seen. Then he was embarrassed. Why is that thing still standing? And so big, totally unscientific size. His self-esteem as a man has been severely stimulated. He is more popular than others. Even if his body is not comparable, there is so much difference there, so annoying. Shi Qing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought very wretchedly whether there is something to strengthen this thing in the system store. It's too shameful. Shi Qing hugged Yuan Shi quickly and carefully buttoned the buttons one by one. When everything was perfect, he looked up again, and Chinemo was standing there naked with his big partner. Brother, what are you doing? Do you want to try streaking? Seeing Shi Qing looking at him, Chinemo raised his chin and said, I can't wear it. Shi Qing was embarrassed for a moment, but then he realized something. In other words, Chinemo is an out-and-out ancient man, so it's normal for Chinemo not to understand these modern clothes. Come and help me. Hearing this supernatural tone, Shi Qing pretended to be calm, walked over appointed, picked up the dark purple shirt scattered on the ground, and began to wait for the uncle to dress. After they were all dressed, Shi Qing moved away and took a look. Emma, this purple shirt and black trousers are really flirty. So handsome. But then he realized something belatedly. Although Chinemo is an ancient person, when he wears it here, he becomes another Chinemo who will receive the original owner's memory. Could it be that the original owner's memory doesn't even include such trivial things as wearing clothes? Was tricked, but it's meaningless to pursue it any further, and he didn't think he could find anything. With a sullen face, Shi Qing finally got out. When he went out, he found that Su Rue wasn't in the house. He was a little puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. He turned and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he saw that Su Rue was already sitting at the dining table, and breakfast was set on the table. When Shi Qing saw it, he was really hungry. After he sat down, he asked Su Rue good morning, but Su Rue just hummed without even looking up at him. At this time, Chinemo also packed up, and Su Rue just nodded and said hello without even making a sound. The atmosphere was suddenly a little awkward, but Shi Qing didn't say anything more. Although in this world, Su Rue and them have been good friends since childhood, they are not the original owners after all, and they can receive the memory, but they are still far behind emotionally, and they didn't get to know each other so quickly, and they still need some time to adapt. Shi Qing simply started to eat seriously, a typical Western breakfast, very delicate and beautiful. And the taste is also very good, but the portion is a bit small. Shi Qing finished eating in a few mouthfuls, feeling that his stomach was only -% full, and felt that there was still something missing. He glanced around and saw a large bottle of milk at a glance, thinking that it would be too much trouble to order something to fill his stomach. He got up to pour the milk, but accidentally pulled the tablecloth, which just knocked over the ketchup on the table, and Su Rue happened to be sitting there, and the ketchup splashed all over him. Su Rue's entire face turned dark, and Shi Qing couldn't help being stunned. In terms of memory, Su Rue can be regarded as a super weird person, with all kinds of weird hobbies, and cleanliness is one of them. His white shirt turned red in an instant, and the clothes were okay. The point is, the ketchup must have seeped into him. Think about Su Rue's desire to take 10 showers that day. The ketchup was enough to keep him out of the bathroom all day. Up! Shi Qing hurriedly apologized. Su Rue, I'm sorry. I was too careless. This was Shi Qing. Su Rue didn't turn his face on the spot, but his face was almost the same color as the potash. Just when Shi Qing was researching how to persuade this uncle, don't be too angry, and don't waste time in the bathroom, he felt that familiar dizziness again. He thought it was bad, but in the next second, he felt the fiery chest and the hands on his waist, and the calm, untimely big hand that started to be dishonest. Kneel down. He was back to the beginning again, hugging naked with Chinemo again. Now who dares to tell him that it is an illusion, he will fight him. He still remembered the delicious taste of that sandwich just now. Looking up deftly, Shi Qing saw the time on the clock, and it turned out that it was only 5 minutes before 8 o'clock. It wasn't that he and Chinemo teleported, it really was that time went backwards and they returned to the original point in time. But why? Why does time go backwards? Compared with Shi Qing's contemplation, Chinemo is much more relaxed. He caresses the slender waist, smooth skin, and slender curvature of his hands, and he shrinks because of the itchiness when he touches it. It's really interesting. Shi Qing also ignored the ambiguous atmosphere, turned to look at Chinemo, and began to discuss naked. Do you think this is related to our mission? The lifesaver can be saved, so it can also be read? Chinemo didn't understand the meaning of saving before, but after receiving the memory of Chinemo now, he can understand the meaning. So, they are now a save point. Someone who holds a life disk can read the file at any time? Shi Qing diverged along this thought, and when he was about to touch the truth, there was another knock on the door. Just like in the second week, Su Rue didn't break in, but said something to wake people up. Shi Qing once again felt that something was wrong, and just as he was thinking about it, Chinemo figured him out. What Su Rue said was different from last time. Shi Qing looked at him. What's the difference? One fast word is missing. Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment, then recalled it seemed to be true. Last time Su Rue said to get up and have breakfast, but this time it was just to get up for breakfast? He thinks his memory is not bad, but who would remember such insignificant words so clearly? After thinking about it, he looked at Chinemo with the eyes of a monster. He could remember the difference of a word clearly. What kind of memory is this? Paste and copy the computer burning disk. However, he didn't doubt Chinemo. This person has a lot of strange abilities, and it's not surprising that he has a photographic memory. Since there was a difference, Shi Qing couldn't help but suspect that the problem probably lies with Su Rue. Suppose, although Su Rue is their good friend, the relationship between Chinemo and Shi Qing is completely unknown to him. He rushed into the first week and saw the two of them rolling together. He must have felt blind, and he didn't know what should be done. But because these two are his best friends, he can't just stop talking. So he simply rewinds the story, pretends that he didn't notice it, and fools the past. So in the second week, he chose to knock on the door instead of rushing in. It was supposed to go on like this, but who is Su Rue? A super cleanliness perfectionist who is obsessive-compulsive at the same time. Shi Qing gave him mental stimulation early in the morning, and then poured ketchup all over him. How could he bear it? So it's time to bring. So, Sanjomu was born. After thinking about this, Shi Qing knew that the focus of this mission must be Su Rue. As for the goal of the mission, Shi Qing boldly guessed, is he going to take back Su Rue's personal survival disc? Of course. These are just speculations and need further confirmation. Shi Qing and Chinamo got up step by step, went out of the house like last time, washed up, and served the table. The only thing that made Shi Qing feel good was that the sandwich he had just eaten came out again, and he could eat it again. After using it, Shi Qing noticed Su Rue's expression, seemed very nervous. Shi Qing thought about it for a while, and immediately understood, and immediately started to try trick the mind. He stood up again, and sure enough, he saw Su Rue as if he was facing an enemy. He deliberately pulled down the tablecloth lightly. This kind of force would not overturn the ketchup, but Su Rue obviously didn't think so. He stood up quickly, wishing he could dodge 3 steps away. But the tragedy is, because he got up too fast, he caught the tablecloth by himself, and suddenly the ketchup was overturned. This time it was even more ruthless. The whole ketchup smeared on him in a radial pattern. Not only his clothes, but also his arms, neck, and face were stained red. Su Rue's face turned green. Shi Qing was dumbfounded. His heart skipped a beat just now, and he decisively felt the familiar dizziness. The next second, he and Chinamo were playing and hugging under the quilt again. The author has something to say. Note dash, game terminology. The first game refers to the game before the game is cleared, and the second game is called the second game after the first pass, and so on. Here it means how many times Su Rue has read the file. Of course, it can also be understood as how many times Chinamo and Shi Qing hugged each other. Hey, it doesn't matter if it's raw once and cooked twice, and it doesn't matter if it's 3 times or 4 times. Shi Qing said that now he can perfectly keep calm. So what about skin to skin? What about cuddling? Anyway, everything is wrong in this wonderful world, and it has nothing to do with him. Compared with the previous times when he left the bed quickly, Shi Qing was much calmer this time, and he still had the leisure to spread his thoughts here. Until Qin Mo's hand became more and more dishonest, and even started to slide down from the waist, and when passing by the lower abdomen, he still whispered in his ear, Shi Qing. Such a close and intimate conversation. Even the breath rushes to the ear. Hot. Coupled with the ambiguous whisper, Shi Qing's calm little heart resolutely became active. Calm down or something. I don't think my style of painting is serious, so I'd better put on my pants and run away. Before he jumped out of the bed, his arms were grabbed, and he fell on the bed again. His head deviated from the pillow and hit the soft eiderdown quilt, instantly messing up his hair. The short hair covered his forehead, and because of its length, it just reached his eyebrows, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. His originally round eyes instantly became curved upwards. The small bridge of his nose and slightly parted pink lips, in the early morning in the sunshine, it added a very charming attitude. It's like seducing, tempting. Qin Mo's eyes deepened, and the restlessness that he had only experienced in the beast world burned in his heart again. He really wanted to lower his head, kiss him, taste the soft lips, experience the sweetness that pierces his heart, feel that can relieve the coolness of the beast in the heart. But during this short period of his ecstasy, Shi Qing had a rare moment of wit, seized the opportunity to get out from under him, quickly ran to the closet, took out his clothes and put them on quickly, and then rushed to the door. He even made a face at Qin Mo. Qin Mo was startled for a moment, and then showed a very shallow smile. When Shi Qing turned around, he happened to see that his original joking mood froze in an instant, and the surge of emotions in his head made him startled, and he stood there stupidly. "It's so pretty," Qin Mo laughed. At this time, there was a regular knock on the door, and Su Rue tried her best to remain calm, but there was still a hint of anger in her voice. "Shi Qing, wake up." "Very good. This time the words are more concise. Su Rue, you are becoming less and less professional. Only then did Shi Qing come back to his senses, quickly moved his eyes away, looked down at the ground and said, let's do the task quickly. 2 days is not too long. Although there is no penalty for failure, but there is no reward. That would be a pity. Chinamo looked at him and then gave a soft after a while. Shi Qing felt relieved immediately and heaved a sigh of relief, but what kind of burden was released? He himself was a little unclear. This time Su Rue was finally smarter. Before sitting at the dinner table, he changed the place of the damned ketchup. By the way, he also carefully moved all the liquids that might be dumped on the table, for fear that the old things would happen again. Shi Qing didn't dare to tease the old man this time. He ate the sandwiches he had eaten several times in a proper manner. Even though he was still a little hungry, but he didn't want to get the milk anymore, he just wanted to proceed quickly, observe more to see how this mission is to be completed. After breakfast, Su Rue was also greatly relieved. For a cleanliness patient, being able to get rid of the sticky ketchup all over his body was like saving his life. However, it would be too naive to really think that it would go smoothly in this way. After breakfast, I packed my luggage and walked out of the hotel. Everything was done step by step, which fully met Su Rue's perfectionism and obsessive-compulsive disorder requirements. Even the car that came to receive him was pre-booked by him. The most important thing about the model and driver is the interior all fully compliant. Of course, the car is clean both outside and inside, without a trace of dust, and the windows are so bright that they can be used as mirrors. Su Rue couldn't help smiling. Her mood, which had been gloomy all day, was finally a little brighter. He got into the car safely, sat in the left rear seat with satisfaction, took off his gloves, and urged dissatisfiedly, Shi Qing, can you hurry up? Shi Qing has black lines all over his head. He is so slow because he is in order to cooperate with this picky uncle, sister. I have never been so cautious in my life. Hearing Su Rue's complaint again now, he was not in a good mood and hummed a few times. This displeasure caused him to walk away, and he didn't pay attention when he was going down the steps, and he stepped on the air. The steps were not high, but he couldn't stop the inertia after stepping on the air. Shi Qing couldn't control it for a long time. Fell to the ground, missing 2 front teeth. Qin Mo, who was in front of him, turned around abruptly, stretched out his long arms, and hugged him around the waist. Shi Qing habitually hooked his neck. My habit turned into a princess hug. In front of the 5-star hotel, dozens of doormen were guarding, and the 2 big men hugged each other just like that. Su Rue's face turned green again. These 2 are shameless. It's okay to roll around together in the house and show affection when you go out. The crowd hugs each other. Who do you think you are? When this incident breaks out later, can your parents let you go? Damn it, having a friend like this is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. The moment Shi Qing saw Su Rue's face turn green, he knew something was wrong, and he almost shouted out, don't rewind again. It's a pity, it's still a step late. Without his clothes again, Shi Qing looked like a dead fish. Waking up naked next to the host every morning. So exhausting. _angle. This time Qin Mo didn't move. Shi Qing was also lazy. Simply turned over, wrapped himself in the blanket, and turned to look over. If it was quite charming last time, this time, Shi Qing really felt that it was nothing at all to meet frankly. On the contrary, Qin Mo, who was not very honest the last few times, was very calm this time, frowning and lost in thought. Shi Qing broke the pot and was holding his chin, looking at Qin Mo under the bright but not dazzling light. And no matter how many times he looked at it, he would always be amazed. Qin Mo's appearance is really unique. He has never seen anyone prettier than Qin Mo in his 2 lifetimes. The appearance is very delicate. There is no flaw to pick out. It is like a naturally formed beautiful jade, which is enough to catch people's eyes without any carvings, but this jade is not gentle. It is extremely beautiful, and at the same time it is out of reach, because it is too stunning and has a natural sense of alienation. People can't help but want to retreat, and they don't dare to touch it at all. Shi Qing was stunned, and a very sudden sourness rose in his heart, which was strange and unprecedented, but Shi Qing clearly realized it. He and Qin Mo, what are you thinking about? His thoughts were interrupted by the low and hoarse, sexy voice. Shi Qing suddenly came back to his senses. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he blinked his eyes as if covering up, and hurriedly said, I'm thinking the life disc. When Qin got serious, he was always meticulous in doing things. He felt something strange about Shi Qing, but he didn't pursue it. Instead, he got up and said to Shi Qing while putting on his clothes, according to the experience of these few times, it can be determined that Su Rue has something. The ability to turn back time may be the life disc mentioned in the random mission. Seeing that Qin was talking about serious business, Shi Qing heaved a sigh of relief and quickly pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Although the random mission did not mention the mission objective, it mentioned the name of the mission. The life disc is the key point, and Su Rue has this ability, which is the key person this time. This ability can turn back time, and it is definitely not just as the time of the three of you is the time of this world. After he finished speaking, he paused, then continued with an emphasis. With this ability, Su Rue is the god of this world. When he said this, Shi Qing suddenly recalled it and couldn't help being surprised. Seeing Shi Qing's reaction came to his senses, Qin said again. From the reasons of these several retrospectives, Su Rue didn't realize what kind of terrifying ability he possessed. Yes, Shi Qing couldn't help answering. He must have just acquired this ability, and the reversions these few times were only due to some minor problems of his. But after a long time, he must be able to understand how much this ability is powerful when the time comes. If even Su Rue thought he was the god of this world, then what would happen? Simply unimaginable. All of a sudden, he completely figured it out. The big eyes were extremely bright, and Shi Qing said quickly, we want to stop Su Rue, so the goal of the mission must be to take away his ability. Qin Mo's words perfectly confirmed Shi Qing's initial simple conjecture. At that time, Shi Qing thought about it too, but he couldn't make it clear, but this time he was able to conclude. Qin Mo nodded and asked the most important question. Since it is an ability that can be taken away, there must be a concrete item. Our purpose is to find this item. Shi Qing became even more excited, sat up quickly, and said excitedly, that's right. As long as we can find it, we can complete the task. After speaking, he saw that Qin Mo's eyes were not in the right direction. Shi Qing's head slowed down by half a beat, and when he lowered his head, he saw himself sitting on the bed with his bare buttocks. His little brother was also exposed chilly, and Qin Mo's gaze was right on it. Shi Qing was embarrassed and quickly jumped out of bed to get dressed. Qin Mo didn't look away at all, and at the end he said something indifferent. Very cute. Shi Qing. But, how cute. Don't mess with adjectives. While Shi Qing was busy getting dressed, Qin Mo looked at it leisurely and said, I have an idea about how to find this thing. Shi Qing was putting on a t-shirt, but before his furry head leaked out, he asked sullenly, what? Qin Mo's eyes were wandering on the 2 touches of pink on the white chest. His eyes were slightly deep, but his voice was still calm. When Su Rue uses his abilities, he will definitely move, so we have to let him keep looking back. Continuously backtracking? Shi Qing finally put on his clothes, poked his head out, and looked over with a pair of big eyes. Yes, it's like... As Qin Mo opened the door, he stretched out his hand and pulled him over, pushed him down on the door frame, raised his arms high, locked them, and put them on just now. The t-shirt was lifted up again, exposing her fair chest, and those 2 pink spots were extra conspicuous. That's it. Qin Mo hung his head and swallowed it. That's it. Qin Mo hung his head and swallowed it. Shi Qing turned from being caught off guard in the beginning to stunned in an instant. What's going on? Immediately afterwards, he fainted. Qin Mo even licked the most sensitive place was treated like this. Shi Qing's whole body was messed up. This is different from the previous passive skin-to-skin dating. This is completely conscious and autonomous. Is this courting? With this word popping up in his mind, Shi Qing couldn't think at all. And Qin Mo gently licked the pink in front of his eyes. It was soft and small. It stood up slightly because of his licking. It had delicate skin, a faint, refreshing air, and a warm body full of vitality. Everything hit his senses, making him completely forget the original intention of doing so. Just being attracted, following my heart, touching gently. There was a click, the sound of the glass falling to the ground. Fortunately, the living room was full of carpets, and the glass was not broken, but the sound it caused was not small, enough to startle the 3 people present. Su Rui's feeling at this moment can only be explained by a galloping grass mud horse. He was only a few minutes late knocking on the door, thinking to give them a chance this time, and come out by himself. Unexpectedly, the 2 got up, but they hadn't even left the door yet, and they had sex again. When he is invisible, he doesn't want to know what happened to the 2 of them at all. Okay, can't these 2 be reserved? Take care of the feelings of the bystanders a little bit. Friends get together, or 2 men, it will have a great impact on him, okay? Well, Su Rui thought calmly, because of multiple buffers, it doesn't seem to be such a fatal shock now. At least he doesn't blush anymore. What a huge improvement. Thinking about it, Su Rui, who is a late-stage perfectionist with obsessive-compulsive disorder, can't bear to see this kind of picture. Not to mention anything else. How to communicate with these 2 bamboo horses from now on is enough to worry about gray-haired, so it's better to pretend that you haven't found it and don't know. So, rewind again. It wasn't until the 2 who had forgotten their feelings returned to the bed naked again that they all came back to their senses. Shi Qing wrapped himself in the quilt, panted for a while, and finally recovered. He didn't understand until now. Qin Mo's actions just now were just to stimulate Su Rui. Let Su Rui use his abilities, so as to observe Su Rui's movements to determine what the survival disc is. Thinking of this, Shi Qing was relieved again that if they can complete the task perfectly, it will not be in vain for them to perform so passionately. Shi Qing looked at Qin Mo, and in order to avoid embarrassment, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did you see how Su Rui used the survival disc just now?" Qin Mo was stunned very rarely, and after a while he said in a very calm tone, "I forgot to look. It's not that I didn't see it, but I forgot to see it. Why did you forget to read it? Because the attention is drawn to something else, attracted by what?" Shi Qing. And Qin Mo's gaze drifted to his chest again. Shi Qing was startled, jumped out of the bed, and began to put on clothes, while saying indiscriminately, it's okay. Last time was too hasty. This time we take it slowly. We will be able to observe carefully." After saying this, he felt that he dug a big hole for himself, and it would be no problem to bury him alive. Without waiting for him to repent, Qin Mo quickly said, "Okay." He said a word sonorously, full of confidence, for fear of being snatched away. Shi Qing. Only the word can represent my heart. Then, they could barely get out of the hotel. Hug waist, rewind. Touch your chest, rewind. Touch legs, rewind. But rubbing. This time there will be no rewinding, because Qin Mo didn't let Shi Qing go out at all, and rudely pushed him down on the bed, leaned over eagerly, accurately captured the tender lips, pushed his teeth forcefully, and drove straight in, as if a single spark started a prairie fire, and it was out of control. Shi Qing would not resist at all, because his brain was already in chaos due to repeated teasing. All scruples were forgotten. He could not think or worry. His reason was burned out by the surging lust, and he completely regardless. Tentatively responding, a more intense demand was ushered in, and the mouth was disturbed, because it was so intense that even a silver thread slipped down, but still hungry and thirsty, as if thirsty to the extreme, suddenly saw the oasis, and gulped every time I drink water. I feel refreshed to the bottom of my heart, but at the same time, I am extremely looking forward to the next sip. I am not satisfied. I am too eager. I wish I could just be immersed in the water, completely surrounded by the other party, leaving no gaps. A passionate kiss is fatal to an inexperienced person, but the hypoxic state adds another temptation. The cheeks are flushed, the eyes are watery, and the unreserved emotion is like a curved hook. It captivates the heart and stirs up the emotion, and the rippling makes people want to stop. Qin Mo really wanted to be gentle, but he had been holding back for too long, unimaginably long from the beast world. No, maybe earlier, from the first time he held him, the desire in his heart never stopped. When he was at his worst, he appeared with a crisp voice and a vague figure, as if a god had descended. Shi Qing will never know how important his appearance is to him, and the moment he fully grasped him, Qin Mo felt that he had grasped the god who saved him, the god who belonged to him. The satisfaction in that moment is something that no one can give. This emotion is morbid, unspeakable, and unforgettable at the same time. Qin Mo's frenzy ignited Shi Qing like a fire, and his immature body couldn't bear such teasing even more. When his lifeblood and Qin Mo's were just touching each other and rubbed against each other quickly under the same pair of big hands, the hot, and even shameful emotions swept over the sky, making him almost forget to breathe. The long, pathetic, full of emotion and demanding kisses, with desire suppressed for a long time, burst completely under the strong stimulation and selfless moaning. The moment he reached the peak, Shi Qing thought that he would die. In the aftertaste, Shi Qing squinted his eyes and gasped for breath, while Qin Mo was still gently stroking his back, until a reminder appeared in the minds of both of them at the same time. There are still 24 hours before the task is completed. Shi Qing was still a little confused, and it took him a while to react suddenly. They actually wasted a whole day. Shi Qing couldn't care less about the embarrassment, jumped off the bed quickly, and began to put on clothes. When he opened the door and went out, he saw classmate Su Rue sitting at the dining table calmly eating breakfast. When he saw Shi Qing coming out, he didn't even look at him, but he was cursing in his heart. "Brat, how dare you speak louder? It's so loud." But Su Rue didn't look directly at her, so she couldn't rewind the tape. Just pretend she didn't hear the sound. Shi Qing didn't dare to say any more and started to eat after washing up. Now he came to his senses, and he was determined not to play tricks anymore. There are countless ways to stimulate Su Rue, a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Why would he choose to be intimate like this? This way? Pour a glass of milk is enough for him to rewind thousands of times. Shi Qing, who had figured it out instantly, burst into tears. And when Qin Mo came out, Shi Qing didn't even dare to look at him. As long as he looked at him, he would think of what happened just now, and then his face was on fire. Since Shi Qing's IQ returned to normal, and as time passed, Qin Mo became more serious, so this week's episode progressed very normally. After breakfast was safe and sound, when Shi Qing went out, he used a little trick and accidentally poured a glass of water on classmate Su Rue's clean suitcase, and saw Su Rue's face turn green as he wished. This time Shi Qing decided to be self-reliant, looked at Su Rue without blinking, and paid close attention to his movements. But until time went back again, he didn't see clearly what Su Rue had done. Still, it's worth celebrating this time around. Student Su Rue, your brain has finally opened up, and you know that you need to change the save point. Instead of two people rolling naked on the bed, all three are sitting at the dining table. When Shi Qing was eating the sandwich, he cursed in his heart, "Su Rue, you idiot, since you can exchange it for inventory, why didn't you change it earlier?" He had to let him and Qin Mo hug each other more than times before they knew it would change. Shi Qing suddenly realized that what he and Qin Mo did before seemed understandable. Just imagine, any two people, as long as they are not ugly, have hugged each other under the quilt so many times without any clothes on, and even performed 7 or 8 times in order to complete the task. Being teased in this way, it is human nature to have desires. If you don't vent it, you will be suffocated, right? As soon as this kind of brain circuit was unfolded, Shi Qing immediately felt at ease. He and Qin Mo had no choice but to lose their composure under such circumstances that it should be. Not a big deal. Shi Qing finally found a suitable reason to comfort himself. He felt better and became more enthusiastic to do the task, and finally dared to look at Qin Mo. Su Rue was present, and Shi Qing couldn't tell Qin Mo in detail, but he gestured with his eyes, probably because he had observed carefully just now, and he really didn't understand how Su Rue used the life disc. As for whether Qin Mo can comprehend it, it can only depend on luck. Qin Mo received his affectionate gaze, and his dissatisfaction with his escape just now slightly improved. No hurry, we have plenty of time after completing the task. Qin Mo has also carefully observed the retrospective just now. With his almost photographic memory, after a careful look, he will rarely miss anything. But this time it is difficult for him, to judge how Su Rue did it. But there is still time, and they can continue to observe. After leaving the hotel after breakfast, Shi Qing never found a chance to be funny again. The main reason was that Su Rue became more and more defensive and separated the two people almost all the time, so he couldn't find a chance to do it. Until the three of them got into the car and the car started, Shi Qing didn't find the right time when they were on the road. In fact, Shi Qing tried to speak directly to Su Rue, but every time this type of words came to his lips, he couldn't make a sound, and he didn't know if it was due to mission restrictions or other reasons. If you can't say it directly, you can only grab it. But Rob didn't know how to start, and Su Rue was a little tired, leaning on the seat and closing her eyes to rest. Shi Qing thought hard for a long time, but there was no result. But when he looked out the window, he was completely stunned. A large truck suddenly lost control and flew straight towards their car. Su Rue didn't know why she had such an ability. It seemed that after sleeping and waking up, she found that she could turn back time. As long as he wants to, he can go back to the original time point. At first he thought he was dreaming, but after many experiments, he realized that it was not a dream. At first, he felt that this thing was really great and suited him too well. He has a strange personality since he was a child, and he has an extraordinary attachment to the things around him. He strives to make everything perfect, and everything goes well. Come on once and get it done. This problem is actually very good in major matters. When he was in school, he was always number one, not only the first in the class, not even the first in the grade. He wanted to be the first in the city, that if it is not the first place in the province and the first place in the country, he will pursue higher. Fortunately, he has a good mind, and it doesn't take much trouble to study. Otherwise, he would have killed himself a long time ago. When working, naturally everything should be good and everything should be beautiful. It is because of his meticulous character that Su's father entrusted him with the family business early on and traveled around the world with Su's mother. With such a son, apart from being annoyed occasionally, it is very worry-free. To say that the most imperfect thing in Su Rue's life, but she doesn't want to change, is becoming friends with Shi Qing. Shi Qing's character is simply the opposite of him. He doesn't put himself first in everything. He talks about everything easily. He likes to laugh, is lively and likable, and when he gets into a dead end, it's very rare because he can help himself think about everything Tong. The optimism is enviable. Of course, such a carefree personality also leads to his hands and feet from time to time. There are no big mistakes, but there are many small mistakes, such as forgetting to bring homework to school, forgetting to bring pencils, erasers, textbooks. The frizzy ones make Su Rue wish she could follow him from start to finish. But Su Rue is so anxious that Shi Qing just scratched his head, smiled, turned his head, and passed by. This made Su Rue pissed off again. It stands to reason that such two people cannot become friends, but they still become friends. Su Rue was so weird that only Shi Qing could tolerate him. If Shi Qing ignored him, he would really have no friends. For a perfectionist, having no friends is unbearable, so he has to have one. And Shi Qing really regards him as a friend, so even if he can't stand Shi Qing's little problems, but for the sake of friends, be sure to endure it. Qin Mo would not bear his strange temper, but Qin Mo was a perfectionist in his heart, so he would never touch Su Rue's fluff. He was born with high self-demand, and he was the only person Su Rue could see. And because both of them are Shi Qing's good friends, they naturally got together. Su Rue is quite satisfied with this. Having two friends at once is enough, and it fits the friendship needs he set for himself. The three of them stumbled along the way. Their relationship grew deeper and deeper, and they became the most important friends. And now that Su Rue has something that goes back in time, it suits him so much. With this thing, he can perfectly deal with Shi Qing, so he doesn't have to be afraid of his hands and feet. That I end this way, we have friends without letting him jump from time to time, which can't be more beautiful. It's just that he never imagined that Shi Qing could do so many things. Let him revert 21 times in one day. Looking back in time, the people around him couldn't feel it, and they just proceeded step by step, but Su Rue had memories and experiences every time. Although in reality it only took 4 or 10 minutes. He had already tossed for 10, it's been an hour. He was mentally exhausted, and now that he got in the car, he finally felt more at ease, so he closed his eyes, thinking that he could sleep for a while. But I didn't expect such a thing to happen in this sleep. He was woken up by Shi Qing's exclamation. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was the front of a huge truck, which was about to burst through the window and charge straight in with such a speed and impact, they will definitely be smashed to pieces. Su Rue couldn't imagine that she could still see and react at such a time. He quickly clasped the small white dots on his nails. He wanted to read the save file. He wanted to turn back the time. His two most important friends are sitting here, and they cannot be allowed to die no matter what. Press it. At the last moment, he pressed it. However, time did not go backwards as he wished. He looked in front of him in surprise. Everything was still, and the terrifying impact scene stopped at this moment. He could even see the glass shards frozen in the air and some dust powders that are usually invisible to the naked eye. This world stands still. Su Rue recovered from the surprise. He didn't understand. Why didn't he turn back? Why didn't time turn back at the most critical moment? He tried to move his body, but he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly. At this moment, a cold and rigid voice sounded. It involves life reversal. The host's mental power is not enough. Enough to reverse only 2 life forms. Please make a choice. Su Rue was stunned. This sentence went through his mind several times, and he knew what it meant. Insufficient mental strength? Yes, after using it 21 times and without sleep for 24 hours, he is indeed exhausted. Su Rue never expected that because of his fault-finding, he would risk his life here. The lives of 2 people, even if outsiders are not considered, they still have 3 people. Shi Qing, Qin Mo, and him. Can only 2 survive? The frozen scene in front of him was a barrier between life and death. Fear and panic were like poisonous snakes, coiling around his heart in an instant, strangling his heart so tightly that he couldn't breathe. The only 2 friends in his life, the only 2 who could accept him. How could he give up on them? What's more, they still love each other, and if Qin Mo died, Shi Qing would definitely be in despair. If Shi Qing died, impossible. He couldn't give up on the first person who reached out to him. Maybe he could die. At this time, Shi Qing was almost so nervous. Time froze, but he was still conscious, and he also heard the sound of the life disc and knew that Su Rue was not strong enough to keep everyone alive, so he had to make a choice. No one thought that using the life disc would require mental strength, and Su Rue had used it so many times before that she had already exhausted it. Shi Qing couldn't help but feel a little regretful, and it was all his fault. He kept tossing Su Rue, stimulating him to use it nonstop. This time it tasted bad results. Although unable to act or speak, Shi Qing is a system anyway, and he earned a lot of coins by doing the task last time. Now he hastily sent a message to Qin Mo. What should we do? Because of his message, Qin Mo could choose to reply, and then Shi Qing received a message. My power can be used, and when the static barrier is lifted, I will stop the impact of the truck. At that time, you will quickly regain the human survival disc, and then turn back time. Hearing Qin Mo's words, Shi Qing immediately calmed down. That's great. Qin Mo has certain restrictions when he comes to this world. Still exists. With his strength, he should be able to stop the truck. Although it is shocking, as long as he gets the life disc, quickly starts loading the file, and return to the previous save point, everyone can forget what happened. But now he was waiting for Su Rue to make a choice. Who would he save? Although he wouldn't die if he knew it, and Shi Qing hadn't been in contact with Su Rue for a long time, but he was still a little nervous, not knowing what choice Su Rue would make. The time passed by second. It may only be a few seconds, or it may stay for a long time. Su Rue finally made a choice. He set it to the life survival disc, but Shi Qing and Qin Mo both heard it because of the mission. Shi Qing and Qin Mo, let them survive. The calm voice and the words spoken are deciding life and death. There was a surge in Shi Qing's heart, but he didn't have time to feel it. The static barrier in front of him had been canceled. Without further ado, time must not be turned back. The most critical second is at this moment. Qin Mo had already moved forward quickly, blocking the oncoming truck, and Shi Qing also rushed towards Su Rue, aiming at the nail on the index finger of his left hand. Yes, time stood still just now, and he finally saw clearly. The life disc is on the nail of the index finger of Su Rui's left hand, a small white, which is not easy to find. The moment he grasped the small Shi Qing immediately pressed it. He didn't care to look at it and chose a save point randomly. Shi Qing's spiritual power is extremely powerful, and it was instantly conveyed to the life disc through Su Rui. The file reading that was originally selected due to lack of spiritual power was changed, and the world turned backwards together. After the familiar dizziness, Shi Qing finally calmed down. It seemed that he had succeeded. Then he felt the familiar hot, naked chest. Shi Qing's head was off for a while, and then he reacted suddenly. He returned to the beginning, hugging Qin again, but at this moment, he can't take care of thinking too much. He is full of joy for the rest of his life after the catastrophe. At the same time, there is an emotion. I was moved by Su Rui. Not everyone has the courage to leave the chance of survival to others when facing death. Shi Qing asked himself. He would be afraid. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a bang. The young man is very handsome, with black hair, fair skin, and a casual outfit that is comfortable and attractive. At this time, he looked at the two people on the bed. His face turned red quickly, his mouth opened wide, and he was very surprised. You waited for a long time, but you didn't say the next sentence. Then, he slammed the door and walked out. Shi Qing stared blankly, then smiled with bent eyes, exactly the same as the first time. Su Rui forgot all about it. Qin was behind him, raised his finger, and saw the white dot on it. The life disc was already in Shi Qing's hand. Shi Qing sighed. Su Rui is fine, but I took his things. Qin said slowly. Take it away, it will only be good for him. Shi Qing carefully recalled the memories of Shi Qing in this world, especially sorting out the memories about Su Rui, and couldn't help but smile again. Indeed, taking it away is a good thing for Su Rui. Because he got the life disc, Shi Qing also knew the rules of using this thing. It is indeed a very terrifying ability. You can set up to 3 save points in the life disc, and the file reading is optional. As long as the host has enough mobility to press the button, you can choose to read the file and return to the save time point. And other people in this world can't feel it at all. They will just continue to proceed step by step, the same as before the file is returned. But the host can be changed, and it will directly affect the behavior of the people around him. That is to say, after resetting, all people who have contact with the host will be affected. As for the impact, it all depends on the host himself. It can save people, but of course it can also kill people. There are too many things to decide. Let's not talk about whether having this ability will change people's hearts. Just talking about Su Rui's small personality is enough to drive him crazy. Not to mention Shi Qing's weirdness. Su Rui, a perfectionist, would encounter countless unsatisfactory things even in normal times. When there is no survival disc, he can't change, he can only remedy or tolerate. Life will always go on. To a certain extent, this has a certain therapeutic effect on his disease that in his memory. Shi Qing always torments Su Rui, and he also hopes that he can get used to it, change it a little, and don't let his life always be spent in pursuit. After getting the life record, Su Rui completely gave up on treatment, completely followed her own wish, and started all over again. If she was a little dissatisfied, cleanliness, perfectionism, and obsessive-compulsive disorder are enough to make him live in a fault-finding state for the rest of his life. The final result may not be that Su Rui began to control the world abnormally, but that he was exhausted by himself. A thing that normal people can't hold on to. Su Rui, an abnormal human being, probably will be played to death. So, recovering this prop will really benefit Su Rui a lot. As for the car accident just now, Shi Qing and Qin had already made changes, and they were the ones who avoided the accident. But whether there will be any accidents in the future is beyond anyone's control. Thinking of this, Shi Qing couldn't help feeling a little lonely. Qin knew what he was thinking, so he said calmly, Su Rui is just a human being. Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment, and immediately figured it out. That's right, Su Rui is just one person, life, old age, sickness and death, joy, anger, sorrow, joy, luck, and misfortune. All of them will come across and should be faced. The life disc is not something that a human being should control. Even if it has the ability to reverse life, there will still be accidents, and it will also have to face choices. In the previous accident, without their stop, Su Rue would have lost his life. Even if there was a survival disc, he would not be able to survive. The more you master, the heavier the burden, and the more you need to face. It is an advantage and a burden, which brings luck, but also faces disaster. Shi Qing took a deep breath, completely relieved. Ding dong, the random task has been completed, and we will leave in 30 seconds. A mission accomplished. Shi Qing couldn't help being overjoyed, but when he heard that he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly put on his clothes, rushed out the door in 10 seconds, caught Su Rue, who was still in a daze, and said loudly to him, "Su Rue, thank you." The young man looked confused, but then his face began to flush. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to keep a secret for you." Back in the system space, Shi Qing was still full of passion. Although he left just like that, it was a bit regretful, but he would always remember Su Rue in his heart. A Su Rue who was willing to sacrifice her own life to save her friends. Thinking about it this way felt a little sad, but immediately after that a bunch of messages came crashing into his ears. Shi Qing collected his mood, cheered up, and immediately sent the message to Qin Mo, and the two shared it together. The random mission was perfectly completed, and the goal was to recover the life disc, but unfortunately, the life disc was not reserved for Qin Mo and Shi Qing, but disappeared out of thin air. However, because of the completion of the random task, they turned on a function .As for this function. The survival disc of the same person is really a bit similar. Every time they travel through a small world in the future, they will have a chance to save and read the file. As for where to save the file and when to read the file, it is completely up to the host to decide. Of course, the relationship between the system and the host is good. It can also be discussed. After all, it will be beneficial for both of them to complete the task. Although there is only one chance, it is still very impressive. If you do something irreversible, you can read the file and start over. This will undoubtedly increase the success rate of completing the task. Overall, Shi Qing was very satisfied. And then there is the coin reward, and the coin reward of the random task is also random, ranging from 3,000 to 10,000, randomly selected. Shi Qing handed over such a heavy responsibility to Qin Mo. Qin Mo asked, "You don't want to try?" Shi Qing looked at him. "I believe in you." Qin Mo hooked the corners of his mouth. He was in a good mood and replied, "Okay." Then, under the gaze of Shi Qing, he started to shake the turntable. Shi Qing prayed in his heart, dash coins, please be sure to be dash coins." The task of the Beast World, because their time was too early, plus the basic point coins, a total of dash point coins were awarded, and Shi Qing was also allocated dash point coins, the rhythm to be issued. Another advantage of random tasks is that the point coins obtained by the system will not be discounted as much as you shake. So Shi Qing is looking forward to it very much. If it comes to dash, he will become a local tyrant. The bright blue turntable suspended in the air spun endlessly, and finally began to stop slowly after 1 minute. Shi Qing hurried over and looked eagerly at the turntable. The pointer crossed 8,000, past 9,000, and was about to reach 10,000. Shi Qing held his breath, looking forward to it. The pointer has reached dash. Shi Qing was about to cheer just now, but who knew? The damn needle didn't stop and started walking at a snail's speed again. Shi Qing was dumbfounded. The left side of 10,000 is 9,000, and the right is at least 3,000. He couldn't help but want to stop, but this stupid pointer seemed to be playing with him. He slowly and swayed, and moved firmly all the way to the edge of 3,000. Congratulations, you have received a random coin reward. 3,000 points. Shi Qing. Shi Qing's face was full of regret, and he couldn't help but sigh. But immediately, he felt the obvious low pressure around him. Turning his head, he saw that his host's face turned black. Is this the prelude to an explosion? Shi Qing reacted with a jolt and quickly stroked his hair. Coin counting is something outside of us. It's a pity that he hadn't finished stroking the hair, so he had to stop. After receiving the random tasks, the system space will be closed. Shi Qing didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, so he quickly sent a message to Qin Mo. In 30 seconds, if he was quick, it was enough to buy some props. So, 30 seconds later, he and his still low-pressure host left the system space and landed in a dark cave that was already somewhat unfamiliar. Seeing the monks sitting in a circle in the cave at this moment, Shi Qing wanted to light the wax silently. He was very fortunate that he finally helped Qin find a suitable target to vent his anger on. Someone helped him share the host's low pressure. It couldn't be better. But Shi Qing was a little puzzled. Just now he saw Qin exchange something in the system store, but because the method was too fast, he was not sure what it was, so he was really curious at the moment. Fortunately, as a system, Shi Qing was able to check the storage space. He poked his head to look and found the big guy lying in the storage space. A very amazing big guy from an amazing world. Light particle magic compound double burst 3-headed cannon. This is the name of the sky. Host, what are you buying this thing for? Although they had gone through the 10-day tour of the Beastman world and the 1-day tour of Su Rui's world, nearly 12 days had actually passed, but in Qin Mo's world, not a single minute had passed. They were what they were when they left, and what they were when they came back. Qin Mo's only younger brother, Qin Yu, was still sitting in the center of the formation, and around him were 13 Golden Core stage monks sitting according to the formation. They all concentrated their qi, with the same consciousness, and concentrated on guiding Qin Yu's soul back to its place. This is a difficult spell to cast. Although it is not a forbidden spell, it is more harsh than some forbidden spells. After all, in a sense, it is bringing the dead back to life. However, there are many prerequisites for this kind of resurrection. First of all, the body of the deceased must be perfectly preserved, not rotten, not damaged, and not to be polluted and angry by other ghosts and monsters. This needs to be perfectly sealed up at the moment when you just die, and you have to spend a lot of money to raise it with a lot of precious medicinal materials, and there is always a great power in the nascent soul stage to take care of it. Only in this way can the body be guaranteed not to be polluted. And these are just the beginning.To really activate this magic circle. It takes 49 Golden Core stage monks who are mutually generating and restraining each other to cast spells for 7-days to gather the primordial soul and return it to its place. It is not uncommon for monks in the Golden Core stage, but the most important thing is their physique. They must be the best single spiritual roots, and they must be mutually reinforcing. You must know that monks with a single spiritual root, even if they are only at the Golden Core stage, must not be underestimated, because they have a long road ahead, and this is just the beginning. Most of these monks are arrogant and rarely stay away from the place of cultivation, unless driven by great interests. Therefore, the person who can open this magic circle in front of him must be extraordinary. Moreover, he wanted to save Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu and Qin were brothers, they also had a deep blood feud. Therefore, no matter what the instigator behind this plan is, it is definitely not good for Qin. Of course, even without considering these things, Qin would not let his dead brother come back to life. Shi Qing hid at the side, silently watching this scene that was obviously super violent, but unluckily handsome. I'm not afraid of monks who have high cultivation bases, but I'm afraid that monks understand technology. Moreover, this technology is very cutting-edge and complicated, completely beyond the comprehension of Shi Qing, a young man in the 21st century. Light particles, magic energy, composite, double-burst triple cannon. Listening to the name, it gives an in-depth interpretation of what it means to be tyrannical, cool, high-end, and high-end. Shi Qing was deeply impressed by this thick atmosphere of ambiguity. Maybe the pistols and ammunition on the earth can't do much damage to the monks with high cultivation level. At most, they are startled, but this thing obviously does not conform to the technological style of the earth. This is definitely a high-level cultivator. Surface product. As for what kind of damage it can cause, I really don't know if I don't try it. Shi Qing hid behind Qin. Qin was still in a state of high and low air pressure. His handsome face was as cold as ice, and the surrounding air was a bit colder than this dark cave. Shi Qing was actually a little puzzled. Didn't he just feel unlucky? What's the big deal? Why is he so angry? He recalled it carefully, and he didn't seem to have said anything excessive. It seems that before the lottery, he said that he believed in Qin. Could it be that Qin felt that he had let him down? this strong rhythm of wanting to be crooked that it's impossible. But don't guess the mind of snake spirit disease. It is difficult to touch the truth if the brain circuits are not equal. Shi Qing resolutely stopped torturing himself and followed Qin Mo obediently. Qin Mo was still wearing the clothes that Shi Qing got for him, all in white, without pendants, but because of his slender figure, he was elegant and extraordinary, and his figure was outstanding. The light in the cave was very weak, but it was the hazy brightness that made the white figure look more refined. This is such a figure who looks like an exiled immortal, but on his shoulders is a huge mechanical cylinder that is 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It is our proud Mr. Light Particle Mana Composite Double-Triple Cannon from another world. This person appeared in front of all the monks, and they could only use one sentence to describe their mood at the moment. My friends and I were stunned, okay? But what was even more shocking was yet to come. Before they could see who was coming, they were attacked by an unknown spell that was faster than thunder spells, stronger than fire spells, and more elusive than wind spells. The elements of this spell are extremely difficult to distinguish, encompassing a wide range, and are so powerful that it is impossible to parry. Dazzling. I wish I could turn the cave into the light of day, mixed with ghostly dark blue, fiery orange, and thick black that is invisible to the naked eye as if it came from the abyss of hell. This combination is completely beyond imagination. Bursting out, the impact is earth-shattering. The formation performed by the monks in the Jindan stage is the most critical time, and it is the most important not to be distracted, otherwise all previous efforts will be wasted. The implementation of such a formation would naturally be guarded by special personnel, but under such a situation, under a disaster comparable to a catastrophe, everyone panicked. The first attack was blocked by the guard barrier, but the hearts of all the monks couldn't help but tense. The guards had already rushed out to prepare for the fight, but they didn't expect that within a few seconds, the second attack would strike again. The strength is extremely strong, 10 times stronger than the first time. The guards were completely blown away, and cracks appeared in the barrier protecting the formation. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators who were casting spells couldn't sit still. This kind of highly dangerous formation that requires a high level of cooperation, as long as the mind is shaken, the consequences will be disastrous. There are already 3 low-level monks who can't hold on. Their faces are pale, and the corners of their mouths are bleeding. But at this critical moment, they really don't dare to act rashly. They can only hope that reinforcements will come quickly, or that the barrier can last until they finish casting. But who would have imagined that the person who had already launched 2 powerful attacks in a row would launch the third time in a blink of an eye? This is simply unimaginable. Such a powerful spell consumes immeasurable aura. Even with the blessing of an artifact, using it once is enough to overdraw the power of the nascent soul stage, but it was used for the second time without any recovery time, and it was more than 10 times stronger than the first time, even with the power of the fusion stage supported by elixir and elixir. It may not be able to use such a strong aura. What's more shocking is that the third time came again. This is completely beyond their imagination. Even if the barrier holds up, their own spirits can't. Could it be? Is he actually a saint who is about to ascend in the Mahayana stage? Does Lingyun continent already have such a character? In the world of self-cultivation, strength represents almost everything. And at the same time, if you don't have everything, you will definitely not be able to reach the top of your cultivation. They began to panic in their hearts, full of fear for that powerful, unknown sage whose abilities exceeded their imagination. Shi Qing was about to applaud. 3-headed gun. You are so handsome. 3-headed gun. You are so cool. Although it's a 3-shot burst and rest for 3 days, metaphorically, such a powerful attack power is enough to kill everything in seconds. At the same time as the third attack arrived, the guard's enchantment completely collapsed, the formation was broken, and the 13 Golden Core stage monks who cast the spell all vomited blood, and Qin Yu in the formation gradually lost his previous vitality and became a group. An empty shell. But at this time, because of the 3 powerful attacks, the cave was finally overwhelmed. There was a loud rumbling sound, and the whole cave was crumbling. Qin Mo hugged Shi Qing horizontally and imbued all his cultivation bases on his feet. coupled with the strengthening of his agility before. He moved quickly and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. When Shi Qing thought about it, he was already in Qin Mo's arms. Regarding this movement, he was so calm that he could no longer be calm. So he continued to say in a bally voice, "Qin Mo, my spirit can travel thousands of miles, and my speed is very fast." "Quick!" Qin Mo glanced at him. Shi Qing looked back bravely, then jumped down and started to run wildly, at such a speed that lightning would feel inferior. As soon as he galloped triumphantly for a certain distance, he was carried back by his collar. "Qin Mo, the direction is wrong." "Shi Qing, I lost all my old face." Obediently staying behind Qin Mo, he finally escaped from the cave under the correct guidance of the host. The rushing all the way was extremely exciting. The cave they attacked seemed to be a central area. After it collapsed, it caused a chain reaction. Almost all of this large area began to vibrate. Some caves collapsed, and there were no cracks in the ground. In short, running all the way, destroying all the way, making a holy place, it became a pit. It took a full hour for them to reach the safe zone. Looking back, they saw a pile of wreckage after the earthquake. Fortunately, this is an occupied area, and there are no humans or small animals living here. The people here are all monks, and their self-protection ability is very good. Of course, it's hard to say whether those monks who vomit blood in the middle can protect themselves. But there is no way. This is called self-indulgence, and God can't save it. Temporarily escaped from danger, and the place Qin Mo brought him was very nice, with a gurgling brook and green grass. Ignoring the mess behind him, it felt like a paradise. Shi Qing's supernatural powers were great, and his skills were very good, but he couldn't stop him from running out of energy. After running for an hour, he was so exhausted that he was panting like a cow. Now he was hungry again. Seeing that the place was good, he simply spread a tablecloth, sat on the floor, and put delicious food all over the floor. He also carefully prepared tea and a few fresh and delicious fruits for Qin Mo. After drinking a glass of peach juice, eating 2 pieces of chocolate muffins, and eating half of the supreme seafood pizza, Shi Qing was finally full and satisfied. At this moment, I also feel free. Thinking of the exciting scene just now, I couldn't help but say, just now, he was so handsome. He is so handsome. My heart is surging. Qin Mo was sitting on the soft cushion, with his slender and fair fingers hooked on the handle of the teacup. Hearing Shi Qing's praise, his expression was calm, except for the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Immediately afterwards, he saw Shi Qing carrying the 3-headed cannon out from the system space. He touched it and admired it. His big eyes were shining, and it was full of damn iron. The corners of the mouth that had just been raised were pulled down again, and the slightly relaxed atmosphere was a little low again. Shi Qing's intuition, like a small animal, immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at Qin Mo, and sure enough, he saw that the host was sullen again. Didn't everything get better just now? Why are you upset again? Could it be that the anger hasn't been vented yet? Emma, you haven't calmed down with such an enjoyable and handsome 3 shots? Host, you are so difficult. _Bangle. The 2 parties are still here. It's hard to guess what you're thinking. When I came to coax your awkwardness, the Lingyun continent has already exploded. The Shangli Mountains collapsed. The Shangli Mountains belonging to Xuanmingzong turned into a wasteland overnight. Thousands of years of ancient veins, countless auras, and a holy place for cultivation that countless monks flock to is actually destroyed like this. Regrettably, at the same time, many people are gloating. The Xianming sect has always been domineering. Relying on several powerful members of the sect, they seized the Shangli mountain range, not to mention taking it for themselves, and did not allow any outsiders to set foot there. The huge mountain range was occupied by his faction, forcing the monks in the original book to either join the Xianming sect or leave this place from then on, causing many scattered cultivators to live without a fixed place, losing the blessed land, and delaying the opportunity to practice. But even if this aroused the anger of the crowd, Xianmingzong and the others didn't care about it. Relying on their power, the dog looked at people and acted perversely, and they couldn't help it. Although the world of self-cultivation is a law of the jungle, They always believe in the way of heaven, advocate benevolence and righteousness, and take care of themselves. The behavior of the Xianming sect is something that many monks are not ashamed of. So, today when the Shangli Mountains collapsed, more than half of the people wanted to applaud. Although the mountains collapsed, this excellent holy place for cultivation was lost. But on the other hand, it was a good thing. The Shangli Mountains were destroyed, so the aura here couldn't be gathered, so it wasn't that strong. But at the same time, the aura dispersed, and after it leaked out, it still wandered in the Lingyun continent, which instead benefited more monks. Anyway, this place is also occupied by people, and they don't need it, so it's better to let it go like this to increase the foundation of the cultivation world. As for who did it so boldly, that is the biggest gossip. Guess who has it, but because no one has seen it, it can't be verified. Nan Xiangming, the patriarch of the Xianming sect, was almost shaking into a sieve at this moment. The strong pressure from above made him break out in cold sweat. The huge difference in cultivation was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. In the eyes of that person, killing himself was like pinching him to death. An ant. A deep voice sounded. "Where's Qin Yu's body?" Nan Xiangming said with difficulty. "It's already broken." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the tightness of the air, a terrifying force that made it impossible to breathe. Did someone bring it? Nan Xiangming didn't dare to think too much, and sent over the spellcaster, who was still unconscious in the cave. The person standing above stretched out his hand, and pinched the unconscious monk's forehead with his white fingers. With almost no effort, he pressed down with his fingers, and pinching into the skull was as easy as pinching a piece of tofu. A few minutes later, he let go of his hand and slowly wiped off the blood and stickiness on his fingers. A hint of amusement flashed in his vertical pupils. "Qin Mo, you are still alive?" Hearing Qin Mo's name, Nan Xiangming was stunned for a moment. A trace of strong hatred and fear buried in his eyes that could not go away flashed across his eyes. If it wasn't for Qin Mo, how could he have lost all his cultivation, broken his muscles and bones, and reduced himself to being driven by others? And now, this evil star has come again, actually ruining the Shangli mountain range and his foundation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help trembling all over. Hatred, resentment, and fear, the intricate emotions mixed together made him almost blinded. With a cold snort, Nan Xiangming snapped back to his senses. Seeing the coldness of the superior, he immediately became submissive. Qin Mo is scary, but compared to the person in front of him, it's not worth mentioning. Until now, he doesn't even know the name of this person, and it's hard to distinguish his appearance. Nan Xiang's name is big and small, but in front of this person, he can't even perceive his cultivation. This is so profound measurement. He was a little apprehensive, although he didn't know the relationship between this person and Qin Yu. But since he wanted to save Qin Yu, it would be useful, but he messed up this matter. His body was damaged. Qin Yu couldn't live no matter what. Nan Xiangming was very frightened. Shangli had already been destroyed. If he lost the chance to recover his cultivation again, what would he do in the future? Originally apprehensive, but heard the man say, "Since Qin Mo is alive, it is useless to ask Qin Yu." Nan Xiangming's heart tightened. "But you screwed up after all? Make up for it. Go find this thing for me, and I will help you restore your cultivation." Nan Xiangming was overjoyed at first, but after seeing something, he was surprised again. It is actually one of the artifacts, the soul-locking mirror. "Where do you start? Where can I find it again?" Seeing his embarrassment, the man snorted coldly and said, "In Xianlin's secret realm, you are limited to retrieve it within 3 days." Nan Xiangming led the order to leave, and Mo Yin smiled alone. It was a surprise that Lu Jiyuan, a waste, didn't use this top-notch furnace. Although Shi Qing has never been able to figure out what the host classmate is struggling with, but fortunately he is now an expert, and there are endless coups to deal with snake spirit disease, groping, saying good things, and satisfying demands, shaking hands or something. After several reincarnations, Qin Mo's mood improved. Shi Qing had been busy all the way, and seeing that he had finally settled the host, he was in a good mood, but he didn't dare to touch and have fun holding the three-headed cannon anymore. Qin Mo didn't seem very happy. Shi Qing pondered. Probably the three-headed gun belonged to the host. and he was always coveting and peeping so much that the host was dissatisfied. So he consciously ignored the three-headed cannon, although he really wanted to sleep with the three-headed gun in his heart. Three-headed cannon. Change. After leaving the cave, except for the initial rest, Chinamo has been purposefully moving towards a certain place afterwards. Chinamo didn't say anything, and Shi Qing didn't ask. He just kept an eye on the time and carefully calculated how long it would be until the system space was opened. On the one hand, he is afraid that they will have no place to hide if there is danger. On the other hand, he's also looking forward to returning to the system space quickly, checking his counting coins, and seeing if he has enough to buy this clone technique. So he watched the time very seriously. It took 10 minutes in the cave, 10 hours and 10 minutes to escape from the cave, half an hour to rest by the creek, and minutes to walk just now. Ouya! There are still 10 minutes left. And Qin Mo finally arrived at his destination. Shi Qing looked at it with his head, feeling a little bad. This place doesn't look like a good place. The front is dark, and if you look carefully, it seems to be a forest. If those sprawling, eerie branches are called trees. The road is invisible, covered with dark green and blue shrubs. There is no place to step down, and these plants are also very unlovable. Just looking at the weird colors, one can't help but wonder if they are poisonous. This is just the entrance, and if you look deeper, you will feel a strong sense of dizziness, as if there is an unfathomable black vortex in front of you, like a black hole in space which can suck everything in and twist you into powder. Shi Qing looked a little horrified. He had received most of Qin Mo's memories before. Although there were some missing details, he remembered and heard the big events clearly. He really didn't remember Qin Mo being in such a place. So, why Qin Mo came here and what he was doing here, he couldn't figure it out. But Shi Qing really didn't want to go in. It was this kind of dark and unknown horror that made people's scalp tingle and their hearts very guilty. It feels like knowing that the mouth of a monster is in front of it, and it will be crushed by sharp teeth if it goes in, but you still have to take the initiative to send it there. It would be strange if you didn't feel scared. Seeing him move back little by little, he was already one step away from Qin Mo. Qin Mo looked back at him and whispered, "Come here." Shi Qing paused and didn't go any further, but he didn't dare to go forward either. Qin Mo frowned, walked towards him, stretched out his long arms, and hugged him by the waist, regardless of what he was thinking. Shi Qing, I really have enough regrets. Why didn't I choose that muscular man's body? Choose a weak chicken, so that people can hug them whenever they want. Women are not ashamed of him. He was dying of regret in his heart. But seeing Qin Mo striding towards the black hole, he didn't even dare to move, let alone break free from his embrace, wishing he could hold him tighter. If he falls behind in this horrible place, will he still have to live? After walking in, it seemed to be better, but there was a gust of cold wind in the ears, and the goosebumps were jumping, and the faint fire and the strange whimpering also made the scalp numb. Shi Qing didn't even dare to breathe too fast. It was really too much for people to relax. He was almost dying of nervousness. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but Shi Qing heaved a sigh of relief when he got out of the darkness and saw a piece of light. He looked at the time. Good guy. After walking for 10 minutes, the system space was opened. As soon as he got excited, he hurriedly said to Qin Mo, "The space is opened. Do you want to go in?" Qin Mo said, "Wait a minute." He closed his eyes after speaking. Monk Shi Qing and Zhang Er couldn't figure it out, and he didn't know what he was doing anymore. But as long as the system space was opened, he would feel more at ease. About 5 minutes later, the bright venue suddenly darkened. As if the light source was blocked, Shi Qing immediately became nervous and fully alert. Then, he heard a sharp roar. He quickly looked towards the source of the sound and was shocked by the monster in front of him. This is this? Hydra? He quickly turned his head to look at Qin Mo. Qin Mo's expression was normal, and he didn't look timid at the huge monster. But then he said to Shi Qing, "Let's go back to the system space." Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, but immediately opened the space and disappeared out of thin air with Qin Mo. It is best not to face the monster directly. Who wants to play with those 9 heads? Back in the system space, Shi Qing finally relaxed and asked tentatively, "Did you come here for that Hydra?" Qin Mo nodded. There's something nice about it. Knowing Qin Mo's intentions, Shi Qing didn't ask any more questions, but ran to the system store excitedly and began to search seriously. He already has 8,000 point coins now, and he can buy more and more things, but he still hurriedly looked at the things he wanted to see the most. Sure enough, there was what he wanted: clone technique. And there are quite a lot of classifications. There are scrolls for temporary clones. The use time is short, but the price is relatively cheap, 1,000 coins. There is also a doppelganger drug, which has similar effects to the scroll, but it lasts longer, up to 1 day, but the disadvantage is that it will cause you to fall asleep for 2 days after using it, and the price is also dash coins. Both of these are affordable for Shi Qing, but the shortcomings are too obvious, and 1,000 coins is not too little for him. So the price/performance ratio is not high. In the end, he saw a secret book of exercises, which can be practiced and upgraded.It present. The first level clone technique can be divided into 2 people, and as the level increases, more bodies can be separated. What Shi Qing cares about the most is that this cheat book also comes with a set of breath adjustment techniques, which are specially used in conjunction with the clone technique, which can relieve the pain of division and strengthen the body. Shi Qing looked at the introduction carefully. The more he looked at it, the more his heart became more and more moved. He just wished to buy it immediately, but when he looked at the price again, he became wilted. It actually needs dash coins. So expensive, he is only dash now, which is far away. This is only the host Nyocha who can get so many coins. If it is an ordinary task to do slowly, when will he be able to afford it? Tired or not? Compared to Shi Qing's entanglement, Qin Mo's place was much simpler. He browsed all the products first, skipping the cheats and techniques, skipping the weapons and equipment, paying more attention to high-tech products, and even bought a few pieces. The rest of the dot coins were all invested in physical strengthening. Then he looked at Shi Qing. Let's start the next task. Shi Qing immediately responded. Okay. For his avatar technique, he has to do more tasks and earn more money. After starting the next mission, seeing the background prompt, even the well-informed Shi Qing was also surprised. This is really a wonderful world. It was beyond his expectations. It's not like the love between men and women that subverts the 3 views in the orc world. But the people here are amazing. Shi Qing has also read the articles in the portable space. But why does everyone have their own exclusive space in this world? This golden finger is also rotten? Is that still called Goldfinger? Shi Qing browsed quickly, and the more he read, the more interesting he found it. Everyone here will have their own exclusive space, but this space is completely random. When they grow up to 11 years old, they will open their own space through an assessment, and at this time, they can judge the qualifications of the space. For example, some people's spaces are suitable for planting vegetables, while others are suitable for fruit trees. Some are full of spring all year round, while others are full of hot summer all year round. Not only that, but there are also many ores naturally bred in some spaces, which can be excavated and collected. There is good and there is bad, and there are a lot of unlucky people in an abandoned space. For example, an ultra-small space that is only the size of a palm and can't fit anything, and a space full of yellow sand that cannot be planted or collected, and even put things in a space that is afraid of being dirty, and even some spaces are filled with sea water, a bunch of bubbles in the sky. Rainbows, clouds all over the place. Although these are useless, they are better than good-looking ones. There are also some spaces full of stench, mud, large swamps, even a huge garbage dump. Shi Qing almost laughed out loud while watching, but Qin Mo's gaze fell to the bottom. This mission can choose to temporarily close the memory, and after completion, it will trigger 10 times the reward. Shi Qing followed Qin Mo's line of sight and saw this sentence. It's really hard to ignore it. The content of the large block above is all black characters, but the bottom line is red, which is extremely conspicuous. He glanced at it, then frowned slightly, closing his memory. Could it be that Qin Mo blocked the existing memory and completely integrated into that world? But I don't remember anything. How can I complete the task? Immediately, he turned his attention to the second half of the sentence. If it can be completed, the task reward will be doubled 10 times. It's not double, or even triple, but 10 times the money that makes people salivate. His mind was full of counting coins. Shi Qing shook his head resolutely after he swayed for a while and threw out greed. While the rewards are great, The risks are too great. Thinking of his system responsibilities, he hurriedly sent out the system crash manual seriously, and he found a detailed explanation about such tasks. First, I read it from the beginning very seriously, and then I thought about it, and finally said to Chin seriously. Sealing memory refers to temporarily blocking all your existing memories and experiences while accepting the memory of the corresponding character. But the mission objective will remain in the memory. As long as the mission is completed, the memory will be restored. After finishing speaking, he explained, sealing the memory will not have any side effects. The main purpose is to increase the difficulty of the task. It stands to reason that this type of task will only be triggered when the host level is raised to about dash, and you are only level dash. Probably because the mission acceptance rate and success rate are too high, so it was triggered in advance. After finishing all the contents in the manual, Shi Qing seriously expressed his thoughts. I don't agree with closed memory. Although the rewards are very generous, the risk is too great. If you fail, you may return forever. Not coming. Chin looked at him and asked calmly, you don't want to count coins? This sentence stopped Shi Qing from asking, but he was very clear at this time. Counting coins is very tempting, but the price of life is higher. He would rather earn some coins steadily and slowly than risk to gamble. So he continued to analyze the pros and cons earnestly. After talking a lot, Chin listened patiently and only gave a soft when he finished speaking. Shi Qing's mouth was parched. Seeing Chin answer, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But the next sentence almost made him lose his breath. Then close the memory. He talked for 10 minutes, and Chin listened carefully for 10 minutes. Did he come to such a conclusion? Host, what are you listening to? No, are you listening to me? Seeing Shi Qing holding his breath, Chin stretched out his hand, touched his delicate neck, and leaned closer to his ear and whispered, don't worry, I've never lost before. In a word, Shi Qing was completely paralyzed. How could he forget? Shi Qing is a coward, but Chin is a complete gambler. A crazy and extremely intelligent gambler who will stop at nothing to reverse the situation, no matter what. Chin has already made up his mind, so it is impossible to change it. Shi Qing is still very self-aware and didn't say any more. However, he immediately cheered up and checked the world background and plot background of this mission more seriously. Chin will block the memory, but as a system, he doesn't have to. He writes down everything now, and he can help Chin to complete the task smoothly when the time comes. The general background of this world is neither ancient nor advanced technology. The overall level is similar to that of the Earth era. Some aspects may be superior, while others are weaker. The external environment of this world is very difficult. Almost the whole world is a wasteland where no crops can be grown, and there are no resources to collect. The harsh conditions are not suitable for living things. But human beings can survive here, relying on their innate abilities. Everyone will have their own exclusive space. So even if there is no land for planting, it doesn't matter. There are many people spaces that are convenient for planting.It doesn't matter. Even if there are no resources to mine, there are many exclusive spaces that have a considerable amount of mineral resources that can be recycled slowly. People rely on the things grown in each other's space to reprocess or start trade. You can grow vegetables in your space, and mine has wheat. We can't just eat vegetables and not eat, and we can't just eat and not eat vegetables, so let's exchange. With continuous development, more and more trading platforms have emerged, and everyone is not only exchanging things, but becoming a unified currency circulation, selling what is produced and buying what is lacking. Slowly, with the establishment of the government, the control of the country, and the ability to use space more effectively, a complete society is perfectly formed under the support of this alternative energy, and it is functioning well. The role of space is divided into categories such as planting, resource, storage, collection, etc., and there are countless. And everyone in this world at the age of 11 is faced with a life-affecting spatial assessment. After the evaluation, the space is activated and recorded by the government. Possessing an excellent space almost means that you will have no worries about food and clothing for a lifetime, and at the same time, you can make a lot of contributions to society. However, Even if the space is poor, there is no need to be discouraged. As long as the attribute is good, you can upgrade the space through hard work and struggle. As the level increases, the ability of the space will also double, and you can still achieve a career by then. After all, there are still very few people who have a good space once activated. Most children's space is only 1 meter square, but as long as the environment in the space is suitable and crops can grow, there is no need to worry. With professional learning and self-growth, the space will continue to grow. As for how big it can be, it depends on your own potential and whether you work hard. And these are all acquired, and they can be changed and even strive for. In order to cultivate excellent spaces, the government has set up free public schools. All children who have been evaluated must go to school to study, control their own abilities through systematic training, and learn various methods to improve the space level, as well as some basic knowledge. The introduction of the world background is not too much, but the content is very rich. Shi Qing read it seriously, and almost printed every word in his mind. But these are okay to say. After all, he will receive part of the character's memory after time travel, so it can adapt quickly. The most important thing is the plot background. The plot background is generally closely related to the task and contains many details. Only by careful consideration and good use can the task be completed more quickly. Shi Qing cheered up, wishing he could memorize every single word, but after reading it seriously, he couldn't help being a little stunned. Content too little. Different from the lengthy speeches before the previous trips, the plot background of this world is so simple that Shi Qing can't bear to look directly at it. Qi Zimo, the eldest son of Qi, his mother died early, his father remarried, and he has a half-brother. Then it's gone. Fuck me. It couldn't be more succinct. As a system student, Shi Qing was ashamed. This stingy guy is becoming more and more unreliable. But there is no way. It seems that it is necessary to collect data in detail after crossing. Shi Qing kept this sentence in his heart, especially the name. He knew that this was basically the role of the host after time travel. After reading all the background introductions, the mission objectives are also revealed. As unreliable as the plot introduction, the mission goals are also confusing. Collect the tiers of life. Each of the 6 characters is familiar, and when put together, it is very inexplicable. But I can barely understand it, probably looking for something called tiers of life, which can only be explored slowly after time travel. Everything was ready. Shi Qing felt a sense of responsibility and looked at Qin Mo solemnly. I'm ready. Qin Mo focused his attention on the system store. Shi Qing looked over, wondering, does the host still want to buy something? Just as he was thinking, he saw the foothold of Qin Mo's gaze. The special item opened because of the perfect clearance of the orc world. Baby Panda Body. On the icon is a furry little guy in black and white who is stretching lazily. His little wet eyes are full of water vapor, his little paws, and his round body. He is so cute. Shi Qing had a bad feeling. But when he saw the price of this thing, he was greatly relieved, and he wanted dash coins. Fortunately, you can't afford it even if you kill him. Of course, he never thought of buying it. Who would want to be that kind of little guy? He's a man, the masculine kind. But, host, why are you watching so intently? QEQ, don't make bad decisions, please. Qin Mo took a serious look at the price, then looked at Shi Qing and asked softly, can I use my coins for you? Shi Qing was taken aback and immediately said, no, our counting coins are separate and cannot communicate with each other. Oh, can I give you what I bought? Shi Qing just wanted to resolutely deny it, but then Qin Mo asked himself and answered, I remember you bought me clothes last time. The implication is that if you can buy it for me, I can naturally buy it for you too. With such strong evidence in front of him, Shi Qing couldn't argue with it, so he could only respond, yes. Qin Mo hooked the corner of his mouth, in a good mood. Let's start the mission. Then he took the initiative to hold Shi Qing's hand and pressed the button to start the mission without allowing him to refuse. Shi Qing's mind is full of, I don't want to be a little panda anymore. Don't impose your strange hobbies on me. You like hairballs, but I don't want to become hairballs. Mouthballs are cute, but I'm not cute line on an infinite howling loop. He didn't come back to his senses until he successfully passed through and the strength that was holding his hand disappeared. He was a little dazed because the familiar aura was not around him, but then overwhelming memories hit him, and he couldn't care less about it. Shi Qing calmed down and sorted out slowly, first extracted the most critical memories, and checked all about Shi Zimo. He was worried that it was just a name that was hard to find, but after seeing these memories, he realized that Shi Zimo is still a celebrity. But what he valued the most was not Shi Zimo's identity, but his age. Yes, Shi Zimo, the so-called eldest son of Qi, is only 10 years and 10 months old this year. A 10-year-old young lady. His cold, cool, domineering, snake-spirited host turned out to be a 10-year-old Jingtai. Shi Qing didn't care about the character's memory at all. His mind was full of the shrunken Qin Mo. Emma, so cute. The host of the Jingtai version, Shi Qing, was so stimulated by his brain that he was almost drooling. A host who is only 10 years old. A simple host who has closed the memory of the snake spirit disease. An acute and sensible host. I can't stop thinking about it. Shi Qing wants to rush to the host's side like never before, very eager to test my imagination. After playing silly for 5 minutes, Shi Qing finally stopped his mind and began to receive memories seriously. The person he crossed over was called Xianhua. He was 20 years old this year, and he was about to graduate from the space school in 1 month. Now is the critical moment. There are many assessments in the school, and Xianhua is serious about it every day. Studying and practicing, he doesn't have the mind of a bully, but he has the attitude of a bully, a typical good boy. It is also because Xianhua was born in an ordinary family that he hoped that knowledge could change his destiny and enable his family to live a better life. Xianhua's parents are both the most basic space carriers. Although his father's space is a relatively popular collection system, but because the minerals in it are too common and very single, and the scale is small, only more than 100 square meters, the cyclical growth is also very slow. Even if Xia's father cooks carefully every day and collects hard, the monthly output is not too much, but it is enough for the whole family to eat. And Xia Mu's space is much weaker. Xia Mu is very beautiful, but the space is really tasteless. After stabilization, the space scale is about 200 square meters, but it is not soil land but solid inorganic matter which cannot be planted. Unable to collect, it is said to be a storage space, but the scale is too small and the load-bearing capacity is average. More than 200 square meters, it is really not enough to transport goods. And Father Xia is also reluctant to let Mother Xia become a delivery worker. You must know that delivery workers with small-scale storage space are very tiring and the profit is very low. If you are not careful, you will even risk your life if you encounter robbers and plunderers. So Xia's mother is only doing housework at home and helping Xia's father to work in his exclusive space, helping to pick or organize, pack, grind, and other trivial matters. Xianhua is the only son of the two. When he was 11 years old, he was detected as a rare dual-purpose space. There is planting soil and a small water inlet. It can be planted and aquatic products can be cultivated. Fortunately, the two complement each other. Water can moisturize the soil to irrigate plants, which greatly saves the cost of purchasing water sources outside. And the soil can also carry out gas circulation after planting crops, so that the water bay is exempted from the cost of purchasing oxygen supply equipment from outside. The space assessment grade is 1 to 10, and Xianhua's space assessment is 4, which is considered a medium level. The main reason is that the space scale is too small. When it was first activated, the soil area was only -cm, and the water bay could not be called at all. Shangshui Bay has a diameter of barely -centimeters, which is about the same as a bowl, but fortunately, it is deep enough and is a recycled resource, so it is rated as a water bay. But even so, Xianhua's space is already very good, at least it is still a real potential stock. Xianhua is obedient and sensible. Although his aptitude is average, he has worked hard. During the 10 years in school, his grades have been very good, but the development of space is a little slow. This is also impossible. Although the space can be upgraded, most of the materials required for the upgrade are expensive. Without the support of wealth, it is very difficult to upgrade quickly. While in school, The government stipulates that all students are not allowed to sign contracts with any companies, groups, or families. There is no contract, and big families will not foolishly spend money and effort to train them. Therefore, even if a child from an ordinary family like Xian Nuo has good potential, his space development will be very slow during school. Regarding this point, it is also a means of protection for the students by the school leaders. The exclusive space is related to everyone's life. If someone uses it to catalyze the improvement of the space level with malicious and unhealthy means, it will certainly make a huge profit for a while, but it will also affect the health of the carrier, leading to premature death. Hence the above prohibition. Xia's father has high expectations for his son, but he can see it very clearly. He strictly ordered Wuxian to tell Xiaonuo not to be impatient, to study his homework carefully, to get a B+ or above in every examination, and to graduate by then. Rushing to help him. There are many opportunities, and there is no need to destroy your future now. Xiaonuo thought the same way. That's why he studied so hard. Space's qualifications were clearly priced, but with more excellent assessment results, he would have more voice and be able to make better choices. When Shi Qing crossed over, it happened to be the final exam month, so he was very nervous and exciting. In the previous life, due to physical reasons, Shi Qing was unable to experience the tension of the college entrance examination, but now he has the opportunity to experience an alternative college entrance examination. Shi Qing was a little nervous, mainly because these assessments were not about his fate, but Xiaonuo's. He is Xiaonuo now. If he fails the exam, it will affect Xiaonuo's life. Because of receiving memories, Shi Qing has a good impression of Xiaonuo and his family. Xiaonuo's family is very ordinary, but this family lives very warmly, got a strict father who is dedicated to his family, a gentle and loving mother, and a positive son. They have goals and hopes, and they fight for them together. At this time, Shi Qing temporarily used Xiaonuo's body, and he was very worried that he would mess up their lives, so he was under pressure. As early as in the Orc world, Shi Qing deliberately read the system manual. Every world they traveled through is real, and everyone was alive, and their lives would not be because of him and Qin Mo's departure. Instead of ending, keep going. He and Qin Mo completed the mission and left that world. While the system reviewed the mission during the 3-hour close phase, it also repaired and supplemented the world. The traces of Qin Mo and his existence will be erased or rationalized, and the original owner will receive this memory and believe that it is what he has experienced, without doubting it at the same time. The characters who have been traversed will be compensated to a certain extent, satisfying a wish deep in their hearts. Shi Qing was very curious about the purpose of their missions, but these were not mentioned in the system manual, and it seemed that even his system had to keep it a secret. Shi Qing took a deep breath, retracted his thoughts, and focused on the present moment. However, this interruption made him recover before he transmigrated. Xiaonuo's mental state was not very good. It may be that the pressure was too great and he was not good at relieving it, so he was a little overly nervous and had insomnia for several nights. You can only use 6 points in the exam, but it is easy to make mistakes. Although Shi Qing was also a little nervous, his mentality was much better than Xiaonuo's. He kept telling himself that knowledge belonged to Xiaonuo, and Xiaonuo had already worked hard. As long as he showed Xiaonuo's ability, he would enough. It's useless to be nervous. The mission has already started, but there is never a pause button. Exam U was nervous, but what made Shi Qing even more worried was how to connect with Qin Mo. Qi Zimo is the eldest son of Qi. The Qi family is very influential in this world. There have been 3 10th-level space carriers. They have the right to speak in the political circle and control countless resources. And now the head of the family, Qi Zimo's father, Qi Lu, is also an extremely rare 8th-level space carrier. It is said that the land in his space is vast, and the food produced in each season can feed the people of a city for a whole year. At the same time, his space is a rare 3-purpose space, which can plant double crops and also has certain mineral resources. It is precisely because of his excellent spatial ability that he stands out from his brothers and becomes the current patriarch of the Qi family. And Qi Zimo is his eldest son. Such an identity is a typical second-generation power standard. and Xia Nuo is a standard ordinary person. So, Shi Qing was very worried. With such a gap, how could he get in touch with Qin Mo? Putting this gap into the 21st century, it is no different from an ordinary college entrance examination candidate who wants to be the son of a certain national leader. Still a 10-year-old son. Is it realistic? He, either daydreaming or a crippled head. One thing is very fortunate. They are in the same area. No matter how high the status of Qi Zimo is, he has to come for assessment and then enroll in school. But it is a pity that Xia Nuo will graduate in 1 month, and Qi Zimo will be able to enroll in 2 months. The two just missed it. Shi Qing before, he tried every means to get away from the host, but now that he really left, he had to try his best to sneak back. It was too hard. He searched his memory, and after careful analysis, he found that the most feasible way to meet Qin Mo was to stay in school. But because of the particularity of the space school, after graduation, students are not allowed to re-enter, unless stay in school to teach. So, he has to work hard to become a teacher? Being Qin Mo's teacher sounds really good. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this idea is very feasible. And if I work in a space school, the salary is very considerable. The most important thing is that I can have a lot of time and resources to upgrade the space, and I can be independent of the power struggles of the major families. When the space reaches a certain level, the output of the space can be used to make a lot of money. The double job is correct. The point is that the social status is still high, which is different from the government and ignores the family. The school is neutral and will never fall down. Xia's father also mentioned many times to let Xia Nuo stay in school. Although Xia Nuo has not fully settled down, he still has this tendency. It's just that there are very strict conditions for staying in school. Your space aptitude can be very poor. Even if it is an abandoned space, it doesn't matter, but you must pass all the assessments and the grades are all A+. Shi Qing never thought that one day he would turn into a schoolmaster for the sake of the host, or learn some things he has never been exposed to, such as soil composition, basic crops, wheat seeding and seedling cultivation, barracuda farming methods, or identification and processing multifunctional collection. After these highly down-to-earth disciplines, there are some very esoteric ones, such as space application, gas cycle, resource reuse, power of time, and space. Shi Qing, who studied hard and vowed to become a top student, said, "Please call me a good system in China. Central District, Qi residence." Underneath the dark blue eagle Jiahui, which represents the Qi family, is a castle built by hollowing out a dark red, almost black, whole block of crystal ore. There are only 3 floors, but it covers an area of tens of acres. It is extremely luxurious and gorgeous, but at the same time it is hard to hide the coldness and loneliness. The first room on the east side of the 3rd floor is the bedroom of the eldest son of Qi. At this time, Qi Zimo had already fallen asleep, and his attendant Yin Qi was sleeping in the side room outside. I am afraid that the little master will get up to drink water or urinate. Just as he was thinking, the sound of getting up suddenly came from the room. The sound was loud, as if suddenly awakened from sleep. Yin Qi almost rolled off the bed. He immediately put on his shoes, walked over in small steps, and lit a small lamp by the bed. He saw that it was the little master who woke up. Yin Qi lowered her voice and said, "Master, you." Before he finished speaking, he couldn't make a sound. In the dark night, the young man's icy eyes were fixed on him. His unique black eyes were like lake water in winter night, carrying a piercing chill and a scalp-numbing killing intent. Yin Qi was frightened by this thought. His voice was a little trembling, but he still reluctantly said, "Master, what do you have to order? Get out." The voice was calm and unwavering, not like a child's voice at all. Yin Qi didn't know what happened. His mind was in a mess. He saluted and quickly left the room. He didn't come back to his senses until he saw the bright night crystals in the corridor. Nightmare. Little master, what happened to him? Qi Zimo sat on the bed. He didn't know why he woke up, or how could he fall asleep. The moonlight came in from the wide windows. The pale light was lifeless, reflected on the gray bedding. It was even more silent, like a cold tomb. He looked down at the palm of his hand, feeling a strong sense of disobedience. Not because of the thinness of the palm, but because of the hollowness of the palm. What belongs to him is not with him. The author has something to say. Khan, Why do the girls guess that he is the younger brother? Well, Chi Zimo is only over 10 years old. His younger brother is even younger. And the two buns, are they going to swell? Do the task. Cough, cough. Although I am also very cute, brother. Let's experience the teachers and students of the next year. In other words, even if the memory is closed, you are still a snake spirit, the host. Shi Qing studied hard all night, which directly led to a trance the next morning, staring in a daze, wishing he could throw himself on the bed and sleep upside down. But the tragedy is that he still has to attend class today. After hastily had breakfast, just after leaving the dormitory door, I ran into a yellow-haired boy head-on. The yellow-haired boy here is not talking about this kid being young. In fact, he is 5 days older than Xianhua, and he is also a fresh graduate, a 20-year-old adult guy. That is just that his surname is Huang, and he likes Huang, but he has a blood problem, and he has yellow hair. So, the nickname of yellow hair was born. Xianhua's popularity in school is not very good. The main reason is that he comes from an ordinary family, but his spatial aptitude is very good, and he belongs to the type with potential. Therefore, the college he belongs to is full of elites, and these elites are either born or acquired. Feed it out, but no matter what kind, they are all a group of strange people. The born elite is full of arrogance, and looks down on Xianhua, a countryman who came in with a sidekick, only level 4 in space qualification, and was fed by his parents the day after tomorrow. The family is rich, and a large number of excellent materials have been cultivated from an early age, which is definitely much stronger than the space of ordinary people. Of course, this does not conflict with the prohibition mentioned earlier. The school prohibits students from signing contracts with any family, but it does not prevent parents from taking care of them. In fact, it is a good thing for every child to be able to use expensive materials to cultivate carefully when the space is just activated, but the materials are scarce and expensive, and they cannot be popularized at all. Children in major families have the ability to be nurtured, but children in ordinary families don't even think about it. If they don't sign contracts with various families, they will not selflessly contribute such expensive materials. If a white-eyed wolf is raised, wouldn't it be a waste of affection? What is forbidden in the school is not to sign contracts with any family, mainly to prevent malicious operations by those with good intentions. But if there are really kind-hearted families who agree to selflessly contribute materials without signing a contract with you, then the school leaders will just turn a blind eye and close their eyes. Only I, who cares about such good things as pie in the sky and going out to pick up wallets. Huang Mao is an elite who was fed by the family, but he also has his own depression. The Huang family still has some status in the Central District, but it is a pity that Huang Mao is a branch of the Huang family. How far is it? Probably counting up to 4 generations. They are one ancestor. The reason why Huang Mao still belongs to the family is because Huang Mao's father is a rare 6th-level space resource and is a very popular collection system. There are as many as 3 kinds of ores in the space, although one is ordinary common ore, but the other 2 are scarce ores that consume a lot. With such an excellent space, how could the patriarch of the Huang family let him lose and immediately recognize his ancestors? Not to mention the 4th generation, even the 8th generation of relatives can climb up. What's more, Huang Mao's mother space is also very good. It is a 5th-level storage space, which happens to complement Huang Mao's father, and the 2 cooperate closely. It's just that the space for the yellow hair is a bit weak. It has no parents or mother. It is a planting space, but it can only grow fruits, and it is single-purpose. The most terrible thing is that it is super small when it is just activated, only 10 centimeter. It is simply to create the most in the smallest space. It is also thanks to Huang Mao's father, who praised too much money and a lot of materials, especially a kind of or for upgrading that he produced himself. So he cultivated Huang Mao according to strict regulations when he was a child. Some scales of development are estimated to be assessed again, and at least they can reach the standard of the 5th-level space. Because of Huang Mao's half-baked reputation as a family boy and his poor spatial aptitude, he didn't do well in the Central District Academy. The others were quite enthusiastic, but no one played with him, and he was suffocated. Finally, he ran into Xianhua. Xianhua was very quiet, and he was not unaccustomed to walking alone, but for the yellow hair who came together, nor is it exclusive. After going back and forth, the 2 became friends. Shi Qing's personality is actually quite different from Xian Nuo's. After all, Shi Qing was spoiled by his parents. He has a good family background and has an older brother who is used to him. If it wasn't for stomach cancer, he would have lived his life with peace of mind and enjoyment. However, he has received Xian Nuo's memory, so he can understand his character. He is either a cold-faced person or very quiet, down-to-earth, conscientious, and uses as much force as he can. If it weren't for his good looks, his cold face, and his lack of sociability, which created the illusion of, "I'm very cold," he might still be a nice guy who gets bullied. At least Huang Mao had a deep understanding of him after he had a close relationship with him. It's okay if you can't finish the thesis. Just ask Xian Nuo. I can't handle the subject. It's okay. Xian Nuo is here. If there is a problem in the space, it doesn't matter. Let's go to Xian Nuo. So, luckily there was only one yellow hair. Otherwise, Xian Nuo would have been bullied to death. But it's also thanks to Huang Mao. Although he can't learn well, and his family background is not considered a cow here, but he is loyal and careless. Who dares to bully them? Whoever you are? What kind of spatial aptitude do you have? Let's talk about it after a fight. Most of the elites don't like to provoke this kind of little bastard, and the young masters will not lower their value to fight. You must know that there is no attendant to accompany you to school. As time goes by, the yellow hair is also famous, and it also protects Xian Nuo invisibly. Shi Qing knew all these things very clearly. Maybe because of being a bystander, he saw it better than Xian Nuo, so he also had a good impression of Huang Mao. However, considering that he is Xian Nuo now, he just gave a faint to Huang Mao's warm greeting. Huang Mao has long been used to it. He is worrying about the next space practical study. This class is the most boring. The teacher will enter each student's space one-on-one, and then conduct teaching and inspection in the space. There are so many items to inspect that people will blow their heads. For example, how much land can be planted? What is the state of the soil? What is the space environment? How is the gas circulation? After a few questions, Huang Mao rushed to the street. The most difficult thing is that he can't cheat in his class. Xian Nuo can't help him. Tat! Shi Qing knew what Huang Mao was worrying about, so he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This was his own doing. He was used to being wild, and at critical times he could only lose the chain. Huang Mao wailed all the way, and when he reached the door of the classroom, Shi Qing took out a document and threw it to him. Huang Mao lowered his head and turned over, almost cheering. It records the detailed information of various elements in his space. As long as you memorize it, you can definitely handle the teacher. Ah, Xian Nuo, you are my savior. After finishing speaking, he wanted Xiong to rush over to hug Xian Nuo. Shi Qing had long expected that he would have this move. He was not a weak little chicken like Xian Nuo. He did not learn to travel 1,000 miles in vain, and he avoided the bear hug with a slight flash. The yellow-haired man was taken aback for a while. Emma, little Xian Nuo has grown up. When the interest comes, turn around and pounce again. Shi Qing easily dodged it, but he didn't want to continue playing, so he said, there are still 10 minutes to class, so you can memorize it all without looking at it. This sentence made Huang Mao stop the car, sit down quickly, and recite it seriously. Shi Qing also sat down. The classroom is stepped that it's different from a high school classroom. It should be similar to a college classroom. But Shi Qing burped before he had a chance to go to college, so it's hard to judge. Seeing the seriousness of Huang Mao's back, Shi Qing couldn't help yawning. He studied hard last night. He originally thought that he would fall asleep in the middle of the night, but after reading it, he slowly sorted out the knowledge that Xian Nuo had learned and found that this kid was very old. Most of them are memorized by rote, lacking a mastery, and this thing still needs a lot of practice. At this time, a certain benefit of being a system will be highlighted. Xian Nuo's memories he accepted are like movie screens. Each screen is very clear and can be rewound to rewatch. Absolutely nothing will be missed. In this way, he can take it out and use it at any time, and Xian Nuo's seriousness is also working. Although he can't understand it, it is better because he has written it down. Shi Qing just needs to think about it again. As for this matter, thinking alone is not enough. It is best to have some examples. He first carefully analyzed and evaluated Xian Nuo's space, and after finishing it, he was still unsatisfied and found that he still had detailed memories of visiting Huang Mao's space in his memory. He simply kept on doing nothing, and tidied up Huang Mao's space. This tossing passed overnight without knowing it, but Huang Mao was cheaper this morning. Because this class is taught one-on-one, even if there are 5 professors and 5 teaching assistants teaching at the same time, they still have to wait in line. Huang Mao was very lucky and got number 30, which was enough for him to memorize all the materials. Shi Qing was also lucky and got the 3rd number so that he could finish the lecture early and have time to catch up on sleep. Professor Shi Qing was taught by the bishop of this course, Professor Wang Yangwang, who is 40 years old this year and has made great achievements in space practicals, which also has something to do with his exclusive space. His exclusive space is a rare multi-purpose space in a century. It can grow almost all crops, collect dozens of minerals, and also has various functions such as breeding. Such a space, logically speaking, can look down on the whole world. But God is fair, giving him such a wide range of abilities, but making his space so small that he can't do anything. Only 30 square meters. With so many uses squeezed into this small space of more than 30 square meters, it becomes useless. When Wang Yang was not discouraged, he made full use of his own space. Although he could not plant and produce, he could conduct research and experiments and draw countless conclusions and data, which benefited others a lot. At the same time, he made his outstanding achievements in space application. His success once made the people who carry the abandoned space see hope, find their position again, and be able to survive better in this world in different ways. Xianhua admired him very much, and so did Shi Qing. So knowing that he was teaching, Shi Qing was a little nervous. Fortunately, his homework is solid, and Xianhua has not made much progress in the space due to resource problems. The 1-meter square planting soil and the small water bay that barely grows to 2 meters are really too small. In such a small place, Shi Qing wished he could turn over and study every stone clearly. And Wang Yang didn't make things difficult. He asked a few questions carefully, and seeing that Shi Qing answered smoothly, it seemed that he had done enough homework. He couldn't help but nodded, and then corrected a few mistakes. After all the inspections, Wang Yang seriously added some more and arranged a topic for Shi Qing to try to plant seedlings. Shi Qing wrote them down one by one, and in a blink of an eye, the 10-minute class was over. Both of them were a little unsure. When he was about to leave the space, Wang Yang asked, "Xianhua, have you considered staying in school?" Shi Qing was taken aback and immediately said, "Professor, I'm preparing." Wang Yang nodded and said, "Come on, your grades have been very stable, no problem." Hearing the encouragement, Shi Qing became more motivated, couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and said happily, "I will." On the contrary, Wang Yang was slightly stunned. Although he has many students, he has always had an impression of Xianhua. This kid is down-to-earth and diligent, but he doesn't like to talk very much, and his sense of presence is slightly low. I didn't expect that today's smile is really pretty. Well, with a beautiful teaching assistant by my side, my applied science of big space will surely flourish. Shi Qing had no idea that the seemingly profound professor he admired wholeheartedly was so out of line. After the class, he wrote down the main points of what the professor said, and then came up in a daze. After talking to Huang Mao, he wandered back to the dormitory, fell asleep on the bed. This sleep was actually awakened by the beeping sound in the ear. Shi Qing was confused for a moment, but then he came to his senses and looked at the watch-like thing on his wrist. This is a communicator. Needless to say, its function is the same as that of a mobile phone. He clicked on it, and there were 2 messages. From Xia's mother, asking him if he will be home this weekend, and if Xia's father needs to pick him up. It's from Huang Mao, with a big smug smile, followed by thousands of thanks. It seems that relying on those materials, this kid passed the test smoothly finally. He was invited to dinner at night, and young Master Huang wanted to treat him with a treat. Shi Qing was looking at it. It had been a long time since he read the information, and he really felt a sense of familiarity and strangeness. He first replied to Mother Xia, explaining that he would go back and didn't need his father to pick him up. Then he immediately received a message from Mother Xia. There was only one good word, but he could feel the deep happiness inside. Shi Qing couldn't help smiling, and was about to reply to Huang Mao, but suddenly stared at the dialogue box and froze. Immediately afterwards, He slapped himself hard on the forehead. Mudun, how can you be so stupid? Where does he need to meet Chinamo? He can send a message. Not phone information, but system information. Completely forget that you are the system, okay? Shi Qing hurriedly opened it, and sure enough, he could still send messages to the host. Although it cost 50 coins, he had less than dash coins in his savings now, so could he feel sorry for the coins? When the edit box was opened, Shi Qing hesitated again. What should I say? Chinamo doesn't remember him at all now. After thinking about it, Shi Qing still sent a message in a regular manner. Hello, I'm Shi Qing, and it's yours. Before typing the word system, he tilted his hand and sent it. Shi Qing is embarrassed. What are these things? What is your... Kneel. Just as he was about to make amends, he saw the reply, a short sentence. Only 4 words. Where are you? Yanqi was very worried, very worried. He is Qi Zimo's personal attendant, and he has been with the little master since he was 12 years old. At that time, the little master was only 6 years old, just a child, but he was not as quiet as a child of this age. It was the little master who picked him and saved him, pulled him out of the mud, brought him by his side, and served him wherever he went. He is forever grateful, and will never forget that scene. A beautiful child like an angel stretched out his hand to him, white and immature, as if shrouded in pure, white holy light. But his own hand was thin, black, stained with mud and blood, and he was in a mess. Under the stark contrast, he didn't dare to stretch out his hand, but the child on the opposite side, who was 6 years younger than him, pulled him up forcefully. When he stood up, he saw the pair of dark eyes under the angelic face. Colored pupils. It bears the persistence and identification that does not belong to this age. The immature voice of a child is as beautiful as a beautiful lark, but the words that hit the ground hit the heart. Follow me, and I will give you a new life. Without the slightest hesitation, Yanqi half kneeled on the ground and made a big ceremony of swearing allegiance to the Lord. He was fed up with the feeling of being stepped on in the mud, fed up with the discrimination and contempt from the source. His space was born with waste. He couldn't change it, but he didn't want to admit defeat. The master pulled him up, and he had to try to stand up. In a blink of an eye, for years have passed, and Yanqi has been by Qi Zimo's side. Qi Zimo is not easy to get along with, but he doesn't make it difficult for others. Yanqi's space is useless, but he still found all the courses for Yanqi to learn by himself, and even paid attention to some self-defense techniques, so that Yanqi's 7 exercises. Many of them were things that Yanqi could never touch in his lifetime, and Qi Zimo's generosity and caring made him even more devoted to him. But in the past few days, Yanqi didn't know what happened, but she could deeply feel that something was wrong with the little master. After waking up that night, the little master didn't continue to sleep. He sat by the window for the whole second half of the night and survived. The next day, everything was as usual, but at night, it was still a sleepless night. How can a body that is only 10 years old not sleep for 2 days and 2 nights? How can this hold up? Yanqi turned around in a hurry. He whispered to persuade him a few times, but Qi Zimo just looked at him. His black eyes were deeper than before, and his appearance was exquisite like an angel, but being stared at by him like this was unbearable live in fear. Yanqi didn't even dare to look at her. However, there is less than a month before the space assessment, and the young master's mental state is so unstable. If something goes wrong during the assessment, it will affect his whole life. After much deliberation, Yanqi had no choice but to report this matter to the little master's father. In any case, the space assessment must not be delayed. For everyone in this world, the day of their 11th birthday is a watershed in their lives, either in light or in darkness. Yanqi understands that pain better than anyone else. How can he let the little master bear it? However, the patriarch has not come back for 2 weeks. This month is the grain harvest season in his exclusive space, and it is the busiest time. This is related to the food supply for more than half of the population in the territory to which the Qi family belongs. How could such a busy patriarch meet a small attendant? The wife of the family, Yanqi, would not talk about it, and even had to cover it up. If Madame finds out, I'm afraid it will make things worse. After 2 days of tossing like this, on the 3rd night, The little master who had been silent all this time suddenly stood up and shouted for words sharply. Yin Qishou stood outside, rushed in immediately, and what he heard seemed to be, "Where are you?" But as soon as he came in, Qi Zimo looked at him suddenly, and then ordered, "Get out!" Yin Qi was taken aback for a moment, and wanted to speak. But Qi Zimo's cold eyes eased, and he lowered his voice. "Yin Qi, stay outside and don't let anyone get close." When Yin Qi heard this, although he had doubts in his heart, he had no choice but to accept the order and leave. Qi Zimo suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart and quietly waited for the other party's reply. He couldn't explain it, and he couldn't explain it. After waking up, he couldn't fall asleep again. Sleep was extremely strange to him, as if he hadn't experienced it for hundreds of years or thousands of years. Mentally, he thought he didn't need sleep, but his physical exhaustion was increasing day by day. This crazy stalemate between not being able to sleep and having to sleep is tormenting him nonstop. He doesn't understand why he can't sleep. He clearly remembers that his sleep is normal. However, his consciousness reminded him no matter what, he couldn't sleep. He didn't need to sleep. If he fell asleep, everything would be out of control. This emotion troubled him and made his spirit tense all the time, which exacerbated his physical sleepiness. He knew that he had to sleep. With such a weak body, if he didn't rest seriously, the consequences would be disastrous. But no matter how many reasons there are, they can't convince him the hollowness in the palm, the lost things, and the ensuing anger were like a raging fire burning his heart, making him violently wanting to destroy everything. Destroy it, and all the out-of-control will disappear. That if it is destroyed, those who left, those who escaped, and the things that left him will lie beside him forever and stay in his palm, even if there is only a pile of residue left, even if there is no life. It doesn't matter, as long as it can be repossessed. The fervent clamor of the beast in his heart almost made him lose his mind, until a piece of information appeared in his mind out of thin air. This weird thing could not even arouse his sense of crisis. He just stared at that sentence. That name was as familiar as if engraved in his bones, and all his emotions had found an outlet. He wished he could use these words to hold the person opposite him tightly in his palm and lock him in his arms. Almost without any hesitation, he asked sharply, "Where are you? Tell me. I'll find you, and I'll never let you go." Shi Qing looked at the 4 words sent by Qin Mo with enthusiasm. There were only 4 words, but they were full of momentum, especially the exclamation point at the end, which made him feel the fierce anger of the other party. "What's the matter? Didn't his host lose his memory? What about the cute little bun you talked about? Why do I have a bad feeling? Did closed memory fail? Impossible." Shi Qing was a little apprehensive. It's really a snake spirit disease that is not easy to provoke, and if provoked, he can't beat him and can't escape, so he will still suffer at the time. After deliberating for a long time, he decided not to move and tentatively sent another sentence. "I'm in the Central Space Training School." In almost a second, a reply came from the other side. "I can't get in?" "Shi Qing, of course you can't come in. You are not yet 11. But this tone, this attitude. Host, have you sealed your memory?" "QAQ." Shi Qing continued to deliberate and said softly, "There are still 2 months left, and we can come here." "Too long?" Shi Qing really didn't know what to say, but then he saw another message. "Shi Qing, I want to see you." For a moment, Shi Qing was stunned, and then he felt an inexplicable surge of emotions, messy, intricate, and hard to describe, and then his heart softened. The little Bun Qin Xiaoma was in an unfamiliar environment, with wolves at the front and back and tigers at the back, and foxes and hounds on both sides. All of them bullied the cute, weak, and extremely cute Qin Xiaoma, causing Qin Xiaoma to be lonely, helpless, in a bad mood, and pitiful. Then he was counting on him, a powerful system master, to rescue him from the sea of suffering. Look, to say such soft words, it must have been wronged so much. "Shi Qing, QAQ, I feel so distressed." Feeling distressed, he became impulsive, and he immediately replied, "Tomorrow, Saturday, I will go home, and I will definitely find you when the time comes." "Where is your home?" Shi Qing reported the address without thinking. Then the other party didn't reply. But Shi Qing couldn't hide his excitement. Thinking of seeing the cute and pitiful Qin Xiaoma tomorrow, he was so impulsive that he couldn't sleep, tossed and rolled, and couldn't tell what was going on in his heart. For a while, he imagined Qin Xiaoma as a child, and for a while, he seemed to see the adult Qin Mo again. After falling asleep in a daze, he actually had a dream. It seemed that he had returned to the world of orcs in his dream. But Qin Mo was not like Alec. He still maintained his own body and appearance. He was wearing a capable riding outfit, and his figure became more and more upright. Laughing makes the already perfect face even more breathtaking. They seemed to have exchanged a few words, and then he was held in Qin Mo's arms, and a hoarse and seductive voice sounded in his ears, as if gently plucking the strings of a piano. Shi Qing, I want you. In a word, like a firecracker being ignited. Shi Qing ignited in an instant, and the emotions in his heart were almost overflowing, full of sweetness and sourness, indescribable. But then, the fiery heat he felt in the animal world flowed through his body like an electric current, as if he had encountered a period of volatility again, and the strong desire made him almost fascinated. And Qin Mo's eyes became deeper and darker, with dark red flames burning in the black color, with a focused expression, blatant desire, and a passionate kiss that couldn't wait for the rough and unbearable force. Intense, fiery, lingering, the chasing in the mouth, the sticking on the tip of the tongue, the unreserved demand for each other, like a beast that has been hungry for a whole winter, devouring its prey crazily, wishing not to blend with it as one. Qin Mo lowered his head, licked his neck, rubbed it, and bit it lightly. The most vulnerable place is treated like this. Shi Qing can almost feel the other party's intention to bite down, wanting to completely monopolize, trying to declare his own ownership. This perception made him tremble uncontrollably, and the bursts of torrents made him almost unbearable. Kissing, caressing. None of these can satisfy the burning flame in his heart. He wants more, desires more. He almost moaned happily when the clothes were stripped off and skin to skin. He forgot everything and was greedy for pleasure. He still remembered the scalp-numbing pleasure last time. Under Qin Mo's leadership, he climbed to the top and was extremely exhilarated. After his mind went blank, Shi Qing suddenly woke up. A burst of cool air hit, which made the heat after the climax recede a lot. He sat up in shock. This is the dormitory of the college. He was lying on the bed, only himself. But he had such a dream. The stickiness between his legs reminded him how absurd it was just now. Shi Qing didn't dare to think about it. He got out of bed with a blushing heart, took off his clothes, and started washing in the middle of the night, and he barely calmed down until he was exposed to the sun on the balcony. I nestled down on the bed again, but couldn't fall asleep anyway. His mind was full of Qin Mo, and his mind was full of those fascinating black eyes and seductive voice. He was a little scared. This strange emotion made him at a loss. If you close your eyes, you will see Qin Mo, and you will think of their kiss, and that unrequited soothing. This thought made my heart a little restless. By coincidence, he opened the system message and saw that sentence again. Shi Qing, I want to see you. Seeing it again, it was still so strong, like an electric current rushing through his heart. Although it was only 6 words, he could imagine Qin Mo's expression when he said these words. Watching steadily, he unconsciously groped into his pants, and the little brother who had raised his head was held tightly. Shi Qing couldn't care about it at all. He was fondling quickly, squinting his eyes. His mind was full of things that he shouldn't be thinking, and he murmured softly involuntarily, Qin Mo, Qin Mo, Qin Mo. The sound was very small as a feather falling to the ground, almost inaudible, but light and light, sweeping in my heart. Stimulation, shame, and unspeakable emotions all turned into electric currents, making him completely carried away. When his hands were sticky and wet again, Shi Qing slowly regained his senses. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the night was getting dark, but the moonlight mischievously peeked in through the gap in the curtains and shone on Shi Qing's flushed cheeks. He stared blankly at the palm of his hand, unable to comfort himself any longer. After waking up from the dream, he chanted Qin Mo's name and reached the peak. Shi Qing shook his head desperately, as if he could get rid of these thoughts. It wasn't until his head was dizzy that Shi Qing felt that he seemed to be a little normal, getting out of bed again with a red face. The second pair of pajama pants was also exposed to the sun on the balcony. Fortunately, Xiao's mother prepared 3 sets of pajamas for Xia Nuo. Otherwise, Shi Qing wouldn't have to wear them right now. This time, he really didn't think about it anymore. It might be that the tiredness after vending came up and stained the pillow, and he fell into a deep sleep. Outside the ordinary houses in the East 8th District, there is a car that is incompatible with the environment here. Dim yellow lights were on in the car, and on the left side of the back seat sat a teenager about 11 or 12 years old. With a delicate face and black eyes, he fixedly stared at the opposite residential building. His eyes passed through the window and fell on the second window on the 3rd floor. Shi Qing, I am waiting for you. Shi Qing slept badly in the first half of the night and slept soundly in the second half of the night. He didn't even have a dream. When he woke up at dawn, he was woken up by knocking on the door. After Shi Qing woke up, he was still confused for a while, wondering why the room was so dark. It was so dark. Why did he knock on the door before dawn? As soon as he turned his head, he saw a pair of pajama pants drying on the balcony to block the light. All of a sudden, the memory of the first half of last night rushed back, and his face burned red. He had a sexual dream, and he was still thinking about Qin Mo's. So what? Stop. Too limitless. How could he flirt with the host like this? No matter how good-looking the host is, she is still a woman, okay? How could such a thing be done? Shi Qing sat on the bed in a daze. His heart was pounding. His whole body was not feeling well. Why did he accidentally become a pervert? How could he get along with Qin Mo in the future? At this time, the knocking on the door became louder, and Huang Mao's voice came in through the door. Xianu, hurry up, it's going to be late. Why did you wake up later than me? Hurry up and finish the 4-eyed massage. Class, we can have a vacation. Shi Qing woke up suddenly, and now he really didn't dare to think about it. Today is Saturday, but there is still a class at 10 frowny face dash in the morning, and there are only dash minutes. After reading, you can officially go on vacation. It is also because their graduate courses are too full, and they have to spend Saturday morning time. The teacher in charge of the class is notoriously difficult, nicknamed 4 Eyes, not because he wears glasses, but because he only has 2 eyes, but the sharp ones are like 4 eyes. Under his nose, don't even think about getting roll call. That's a dead word. Xia Nuo has always been a good student. Shi Qing didn't want to ruin his good reputation, so he got out of bed quickly, got dressed, washed up, and rushed out of the room. Seeing him coming out, Huang Mao stuffed him with a pancake and a cup of soy milk, and the two of them ran wildly. After rushing to the classroom, the time was okay, and there was still 10 minutes to spare, so the two quickly had a simple breakfast. Shi Qing was very grateful to Huang Mao for his thoughtfulness. Huang Mao said, "You did such a big favor to your buddies yesterday, and you didn't invite you out for dinner at night. It's all right to have hand pancakes in the morning." Shi Qing smiled, and when he heard about the night, his mind was a little fluttering, and his face couldn't help but turn a little red. Huang Mao is looking at him. Xia Nuo's face is really good-looking. Before his boss put his face down and lowered his head, he didn't realize why the more he looks these days, the more he looks better, but now he's running too fast. Error. The cheeks are slightly red, and they look more and more like a peach, making people want to take a bite. Emma, when I think about it this way, I really want to eat peaches. The sweet water is tender and full of juice. Drooling. The foodie Huang Mao's thoughts are running wildly all the way. 10 horses, I can't pull it back. In this class, both of them were in a mess. One was full of host, and the other was full of peaches. Fortunately, the two of them chose to sit in the front row, and they sat quite well. They kept staring at the 4-eyed lecturer on the podium, and their demeanor was extremely focused, which made Mr. 4-eyed quite satisfied. Look, how much his students love him. His lectures. After 10 minutes of hard work, the students all left, but Shi Qing and Huang Mao were still sitting seriously. Looking at it with 4 eyes, I thought to myself, there are not many good children who study so hard nowadays, and I am coming home from the holiday, so I am not in a hurry. How much love for learning is this? Thinking of this, he deliberately wrote down the names of the two of them, thinking that when he came back for the assessment, he would not embarrass them a little bit for the sake of being so serious, so that the students would know that he was not the one in the legend. Even though he is so mean and picky, he still loves obedient children very much. The two lucky ES don't know that the pie is falling from the sky, and they are still daydreaming there. Huang Mao was the first to wake up from the sea of peaches. He clicked his lips and looked at Shi Qing. "Xiaonua, are you going home? Why don't you go to my house? I'll go buy some fresh fruit." Only then did Shi Qing come back to his senses, and when he heard that he was going home, he suddenly realized that Qin Mo was still waiting for him. He had to go home quickly, say hello to Father Xia and Mother Xia first, and then contact Qin Mo to see where the two could meet. The thought of meeting him soon made him feel a little uncomfortable. What's up? What happened to him? Has it been saved? No. You must correct your attitude and stop perverting it. Shi Qing took a few deep breaths, didn't even bother to talk to Huang Mao, put his school bag on his back, and ran out. Huang Mao frowned and shook his head. He didn't know why Xiaonua was going crazy, but he couldn't take it anymore. So he hurriedly sent a message to his mother on the way. He wanted to eat peaches. The school is located in the East 2nd District, and Shi Qing's home is in the East 8th District, across 6 districts, and it takes nearly an hour by car, which is why Xia's mother asked him if he would go home. The distance is not short, and it is the critical moment of graduation. Last week, Xiaonua didn't go back, but it's time to go back this week, or parents should be worried. Shi Qing was on his way home, and he still couldn't calm down, but the more he worked, the slower the time. He simply took out his book, reviewed his homework, and was fascinated by it. Time went by very fast. After getting out of the car, he followed his memory to the gate of the community, thinking about sending another message to Qin Mo to discuss where to meet. He saw the car parked downstairs. The industrial development of this world is similar to that of the Earth era, and the types of cars are somewhat similar. Although Xiaonua is not interested in cars, he also recognizes that this car is expensive and not something ordinary people can afford. Just as he was wondering through the car window, he suddenly met the young man sitting in the car window. The black and gray car window was slowly pulled down, and the boy's face was gradually revealed. Short black hair, fair skin, and delicate eyebrows are both familiar and unfamiliar. He is about 7 or 8 times like Qin Mo, but because of his age, his narrow black eyes are slightly rounded, less hostile, and more immature. With just one glance, Shi Qing could hear his heart beating fast, almost rushing out of his chest. The car door was opened, and the young man came down. He was dressed in fine and elegant clothes, and his figure was slender, but his steps were very steady. He walked step by step, elegant and leisurely, calm and composed. In a trance, Shi Qing almost thought he saw Qin Mo. Walking all the way in front of him, the young man raised his head slightly, his thin lips parted slightly, and his voice sounded like spring water flowing in his ears. "I found you." After finishing speaking, he took Shi Qing's hand and pulled him down forcefully. Shi Qing was slightly leaned forward by his strength, and involuntarily leaned over slightly. The young man grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him, looking at the fair neck in front of him. Qi felt throbbing in his heart and hunger and thirst for no reason. Following his desire, he leaned over, sniffed the familiar smell greedily, stuck out his tongue to lick it, and then bit down hard on the warm and delicate neck. "Found you. Finally found you." "Ah!" Shi Qing screamed. "It hurts. He almost didn't throw Qin Xiaoma away. Fortunately, his instinct was still there at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have thrown the shrunken host 3 meters away, and when the host's memory recovered. "QAQ is so scary." "But, host, why are you biting? It hurts like hell." With an exclamation, Qi also let go. His eyes fell on the slender neck. The white and tender skin had obvious gums and a little bloodshot. His eyes moved slightly, and he lowered his head to lick it, tasting a trace of bloody smell. He didn't reject it at all. On the contrary, he cherished it very much, carefully, like harvesting a treasure, and licked up this bit of scarlet. This action is really not normal, and Shi Qing himself feels that something is wrong. Why does he feel like the host is sick again? He froze his body, held back the inexplicable itching, and finally asked, "Qin Mo, As soon as he opened his mouth, he realized something was wrong and quickly changed his mouth. Zimo. Although the two names are somewhat similar, but after all, one has 2 characters and the other has 3 characters. There's still a lot of difference. Zimo could hear it clearly. The unfamiliar name came out of his mouth, which made him very unhappy. He relaxed. Shi Qing looked at him. Who is Mo? Hearing Mo ask this question, Shi Qing just felt very weird. It seems that the host has really closed the memory, but the tragedy is that without the memory, the host doesn't look normal. Is Zimo abnormal? Or is Zimo, who has been timed, abnormal? Shi Qing was not sure. He was hesitating how to explain. Say it all? No, Zimo is only 11 years old. How can he accept such a strange thing? He thought about it for a while and decided to infiltrate slowly, and he must say what needs to be said, otherwise he would not be able to complete the mission. Mo is my good friend. Well, you two look alike. Zimo stared at him without making a sound, but then he closed his eyes and fell towards him. Shi Qing quickly caught it, startled. What happened to Mo? He quickly sniffed. His breathing was steady and smooth. How could it be like he was asleep in this state? He looked at the drowsy young man. Only then did he notice the obvious blue color in his eyes. Shi Qing couldn't help frowning. At this time, Yan Qi, who had been staying by his side and dared not say a word, stepped forward. Although he didn't know who the beautiful man in front of him was, he was really relieved to see Zimo fell asleep at this moment. 2 days and 3 nights. How can I bear it if I go on like this? Yan Qi whispered. Please don't let go. Let the little master sleep for a while. Shi Qing frowned and asked, What's going on? Yan Qi said, Little master has not closed his eyes for 2 days and 3 nights. 2 days and 3 nights. Shi Qing was slightly taken aback and immediately understood. Mo hasn't slept since time traveling. For such a long time, it is already the limit for the body of a child who is only in his teens. The feeling in Shi Qing's heart was unspeakable. He looked down at the palm that was holding him tightly. Small, fair, looks very weak, but is extremely firm and persistent, wishing to trap him forever with such strength. However, there is a deep sense of uneasiness hidden under the strong and irresistible posture. Afraid of losing, so hold tight. Afraid of being abandoned, so lock first. Shi Qing couldn't help but bend his eyes, put his arms around him lightly, and said softly, I'm here. Zimo slept deeply. No matter how strong his consciousness is, he is only in his teens after all, and he has endured for so long, which is really the limit. Because of the sealed memory, Mo also forgot some of the breath-regulating exercises that Mo originally knew, so he couldn't take a quick rest thanks to the fact that he spent a lot of dot coins on strengthening his body. Zimo didn't go into a coma or get sick directly. But even though he was in such a deep sleep, his left hand still held Shi Qing tightly, with such strength that Shi Qing, an adult, couldn't break free. Of course, Shi Qing didn't want to break away. He took Mo back to the car and planned to let him get enough sleep first. Otherwise, Xiao's father and Xiao's mother would be stunned when they returned home in this state. It's okay to make a child, but why does the child hold on to Shi Qing so hard? This obsession is so deep that you can't let it go when you fall asleep. But it was hard to explain. In fact, Shi Qing didn't know how to explain it to Yan Qi. However, Yan Qi always followed Zimo and never asked a single question. He came back at 10 o'clock in the morning, and Zimo slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shi Qing was next to him, except that he was a bit hungry, but he didn't feel bored at all, as if the sun was going to set in the blink of an eye. Zimo had been sleeping peacefully, but when he woke up suddenly. A pair of black eyes swished open, without a trace of mist, as sharp as a sharp knife. However, after he saw the young man beside him, he fell silent again. It's like a cheetah retracting its sharp claws, returning from a fierce attack state to a leisurely and calm state in an instant. Just because the prey in front of him didn't escape. Shi Qing didn't think so much. He only saw the boy wake up from his dream and couldn't help but ask with concern, Did you have a nightmare? Zimo ignored his question, but looked at the person in front of him fixedly. Soft short hair, beautiful eyes, upturned nose and ruddy lips, good-looking appearance, but he can be sure that he never seen. Why is there such a strong sense of familiarity with someone I don't know at all? It was so strong that it was as if this person was his property and belonged to him alone, and he couldn't stand him leaving, even for a minute. This is not normal. Because of his living environment, his vigilance towards strangers is simply innate, and he has such a strong obsession with a person he has never met, which makes him feel baffled. But even so, he didn't want to let go at all, and he absolutely couldn't let go. Shi Zimo involuntarily clenched Shi Qing's hand. He couldn't explain this emotion, but he didn't want to reject it. So be it. This is his, he said it. Seeing that Shi Zimo was silent, Shi Qing thought he was right and quickly comforted him. It's okay, I'm here. Shi Zimo looked up at him, then smiled slightly. Yeah, with his smile, Shi Qing couldn't help but gasp. But, too cute. It's like rubbing this soft face. Endure. We are not blaming sorghum. Shi Qing cleared his throat and was about to say a few more words to coax the children, but suddenly heard a stomach rumbling sound. He smiled dotingly at Shi Zimo. Are you hungry? Shi Zimo's eyes fell on Shi Qing's lower abdomen. The love on Shi Qing's face couldn't hold back anymore. It wasn't his stomach. Definitely not. In order to respond to him, his stomach grumbled again. This time the sound of grunting was extra loud, and he also felt bursts of pain, so hungry. Shi Qing's face was a little uneasy, and he happened to meet Yin Qi, who was standing silently beside him, and Shi Qing hurriedly smiled generously. Ha ha, Yin Qi, right? Let's go home and have dinner. Yin Qi. Shi Zimo smiled slightly, held Shi Qing's hand tightly, and replied softly, Okay. Shi Qing's face was very dry. It's really embarrassing. Why does he have the feeling of being spoiled by a 10-year-old child? This character is a bit messy. Shi Qing had already sent a message to Father Xia and Mother Xia, and made up a random reason, saying that he would not be able to go back until dinner time, so at this moment. Xia's mother has prepared a table full of good meals and dishes. As soon as she enters the house, the aroma of the rice is tangy, which makes her hungry stomach growl even more cheerfully. After introducing each other, Xia's father and Xia's mother were very surprised. After all, Shi Zimo's name has become a hot topic recently. Qi Lu's eldest son will undergo space assessment this year. The common people are looking forward to another 8th-level space carrier. You must know that because of the pedigree of the Qi family, each generation has a 50% chance of giving birth to a space carrier above level 5. Shi Zimo's grandfather gave birth to 6 children. The eldest is the carrier of the 6th-level space. The second is the 4th-level space. The third is the daughter of the 5th-level space. The 4th and 5th are twins, and there are also 2 5th-level spaces. The only 6th son, Shi Zimo's father, Qi Lu, had a big explosion and was a rare 8th-level space carrier. Their aptitude is very high, bloodline is one aspect, and a large amount of resource cultivation also makes their space growth rate very good. You know, among the ordinary people, the 4th-level space carriers are already very good, but in the Qi family's generation, the 4th-level space carriers are the weakest. Such an excellent physique is the foundation of the family. Therefore, in the annual qualification assessment, all children of aristocratic families who have reached the age of 11 are the focus of attention at that time. The common people are happy to discuss their qualifications, and at the same time they are looking forward to it. In fact, the level of their space aptitude directly determines the resources of the area they belong to. If the level is too low, it will directly affect everyone's living standards in the next few decades. Just like Qi Lu's 8th-level planning space, when it was first identified, it was a great joy for the whole region. It was decorated for a month, and after Qi Lu entered school, he paid more attention to it, and everything was the best. Well, the best are exposed to the public almost all the time, and Qi LV lived up to high expectations. He was smart, serious in his studies, and his space had been growing steadily. By the time he graduated, he was already well established. Up to now, not only has he succeeded the position of the head of the Qi family, but he has also expanded the number of residents and attracted more people to live in, making Lanqing district stronger and more prosperous. And Shi Zimo is Qi Lu's eldest son, the first successor of such an excellent father. He was given high hopes almost from the moment he was born. After more than 10 years of anticipation, Shi Zimo will be 11 years old in 2 months, and Shi Zimo's name has become a household name. This is what really attracts everyone's attention. If there is another 8th level space carrier, or if a rare 9th level and 10th level space is born, the benefits will be unimaginable. Xia's father and Xia's mother suddenly saw the legendary character. They were definitely nervous, but Shi Qing had already thought of an excuse. He explained that he was recommended by a teacher and was responsible for Shi Zimo's pre-enrollment foundation in these 2 months. Tutoring. This has always been a rule, and it is true that fresh graduates are mostly responsible. However, because the graduation exam is relatively heavy, most of the graduates who can be selected for this task have excellent grades, so that the grades will not be delayed. Xianhua has this opportunity. The teacher has mentioned it to him many times, but Xianhua is too nervous and pays too much attention to the test results, so he dare not delay it even if he knows that there is a young master of the Qi family among the graduates. I dare not take risks. After all, there is only one Shi Zimo, but there are tens of thousands of new students. He doesn't want to take risks with such a small chance of 1 in 10,000. But Xianhua hadn't had time to mention this matter to Xia's father and Xia's mother before, so it's no problem for Shi Qing to say that he was selected at this moment. Xia's father and Xia's mother showed joy when they heard what he said. This is really a great luck, even if you don't consider things after graduation. Just serving as Shi Zimo's pre-enrollment counselor now will have a very good reputation in the future. What's more, Shi Zimo is young now, and the child's heart is pure. As long as he treats him sincerely and leaves some affection, it will be of great benefit in the future. Xia's father and Xia's mother are not very powerful people, but they are not rigid. Regarding such things, they will not force them if they do not encounter them, but they will cherish them if they do. Xia's mother insisted on adding some more dishes, but was stopped by Shi Qing. Xia's mother thought about it for a while, and she just smiled and said to Shi Zimo, "If you want to eat anything, just tell Annie, and Annie will make it for you." Xianhua's appearance followed Xianhua's appearance. Shi Zimo was very familiar with Xianhua, so he had a good feeling for Xiamu, and smiled slightly on his usually unsmiling little face, and said something very decent. "Annie, don't bother, already good." The guests and hosts had a good time at dinner. Shi Qing helped Xia's mother clean up the table, and Xia's mother pushed her out as soon as she entered the kitchen. "I said that you don't need to do these things, go and play." Shi Qing didn't insist either. After all, there was a little friend sitting in the living room, and the little friend's eyes were still drifting towards him. In order not to make his parents suspicious, it's better for him to stay obediently by the little host's side. Back in the living room, Father Xia was talking about it enthusiastically. Although he knew Shi Zimo's identity, Father Xia was not too cautious. After all, he was only a child, and Shi Zimo was so cute that people couldn't help but feel sad. Like Xia's father is a true son-in-law. Seeing Shi Zimo in his teens, he couldn't help but think of Xianhua when he was a child. His father's love was overwhelming, and he played with Shi Zimo with his eyes bent. Xia's father also broke the news about Xianhua when he was in his teens from time to time. These little gossips made Shi Zimo very happy to hear them, so his acceptance of these childish games was much higher. When Shi Qing came over, Father Xia happened to receive a spatial reminder that the ore had matured and could be collected. This is a big matter. It is related to the food and clothing of the family. Father Xia didn't dare to delay, so he said, "You guys have fun, I'll go and get busy for a while." Shi Qing also helped Xia's father collect ore before, and he knew that Xia's father's job was not easy, so he really wanted to go in and help, but he couldn't leave Qin Mo here by himself. After thinking about it, he said to Qin Mo again, "Do you want to go and have a look together?" Shi Zimo was taken aback for a moment and asked back, "Is it possible?" Father Xia heard it and said with some embarrassment, "The space is rather messy." Shi Zimo's eyes darkened a little, but Shi Qing said, "It's okay. Anyway, I have to take a bath at night." Then he looked at Qin Mo again. "Are you afraid of getting dirty?" Shi Zimo's disappointed mood immediately became clear again, and he quickly said, "Don't be afraid." Shi Qing bent his eyes. "Then come." Shi Zimo looked at Shi Qing in a daze, and then smiled. He has never entered anyone's space. This is the first time, even though the space in front of him is very narrow, and it is full of gray-white rocks and flying dust, but he feels that everything is so fresh. Although Qi Lu has a proud 8th level space, he is too busy, and his space is too important. Because of the huge food output, Qi Lu himself has become a key protection object, and the inside of the space troops are stationed all year round to prevent accidents. You must know that even if the grain harvest is not good for just one season, it will have a huge impact on the entire region. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Zimo to enter Qi Lu's space, and his mother died early, so he has no chance to enter his mother's space. The stepmother was not bad to him, but she wasn't close at all. The younger brother could enter the stepmother's space, but he didn't even think about it. Yin Qi's space is full of whirlwinds. Even Yin Qi dare not enter, let alone mention others. So, this is almost 11 years old, and Qi Zimo has never seen a space. This is really a rare thing in this world. Although children before the age of 11 do not have their own space, most of them have entered the space of their parents, brothers, or relatives and friends. Like Qi Zimo, not even a vagrant, Shi Qing had been paying attention to Qin Mo all the time. He could clearly see Qin Mo's loneliness just now. Although he was a little puzzled in his heart, he didn't ask any further questions. Never entered space is not something to share. To put it bluntly, it's a bit shameful to put this kind of thing in this world, and it's hard to talk about it. This may mean that you are an orphan with no father, no mother, no relatives, and this orphan is also very bad, so bad that you don't have a friend. But in fact, Qi Zimo has a lot of immediate family members and many people around him, but none of them really care about him. Thinking of this, Shi Qing sighed in his heart. He originally thought that Qin Mo would enjoy a peaceful life by closing his memory, but unfortunately, Qi Zimo's experience is really not good. Maybe the same as Qin Mo's childhood. There are some similarities after thinking like this, and then turning his head to look at Qi Zimo's forced little face. Shi Qing felt that his heart had melted, so take care of him even more. Father Xia's space is a typical ore space, and there is only one kind of ore produced, which is iron ore. In today's era, iron ore is still very popular, with a wide range of industrial applications and a large consumption. But the problem is that there is also a lot of room for iron ore, which makes the price of iron ore not high, and sometimes even plummets. However, with the government's regulation, the current price is still stable, and the fluctuation of iron ore is stable. Only small-scale spaces like Father Xia's income can be stable. But the work is a bit heavy. When it comes to collecting, they are busy day and night, and because they are reluctant to hire workers, they can only go to battle as a family. Because of Xian Nua's memory, Shi Qing is very familiar with this job. Collecting it quickly and accurately, his original intention was to let Qi Zimo play here. But even if the host becomes a small host, he is still an awesome kid. Probably because of Qin Mo's previous body strengthening. Even if Qi Zimo was only 10 years old, his eyesight, physical strength, and strength should not be underestimated. Just watching Shi Qing collect a piece, he learned it. And the speed is fast and accurate, even faster than Shi Qing. How could Shi Qing be convinced? But for a while he became energetic. The two of them compared. What they did was full of enthusiasm. Xia's father was also doing it on the side, and he had time to light a cigarette. He turned around and saw the two boys so energetic he couldn't help laughing, and the little feeling of unfamiliarity with Qi Zimo before was completely gone. He squatted there imagining that if he and Xinrui, Mother Xia, worked hard to have two children when they were young, it would probably be like this. It's a pity that I'm getting older. An hour later, Xia's father refused to let Shi Qing and Qin Mo do it and forced the two boys out. Let them take a bath and rest early. The children are young, and doing less work for a while is to exercise the body, and it is not good to do it for a long time. It can be troublesome if you hurt your muscles and bones. Before going out, Xia's father also told Shi Qing, after taking a shower in a while, you give Xiao Mo a good massage to loosen your muscles, so that you won't be sore when you wake up the next day. Shi Qing nodded in response. On the contrary, Qi Zimo was still unsatisfied. He didn't feel tired at all after working nonstop for an hour, as if he had endless energy, and he kept working more and more. He has no memory, so he doesn't know that it is precisely because of the exercise that the power stored in the body is awakened a little bit and gradually merged with the current body, improving the physique and enhancing the quality of all aspects. But when he saw Father Xia's insistence, and then looked at the water drops on Shi Qing's forehead, he didn't insist anymore, and went out of space with Shi Qing. Xia's mother had already prepared hot water and sent the two boys into the bathroom. She turned her head and entered the space to help Xia's father. When Shi Qing and Qi Zimo entered the bathroom, they started to feel a little confused. Why didn't they wash it separately? Why do you want to get together? Yan Qi outside asked in a low voice. Master, do you need to serve? Qi Zimo said, no need, but his eyes were fixed on Shi Qing. This time, Shi Qing swallowed back the words, I'll go out first, you wash first. But, do you really want to wash it together? Take a bath with the host? Shi Qing blushed strangely. But Qi Zimo had already started to unbutton his shirt, and started to unbutton his belt after taking off his jacket. Shi Qing told himself that this is a 10-year-old child, not that ridiculously tall Qin Mo. Look, this fair skin is neither Qin Mo's hard chest, nor Qin Mo's well-defined abdomen, nor those two long legs. But thinking about it this way, his own powerful brain whole actually made up Qin Mo's brain, standing naked in front of him, Qin Mo, and thinking about the fatal dream before. Shi Qing's whole body is going to burn. After 3 minutes, Shi Qing ran away. No, he couldn't do it. He couldn't take a bath with Qin Xiaoma if he was killed. After taking a shower, there were worse things. Xia's father specifically ordered him to give Qin Xiaoma a massage. Shi Qing couldn't avoid this matter. He couldn't let Qin Mo fall asleep like this, and he would definitely be so painful the next day that he couldn't get out of bed, so he could only bite the bullet and start massaging. After facing it, Shi Qing calmed down. Finally, he hadn't gone crazy to the end. After Baoyuan Shuyi, he could still face Qin Xiaoma well. While pressing and wandering too far, Shi Qing began to find reasons for himself again. That dream, it seems to be nothing. After all, it is the sequelae of being in the Beastman world. Anyone who is tossed about like that will also have wild dreams. Not to mention Qin Mo is really good looking. So, it should not be a big deal, bar? Well, it must be nothing. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Qin Xiaoma, and found that he had fallen asleep. Shi Qing cautiously wanted to leave, but he had just got up and hadn't moved yet when the person who had been asleep suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of black eyes fixed on him. When Shi Qing was stunned, his right hand was tightly grasped. Stay! Shi Qing was very hesitant. He had just finished mental training, and he had already gotten himself out of the ranks of weirdos. But if they slept together again, he really couldn't help but think about it. After struggling for a long time, Shi Qing insisted decisively. It's too crowded here, I'll go to the next room. Qi Zimo stared at him, his black eyes sunk in the dark night, unable to see any emotion, but the strength in his hands gradually increased. Shi Qing sadly found that he couldn't break free. He was in pain from being held. He couldn't help frowning, and called out in a low voice, Xiao Mo. A low call brought Qi Zimo back to his senses. He was shocked by the strong, dark emotions in his heart just now, and he refused to let go. He was startled, and unconsciously let go of Shi Qing's hand. Although he didn't want to say it, he still forced himself to say, okay. Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, good night. Then he got up and left. Watching Shi Qing walk out, Qi Zimo tried his best to restrain his urge to catch up. Because of this restraint, his palms unconsciously twitched, and there seemed to be a wild beast hidden in his heart, roaring nonstop. Why? Let him run away. Why let him go? When he goes, you have nothing. Catch him. Hold him. Master him. He's yours. He's yours. These intense emotions hit him crazily. He resisted and suppressed desperately, but the burning became fiercer and fiercer. He couldn't resist this kind of instinctive emotion engraved in his bones. The feeling of waking up in the middle of the night hit again. The cold air, the empty palms, unable to fall asleep, unable to sleep peacefully. Shi Qing went to the next door, lifted the quilt, and nestled in. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. But he, who usually sleeps well, couldn't fall asleep again tonight. Tossing and turning several times, he was really worried. After grinding for an hour, Shi Qing still didn't feel sleepy at all. So Shi Qing simply lifted the quilt, jumped out of bed, and decided to take a look. He quietly moved to the next door, opened the door cautiously, and was stunned just as he entered the room. In the dark room, the young man sat quietly by the bed. His movements were the same as when Qing left, quiet and indifferent, like a lifeless statue. There is no doubt that if Shi Qing hadn't come to take a look, he would have sat there all night, just like the previous 2 days and 3 nights. Alone, watched till dawn. Seeing this scene, how could Shi Qing still leave? Especially when Qi Zimo turned his head to look at him. Although there was no expression on his little face, he just felt more distressed. Okay, this is a child who can't even cry for a reward. Shi Qing's heart was as soft as Tan Shui's, and he walked quickly to the bedside, and then worried that this was Qin Xiaoma, with his super self-esteem. So he took a few steps back, touched his nose, smiled, and said, "Hey, I'm used to sleeping here. I'm really not used to changing the bed suddenly." Qin Xiaoma's eyes were obviously flickering. Shi Qing continued his efforts. "If you don't mind, let's squeeze together." Qin Xiaoma nodded quickly. Shi Qing also sneaked onto the bed. The 1.5-meter bed is really not too wide, but Xia Nua is a thin bamboo strip, and Qi Zimo is only a half-grown child, so it is not too crowded to sleep together. But Shi Qing was still squeezed. Originally, he thought it would be enough to hold Qin Xiaoma's hand, but he didn't expect that this guy insisted on hugging him after he fell asleep, which is not a proper way of hugging, logically speaking. The height difference between the two should be Qin Xiaoma's nest and Shi Qing's arms. But Qin Xiaoma has obviously never hugged anyone before, so he just regarded Shi Qing as some kind of big pillow, hugged Shi Qing's forehead, and forced him in his arms. Shi Qing resisted a few times, and sadly found out that this kid is too strong. He can't handle it. In the middle of the night, Qin Xiaoma said dissatisfiedly, "Don't move. Go to sleep." Shi Qing. He thought he wouldn't be able to fall asleep, but in fact, after he stopped struggling, he fell asleep faster than anyone else. When he closed and opened his eyes, it was dawn. Sweat. I knew I could sleep so soundly, so I messed around last night. Speaking of which, Qin Xiaoma is a child after all. No matter how animalistic he is, he can't have any thoughts about this child. Can he? Sure enough, I thought too much. Qi Zimo got up earlier than Shi Qing. He has never stayed in bed since he can remember. He always gets up at 6:30, washes up, runs in the morning, and eats breakfast. Although he is a child, he is older than the average adult, but also self-disciplined. These are also particular. The Qi family has been passed down for hundreds of years. So many high-level space carriers can appear. On the one hand, it is indeed because of their excellent blood, but on the other hand, it is also because of their own health preservation techniques. Before the age of 11, the more you pay attention to rest and maintenance, and the more you keep your body in full swing, the better the space you will activate at that time. Qi Zimo has been given high hopes since he made his voice. With such a family background on top of his head and such a father at the forefront, he can only do better. But today, he didn't want to get up, and when he opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him, he could clearly feel the peace and stability in his heart, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise a happy arc. Since you don't want to let go, don't let go. No matter what the reason is, he has already caught him and will keep him by his side forever. While thinking about it, he couldn't help but move closer to Shi Qing and gently kissed his docile eyes that were still closed. "I gave you a chance. You came back by yourself, and you don't want to leave me, do you? So please stay by my side." Xia's father and Xia's mother got up very early, mainly to collect but they also prepared meals for the children early. Yanqi looked at the time and guessed that Qi Zimo was about to wake up, so he went to reheat it. When Shi Qing and Qi Zimo came out, they saw hot rice porridge, steamed buns, and refreshing side dishes. Shi Qing first said to Yanqi, "Please." Yanqi was taken aback for a moment, a little embarrassed, but still said in a regular manner, "It should." After sitting down, Qi Zimo also said to Yanqi, "Let's eat together." Yanqi really panicked now. He hesitated for a long time. Qi Zimo took a look at him. This is not Qi Zhai. Yanqi immediately burst into tears. This change of face made Shi Qing embarrassed, but he saw that Qi Zimo was so calm, and he couldn't take it too far. So he persevered, pretending that he didn't see it. After dinner, Shi Qing took Qi Zimo to Father Xia's iron mine space. Father Xia and Mother Xia were resting, drinking water on the sidelines. Seeing the two coming in, he hurriedly said, "Let's go out and play here." "No need for you." Shi Qing insisted on helping, and Qi Zimo said that he needed to get more familiar with the exclusive space. For such a legitimate reason, Father Xia and Mother Xia would naturally not drive them away. The division of labor and cooperation between the two this time resulted in twice the result with half the effort, and the workload of 1 hour was comparable to Xia's father and Xia's mother. Father Xia praised them ha, but then drove them out completely. "Children, you should rest more. How can you do hard work here?" Shi Qing was as tired as a cow, but Qi Zimo's condition was better than yesterday, and he was even more unsatisfied. What Shi Qing saw was envy, jealousy, and hatred, and he secretly thought that he must also strengthen his physique in the future. There is no harm in having great strength. The morning flew by, and at noon, considering Qin Xiaoma's health, Shi Qing urged him to take a nap, wishing he could make up for the 2 days and 3 nights he had lost before. Qin Xiaoma has always been obedient, eating when asked to eat, sleeping when asked to sleep. As long as Shi Qing is always around, he will behave flawlessly. He is hundreds of times more obedient than all the children Shi Qing has ever seen. But as soon as Shi Qing walks away, the good boy turns into a bad boy in a second, and he is very high-end, very domineering, making people unable to resist. The two of them stayed together throughout the weekend, and Qi Zimo didn't mention the matter of going back to Qi's house at all, but Shi Qing was a little anxious. After the weekend, that is Monday, he has to go back to school, and he can't bring Qi Zimo with him when he goes back to school. Although under Qi Zimo's operation, he has actually served as his counselor, but the preschool tutoring is only a weekend tutoring, only 2 or 3 class hours, and the school will not allow children who have not yet entered school to study. Even the Qi family can't do it. This is a rule that has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one can break it. What's more, it is impossible for the Qi family to anger the school because of these trivial matters. The aristocratic families wish they could hold the school well, so why would they take the initiative to find thorns to discredit themselves? And it is impossible for Shi Qing not to go to school. It is the critical moment of graduation. How can it ruin Xia Nua's life? After working hard for more than 10 years, it ended up being the last month. This is definitely the rhythm that will make Xia's father and mother mad. It's impossible for Shi Qing to be so muddled. So, they are facing parting. On Sunday night, the two of them washed up and went to bed. Shi Qing looked at the beautiful Qin Xiaoma and felt soft in his heart. He had discovered the 2 days of getting along. Qi Zimo is a young master, but he really doesn't have the temper of a young master. Although he is very unsmiling at a young age, he seems to be very difficult to get along with on the surface. But in fact, he is very careful and caring. He thinks carefully about everything he says and does. He is very polite and highly self-controlled. It's like when eating, he never eats first, and he is never picky about food. There are 3 dishes on the table, so he must eat some of each. The intake of vegetables, meat, and rice is extremely precise. No more, no less. Studying, exercising, entertaining, and working and resting are also very regular. Of course, the premise of sleeping is that Shi Qing is in front of him. Qi Zimo has always been very polite to Xia's father and Xia's mother. The conditions of Xia's family are very ordinary. Perhaps in front of a young master who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, it is already considered crude, but he will not reveal it at all. Come out, the golden house and the humble room are regarded as the same. This kind of mentality and approach will make others admire in an adult, let alone a 10-year-old child. In less than 2 days, Xia's father and Xia's mother already liked him from the bottom of their hearts, and they really regarded him as their second son. Shi Qing is not jealous at all. On the contrary, he feels too proud. Look how likable and distressing his host was before he got sick. But thinking about it, he felt another twist in his heart. He had seen Qin Mo's life experience, including when he was a child. Qin Mo was very similar to Qi Zimo when he was a child, although the family environment was different, but their personalities were very similar. They both demanded too much of themselves and had a strong self-esteem. demanding of himself, being able to persevere, not afraid of hardship, unbelievably strong perseverance. But he was smart and talented since he was a child, so he does everything extremely well, and everything is perfect. No one would hate such a child, and a little deep friendship would make people feel distressed. But even if Qin Mo had achieved this, his parents never put him in their eyes. They were still indifferent, and Qin Mo's stubborn character is forcing him, which will make him work harder, make him more demanding, and at the same time be more outstanding. Such dedication and hard work, in the end, was a blow to the head, being framed, tortured, bruised, and dying. All of these are not comparable to the spiritual trauma caused by the collapse of the beliefs he has always insisted on. His personality is clearly polarized. He can go to the sky when he is excellent, but he will sink to the deepest hell if he collapses. So he was completely blackened. His persistent belief turned into dark revenge, and his hard-working progress turned into crazy destruction. He could have ascended to the 6 realms and ascended to become a god, but now he abandons the light and degenerates into a demon. Shi Qing missed Qin Mo's childhood, but when he saw Qi Zimo, he seemed to have touched that memory. So he instinctively wanted to guard Qi Zimo well and let Qin Mo in another world have a completely different ending. Shi Qing was wandering in vain, but was brought back to his senses by a light touch on his neck. A pair of black eyes stared at the pretty face in front of him. "What are you thinking?" Shi Qing was stunned. Of course, he couldn't tell Qi Zimo that he was thinking about Qin Xiaoma, so he hurriedly said, "Tomorrow is Monday. I have to go back to school." Qi Zimo, yes. Shi Qing had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. "That? You can't go to school?" Qi Zimo, yes. Shi Qing. "My child, don't you understand my brother's hint?" Shi Qing took a deep breath and was about to clarify directly, but Qi Zimo spoke again. "You can go to my place after class, and I will help you with day study." Shi Qing. Damn it. It turned out to be okay. It's just, why is it so strange to say this from a teenager? "Young master, you are just a doll, not a cool, domineering president. But it seems that it's not a big deal to go through the day study. At least it's far worse than the Tianliang Wangpa." Shi Qing mourned for half a second for his owed IQ, and then fell asleep with the doll in his arms. Qi Zimo, who is not sick, is much kinder than his classmate Qin Mo, who is already ill and blind. At least he doesn't need to keep Shi Qing by his side all the time. Just arrive. Considering that it is difficult to explain to Xia's parents and Xia's mother about the day-to-day study, and Xia's family is too far away from the East-H district and the East-ND district if they run back and forth, Shi Qing's legs will lose weight. The Qi residence belongs to the Central District, and it is very close to every district. It only takes 10 minutes by car to the East 2nd District where the college is located. It is much more convenient for Shi Qing to go to and from school. In addition, classmate Yin Qi said that Qi Zimo couldn't stay home all day long, and Qi Zhai was not conspicuous for a long time, so they settled in Qi Zhai. Shi Qing didn't have much opinion on this. On Monday, Shi Qing arrived at the school early in the morning. Unexpectedly, Huang Mao, who had been stuck all the time, came early today. Huang Maojing looked sad, and when he saw Shi Qing, he cried, "Xia Nua, the first class today is Lao Wang's class. I didn't finish the homework he assigned last week." Operation? Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat. "Ma Dan, forget about it to Java country. Old Wang is Wang Yang." Last time, he was very optimistic about Shi Qing. The homework assigned to Shi Qing was practical, and he was asked to plant seedlings in his own exclusive space. It's a pity that Shi Qing has been patronizing and coaxing Mrs. Zheng these days, and completely forgot about it. The first class today is... What is he going to do? No, I can't ruin Xia Nua's good reputation. Not to mention that Wang Yang is very optimistic about Xia Nua, and he might be able to work hard for him to stay in school. If I lose my impression today, wouldn't it be a big deal? After thinking for a long time, Shi Qing thought about it. No matter what, hurry up to the space to plant seedlings. But seedlings have a growth cycle. Especially, these special seedlings are specially used for initial planting. As long as they are taken care of carefully in 2 days, they can grow long enough to reach maturity. And Shi Qing is planting it now, less than 2 hours away from class, so it won't grow much. At that time, Wang Yang will also be able to find the problem. However, Shi Qing also had other ideas. He decided to dig a few more holes in the space, creating the illusion that he had planted and planted. After all, according to the analysis of the soil composition submitted by Xianhua before, his space, the survival rate of internal planting is very low, and multiple failures are also possible. Although suspected of cheating, Shi Qing couldn't let Xianhua just hand in the blank paper like this. Hey, thinking about it this way, he regretted it even more. It's been a long time since he was a student, and he forgot such an important thing. Shano, I'm sorry for you. He hurried into the space, carefully planted the seedlings according to the instructions in class, loosened the soil again, and did some preparatory work before leaving the space sweating profusely. Huang Mao was still looking at him pitifully with his big eyes open. Shi Qing patted him on the forehead. Hurry up, bring your homework. Don't think I'll do it for you again. Do it yourself. I'll watch from the side. After struggling for another hour, under Shi Qing's persecution, Huang Mao managed to finish his little thesis. Both brothers and sisters breathed a sigh of relief together. In today's lottery, both of them were very lucky. Point one number one, number two. Huang Mao no dash, Shi Qing no dash. Professor Wang Yangda came early today. After the routine unified lecture, he began to check the homework. Because Huang Mao's knowledge is theoretical knowledge, so you only need to take a look at it in person and change it. But Shi Qing's work is practical, so he needs to enter the space. Entering his own space with Wang Yang, Shi Qing felt uneasy, guilty, and very annoyed. But who would have thought that Wang Yang was very satisfied when he saw Shi Qing's space? He even patted Shi Qing on the shoulder and said encouragingly, "Very good, you work hard." Shi Qing, "Professor, why are you so easy to fool? My conscience is disturbed. Just thinking about it." When he turned his head, he was stunned. The seedlings he planted 2 hours ago have now grown into green. Wang Yang is still studying the greenness on the ground seriously. This is a herbaceous plant called sedge, note 1. Can grow into. The sedge looks like a leek, but it is much taller than a leek, and the leaves are more than twice as thick. But it is a pity that sedge has no food value or medicinal value. So even if the growth cycle is short and the output is large, it is of no practical use. At most, it is used to learn planting for beginners. After all, if the cycle is short, the results can be seen as soon as possible, and the course can progress faster. Wang Yang inspected it carefully and felt more and more satisfied. Looking at the growth situation, Shi Qing definitely started to try planting right after class. Because of his abundant theoretical knowledge, he was very skillful in his techniques, with a high planting rate and a high survival rate. Good. It's just, he frowned, saw the other half of the open space, and asked, "Why are there so many potholes here?" Shi Qing, how can he explain it? It's an illusion he deliberately made thick to fool you. Too bad it's useless. Shi Qing had no choice but to make a fuss about it, but Wang Yang didn't pursue it. Instead, he gave detailed guidance, corrected some details, and summed up some flaws. I hope Shi Qing can go further next time. In fact, Qing was also surprised at the time, but he didn't dare to show it for the time being. He just listened carefully to the class and quickly absorbed more knowledge. It wasn't until the end of a class that Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and had time to think about the problem just now. Why does a plant that obviously takes 2 days to mature grow in just 2 hours? Shi Qing slowly recalled that Xianhua had never planted any plants in the space before, which was also particular. Because the space is too narrow, if they are planted indiscriminately before the fire is reached, the soil nutrients will be lost, and the fragile space environment will be destroyed. At that time, it will affect the later growth and advancement. So even though Xianhua was very curious, he didn't dare to plant it lightly. But now that he was about to graduate, Wang Yang specially assigned homework, so Shi Qing dared to plant, but he strictly followed the requirements in the textbook. Although the time was urgent, he didn't dare to make the slightest deviation. But he really didn't expect that Xianhua's space would be so special. Speaking of which, everyone here has space, and the quality of the space varies greatly, but they all have certain commonalities. For example, although the planting space is different in scale, environment, and soil composition, some may have a better environment, higher yield, and a little faster maturity, but there is absolutely no such thing as Xianhua, which is simply amazing. You know, even a genius like 8th level space like Qi Lu's is only too large to imagine. But after planting crops, even if a large amount of fertilizer is applied, at most it will increase the yield, and the speed is indeed fixed. On the contrary, it is the collection space because the minerals are different and the resource cycle is also different. In some mineral spaces, the minerals mature faster, while others are slightly slower. But there are reasons for this. It is entirely determined by the overall quality of the space. If the elements are extensive, the ore will grow faster and more. If the elements are scattered, it will naturally be slower and less. But in the space for planting, it has never been heard that the crops can mature early. Suppose, in Qi Lu's 8th level space, a wave of wheat is planted. The maturity period is 3 months, and the grain received is enough for the people of a large area to eat. If the maturity period of wheat is suddenly shortened to 3 days, the yield is simply terrifying. Now that Xianhua space is rated as a 4th level space, there is already a lot of room for development. Although the final scale is definitely not as good as Qi Lu's, even if the size of the space is only 1% of Qi Lu's, the crop maturity speed of the final output is amazing enough. Shi Qing was a little excited, but he managed to calm down. Everything was just a guess, and further verification was needed. It is not certain that all plants can grow faster, just because of the sedge planted just now. These 3 days are full of classes, and it is the last assault before the exam. After 3 days, it will officially enter the exam month. And it will be even more busy when the time comes. Shi Qing didn't dare to waste the time. He could only practice at night if he wanted to. Fortunately, now that he has gone to study for a day, he will return to Qi's residence at night, so he has plenty of time to study. Shi Qing was earnestly attending class, and Qi Zimo also returned to Qi's house, but he never expected that Qi's house, which was originally deserted, would be very lively today. Before Qi Zimo entered the house, he saw the cars parked in the yard. 5 cars, 2 pure black, 1 silver and white, 1 fiery red, and the last royal blue. The cars are all one-on-one famous cars, especially the last fire red and sapphire blue are limited editions this year, and they can't even be bought with money. But Qi Zimo just glanced at it, then calmly looked away. He already knew that the uncle, the second uncle, the third aunt, and the 2 cousins had all returned. Without stopping, he still walked in steadily, returned to his room first, and changed his clothes in an orderly manner. Yin Qisho was outside. He had followed Qi Zimo for many years, and he knew the Qi family well. Grandpa Qi passed away, and the 6 brothers and sisters also had their own developments, and Qi Lu became the head of the family because of the rare 8th level space, and lived in the mansion. Originally, the youngest son had achieved the greatest achievement. Although it was already an established fact, it couldn't stop the other brothers from feeling uncomfortable. Especially Qi Lu's elder brother Qi Rui. Qi Rui is Mr. Qi's first child, the first to grow up, and the first among the brothers to activate the space. He made a good start. The 6th level space aptitude is already very good. You must know that Mr. Qi is only a 6th level space. Therefore, Qi Rui was almost raised by the head of the family. He is the eldest with excellent space, and Mr. Qi also favors him. It's really smooth sailing for half of his life. Especially the brothers and sisters behind him are not as good as him, which makes him feel at ease. Mr. Qi also almost believed that he was the successor of the next generation. Especially at that time, Mr. Qi and Mrs. Qi were already 45 years old, and it was impossible to have another child, so Qi Rui felt more at ease. But who would have thought that after a year, Mrs. Qi died unexpectedly, and Mr. Qi lost his wife, so he was very depressed for a while, and almost passed on the position of patriarch. It's a pity that the current social regulations are there. The government encourages remarriage for all men under the age of 55 and with space qualifications above level 5. Mr. Qi couldn't resist, but he had no intention of having another child, and even if he remarried, he would always treat him coldly. But Qi Lu's mother is also a person with ideas in her heart. It is self-evident why she married an old man who is nearly 50, not to mention that if she doesn't have a child by her side, her future life will be difficult. A gentle and virtuous wife, thoughtful and caring. even with the cynicism and sarcasm from Qi Rui and others, and all the bad tricks. Mrs. Qi stood up and gave birth to Qi Lu. How can Mr. Qi be unhappy when he is old? But he also has concerns. After all, Qi Rui has already married and established a business, and his grandson is as old as his younger son. So if he loves his younger son at this time, he is afraid that Qi Rui will have ideas. What's more, Qi Rui really has an idea. He didn't expect what Qi Lu could do at that time, but he was disgusted in his heart, thinking that his father was so old. Even if he married a wife according to the government's regulations, how could he get a younger brother for him? How does this make their brothers and sisters think? Already have 5 kids. Is it necessary to regenerate? To be honest, Qi Rui doesn't think it's an honor for a younger brother to be his own son. Because of this, he was ridiculed by those friends for more than half a year, and they even nicknamed him Little Daddy. This is to name him in the future to support this younger brother who came halfway. The Qi family has a big business, so it's okay to support someone. It's just a psychological barrier. Because of Qi Rui's mentality, Qi Lu's childhood couldn't be said to be happy. The mother and son lived in fear, and Mr. Qi loved them in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Because of his attitude, Qi Rui's brothers and sisters had a lot of troubles, and Qi Lu and Mrs. Qi really suffered a lot. At the age of 11, Qi Lu's space evaluation, a rare 8-level space, came out, which almost overturned the entire continent. This time, in a powerful conflict of interests, Qi Rui instantly hated Qi Lu to the bone. It's a pity. As soon as the result came out, Qi Lu was completely protected. Mr. Qi did not hide his love for his youngest son at all. He had family guards and government support. Qi Lu was only 11 years old, but he had an elite man by his side. Troops, take protection with you. No matter how much Qi Rui had an idea, he couldn't implement it. Until Qi Lu became an adult and inherited the position of patriarch, he only secretly hated that he didn't have the heart to kill this bastard early. Therefore, the brothers and sisters of Qi Lu's generation are just a mess, without any sense of friendship. Mr. Qi also knew that their relationship was not good. Although Qi Lu was the head of the family in the end, he loved Qi Rui for half his life after all, so how could he bear the heart of his eldest son to be down? Before leaving, he left a will, assigning a quarter of the ownership of the magic stone to Qi Rui, and another quarter for the second, third, fourth, and fifth to share. If the bloodline is the foundation of the family, then the magic stone is what they spend their entire lives protecting. It is also because of the magic stone that the aristocratic family can attract more people to join, so as to cross the big power, strive for more resources, and live a better life. The magic stone is not a product of any space. It is a miraculous thing that exists in this world. Its only function is to advance the space. It is a treasure that everyone in this world rushes to. The level of spatial aptitude is fixed, but each space has the potential for growth, and growth is divided into 6 stages, and each step will enter another realm. The promotion of the first 3 levels is relatively common. As long as you spend a lot of money in your own continuous efforts, you can basically grow up after spending some time. But the next 3 stages depend on opportunities. On the one hand, more basic materials are needed to carry out breakthrough experiments. Magic stone as a medium. Without magic stones, you will never break through to the 4th level, and the growth of the 4th level space is more than twice that of the 3rd level, and it increases geometrically. For example, the spatial ability of the 3rd level and the 4th level is almost equivalent to the 5th level and the 3rd level. Such a large span is enough to make people crazy. However, the output of magic stones is extremely low, and the known mine veins have long been occupied by aristocratic families. There are constant conflicts between the aristocratic families, and the biggest point of conflict is the dispute over the mine veins. As for the patriarch of the aristocratic family, the greatest right is to control the distribution of magic stones, and Mr. Qi is so stupid that he distributed such important things. His intentions were good because he knew the estrangement between them. He knew in his heart that Qi Lu also hated Qi Rui. He was afraid that if Qi Lu took power, the other 5 children would not have a good life, so he gave them a solid foundation. But they didn't expect that it was this move that gave them the confidence to make trouble. This generation can't fight, but there is still the next generation. As a result, All the spearheads have gathered on the third generation. And Qi Lu's eldest son, little friend Qi Zimo, was simply their first target. Qi Rui's eldest son is in the 6th level space, the second son is in the 5th level space, and the third son is also in the 5th level space. The second child is only one child. It was only assessed 2 years ago, and it is only a 4th level space. And Qi Rui is full of energy, wishing he could turn into a stallion. In addition to the 3 adults, he has made persistent efforts to give birth to 3 more, a pair of twins who are the same age as Qi Zimo, who are also qualified this year, and the youngest girl, only 6 years old. This big family has been instilled with a concept since birth. Qi Lu cannot be defeated, but Qi Lu's son must be defeated. Qi Lu and Qi Zimo's mother were in free love, and the relationship was very good. After giving birth to Qi Zimo, Qi's mother hurt her body. Qi Lu was in so much pain that he persisted for 2 or 3 years, and finally followed his father's old path and remarried. I married my current wife, surnamed Jean and named Lei. And she is also a young lady from a family, but it's a pity that her spatial aptitude is mediocre, that IT took a lot of thought to be able to marry Qi Lu. She inherited old lady Qi's excellent ideas, and devoted all her heart to conquering her husband. Unfortunately, Qi LV was a lover, and she couldn't forget her dead wife. Although she married her, she kept hanging out, until 2 years ago, Jean Lei, who was alone and ambitious, couldn't take it anymore, and finally got married with Qi Lu through some tricks. Although Qi Lu was furious the next day, she couldn't bring it up to say, "I can only bear it." But at the same time, Qi Lu also completely dislikes Jean Lei and hardly stays at home every day. It was also Jean Lei's luck that she hit the shot and became pregnant. Once you have a child, you have capital. Mrs. Qi is a ready-made example. After 10 months of dread and fear, Jean Lei's luck was overwhelming, and she succeeded in one fell swoop. Now, she has taken another big step towards a better life. So, in this big family, 90% are thinking that Qi Zimo can be planted. Qi Lu loves his son very much, but he is too busy. A person who is guarded by the army anytime and anywhere has zero personal freedom. Every time he goes home, he comes and goes in a hurry, not to mention facing Jean Lei. With this disgusting woman, he didn't want to go home even more. He still can't pick up Qi Zimo, and he can't let a little baby run around with him all day long. This is a big taboo for health preservation. Zimo lives his whole life, so Qi Lu can only be an unreliable father. He wanted to ask his mother to watch over his grandson, but Mrs. Qi has been taking care of his son since he became an adult. She suffered too much in her early years. Although she is only in her 50s now, she suffers from illnesses and is powerless. Qi Zimo grew up alone in the mansion until he was more than 10 years old. He changed his clothes, went to the hall, and frowned slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. The group of Qi Rui will go back to the old house for one thing. That is, the magic stone is about to mature, and they come to claim their share. Now that Qi Lu was not at home, Jean Lei couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as Qi Zimo appeared, all eyes in the magnificent hall were focused on this little doll. I really wish I could open my mouth and eat him. After Shi Qing finished his class, he waited for a long time after school when Yan Qi hurried over. Yan Qi saw Shi Qing, pulled him into the car, and said repeatedly, "Mr. Xia, come with me quickly, my little master is injured." What? Qinimo was injured. Shi Qing only felt a buzzing sound in his forehead. Qi Zimo was injured? Yes, he was indeed injured, and the injury was not serious. There was a bloody gash on his arm, and the blood was splashing. Qi Rui beside him looked surprised, and the fruit knife in his hand was dripping blood. When Jean Lei saw this scene, she screamed a long time ago. What happened? We have to go back and rewind. Qi Rui brought his second younger brother, third younger sister, and 2 sons to Qi's mansion. The idea was to take advantage of Qi Lu's absence to tease Jean Lei and the third generation of Qi. There just happened to be a ready-made excuse. The magic stone was mature, and they came to take away their share. Qi Rui had a quarter, and the remaining 4 brothers and sisters took a quarter, and they took a total of the Qi family magic stone half of the output. Although Qi Lu and the others don't see the magic stone, but every time the magic stone matures, they will come to lively. Qi Lu is not at home all year round. Jean Lei is not favored. Qi Zimo is just a 10-year-old doll, and Qi Zixuan is still a baby. If it wasn't because they couldn't get into the mansion on weekdays, they wouldn't mind making trouble every day. Everyone in the Qi family knows that children before the age of 11 want to have good aptitude, a stable mind, good habits, and attention to maintenance when they want to activate the space. These are all very critical conditions. Mrs. Qi's health is so poor now. Isn't it because she tried her best to protect Qi Lu in the early years, so that Qi Lu can still grow up healthily even though there are wolves in front and tigers in back? Now that Qi Rui wants to clear the way for his sons, he naturally thinks that he can make trouble for brother Qi Zimo. But it's a pity that he can't come every day, otherwise he must report every day and stimulate every day. But even if he can't come every day, when the magic stone matures, no one dares to stop him. He comes and takes his own things, which are protected by the government, and no one can do anything about it. Their motives for coming here are so impure, so naturally they won't do anything good. Qi Zixuan was too young to make trouble, so he had to make trouble with Qi Zimo. Jean Lei also had selfish intentions. For her son, she also wished that Qi Zimo had an accident, but she was not short-sighted to the end. Anyway, she knew that at the critical moment, she should be consistent with the outside world. So she was on Qi Zimo's side for the time being. Qi Zimo is also used to it. The magic stone matures 3 seasons a year, and they only come 3 times a year. It's hard not to get used to it. Qi Zimo's education since he was a child was to calm down and maintain his mind. So even if Qi Rui came to pick things up and toss again and again, he had to meet each other based on etiquette, but that was just one meeting, and he didn't even bother to give him a look. Qi Rui suffered a few times from being dumb, and at the age of 50, he hated this 10-year-old child even more. So he didn't feel ashamed to do this by himself. Today, I dragged my family and brought my 2 sons, thinking that young people, with many tricks, will definitely be able to piss off this little villain Qi Zimo. At the beginning, it was just a routine of counting jiajin, sarcasm, and ridicule in turn. These routines are also old routines, and Qi Zimo is very annoying to hear. Who knew that Qi Rui's eldest son, Qi Zihue, was in a daze and made a sudden statement. "Hey, Qi Zimo, don't you wonder how your mother died?" When he said this, even Qi Rui was stunned. Qi Zimo's mother died of illness. Everyone knows this. I'm dead to you. Your father and your mother have a deep relationship, and he doesn't come to see you every day because you killed your mother. Wait, this kind of words have also been said a lot in different ways. It stands to reason that if you tell a child this kind of thing, you will probably die of anger and cry, but Qi Zimo is not an ordinary child. He is too precocious. He has already gone through these things in his little mind several times, and he even thinks so when others say it, he just acquiesces yes. The impact is far less than imagined. And Qi Zihue mentioned this matter again today. Qi Rui felt that his son's morality was too low. This trick wouldn't work. But who would have thought that Qi Zihue was an idiot? Xinjin listened to a gossip, and now he was running the train with his mouth full of nonsense. Hey, do you really think that she broke her body because she gave birth to you? Let me tell you, no, it's not. Your mother stole someone. Someone found out. She committed suicide in fear of crime. This sentence made Qi Zimo stop abruptly and looked up at him. Qi Zihue was a little scared by him, but he thought that he had finally used the big move right, and he wanted to make persistent efforts. What kind of chaste and strong woman are you as your mother? Do you really think your parents have a good relationship? Dreaming. Qi Zihue's younger brother, Qi Zirwei, saw that his brother was so strong. He turned his head, remembered what he heard yesterday, and rushed to die. You just follow your mother. You are only 11 years old, and you are hooking up with people outside. They still sleep together. You are such an unscrupulous little whore at such a young age. I heard that he is still a student at school. What is his name? His name is Xianuo. Qi Zimo had known for a long time that Xianuo was Shi Qing. Hearing these words, his black eyes completely burned. Qi Zihue and Qi Zirwei are still proud. Damn it, this little bastard finally changed his face. It's best to be so angry that he hurt his heart and lungs, and turn around and turn out a piece of rubbish. That's great. Chi Zimo glanced at them, but suddenly turned his head and gave Yin Chi a soft instruction. Yin Chi's expression changed, and he turned his head and ran out. The little master told him to call the police. Although Yin Chi didn't understand it in his heart, he always followed Chi Zimo. He would do whatever he asked him to do, so he ran quickly. After Yin Chi left, Chi Zimo walked towards Chi Zirui and Chi Zihui. The two brothers are still working hard to see who will die faster than the competition. But seeing Chi Zimo approaching now, the two brothers felt a little frightened for some reason. But after thinking about it, they're just a little baby. What can they do? Can it still hurt them? So you keep talking about me, talking in high spirits. Unexpectedly, Chi Zimo suddenly approached Chi Zihui, grabbed his arm. Chi Zihui was about to shake it away, but suddenly his eyes widened. A burst of severe pain hit, and he lost consciousness in his arm instantly. A scream rang through the air. Chi Zihui, a man in his 30s, raised his head and fell like a dog eating shit. His face just hit the sharp corner of the coffee table. All his teeth were shattered, and his face was covered with blood. Everyone present was stunned. There was no time to react. Chi Zimo cleaned up one of them, then quickly walked towards Chi Zirui, not giving him a chance at all. Kicking him on the knee, the sound of bones shattering, turning around again, pulling the arm, snapping. The arm was broken. This is not a big deal. He kicked him again according to his back, and it was shocked 3 meters away and hit the shelf next to the wall. It was also the precise face that landed first, and his mouth hit the corner of the solid wood. The first front tooth was thrown out, and the tongue was bitten, and there was blood in the mouth again. But in just a few tens of seconds, there was chaos and howling. Jean Lei was stunned for a long time, holding her son. Chi Rui was also dumbfounded. But Chi Zimo didn't stop, walking towards Chi Rui with strides. Seeing the miserable appearance of his sons, Chi Rui had long been petrified. Seeing Chi Zimo coming now, it was almost like seeing a devil, and his legs were trembling. But anyway, Chi Rui is old, has a lot of experience, and has some preparations. When he saw the fruit knife on the coffee table, he picked it up without thinking and said tremblingly while stepping back, Don't you? Come over." Chi Zimo hooked the corners of his mouth, smiled mockingly, and walked over slowly. Chi Rui kept retreating until he leaned against the wall, and there was no way to retreat. He was holding a fruit knife, but was so scared by a 10-year-old child that he almost peed his pants. Seeing that the devil was approaching, Chi Rui closed his eyes tightly and waved the dagger like crazy. Chi Zimo approached him, grabbed his wrist, and swung his arm forward, followed by a smell of blood. Chi Rui opened his eyes, and what he saw was the hideous wound on Chi Zimo's arm and the blood dripping from his own blade. At this moment, the door of the living room was pushed open, and a group of policemen in black uniforms rushed in quickly. What I saw was Chi Rui took a fruit knife and stabbed a 10-year-old child. "Stop!" Accompanied by a stern voice, Chi Rui was quickly arrested, and Chi Zimo was also guarded. The scene was under control. The originally luxurious hall was in a mess. Chi Zihui and Chi Zirui were both unconscious. Chi's second son was already in a daze. Chi Rui was under control. Jean Lei stood there stupidly holding her son. There were a lot of people at the scene, but everyone's minds were in a mess. The two injured were carried away, and Chi Zimo was also urgently stopped bleeding and bandaged by the doctor. He lowered his head all the time, and only silently glanced at Chi Rui in a remote corner. The slightly raised corners of the eyes and the lowered corners of the mouth were full of sarcasm and ridicule. Chi Rui's whole body seemed to be frozen. After reacting instantly, he quickly argued, "No, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. It was him. It was him. It was Chi Zimo." He screamed sharply, but only got contemptuous glances that asked this uncle of the Chi family out of his mind. Laying it on Chi's second child is more reliable than pushing it on a 10-year-old doll, right? Look at the injuries of Chi Zihui and Chi Zirui. How can a 10-year-old child cause so much damage? Just kidding. Yan Chi, who came in with the police, didn't know the truth. He only saw that his little master was injured and felt distressed and regretted for a while. Chi Zimo looked at him and said, "I'm fine. Go and fetch Shi Qing." Yan Chi hesitated. Under such circumstances, how could he leave with peace of mind? Chi Zimo glanced at him again, then lowered his eyes and said, "Did you not listen to what I said?" Shi shuddered, stood up quickly, and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take Mr. over here." Then he rushed to the school gate, saw Shi Qing, and grabbed him into the car. When Shi Qing got into the car, his heart was agitated. When he heard that Qin Mo was injured, he panicked. After hearing Shi's narration and knowing that his life was not in danger, he managed to calm down. It only takes about 10 minutes from the school to Qi's house. Shi Kai is very fast, but Shi Qing still feels that it is abnormally slow. Too slow. He just wished he could run all the way there immediately with his magic power. Hurrying to Qi's house, the scene has been cleaned up. Those who were carried away were carried away. Those who were kidnapped. And even Jean Lei was called to another room for questioning. Qi Zimo was also sent back to the bedroom. When Shi Qing rushed in, what he saw was the young man who was sitting quietly on the wide bed with the quilt covering his legs. Qi Zimo looked up, saw him, and smiled slightly. "You are here?" Shi Qing didn't care too much, so he rushed over quickly and first took a closer look at the wound. Although it had been bandaged, Qi Zimo was small and his arms were thin, and his entire arm was tightly bound by bandages. "I don't know how big and dangerous this wound is." Thinking of the dangerous situation, Shi Qing felt his heart throbbing, and he was terrified. And then afraid that there would be anger rising up later, Shi Qing wished he could go and chop that bastard Qi Rue into pieces right now. What the hell is this uncle? It's a beast at all, such a small child. How could he do it? How much hatred. As for this Qi Rue, right? Blacklist. This revenge is not a gentleman. Huge. He was so angry that he turned his head to look at Qi Zimo's pale face again, feeling extremely distressed. Such a natural expression of concern and worry made Qi Zimo's gloomy mood gradually clear up. He looked up at Shi Qing and said, "I'm thirsty." Shi Qing acted quickly, carefully tucked him in the quilt, poured warm water over him, brought it to his mouth, and said softly, "It's not hot, it's just right, drink it slowly." Qi Zimo nodded, drank the water slowly, then raised his head. A pair of black eyes stared at him again. "Shi Qing, I'm hungry." Shi Qing's heart is now in the shape of water, and his brain is almost tortured to death. Hearing this tender voice again, let alone hungry, even the moon in the sky, he will try to pick it off. So, he hurriedly brought the dinner again. He fed it to Qi Zimo, and Qi Zimo fed it to him, and the two of them ate a meal for an hour. After dinner, Qi Zimo said he wanted to read again, but his arm was inconvenient, so Shi Qing read to him again. The two lingered until after 9 o'clock, and Qi Zimo said that he wanted to sleep. Shi Qing hesitated for a while and said, "I'll go to sleep next door. I'm afraid I might accidentally crush it at night." Before he finished speaking, he was denied no. Then Qi Zimo tugged at his hand again. "I won't be able to sleep." A pair of big eyes looked at him, the eyelashes flickering. The tender face was still white and transparent due to blood loss, and this voice was almost coquettish. What a fart Shi Qing is. After washing in vain, he went to bed. When the two of them were close together, Shi Qing's heart that had been hanging around slowly calmed down. With a slight reassurance, he finally recharged his IQ that owed money. No, Qin Mo has strengthened his body, not to mention physical strength and strength. Even his agility is ridiculously high. Although Qi Rue is an adult, it would be very difficult for a special police officer to injure Qin Xiama, right? He was thinking bad thoughts, but Qi Zimo rubbed against his neck and said in a low voice, "Shi Qing, you are so kind." In a word, Shi Qing was a little dizzy, ahem. "We were doing fine." "Shi Qing, don't leave me, okay?" Shi Qing was a little happy and couldn't help saying in his heart, "I can't leave you even if I wanna. We signed a contract." "Shi Qing, when I grow up, will I marry you?" Marry a god horse?" Shi Qing's brain successfully tripped, and the power went out completely. Is he being proposed? Still on the bed, being proposed by a 10-year-old doll, a male doll? What is used is not to marry, but to marry. I wipe. The focus is off. Hurry up and straighten it. Shi Qing's face was slightly flushed, but he came back to his senses a little. Ahem. Qin Xiaoma is only 10 years old. How would he know what marriage is all about? That is to say, just for fun. It would be foolish to take it seriously. Shi Qing turned into a bosom brother, and said earnestly, "Xiaomo, you are still young. You don't know what marriage is, and to marry a wife is to marry a woman, not a man." Shi Zimo didn't refute, but the hands on him got stronger. Shi Qing was afraid that he would go into a dead end, so he was about to explain it in a simple way. Shi Zimo said, "I know you despise me," muffled, hoarse, and full of depression in his tone. Shi Qing felt that his heart was bound by these words, and he was in pain, so he hurriedly said, "How could it be?" Shi Zimo raised his head, staring at him with a pair of black eyes. "You think I'm young? I'm a child. I want to be with you forever. But you just take it as a joke." Shi Qing was stunned for a moment. Shi Zimo was rarely so excited he couldn't move one arm, but the other arm was so powerful he didn't look like a child at all. No, he is also a child. No matter how deep his eyes are, the water vapor that rises up is faintly visible. He is strong and strong, but there is also a trace of fear that cannot be erased from the bottom. Shi Qing stared blankly. His heart softened without any surprise. He hugged Shi Zimo gently and whispered in his ear, "I don't dislike you. You are excellent. You are the best person I have ever seen." Shi Zimo buried him on his neck. Because of these words, his eyes sparkled, and his snow-white face was rarely stained pink. He asked for a promise. "Shi Qing, promise me." Shi Qing didn't hesitate this time, just sighed slightly, and then said, "Okay, I promise you." Although the wound on his arm was tearing and hurting, Shi Zimo felt an unprecedented warmth from another person who was so caring and caring. It was extremely gratifying and satisfying at the same time. Because of him, he became stronger and fearless in the face of the suffering in hell. He will grow into a powerful warrior. Hold him in your arms and keep him in your heart. After all, he was a child, and he was injured again and was hit violently in the afternoon. After getting the promise he had made, Shi Zimo fell into a deep sleep. Shi Qing was rarely sleepy. He tilted his head and looked at the young man in front of him. His shrunken, immature face could already see the splendor of adulthood. "When I grow up, I will marry you." He did take it as a joke, but he couldn't help it into his heart. He has never seen himself so clearly like now. The heart in his chest has been invaded by another person at some point, and will be occupied forever. He leaned closer to Shi Zimo and kissed him tremblingly on his white forehead with his eyes closed. He was as nervous as a young first love, and his voice was low but lingering. "Chinamo, I like you." The voice of the heart that no one would hear, just uttered it undefended under the moonlit night, like an elf under the moonlight, dancing freely, moving lightly, immature, pure, and beautiful enough to move the world. After a good night's sleep, Shi Qing woke up very early the next day. Looking back, Shi Zimo had already woken up, but he still wanted to serve this young master. Unexpectedly, the young master is more diligent than him. After he finished washing, Shi Zimo came in, followed by Yin Qi, pushing the dining cart. Shi Qing carefully inspected Shi Zimo's arm first, then instructed him carefully, and looked at the breakfast very worriedly, and found that there was nothing inedible, so he was relieved. Shi Zimo has been watching silently. Although there is not much expression on his face, the slightly raised corners of his eyes still reveal his thoughts, and he is very happy. After breakfast, Shi Qing hesitated for a while and finally asked the school for leave. Although the exam month was approaching, the classes were very intense, and it was an important final surprise attack, but Shi Qing was really worried about Shi Zimo. "Even if I leave to go to class like this, I will think wildly all day." Coupled with Xian Nua's solid homework, Shi Qing has been sorting out and summarizing these days. With a clear memory that will never be forgotten, he is still very confident about the exam. So just take a day off. Shi Zimo knew it, and now there was a smile on his face, shallow and gentle, and he looked extra cute and cute. The two of them were together, and the whole morning passed in the blink of an eye. When it was time to eat lunch, Shi Qing remembered the interrupted thought last night. But he couldn't ask. No matter how strong Shi Zimo was, he was injured after all. So what's the point of asking? However, Shi Qing still gave serious instructions, emphasizing such things as don't worry about being small. If someone bullies you, you must fight back. It doesn't matter if he is an adult or not. As long as he can avoid it, he must avoid it. The most important, these words, Shi Zimo also nodded one by one, but he didn't say a word about what happened. Shi Qing had no choice but to give up, woke up from a nap, and changed the medicine for Shi Zimo's arm. Because of the strengthening of his physique, he has a strong recovery ability. The wound that looked fierce before has gradually healed, but because it no longer bleeds, the terrifying wound is particularly obvious. On by Nun's arm, it looks like a ferocious dragon, especially scary. Fortunately for Shi Qing, due to the enhancement, at least there will be no scars. Otherwise, such an obvious place will be so ugly when it grows up. There was plenty of time in the afternoon. Shi Qing thought of his own space and wanted to take advantage of this time to go in and study it. He didn't treat Shi Zimo like a child and told him about his space directly. Shi Zimo was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and his voice became tense. "Can you take me in to have a look?" "Of course, can." He brought Shi Zimo into the space, but he was stunned all of a sudden. In his space, there is no place to stay. Entering suddenly is like falling into a sea of blue. His height of 1.7 meters 5 here can only show above the shoulders, and Shi Zimo's little friend was completely buried. But our little friend has always been domineering. He hurt one arm, and the other arm does not prevent him from being aggressive with a wave of his hand. The sedges who were taller than him suddenly became half shorter, and Shi Zimo stood out. Watching this scene, Shi Qing couldn't help thinking of Napoleon's famous saying, "If you think I am shorter than you, I will cut off your head immediately to eliminate this gap." Wax the sedges. Contrary to Shi Qing's assumption, Shi Zimo didn't have the slightest worry. Instead, he felt a rare excitement. Although he is only 10 years old and has not yet entered school, he knows a lot because of family reasons. He has been in contact with sedge, a common teaching plant, for a long time. But no matter where the books record, the height of the sedge is 1.5 centimeters to dash centimeters. It has never appeared before, like the one in front of you, with a super height of dash meters. Either there is a problem with the sedge seed Shi Qing planted, or there is a problem with Shi Qing's space. The sedge seeds are distributed uniformly by the school, so there can be no problem. So it is Shi Qing's space. Then I got in touch with what Shi Qing said. He planted the sedge, and it took him only 2 hours to achieve the effect of 2 days. If according to this ratio, Shi Qing left the space at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, he never had time to come in again. So far, a total of 28 hours. It is equivalent to 28 days in ordinary space, so these sedges have grown freely for 28 days. And there is another point. The sedge has also broken through its own growth limit. From the highest 1.5 centimeters, it has grown to dash meters, more than doubling its height. If this is a practical crop, the output is simply beyond imagination. What's more, Shi Qing's space is only at the first level, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. If he is promoted to the 6th level, his ability may be many times stronger than Shi Lu's. No, there is no need to upgrade the stage. Shi Qing's space is definitely more than 4 levels. Shi Zimo suppressed the excitement in his heart, and he took Shi Qing to clean up the sedges, and then took care of the soil again. After finishing their work, they planted some syringan knots in another small area that had not been planted. Water sedge is also a kind of sedge, but after improvement, it has a certain effect. That is, it can be made into straw pulp and then used to make paper. The growth rate of sedge is slower than that of sedge, about 3 days, but the size is very small, so the yield is not high, but it is useful anyway, so the planting is not too small. It is a high-level experimental plant, and it is also the first choice for early growers. After planting the water lilac knot, the two left the space. After 3 hours, they came in again and found that they were all mature, exactly as expected. Shi Qing was also a little excited. It seems that Xian Nua's space is really extraordinary. Shi Zimo is very interested and wants to continue planting, but was organized by Shi Qing and injured, so it is reasonable to take good care of him. Shi Zimo also calmed down, not to mention that in less than a month, he was about to conduct a space assessment, so he must not be careless. The two left the space and discussed for a while. Although one big and one small, they rarely reached an agreement. That is, it must be kept a secret. Xian Nua's space is so awesome, no one knows it's okay. If people find out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Have you seen Shi Lu's fate? If Xian Nua is also exposed, it will be the second Shi Lu. No, more serious than Qi Lu. Qi Lu has a division of troops to guard, so Xianhua has to have a legion. Thinking of this, both of them calmed down. This principle is very simple. A 3-year-old child carries money through the busy market without the corresponding ability, but has such wealth. If it is exposed to the public, wouldn't it be coveted by others? After being silent for a while, Shi Zimo looked at Shi Qing and said firmly, "Don't be afraid. With me here, I can protect you." Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment. He was ashamed to be promised by such a cute bun. However, he couldn't bear to dismiss Shi Zimo's kindness, so he only bent his eyes and said, "Okay." After all, Shi Zimo was still a child, and when he heard his promise, he couldn't help curling the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Shi Qing only felt that Emma was cuter. "Host, you are so cute. Do you know when you grow up? It's not difficult to hide the matter of space. Anyway, Xianhua hasn't graduated yet, and he plans to stay in school after graduation. Staying in school, he not only has the resources to improve the space stage, but also can be unknown, which is the best." After resting for a day, the next day, when Shi Qing returned to school, Huang Mao rushed over excitedly. He was waving a newspaper in his hand, and the expression on his face was almost like gossip. "Gossip, gossip. Shi Qing, what a big news. The Qi family has a scandal." Shi Qing frowned slightly, grabbed the newspaper, and there was a big line on the front page. "Brothers killed each other, uncle went crazy, and young master was seriously injured." The headlines in the newspaper were sensational, and the content was jaw-dropping. What happened that night was not a secret at all. Especially when the police were called, sensitive reporters followed immediately, and they couldn't enter Qi's house, but it didn't affect them to observe the situation outside. 2 ambulances came. Qi Zihui and Qi Zirwei are also celebrities in Launching District. They are rich and well-off, and they look like dogs. The few beautiful girls in the house are also unclear, so they have been featured in the newspapers and have been exposed for a long time. This face may not be recognized by ordinary people, but entertainment journalists remember it clearly. Even now that his teeth are gone, his face is bloody, and he rolls his eyes by the way. He can still tell it's young Master Qi and second young Master Qi. The flashes were all on, and a few close-up shots were captured. The reporters were thinking about what the 2 brothers had done. When they turned around, Uncle Qi Ruiqi was handcuffed out again. "A wipe, this is really exciting." The camera clicked, and Qi Rui hadn't recovered from it at that time and was still explaining to the police, "It wasn't me. I didn't hurt Qi Zimo. It was him." These words fell into the ears of the reporters and instantly made them bloody and excited. "Fuck me, such a big event. The living giants are fighting each other. Uncles and nephews are fighting each other. They're all using knives to kill people. This big pot of dog's blood spilled over their heads is enough for the common people to chat happily for a year." Although the guards from Qi Mansion appeared and dispersed the reporters in an instant, these 2 pieces of information were enough to make them quarrel. All kinds of brain supplements are listed one by one. Qi Rui, Qi Zihui, and Qi Zirwei, the father and son, are simply hacked out of Xiang. And Qi Zimo, who has suffered a lot of grievances and injured by a lunatic, was hurt deeply by the people who didn't know the truth. "Emma, it's so pitiful. This child is only 10 years old. Just being treated like this by my uncle and my cousin. It's all right. It's all money. The aristocratic family is not easy to mix with. It's all scandal." The one-sided public opinion made Qi Rui's family completely unable to hold their heads up, and they hid at home in disgrace, not daring to go out. If the contempt of the common people is not painful, then the punishment that the government is waiting for is a big problem. The government was jointly established by the aristocratic family. If something like this happened to the Qi family and Mr. Qi was gone, they had the right to deal with the perpetrator. If Qi Rui's charges are confirmed, nothing else, it is absolutely no problem to go to prison for more than 10 years, and Qi Lu also had an excuse to remove him from the Qi family. They are all removed, and the quarter of the magic stone veins will naturally return to the Qi family. Then Qi Rui really has nothing. How could he not panic? Can you be in a hurry? However, this matter will not be settled so quickly. There are many people present, excluding the parties involved. there are still Qi Lao Er and Jean Lei. The police investigated on the spot, and Qi Lao Er didn't come to discuss with Qi Rue at that time. Not to mention that Qi Lao Er was frightened by Qi Zimo at that time, and kept thinking that his nephew was a devil. Can't Panic insisted that Qi Zimo did it. Qi Zimo injured his cousin, and even framed his uncle, and scratched his arm with his uncle's hand. Although these are the truth, they have no credibility at all when they are spoken by a person who is trance-eyed, scared, and nervous. There is also a female police officer among the policemen who are questioning. She almost despises Qi's second child to death. What kind of people are these people? Even uncles, they are simply beasts. And he's still a fool. He can't even make it up. On the other side, of course, someone also asked Jean Lei. Jean Lei was scheming and ambitious, but she wasn't bad to the end, and she was not as stupid as Qi Zimo, even if it was all done by Qi Zimo. How? Who will believe it? What's more, she also hated Qi Rue's family to the core. Although Qi Zimo did this trick, although she was shocked, she was also happy to see it succeed. So when questioned, another version was dictated. Basically, it was not much different from what was written in the newspaper. She also described in detail the reason why the two brothers fought each other. By the way, she vaguely mentioned that Qi Rue may have some mental problems, and his behavior has been extreme all these years. Jean Lei's nonsense coincided strangely with what was written in the newspaper, so everyone's brainwaves are still very similar, and the common people couldn't help but believe it. No one believes those who tell the truth, and those who know the truth are making up things. After reading the newspaper, Shi Qing let out a long sigh and put it aside. He faintly touched the truth in his heart, but he thought that if Qin Mo had memories, it must be what he thought, but now Qin Mo is just a child, and it is impossible for a child to be so cruel to him. After Shi Qing finished his class, he returned to Qi's house, and before he entered the house, he felt something was wrong. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the man sitting on the upper sofa. The moment he saw him, Shi Qing was stunned. Qin Mo? How could Qin Mo be here? No, isn't Qin Mo getting smaller? Didn't he become Qi Zimo? Why did you grow up again? Shi Qing's mind was in a mess, and he stood there stupidly motionless. When the man in the distance saw him coming in, he slowly got up, raised his eyebrows slightly, and parted his thin lips. Xianuos? The cold voice brought Shi Qing back to his senses slightly. He frowned, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and finally returned to his sanity. At this time, the boy on the sofa on the right stood up. His white face was tense, and there was a trace of displeasure in his black eyes staring at Shi Qing. He walked toward Shi Qing and held his hand hard, so strong that Shi Qing frowned slightly. Xiano, this is my father. After finishing speaking, he looked at the man again and raised his head slightly. Father, this is Xianua. Shi Qing just came back to his senses at this moment. Although he was still shocked, he accepted the fact. This person who looks so much like Qin Mo is actually Qi Zimo's father, Qi Lu. Greeting politely, saluting politely, Shi Qing calmed down and looked at the man in front of him again and saw many differences. Indeed, his appearance and figure were almost the same as Qin Mo's, with a peerless elegance and star brilliance. But if you look carefully, you will know that these are completely two people. Their demeanor are quite different. Qin Mo's appearance is very good, but when he stands there, the first thing you see is not what he looks like, but you will be completely shocked. Powerful momentum, calm demeanor, sometimes you don't even dare to meet his eyes. But Qi Lu is different. At first glance, he will definitely be shocked by this exquisite appearance. His demeanor also has the coldness of a superior, but it is more alienated and defensive that in particular. He was still a little tired between his brows, and there was even a trace of weariness spreading in his eyes. Shi Qing had never seen these emotions in Qin Mo. It seems that at any time, that man is strong and confident. No matter what disasters and hardships can make him have the slightest attitude of a weak person. In such a comparison, the gap is obvious. Shi Qing looked too seriously. He always felt that Qi Lu's expression was not good, and his face was too pale. But it's just a flash. Maybe it's just an illusion. Qi Zimo should have mentioned Shi Qing to Qi Lu long ago. And after meeting, Qi Lu talked to Qi Zimo for a while. One question and one answer. The conversation between father and son is not intimate, even unfamiliar. It can be seen that the two meet very little time. After a short question, Chi Lu got up. I'm going back. You stay at home, and I will come back when the space is evaluated. Chi Zimo just gave a cold Chi Lu seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Finally, he glanced at Shi Qing again, put down his posture for a rare moment, and said, Please trouble Mr. Xia. You can come to me if you have any questions. Shi Qing nodded. He could feel that Chi Lu wanted to treat his son better, but because he was not proficient in business and the method was too clumsy, it was counterproductive. But this kind of thing can't be said by others, and Shi Qing won't be stupid enough to mention it, so he should just come down. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiaomo for a while. Chi Lu. Then please. Then, he turned and left. Only Shi Qing and Chi Zimo were left in the room. Chi Zimo grabbed Shi Qing, but Shi Qing suddenly fell down on the sofa. Chi Zimo stood in front of him, put his hand on the edge of the sofa, and just held Shi Qing's wrist, and then he looked down from top to bottom. You have already promised me. Shi Qing has not entered the state yet. You want to marry me? Shi Qing. What kind of madness is this? Seeing that Shi Qing didn't respond to him, Chi Zimo just stared at him without moving. It's not a solution to be exhausted like this, especially Chi Zimo's arm is still injured. Shi Qing didn't dare to provoke him, so he quickly responded, Yeah, I agree. Then don't stare at other people. This sentence made Shi Qing come to his senses. I'm going to go. Is this jealous? Child, you will be jealous at such a young age. Does your father know? Qing has long been experienced in dealing with snake spirits, and he is also very good at dealing with smaller snake spirits. So he quickly stroked his hair. I'm just surprised. Your dad looks so good-looking. Chi Zimo snorted coldly. Shi Qing's voice changed. I was just thinking that you must be 100 times more beautiful than him when you grow up. One sentence hits the heart. Chi Zimo was taken aback for a moment. The gloom in his eyes receded, and there was still a little blush on his white face, but he still poised his face and snorted. This small appearance of being very happy and holding back his joy made Shi Qing feel like a cat's paw scratching his heart, itching. It's so cute. Emma, host, you were so cute when you were young. Star eyes. Chi Lu walked out of the mansion, continued to barely maintain his pace, and walked out of the courtyard step by step. He was covered in cold sweat after a distance of more than 100 meters after getting into the car. He exhaled slowly. His face was already unbelievably pale, and there was no blood on his lips. The housekeeper hurriedly handed him the medicine, and after serving him the medicine, he said with a worried face, Master, your body. Chi Lu closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair, slowly waved his hands, and said in a hoarse voice, It's nothing, it's just that I've been too tired recently. The butler didn't dare to say anything, so he could only gently cover him with a blanket. Chi Lu closed his eyes. He can't rest yet. The harvest season is not over yet, and the magic stone is about to mature, and what happened recently must not be missed. This is a rare good opportunity to bring down Chi Rue, and there must be no mistakes. Wait a little longer. Hold on a little longer. When Xiaoma's spatial evaluation is over, he could take a rest. His son will definitely have an excellent space, and will be able to inherit the Qi family. The next month was uneventful. Shi Qing was so busy that he was dizzy and put almost all his energy into various assessments. Because of the special nature of Xian Nua's space, he forced himself even more to get all A's in the exam, so that he could stay in school smoothly. It was also his luck because Professor Wang Yang was willing to recommend him because he had performed well before. In this way, he could be eligible to stay in school if he only got a B+ in one of the assessments. Shi Qing planned well, and he was sure about the other assessments, but he was really not sure about the four-eyed lesson, mainly because the four eyes were notoriously stingy, and giving him an A grade was almost like cutting his flesh. But now, with Wang Yang's recommendation, Shi Qing has more confidence in his heart. As long as he works hard, it shouldn't be difficult to get a B+. Unexpectedly, Four Eyes gave him an A surprisingly generously and patted him on the shoulder seriously and said, He likes serious children. Although Shi Qing was a little puzzled, it didn't prevent him from jumping up happily. All A's. He passed without a hitch. Finally, it has lived up to Xian Nua's 10 years of hard work. After successfully graduating, Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became nervous again. The annual space assessment is about to begin. The evaluation is carried out 1 month before the start of the school year. And then the institution's classes and subject types are divided according to the space level. This is about the lives of these children. So, the atmosphere is unbelievably tense these days. Shi Qing was also very nervous. Although Chi Zimo looked fine, he hugged Shi Qing especially hard when he was sleeping at night, which made Shi Qing feel that the child was still nervous. The assessment cannot be completed in 1 day. Starting from August-ST, it will last for a week. As for the order, it is completely random based on the names. The serial number was issued on July 30th, and Chi Zimo got the number 520 on the 3rd day. 520. When Shi Qing looked at this number, he felt a little embarrassed. Although there is no such thing in this world, I love you is not a bad number, is it? Well, it's auspicious to at least much better than 250. The freshmen who receive the most attention this year are the young masters of the Qi family. Chi Zimo is one, and the other two are Qi Rui's twin sons. Qi Rui's charges were put on his head, although he kept appealing, but I'm afraid it's too bad. After all, Qi Lu has been bullied by him for so many years, and now his son is being bullied again. If he doesn't take revenge, is he still a man? So, on such an important day, Qi Rui didn't even make an appearance. Shi Qing was thinking about seeing how many numbers these two children had drawn and couldn't help laughing when he saw it. One was 250, the other was 500. 205 and the half-baked god. Won't it be such a coincidence? It's a pity that this world doesn't know what 205 means, so they are quite complacent, thinking that they are even numbers, harmonious and beautiful. Qi Ziyuan was 250. On the 2nd day of evaluation, neither Shi Qing nor Qi Zimo had passed, but Qi Ziyuan was already a celebrity, and the evaluation of the space was broadcast live. Every time a space above level 3 appeared, there would be an exclusive interview. Qi Ziyuan has the blood of the Qi family, so it stands to reason that he must be at least a 3rd-level space, but when the results came out, he was surprised. It was only a 2nd-level individual space. Because it was a collection space, the minerals that could be collected were also evaluated immediately. It is actually the most common iron or same as Father Xia. Qi Ziyuan's face turned pale. It stands to reason that he wouldn't play it unless it was in the 3rd-level space, but he is from the Qi family. His father and brother have just become famous, and he has also become the focus of attention. Once such a low-level space appears, its effect is similar to that of a 5th-level space in the common people. But one is cheering, the other is he. Shi Qing looked at the child on the screen, not gloating in his heart. He sighed secretly. Because of Qi Zimo, he knew the way to keep in good health before the assessment. Qi Ziyuan has a father like Qi Rui, and he is also the youngest son, with a bunch of unreliable brothers on his head. How can he have a stable mind in such a family environment? What's more, Qi Rui and his son have done such a thing recently. Seeing that the family is about to lose, Qi Ziyuan cannot be unaffected. It stands to reason that the blood of the Qi family is there, and there's a lot of material to nourish it in the early stage, and it will be a 3rd-level space at worst, but he isn't upset. Only 2 levels probably because of the recent emotional fluctuations. Shi Qing changed his mind and became a little worried. Qi Zimo was the central figure in the incident, and he was also injured. He was afraid that he would also be affected, but now it is a critical moment. If it is shown, it will put more pressure on him. So Shi Qing quickly pushed away the worries in his heart and let him relax. In addition to Qi Ziyuan's unpopularity, a dark horse came out of the evaluation 2 days ago, a child from an ordinary family, with a space evaluation level of 5. Suddenly he became a popular figure, and the rumor spread, but in just a few hours his family background was stripped away, and his parents also brought their children to appear in front of the camera, being questioned or teached by reporters, shy and a little caught off guard, talking about some parenting methods. Others are very common. The 1st-level space occupies 80%, the 2nd-level space occupies about 18%, and the rest is the rare 3rd-level space and the only 5th-level space. The 3rd day arrived, Qi Zimo was number 520, and the assessment was in the morning, so they went to the assessment hall early. A group of 20 people Qi Rui's other son, cheats.It, was right in front of him. Because of cheats.It, cheats.It was under a lot of pressure. And seek revenge. cheats.It's result came out, but he was not as unlucky as cheats.It. And the fourth level space was not bad, although he was not too proud when he came out. He was obviously relieved. He didn't show off to cheats.It. After all, the fourth level space is a normal standard in Qi's family. After waiting for a long time, it was finally cheats.It's turn. Shi Qing accompanied him here, and Qi Lu finally rushed over early in the morning to join them outside the hall. So at this moment, it was Qi Lu and Shi Qing who sent him in together. Shi Qing was very nervous. Although he kept smiling and said relaxing words, his palms were sweaty, but he really didn't want to affect cheats.It. So he just smiled and said to him, "I'll wait for you outside." cheats.It nodded, "Yeah." Qi Lu's nervousness is no less than Shi Qing's. He values cheats.It very much. This is the only child he has with his lover. He hopes that his life will go smoothly. "Oh, my dearest child." At this time, many words flooded into his mind, but he couldn't say it. In the end, he just shook cheats.It's hand and said in a low voice, "Be good. Just be good." cheats.It raised his eyes to look at him, and unexpectedly said one more word to his father. "Don't be too tired. Rest more." Qi Lu was surprised, but cheats.It had already turned around and entered. At this moment, Shi Qing couldn't care less about comforting Qi's heartless father. He was sitting on pins and needles while comforting himself. Even if cheats.It's space is not good, it doesn't matter. You can cover cheats.It. But on the other hand, he felt that cheats.It grew up in such an environment since he was a child, and his self-esteem was too strong. If the space is not enough, it will definitely be a huge blow to him. The higher the expectation, the worse the fall. Shi Qing knew very well. In particular, cheats.It inherited Qin Mo's personality. With this kind of polarized personality, he is most afraid of reversal. Maybe he will rush from one end to the other, and he will not be able to pull back even 9 cows. Then it will be trouble. So Shi Qing sincerely hoped that cheats.It would be fine. The space evaluation is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a judgment on its existing scale. The second stage is to evaluate its internal attributes of the space. And the third stage is to supplement the judgment with more detailed details. Results are released at each stage. The first stage was the fastest, and the result appeared on the big screen outside in about 5 or 6 minutes. Both Shi Qing and Qi Lu looked up nervously, and the names on the big screen appeared according to the serial numbers. The size of the top 3 were all small, less than half a meter. Until number 5, cheats.It's name appeared, followed by the size, which made everyone present gasp. Qi Lu even stood up. cheats.It, the size of the space. -square meters. This is too exaggerated. Pingmu is the area measurement unit of this world. 100,000 pingmu is exactly the size of Qi Lu's current space. It is simply unheard of that the first-order space that has just been assessed has such a large scale. You know, when Qi Lu, the 8th-level space carrier, first activated the space, the scale was only -square meters. And cheats.It is 10 times as powerful as Qi Lu. What is this concept? It's amazing. Shi Qing couldn't help clenching his fists excitedly. Don't rush. Don't rush. Keep looking to see what the attribute is, and whether there are any special details. Qi Lu also blushed with excitement. He really wanted to rush in to see if this was true. But he still held back. The assessment is not over yet. He still has to wait. Because cheats.It's result appeared, the subsequent results are not worth watching, and all the topics revolve around this terrifying Pingmu. No matter what the attribute is, it is enough to shock the world. At the same time, everyone is very happy. There is such a powerful space carrier in Lanxin District, and it will definitely continue to expand. They will have better material conditions and more employment opportunities. What is even more exciting is that there will be enough troops to support them, so they can compete for more magic stone veins and attract more residents. This can literally start a new era. It's really exciting. The second stage of evaluation was slower, but after 5 or 6 minutes, the results appeared one after another. Almost everyone was staring at the screen, expecting cheats.It's name to appear. But until all the names appeared, there was still no cheats.It. How is this going? Shi Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge in his heart, always having a bad premonition. At this time, an examiner appeared, walked directly in front of Qi Lu, and whispered, "Mr. Qi, please follow me." Qi Lu frowned and stood up, but Shi Qing immediately asked, "Sir, can I come together?" After speaking, he supported Qi Lu. Qi Lu was slightly dizzy because he stood up too fast, and he managed to stop because of Shi Qing's support. So he said to the examiner, "Let's go together." The examiner didn't refuse. He looked very worried, and there seemed to be a trace of sympathy and regret in his gaze towards Qi Lu. After following in, it was discovered that dozens of professional space assessors had gathered in the room. They were concentrating on the data on the machine, and a group of people were discussing and even arguing nonstop. As soon as Qi Lu and Shi Qing came in, they looked over. Almost all of them know Qi Lu, so there is no need to introduce them, and they will get straight to the point. "Mr. Qi, there are some problems with your son's spatial aptitude." Qi Lu walked forward and said, "Can you show me?" "Can't." He played a video. Qi Lu glanced at it. His pupils shrank rapidly, and his body shook slightly. Shi Qing also saw it. This video is short, very simple, but at the same time too complicated. There is no blue sea and blue sky, no soil, or only countless rays of light, strange colors interlaced, gorgeous rays of light colliding. Like the aurora in the sky, the beauty is shocking, but at the same time it also carries unknown horror. Qi Lu's voice was a little tense. "Is this Zimo's spatial image?" "Yes, we can only shoot for 5 seconds. After the detection machine enters, it is quickly shredded, and it is impossible to conduct an in-depth survey." Qi Lu's face became paler and paler. Shi Qing also realized the problem from this sentence. In a space where even a sturdy detection machine can be easily crushed, where can planting or harvesting be carried out? The vast space of square meters is actually useless. Shi Qing only felt that there was a chill rising up his back. As great as the hope, as great as the disappointment. With such an astonishing result in the first stage, not to mention Shi Qing and Qi Lu, even the common people outside are all looking forward to it. Unexpectedly, the results of the second and third phases were delayed. This is the first time I've heard of it. No matter what level of space it is almost always identified immediately and then made public. The more excellent a space is, the less it will be kept. In this world, a high-level space represents status, glory, and halo, and with it comes countless power and wealth, and no one wants to hide it at all. Shi Qing and Qi Lu sat in the examination room, looking at the short 5-second video repeatedly. Qi Lu didn't say a word. Shi Qing's mind was spinning fast. Xian Nuo had a lot of inventory knowledge. He almost went through all the memories. All the experience pointed to a fact. Qi Zimo's space is an abandoned space. Just like Yin Qi's space is full of hurricanes, Qi Zimo's space is full of chaotic elements, a space where no life can exist. In comparison, in Yin Qi's space, powerful machines can still survive and conduct field surveys, but Qi Zimo's space is too violent. With the current technology, any machine can't last for more than a minute compared with the vast space of 1 square meters. 1 minute is too short, and it is impossible to detect anything practical. This is also the fundamental reason why the assessors dare not give Qi Zimo's spatial assessment. Although it looks like an abandoned space, after all, there is no real data to support them, so they can't jump to conclusions. But if it is really impossible to detect, then it can only be judged as abandoned. The room was silent, but Shi Qing stood up abruptly. He looked at the examiner and asked, "Can we postpone the follow-up assessment first? We will try our best to find equipment that can detect his space." As soon as he said that, Qi Lu looked at him suddenly, and then he echoed Shi Qing's words. Qi Lu's identity is here, and this request is not too much. The examiners are not rigid people, not to mention they hope that there will be a genius space in their own district. But it is also impossible to delay too long. After all, it involves a series of cumbersome matters such as arranging enrollment, reporting, and registration, so they gave a time limit. For days, if you can't do anything after 4 days, then the evaluation letter has been issued. 4 days is a tight time frame, but it's better than drawing conclusions now. Shi Qing nodded in agreement. Without further ado, when the two of them left the house, Shi Lu held Shi Qing back. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Don't tell Xiao Mo yet." After all, Qi Zimo was young, so he was afraid that he would not be able to bear such a blow. I thought that Shi Qing would agree to his suggestion, but unexpectedly, the young man in front of him looked at him and resolutely said, "We must tell Qi Zimo." Qi Lu was slightly taken aback. Shi Qing continued, "Tell him everything. He has the right to know. We will work hard these 4 days, and I will not give up even after 4 days, but I can't hide it from him. If in the end he learns from others these, Xiao Mo will not be able to bear it even more." Qi Lu was taken aback by these words, and he suddenly realized that he, a father, knew less about his son than a boy who had only been with his son for a short month. He didn't refute Shi Qing's words, but just left quietly. Shi Qing knew Qi Lu's scruples, but he knew Qin Mo too well, so he couldn't treat him as an ordinary child. Qin Mo trusts him, so he can't live up to this trust. It seems to be good for him to hide it, but the hidden disadvantages are also clearly visible. He couldn't take risks, and he couldn't push Qin Mo into the abyss with his own hands. Taking a deep breath, Shi Qing followed Qi Lu and left. After leaving the house, they received Qi Zimo together. Qi Zimo's expression was calm, except for a twinkle in his eyes. He raised his head slightly and looked at Shi Qing. Shi Qing looked at him and said, "Something went wrong. Let's go home first." Qi Zimo's straight back stiffened for a moment, and Shi Qing immediately took his hand and took him away together. Back at Qi's mansion, the three of them entered Qi Lu's study. Qi Lu sat on the sofa and didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Shi Qing sat next to Qi Zimo. He didn't talk nonsense and told him all the assessment process straight to the point. The huge space of square meters in the first stage, the collision of unknown elements in the second stage, and the current situation. Xian Nua's voice was not loud. It was soft and lubricated, with a slight upturn in the end, but at the moment Shi Qing said it very solemnly, so it was less tactful and more solemn. After finishing everything, Qi Zimo still had no superfluous expression on his face, except that he clenched Shi Qing's hand with a lot of force unconsciously. After a while, he spoke slowly. His young voice was a little bit tense. "I see." Shi Qing knew that Qi Zimo was flustered and scared, but his dignity prevented him from bowing his head. He could only face it. A trace of sourness spread in his mind. Shi Qing only felt that his heart was clenched tightly, and it was painful. He actually hoped that Qi Zimo could cry a lot like an ordinary child, or complain and vent. It would be better than the future. "All emotions are suppressed in the bottom of my heart." He is still a child, and his shoulders are still very weak, so he doesn't have to carry everything on his shoulders. But Shi Qing couldn't say it. Seeing Qi Zimo's upright body sitting upright, he couldn't say a word to make him show weakness. This dignity is integrated into the bone marrow, and any sympathy and pity are the greatest insult to him. The next 4 days will be a race against time. After all, Qi Lu has a lot of experience and has a very wide network of contacts. He is responsible for running around, not limited to the Lanqing region, but to contact other regions. The whole world is looking for powerful equipment, machines that can enter Qi Zimo's space. And Shi Qing's task is to look through thousands of years of history to find precedents. After all, Qi Zimo's space is huge. If this happened in previous years, it must be recorded, but maybe because of the age, no one has known about it for a long time. But there must be traces to be found in the library's collection of books. At this time, Shi Qing's identity also played a role. He chose to stay in school, so he can freely enter and leave the school, that he asked Professor Wang Yang to obtain a pass to the school library, so that he could search a large amount of information. There is no more abundant collection of books in this world than in this school that has stood for thousands of years. Qi Zimo's space evaluation result has not yet been released, so he still cannot enter the school. So he cannot be with you at the same time. As for Qi Lu, he couldn't help either. But he will not be idle. Although all machines cannot enter his space, but as a carrier, he can take a look at it from a distance. He can't venture in, but it's also beneficial to see things from a distance and try to experience his own space. The three of them divided the work and got busy like this. Qi Rui's recent days have been miserable. He was charged with intentional homicide. Although he failed, he still suffered a lot under Chi Lu's multi-pronged management. After all, he is a 6th-level space carrier and has certain privileges. Even if he is sentenced to prison, he is not afraid. He can get out with a little money. But what drove him crazy the most was that his reputation was damaged. With the title of such a brutal and crazy murderer on his head, he is very likely to be expelled from the Qi family. If he leaves the Qi family, he will lose 1/4 of the magic stone veins, and then he will really have nothing. This month, he competed with Qi LV with almost all his wealth, but he really couldn't overwhelm the one-sided public opinion and was almost completely defeated. Qi Ziyuan and Qi Zaidan's spatial evaluation results were not satisfactory, but he had no time to worry about these two children. What made him most unwilling was the information that Qi Zaidan brought back. Qi Zimo's first-stage evaluation of space turned out to be a huge scale of -square meters. Qi Lu is nothing more than a genius, but Qi Zimo is better than Lon. Can the Qi family still have a foothold for him? The resentment in his heart was about to turn into a beast and break free. If there is no Qi Lu, the position of patriarch of the Qi family would be his. If Qi Zimo hadn't been so vicious, he wouldn't have lost his reputation. If he were expelled from the Qi family, no. How could he leave the Qi family? The Qi family is his, it's Qi Rui's. It can only be his Qi Rui's. And at this moment, Qi Zihue hurried in, with a look of surprise on his face. Father! Father! Qi Zimo's spatial evaluation has been delayed. Qi Rui's eyes lit up suddenly. What's going on? Qi Zihue was out of breath. I bought an inspector just now and got his space image. Come on, come and see. After speaking, he released the short 5-second video. After reading it, Qi Rui frowned first, and then suddenly became enlightened. The detection machine can only take pictures for 5 seconds? Qi Zimo's space is a frantic, abandoned space? Qi Zihue was also extremely excited, yes. Father! Qi Rui's originally gloomy eyes instantly burst into an astonishing light. It's true that the sky never stops me. There is no such thing as a more insane thing to see a life after a dead end. Qi Zihue waited for his father to calm down before continuing. Father, Qi Lu has already left overnight. Although his actions were concealed, according to his guess, he should have gone to another large area to find detection machines. When Qi Rui calms down, his mind can function. That's for sure. Qi Lu will not give up easily. Qi Zihue frowned and said, the kid surnamed Xia who followed Qi Zimo before was very anxious. He also entered the school early in the morning and buried himself in the library to find materials. That's Shano? Yes, it's really strange to say that Qi Zimo has always been cold-tempered, but he really puts all his heart into this Xia Noa. I heard that the two of them ate and lived together for a month, as good as one person. Hearing this, a bold idea formed in Qi Rui's mind. He suddenly smiled. Feng Shui turns, it seems that we have a chance to turn things around. Qi Lu's health is very bad. It's a disease that fell in the womb. When the old lady Qi was pregnant with him, her life was trembling. She was very careful in eating and drinking. She was really afraid of his adult brothers and sisters. Therefore, although he tried his best to give birth to Qi Lu, not only his body was ruined, Qi Lu was also born with some sickness. But at least old man Qi didn't lose his head. After the birth of his youngest son, he was also afraid of Qi Rui, so he kept protecting the two girls, which was considered considerate. After spending a lot of money, he could at least recover his health. When Qi Lu was 5 or 6 years old, he was no different from a normal child. But it wasn't until he was 11 years old that he was rated as a rare 8th-level space that his life was turned upside down again. From the day he entered school, he had no freedom, but he didn't complain at all. Shouldering the high hopes of his mother, he couldn't relax a bit, so he wanted to do the best in everything and put everything first. After 10 years of working hard like this, his body became a little weak. After graduating, life didn't get any better. After inheriting the Qi family, a heavier burden fell on him. At that time, he also married a wife, and his wife was pregnant. Although the two got together less and more, they were deeply in love. For his mother, for his wife, and even for his unborn child, he could only continue on. A high-level space carrier possesses enormous abilities, monstrous power and wealth, but pays 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times that of ordinary people. When Mrs. Qi was still alive, she had been taking good care of Qi Lu. Even if he was a little tired, he still knew how to maintain and exercise. But Mrs. Qi had a short lifespan and passed away early. The early death of his beloved wife was a big blow to Qi LV. If he didn't have a young son and an old mother, he even wanted to go with him. For him, life is really boring. But he can't let go of his responsibilities, not to mention Qi Rui and others are watching. He wants to protect the only child of himself and his beloved wife, and let him grow up healthily. In these 11 years, he was overdrawing his own life. Overwork and countless pressures have kept his physical condition deteriorating. If you can't tell the cause, it's like getting old and aging. This kind of decline is unstoppable. Qi Zimo's spatial evaluation dealt him a big blow, but he can't fall down, he must make a turn for the better in Qi Zimo's space. He must have a foothold, otherwise he will not be able to see his dead wife again. But after all, his body collapsed, and he had to take turns in cars, airplanes, and various means of transportation, plus the twists and turns of the journey, and he had to ask for help everywhere. This rush is tantamount to the last straw that breaks the camel's back before there was any good news. He fell into a coma and became unconscious. The butler had served him for decades, so it's such a critical time. He naturally didn't dare to leak the news, but this happened suddenly, and there were quite a few people present, so it was easy for newcomers to inquire about it. At least Qi Rui, who had been staring at Qi Lu, knew about it immediately. With such a good thing at hand, Qi Rui just had to clap his hands in celebration. I really didn't expect that such a good thing could come in pairs. If Qi Lu just died like this, and Qi Zimo's space is a waste, then wouldn't the Qi family belong to him? It's a pity that Qi Lu's good-for-nothing has too many henchmen around him, and he is still being actively treated. But it doesn't matter. Qi Lu's coma means that he can't find the equipment to detect Qi Zimo's space within 4 days. And at the same time, Qi Lu is unconscious, so no one will trouble Qi Rui. What Qi Rui wants to do is simply a piece of cake. He turned his head and asked Qi Zihue, "That kid Xianhua is still in school?" Qi Zihue said, "Yes, it's been 2 days and 2 nights, and I haven't come out." Qi Rui frowned. Xianhua stayed at school. He couldn't touch him no matter what. But there's always a way to lure him out. He looked at the information in his hand. As long as the news about Qi Lu's fall was publicized, he believed that Qi Zimo would be hit hard, and Xianhua would definitely know it by then, so he didn't believe it. That kid can still hide in school. In the afternoon, Qi Rui spread the news. Qi Lu's coma would cause an uproar, and the entire launching district was shaken. The meaning of an 8th-level space carrier is much more important than the word leader. This represents practical and immediate interests. Don't say that Qi Lu has a good reputation. Even if Qi Lu is a big villain, they will tolerate it. If he falls, what will happen to the next season's rations? Therefore, even if there is a little wind, it will cause confusion. A large number of people blocked the door of Qi's house, hoping to get first-hand information. Even though the door was closed, it was difficult for Qi Zimo to know about such chaos. He seldom contacted Qi Lu, but he had Qi Lu's private phone number, which only he and his grandma knew. Qi Lu never turned off the phone, and whenever he called, he would definitely answer. After the beeping, busy tone, there is a voice message. Qi Zimo hung up the phone and stared at the window in a daze. He knew that something must have happened to Qi Lu. Compared to the bloody storm outside, Shi Qing was dizzy and busy here. For 2 days and 2 nights, he hardly slept, wishing he could grow up in the library. The collection of books here is very rich, and there are copies of ancient books thousands of years ago. Richness also means a huge workload, and it takes a lot of time for him to read it alone. Even if he has a clear goal, it is extremely difficult to find relevant information from this vast sea of books. But he will not give up, and it is impossible to give up. If only such a little hard work can change Qi Zimo's life, he will not feel tired at all. There are many records about abandoned spaces in ancient books, and many of them, like Qi Zimo, cannot be detected at all. They spent their entire lives trying to change their space, but in the end they couldn't find a way until they died. In this world, children like Yan Qi appear almost every year. Because the space is abandoned, Without the slightest cheats.It in the early years, they would even lose the opportunity to go to school because of this, and they could only wander outside and fend for themselves. Those with better luck will engage in other jobs, but under the premise of this society, because of the uselessness of space, they will be treated with contempt and inequality wherever they go. It will even be given the malicious title of society moth. They are children abandoned by God, people who should not have been born in this world. The more Shi Qing watched, the more unhappy he felt. This kind of destiny, which cannot be changed no matter how hard he tries, is really suffocating. The book he was flipping through at the moment was an ancient book from 100 years ago. The author was no longer known, but judging from the content, this person was also a person carrying an abandoned space. He counted countless types of abandoned spaces, recorded a large amount of data, classified, and divided them, trying to find a feasible way out for these useless spaces. But until his death, there was no result. However, Shi Qing was attracted by his last words. We are different, we are excluded by society, but from the moment we are born, we are strong, unyielding fighters who fight against fate. This battle will eventually be won, and the abandoned people will gain great power. In just 2 sentences, Shi Qing was enlightened all of a sudden. He sat there in a daze and then jumped up suddenly. He found out it turned out to be so. Excited, Shi Qing hugged the book, rushed out of the library, and ran all the way towards the school gate. There is no need to enter the space, because their space has never been for people to enter. They are fighters, real fighters. Shi Qing just wanted to go back to Qi Mansion quickly, tell Qi Zimo all this, and let him know that he is special, unique, stronger, and more important than anyone else. They were not abandoned, but truly cared for. Shi Qing's mind was in a mess, and his emotions were also very excited. He rushed all the way to the school gate, and he didn't care about getting someone to pick him up. When he saw a taxi, he jumped into it in a hurry. After reporting the place name, he calmed down slightly, but then a sweet smell hit him, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. So he quickly held his breath, but it was already too late. A strong sense of dizziness struck, and Shi Qing lost consciousness instantly. Dong, dong, dong. After a short knock on the door, it was Yin Qi's voice. Master, I have your call. Qi Zimo stood up suddenly, walked quickly, opened the door, and went to the living room. Calling at this time, could it be Shi Qing? Holding the microphone, a familiar but disgusting voice came from inside. Good nephew, it's me. Qi Zimo clenched the microphone tightly, but did not make a sound. Start a video call, I have something good to show you. As if knowing that he would hang up the phone, Qi Rui's voice was very resentful through the microphone. Don't want to watch? Then I'll throw your baby Xian Nuan into the sea. This name made Qi Zimo startled. He quickly connected the video call. After the phone screen went blank for a moment, an image appeared. It was a simple house with blackened walls and dirty floors. A boy in a beige shirt was thrown in a corner with his eyes closed and his face pale. He was obviously unconscious. Qi Zimo only took one look and felt a sharp stab in his heart. Accompanied by the sharp pain, those emotions that had been suppressed for a long time quickly broke free from the shackles and ignited like a raging fire, occupying almost all of his heart. Consciousness. A hoarse voice that didn't even belong to a child sounded. What do you want? Qi Rui laughed a few times and then said, It's not convenient on the phone. Come to me, let's have a good talk. Place name? Qi Rui mentioned the name of the place, and then said with some meaning, Don't be so clever, or you will never see him again. Qi Zimo was staring at the screen. The crazily shaking in his chest was like the roar of a wild animal. He clenched his hands tightly, suppressing his voice. I will go there alone. Don't make me wait too long. Qi Zimo hung up the phone and stood up. The boy's body trembled slightly, and countless emotions hit him, causing him to slap the coffee table angrily. With a bang, the high-strength glass turned into powder. As soon as Shi Qing woke up, he knew what was going on. At first I was a little confused about who tied him up, but the next moment I understood. It's Qi Rui. His hands and feet were bound. Many ropes were wrapped around his body, and a rag was blocked around his mouth. Not only could he not move, he could not make any sound. This is an old abandoned workshop, dark, damp, and very hidden. Chi Rue was smart this time, and he didn't dare to underestimate Chi Zimo. He brought a small team of mercenaries and pistols. Even though Chi Zimo had great abilities, he could only be obedient. Shi Qing's mind was spinning fast. He was thinking about how to save himself. The rope on his body was very tight and tied very skillfully. He couldn't use any strength himself, in order to prevent him from escaping. His legs were also tightly locked, so he couldn't use it for traveling thousands of miles. He was thinking about how to break free from the restraints on his hands, but he heard footsteps, step by step, echoing in the empty workshop like drums beating in the ears, very clear and extremely tense. Shi Qing turned his head quickly, and indeed saw a small figure. Alone, with a straight back and a small step, but very steady. Even if you go deep into the dragon's lake and tiger's lair, you are still fearless. He raised his eyebrows slightly. His black eyes seemed to be washed by the night, and they were so intense that they couldn't be melted away. I am coming. Chi Rue had a smug smile on his face. He looked at the child in front of him, but his eyes were full of malice. Are you not arrogant? Aren't you smart? What is the use? Not a waste. Chi Rue smiled presumptuously, said ugly words, satirized Chi Zimo's abandoned space, and gloated at Chi Lu's vulnerable body. Shi Qing was on the side, hearing clearly, and felt extremely disgusted in his heart. How could this be a real brother? Where's the half-hearted affection of relatives? Not even a stranger would treat an 11-year-old like this. Chi Rue is already insane. Compared to Shi Qing's anger, Chi Zimo was calm. As if he couldn't hear anything, his pair of black eyes locked Shi Qing tightly, but he couldn't see anything else. Chi Rue couldn't beat Chi Zimo, and Chi Rue was very upset. But it's okay. The fun has just begun. He pulled Shi Qing over. The pistol was right on his temple, and said calmly, "Want him? Then be obedient." Chi Zimo didn't move his eyes, but asked quietly, "What do you want?" Chi Rue said, "What do you want? Ask what you know. I want you to restore my reputation. I want you to admit your evil deeds. And I want you, a madman, to be revealed to the public." Finally, he smiled shortly. She smiled, and said excitedly, "I want you to give up the inheritance rights of the chief family." Full of joy rushed into his heart. Chi Rue seemed to be suppressed for a lifetime and finally raised his head. Excitement and joy rushed to his brain, making him even more ecstatic. Aha! In fact, you have already given up. In such an abandoned space like yours, you don't even have the qualifications for admission. How can you inherit the Chi family? Don't wishful thinking. Okay, I promise you. Being accepted so quickly, Chi Rue was taken aback for a moment, but then became excited again. If he had known that Chi Zimo was such a precious kid, he should have used this trick earlier. But he won't underestimate Chi Zimo anymore. What's the point of talking? Actions are what count. He finally suppressed the smile on his face and directed the people next to him to take out the equipment that had been prepared a long time ago and aimed at Chi Zimo. Shi Qing couldn't move his body, couldn't speak with his mouth, but he could see with his eyes. The equipment was a full set of cameras, and he instantly understood what Chi Rue was going to do. Shi Qing felt that his chest was about to explode with anger. He had never hated anyone so much. Hate it? Why bully a child like this? Why do you want to do this? He's only 11 years old. He hasn't done anything evil. Why should he ruin his life like this? He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to shout loudly with Chi Zimo's ability. He can escape alone. Don't worry about this lunatic. Don't worry about him. He won't die. He is the system. No matter what, can't die. But all the words turned into woo-woo-woo when they reached his mouth, and he couldn't speak them at all. Correct. There are system prompts. Shi Qing immediately sent a message to Chi Zimo, telling him to leave quickly and leave him alone. In just a few seconds, Chi Zimo replied, "I will not leave you." Shi Qing quickly replied, "I'll be fine. I'm the system. I can't die. As long as you leave, I will leave here immediately." Chi Zimo, Mom said the same thing when they left. "I'm sorry, I don't want to be deceived again." Seeing this reply, Shi Qing was speechless. Only countless sourness and annoyance spread in his chest. At this time, Chi Zimo was already sitting in front of the camera and said in a very calm tone, I injured Qi Zihui and Qi Zirui. I cut my wrist with Qi Rui's hand. Qi Rui was framed. I did everything. Qi Rui was wronged. He told the truth as Qi Rui wished, but Qi Rui was not satisfied. He snorted coldly. If you say that, others will still not believe it, and maybe they will suspect me of threatening you. How about it? Show yourself, let everyone see. You are not an ordinary child, you. He emphasized his tone and said viciously, you are a monster. Then he had someone move a huge rock and a hard iron plate. He raised his head and said, come on, let everyone see your strength. Qi Zimo walked up to the rock, stretched out his thin white palm, and slapped it hard. With a bang, the rock shattered into powder, and then he came to the iron plate and chopped down hard with the other hand, and the iron plate was bent into pieces. Weird ARC the same time. His palms also quickly became red and swollen. Qi Rui was startled when he saw it, but Shi Qing only felt distressed, and he was going crazy with remorse. If he had been stronger, if he had been more cautious, Qi Zimo would not have fallen into this situation. Insulted by others, there is no power to fight back. His heart aches so badly, no one knows better than him. How important dignity is to this person. It is more important than life and everything else. But at this moment, he let it go. Shi Qing couldn't imagine what kind of mentality Qi Zimo is now. Even if he doesn't show it on the surface, but his heart has fallen to the bottom, right? He kept telling himself that he couldn't push Qi Zimo into the abyss with his own hands. But at this moment, he was helplessly watching him fall, but there was nothing he could do. From the beginning to the end, Qi Zimo was looking at Shi Qing without blinking his eyes. The surging emotion that was about to burn the body seemed to be suppressed for a short time only at the moment of seeing him. Only this person can never let go. This is his only salvation. This is all he has. Even if he gives up everything, even if everything is destroyed, he must never be lost. This idea seems to be engraved in the bones, fused into the blood, completely controlling his spirit. He is only his. No one can take it away. All the coveted harms are trying to take it away from him. His people should all be damned. Yes, damn it all. Why don't these people die? The ink in the black eyes became more and more intense, and the last gleam of light was gradually extinguished. As long as they are all dead, no one can hinder him, and as long as they disappear, no one can snatch him away. As long as there are only the two of them left in this world, he will stay by his side forever. How wonderful! A quiet world with only Shi Qing, a world that belongs entirely to him. He slightly hooked the corners of his mouth, revealing a shallow smile. Such a smile fell on his immature face. There was a strange sense of beauty. Qi Rui was proudly putting away the camera, and when he turned around to see Qi Zimo, he was startled suddenly, feeling that something was wrong. He obviously had the upper hand, but why did he feel a chill in his back? No, it's okay. No matter how powerful this monster is, but he has more than 20 people with him, and with so many weapons, he will be fine. Qi Zimo looked at him quietly. Can I take him away? Hearing this, Qi Rui came back to his senses, and the inexplicable fear just now gradually dissipated. Yes, he has a trump card. What's so scary? Facing Qi Zimo's question, Qi Rui said what he had kept in his heart for a long time, with a strong pleasure of revenge. My good nephew, you are still too naive to believe the words of the adults. Take him away? No, he can't go. Here is his grave with you. After saying these words, Qi Rui laughed heartily. All the aggrieved emotions disappeared. He succeeded. He saved his reputation and cleared the way. He is the natural heir of the Qi family. He finally got his stuff back. Qi Zimo wants to live, dreaming. With such a big enmity, how could he still let him live? Qi Rui looked at Qi Zimo proudly, wanting to see this little monster's face full of panic, despair, fear. Really? Qi Zimo raised his head slightly, his black eyes fixed on him for the first time, with a faint smile on his face, like an angel who fell into the mortal world. This is indeed a grave. Your grave! Qi Rui looked in horror at the young man who was approaching quickly, and shot the pistol in his hand without hesitation, and the bullet shot at Qi Zimo precisely, but a creepy scene appeared. The young man raised his head slightly, and a blue light suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him, stopping the bullet. The blue light faded, but he still walked forward slowly. This ghostly scene shocked everyone. An inexplicable fear struck Qi Rui's back, and he quickly ordered, "Shoot, shoot, kill this monster." Countless bullets came through the air, and the young man in the center was unscathed. The blue light was like a powerful protective shield, protecting him perfectly. When Shi Qing saw this, he thought of his previous guess and quickly understood what was going on. Sky, Qi Zimo realized it by himself. He released the violent energy into space. No, no, cannot be like this. Shi Qing quickly sent a message to Qi Zimo. Don't use the power of space. It's too powerful. You can't control it now. There was no reply to him. Qi Zimo opened his mouth, and his voice was low and charming. It's okay, Shi Qing. I'm here. I will protect you. I will always be by your side. No one can separate us. No one. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand again, and the red light shot out from his fingertips, and he straightened his body towards Qi Rui's head. The powerful energy penetrated his head, and thick blood gushed out, and Qi Rui opened his eyes wide, focusing, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, countless rays of light burst out from Qi Zimo's body, rushing out towards the surroundings, and wherever they went, the ground was scarlet. The dark and damp abandoned workshop suddenly became a terrifying scarlet purgatory. However, the energy of the frantic rampage did not stop there. Instead, it was like a flood that opened the gate, surging out unstoppable. With Qi Zimo at the center, the huge energy circle is like a nuclear bomb explosion, followed by a blazing white light that brightens the night, followed by a loud bang. The destructive energy was activated by innocent people. Vile greed has awakened the sleeping demons. Destroy it, it's all dirty and disgusting anyway, and it doesn't want to exist. Qi Zimo bent down and picked up the unconscious young man. He leaned against his neck, licked it tremblingly and longingly, and then whispered softly, Shi Qing, it's only us. Shi Qing couldn't make a sound. He could only look at the boy in front of him with wide eyes. The crazy explosion just now affected a much wider range than imagined, and Xia Nuo's body was only human after all. Even though Qi Zimo protected him, he was still severely injured. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, and the pain was so painful that it made people gnash their teeth. Shi Qing knew in his heart that his body was going to die, but he really didn't want to die at this time that Qi Zimo has been greatly stimulated. If he dies, he can't even imagine what he will be like, carrying such astonishing power, but hating the whole world, leaving no light in his heart. This is simply the adult version of Qin Mo. No, more serious than Qin Mo. At least in Qin Mo's world, he is still alive, but in Qi Zimo's world, he is about to die. No, you must not die. Shi Qing desperately opened his eyes, even though the pained soul was howling. But he still held on, but even so, it can't stop the life of this body from being lost. And his soul as a system is also gradually leaving this body, unable to make a sound, watching, tasting the taste of death again, only deep regret in his heart. After all, he couldn't hold on any longer and was completely expelled by his body. Shi Qing floated to the sky. His soul was light, but his heart was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Is still dead. Looking down from the state of the soul, I can only see the immature child hugging a body that is much larger than him, caressing it gently and meticulously, like a chick that has finally found its destination, extremely satisfied. Shi Qing stared blankly, only felt that this picture was like a sharp knife, cutting his heart piece by piece. The pain was unbearable. This is not the ending he wanted. It shouldn't be like this, etc. He woke up with a start. It's not over yet. Save and save. He saved it when he first met Qi Zimo. He can read the file, and he can start over. Can make all the difference. Xia Nuo will not die, and Qi Zimo will not become like this. They will have a better ending. They will support each other, make up for each other, and spend a lifetime together in peace. Shi Qing rushed back to the system space, but the scene in front of him was like a basin of cold water pouring towards him. He couldn't get in, couldn't get in the space shared with Chinamo. He appeared in the space of the system, the original place, a vast expanse of white, except for Mr. Handbook lying in the center. How is this going? If you can't enter Mo's system space, you can't operate and load files, and time won't go back. Shi Qing was very anxious, but no matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do. He quickly walked to the system manual, and before he stretched out his hand, the manual opened automatically. The task is still in progress and cannot return to the host space. Shi Qing felt a chill in his heart, and then suddenly remembered that the task is not over yet. Although he is dead, Chinamo is still in that world. As long as the host is still there, the mission will continue until it is completed or fails. But no matter whether it is completed or failed, the file cannot be loaded again. So that is the only way to do it? Xiao Nua died. Qi Zimo went crazy. Could this be the only ending? Shi Qing has no body, but still feels a biting chill. Shano, Xiao Nua can't die. Countless memories collided in his consciousness. Xiao's father, Xiao's mother, and his friend Huang Mao. Xiao Nua had his own peaceful life, but now it was all ruined by him. And Chinamo, how could he leave him alone in that world? Chinamo has no memory of his own. He doesn't even know what the mission objective is, and he can't send system reminders because he can't enter the host space. Chinamo couldn't complete the mission, or it should be said that he didn't think about finding the mission target at all. In this way, when Qi Zimo died naturally, Chinamo would also disappear. This thought completely panicked him. Sure, there must be another way. Shi Qing snapped back to his senses, looked at the system manual. He can find a way, definitely. After quickly flipping through the heavy Kanshi dictionary-like manual, he really found something feasible. Because of the particularity of the system, if his character dies in the small world, he can choose to repair it, but it needs to pay a certain price. First, he has to pay 3,000 points, and then it takes a lot of time. Shi Qing has a quick look. If you pay 20 dots, it will take -years to be fully resurrected. Feeling dizzy for a while, Shi Qing almost lost his breath. 20 years, this time is too long. Looking down, there are indeed other ways. There are 2 ways to shorten the repair time. One is to continue to pay a large amount of coins, and the other is to enter the character's body by the system and repair it internally. Shi Qing gritted his teeth and chose both. He used all the remaining point coins to shorten the time to 10 years, and then entered Xiao Nua's body for internal repairs, thus shortening the time to 5 years. This is the limit. There is really nothing less. 5 years. Yes, when Xiao Nua comes back alive, he can reconnect with Chinamo. Shi Qing didn't think about it anymore. According to the method taught in the manual, he paid all the coins first, and then entered Xiao Nua's body. Repairing the body inside is different from traveling through the past. He can't feel Xiao Nua's pain, and he can't experience the surrounding things through Xiao Nua's body. But fortunately, with him in Xiao Nua's body there is still a trace of anger. It will not die completely, but it cannot wake up. Shi Qing couldn't see Chinamo, nor could he talk to him. In the confined space, he could only devote himself to repairing his body with all his energy. Qi Rue is dead. Qi Lu is dead. Qi Zimo is a monster. He unleashes the power of space, causing a massive explosion that nearly wipes out a city. Such an uproar shocked the entire continent. Criticism comes and goes. Kill Qi Zimo. Get rid of this monster and avenge the dead. The government organized powerful troops to conquer him, and the major families joined forces one after another, causing a sensation in all regions, mobilizing all forces just to capture this 11-year-old monster. But not at all. The most powerful weapon, the most valiant team, and all the strength of the people can't hurt him in the slightest. Qi Zimo's power seems to be endless. His attack and defense power are so strong that he doesn't seem like a person that should exist in this world. That's right. He is not human. In just 1 year, he withstood the attacks of the whole world against him, and quickly formed an army of his own. An extremely powerful team composed of abandoned space carriers. They were abandoned by the whole society. Their lives were full of darkness and injustice. But Qi Zimo appeared. He guided them, taught them how to use their own power, and lit up the endless night. They saw the dawn, pulled them up from the mud, and stood on the clouds. Abandoned spaces are not abandoned. They have more powerful power than anyone else. They release these energies, control this ability, and trample those arrogant, disrespectful, self-righteous guys under their feet. Let them have a taste of this bottomless, never-ending pain of lying in hell. The battle swept the whole world, and the abandoned space carriers rose up. They're the most powerful fighters. They overturned everything and established their own regime. They finally mastered the power to fight against fate. And Shi is their only belief, the only god. This is a chaotic world, the darkest era in history, but this is only the beginning of the nightmare, the beginning of the tragedy. 16 years old, the best age. Shi's round face had faded away, and his slightly round eyes had fully grown. Narrow and sharp, his appearance was still perfect and exquisite. But because of his age, it was a little more gorgeous and affectionate that is unique to teenagers. He still lives in the Qi residence, still in that house. Without any change, he will come back every day, hug his Shi Qing, and fall asleep on his feet. Today's weather is fine. The sun shines through the window and through the cracks in the curtains, jumping onto the bed like a naughty elf, falling on the peacefully sleeping young man, reflecting a few traces of his white skin, warm blood. Shi watched quietly, then smiled, bowed his head, and planted a light kiss on his forehead, and then whispered, "Shi Qing, get up." The person on the bed didn't respond at all, but Shi was not angry at all. He bent down to hug him and carefully dressed him. His black eyes were full of intoxicating tenderness and pampering from beginning to end, as if he was tolerant, a quarrelsome lover. After getting dressed, Shi picked him up, and then the two sat by the window together. He hugged him, let him lean in his arms, gently held his hand, and looked out the window together. When Qing, the flowers outside are all blooming. The person in the arms did not respond. Shi smiled, leaned into his ear, and whispered, "However, no flower is as beautiful as you." After saying these words of love, Shi felt a little itchy in his heart and couldn't help but kiss that fair neck, then hugged him contentedly and looked out of the window calmly. Until there was a knock on the door. Shi frowned slightly and then said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a young man with short hair walked in. After 5 years of baptism, the originally slender young man grew taller. His shoulders became wider, and his back became thicker. Years of fighting made him more stable. With her head down, Shi reported the situation on the front line in a low voice. Shi responded, "Understood." Normally, Shi would have left at this time, but he stood there firmly. Shi frowned and looked up at him. "Is there anything else?" Shi stood motionless, looking down at the ground. 5 years. 5 years. Too many things have happened. The whole world has been turned upside down, but only Shi's feelings for Shi Qing have not faded at all. On the contrary, they have become more and more intense. At the very beginning, Shi was also looking forward to Shi Qing's awakening. It was Shi Qing who saved the little master when everyone was betraying his relatives. He knew how important this man was to the little master. But 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, until now, it has been 5 years. Shi Qing can't wake up. But the little master has completely sunk into this dream that he has woven. If this continues, he is afraid that the little master will never be able to get out, and will be trapped in it forever, completely unable to extricate himself. Shi clenched his palms tightly, knelt down on the ground, showed the courage to be fearless even in death, and said with difficulty, "Master, please let Mr. Shi go to the ground for peace." As soon as the words fell, a sharp black light suddenly shot out, and Shi's left arm suddenly felt a sharp pain, followed by blood. Shi hugged Shi Qing, stood up. His black eyes were as cold as ice, and his voice sounded like a shattered ice lake. "Get out! Get out!" 4 or 5 years, I stayed in a confined space, repeating a single boring job day in and day out. This sounds like a huge torture, enough to drive an ordinary person completely crazy. But in fact, Shi Qing didn't have such a deep understanding at all. Time passed much faster than he imagined. As if drinking a glass of water and eating a meal, 5 years have passed. Probably because although he stayed in Xian Nua's body, he couldn't receive any induction, lost the 5 human senses, and the passage of time was not so worth mentioning. It wasn't until all the repairs were completed that he suddenly woke up, and it was done. He was extremely excited and couldn't wait to see Qin Mo. But then he fell into darkness, his body repaired. His soul gradually merged with Xian Nua's body. The previous lightness and ease disappeared, replaced by exhaustion and heaviness from the body. Although the taste is uncomfortable, he has a sense of stability on the ground. Compared with illusory, being a human being is more down to earth. The fusion with the body is not as fast as imagined. His consciousness is clear, but the body that has just repaired and matured needs a slow process of acceptance. This cannot be rushed. No matter how anxious Shi Qing is, he has to bear it. But all previous efforts were wasted. Although he still can't control his body, Shi Qing's consciousness can float out anyway, and he can't talk to Qin Mo, so he can always take a look. As soon as this came out, I heard Yin Qi's words. "Master, please let Mr. Shi go to the ground for peace." Shi Qing's soul trembled. "I'll fuck it, classmate Xiaoqi. I treated you well in the past. Why are you burying me alive now?" In the next second, the broken string in Shi Qing's head was connected God. He actually forgot such a serious matter. 5 years. 5 years. He has been out of breath for 5 years. Under normal circumstances, he would have been buried in the ground long ago. Who would guard a corpse for 5 years? He actually forgot such an important matter if he was really buried in the soil, so what if he recovered his body? Why don't you continue to die? Wait. So far, he's not in the dirt yet. He rushed up quickly and saw the scene in front of him. The young man standing straight in front of the window, with a slender figure and a delicate and admirable appearance, came straight into his eyes, but at this moment, his expression was as cold as a layer of hoarfrost. His thin lips were pursed into a line, and his pair of black eyes, which were thicker than any human eyes, were full of anger at this moment, as cold as profound ice combustion. "Get out! Get out of here!" Yin Qi knelt down on the ground with his head lowered, and blood gushed out from his injured arm. But he knelt there silently, as if he couldn't feel the pain. Qi Zimo snorted coldly. "What? Do you really think I won't kill you?" Yin Qi lowered her head, her voice hoarse because of the pain. Yin Qi's life belongs to the master. Although it was a very obedient word, it completely angered Qi Zimo at this moment. He raised his hand, and 3 sharp beams flew straight over, hitting his other arm and kneeling knee precisely. Yin Qi grunted in pain, but still spoke with difficulty. "Master, Mr. Shi has already left." Qi Zimo looked down at him, with complete darkness under the bushy eyelashes. "Since you want to die so much, I will help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the violent whirlwind hit Yin Qi, hitting his whole body in an instant. The huge force actually threw him 5 meters away, penetrated the door, and finally hit the hard wall. On the wall, Yin Qi passed out completely. Qi Zimo gave him a cold look, and then ordered, "Take him down." Seeing Qi Zimo's fury, the guards guarding outside dared not resist at all. They lowered their heads and walked forward quickly, carefully lifting Yin Qi down. "This is General Yin. If it was someone else, he would have died long ago." Shi Qing was completely dumbfounded when he saw such an exciting scene just after he got out of the small dark room. The door was closed, and only Qi Zimo and Shi Qing were left in the spacious space. Shi Qing didn't know how long it would take for him to fully wake up, so he could only wait and watch. After just watching it for a day, Shi Qing felt that he was going crazy when he thought of Qi Zimo's 5 years like this. His heart ached beyond measure. With no one else around, Qi Zimo restrained his anger, and when he looked at Shi Qing again, his eyes were full of tenderness. He gently hugged Shi Qing, squeezed his hand, and said while stroking, "They all said you left, but you are clearly in my arms, so quiet, so obedient, and so dependent on me." After finishing speaking, he smiled dotingly. "Shi Qing, you can't do without me, right? You promised me that you would stay by my side forever. You would be with me forever, and you said you would marry me." As he said this, his eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had thought of something beautiful, and the words in his eyes, "It's as bright as the rising sun." He straightened Shi Qing's body and let him sit on the chair, Then he got up and half-kneeled in front of him, completely ignoring the limp body and closed eyes, as if Shi Qing was really sitting there, looking at him with a smile. Shi Zimo was very excited and even a little nervous. He looked at Shi Qing fixedly, and just about to speak, he seemed to think of something, got up in a hurry, and said embarrassedly, "Shi Qing, wait a minute." He got up and walked outside, but after only 2 steps, he backed up again. He looked at Shi Qing with a smile. "Are you afraid here? I'll take you with me." As he spoke, he picked up the young man by the waist and walked briskly towards the study. When he arrived in the study, he did not put Shi Qing down, but carried him to the desk. Before opening the drawer, he covered Shi Qing with his hand. "Close the eyes. Don't peek." Then he quickly took out the things in the drawer. After leaving the study, he originally wanted to go back to the bedroom, but he changed his mind when he saw a sea of flowers outside through the window. Carrying Shi Qing to the yard, under the bright sunshine, in the sea of pink flowers and the pure white chairs, everything is as dreamy and beautiful as a fairy tale. Shi Zimo put Shi Qing on the seat, took out the ring he had prepared a long time ago from his arms, and knelt down on one knee again. He looked at the comatose young man almost devoutly, nervous and excited. "Shi Qing, let's get married." Shi Qing was floating in the sky. Watching this scene, he just felt that his heart had been hollowed out. No one will answer him. A dead man promises nothing. But Shi Zimo didn't feel dissatisfied at all. He still smiled, put the ring on Shi Qing's left ring finger, leaned close to him and whispered, "Are you shy? It's okay. You promised me a long time ago, I know." After finishing speaking, he held up Shi Qing's face and kissed lightly on the slightly pale lips. "Shi Qing, that's great. You are by my side, and you will never leave me." During the whole day, Shi Zimo got tired of being with Shi Qing like this. It was getting dark, and like every countless nights before, he scrubbed Shi Qing, changed his clothes, hugged him to bed, talked about someone's love, kissed him goodnight, and then fell asleep sweetly. But really fell asleep, but kept waking up. It's like being immersed in a beautiful dream during the day, but at night, when it's time to dream, all you see are facts that you can't face. In the first half of the night, Shi Zimo kept waking up, opened his eyes suddenly after sleeping for almost half an hour, and then hugged the person around him tightly, feeling his presence, before continuing to sleep. But in the next half hour, he opened his eyes again, keep confirming, keep affirming. Even if you hold Shi Qing tightly in your arms, after waking up, you still have to reaffirm to feel at ease. This cycle went on, until after 1 o'clock in the morning, Shi Zimo didn't really fall asleep. But he fell asleep, and he was very unsteady. His brows were tightly frowned, and the fingertips on his hands turned white. Shi Qing floated in the sky watching, feeling mixed feelings in his heart. The night is destined to be riddled with nightmares. I don't know what he dreamed about. I saw a large drop of sweat rolling down his forehead. His lips trembled, and then he whispered suppressedly. In a daze, he seemed to be able to discern something. He seemed to be chasing something, and kept shouting, hoping that someone would stay, accompany him, and be by his side. "Mom is dead. Chi Lu is dead. Grandma left too." "Shi Qing, Shi Qing, Shi Qing." Shi Zimo opened his eyes suddenly and hugged the person beside him tightly, but his eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. "Shi Qing, are you mad at me? Did I make you like this? I'm disgusting, isn't it?" Unable to fall asleep anymore, he hugged Shi Qing, hugged him tightly, buried his cheek in his neck, like a lonely child seeking comfort. I killed you, but I can't let go, Shi Qing. I'm a monster, I'm a lunatic, but I only have you. Please wake up, please don't leave me." Hoarse voice, soft whispers, begging with humble and completely put down dignity. Shi Qing's heart felt like being hit by a heavy hammer. He couldn't imagine how Shi Zimo survived nearly 2,000 days and nights in 5 years. In just 1 day and 1 night, he was going crazy, but Shi Zimo was like this. It's been 5 years. The heart-piercing pain made his nose sore uncontrollably, and tears flowed down his face. Cold tears ran across his cheeks, and Shi Qing was slightly taken aback by the cool touch, and the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was short black hair. Yes, he has returned to Xian Nua's body. The body that had been immobile for a long time was a little stiff, and he raised his arms with all his strength, gently stroking the slightly generous back in front of him. His voice was so low that he could barely speak. "Xiao Mo, I'm back." The body embracing him suddenly tensed up, as stiff as if it had been frozen. Shi Qing's heart was pounding, and the tears in his eyes kept flowing down, as if he didn't want money. This posture is really not good-looking, but he didn't care about it so much. He hugged Qin Mo with all his strength and said loudly, "I'm not dead. I'm alive. I said I won't die. I'm yours, system. I will never die." His body was pulled away abruptly. Qi Zimo looked at him steadfastly. The ecstasy in his black eyes was like fireworks exploding suddenly, brilliantly illuminating the dark hell into day. Time forgot to walk at this moment. The two stared at each other for a long time, as if frozen. Qi Zimo looked at the person in front of him. His empty eyes became focused. He just stared blankly like this, afraid that in the blink of an eye, this would be another innocent dream. Shi Qing looked at him distressedly and promised loudly without any scruples, "I am here. I am here. I have always been here. I have never left, and I will never leave." The straightforward words are like the wonderful music in this world, igniting the hope of life in Qi Zimo's withered soul. He finally had a reaction. The corners of his thin mouth slightly curled up, and a very shallow smile bloomed slowly like a gorgeous flower, so beautiful that it made people ecstatic. He fixedly looked at Shi Qing, put his palm on his cheek, and said in a hoarse voice with undisguised care, "Shi Qing, I am here. Shi Qing, I am here. Shi Qing, I am here. Shi Qing, Shi Qing, Shi Qing." The constant whispering seemed to be possessed by a demon. Shi Qing didn't even have a trace of impatience, and kept repeating, "Yes," gradually calming down his suspicious heart. Qi Zimo came back to life. He smiled, and finally blinked. A crystal teardrop slid down his fair cheek, and just fell into Shi Qing's palm. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of heat, and in the palm of Shi Qing's hands, there were his own tears and Qi Zimo's tears, and the crystal water droplets merged together, causing a burst of white light. Then a dazzling spar lay there. Obtain the tears of life. The task is completed. After a short reminder, Qi Zimo fell into a coma. Opening his eyes again, the black eyes were momentarily confused, and then focused, dense like a deep black vortex. He looked at Shi Qing, hung his head on his lips, and kissed him hard. "Thank you for your hard work, my Shi Qing." When Shi Qing was kissed, his eyes were still watery, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Then he shouted in surprise, "Qin Mo! Has Qin Mo recovered his memory? 2. The task is completed. It is indeed time to restore the memory." Qin Mo hugged him, pecked his rosy lips again dissatisfied, and said in a low voice, "Well, it's me." Shi Qing was surrounded by great joy. He bent his eyes and looked at Qin Mo, the corners of his mouth raised uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Qin Mo's current appearance is still Qi Zimo's. His youthful posture is less calm and more sharp, which also adds a little beauty to this delicate appearance. He stared at Shi Qing. His eyes fell on his lips unconsciously. Then he lowered his head again and kissed him more forcefully, parting his teeth, entangled deeply, as if he couldn't kiss enough. The charming taste, the intoxicating touch, sweetly seduced the desire deep in my heart. Shi Qing didn't resist at all, wrapped his hands around Qin Mo's neck, raised his head, and responded clumsily but sincerely, being asked for and learning to ask for it at the same time. The lingering kiss ended, and the breathing of both of them was a little disordered. At this time, Shi Qing felt a little embarrassed. When he faced Qin Xiaoma, he was still able to hold his own, but when he really faced Qin Mo, he felt extremely nervous, especially when I recall what I did before. Although it seems that Qi Zimo took the initiative, but Qin Mo had no memory at the time. Wouldn't it be reminiscent of him taking the initiative to go over, especially when Qi Zimo was so young? He agreed to the proposal. At this time, it is said that he was just trying to coax the children. Does it still work? Will it be photographed? QAQ. Just as he was struggling, the responsibility of being a system came, which happened to give him a chance to escape for a while. Trigger the secondary task to repair the damaged trial space and life space. Shi Qing's eyes lit up. There is actually a side mission. Because I read the manual before, Shi Qing is very clear about the situation of various tasks. And the subline tasks are different from the sideline tasks. Side quests must be completed before the main quest is completed, while side quests can also be called follow-up quests, which are triggered after the main quest is completed. The trigger conditions are unknown. Just like random missions, it depends entirely on luck. Although the rewards of the secondary missions are not as surprising as random missions. This mission is a good one to earn money. After successful completion, the point rewards obtained are beyond imagination. Although Shi Qing was ruined before, but he actually triggered a side mission, it couldn't be better. Of course, there's one more thing that makes Shi Qing very pleased. With the side mission, they can continue to stay in this world for a while. Although the main mission is completed, the world has been messed up by them. If they left like this, even if Qi Zimo and Xia Nuo were together afterwards, they would still face a super mess. Qi Zimo is amazing. He has become the world's public enemy in 5 years. Even if Xia Nuo survives, he has already done what he did, and his neurosis has been activated. How will the lives of the two of them be in the future? The future is really uncertain. But these were all caused by him, and Qinemo, Shi Qing was very disturbed by this. Not to mention that there are so many rewards for the sub-quests. Even if they don't, as long as there is this chance to make amends, he will definitely take me well. After sending the task reminder to Qinemo, Shi Qing also explained in detail what the secondary task was all about. Qinemo accepted the task without hesitation. Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and immediately looked at the mission objective seriously and asked unconsciously, "What is the trial space and the life space?" Qinemo finally moved his eyes away from someone's mouth, and when he heard Shi Qing's question, he asked back, "Can Xia Nuo's space be entered?" Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment, then tried to enter, but found that he couldn't enter. Qinemo said, "Qi Zimo's space is also damaged. So, do the trial space and life space refer to the space of these two people? Just fix them and get the job done?" At first glance, this task seems to be very difficult. Shi Qing, who has browsed through the library, can be sure that there is no record in any books about repairing the space. I have never heard of the space being damaged, so there is no possibility of repairing it. It seems like a mission without a clue, but for Shi Qing and Qinemo, it is not difficult at all. Someone has a survival disc. As early as when Shi Qing first met Qi Zimo, he guided Qi Zimo to save the file. They couldn't contact Qinemo before, so they couldn't read the file, but now they can read the file. Xia Nuo's spatial damage must be due to this death, and Qi Zimo's spatial damage is probably due to his illness in the past 5 years. As long as all these are avoided, as long as none of these happen, then their space will naturally not be damaged. In this way, wouldn't the task objective be easily accomplished? Not only can the task be completed, but it can also change their lives so that they can really have a happy ending. Thinking of this, Shi Qing was happy, and he looked at Qinemo excitedly. "Read the file." Qinemo smiled slightly. "Okay." Time goes back, the sun and the moon go back. The two returned to the weekend when Qi Zimo and Xia Nuo met 5 years ago. Seeing Xia's father and Xia's mother again, and Yan Qi's little friend who was alive and kicking, Shi Qing almost burst into tears. After Xia Nuo's death, Xia's father and Xia's mother suffered a severe blow. Although they had been under the care of Qi Zimo, the loss of their only son made them instantly gray-headed and emaciated. Seeing them again now, Shi Qing just felt so moved. He couldn't even help thinking that if he could be reborn and could return to Shi's father and Shi's mother. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head. Still, don't get too greedy. For one dinner, Shi Qing didn't know what it was like to eat, but he kept on serving the dishes attentively. Xia's father and mother were very surprised, but they also accepted it happily. They are naturally happy when their son is filial. Qinemo has always been watching because he is Qi Zimo's memory and has lived as Qi Zimo for 5 years. So even though he came back and stayed in the body of an 11-year-old child, it is not too much. Great dissonance. In addition, Qi Zimo is precocious, and his quiet and steady personality is just like Qinemo's, so there is no flaw in it. Shi Qing was excited all night, and when it was time to go to sleep, his heart was still surging. But it's not Papai Xiao's father and Xiao's mother, but Papai Qin Xiaomo. I didn't expect to see Qin Xiaomo again. That's great. This is the real Qin Xiaomo. The Qin Xiaomo who has memories. But afterwards, he didn't have to be complacent, because although Qin Xiaomo's body was small, he was no longer the innocent, kind, obedient, and lovely Qi Zimo inside. Qin Imo hugged him and said, "Don't go to school tomorrow." Shi Qing. Qi Zimo had let him go to study back then, but he had to go back to Qi's residence at night. "What? Do you want to go?" Shi Qing faltered. "That. Xiao Noah has always wanted to be a teacher. If he doesn't go to school and take the exam, he won't be able to stay in school. What do you do as a teacher?" "Being a teacher, Don't worry. Xiao Noah will have a better life and a more fulfilling life, and he won't have time to stay in school." Shi Qing. "Something is wrong." Qin Imo hugged him and kissed his white neck. "Shi Qing, you promised me to stay by my side." "Very well." The real snake spirit is back, and his freedom of life just flapped his wings and flew away. Although 11-year-old Qi Zimo is also a weird kid, Shi Qing can coax him a little. When he met the 11-year-old host of snake spirit disease, he could only be coaxed. Putting aside the problem of going to school, Shi Qing began to worry again. Although Xiaonua's space has been repaired after loading the file, Qi Zimo's space has not been activated yet, so the task must be successfully activated to complete the task. The fuse of all the previous incidents happened in Qi Zimo's space assessment, so they had to avoid many things first, so that they would not repeat the same mistakes and go back to the old road. When he was seriously thinking about how to take the first step, Qin Imo said softly to him, "Go to sleep. I'm fine, I have everything." Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with his eyes bent. Yes, Qin Imo is back. With him around, no problem is a problem anymore. Although he was afraid of him at first, but now he only feels that Qin Imo is there, and his heart is at ease, and he is extremely at ease. Thinking about it this way, a deep sense of tiredness hit him. After 5 years of nonstop sleeplessness, he finally found a haven of rest and fell asleep very relaxed and peaceful. Seeing that Shi Qing was in a deep sleep, Qin Imo opened his eyes, stretched out his arms lightly, carefully covered him with the quilt, then got out of bed, opened the door, and walked to the next door. Yen Qi slept late, and when she heard Qi Zimo's call, she immediately got out of bed and said respectfully, "Master." Qin Imo glanced at him and said, "Come with me." Yen Qi didn't know what to do, so he could only follow him out of the house. The area where Xia's family is located is a civilian area with low housing prices and few residents. Xia's father and Xia's mother are also considered well-off families. There is a small courtyard behind the house, and Qi Zimo and Yen Qi are standing in this courtyard at this time. In the previous 5 years of battle, although Qi Zimo used excessive power and caused severe damage to his space, he was also a genius with extremely high comprehension and spontaneously comprehended a set of safe and effective ways to use space power. Yen Qi's space is the power of wind, and Qi Zimo knows his space well, so it's easy to guide him now. Hearing what Qi Zimo said, Yen Qi was confused at first, but he saw the whirlwind gradually forming in his palm, and the surging in his heart was like waves hitting the shore, and the waves became rough. Yen Qi never imagined that she possessed such powerful power. Yen Qi's space is a typical wind attribute. If you look at it visually, there are gusts of wind overwhelming the sky, and when this power is guided out, it will form a huge force, resulting in a powerful attack power that is far beyond the reach of human beings. In the past 5 years, although Qi Zimo has been suffering from illnesses, it can't stop him from being too high in IQ and ambitious, so he has thoroughly studied the offensive space. Generally speaking, there are similarities and minor differences between offensive space and ordinary space. The size of the space directly determines the strength of the attack, and the elements in the space determine the type of attack, most of which are single elements, such as flames, strong winds, water currents, and sand and stones. Of course, there are also more alternative ones, such as Qi Zimo's space, where various elements are mixed, complementing each other and restraining each other with strong stability. So the circulation speed is much stronger than ordinary offensive spaces, so the explosive power is particularly terrifying. It is not difficult to guide Yin Qi to use her own ability, but to use it proficiently requires accumulation of experience and continuous practice. There is still a long way to go to reach the peak 5 years later. But it doesn't have to be so powerful. There is no such power in the whole world now. Yin Qi's ability to use it is already unique enough to shock the world. Yin Qi was so excited that he stayed up all night. He practiced in the yard all night. He was also smart and hardworking. His performance this night was very good. It is absolutely no problem to use it to bluff people. Qin Mo went to bed in the middle of the night. After all, he was in a child's body, and there was still a tough battle tomorrow. So when Shi Qing fell asleep and woke up naturally, he saw the peaceful, angel-like boy beside him. He was dazed for a while, and his brain hadn't come back to gear yet. So he tilted his head and looked at Qin Mo stupidly. Look at this white skin that could be broken with a blow. Look at the long eyelashes like a small fan. A straight nose, petal-like lips, and a small pointed chin. Shi Qing stared. Host, did you know that you were so cute when you were young? I'm not blaming Shushu, but I really want to pinch and kiss along the way. Look left, look right, look up, look down. Shi Qing, who wasn't blamed, couldn't help it, leaned over and kissed that tender little cheek, and then the weirdness in his heart was completely revived. Emma can suck jelly. The taste is also great. One kiss was not enough. Seeing that Qin Mo hadn't woken up, he leaned over and kissed on the other side. Seeing that Qin Mo hadn't woken up yet, he blamed Shushu for getting fatter. He kissed a few more times on the left and right sides. If you want to go up, pinch it. A slightly hoarse voice sounded from the morning. Can't wait? Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment. His paws stopped in midair. The black eyes opened. There was no sleepiness in them, but a faint smile on the contrary. Qin Mo looked at him and said vaguely, Don't worry, the task will be completed soon. Wait for me to return to my body. Shi Qing. The old blushes like a crayfish. Is this implying something? Not like this. He didn't want to do anything. I just think Meng Jingtai is cute and delicious, and I really want to play with him, no? I have no other ideas at all. But is it useful to explain this kind of thing? Shi Qing was so stupid as to talk nonsense. He ran out of bed quickly, changed his clothes, and ran away in no time. If he didn't run now, when would he wait? It's just that he didn't expect that the host didn't joke with him, and the task was indeed completed very quickly. It's almost like I'm in a hurry. I just want to finish the task quickly, so that I can spare time to do something. Shi Qing resolutely comforted himself. Don't think too much. Yin Qi stayed up all night, but she was still full of energy the next day. It was because her mental strength defeated her physical exhaustion that I have always thought that my life is just like this. But suddenly I won the 500 million lottery, and the world is turned upside down. Sleeping is a hare. It doesn't matter if you don't have to sleep from now on. After breakfast at Xiao's family, they went back to Qi's mansion. Shi Qing didn't want to go to school, but it didn't matter. With the hard work last time, he didn't need to go to these few classes at all. It's time to go directly to the assessment and make sure to pass all A's, and it's not bad. They had just returned to Qi Mansion when Qin Mo made a phone call. Shi Qing didn't know who he was calling at first, but when he heard him speak, he knew who it was. Dad, I'm hurt. After leaving a word, he put down the phone, and Shi Qing looked at Qin Xiaoma, who was completely intact. Qin Xiaoma smiled. This is faster. Sure enough, it was very fast. Half an hour later, Qi Lu returned to Qi Mansion in a hurry. His pale face was slightly flushed, and he didn't know whether it was from anxiety or fright. However, although Qi Lu is not in good health now, he has not been hit one after another, nor is he overworked, so he is not weak enough to look like a little white flower. As soon as Qi Lu came in, he quickly asked Yin Qi directly, Where is Xiao Mo? How is Xiao Mo? Yin Qi didn't come back for a while. He looked at Qi Lu's anxious expression in surprise. He always thought that Qi Lu was indifferent to Qi Zimo, but judging by this expression, it seems that he is not pretending. And now it's the harvest season. Qi Lu must have left everything behind and ran here. If Qi Zimo hadn't been on his mind, it wouldn't have been possible. Not to mention the row of medical staff behind him. In just half an hour, not only came here by himself, but also thoughtfully brought all the doctors. This is absolutely very important. Yin Qi didn't delay. she just said quickly. In the bedroom. So a group of people rushed to Chi Zimo's bedroom again. A large group of people came in, carrying medical equipment. Shi Qing was guarding the bedside. Took a look and was shocked. Qi Lu ran over quickly and couldn't care less about Shi Qing, a stranger, and just asked repeatedly, Xiaomo, what's wrong with you? What happened? Don't be afraid. Dad is back. Dad is here. You will be fine of... Then he turned back and roared in a hurry. What are you doing in a daze? Come over and check him. This anxious look made Shi Qing feel a little incapable of reacting. Although he knew that Qi Lu cared about Qi Zimo because of the previous experience, he really didn't expect it to reach this point. But it's true. Qi Zimo is a weird kid, and his self-esteem is outrageously high if his father doesn't come back. He will never make a phone call to beg. On the one hand, Qi Lu is crazy busy. On the other hand, he is also exhausted, and the father doesn't know how to get along with his son. So he just listens to the housekeeper every day. Report the situation of your son, and feel relieved knowing that there is nothing wrong. At this moment, Qi Zimo suddenly heard Qi Zimo call himself and said weakly, I'm hurt. This scared Qi Lu into a daze, wishing he could fly over along the way. By the way, I was enlightened. If something happens to his son, no matter how much money he earns, what's the use of developing the Qi family to a great extent? He has already lost his lover, and his son is gone. So why is he still alive? That's when he rushed back in panic all the way regardless of his image. Not to mention Shi Qing, the snake spirit is as sick as the host, and raised his eyebrows at this moment a little surprised. After all, the word father in his dictionary has the same status as shit. They are both disgusting existences that people want to destroy directly. But the play has already started, and the show still needs to continue. Qin Mo frowned slightly and said in a weak voice, Dad, it's too noisy. I want to talk to you alone. This sentence was simply a sap, hitting Qi Lu directly on the head, making him almost faint from fright. But at least he knew that he was the pillar of his son and couldn't fall down. So at this moment he held on, but his voice was tight and unreasonably soft. Xiao Mo is obedient. Let the doctor see it first, and talk to Dad later if you have anything to say. Qin Mo coughed a few times and said very persistently, Dad, I just want to talk to you. Not to mention Qi Lu, the party involved, but Shi Qing, who was watching from the sidelines, almost dropped his jaw to the ground. I'll fuck it up. Is this really his host? Isn't he possessed by a mysterious horseman? Host, your acting skills are so superb. Is it really okay? Qi Lu couldn't hold back his son, and drove all the medical staff out, and then stood by the bed, looking at his son with a sad face. It's a pity. The weak and cute Mingjung just now changed from an angel to a demon in a second. He lifted the quilt and got off the bed, looked at Qi Lu coldly, and said, I'm fine, I just want you to come back. Qi Lu is stupid. Shi Qing. Father Qi, I sympathize with you. Qin Mo didn't give Qi Lu any time to react, and directly threw a bombshell. These days, Yin Qi and I accidentally discovered the secret of the abandoned space. They are not useless, but a powerful reserve of combat power. Afterwards, Yin Qi, who was still able to keep up with the beat, used his ability to blow a stone specially placed in the room into powder. Qi Lu is even more stupid. Qin Mo frowned, glanced at him with disgust, and gave him a list. The names written on it are all people with development space. You gather them as soon as possible. Seeing that Qi Lu was about to become a statue, Shi Qing couldn't stand it anymore. So he had to come forward to give Qi Lu a smooth ride, and explained it carefully and carefully by the way. Half an hour later, a roar came from the bedroom. What's going on? The housekeeper who was guarding outside was taken aback, but immediately felt relieved. Hearing the voice, the master seemed to be getting better recently. Under Shi Qing's efforts to smooth the hair, Father Qi's violent mood finally stabilized. But he wasn't really angry, he just felt too surprised for his sons pretending to be sick. He can only be thankful, and he can't get angry at all. After listening to Shi Qing's euphemistic explanation, Qi LV had already been led astray all the way, and he automatically understood that son is pretending to be sick to act like a spoiled child to him. Is this the legendary Tsundra? Oh, my baby boy? The father's love that had been silent for more than 10 years suddenly exploded. Shi LV succeeded in being enlightened, hit his head with a stick, and finally Shi Qing's gentle comfort. He was successfully trained from a scumbag to a son-in-law. It has to be said that Shi Qing and Qin Mo matched perfectly in the matter of training the scumbag father. One strong and one soft, with a perfect understanding. Yin Qi, who was watching, said that he was kneeling. After conquering Qi Lu, this matter will be very easy to handle. After all, Qi Zimo is a child. He has no say in many things and lacks appeal. But if Qi Lu is allowed to take the lead, it will be smooth sailing. Of course, there is no rush. At this moment, there are still a few garbage that need to be dealt with first. That's right, Qi Rue and others who are still jumping. Qin Mo's moves have always been one step at a time, using injury to recruit Qi Lu back, and at the same time, he took the opportunity to let the wind go. The young master of the Qi family is seriously ill, and he is about to die soon. Do not believe. Didn't you see Qi Lu abandoning everything in the busy harvest season and rushing back to Qi Mansion with a lot of medical staff in a panic? If it wasn't for his own son's accident, why would Qi Lu be so crazy? This movement is so loud that I wish everyone knew about it, but you really can't believe it. Then another big news came. Qi Zimo was really dying, and Qi Lu was too worried and his body was overdrawn, so he fell into a coma. This matter can't be concealed. If such a big man like Qi Lu has an accident, the government will be mobilized. Qi Mansion was sealed and airtight. Although the truth cannot be seen, the truth that cannot be seen is the real truth. Qi Rue was even more excited than last time. The pie from the sky hit him on the head, so he really couldn't accept it. Another day later, Qi Lu's personal butler unexpectedly appeared, announcing the oral will with a sad face. It is said that Qi Lu left a message before he fell into a coma. If I can't wake up, the Qi family will be handed over to Qi Yin. Who is Qi Yin, you ask? Qi Yin is Qi Rue's younger brother, who has been transparent all year round. It stands to reason that Qi Rue's space level is one level higher than Qi Yan's. But there is not much difference between their space. One is 5 levels, and the other is 6 levels. As the later stage grows, the distance shrinks even more. Coupled with the fact that both of them are old, taking over the Qi family at this time is also a crisis. And generally it depends on the wishes of the previous patriarch, and they don't pay too much attention to the issue of rank hits, just an excessive. There is no need to pursue it so clearly. The point is still to see the next generation. All of a sudden, Qi Yin stood up, but Qi Rue blushed with anger, and his neck thickened. With such a small provocation, the two brothers started biting dogs. Don't look at Qi Yin, who has always been a little transparent, but he is also thoughtful, especially with the perverted brother Qi Rue on his head. He has swallowed his anger for so many years, and once he raises his eyebrows, he immediately turns his face into a human. Qin Mo and Qi Lu didn't need to move a finger, and the two of them were smashed into a ball. What about brothers? In front of the interests, it becomes a fart. Qi Lu still has some scruples, but Qin Mo has always been the master of cutting grass and rooting out future troubles, and now he has a powerful army hidden underground. With a slight push behind him, Qi Rue, a lunatic, stretched out his knife to brother. He didn't want to kill Qi Yin, he just wanted to scare him, but unfortunately, Qi Yin died. He killed his brother in order to fight for power, and Qi Rue was directly arrested. He didn't understand until his death. How could Qi Yin be killed by himself? Obviously his knife didn't go in. Why did Qi Yin's chest start to bleed, rolled his eyes, and died in front of his eyes? Before going to the execution ground, Qi Rue frightened himself, really crazy. Of course he didn't know that something like a wind blade could penetrate a human body thousands of miles away without leaving any evidence. Under such a disparity in strength, Qi Rue's combat effectiveness is negative. Killing him is no different from trampling an ant to death. It's nothing more than considering the nature of the world and worrying about the issue of reputation. In more than 10 days, the enemy who had been entangled with Qi Lu for half his life was easily solved, and Qi Lu's feelings will not be mentioned much. Now he is full of energy, with such a powerful army, coupled with the backup support of his 8th level planning space. There are too many things he can do. It was Qin Mo who stopped him. Qi Lu was exhausted to death in his last life. Considering that Qi Lu still has some uses, Qin Mo didn't want him to die so early, so he showed Xian Nua's space. Qi Lu was completely stunned by such a mighty and domineering space, and almost regarded Shi Qing as a heavenly being. So much so that only his 10-year-old son proposed that he would marry Shi Qing when he grows up, and he couldn't bear to refute. Keeping such a magical space by my son's side, the rest of my life will be full of wind and rain. Of course, after he came back to his senses in the middle of the night, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Xian Nua is a man. Why does he want to hold a grandson when he is swollen? But just getting along with his son in harmony. He doesn't have the confidence to speak up. Hey, let it go first, let it go first. Now that technology is advanced, there are still ways to recruit children. At present, it is reasonable to win people over first. With Shi Qing as a backup force, Qi Luduan felt that his own space was just like that, and there was really no need to work so hard. His son didn't care about his resources at all. He could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to risk his life come a blog. My heart is relieved. My days are nourished, and I exercise regularly. Qi Lu's complexion is getting better day by day. After 20 days, Qin Mo has found all the people around Qi Zimo in the previous life, guided them to use his own power, and after secret special training, it is time to announce this blockbuster. Using Qi LV's identity to win over several aristocratic families and government officials. The secret of the abandoned space was revealed to the world through live broadcast, causing an uproar in an instant. A new space form is formed, and the chain reaction that detonates is beyond imagination. It is also thanks to the fact that it has been filed with the government long ago, and Qin Mo has formed a powerful combat space force in private, completely relying on violence to suppress possible turmoil. Then, in the name of Qi LV, the method of guiding the battle space was transmitted to all major schools, and the newly established Battle Academy absorbed almost all the waste space carriers. Comprehensive and systematic teaching may require longer research and exploration, but at least these people can be stabilized so that everything can proceed step by step. Because of this major discovery, this year's space assessment has been fired up, and the assessment team hastened to come up with a new rating scheme before the assessment begins. The spatial form is divided into combat space and functional space. At the same time, re-rate all abandoned spaces in advance. Currently, the highest battle space level in the world is the Qi family's retainer, Yin Qi. 6th level wind system battle space. Just like in the previous life, Qi Zimo still got the number 520, and Qi Lu and Shi Qing accompanied him to the evaluation hall. Both Shi Qing and Qi Lu were very excited, but Shi Qing was excited while Qi Lu was nervous. Until the evaluation results appear. The strongest space unique in the world. Level dash, full battle space. Carrier Qi Zimo. Although he knew that Qi Zimo space is very powerful, but now he actually heard the result, the impact effect is still leveraged. Shi Qing was as happy as if he had won a big prize. Qi LV even became a silly dad with high directly. 10 levels of space. Battle space. It's still all in one. It can't be any better. This is about to usher in a new era. Thinking of his son being so promising, and thinking of the wonderful future that is coming, Qi Lu sighed in his heart, and only hoped that his beloved wife could feel at ease in another world. At the same time, he was very fortunate, thanks to the fact that the battle space was discovered in advance and shocked the world at once. In such a scorching atmosphere, Qi Zimo's space was activated, which attracted more attention, and no one dared to discriminate against Xiao Watch 4. Recalling the activation process, the first stage saw such a vast space, but in the second stage, no machine could enter. Fortunately, Qi Zimo has the power to guide this ability. After he released the energy of the whole system, the review team was shocked. Immediately flipping through the evaluation criteria of the 10th level space that had been dusty for a long time, they were amazed to find out whether this was indeed in line with the standard. That's why you can't choose the result. If the combat space hadn't been announced, if Qi Zimo couldn't guide this ability, then according to previous standards, even if Qi Zimo's space was -square meters, it would still be an out-and-out abandoned space. The gap between an abandoned space and a 10th level space is no less than heaven and hell. Qi Lu felt both rejoicing and apprehensive. All kinds of emotions were hard to put into words. However, although he was promoted to be a silly dad, he still has the IQ that he should have. He is also wondering why his son knows how to guide the ability of the abandoned space. He mentioned his IQ and asked tentatively. No matter who Qin Mo was, he could understand what he was thinking in just one sentence. So Qi Zimo smiled and said a little embarrassed, "I didn't actually find out. Qi Lu is kind and amiable." "Who is that?" Qi Zimo thought for a while, and then mustered up the courage to say, It's actually Shi Qing." Qi Lu looked at Shi Qing with a stern look. "Shi Qing." Qi Zimo ignored a certain stupidity and continued to add, "Yin Qi and I met Xian Nua together." Xian Nua heard that Yin Qi was an abandoned space, and he was always worried. It happened that he was a student in the academy. "I went to the library to browse the relevant materials, and I didn't expect to gain something, and then we quietly helped Yin Qi learn the ability to guide power. Although it took a lot of time, I didn't expect it to be successful." Yin Qi. Shi Qing. "Damn it, host, if you don't write the script, you're really blind." After Qi Lu heard it, he was so moved that tears filled his eyes. "Xian Nua, this is his son's savior. My child, thanks to you. You are really a good boy." Shi Qing. After a long time, Qi Zimo and Xian Nua lived together sweetly, and Shi Qing vaguely understood, is Qin Mo helping to gain favorability? With such a great kindness, Qi Lu, a father, can't stop these two people from being together. It must be so. Of course, these are all things to say later. After successfully completing the task, the two retired. Returning to the system space again, Shi Qing was still slightly uncomfortable seeing the adult version of Qin Mo. However, he was not given much time to get used to it. After 30 seconds, the system space was closed, and the two of them were sent back to Qin Mo's world before they had time to check the rewards. In the vortex of time-space transformation, Shi Qing belatedly remembered that the last time they left this world was not a good time. Sure enough, the eyes turned dark, then lit up, and the Hydra classmate who danced wildly appeared in front of him. Unprepared for seeing this big guy suddenly, Shi Qing was so frightened that he ran away. His miraculous ability to travel thousands of miles is super powerful, and he can run for dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. As far as this escape skill is concerned, our system gentleman can be regarded as a tyrant. It's a pity that he misjudged the terrain here. This is a cave. Although the space is quite large, it can't support the strong speed of the plane, so the small Shi Qing plane is in danger of hitting a wall. In the blink of an eye, before his face kissed the wall, the back of his neck was pulled vigorously, and his waist was stopped again. In the next second, he broke away from Mother Earth, flipped over, and was hugged. Shi Qing raised his head, just in time to meet Qin Mo's lowered head. Coincidentally, when the eyes of the two met, their mouths also met. Although it wasn't the first time the two kissed, it was so dramatic. It was the first time. Even Qin Mo was a little surprised, but the next moment, he narrowed his eyes, and in this position, deepened the kiss. Shi Qing was a little slow, but then he also enjoyed the entanglement between his lips and teeth. Hydra chick. Ignored. Completely ignored. The more intimate the hotter, the hotter the hotter. At least Shi Qing's sanity has not been eaten by a dog, and it took a long time before he realized a serious problem. There is also a super large shiny light bulb here. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the 9 pairs of big eyes of Hydra. After being speechless for 3 or 4 seconds, Shi Qing suddenly jumped down, finally regaining consciousness. Qin Mo frowned, very dissatisfied. Shi Qing didn't care about Shun Mao anymore. He didn't have a bad taste for making out in front of a monster. This. After opening his mouth, Shi Qing realized a problem. The time they kissed just now was really not short. Why didn't this monster take the opportunity to attack them? Don't tell him that this monster has a martial arts spirit and won't do things like sneak attack on opponents. Tell the ghosts. Then Qin Mo spoke and called out a name, Xiaojiu. Hearing his voice, the 9 heads of Hydra began to cheer and sway. Shi Qing was stunned. Could it be that Xiao Jiao is the name of this Hydra? He was embarrassed, although he had seen Qin Mo's memories, but because it was in the quick view mode, he saw all the big events and conflicts that were closely related to Qin Mo. Some other memories, such as being friends with Hydra. He didn't see it at all. Although Xiaojia saw his master trying to show cuteness, Shi Qing really didn't think that there was an angle all over his body that was cute. Can you honestly pretend to be fierce and cruel? Your cute appearance will only make people feel more scary. Okay? Qin Mo came here for thousands of miles, of course not to see how cute it is. He walked around Xiaojiao and walked behind it. It looked like a huge stone gate, and there were many purple, black, and red barriers on it. Judging from the color, you can tell that it is definitely not a gentle spell, and it is estimated that if you accidentally touch it, you will die. Qin Mo asked Shi Qing to lean back, then took out the dagger, cut it on his fingertips, and the bright red blood dripped on the door, instantly merging with those strange rays of light, as if he had come alive and moved quickly. After about 30 minutes, the stone door opened, and Qin Mo's face was a little pale due to lack of blood. Shi Qing looked very distressed. He thought that only a few drops of blood were needed, but he never thought that it took so much blood to open the barrier. Shi Qing didn't dare to interrupt before, but seeing that it was over now, he stepped forward, took out the anti-bleeding medicine, and quickly applied it to his fingers. Fine. Shi Qing frowned and didn't listen to what he said. He only checked the wound carefully, and seeing that the bleeding was gone, he took out some blood-enriching potions and quickly handed them to Qin Mo. Qin Mo was stunned, but he didn't refuse. He raised his head and drank it all. The medicine in the system store was very effective, and he recovered in a short while, and his face looked much better. Shi Qing stared at it for a while, then heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Mo smiled. Come with me. Shi Qing followed behind him and entered the stone gate together. Inside the stone gate is a room. Judging from this posture, it must have been chiseled out by Hydra's head. That IT is very rough and irregular, with bumps and hollows here and there. It is really not beautiful. However, this airtight room is very bright, all because of the luminous pearl placed in the center. The largest one is about the size of a durian, while the smallest one is the size of a fist. These beads, if you take them out together, are precious treasures. You must know that Yi Mingzhu is not just a simple definition of beautiful beads in the cultivation world. There is a large amount of aura in the Yi Mingzhu, which is a weapon that cultivators flock to. It has always been expensive, but this one, which is the size of a durian, is very rare. But now, these treasures are thrown on the ground like garbage. But then, Shi Qing knew that these night pearls were not regarded as garbage, but compared with the contents inside, they were real garbage. All kinds of legendary monster pills, beast cores, spirit stones, countless god-level and fairy-level magic weapons, and those spiritual materials that are hard to find for thousands of years. Not to mention, those top alchemy masters worked so hard for hundreds of years to get one magical pill. Taking any of them out is enough to shock the world, but now they are all piled up in this cave. Shi Qing was completely dumbfounded. Qin Mo touched him to bring him back to his senses. Shi Qing looked at him stupidly and didn't realize what Qin Mo said for a long time. Can you fit these things in your space? Shi Qing. I'll wipe it. It must be able to hold it. It must fit. If you can't fit it, you have to fit it in your stomach, etc. Shi Qing snapped back to his senses. His eyes turned into copper coins. All of these are put in my space? Qin Mo. Of course. Shi Qing. Please allow me to giggle for 3 hours. Wipe away the saliva, and Shi Qing turned into a busy little bee. After the host casually smashed a high-grade spar, he decided not to bother him anymore. Very doggy. He took out the cushion and laid it carefully, and poured tea thoughtfully, and then asked the host to sit down. Come, you rest. Leave these small things to me. After speaking, he rushed to the countless treasures, tidying up and storing them while still feeling emotional. Shi Qing was overwhelmed. What a surprise, goodbye surprise. I thought that seeing so many rare treasures was the limit, but I didn't expect to find another box of cheat books. And one of them hit him right away. The secret fractal technique. Could this be the comprehension version of the avatar technique? Is this the avatar technique worth? Dash coins? It takes no effort to get it. Holding the book, Shi Qing walked towards Qin Mo excitedly. Can I learn this? Qin Mo was originally in a good mood. The cushion was comfortable, and the tea was delicious. Of course, seeing Shi Qing busy was the source of all the fun. Seeing Shi Qing holding a book so preciously now, he raised his eyes slightly, but when he saw the title of the book, he immediately lowered his eyes. No. Shi Qing was actually just asking casually. The host is such a rich man. A small cheat book is nothing at all, and it doesn't hinder anything for him to learn it, so he didn't take it too seriously. After asking, he casually opened the cheat book, but before he could read the words clearly, he heard the host's voice, and he was stunned all of a sudden. No. Got rejected? Shi Qing turned to look at Qin Mo. In Qin Mo's eyes, this expression became QAQ. Shi Qing brand tear bag is as lethal to Qin Mo as an atomic bomb. However, issues of principle cannot be condoned. Qin Mo frowned, barely ignoring the tears, and emphasized, "You are not allowed to practice any fractal spells. Period." For why? The voice was very small, pitiful, like some kind of small animal. Qin Mo immediately thought of the little panda lying obediently in his palm. Now, half of the blood bar on the top of his head was cut off again. But the host is the host after all. Once the snake spirit disease cannot be cured for life, he can indulge unconditionally if it does not touch the bottom line. But if it touches it, there is only one size fits all. There is absolutely no two words, no. The tone has dropped an octave. Shi Qing was hit hard, and the whole person was listless. He really couldn't figure out how this stimulated Qin Mo and made him fall ill. It stands to reason that the avatar technique is so convenient and powerful. As long as he practices it, the main body can always be by Qin Mo's side, and the split body can also go around and help out when doing tasks, so he won't be so passive and powerless. Obviously, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why didn't the host agree? Shi Qing was worried. His eyebrows were wrinkled into a ball of worry, and when he lowered his head, he happened to see the fractal that he had opened. The first page was just a few lines of big characters, which came straight into his eyes, and it was hard for him not to see them. After seeing it, he couldn't help grinning. It is written in the book. The harm of this technique outweighs the benefits. Unless it is in a desperate situation, it should not be practiced in the later stage of the technique. It will cause the disaster of separation of souls, and suffer from the pain of losing one's soul, without a doctor for life, and the fractal is in the main body, and it is ordered by it. If the fractal body is damaged, so is the main body. It turned out that the host was worried about him. It turned out that the host was afraid that if he practiced this technique, if he could not master it well, he would end up with schizophrenia and die. Shi Qing laughed so hard that he couldn't see his teeth. With this beginning, his brain was running wild all the way, and it couldn't stop. Think about it. The host has such an awkward personality. How could he come to analyze the pros and cons with him so earnestly? He must have felt that there was danger, so he cut off his thoughts quickly and neatly. Although his tone was not pleasant and his attitude was a bit harsh, his intentions were extremely good. Shi Qing was moved by his snake spirit disease host. His intricate expression fell into Qin Mo's eyes. Tears bagged with mouth tilted and laughing. The blood bar above Qin Mo's head was successfully emptied. As soon as he pulled him over, he kissed that curved mouth hard. What a trick! Shi Qing was moved. Although he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the sudden hot kiss, he didn't have to keep up too much. It wasn't the first time that he kissed, and the kiss was very comfortable. My dear was almost out of breath, and Shi Qing broke free. While taking a breath, he was still thinking about this pile of treasures, so he had to put them away quickly. If there was any accident later, he was taken away by someone else, and he would feel so distressed to death. So, he left Qin Mo behind and became a little bee. Qin Mo glanced at the fractal art that was thrown on the ground like garbage. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he felt better again. Anything that can cause Shi Qing to leave him should be destroyed humanely, such as this book. He picked up the book, just as he wanted it to turn into ashes and go away with the wind, but he saw the content on the first page. Reminiscent of Shi Qing's demeanor. Why can't he figure it out? The warnings in this book are of no use to him at all. If he really wants to practice fractals, there are a lot of matching spells with many solid elements. These so-called harms are not worth mentioning at all. But it's good for Shi Qing to understand like this. He smiled. A book of magical spells coveted by the world just turned into ashes. For Shi Qing, the 3 hours of this practice is like a blink of an eye. Excitedly put all the treasures into space, and then carried out detailed registration and bookkeeping, and carefully put them away by category, and flew away in 3 hours. When the system space is opened, he still has more to say. With such a pile of treasures, he can't think of too many. But on second thought, he became excited again, and he could check the rewards when he returned to the space. They closed their memories this time, and they were on the sideline mission. So the rewards are not much scary? So he hurriedly dragged Qin Mo back to the system space. Although he was mentally prepared, he was so shocked that he dropped a goose egg when he received the reward information. God, too much, his little heart can't bear it. Because the previous missions were completed with 0 mistakes, and the random missions were triggered by good luck, and they were successfully completed, these accumulated a lot of experience points, which greatly improved the level of the host. The difficulty of this world has been increased due to the closed memory, plus the subquests, and a large amount of experience points have been accumulated after completion, all of which are added together, and the level of the host has reached level 20. Each level will open the items in the system store, and every 10 levels will increase the reward value of the base point currency. When doing random missions before, Qin Mo was only at level 9. After the random missions, he reached level 16. Speaking of which, random missions are really good harvest tasks. And this time the Sublime mission also gave a lot of experience, so it rose to level dash in one fell swoop. After reaching level dash, the basic point currency for each task will be increased to dash points. And the closed memory has doubled again, etc. Shi Qing was surprised to find that this 10 times increase was actually 10 times the increase after adding the basic point coins and the point coins earned from the Sublime tasks together. The reward for the Sublime task is dash points plus dash points of the base point, and then multiplied by 10. Qin Mo finally got 20 points. Totally stunned. The income from the system was halved, but Shi Qing also got a full dash points. Is this the legend of becoming a local tyrant in a second? Too high. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to / While Shi Qing was counting to 0 excitedly, Qin Mo had already opened the system store neatly and spent dash points in an instant. Seeing the small black and white pill in the palm of his hand, Qin Mo hooked the corner of his mouth, then turned around and shook Shi Qing and said to him, "Open your mouth." Shi Qing, huh? He just stared wide-eyed, but didn't open his mouth. Qin Mo pinched his chin and lightly licked his pink lips. Shi Qing unconsciously relaxed his jaw, and then the small pill slipped into his throat. Gudong, Shi Qing has already eaten it before he tasted it. What? But without Qin Mo responding, Shi Qing heard the prompt in his ear. The bloodline is activated, starting to strengthen the body. And then a large piece of information got into his head. Shi Qing hurriedly received it, and then he knew what was going on. It turned out that Qin Mo bought the body of the little panda and fed it to him. He clearly remembered that this body was worth dash points, but the dash point coins are still very worthwhile. The overall quality of this body is very high. The most important thing is that this is a bloodline that can be upgraded with a lot of room for growth, and every time it grows, there will be a qualitative leap. And the bloodline also comes with exclusive skills. Because there is only one level of bloodline at present, only one skill is activated. But just one skill is quite astonishing. It is a powerful defensive ability, an impregnable fortress. It's a god defense. According to the introduction, there are almost no attacks that cannot be defended. The shortcoming is that the time is short. Currently, it is only 1 minute, but the time can be extended with the skill upgrade. But even if the time is short, this near-invincible mode is amazing enough. With the ability to travel thousands of miles, and to have an iron wall, Shi Qing said that with a powerful attack skill, he would be satisfied. But right now, there are more important things. Shi Qing looked at Qin Mo and said solemnly, "Thank you." Although he could afford it, the host still took the initiative to buy him, which moved you even more. Seeing that his system was about to imagine a scene that was completely out of style, Qing turned his head and coughed lightly. Don't waste the remaining coins. Use them all to improve your physical fitness. Shi Qing suppressed the turmoil in his heart, listened super seriously, and nodded again and again. Okay, no problem. Qing also has dash point coins, which are also used to strengthen the body. It is not easy to strengthen the body. At the beginning, the demand for points is relatively small, but in the later stage, the points required for each level increase geometrically. In addition, there is a tendency to improve according to one's own conditions, so overall improvement is still very difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, Shi Qing instantly became a Superman when he threw in the dash coins. Of course, he didn't spend all of it, and he had a spare 6 o'clock on the one hand to send emergency system reminders, and on the other hand, he had to stockpile some commonly used medicines, practical props, etc. In general, more than 2 coins were left behind. Both of them were ready, so they pressed the button together to welcome the next world. The lengthy world background first appeared on the big screen. Shi Qing looked intently, still couldn't help being surprised. This is so complicated. Although Shi Qing has grown his knowledge after experiencing the world of beasts and boys, but the current world background has once again refreshed his 3 views. Is it not enough for this world to have only men and women? Only women and only men and women? What's wrong with a world with 6 genders? And what are alpha, beta, omega? Although he has used the common language scroll for a long time, he is still at a loss when he sees these words. And those terms are too straightforward. Estrus, bonding fever, marking possession. I wipe. What if the host becomes an omega? Thinking of this, the little panda's ears immediately perked up. Although the background introduction on the screen challenged Shi Qing's 3 views. But in order to complete the task perfectly, he still bit the bullet and watched it. Generally speaking, there are men and women in this world, but there are clear divisions between men and between women and women. All alphas are born strong and have absolute advantages in combat and leadership. They are born strong. Of course, there is a big difference between the strong and the strong, but it is undeniable that any alpha is stronger than an omega, which is their inherent capital. The slightly weaker one is beta. Compared with this weird world, beta is a normal person in the conventional sense. Shi Qing experienced it for a while and felt that it was no different from ordinary humans. Then there is the complete opposite of alpha, and the most bizarre existence. Omega do no matter men or women. As long as you are an omega, you have strong fertility, and you are born to reproduce, and fate is like making omega to succumb to himself. They are born with troubles and tortures, and they can't get rid of the rut period no matter what, and every now and then, as long as it walks on the road. It exudes a charming smell that is enough to excite alpha. Omega is rare, much rarer than alpha, but the fate of omega is tragic after birth. As long as they are judged to be an omega, they must register with the association. They can spend their childhood with their parents, but when they reach the age of 11 and begin to develop gradually, they will be taken away and brought up together. Even after they become adults, they do not have the right to choose a spouse independently. This world is still full of wars, and alpha's status on the battlefield is unmatched. They are fighters who defend their homes and countries, pioneers in fighting for territories, and warriors who keep mankind alive. The best alphas have the absolute right to choose. They can choose the omega that is most suitable for them, the most compatible, the most favorite, and the most fertile omega. In this way, their lineage can be continuously passed on. Better alphas will be born, the army will be stronger, and the country will be stronger. This is a virtuous circle. Of course, this cycle does not include the will of omega at all. They are human beings, but they are also reproductive machines. For a lucky omega, if he is chosen by a good alpha when choosing a mate, then at least he will have a better life for the rest of his life. And of course, he will not be able to get rid of the constant birth. The birth of an omega is completely random. Any couple, even if both of them are ordinary betas, may give birth to an omega. This kind of probability is difficult to grasp, but the rate of omega birth has always been very, very low, which is certain. However, after an alpha and omega combine, 80% of the children born are alphas, and most of them will inherit the excellent lineage of the alpha father and become wise, brave, or shrewd warriors. This is why the government attaches so much importance to Omega. They can continue to pass on their excellent bloodlines, which makes it more certain that they were born to reproduce. This is a mission bestowed by God and cannot be defied. But more than half of the Omegas hate this kind of life. They hate it. They are Omega, but at the same time they are human. They also want to have their own lives, and they also want to have human rights. But in any case, they are all vulnerable groups. Under the guise of protection, he was imprisoned for life. Seeing this, Shi Qing sighed endlessly. Having experienced the Beastman world, Shi Qing was no longer so repulsive about being able to have children, especially in the orc world. There are male beasts and sub-beasts, which seem to be very similar to Alpha and Omega on the surface. They are all attracted to each other. They are all combined with each other, and then they have children. Even the fluctuating period of the orc world is so similar to Omega's estrus period. But the two are completely different. The sub-beasts in the orc world have far more power than Omega, although sub-beasts can't fight. Although their animal form is weak, and they also take care of reproduction, they have strong spiritual power. They can appease restless male beasts, activate the huge power hidden in the male beasts, and fight side by side with male beasts. They are not blindly subdued by male beasts. Their innate ability can even subvert a regime. Just like that lunatic Amaya, he is ambitious and fearless. He uses his own advantages to entangle with countless male beasts and makes good use of the spiritual ability of sub-beasts. He can even manipulate the chief of a tribe to make countless the male beast become his puppet. Such sub-beasts are not uncommon in the world of orcs. Therefore, the ability of sub-beasts makes them very detached. Even if they don't have a strong body, no male beast dares to underestimate them. But the Omega of this world was completely abandoned. They tempt Alpha all the time, have strong fertility, and can inherit excellent bloodlines. But they don't have the slightest ability to protect themselves. Even if there are a few Omegas who resist fate, they are still weak. Under the situation of complete opposition, their resistance is like a small stone thrown into the lake. After a little ripple, it quickly sinks into the bottom of the lake. It's as if fate is playing tricks on them. Although they are indispensable and extremely rare existences, they are also undignified existences that can be trampled on at will. After Shi Qing finished reading the background introduction, after brainstorming, the small thoughts that were still flirtatious were gathered together. The host should stop dressing as an Omega. It's too hard. This is even harder than when he was dressed as Il. As for himself, he is not worried. In such a cruel world, he will not mess around again, especially now that he is not so weak in coins. So he will not random characters at all, and directly use the convenience of the system to act himself. If you choose, won't you be able to get rid of the tragic identity of Omega? Maybe you can also choose an Alpha to have fun. Emma, I still can't help but fantasize. If he transmigrates into a powerful Alpha in one go, and then the host accidentally becomes an Omega, I can protect him, right? And still in heat. What a god! What is it like for the host to be in heat? The little panda's ears trembled unconsciously, and Shi Qing's cheeks couldn't help turning red. What do you think? Qin Mo's voice suddenly came to mind, and Shi Qing was taken aback. He blinked quickly, blowing away all the mess in his head, and then calmly muttered, This task is very difficult. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. Difficult? What is the goal of the mission? Shi Qing. Shit, he even clicked on the mission target. Haven't seen what to do yet. It's tough. Can't. Qin Mo can't know what's going on in his mind. Hurry. Quickly click down. He frantically dragged the scroll bar of the big screen, but he didn't see the flash of smile in Qin Mo's eyes. This world is very good. A world that can completely mark Shi Qing. A world that can make him dye his own scent forever. A world that can announce to the whole world that this is his property. Well, it's pretty good. After the introduction of the worldview, the following is the routine-related plot introduction. This time the target is a very powerful family in this world, the Yi family. The Yi family is located on the Earth planet, and there have been 3 generals, 2 marshals, and 1 president. This kind of achievement is also one of the best big families in the Galactic Federation. The powerful also gave birth to excellent alphas. Under the inheritance of each generation of carefully selected Omega, their lineage has always maintained a high rate of excellence. Mr. Yi was born as a marshal. Although he has handed over the power and retired, his connections are still there. In addition, the century-old family of the Yi family has a very strong foundation. But the 5 children he gave birth to were slightly unsatisfactory. 3 alphas, 1 omega, and 1 beta. It is a good thing to give birth to an omega. Omega in a family is a weapon for marriage, but giving birth to a beta is very important. Fortunately, the 3 alphas have all inherited the abilities of Mr. Yi, and they have been gifted since childhood. But there are only 3 alphas in this generation, and to be honest, they are not too prosperous. Unexpectedly, the more exciting thing was to come later. The boss was brave and good at fighting in the army, and climbed to the high position of lieutenant general at a young age, but who knew that he was lost in a battle with the enemy in the end. At the end, leave a Medal of Honor, such dead things piled up in the warehouse of the Yi family. There is a fart, and the boss didn't leave any children until he died, so this line was cut off directly. Mr. Ye's gray-haired man gave off a black-haired man, and his hair really turned gray overnight. Therefore, he couldn't help but pay more attention to the remaining children. Among the 5 children, there is only 1 omega. Because he loves the child, especially the Yi family's family background here, he used some means to prevent him from staying in the Omega Association. Juan Pet cares for it carefully. Because he was afraid of damaging his body, he used 1,000 gold drops of high-quality inhibitors, which allowed him to suppress his smell, go out for a walk from time to time, and get along peacefully with his brothers. When he reached adulthood, Mr. Yi had already arranged for him a child marriage. He chose a good comrade in arms for half his life, the most trustworthy family, and that alpha was also watched by the old man all the time, so he would definitely not treat his child badly. Of course, it is also the best marriage with a powerful family. But who would have imagined that his son would run away from marriage? He ran away by himself. Old Man Yi was so angry that he almost fell down. Under the double blow came the 3rd mallet. His second alpha son, the second son who was given high hopes, actually got involved with an alpha. It's also known to everyone, still full of the crazy pursuit of the Federation. Even a few donkeys can't be pulled back. Mr. Yi fell asleep on the bed completely, sighing. His Omega had passed away 5 years ago. He had been alone all this time, and now he felt really lonely. With 5 children, he still fell into this pitiful situation. There are 2 remaining children, an alpha and a beta. Beta has been a little transparent since birth, but she is also smart and capable, and now she is seen by the old man, and her attitude towards him is much better. And the remaining alpha is also a rebellious one, but at least he is still alive and healthy, not to mention not getting involved with an alpha, and his ability is not bad, although it is not satisfactory, but the old man really has no choice. He is now thinking of quickly finding a matching Omega for his 3rd son, and letting him give birth to a child quickly. The Yi family cannot be left behind. Seeing this, Shi Qing felt full of sympathy for Mr. Yi. The generalissimo who spent his whole life in the army. When he was old, he suffered all the crimes of his sons and daughters, and it was really hard for him. Shi Qing read the introduction of the plot again. To be honest, there were many missions this time, and he was really not sure which person the host would wear. But there is no need to get entangled. Looking at the main mission, you can basically guess who you will wear. So Shi Qing excitedly pulled it down. To be honest, the Omega he really ran away from marriage is quite suitable for the host. A rebellious and uninhibited alternative Omega coupled with the host's cold, arrogant, black-bellied personality and peerless appearance. Quite a monster. Drooling. I can't stop thinking about it. But when he saw the objective of the mission, he was stunned. This task is really difficult. This is the first time he has seen such a long list of mission objectives, and all of them are side missions. He looked down. The first line is, Submission 100. Find a lover with -% compatibility. The second line is, Subquest - continue the blood of the Yi family. The third line is, Branch Task 3, marry the younger brother. Seeing this, Shi Qing's face was full of embarrassment. What kind of tasks are these? How about integrity? Integrity. How are you? Jie Chao said that he had already left home. So when he saw the fourth line, Shi Qing had a standard dead fish eye. Main task, please explore by yourself. Explore what? Dare to be more irresponsible? He was roaring in his heart, and another line of small words appeared on the bottom of the screen. Because the task difficulty is higher than the host level, you can choose to give up the task. Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not an overlord's clause, and he can still give up the mission. But then, another line of small words popped up. According to incomplete statistics, the point rewards that can be obtained after completing the task are not less than 25 points. Shi Qing. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to / 25 coins, or not less than. What a God Horse Festival is irresponsible. What a God Horse task difficulty. It's all floating clouds. He looked at the host staringly, expectantly. Qin Mo is much more sensible. Looking at these side missions, he already had a rough idea in his mind. This time, he is most likely to wear a double A or triple A. The conclusion is that the third side mission is to marry his younger brother. Mr. Ye's fourth son is Omega, and his fifth son is Beta. When this one gets married, it is almost certain to refer to Omega, and his elder brothers are only the second and third. Whether it is the second child or the third child, the first thing to face is the first and second tasks. The first task is to find the lover with the highest matching degree in this world. The most suitable alpha is always an Omega, so he needs to find an Omega. This Omega seems to be completely unknown and uncertain at present. He is not sure that Shi Qing will wear this Omega, but if he is asked to choose someone else, then this task can be given up directly. The second task is to continue the Yi family's bloodline, which seems to be a continuation of the first task, which requires his Omega to conceive and have children. However, there are loopholes in this side mission. After all, there is not only one alpha in the Yi family. No matter he is the second or third child, he can let the other have children. This can be regarded as a continuation of the Yi family blood. Qin Mo weighed it over and over again. At present, it seems that the last two subquests can be completed. If the first task is not in the plan, just give up. Even if part of the reward is lost, the remaining rewards are still considerable. So, the world can take it. What's more, it's not necessarily true. He turned his head to look at Shi Qing and asked, during time travel, can you choose your own character? Shi Qing was still immersed in 25 coins, and when he heard Qin Mo's question, he nodded instinctively. Yes. Try to choose an Omega. One sentence brought Shi Qing back to his senses. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Mo, but he still hadn't reacted. Qin Mo looked at him, raised his hand to touch his delicate and fair neck, and said in a low voice, I will dress as an alpha. Shi Qing held back the itch in his neck. His brain started to spin, and he understood a little bit in the next moment. And Qin Mo pulled him over and kissed his sensitive skin. I just want to be with you. The ambiguous words were full of provocative heat, and Shi Qing was overwhelmed. He hurriedly dodged a little and responded repeatedly. It was only after he agreed that he realized that was he fighting for the right to be Qin Mo's so-called best match lover? My mind went blank for a moment, and then Shi Qing's professional self-comfort came online. In fact, there is no way out. Think about it carefully. Qin Mo can't choose who to wear, as he can only do what the task arranges, so he can only wear as an alpha, but as a system, he can choose a character, so the host, that's why such a request is made. If he is an Omega, the two of them can quickly complete the side missions. Isn't it just acting? It's not the first time for them to act as lovers. If the task arranges for Qin Mo to become an Omega, he will also choose to become an alpha. The same reason, everything is for the task. After thinking about it like this, Shi Qing immediately figured it out. So he responded generously, Don't worry, as long as there is such a role, I will definitely choose it. Qin Mo smiled in satisfaction. The preparatory work is over, and the next step is to cross. It was not the first time for both of them, and they became more and more proficient in this business. After accepting the task, they began to transform time and space. Shi Qing stared intently. It was the first time he didn't choose a character randomly, and he didn't quite understand how to choose. But because of heavy burdens, Shi Qing was still very focused for fear that something might be wrong. At the moment of entering the space-time vortex, there really was a role selection. He looked at it excitedly and aimed at Omega, but when he took a closer look, he was instantly dumbfounded. Why is there only one option? Why can only choose this one role? Didn't you say you can make your own choice? Is there only one option for the so-called independent choice? Shi Qing yelled, but there was nothing to complain about. He could only appoint the only role to be inspected. Well, bad luck. It turned out to be Mr. Ye's youngest son, Beta, named Yi Qing. It doesn't matter if it's not an Omega, but it's still a brother. How could this be the condition required for the first side mission? 100% match. Absolutely impossible. For a moment, Shi Qing thought of the host being with another so-called predestined Omega and having children. His scalp went numb. But the task has been accepted. There is no option to give up, whether to accept it or not. It has already been placed here. Shi Qing only felt that he was cheated this time. I was pitted miserably. He chose this role helplessly, and when he was about to time travel, he heard another reminder. Due to the independent selection of characters, random additional conditions are triggered. Shi Qing was stunned, and it sounded like he had a bad premonition. Additional conditions are randomized, and part of the memory is temporarily sealed in the draw, and there is a time limit. Shi Qing's head buzzed. Fuck me. This is playing me. What kind of system is this, father? Does the system have such shit luck? In my next life, I will be an angel with broken wings and not this shit system anymore. Amidst bursts of wailing, Shi Qing became dizzy and successfully passed through. Last time the host had amnesia. This time the system has amnesia. You have a look on your face? When Shi Qing woke up, his head was throbbing with pain, and he was so dizzy that he couldn't stand it. He looked around blankly and was in a trance for a moment. Where is this? Isn't he dead? The operation failed, and the stomach cancer was at an advanced stage. He had obviously passed away, so why did he come back to life? Immediately afterwards, large swaths of memories came flooding back, and the pain in his head became even worse. Alpha, Beta, Omega, Galaxy Federation, Yi family, 5 sons? God, what are these? This world is so strange, boys and girls. Is it where the little girls in school come from? Shi Qing's head hurt so badly. He managed to sort out his memory, and tragically found that he was indeed dead. And then he traveled through time to this strange world. And dressed in as such a complicated person, a person named Yi Qing, who has been hiding for 18 years and is almost unable to hide, appears to be a Beta, but is actually an Omega. Omega or something, who is going to give birth to a child. What kind of shit world is this? It's so violent. Shi Qing took a deep breath, but he couldn't breathe. His head was dizzy for a while, and he fell asleep again. Waking up again, he thought it was a dream, but sadly found that he was still in this gorgeous and cold room. The 5 sons of the Yi family, the unfavored Beta, and the little transparent one. The point is that they still hide such a big secret. Shi Qing really wanted to bump into the wall again, let himself carry it on his back in one breath, and die again. Just as he was in a daze, the door was pushed open vigorously, and a tall man appeared in front of him. Silver-white straight uniform, short and neat black hair, fair skin, and exquisite features like a treasure bestowed by heaven. And everything was instantly condensed on the pair of black eyes that were deeper than the night. In an instant, a strong sense of familiarity struck. His heart beat uncontrollably. Shi Qing was startled and completely stunned. He knew this person, Yi Qing's third brother, Yimo. No, it's not Yi Qing who knows him, but Shi Qing who knows him. He knows him. He's so familiar, and his heart will be pounding just because of just one glance. It's like meeting a loved one, but he really never saw him. In his short life, there has never been such a heart-pounding person. If it happened, he would never forget it, absolutely not. When the man saw him, his black eyes seemed to soften a lot. He approached him, touched his neck very familiarly, and asked softly, "Is there no choice?" After speaking, Chinamo took him into his arms, patted his back comfortingly, and said, "It's okay. Everything is fine." Shi Qing was hugged in a daze, and he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Is this a hug between brothers? Why does he have bouts of turmoil? This is not normal. His movements did not change, but he tentatively called softly, "Third brother?" It is an absolute enjoyment to hear the softer voice drifting into the ears because of waking up in the morning. But at this moment, Qin Mo's body froze slightly. The next moment, he suddenly opened the distance between the two of them, and the originally soft black eyes instantly dropped to freezing point, and the tenderness and pampering disappeared as if being blown away by the cold wind. He stared at Shi Qing and asked almost word for word, "Who am I?" Shi Qing didn't know what was going on. He couldn't understand why the style of painting changed suddenly. It was clearly a warm spring just now. How could it turn into a cold winter in seconds? However, he has always been a creature with the supremacy of instinct, doubts in his head, but it does not prevent him from answering obediently. Yimo. Hearing this name, the black eyes narrowed, and the surrounding air became even colder. Shi Qing shrank his neck. He knew that this person was angry, but why was he angry? Can you give me a hint? He used to think that his IQ was quite enough, so why would he be in arrears once he died? He was afraid that he would be strangled to death just after being reborn. So he whispered again, "Brother?" Shi Qing originally wanted to show weakness, but he didn't expect that this cautious and soft whispering completely made his brother fall ill. Originally, the two were sitting face to face, but at this moment Qin Mo pressed straight towards him. How could Shi Qing bear it? Fortunately, there was a bed behind him, and he lay down neatly. He thought it was over, but who knew his brother was very ill, so he looked down at him for a while, then lowered his head and buried it in his neck. Shi Qing was really caught off guard. His neck was itchy, and he couldn't get rid of it, but Qin Mo smelled it from one side to the other, and when he was about to take off his clothes, Shi Qing was completely furious. "What is this for?" Holding tightly to his clothes, Shi Qing glared at him. The brother who committed the murder seemed to have recovered a little bit of reason, looked at him, and said, "I want to make sure." Shi Qing. "Confirm what?" "Make sure you're mine." Shi Qing. What does this mean? Thanks to the fact that Shi Qing is no longer Wu Xiaomon, the physical enhancement of -Dots is not a joke. Although it is still unable to withstand the host, it is not so weak anyway. He wouldn't let go of his pajamas even if he died, so Qin Mo couldn't do anything about it. But in fact, Qin Mo has calmed down now. At first he thought he had admitted the wrong person, but after hearing it so many times, he was quite sure because of the contract. He is very familiar with Shi Qing's smell, especially the body in this world is particularly sensitive to smell, so it is easier for him to distinguish. This is indeed Shi Qing, his Shi Qing. Shi Qing stared at Qin Mo steadfastly, without blinking his eyes. It was really inevitable. Who knew if he would do something? But Yimo, who was still nervous just now, is back to normal now. No, something is still wrong. Yimo's voice was very low. He looked at Shi Qing and said for a while, "You forgot about me." Shi Qing's heart twitched suddenly, as if he felt distressed, but also seemed to be afraid. Yimo is so abnormal. Could it be that he saw that his younger brother was being pierced? Thinking of this, Shi Qing felt a little startled, but he still insisted on playing the role of Yi Qing, and he asked in doubt, "Third brother?" Yimo's expression sank. Shi Qing really wanted to scold her. "Big brother, where did you get caught off guard again? Can you stop being so unpredictable?" "I'm very nervous." Yimo snorted coldly, pulled him over, licked his neck, and said in a muffled voice, "Qin Mo." Shi Qing shrank back itchy, but didn't understand. "Huh? Qin Mo." He took a bite. "Remember? I am Qin Mo." "Ah!" Shi Qing gasped. It hurt so much, but he really couldn't afford to offend the snake spirit. So he compromised. Remember. Although it was a little perfunctory, seeing that Shi Qing didn't resist him even if he forgot, made Qin Mo feel better. He changed from biting to licking again, stroking Shi Qing's back comfortingly, and said softly, "You can also call me brother." Shi Qing hurriedly followed suit. "Brother." This soft whisper penetrated into Qin Mo's heart like an electric shock for the first time, making him itch uncontrollably, and his mouth became more serious. Shi Qing screamed, "Mudun! Who can arrest this biting snake spirit and bring him to justice?" But after that, his brother seemed to be satisfied at last, and finally didn't bite him or lick him, just hugged him like this. Shi Qing's heart is bitter. He is also a man with a brother, but although Shi Yu is a bit dark-bellied, he is a very conscientious brother. How can a brother like Yi Qing is simply a snake maniac? "Please change my brother." Too bad, no one paid him any attention. After a while, Shi Qing thought that the alarm was finally going to be triggered, and a brother with a snake spirit was ill again. He straightened Shi Qing's body and said firmly, "Don't call others like that." Shi Qing. But Yi Qing still has two older brothers. You can call them second brother and fourth brother. Shi Qing. What's the difference? Don't call me third brother. Shi Qing's IQ finally paid the fee successfully, and he saw the gap, so he nodded seriously. Understood, bro. You can lengthen the ending. Qin Mo was finally satisfied. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and a shallow smile slowly bloomed, making the originally too sharp and cold face full of tenderness in an instant, making it unbelievably good-looking. Shi Qing heard the sound of his heart beating uncontrollably again. Don't dance. This one is not a woman, no matter how good-looking she is. After dawdling for a long time, the two finally walked out of the house and went to the restaurant together. The Yi family has a big business. Although it is a capital star with scarce land, they also have their own mansion. Not to mention the gorgeous living room, the outer courtyard can directly dock the spaceship. Such mansions are also numerous in the entire Galactic Federation. Without the accumulation of thousands of years, don't even think about it. As the head of the family, Mr. Yi lives in the house. He is 78 years old this year. In today's society, he has just retired. If his wife hadn't left, he would still be able to work for another 10 years. It's a pity that his wife is gone. The eldest son is gone, the second son is messed up, and the fourth son is running away from marriage again. These one after another incidents knocked him out of his head, making him a few years older for no reason. However, he is not an ordinary person after all. Many years of experience made him fall into a coma for a few days under all kinds of blows, but after choosing a target, he regained his energy. He still has a chance, although the second son is obsessed with an alpha. As long as he is not dead, there is a possibility of breaking straight. Although Yi Xin ran away from marriage, he was fine. That kid just didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and if he was caught and tied up later, he would marry him. As long as he marked it, he would only focus on his own alpha, so he didn't have such crooked thoughts. What's more, now he has 3 sons and 5 sons. Although the youngest son is a beta, don't underestimate beta. Although beta is weaker than alpha in terms of physical strength, combat response, and leadership, beta also has certain advantages in terms of overall quality. They will not be confused by omega. They are more rational and calm, and excellent betas can also make a career. What's more, beta can also conceive and give birth to children. If you marry Yi Qing with a good wife, you will have grandchildren, and maybe there will be an excellent alpha, which will also inherit the Yi family's lineage. Of course, the most important thing right now is to find an omega for Yi Mo. Seeing Yi Mo and Yi Qing coming down together, Mr. Yi raised his eyes and nodded after listening to their greetings. Without eating or sleeping, after the family had finished their breakfast, Mr. Yi took the tea handed over by the maid, took a sip, and said, "Xiao Mo, you put off all the dinner parties at noon." Xiao Xia came over and had a meal with him. Shi Qing's ears were straight, and Mr. Ye's words were vague, but the meaning in his words was very straightforward. That Li Xia is the youngest son of the Li family, 3 years younger than Yi Mo, and Yi Xin is usually raised at home since childhood, rarely going out to meet people, but it is said that he is a very attractive child. Of course, the most important thing is that he is an excellent omega. To put it bluntly, it was a blind date for Yi Mo. Shi Qing didn't know why he felt a little uncomfortable, so he turned to look at Qin Mo. Qin Mo didn't even raise his eyes, he just said, "Okay." Shi Qing felt even more uncomfortable. Looking at Qin Mo again, I feel that his eyes are not eyes and nose is not nose. Annoyed watching it, I simply turned my head and stopped watching. Mr. Yi had always ignored Yi Qing before, but now that his son has dropped sharply, beta is also a treasure. Not to mention that Yi Qing has always been obedient, never causing trouble. After thinking about it carefully, he still thinks that this son is very good. He ignored it before, but now I want to make amends. So he mentioned again, "Xiao Qing, you are not young anymore. If there is a girl you like in school, tell Dad." Yi Qing. "Old man, are you a full-time matchmaker?" Qin Mo, who had lowered his head, suddenly raised his head, finally glanced at Yi Xian, and said, Shi Qing is still young, don't worry. Yi Xian had been hit badly recently, thinking that Yi Qing hadn't graduated yet, so she wasn't in a hurry, so she didn't mention it again. After drinking the Shaoshi tea, Qin Mo was about to get up and go out, and by the way he pulled Shi Qing up. I'll take you to school. Shi Qing was not happy yet, and was about to say that he would go by himself. It's a pity that before he could speak, an emergency call came from outside. Immediately afterwards, a large bright green screen appeared out of thin air, and the commander inside looked anxious. Boss, the search team has found the fourth son. In the Luo Yifei region, chaos has already been caused. Yi Xian stood up abruptly. What's going on? Isn't there a regular inhibitor in his luggage? The commander hurriedly replied. The fourth son's luggage is gone. He is the only one there. Yi Xian's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said to Yi Mo, hurry up to the Luo Yifei region. In the end, she turned her head to look at Yi Qing. Xiao Qing, come with your third brother. The ratio of alpha and omega in today's society is seriously inconsistent. According to reliable data analysis, it has reached a terrifying gap of 10 to 1, which means that only one of the 10 alphas can have an omega, and the rest can only find a beta. Living life, even fooling around with fellow alphas. The Yi family has always maintained a good lineage, and almost 90% of the offspring are alphas. The chance of omega appearing is also very small, but every time they give birth to an omega, the hormone information of this omega will be extremely strong. To put it bluntly, it is much more attractive than ordinary omega. Yi Xin, the fourth son of the Yi family, is a very charming omega. Although he has been carefully raised in Ye's house and takes inhibitors all the time, there are exceptions, such as the wayward young master who hates the disgusting taste of inhibitors, and there is no one else in the house, and Ye's house occupies a large area. No matter how strong his smell is, it won't attract any alpha. Therefore, he quietly did not take the medicine, and the result must be tragic. He underestimated himself too much. Although it was not the estrus period, it was just the smell of the ordinary period. It made the soldiers guarding outside Ye's mansion flustered and couldn't control them. They sneaked into the mansion secretly and almost caused a catastrophe. Since then, Yi Xi never dared to stop using the inhibitor, and obediently took it with her wherever she went, especially for a big event like escaping from marriage. All the inhibitors were taken away, for fear that if he escaped with his front feet, he would be dead on the street with his back feet. But it's only been 3 days. How did he come to this point? While receiving Yi Qing's memory, Shi Qing thought seriously. In Yi Qing's memory, although Yi Xin is self-willed, he is very independent and smart, and he is very smart in doing things. At least Yi Qing thinks that Yi Xin is much better than him. It stands to reason that Yi Xin should not encounter such stupid things as losing luggage. So, what the hell is going on? Hastily rushed to the Luo Yifei area, and Shi Qing knew what chaos is. Fuck me, it's a battlefield for wild beasts. In addition, this smell is so suffocating. Okay. Shi Qing couldn't help frowning. Even as an omega, he felt the smell was choking, so one can imagine how crazy these alphas would be. Etc. He suddenly realized that Qin Mo had no partner. How could he resist this fatal attraction? He turned his head suddenly and saw Qin Mo standing there calmly. Shi Qing was puzzled for a while, then recalled, yes, he had already taken empathy medicine. This is also a legitimate defense method that every family will carry out. Although they are blood relatives, the natural mutual attraction between omega and alpha will not disappear because of this. However, blood relative incest is a felony and is unforgivable. In order to avoid this from happening, like a family like the Yi family would give alpha special empathy agents for his brothers so that they would not be disturbed. The place where Yi Xin was staying was fairly remote, with relatively little traffic, but there were more than 100 alphas gathered in this dense crowd, crowded in the narrow street. It was like an impenetrable human wall. Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Under such circumstances, can Yi Xin still be saved? And then he heard a burst of screams and the smell of blood spreading crazily. He quickly moved to a high place and took a closer look before he could see the scene in front of him clearly. The very center, surrounded by crazy alpha, is where Yi-Xin is. Yi-Xin's clothes have long been torn, and her fair skin is exposed, as attractive as a delicious dessert, tea this time. He was being held by a strong man with one hand. The man was tall and tall, with cold eyebrows and cold eyes. He was wearing a silver military uniform that marked the general of the Federation. 5 stars, exactly the rank of a general. One of the 3 generals of the Federation, and also a powerful alpha. At this moment, his eyes were already reddened, and his reason began to waver, but he still pursed his lips tightly, holding on to the desire that swarmed up and almost made him burn, and hugged the unstable Yi-Xin with one hand, and with the other with a broken blade in hand, he slashed his way through the frenzied alpha. These people are citizens of the Federation. He cannot use deadly weapons. Although the ground where the broken blade went was bloody, it did not hurt his life. But because of this, he himself was also attacked a lot. It was his persistence that kept Yi-Xin. Shi Qing was shocked, but Qin Mo had already started to move. He rushed into the crowd with a stun gun in his hand. His steps were fast, and his moves were precise. He stunned dozens of alphas in the blink of an eye. Shi Qing also reacted quickly, pulled out a non-lethal stun gun like him, and rushed into the crowd after him. With the help of the 2 of them, more than 100 alphas were all subdued, and only the general holding Yi-Xin was left awake. As he got closer, Shi Qing could see more clearly that this man was strong and experienced. His appearance was very handsome and calm, but the fine lines at the corners of his eyes also revealed his age. Shi Qing was wondering, and then he knew who he was. I still learned from Yi-Xin. During the estrus period, not only Alpha was confused, but Omega itself was completely obsessed. Yi-Xin hugged him tightly. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were obsessed, and it seemed that only this powerful man was left in her eyes. Please, Lin Su, please. Hug me, please. I just want you, please tag me, please. This soft and charming voice with hints of crying is a fatal poison to any normal alpha. Lin Su's eyes quickly burst into red. His palms began to tremble violently, and the veins on his neck bulged. This is reason and desire. Crazy confrontation, he hugged Yi-Xin tightly. His nose was full of the sweet and intoxicating smell of this young Omega that made people crazy. His desire had already been high. Facing the soft buttocks that were coming up, he was almost on the verge of crazy. Wet, all wet. Yi-Xin is completely ready, already waiting for him. Just go in, just occupy him. Mark it, it's his, this young and charming Omega, who attracts him all the time, is completely his. He no longer needs to suppress and restrain himself. He can fuck him day and night. Fuck him. Anywhere, at any time. Let his soft body be filled with his own seeds. Make him pregnant. Let him give birth to a child that belongs to them. The beautiful fantasy made him more and more out of control. He wanted to tear his clothes more and more. Wanted to kiss him. He couldn't control the devil in his heart anymore. However, at this moment, a cold, low call threw him from the beautiful heaven into the innocent hell. Uncle! Lin Su snapped back to his senses, looked at the young man in front of him in astonishment. There was no emotion flowing in his calm black eyes, and the word uncle was also rigid and calm, and seemed to have no deep meaning. But it was enough. Enough let Lin Su be doused in cold water, completely embarrassed. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength to loosen Yi-Xin's arm, and his voice was hoarse because of the suppressed desire. Suppress, restrain, dose, give him, to take. Leaving Lin Su's embrace, Yi-Xin began to struggle frantically. His long and narrow phoenix eyes were filled with tears at the moment. Although he was burned by desire, he still maintained his rationality. Don't. Lin Su, don't let me go. Don't push me away. Don't. The doctor who followed quickly injected an inhibitor mixed with a tranquilizer into his arm. Yi-Xin fell into a coma, and the last look in his eyes also contained deep disappointment and unwillingness, as well as the strong, persistent, and deep love that still existed no matter what, all of which hurt Lin Su. Although he was no longer, he would be confused by instinct, but at this moment his heart was really hollowed out. After the chaos subsided, Qin Mo took Shi Qing back and sat in the aircraft, but Shi Qing still couldn't recover. In the confined space, There were only the two of them. Chinamo naturally held his hand and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Shi Qing said unconsciously, "Yi Xan and Lin Su." He didn't know what he was going to say, but he just felt quite uncomfortable. Chinamo touched the back of his hand, looked straight ahead, and said casually, "Cowardly." Shi Qing was taken aback and looked at him suspiciously. Chinamo handed over the driving rights to Zhenao, turned around and hugged Shi Qing into his arms, and said against his ear, "If it were me, I would never let you leave, no matter what age or gender. Even blood relationship, what does it represent? You are mine, and only mine. Even if you are an enemy of fate, no one can take you away from me." A paragraph of words was very calm, but the low, hoarse voice and the calm tone carried the strength of contempt for everything. Every word of these words exploded in Shi Qing's heart like thunder and rumble. He was completely stunned. This should be completely absurd, but it is so natural at this moment. A person he has only known for a day, a person who has a blood relationship with this body, but he has such a crazy idea. He did want to be by his side, he really wanted to be with him, and he knew all too well that if he left, this person would not be this person anymore. Shi Qing seemed to be completely following instinct, completely following the throbbing in his heart, repeating the promise he had made long ago. "I will not leave you." In a quiet space, two people embrace each other. Shi Qing thought that he might be crazy, but at this time he didn't want to wake up at all, just be crazy. Even if it was a dream, he was so satisfied. When they returned to Ye's house, Yi Xian had already been sent back ahead of time, and she also woke up. He changed his clothes and sat on the sofa. His pretty face was as usual. Although it was gorgeous, it carried a coldness that made people thousands of miles away. "But old man," Yi stood up angrily. "You bastard. Lin Su, he's 20 years older than you. Are you crazy?" A difference of 30 years is indeed a maddening gap. Although alphas are generally long-lived, they also have an obvious aging period. Adults, until the age of 68, even the strongest alphas also begin to age gradually. Although it is not obvious from the appearance, their fertility is coming to an end up to 73 years old. At the age of 4, basically no Omega would be impregnated. Although many important leaders work until the age of 88 before retiring, some military personnel will retire earlier due to years of training. Generally, they will retire at home at the age of 80. Like Mr. Yi, who is now 78 years old, he has already honestly enjoyed the sins of his children at home. Yi Xian is just 20 years old this year. At the age of a flower, the best time, but Lin Su is already 50 years old. He is more than twice as old as Yi Xian, so he can treat him as a serious dad. But Yi Xian actually fell in love with Lin Su, which made Mr. Yi so angry that he was about to explode. Although the 50-year-old alpha is also an upright man, he still has a lot to do, especially Lin Su has succeeded to the position of the general, and his status and character are among the best, but the age difference between him and Yi Xian is really too big. It completely challenged Mr. Ye's fragile little nerves. If Yi Xian was not a child of the Yi family, but just an ordinary Omega, then it would be fine for Lin Su to marry him. At most, there would be a few gossips from outsiders, and maybe more than half of the people would envy and hate him. One would be an old cow, one of the tender grass flies up the branches and turns into a phoenix. But Yi Xian is no ordinary person. He is the fourth son of the Yi family. It was the child that the Yi family carefully nurtured and cared for, arranged the best marriage for him, chose an excellent alpha, and paved the way for the rest of his life. But he was going to marry a man in a daze. 50-year-old man. Mr. Yi only hated himself for shaving his beard according to his wife's advice. Otherwise, he could still blow his beard and stare at him now. Speaking of which, there is actually another reason for Yi Xian to be so angry. Lin Su walked out of the Yi family. The poor and humble boy became a climate, and he was proud of being named a general. He is a rising upstart in the Galactic Federation and has a great reputation very much. Although Lin Su has always been grateful, he has always remembered Yi Xian's love for knowing him, and he respects him very much and has always been polite and thoughtful. But Yi Xian has been estranged from him in the past few years. The most promising children of the Yi family's generation have left, and the rest are bastards. And they are on the verge of decline once the 1,000-year-old family was silent, and then saw the rise of the upstarts with a proud attitude. Yi Xian felt particularly uncomfortable. He wished he could draw a clean line with Lin Su, but who would have thought that his son would post it instead? If they really let them go, what would people outside say about him? Winning up new rich is nice, but what I'm most afraid of is begging for glory. Then he, Yi Xian, would just find a coffin and crash him head-on to death. Besides, even if it doesn't matter, he can't push his son into the fire pit, so he can't let Yi Xian mess around no matter what. When Qin Mo and Shi Qing came in, old man Yi had already scolded his head and face. Yi Xian had never been very tempered. He had been gentle with Lin Su in his life. If he wanted him to show weakness in front of other people, it would be his life up. So, even if Mr. Yi said to break the sky, he would just say, "I want to be with Lin Su." Mr. Yi was in a hurry and threw out a sentence. "If you are so shameless, you have to see if they want you." After speaking, Yi Xian's face turned pale, and the room fell silent. Yi Xian also realized that he had said too much. Speaking of it, all of these children are his heart, and he never really said anything serious to anyone. He was also mad, so he threw out such a sentence son's words. After finishing speaking, he regretted it, but Yi Xian also had a stubborn temper, and 10 stubborn cows couldn't be pulled back. He even put on a white face like this, and said stiffly, "If he doesn't want me, I will die." This sentence completely ignited Yi Xian, and the regret that surged up just now flapped his wings and flew away. He pointed at him with trembling fingers, unable to speak angrily, and could only you. When Shi Qing saw it, he hurried forward, and while comforting the old man, he said, "Dad, don't be angry. Be careful that you will ruin your body." He gasped for a few times. Thanks to Mr. Ye's strength, he held on, but Shi Qing didn't dare to let him stay here, so he hurriedly helped him back to rest. Yi Xian didn't insist, so he followed Shi Qing, went back to the house, and lay down on the bed. The old man also sighed. Seeing him like this, Shi Qing feels a little distressed, to be honest. After all, he has a father's heart, and he loves his son no matter what, especially seeing Yi Xian like this. He unconsciously wants to think of Shi's father, who takes care of him all the time, more dedicated. Being coaxed by his youngest son, Yi Xian finally calmed down. Thinking of neglecting this child before, and feeling guilty again, he couldn't help saying softly, "Good boy, Shao Qing is a good boy." Shi Qing was not very comfortable, so he smiled. Yi Xian said again, "I'm fine now. You have always had a good relationship with that kid. If you can persuade him, please persuade him, Lin Su." "It is impossible, absolutely not." Seeing that Yi Xian was about to blush again, Shi Qing hurriedly responded, "Okay, I'll go and tell him to take a rest." After leaving, as soon as he left the house, Shi Qing saw his third brother. 3. Seeing that his expression was wrong, Shi Qing quickly changed his words, and, "Brother." Satisfied, Qin Mo approached him, took his hand and said, "Are you hungry? Go eat." Shi Qing was still thinking about Yi Xian, so he couldn't help but say, "Fourth brother, is he still in the living room?" Qin Mo frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, "What does he do?" Shi Qing, really speechless. But although this is a question, it is obviously not a question that needs to be answered, so Shi Qing said, "I'll go and see him." Qin Mo originally wanted to stop him directly, but then he seemed to think of something again and said, "Let's go. I'll be with you." There was a distance from the bedroom to the living room, and the two of them walked side by side, hand in hand, which seemed strange, but they didn't seem to realize it. After walking for a while, Qin Mo suddenly asked, "Do you want to help Yi Xian?" Shi Qing was stunned, not knowing how to answer. But Qin Mo just took a look at his expression and understood that he frowned, and said again, "Actually, it's faster for him to marry Gu Yin. Gu Yin is Yi Xian's fiancé." Faster? Well, I hope he can get married earlier. Yi Mo has 2 younger brothers. Yi Qing is Shi Qing. Qin Mo will not allow him to marry anyone, so if he wants to complete the task, he can only give Yi Xian to him. Sold. Although Shi Qing couldn't understand his brother's brain circuit at all, he miraculously kept up with this divine rhythm. Yi Xian won't marry Gu Yin. Why? Qin Mo said a little more rarely, I really want him to marry. There are many ways. Shi Qing said directly, he will die. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. Shi Qing turned to look at Qin Mo, looked at him firmly, and repeated, he will really die, and a dead person cannot marry. Qin Mo's eyes were slightly deep, and he said immediately, I understand. Shi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a little confused, he managed to get another helper for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was a bit self-willed and had a bad mouth, he had a straight personality and treated his own people very well. The neglected Yi Qing. Yi Qing has a good relationship with him, so Shi Qing naturally wouldn't hate him. It hasn't been a day or two since he liked Lin Su. From the time he was 13 years old, he fell headlong into it and never came out again. However, considering that Mr. Yi was old, he didn't dare to say it out. Shang Lin Su had always treated him as a child, and he hadn't broken through that piece of wood, so naturally, he couldn't tell the world. But who would have imagined that just after graduation, Mr. Yi got engaged to him? Yi Xian was stunned all of a sudden. She ran to Yi Qing that night and said in a panic that she didn't have a clue all night. The next day, he simply packed up his belongings and ran away by himself. As for where he went, I didn't know at the time, but now there are traces to follow. He was not stupid. He knew that he was an Omega, and if he was found alone, he would have to die on the street. So he went straight to Lin Su very purposefully. Yi Xian also broke the boat and was willing to go all out. Knowing Lin Su's whereabouts, he simply stopped the inhibitor and wanted to take the initiative to lure Lin Su. For an alpha, a delicious and pure Omega delivered to his door is completely irresistible. Not to mention that Yi Xian always believes that Lin Su likes him. Lin Su's eyes were indeed red. He was completely fascinated and was almost swallowed by the beast named Desire. He likes Yi Xian very much. He loves Yi Xian to the core, but it is precisely because of this strong feeling that he dare not take a step forward no matter what. He was down and out in the early years and later worked for the Yi family and climbed up step by step. He has a tenacious heart and extraordinary abilities, but he knows that he can get to where he is today, all because of Yi Xian's appreciation and promotion. So, he can't do such a wolf-hearted thing. There is a full 30 years of age difference between him and Yi Xian. Although he had not had a partner in his early years due to successive years of fighting, his life has already passed half of his life. But Yi Xian is like a newborn son, and it is the most beautiful time. He is not worthy of Yi Xian no matter what, so he is determined not to ruin Yi Xian because of his own selfish desires. What's more, he is already an adult, and Yi Xian is still young, so he can't tell what love is. Just because he has been by Yi Xian's side, he has misunderstood him, slowly forget him. With this strong belief, he actually defeated his instinct and perfectly guarded Yi Xian. But he never expected that his persistence made Yi Xian completely desperate. Putting down his dignity, letting go of everything, he begged him in that humble manner, but Lin Su still pushed him away. It is impossible for an alpha to let go of an Omega in heat unless he already has love in his heart. Yi Xian sat blankly. Her heart was cold. Lin Su, it is true that he is not wanted anymore. He has no other way. He used to hate himself for being an Omega, but now he is willing to become an Omega for Lin Su. But Lin Su doesn't need him at all. Instead of living and marrying someone else, just when Shi Qing and Qin Mo came in, they saw Yi Xian doing stupid things. He rushed over quickly and quickly knocked out the weapon in his hand. Yi Xian, be sober. At this time, Qin Mo also came in. Seeing the scene in front of him, he raised his head slightly and said in a cold voice, "Let him die." Shi Qing was originally full of anger, but because of Qin Mo's words, he was blown away. Sick. It's fine if we don't help. Can you stop adding fuel to the fire? So he turned his head and glanced at his brother very hard. His brother's terrifying black eyes were staring at him, and Shi Qing, who was he, hurriedly softened his strength eyes, made a mouth shape by the way, and called out brother. So his brother's eyes turned not so scary anymore, just snorted softly and turned his head. Now is not a good time to go along with the hare. And Shi Qing also knows that Yi Xian's behavior probably touched Qin Mo's thunder. To be honest, he was very angry himself. But because of Yi Qing's memory, he thought more. Because of the injustice this world has done to Omega, he can feel Yi Xian's despair even more deeply. Mr. Yi is a caring child, but even so, when he got engaged to Yi Xian, he didn't ask Yi Xian what he meant at all. He just found the most suitable and matching one, which might be the best for him, that he and his old comrade-in-arms made an agreement in private, and then he informed Yi Xian about it. And here, Yi Xian, thinking about Lin Su, the old man can't agree to it. He has been trying to pretend to be a good child these days, thinking that he is so sensible and obedient. It is also more acceptable. But whoever imagined it, it turned out to be counterproductive. Mr. Yi saw that Yi Xian was so obedient, and felt that his son was sensible, so he picked his son-in-law more carefully. When he told Yi Xian was blown away. At any rate, Yi Xian also knew that Mr. Ye's health was not as good as in previous years, so he didn't have an attack on the spot. So he endured a lot of patience and left, and when he ran to Yi Qing's room at night, he became flustered. Omega and Alpha are completely different. As long as Alpha has the ability and means, he can have multiple Omega in his lifetime, but Omega can only have one in his lifetime. As long as he is marked, it will be a lifetime, and he will always carry the smell of this Alpha on his body. Even if he is abandoned, thrown away, lost, he is still a marked person. He still belongs to the Alpha that marked him, until death. Yi Xian knew that the Alpha that Mr. Yi found for him would definitely not have such a bad character. If he had no one in his heart, he would have a good life after marrying and getting used to it slowly. But this is impossible. He has someone he likes. He likes Lin Su. After so many years, he has no way to let go of this feeling that if you can't let it go, you can only take it with you, but to marry in such a state is an insult to that Alpha. Alpha is born with pride. If let him know that Yi Xian has someone else in his heart. Even if he wanted to be nice to Yi Xian at the beginning, the quality will gradually change, and Yi Xian also knew that her temper was never one to please others, and when the time came to stalemate, it would be a dead end. Not only will Yi Xian's second half of her life be ruined, but it will even affect the good relationship between the Yi family and the Gu family. If he really fell into that situation, and the two families turned against each other, then he would definitely be kicked out of the Gu family, and a marked Omega would be abandoned again. And he would even end up in that kind of dirty romantic place. On days like that, just thinking about it for a moment would make his scalp tingle. That's why he wants to die. This is a situation that no Alpha can understand, so Yi Mo will feel that he is timid and cowardly. However, Yi Qing had done too much homework because of hiding her identity, so she understood this tragedy very well, and he knew that Yi Xian was really in despair. Of course, it's not really impossible. The authorities were confused by the onlookers, and Yi Xian thought that Lin Su didn't want him anymore, but he didn't even think about Lin Su's deadheadedness. But now, I still have to wake up the idiot Yi Xian first. Shi Qing brewed for a while, and vented the anger in his stomach first. Yi Xian, use your brains. Can you not be desperate? Are you disgusting? You look down on the weak Omega, but in the end you're not such a bear? Have something to do. Yi Xian remained motionless, staring at Yi Qing with her long and narrow eyes, and suddenly said, Shao Qing, I really envy you. Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Envious. Lao Tzu is a fake beta. But now is not the time to worry about this. He was lucky and continued to shout. I told you, don't act like this. Things haven't reached the point where you can die. Lin Su, that would, you met him on the first day? How many times have you hinted that he hides every time? Why do you believe this time? Just give up? As soon as this was mentioned, Yi Xian lost her anger again. As you can see, he really doesn't like me. Not at all. I used to be self-indulgent. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to go into a corner again, Shi Qing hurriedly threw a heavy bullet. You never thought that he endured it for you? Huh? Yi Xian was stunned. When Shi Qing saw the point, he made persistent efforts. Lin Su absolutely likes you, even more than you imagined. If you think about it carefully, he couldn't find a suitable Omega because of his poor life in the past few decades. But later what? Especially in recent years, he has been named a general, with a high position and authority. Countless families sent their own Omega to him. If he really wanted to marry one, he would have accepted it long ago. Being single for so many years. Why do you think he is? This point, Yi Xian really never paid attention to it. and a glimmer of hope could not help but grow in the dead silent heart. Especially in the past few years, you think that you are clinging to Lin Su all day long, but you never thought about it. If Lin Su really has no interest in you, he, a majestic federal general, will play with you, a brat, all day? Too late to take care of marrying a daughter-in-law? Too late to have children? Don't you think about it. In the entire Galactic Federation, there have been alpha generals who have not had an omega at the age of 50, and have not had a child at the age of 50. If he didn't have someone in his heart, why would he stay here? Don't tell me that what he has in his heart is someone else. If there is someone else, with his current power and position, who can't catch up with him, unless he doesn't want to Exen. These words were like a blow to the head, which woke him up all of a sudden, ignited hope in his dead heart, and walked out of the dark fog. Feng's eyes were full of hope, and he strode forward. Shi Qing, I still have a chance? After finishing speaking, he was so excited that he wanted to hold Yi Qing's hand, but unfortunately he was knocked off by his third brother before he touched it. Then his third brother held Yi Qing's hand tightly. Normally, Yi Xin would have noticed something was wrong, but now his mind is in a mess, so he can't care about it. When Shi Qing was held by the hand, he struggled but didn't break away, thinking that Yi Xion's mind is not flexible now, so he probably wouldn't think too much about it. Besides, shaking hands between brothers is nothing. Ahaha. Of course they are nothing. Seeing that Yi Xion came back to life, Shi Qing said again, don't be too happy. You want to live a happy life in the rest of your life, and there are still difficulties. First, you have to pass the test of your father, and then you have to deal with Lin. Big Wood. Having said that, it was another blow of cold water, and Yi Xn wilted again. Back and forth, back to the beginning. The host classmate who has been silent and acting as a wallflower is really impatient, and also hates Yi Xion from the bottom of her heart. Naive, stupid, and cowardly. Of course, the most important thing is to make his Shi Qing so troublesome. If it wasn't for Yi Qing's thoughts, and in order to complete the mission, he would have made him disappear long ago. Thinking of this, Qin Mo was unexpectedly stunned. Shi Qing didn't know what the people around him were thinking, and was still helping Yi Xion come up with bad ideas. I think it's good for you to die once. Since Lin Su can't figure it out, we will force him to figure it out. At this time, Yi Xion's IQ also returned to his position. He said, what should I do? Can I hide it from him? This question really stumped Shi Qing. After all, Lin Su is not an ordinary person. If he didn't do it well, he might not be able to hide it from him. The operation is so difficult. Shi Qing couldn't think of a clue and unconsciously poked the people around him. Brother, do you have any suggestions? Qin Mo was thinking about the true meaning of life, but when he poked him back to his senses, he was rarely at a loss and asked, why? Shi Qing is speechless. Why are you so distracted at such a critical moment? Helpless. Shi Qing had no choice but to repeat it again. After hearing this, Qin Mo said, this is easy, just take a fake death pill. Shi Qing and Yi Xen were stunned at the same time. There is such a thing. Qin Mo only has Shi Qing in his eyes. Because of the thought just now, his eyes can't help but soften a lot. Yes, yes. This look was so straightforward that Shi Qing couldn't accept it. His heart skipped a few times, but he was a little panicked. He quickly lowered his head, but he didn't understand his brother. What happened to his brother? Yi Xion's radar, which had died early, was finally revived and finally saw that something was wrong. I'll go, what's going on with our third brother's eyes? Sweet. Fortunately, the host is not an ordinary person. His attitude changed in seconds, and he restrained himself the next moment. He didn't even bother to look at Yi Xion. He took out a pill and gave it to Yi Xion. He said coldly, take it within 10 minutes after midnight. Don't take it. Don't be too late, or you will bear the consequences. With such a strict requirement, Yi Xion couldn't care less about gossip, so she quickly put away the pills and memorized them carefully. Because Shi Qing temporarily closed the memory, Qin Mo can extract the things in the space by himself, and only then can he come up with this magic medicine. As soon as Yi Xion was settled here, a servant came over and reminded with a low eyebrow, third young master, The master said that you should go to Zijin Garden, because it is not convenient for young Master Li to come here because of family affairs, so I will make an appointment to dine outside. Qin Mo complied. Shi Qing reacted for a long time before realizing that he forgot about it. Is this the blind date that the old man found for Yi Mo? His brother is going on a blind date? Oh, what are you kidding? The author has something to say. Kiki, in the next chapter, AI heir is going to be jealous. Well, I didn't expect the girls to react so strongly in the last chapter, so they quickly served clear fire tea, and then served small snacks to calm down. Life is full of different thoughts. There are always people with various shortcomings, and it is difficult to be perfect of. By the way, some girls said that the task can be completed by letting Shi Qing marry Qin Mo. Let's not mention that Shi Qing is not Qin Mo's real brother. Even if he is, they can't get married. Qin Mo thought that Shi Qing was his own younger brother, but the goal of the mission was to marry his younger brother. There had to be a wedding and justice. This world is not yet enlightened enough for brothers to receive a certificate, so it is impossible for Shi Qing to really marry him. Then the task cannot be completed, and they only have one younger brother, Yi Xin, so they have to marry him off. In addition, the world setting of ABO does have a lot of helplessness. I wrote it just to try to change this helplessness. Try my best, I don't know if I can write it. Are you kidding me? Shi Qing couldn't help opening his eyes wide, looking at Qin Mo in surprise. But soon he came back to his senses, quickly put away the expression. He in his heart for a while, and felt that his brain circuit was too weird. The third brother has reached his age, and it is not normal to find a partner. How surprised is he? Besides, their father has been trying to arrange a blind date for Yi Mo for a while now, and it hasn't been a day or two. He has chosen several houses, and Yi Xin and Yi Qing have already known about it. Li Xia is Yi Xian's favorite. Both in terms of family background and self-cultivation, he is very good. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Xia is a healthy and excellent omega. To put it bluntly, he has a good physique and is very capable of giving birth. This alone makes Mr. Yi satisfied that if they can give birth well, the next generation of the Yi family will surely thrive. Thinking about it this way, Shi Qing felt that he shouldn't be surprised, and it's not something unusual. But I still can't help but he. Mudun. Not happy, super upset. Ask why. God knows. Qin Mo asked about the details, and then said to Shi Qing, "Are you hungry? Let's go together." Hungry, I'm so full. Shi Qing wanted to say that he would stay with Yi Xin, but before he could say anything, Qin Mo dragged him away. After getting on the aircraft, Shi Qing realized that he had come to board the thief boat. Who wants to accompany you on a blind date? The blind date also brings the younger brother. Is this asking him to help the blind date? He's not free, okay? Who wants to see a man? Whoever you like to look for has nothing to do with me. Normally, Qin Mo would have noticed Shi Qing's little thoughts early in the morning, but now he is also being impacted. Considering others, this kind of thought has not crossed his mind for hundreds of years. When exactly did he put Shi Qing in such a position? He will change his mind because of his wishes and will unconsciously accommodate his mind. He has always known that he must monopolize Shi Qing, but since when did he want to try to understand Shi Qing? It's been a long time since I've experienced this kind of emotion. But if it was Shi Qing, he could try again. Because they signed a contract, because they only have each other, because if this person betrays him, he has reason to hold him in his hands and be trapped by his side forever. He has long forgotten what letting go is, and only knows aggression and possession. Qin Mo smiled subconsciously. This kind of smile from the heart was especially dazzling. Normally, Shi Qing would have drooled just looking at it. But now, the more he looked at it, the more unhappy he felt. Are you so happy to go on a blind date? Are you so happy to have your own omega? Shouldn't he be a younger brother to wish him sincerely? Bless you, big fire. I don't even want to look at it. Who is it that laughs like this? Disaster. Peacock. Evildoer. Not a nice guy? The more Shi Qing thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't suppress it, but he couldn't find anything to vent his anger. Just because his reason told him that he was making trouble for no reason, that this person was the brother of this body, or a man, what was he thinking? Even if Shi Qing didn't have Yi Mo as his elder brother, but Yi Mo was indeed Yi Qing's elder brother. Now that he has become Yi Qing, what else can he do? Besides, they only knew each other for a day, and they cared so much about a person. What happened to him? Thinking of this, Shi Qing lost all strength and was surrounded by depression. Qin Mo finally felt the grayness on Shi Qing's body. He turned around and held his hand, frowning slightly. What? Are you still worried about Yi Xian? Shi Qing was stunned for a while. After thinking about it for a long time, this is a good excuse, which can just cover up his bad thoughts, so he nodded sharply. Qin Mo touched his slender neck affectionately, pulled him into his arms, stroked his back comfortingly, and whispered, "It's okay. If you want him to be with Lin Su, I'll let them stay together. Together, don't think too much, there is me." Shi Qing couldn't understand what Qin Mo said at all. He just felt that he was not well. His neck was itchy, his back was itchy, and his heart was itching even more. He was almost seduced by this sweet hug and soft whisper. Came rushing out. He likes him. God. He really likes him, no, much more than that. This is a person he has only been with for a day, a person who is of the same blood as his body, and he fell in love with him like a madman. Shi Qing's brain stopped functioning completely. It wasn't until Qin Mo let him go that he regained his senses. So what if you like it? This person is about to go on a blind date right now, and he's going to think about major life issues with another person. As long as they see each other at lunch this time, have similar tempers and temperaments, they can fall in love and get married together, especially in this damn world where they can have children. Shi Qing just thought of this, and his chest hurts like a piercing pain. He was almost insane. He fell in love with someone in one day, and on the same day he was about to fall in love. Is there anyone more nervous than him? Shi Qing fainted. Following Qin Mo into Zijin Garden, this is a high-end club. The unique feature is that the setting of this place completely imitates the classical Chinese garden, with pavilions, flowers, and grass, full of spring. The dining tables are arranged in various places along with the scenery. There is no separate box, but the distance from each other is just right, and each table has a scene, which is natural. Walking step by step, it is really like walking into the time that disappeared without a trace. But Shi Qing didn't have the slightest thought of admiring the scenery. The flowers were fragrant and the grass was green. But he was very bitter in his heart. Especially here is the rugged path for Shi Qing, who puts his mind in his pocket. It is a disaster. He wobbled a few steps, and one of them didn't pay attention, and he almost stepped on the air and got shit. Fortunately, his brother is not an ordinary person, so he stopped his waist and hugged him horizontally. Shi Qing froze for a moment, then immediately jumped down as if getting an electric shock. Qin Mo didn't care. He touched him and said softly, "Be careful. Don't think about Yi Xian anymore." Yi Qing nodded indiscriminately. Qin Mo was not very satisfied. He straightened his little face, looked directly at him, and deliberately threatened, "If you think about Yi Xian again, I will marry him to Gu Yan." Shi Qing, I really didn't think about it. I've been thinking about you all the time. Disaster. Still seducing me. QQ. Shi Qing was in so much pain that he couldn't say anything, so he could only hide away with a blushing face, and solemnly stated that he definitely didn't want to, absolutely didn't want to, and that he would definitely go on a blind date with him seriously. So Qin Mo was satisfied. Looking at his reddish face and moist lips, he wanted to kiss him a little bit, but at least his senses were still there. The current identities of the two of them were not suitable for doing this in broad daylight, so he had to wait until later. Just like this, they turned all the way, and they finally arrived at the predetermined place. After the two sat down, not long after, a young man came over. He is fair-skinned, black hair and black eyes, and a thin build, but he is well-dressed, and his manners, words, and deeds have a certain level of leisure and elegance integrated into his bones. Seeing that Yi Qing was there, he was not too surprised. With a smile on his face, he introduced himself decently. "Hello, my name is Li Xia." Shi Qing looked at him inevitably with a bit of color, but no matter what, this man seemed to be very good, although he was not as good-looking as Yi Xian. But he was much more approachable than Yi Xian. From the looks of it, she's not as good as Yi Xian. In general, very nice people. It's a pity that it really doesn't make people happy. Shi Qing was in a bad mood and said hello to him. "Hi, I'm Yi Qing," then sat down lonely. Li Xia is an omega, a pure and clean omega with a clean family background and a pampered family, because this time he came on a blind date, so he didn't take any inhibitors, and the spread of omega's breath is the best temptation for alpha. In the end, it still has to suit the taste, and Li Xia is very confident about this. It doesn't have to be an estrus. The smell he exudes is completely delicious to any alpha. This is his natural advantage, and he wants to use this to find an excellent alpha. And Yimo is his ideal candidate. He wants to hold on to this alpha. From the current point of view, Yimo is indeed attracted by him. After sitting down, after ordering, Yimo didn't even use any food, so he focused on asking Li Xia. This somewhat urgent attitude made Li Xia complacent, and couldn't help but look at this alpha seriously. The third son of the Yi family is indeed very eye-catching. The more he looks at it, the more Li Xia's heart is moved. Really a nice non-alpha, very charming. As for Shi Qing, who was sitting on the cold bench beside him, his whole body was about to fall into the ice cellar. Although he had just broken up in love, Shi Qing really couldn't accept seeing the two people's enthusiastic blind date exchange so straightforwardly. Can he not just sprinkle salt on the wound like this? He thought he was already sad enough. Why can't he see the bottom of this sad, bottomless pit? Can you stop making troubles like this? While he felt pain in his heart, he couldn't help being very angry at the same time. The experience of the predecessors is really not blown out. Alpha is a beastly animal. When he sees an omega, he can't move his eyes and legs. Look at his brother. Annoyed. Irritability is dead. Shi Qing really couldn't sit still, and if he stayed any longer, he was really afraid that he would do something out of the ordinary. It's true, when people go on a blind date, what exactly is he doing here? Looking for abuse. Go away, have to go. Just as he was about to get up, Chinamo opened his mouth and threw a blockbuster. Very well, I understand everything. You are excellent. Li Xia's cheeks were slightly red, and she lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. Chinamo picked up the chopsticks, put a piece of braised pork ribs into Shi Qing's bowl, and continued, I believe Yi Zhen will be very satisfied. Everyone present was stunned. Yi Zhen? Yi Zhen is the second child of the Yi family, very famous, the alpha who chased alpha madly. But what does it matter to him? Chinamo also raised his glass, very friendly. I wish you and your second brother a happy marriage in advance. Shi Qing had only known Chinamo for one day, but he knew it after only one day. This man is very strange, but he didn't even think that this man has reached this level. What an awesome brain circuit this is. Has it broken through the sky, okay? Feelings you have been on a blind date. All those detailed inquiries you made before were all for Yi Zhen, right? Aren't you looking for an omega for yourself? Shi Qing was stunned, but at the same time, small bubbles of joy popped up in his heart strangely. As a person who can never hide his thoughts, the corners of his mouth began to rise, and rise again. The Li Xia was also shocked with him. But what came to him after the shock was not any happy emotion, but a complete sense of humiliation. A feeling of being teased, insulted, and ridiculed rushed to the top of his head, causing his anger to soar, and he stood up immediately. When he stood up, he happened to see Shi Qing. Usually he would dismiss an incompetent beta, but at this moment he happened to see the smile on the corner of Shi Qing's mouth, and he misunderstood in an instant. Okay, you guys have conspired to play me. Even an unfavored beta came to see my jokes. Li Xia's anger value instantly rose to the highest level. His voice was full of unconcealable anger. What do you mean? In complete contrast to him was the calm and composed alpha. Without raising his eyelids, Chinamo carefully picked up the peppercorns that were stained on the pickled fish fillets and put them in Shi Qing's bowl. Then he said, You will marry Yi Zhen, conceive and have children as soon as possible. Li Xia was completely irritated by this indifferent attitude. Who wants to marry that pervert? Immediately, he glared at the two people on the opposite side fiercely and dropped the last sentence. Yi family, you are too bullying. After speaking, he angrily kicked away the chair, turned around and left. Zijing Garden is an ancient Chinese style, So the chairs are thick wooden chairs, and it is outdoor dining. The wooden chairs were kicked to the ground by Li Xia. The sound is definitely not small. Qin Mo frowned, dissatisfied. Too bad temper. Shi Qing. Then his brother said again, let's make do, as long as you can have children. Shi Qing. Kneel down for. Kneel down. Seeing Shi Qing in a daze, Qin Mo asked, why don't you eat? Are you hungry? When Shi Qing lowered his head, what he saw were 4 exquisite small bowls and saucers in front of him. Inside were a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, 3 neat slices of fish with sauerkraut, a small piece of roasted eggplant, and a piece of tenderloin. There are not many things, but they are all his favorite food. The most important thing is that this was all brought about by Qin Mo bit by bit. Shi Qing felt that the big vat of sour vinegar that filled his chest just now had turned into puddles of sweet water. So touched, so happy, by the way. The pickled fish is delicious. The taste is great. Seeing that Shi Qing started to move, Qin Mo began to pick fishbone and pepper for him again, and gave him the most delicious and tender fish piece by piece. Shi Qing eats very happily. He likes fish and spicy food. So this dish is his favorite. What's more, Zijinyuan's craftsmanship is top-notch. Although the time and space are different, and the ingredients are also somewhat different, the taste of the food directly hits the taste buds, and it is delicious. The fish was fresh and tender, the sauerkraut was refreshing, and more importantly, it was numbing and spicy. He actually felt his heart warm after eating it. In fact, it was still lukewarm at first, and then it became warm. After eating it now, it started to heat up, and this heat seems to be not satisfied with just running around in the heart. It slowly flows from the inside out quickly. The internal organs are tightly surrounded by strands of warmth. With the surrounding heat, it seems that there is something that was also liberated, and the feeling was both relaxed and happy, like the feeling of being liberated after wearing tights for a day. Shi Qing couldn't help being amazed. This genuine is really high-end, and it has such a miraculous effect after cooking and eating. It tastes good and tastes good. Not only can it fill you up, but it can also make your body so refreshed. Hey, why is there no fish? Shi Qing raised his head and looked at the owner. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. With a click, the chopsticks fell on the table and collided with the porcelain, making a crisp sound. But it didn't wake Qin Mo up at all. Qin Mo stared at Shi Qing motionlessly. His black eyes were deep, but there was a hint of dark red in the depths. In an instant, Shi Qing's severed nerve took over, and immediately after, he was covered in cold sweat. Fuck the magical fish, F*CK, the physical and mental comfort. He is indeed liberated, but what F*CK is liberated is the instinct of being an omega suppressed by inhibitors. Why did the damn inhibitor fail at this moment? It's not right. The effect of the inhibitor is 24 hours. Yi Qing only took it in the morning. Now it is only 12 o'clock at noon, and it has been 6 hours at most, and there are still 18 hours left. How could it be ineffective? Right now, Shi Qing can't even think about the reason. If the inhibitor fails, his identity as an omega will be exposed. Thinking about the unlucky Yi Exin, his scalp becomes numb. The most terrible thing is that because there are still more than 10 hours, he didn't carry the inhibitor with him at all. Calm down. Shi Qing forced himself to calm down. It's not that bad. Although the inhibitor failed, he didn't experience estrus. He didn't have estrus. Even if the breath of omega is still attractive to alpha, it will definitely not cause confusion, especially since he is still with Qin Mo. It's okay. We'll be fine. It's a pity that this lucky idea was shattered into pieces in the next moment. Because the biggest danger is Qin Mo. The moment the chopsticks fell, Qin Mo hugged his waist, leaned forward. His black eyes were like whirlpools in the deep space. He wished he could suck the person in front of him, and buried his head in Shi Qing's neck in the meantime. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse and implying madness. Xiao Qing, you smell so good. As soon as the words fell, the wet tongue touched his skin, and Shi Qing felt a burst of electricity crazily penetrated into his heart following the fatal voice. The tumbling lust that had been hidden deep in his heart almost rushed up all at once. Sky, no, not at this time. He tried his best to break away from Qin Mo's embrace. His face was flushed, and his voice couldn't help but raise his voice. Wake up, brother, wake up, please, we can't. The flexible tongue had already slid down the neck and landed on the collarbone. Shi Qing resisted the numbness and struggled fiercely. He has always felt that his body is very strong and responsive, and he has successfully resisted Qin Mo before. But now that he has exerted all his strength, it is like hitting a stone with a pebble so fragile that he can't push it away at all. Sky, why is there such a big reaction? This is not normal. Yi Qing is indeed an Omega, but he is just an ordinary Omega. His pheromone is definitely not as strong as EXI and, not as strong as Li Xiaqiang just now. But Qin Mo could not move at all when facing Li Xia, and even calculated coldly. How could he become like this when facing him? Completely lost my mind. He's not in heat. Absolutely not. It's just that the suppressant isn't working. How? How did this happen? What he didn't know was that there was already a commotion outside. Zijin Garden does not have any boxes, and the dining places are scattered in this man-made garden. Although they are very far apart from each other and are separated by various scenery, because they are not sealed, they cannot stop the pheromones of this crazy extension. Zijin Garden covers an area of 120 mu with 90 dining tables, and there are nearly single alphas, and at this moment, they are all restless. This strange, unknown, unimaginable sweet smell made them all intoxicated. Oh my God! It's so sweet, so fragrant, so tempting. They have never smelled such a delicious pheromone, which cannot be described in any language, and even the brain cannot think. Even a slight breath makes them addicted. This is definitely a beautiful Omega, a superb Omega that can amaze the world. If you can get him, if you can taste the delicious taste, this will be the supreme enjoyment of being an alpha, not to mention the single alpha. Even the Omega present were a little bit flustered. Li Xia, the Omega who kicked the wooden chair, broke his legs and couldn't walk, was the first to suffer. Li Xia was pissed off by Yi Mo and was seriously injured. He reluctantly left the two brothers and leaned against a tree. He couldn't walk anymore. He was thinking of calling someone to pick him up. Smell this powerful pheromone. Li Xia was stunned for a moment, then thought of something and crawled back, enduring the pain. What he saw was Yi Mo, who was completely seduced, and Yi Qing, who was in a mess and exposed the essence of Omega. Brother incest. Li Xia was stunned for a moment, but then he moved away quietly. He has an inhibitor on him, but he won't take it out. Let these two brothers get together. Let them humiliate him. Let them play with him. He deserves such a crime. When they wake up and see what they have done, they should know that this life is ruined. Not to mention the two brothers, even the entire Yi family will be discredited, and they can no longer hold their heads up. The humiliation that Li Xia suffered before suddenly found a vent. He has never met an alpha who is not interested in him. But it doesn't matter, this alpha is about to die. Since you despise me, then go to hell. Li Xia clenched the inhibitor in his bosom, quietly hid aside, watching this unnatural scene with cold eyes. Shi Yun is really bored. He can run into Yijin every time he comes out for a meal. He is so depressed to death. You said that he was a good buddy. Why did he suddenly lose his nerve and pursued him frantically? His head is about to explode. It's not uncommon for two alphas to get together, but it's okay if they really don't have such a big fanfare. Not to mention, where does he have time to talk about love? Besides, if he was killed, he wouldn't be like anyone. Just as he was restless, he suddenly smelled a familiar smell, and he was stunned. He had been looking for this smell for a long time, and he was almost completely desperate. He didn't expect to be here by such a coincidence bumped into. Zijin Court is a completely empty space. There are a lot of single alphas dining, and this smell is so straightforward that it is simply seducing all alphas. So, Shi Yun couldn't care less about being happy. He quickly came back to his senses and immediately rushed over following the smell. He had to hurry to see what was going on. The closer you get, the stronger the unique smell of Omega. And the closer you get, a strong alpha breath is also entangled. He secretly thought that it was not good, and when he took a look, it was indeed broken. Shi Qing couldn't stand it anymore. He was originally weak against Qin Mo in terms of strength, and now he was exhausted from the violent tossing. In addition, deep down in his heart, he had no resistance to Qin Mo at all. Being licked and kissed like this has long been very unbearable. If he hadn't considered that this is his brother in this body, and he was in an unknown outdoor, he would have fallen together a long time ago. It's just that this rationality can't persist for too long. Chinemo has gone too far, fierce licking, strong hugs, and words that he would never say in the past, all of which stimulated Shi Qing's nerves, making him more and more want to go on like this regardless. What made Qing rational in the final break was that his brother finally kissed him on the mouth. The moment the lips met, it was like an electric shock, and the whole body and brain went numb. Let blood go to hell. What about the outdoors? He wants this person. He wants it like crazy. All resistance stopped. Shi Qing wrapped her hands around the man's neck, stood on tiptoe, raised her head, and kissed him back vigorously. This proactive response ignited the fire even more. Chinemo slipped his hands into Shi Qing's shirt, stroked his slightly slender back, slender waist, and finally touched his tight buttocks. The charming touch beyond imagination made him even crazier, and the vigorous rubbing made the elastic buttocks slightly deformed. He pressed him forcefully towards himself, and the hard object was pressed against his lower abdomen like an iron rod, hot and scalding, eager for an entrance. Shi Qing also became more and more intolerable. After he stopped suppressing, all his intense emotions surged up in one go. The heat flowed around his body. He became hotter and more intolerable. He wished he could take off all his clothing. He whispered softly on his mouth, and he couldn't tell what he was calling. The man whispered in his ears, "Chinemo, it's Chinemo, Xiao Qing, call me and say you are mine." Shi Qing couldn't distinguish anything from the sound like a spell. He called out softly, "Chinemo," and said the promise of "I am yours," which stimulated the other party and ignited himself that he felt that his body was becoming more and more strange, and an intense heat surged up from the indescribable place behind him. And then something gradually filled up and then flowed down greasily. Chinemo vigorously rubbed the soft buttocks. He felt wet and slippery at the first moment. He was startled for a moment, but in the next second he opened them like crazy. His fingers seemed to be sucked. Seeing that slippery liquid is about to go in. "Third brother, what are you doing? That's your own brother." The huge roar resounded, and Yi Zhen, who followed Shi Yun, had bloodshot eyes all over his eyes. He is a healthy alpha, and he also can't stand the smell, but the first second he saw Yi Qing, he was poured with cold water. That was his younger brother, his beta younger brother. He couldn't have any thoughts. Immediately afterwards, he saw Yi Mo, the lunatic Yi Mo, violating his younger brother like a beast. Shi Yun also reacted immediately and quickly said to Yi Zhen, "Where is your weapon? Subdue that alpha. Hurry up." Yi Zhen's skill is not for bragging. He rushed forward quickly and launched an attack quickly, but unfortunately he underestimated Yi Mo, and he lost the wind in 2 consecutive moves. Although Qin Mo was holding Shi Qing, he punched him easily touched Yi Zhen's lower abdomen. Yi Zhen half-kneeled in pain. His face turned pale quickly, and his sanity was also lost. He didn't know why Yi Qing was an Omega, but he knew that this terrible Omega was in heat at the moment. The sweet smell stimulated his taste buds and made his sanity on the verge of collapse. Shi Yun gritted his teeth and shouted sharply, "A strong drug, Yi Zhen, give him a strong drug." Although Yi Zhen was about to lose control of himself, he was still taken aback when he heard these 3 words. "This is a special drug for Alpha, which will instantly calm Alpha down from estrus, but the consequences will be very disastrous, and it is very likely that he will lose it." Sexual ability. Both are his younger brothers. Yi Mo and his relationship have always been very good. How could he have the heart to let Yi Mo? Damn it, what are you still doing? You want them to have incest? Don't talk about the 2 of them. Your entire Yi family will be ruined. Yi Zhen woke up all of a sudden and couldn't care less. He believed that if Yi Mo woke up, he would be able to understand him. What's more, although the strong drug is highly effective, it is not 100% that there will be that kind of tragedy. At this time, it can only depend on luck. Yi Zhen quickly stepped forward and pushed the medicine in. If Yi Mo was in a normal state, he might easily dodge it, but now he is really abnormal. So, Yi Zhen succeeded. But what surprised Yi Zhen was that his third brother, who was supposed to be in a coma, didn't respond at all. "Fuck me, what's going on?" Shi Yun immediately shouted again. Don't just stand there. Take another dose. Yi Zhen glared at Shi Yun. Of course, he was not willing to stare too hard. This brat, the Yi family just doesn't like it. This is his own brother. In the future, he will also be his own brother. You are welcome. My sister-in-law is too incompetent. But fortunately, Yi Zhen hadn't lost his head yet. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, he quickly injected another dose. Unexpectedly, his third brother was still standing. Damn, he never knew that his brother was a monster. 2 doses, 3 doses. Yi Mo was going to get impatient seeing another dose, and Yi Zhen couldn't care less, so he pushed in 5 doses in one go. This time, let alone a person, even an elephant would fall to the ground in an instant. And his third brother finally fell down. Feeling guilty, Yi Zhen quickly caught Yi Mo while praying, "Brother, you must be well. If you wither, brother will be sorry for you," shed a heroic tear. Shi Yun heaved a sigh of relief when he finally got rid of the crazy alpha. But he didn't expect Shi Qing to sneak attack Yi Zhen like a different person after seeing Qin Mo collapsed. The attack was fast and accurate, and Yi Zhen was caught off guard. Yi Zhen was first injured internally by Qin Mo's punch, and then bent over by Shi Qing's kick. His face turned pale. He must be bleeding internally. What the hell? If he hadn't experienced hundreds of battles and practice since he was a child, he would have been killed by his 2 younger brothers this time. Shi Qing looked at Yi Zhen with moist but cold eyes. What did you do to him? How is Yi Zhen going to explain his good intentions? Fortunately, Shi Yun was not a vegetarian, so he made a surprise attack from behind and stabilized Shi Qing. A dose of inhibitor accompanied by a tranquilizer was injected into the Omega. Finally stopped it and avoided an incest tableware. Yi Zhen was very anxious, worried about Yi Mo's body, and couldn't figure out what was going on with Yi Qing. Why did Brother Beta, who had been raised well for more than 10 years, suddenly become an Omega? What is going on? But these can only be said after they wake up. As soon as Yi Zhen turned his head, he saw Shi Yun holding Yi Qing cautiously, with that attentive attitude, that serious posture, and the deep affection involuntarily revealed in those beautiful eyes. Alarm bells rang in Yi Zhen's heart. Grass, what a rhythm! His little Union is going to find true love? Reminiscing about his little brother's stunning Omega aura again. An alpha would definitely be fascinated. He became even more nervous now. No way. Little Union, you won't fall in love with my brother. No, no, no. With an idea, Yi Zhen quickly summoned the aircraft, almost snatched Yi Qing from Shi Yun's hands, and ran home with his 2 younger brothers. Never give them alone time again. If his wife becomes his sister-in-law, he will commit seppuku in minutes. After crawling and rolling back to Ye's house, Mr. Yi was quite happy to see his second son, who had been away from home for several months, come back. This brat, as long as he can come back, I will pressure you to go on a blind date tomorrow. The idea of straightening his son hadn't been stretched any further, but he saw Yi Mo and Yi Qing, who were unconscious. The old man stared immediately. What's going on? Didn't you go on a blind date? Yi Zhen called out to his father, and hurriedly told him what happened in Zijinyuan. Mr. Yi was also very surprised. How is it possible? Xiaoqing. How could Xiaoqing be an Omega? But then he couldn't help but not believe it. Although Yi Qing took the inhibitor, because of the entanglement with Qin Mo before, his body was now full of Yi Mo's smell. Mr. Yi is very familiar with the smell of his own son, so he can't tell the difference. Immediately afterwards, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he pointed with shaking fingers. They. If the brothers of the Yi family committed incest, he would simply kill him with a headshot. Yi Zhen hurriedly reassured his father. It's okay, thanks to Xiaoyan who arrived in time and stopped them. At the critical moment, he still had to pull his wife out to improve her favorability. Mr. Yi frowned when he heard the Xiaoyan. He didn't know who he was referring to. But at this time, he didn't care about asking Master Yi Jinxing for his crimes. Compared with sibling incest, everything else is so trivial. Yi Xian asked Yi Zhen, "What's the matter?" Xiaoqing's pheromone is very strong. Yi Zhen said, "Yes, it was not the estrus period, but the whole Zijin garden was restless at that time." Yi Zhen considered it for a while, but still bit the bullet and told the truth. The attraction is very strong. Depending on the situation, the third brother lost his mind at that time. One sentence made Mr. Yi sweat coldly on his forehead. Although Omega has a strong attraction to Alpha, but it is not an estrus that Alpha is fascinated to this extent. It can be 100% sure that the compatibility between the two is absolutely beyond imagination. And it is very likely that the two of them have long had deep feelings in their hearts. Yi Qing quickly dismissed this thought from his mind. No, his son, no. But this is really not a trivial matter. Yi Qing dare not take the risk. He looked down at Yi Mo and Yi Qing, who were in a coma, and gritted his teeth, thinking. Although he was in a hurry, there was nothing he could do. He really didn't dare to bet on this. Bring over the previous lists and find a good boy for Shi Qing. The so-called list is the list that Yi Xin picked Alpha a while ago. Mr. Yi also wasted a lot of thought. He recruited good-looking single alphas of the right age who had a good relationship with him, and picked out thousands of choices to find a partner for his son. Later, Gu Yin was selected because of his half-life friendship with Mr. Gu. In addition, Gu Yin is also the youngest son, so he should have the same temperament as Yi Xin. But who knew? Something like this happened to Yi Xin. But fortunately, it was only talked about in private, and there was no trouble. At noon, Yi Xin also came to talk to the old man for a long time. Grandpa Yi got angry when he saw him, but he thought that Omega was weak after all, and his wife especially doted on this child. And before leaving, he held his hand and asked him to find a good home for him. So seeing the child actively showing weakness at this moment, he was not happy either. The main reason for Yi Xin to be a stubborn ass before was that he thought his life was over. Lin Su didn't want him, and he couldn't be with others that if he never married, he would also discredit the Yi family. It was very wrong for his father to keep him at home and not send him to the association. If he never married again, the Omega Association would definitely not let it go, and it would be even more ugly if things happened. But now, he was pulled out of the dead end by Yi Qing. He saw hope. He became much more rational, and he could sit down and talk calmly. He spoke earnestly and earnestly. He had already thought about what he said. This society has always been unfair to Omega. Yi Xin listed all these things one by one, and Mr. Yi couldn't help but think deeply. If Yi Xin really couldn't forget Lin Su no matter what, then marrying him would really be a big trouble. An Omega is different from a Beta. If you're not satisfied with your marriage, you can still get divorced. An Omega that has been marked will never be able to get rid of it. The old man Yi sighed. Yi Xin hurriedly brought him some water and said in a low voice, "My son is not filial." He panicked and left home regardless. "This made you angry. It's all my son's fault." Old man Yi sighed again, waved his hands and said, "Go out. I'll take a rest." Although he didn't agree, he began to consider it tactfully. Although Mr. Yi was very scrupulous about Lin Su's status, in the final analysis, what he was most worried about was the age gap, 30 years old. Why? But right now, nothing is as powerful as Yi Qing's incident. He really couldn't figure out why Yi Qing was an Omega. Could it be that his wife had kept it a secret before? But it is also possible that Beta has almost never appeared in the Yi family. When Yi Qing was born, he also had doubts. But why did my wife keep this matter a secret? And he didn't tell him until the end. Mr. Yi really can't figure it out, but it's useless to think about it now. It's already confirmed that it's an Omega, so there won't be any mistakes. Yi Mo and Yi Qing. Thinking of this, Mr. Ye's back was in a cold sweat. There was no delay, so he quickly picked someone and let the two of them combine quickly. Yi Qing's matter is different from Yi Xion's. It can't happen at all. He wanted to get things done quickly before the two of them woke up. When the dust settled, even if there was something, it was nothing. Mr. Yi looked at the list, and Yi Zhen frowned. "What is your plan?" "Well, mark first, then get married." Yi Zhen was surprised. This is too hasty. Although 80% of the people who mark first and then get married now, the aristocratic family is very particular about this. How can a son who has worked hard to raise him be so nonsense? Mr. Yi glared at him and shouted, "Shut up!" Yi Zhen shrugged. Mr. Yi has 5 sons. Although Yi Qing is the youngest and a Beta, he has always been a little neglected, but the palms and backs of his hands are full of flesh. If it weren't for the emergency, he wouldn't be like this. The same as Alpha. I know Alpha best. I have tasted the taste of Omega. It is very difficult to let go, regardless of whether Yimo had other thoughts about Yi Qing before. After what happened today, it is impossible for Yimo to have a normal heart. Instead of letting the matter continue to ferment, it is better to stop here decisively. As long as Yi Qing is marked, Yimo will have no idea. They're still brothers. As for Yi Qing, Mr. Yi sighed, he would definitely not treat his child badly. The candidate list was all good kids with clean net worth, and Mr. Yi didn't choose for too long. So he chose an alpha who was slightly weaker in family background, but had a good personality that he also thought that Yi Qing would pass. And with the support of the Yi family, he would be able to live a good life. Although it is to mark first and then get married, but it can't really mess around. Mr. Yi contacted the Omega Association and asked them to notarize the matter. And there are better rooms in the Omega Association. No matter how strong the pheromone is, it can block it without causing unnecessary trouble. Yi Xian was also really scared. In this matter, he did it very quickly. The selected alpha is called Suo Yi. He happened to be on a rotation day. Hearing that an Omega fell from the sky, he was overwhelmed with joy. Let alone so fast. It doesn't matter if it is faster. The young son of the Yi family, with a family background and a beautiful Omega, is really a pie from heaven. So happy. In this way, Yi Qing was carried to the Omega Association in a coma. The effect of the sedative would not wear off until night, and the timing was just right, so it was most suitable to leave it at night for marking or something. Although Yi Qing took inhibitors, it didn't matter. There were special things to deal with inhibitors, and there were also drugs to make Omega go into heat. After everything is ready, the only thing is to wait for this beautiful Omega to wake up. When Shi Qing woke up, his mind went blank for a moment. He seemed to have had a dream. He dreamed that he had traveled to a strange world and fell in love with his brother. When mentioning my brother, I think of Shiryu, and then he becomes embarrassing. Who would like him? Good Lei fainted. Then, he was awakened from this dream of thunderstorms. After waking up, he was still a little confused. The goal was a snow-white wall. It was indeed a dream. He was still lying in the hospital. Struggling to get up, he turned his head and saw the stranger sitting next to him. Seeing Shi Qing wake up, Soyi smiled gently. Are you awake? I'm Soyi. Shi Qing looked confused. Who is this man? See? Never heard of it. Shi Qing sat up and stayed there for a while before suddenly realizing that this place is not a hospital. Although the walls were snow-white, the layout of the room was a bit too gorgeous, especially the bed he slept on, with golden curtains and thick duvets, none of which belonged to a hospital. The previously broken memories quickly came back together, and Shi Qing finally came to his senses. What a dream! It's all so real. He and Yi Qing's own brother kissed and hugged together. Only then did Shi Qing come back to his senses completely. But he still couldn't figure out what was going on now. But then he didn't need to think too much. An unbearable heat quickly awakened. He felt his fingertips were hot. The heat seemed to be alive. It went up the limbs, hit the back, and rushed towards him like an electric current accompanied by waves of trembling his lower abdomen. He felt a fire burning in his lower abdomen. No, all the internal organs were burning. Under this intense heat, his body seemed to be emptied, and a soft force took control of his body, making him limp against the edge of the bed involuntarily. Shi Qing didn't have much experience, but he realized it very clearly. He's in heat, in this strange place, damn it. This damn physique, this fucking estrus. Not mind-controlled at all, like a madman. This bloody world. At the same time, Soyi, who was still gentle and polite just now, suddenly stood up. He sniffed the fragrance in the air fascinatedly, and his whole body became anxious. Although I was a little dissatisfied just now because this Omega has the smell of other alphas. But at this moment, he wasn't dissatisfied at all. The smell was so charming. Just by smelling it, he felt his heart speed up, his chest was on fire, and his strong desire was already screaming. So beautiful, this Omega is so beautiful. So he almost staggered close to Shi Qing. He wanted to hug him. He could hug him. God, he even could have him. This is the luckiest moment of his life. Excitedly, Soyi stretched out his hand tremblingly and said in a low voice, Yi Qing, I'll help you. You need me. Before the hand touched it, it was snapped off by a strong force. When the severe pain hit, Suoyi let out a sudden roar of pain, and when he raised his head, what he saw was Omega, whose face was flushed, but whose eyes were piercingly cold. Roll! Lust, blood, and battles are all elements that stimulate Alpha's nerves. If Suoyi thought about taking it slow and taking it easy before, Qing's resistance at that time completely aroused his desire to conquer. Suoyi moved forward again, but he was already prepared. It seemed that this Omega had some skills, but so what? Omega is born weak and incestuous. No matter how powerful it is just a meowing cat. It can be subdued easily. The consequence of underestimating Shi Qing was that Suoyi's other arm was also broken. But Shi Qing also knew that he couldn't hold on anymore. He even started to be in a trance. The man in front of him was strange, but he began to move closer to another person's appearance strangely. The man had long black hair, black eyes like night, and a cold expression, but his appearance was extremely delicate. He would hold Shi Qing's hand tightly, stroke his neck gently, and kiss him violently. Chinimo. Sky, he misses him. He really misses him. No, I can't think anymore. This is not Chinimo. This is not Chinimo. This is someone else. It is impossible for him to be with someone else. It's impossible. Suppressing the charm in his heart, Shi Qing punched Xie's temple forcefully with his fist. He wanted to subdue this alpha. Li Xia is also in the Omega Association. He went on a blind date yesterday. No matter what the result is, he has to report the result today. He is not as lucky as Xin. He grew up in the association.So this blind date. No matter whether it is successful or not, you have to report it when you come back. Then he heard that Yi Qing had been sent here. Li Xia was taken aback for a moment, but he guessed at the next moment. Yi Qing is going to be marked. It is not difficult to guess that Li Xia could have witnessed what happened yesterday. To avoid sibling incest, getting Omega marked quickly is the most convenient way. Li Xia snorted coldly and couldn't help but feel that it's really lucky. The children of the Yi family are luckier than the other. Even if they are arrogant and rude, even if they make trouble for no reason, and they are protected by their parents, there will always be a good result. But what about him? He just wanted to find a suitable alpha that fit his new ideas, but he was humiliated like this. Li Xia was unwilling, and when he passed through the corridor, he suddenly had an idea. Why make them so happy? If he opens the wall. With Shi Qing's strong pheromone during estrus, all the alphas here will go crazy. Li Xia was taken aback by his own thought. Although the Yi family brothers humiliated him, and Yi Qing blatantly laughed at him, it didn't actually do him any real harm. It just made him feel very upset, that's all. Ruining Shi Qing just because of this is a bit too much. He is also an Omega, and he understands the difficulties of Omega. Originally, this society has treated them very unfairly. If Omega continues to torment each other, it will only make their situation worse. Li Xia shook his head and finally kicked out this dark thought. Forget it. There will still be opportunities for revenge in the future. Anyway, Yi Qing is about to be marked, and it is enough to make him make a fool of himself at his wedding. After thinking it over, Li Xia hummed and was about to leave, but he didn't expect that he didn't want to open the wall from the outside, but the wall broke from the inside. Suoyi was almost beaten to death. He really never thought about such a terrifying Omega. Shi Qing's cheeks were flushed, and her face was full of lust. The supposedly limp little Meng Meng suddenly became a pervert with agility. Suoyi said, "Beauties have thorns, perfume is poisonous. I will die." No matter how terribly seduced, no matter how terribly charming, but his nose was blown out, and he couldn't smell anything at the moment. Without his sense of smell, Alpha would wake up, but even if he was sober, he can't beat this Omega who is still in heat. What the hell, I don't need to live anymore. I'll be ashamed and ashamed to death. He finally deeply realized the true meaning of the phrase, there is no free lunch in the world. Fuck his sister's pie from heaven. It's a disaster from heaven. I'm going to be kicked. Covering the roots of his descendants, Suoyi rolled around on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, begging for mercy. Ancestors, ants, please let me go. I won't dare to touch you even if I am killed. This Omega didn't know whether he really understood his begging for mercy, or felt that the trash on the ground was no longer threatening, and really didn't bully Soyi anymore. Instead, he walked around, apparently looking for the door. Soyi felt distressed. This damn room was specific. There was no door at all, and the only way to get out was to open the wall from the outside. But they set the time, and it won't open at all until it's finished. If he could open it, he would have run away long ago. Why should he be in such a mess? Violent Omega turned around a few times, but did not see the door. A pair of big moist eyes swished towards Suyi, and the voice was soft and seductive. How can I get out? Suyi was stunned by the sound, but when he thought of his son who was still crying, he immediately lost his mind and hurriedly said, There is an 8-hour time limit, so I can't get out. Omega glared at him fiercely, spinning around violently. 8 hours, he can't wait. It's going to be hot. Feels awful. Immediately, Shi Qing turned his head to look at the snow-white and cold wall. It was this damn thing that wanted to trap him, stop him, and prevent him from seeing Qin Mo. Roll, roll, roll. Don't try to stop him. Shi Qing snorted and punched the solid wall with a fist. Soyi inside. Oh. Li Xia outside. Oh. Friends, Mom, there's a change here, state. Very scary. The solid wall, which was said to be impenetrable to bullets, was reduced to slag under the heavy punch of the violent Omega. Then, this Omega, exuding a beautiful aura, walked out swaggeringly, walking in a place full of hungry and thirsty alphas waiting to be matched. Suyi was stunned for a while, then crawled away silently, found a corner where no one could see to hide, and went to heal the psychological trauma. Li Xiao was also stunned for a while, and finally screamed, What are you doing out here? Do you fucking want someone to be gang raped to death? Fuck, I did have this idea, but, isn't it like this? Li Xiao's voice was not low. Shi Qing naturally heard it. He turned his head to look at him, tilted his head as if to make a distinction. Li Xiao's mind was shaken by his look, and while cursing the evildoers secretly, thinking about what to do. Who would have thought that this Omega just glanced at him and murmured softly, It's not Qin Mo. The voice was like a hook. Li Xia and Omega became interested. It's too exaggerated. Fortunately, he is an Omega, so he can hold it. He had saved Yi Mo's communication number before, and now he dialed it quickly, thinking that someone from the Yi family could come quickly and take this monster away immediately. It's just that it's such a critical moment. Yi Mo's communicator is always in the state of leaving messages. I'll go. Terrified. But the Yi family was also bombed one after another, and the whole family was dumbfounded. Sending Yi Qing to the association, whether the old man was standing or sitting at home, he didn't dare to tell anyone about it, and he let Yi Zhen handle the whole process. Yi Zhen sent Yi Qing to him, and then returned to Ye's house. He was still thinking about his third brother, and was really worried that Yi Mo would not give up, so he wanted to get him some neutralizing medicine as soon as possible. As soon as he got home, he bumped into his little Yun. Sure, Yun couldn't enter Ye's house without an invitation, but he couldn't leave because he had something to do, so he could only spend his time here. Seeing Yi Zhen now, his eyes really lit up. When Yi Zhen was seen by him, he was shocked. Although his family Xiao Yunyan has never seen him like this. Could it be that his sincerity finally influenced him? Is Xiao Yunyan finally going to respond to him? Yi Zhen was moved by himself and cried for a second. So he ran over like a dog and said attentively, Waiting for me for a long time? Sure, Yun's mind was full of other things, and he couldn't see the stupid mind at all. So he cut straight to the point. Sure. Yi, where's Yi Qing? Hearing his younger brother's name, Yi Zhen fell to the ground with a bang in his heart that was fluttering just now, recalling Shi Yun's love for Yi Qing before, as well as the deep and meaningful eyes. He was overwhelmed by the old vinegar. The smile he had been smiling all along disappeared, and Yi Zhen rarely turned his face coldly at Shi Yun, and his voice was very stiff and tense. What do you want him for? Shi Yun and Yi Zhen have been together for a long time. They are good brothers who went to the battlefield together and entrusted their lives to each other. If Yi Zhen hadn't pursued him nervously these days, he wouldn't be so rude to Yi Zhen. And he also understands Yi Zhen's temper. Although he comes from a noble family, he is full of ruffian. Shi Yun didn't dare to take it seriously, nor could he take it seriously. But seeing Yi Zhen treat him so coldly at this moment, He felt uncomfortable for a while. He didn't know what Yi Jin was thinking at all. But then he thought again, maybe he was tired and crooked, and he finally got the hang of it. This idea was thrown away by Shi Qing as soon as it came up, and now I don't have time to think about these things. He ignored Yi Jun's attitude and only continued to ask, I want to find him. Yi Jun refused without hesitation. No. Shi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. I want to find Yi Qing. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing his serious look, Yi Jun felt blood rushing in his heart. So what if they are both alphas? Can they forget the years when they shared weal and woe? He can obviously give his life to himself. Why can't he open even a little bit of heart to him? He himself is like a fool who disregards the world and his family, and likes him like crazy, but he never takes it seriously. Yi Jun has always been full of confidence, but seeing Shi Yun's attitude towards Yi Qing now, his heart suddenly turns cold. No matter what, Alpha will always be attracted to Omega. He has done so much. They have experienced so much together. They have a tacit understanding and happiness together more than anyone else. But all of these are beyond instinct. Shi Yun only saw Yi Qing once, and only smelled a breath, which was worth everything he did. Yi Jin lowered his eyes slightly, suppressed the emotions in his eyes, and said rigidly, Shi Yun, don't think about it. It's already too late. Xiao Qing went to the association, and she will be marked tonight. One sentence hit Shi Yun's head like thunder. His eyes widened, and he grabbed Yi Jin's neckline. What did you say? Seeing Shi Yun like this, Yi Jin just repeated it coldly. You fucking bastard. Shi Yun cursed angrily and punched him in the face. Yi Jun's face was distorted from the beating. He was reluctant to touch Shi Yun's finger, but at the moment he was also stunned by the anger. He firmly grasped the arm that Shi Yun swung again and shouted loudly, This is my family business. Yi Qing is my younger brother. It has nothing to do with you. Shi Yun swung his other arm to the other side of his face. He suppressed his anger and replied forcefully, Fuck your brother. He is my brother, and he is my own brother, Shi Yun. What? Yi Jun's handsome face was colored, but it couldn't compare to his funny expression at the moment. What did you say? He is my own brother, my brother who was lost since childhood. Yi Jun was completely stunned. How is this possible? At this time, an old voice sounded, Come in for me. The two looked up and saw Mr. Yi with a solemn face. After entering the room, Shi Yun opened his mouth slowly, telling him everything he knew. From the beginning, it is also a tragedy originating from Omega itself. Mr. Ye's wife is named Su Ran, an Omega of ordinary background, but he has escaped the pursuit of the Omega Association since he was a child and lives as a beta, and the reason why he was able to hide it from the association was thanks to the help of Shi Yuan, that is, Shi Yun's father. Shi Yuan is also an Omega, but he has a very high talent for medicine. He can make various medicines by himself. The strengthened inhibitor can do no harm to Omega. As long as he takes it for a long time, he can completely hide his breath. Shi Yuan's approach is a complete boon for Omega, but it is a huge disaster for those in power. Originally, Omega is already extremely rare. If every Omega has learned to hide their identities, where should Alpha go to find a partner? How to pass on the excellent lineage? Isn't the world about to start going backwards? These kinds of problems caused the government to hunt down Shi Yuan many times, but Shi Yuan was smart and thoughtful, and helped too many Omega, and there was a powerful Alpha behind Omega, although they would not tell the truth, but he will sincerely help Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's Alpha has always supported his behavior. Although he is an Alpha, he has always advocated improving the status of Omega, giving them a more generous survival guarantee, advocating permanent monogamy, and using legal weapons to defend the weak Omega, carry out a real virtuous circle, let the society get on the right track, and Omega will naturally increase. But his remarks touched the nerves of too many people, and it was difficult to spread them. In the end, he lost his life trying to save Shi Yuan. At this time, Shi Yuan was disheartened, and he tried his best to hold on and gave birth to 2 children. But his body was completely tormented. He entrusted the 2 children separately. Shi Yun followed a beta couple, and Shi Qing was adopted by Su Ran. Su Ran is grateful for Shi Yuan. Without Shi Yuan, he would never have lived comfortably for 20 years, and he was lucky enough to meet Yi Xian. It happened that Yi Xian was stationed in other places all the year round. And before leaving, Su Ran happened to be pregnant again, but she didn't expect it to disappear naturally after a month. It was not so unexpected. Although Omega can give birth, the fertility rate is not. She is very tall. Having given birth to 4 children, it is difficult for Su Ran to conceive again. I got pregnant with the 5th one by accident, but the baby has been unstable and has been lying on the bed for almost a month without keeping it. That Su Ran was sad, but she was also mentally prepared, and at that time, he heard about Shi Yuan again, and seeing Shi Yuan like that, he knew in his heart that Shi Yuan didn't want to live anymore. But the child has to be raised by someone. So Su Ran kept it a secret and didn't tell Yi Xian that after 10 months, Shi Qing was adopted and treated as her own child. But at that time, the Yi family already had an Omega, and Su Ran knew that it would be difficult for even Yi Xian to keep an Omega at home. Fortunately, the medicine he developed from time to time simply concealed Yi Qing's secret from the very beginning. Omega identity has been concealed for more than 10 years. Su Ran's idea was very simple. He wanted to raise this child as his own. So he kept this secret even before he died, and didn't want to tell Yi Xian. Yi Qing was originally a beta, so he wasn't too lovable. He was afraid that if he told Yi Xian that he was adopted, Yi Xian would treat him even more coldly. So he decided to keep it a secret for the rest of his life. But back then, he also wrote a handwritten letter and handed it over to Shi Yun's adoptive parents. If Shi Yun wants to find his brother back, he can use this to find him. What's more, Shi Yun and Shi Qing are twins. Even if there is no handwriting, there is full evidence. However, Shi Yun still gave the book to Yi Xian, and at the same time tore off the thin skin sticking to his face. Immediately, the originally ordinary to inconspicuous appearance was instantly alluring and gorgeous. Although the expression and posture are completely different, the facial features are almost exactly the same as Yi Qing. Mr. Yi also finished reading the handwriting. How could he fail to recognize his wife's handwriting? Not to mention Shi Yun's appearance, which is beyond anyone's suspicion. Immediately afterwards, he remembered where Yi Qing was at this time. When the first hammer was hit on the head, if Yi Qing was not his son, then he had no blood relationship with Yimo. There is no such thing as tragedy. In that case, where is the need to mark in such a hurry? Sky, what the hell did he do? Mr. Yi anxiously dialed the number of the association, and after he got through, he roared anxiously, "Open the wall! Open the wall! Stop, stop, stop quickly!" But then, he was stunned by the news from the communicator. But at this time, the door was pushed open, and a man with a stern look stood there with his backlight. His voice was as cold as ice. "Where is he? Today is bound to be a crazy day." The Omega Association has been established for hundreds of years, and has never encountered such a thing, let alone encountered it. It is something that can't even be imagined. Too crazy. An Omega is so strong that he not only broke the wall with his bare hands, but also destroyed all the crazy alphas. With his own power, he attracted all the alphas in the entire Omega Association, causing huge chaos. No alpha could get close to him, and all those who tried to touch him were ruthlessly attacked and thrown far away. This Omega has a beautiful face, with rosy cheeks, and a pair of moist eyes that look affectionate and charming. But his strength is unbelievable, and his agility is even beyond the naked eye. That white and small fist hits. There is no difference between a person and a hammer. At the beginning, the alphas were aroused with the desire to conquer and fight, and they couldn't care less about fighting each other. They swarmed up to challenge this Omega, wanting to subdue him, but soon they came one by one. Let's play a pair. More than a dozen alphas all followed Suye's tragic fate. His nose was knocked crooked, and his children and grandchildren were kicked and cried. Once these two key parts were injured, they could only roll around and howl loudly. Of course, the ones in the front fell down, and the ones in the back made up. The Omega Association occupies a huge area. There are nearly 1,000 alphas who come here every day to find a matching partner. Son to die. Although it is an Omega Association, the managers are all alphas, and the guards are also alphas. Although they are married, they can't stand the stimulating pheromone at the moment, and they all drop their jobs and rush come here. It's really a mess. Without the leadership and guards, the door of the Omega Association was wide open. Originally, they came to check on the strange Alpha, but they came in with their front feet, and their back feet were planted. Anyway, Alpha still has a few brains since he can't deal with this Omega with bare hands. He just uses weapons. Lethal weapons won't work, but narcotic stun weapons do. Whoosh, whoosh, several bullets were shot precisely, and the Omega flashed past lightly like the wind. Everyone was really shocked, but there are so many of them. Can a few dodge them? Can they also dodge hundreds of them? So, a shooting brigade raised their tranquilizer guns and aimed at the violent Omega in the center. Not to mention, I really can't hide from it right now, but this Omega is a real pervert. He thought he was going to be shot, but unexpectedly, a black and white shield exploded around him, rebounding all the bullets, like shotguns, causing the Alphas around him to be shot one by one. Not to mention hitting him, he was anesthetized to the ground. This spectacular scene can already be included in the history books. However, Shi Qing was actually about to lose consciousness. No matter how high his physical fitness was, it could not be endless. Now, the crowd, like a flood of ferocious beasts, made him feel dazed. It seemed that everyone looked like Qin, but everyone was not. Reason and desire were entangled, and his whole body was about to explode. If it weren't for the supernatural power and the iron wall, he would have been pushed to the ground at this moment. But Shi Qing didn't want to fall down, and he couldn't fall down. He was confused, but there was an obsession supporting him. Go forward, don't stop. As he moved forward step by step, all those blocking the way were blown away by him, and the attacks flying around were also bounced back. There were bursts of wailing accompanied by confusion and restlessness. Shi Qing took a deep breath, and a soft force attacked his limbs uncontrollably. His physical strength was exhausted, his consciousness was blurred, and with this damn estrus, he might really not be able to hold on anymore. Maybe he really couldn't. The thought of discouragement had just arisen, and then he was completely stunned. He smelled a familiar smell that made his heart tremble. Immediately afterwards, there was a deafening rumbling sound. Then the flames overflowed. Dust rose everywhere, and countless wailing sounds rang out frequently one after another. People in the distance were completely stunned by this crazy move. It wasn't until the smoke and flames subsided that the man standing in the middle and creating the chaos was revealed. He is dressed in a silver-white military uniform, with a slender figure, flying black hair, a demeanor as cold as an ice lake, a pair of deep black eyes, and a shadowy stallion like an abyss in hell. Everyone who saw him couldn't help but feel a shudder in their hearts. This strong killing intent was already obvious, and they didn't have the slightest intention to hide it. And all but one. When Shi Qing saw Qin, what should have been a chilling scene, his heart was filled with joy, and even his body, which had been hot and dry, felt a different kind of security. Finally seeing him, he could finally return to the he's around. Shi Qing slightly hooked the corners of his mouth, revealing a comfortable and tranquil smile. Under the reflection of his flushed cheeks and dewy eyes, he looked particularly charming and alluring. It's like a cat with its sharp claws retracted, but its natural posture makes people want to throw him down directly. He didn't realize it all, but the people around him smelled a more deadly sweet smell. It was really a delicacy that made people go crazy. It really made people want to push him to the ground and penetrate it fiercely. The timid Alpha couldn't hold back again. They stood up and walked towards this beautiful Omega that was slowly blooming because of someone. Even a kiss, just one, was enough. Shi Qing only had Qin in his eyes, and he couldn't pay attention to the thoughts of the people around him. He only had eyes for that beautiful man who looked like a descendant of a god. And then he heard desperate hisses and smelled a strong, nauseating smell of blood. Shi Qing finally looked away, and what he saw was Alpha, whose throat was torn apart by a flying knife. His wide eyes were full of disbelief and fear of death. But he is dead. Afterwards, everyone looked at the man in the distance, the Alpha who killed people without blinking an eye. All Alphas are warriors, but few or very few of them would use such brutal methods to end the life of one of their kind. However, everything has only just begun. The 4 Alphas who deliberately approached Shi Qing just now died one after another. In exactly the same way, their throats were strangled, and blood gushed out like a fountain. instantly staining all their clothes red. The look of fear, the strong smell of blood, and the piercing screams of despair, huge unspeakable fear instantly surrounded this wide hall. But in the next moment, public anger was aroused. Devil! Crazy! Kill him! Kill him! All the alphas rushed towards Qin. Their sharp blades were like beasts with teeth and claws, and they all aimed at him, wishing to tear his flesh and blood and pierce through him. His heart, facing the surging crowd, the man in the distance showed no fear at all, but raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a very cruel smile full of malice. Come on, let's go to hell together. The real killing begins. The Omega Association forbids the carrying of all thermal weapons. So this is a terrifying place where gunpowder and shells are abandoned, and they fight wildly with pure force. Shi Qing watched intently, completely stunned. He had never seen such a terrifying scene, and he didn't even dare to imagine it. Blood, screams, despair, fear, and countless deaths, all of them merged into a huge palm, holding his heart tightly. Stuck, unable to breathe, unable to respond at this moment, he seemed to have become an empty shell whose soul had been hollowed out. Then he saw the man who was still happy in the fight, in the blood, and in the mad killing. On that delicate and admirable face, there is a devil's expression, full of the heartiness of dragging the whole world to hell. The next moment, a completely repeated picture exploded in Shi Qing's mind. He saw Qin, who was dressed completely differently, but the same pair of intense, dead eyes, as well as the blood-stained clothes and hands. Qin. No, Sky, don't want. All the memories flooded into Shi Qing like a flood that opened the gate, the system, the contract, the host, the mission. He recovered his memory and remembered everything. How could he forget? Sky, this damn task. Fuck selected characters. Shi Qing opened his eyes again, and there was no one alive in the hall. They were all dead. Their corpses were lying on the ground in tatters. The wounds were different, but they were all very obvious and cruel. The bright and hot blood dyed the whole hall a terrifying red, and the strong smell of iron was already overwhelming. Cannot breath. Shi Qing was fully awake and completely suppressed his instincts. Looking at this scene like sure as hell, he felt his heart convulsing, and his face turned pale involuntarily. Then his host came over, stepping over countless corpses, stepping on countless thick to dark blood, step by step, still with an outstanding demeanor, like a dazzling god, with a faint smile, walking towards him. Shi Qing raised his head and looked at him motionless. Qin didn't get a speck of blood on his body. He was extremely clean and beautiful. His silver-white military uniform, slender figure, and exquisite appearance seemed to be incompatible with all of these, but he was deeply involved in them. He looked at Shi Qing. He only had this person in his eyes, and he could only let go of this person. With a faint smile on his face, he reached out and hugged him. The warm body temperature, the soft touch, and the charming breath, all of them are like sedatives, making his heart truly calm down. Turning his head slightly, Qin saw the familiar slender neck. The skin there was fair and delicate. Looking at it like this, he seemed to be able to feel the hot blood underneath through that thin layer. So charming, really wanted to bite into it. However, no. Qin smiled, bowed his head and gave a kiss, and then licked it lightly. I'm here, Xiaoqing, don't be afraid. No one can take you away. You only belong to me. Qin locked him in his arms, embracing him so hard that even the slightest distance could not be tolerated, tightly and forcefully, as if he wanted to rub his whole body into his own body. Shi Qing didn't resist at all. He was hugged by him without moving. When he didn't recover his memory, he was very scared and even wanted to run away. But when he remembered everything, he miraculously calmed down again. This person was a demon who came out of the abyss from the very beginning, and he never concealed it, and showed it all to him that it can be said that no one in this world knows Qin better than him. At this time, it is too late for him to be afraid and timid, but Qin really can't go on like this. In the end, it is definitely not the whole world that will be destroyed, but himself. Shi Qing took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and stroked his back lightly, softly, carefully, and patiently from top to bottom. This regular stroking made Qin Mo's overly forceful hug relax, and Shi Qing's own heart gradually calmed down. After a while, he finally spoke. Qin Mo, I have recovered my memory. Okay, I know. After completing this task, let's rest for a while, shall we? It is good, Qin Mo. Okay. I like you. The soft voice and soft words grabbed Qin Mo's heart for an instant and made his whole body tense up. I lost my memory, but I haven't forgotten you. In this world, the first time I saw you, my heart was moved. In just one day, I fell in love with you. Qin Mo, I haven't forgotten you, and I will never forget you. The originally soothing hug intensified again. Qin Mo didn't speak, but the breath on Shi Qing's neck intensified unconsciously. Shi Qing still caressed his back unhurriedly. His voice became softer and softer. Qin Mo, I will never leave you, never will. Then he increased his tone, repeated, and at the same time promised, I don't want to leave you, and I can't leave you. So, please don't be afraid anymore. A hoarse voice came from above, as if trying to suppress it. Do you know what you were talking about? I know. You have no chance to repent. No regrets. One sentence pressed one sentence, and he answered decisively, without hesitation. In this weird place, he spread his whole heart. Qin Mo finally relaxed his strength. He opened the distance between the two of them and looked directly at each other. What he saw was a pair of bright and beautiful eyes without any impurities. The feelings in it are sincere, without the slightest falsification, and at the same time, they are straightforward and heart-pounding. Shi Qing looked at him without blinking his eyes. Then he opened his mouth slightly and said the deepest words in his heart. I love you, Qin Mo. Time stood still at this moment. Qin Mo stared at him fixedly, did not speak, did not respond, and did not even show the slightest expression, as if he had been frozen. But Shi Qing couldn't back down. He took a step forward, thinking about his toes, kissed him, and then hugged him tightly. Qin Mo, from now on, don't do this anymore, okay? No matter how romantic or sweet the words are, they can't stop the bloody smell coming from the nostrils. This is Shura hell. After a few minutes, but it seemed like a long time, Shi Qing heard the response, heard the promise made by his host. Okay. The calm voice carried an indescribable force. I promise you. A heart finally fell back into his chest completely. Shi Qing believed in him. Believed him completely, without even the slightest doubt. If he said it, he would definitely do it, otherwise he would never agree. Shi Qing gently rubbed against his arms and whispered, Let's start over. It is good. Shi Qing was very grateful that he and Qin Mo met that random mission and were lucky enough to get the life disc. Because of this thing, they can save their mistakes and start over. But at this moment, Shi Qing sincerely hoped that they would no longer need to use the life disc in the future world. After a whirlwind, Shi Qing returned to the original place, Yi Qing's bedroom, this gorgeous big bed. His head was a little confused, and the next moment he jumped out of bed. Meow, go find the host first. You have to keep the promise you just made. The time he came here was in the middle of the night, and it was the time when Yi Qing had just sent away the bitter Yi Xian, washed up, and went to bed. Anyway, they were all in Yi Zhai, so Shi Qing didn't change into pajamas anymore, and ran out with a pair of slippers on. Fortunately, with Yi Qing's memory, he knew where his brother's bedroom was. It's just that Ye's house covers too much area. Although it is a mansion, it is too big. Fortunately, it was night, and there was no one here. The 10-minute journey shortened it to 1 minute, and then he stood in front of Yi Mo's bedroom door panting. Just as I was about to knock on the door opened automatically. The man stood behind the door, and the moment he saw Shi Qing, a trace of surprise flashed across his calm eyes. Xiao Qing? Shi Qing took a breath first, then raised his face and smiled. How is it? I'm fast enough. Qin Mo was still in a daze for a moment. Shi Qing took a breath and blinked at Qin Mo. Host, you were so surprised. I am not used to it. Afterwards, his host came back to his senses, pulled him over, locked his waist with his arms, lowered his head, and kissed the slightly raised lips deeply. Shi Qing opened his eyes wide. Qin Qin Mo's kiss was very urgent, as if he wanted to convey his ecstasy through this intense kiss, and also as if he was using this passionate kiss that burned his mind to confirm the facts. He has always taken the initiative to look for Shi Qing. This is the first time that Shi Qing came to him. Before he walked out the door, Shi Qing came back to him. He fulfilled his promise with action. His Shi Qing really wanted to be his Shi Qing. The urgent kiss made the two of them more and more emotional. Shi Qing was a little scruples at first, but then he put it aside and responded proactively. Although clumsy, but sincere, contains a strong passion. Kissing each other, they changed places unconsciously. When Shi Qing came back to his senses, he was already lying on the bed, and Qin Mo was buried in front of his chest. The slight coolness brought him back to his senses. Shi Qing hurriedly pulled down his clothes, looked at Qin Mo with a flushed face, and his mouth was tied together. Qin Mo, don't. Qin Mo. Qin Mo raised his head. His black eyes were very soft. It's a pity that the movement didn't stop. Shi Qing couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Being kissed and licked on a certain place on his chest made him feel numb. But it still doesn't work. He hurriedly dodged a little bit and said with a trembling voice, Our current body, don't, Qin Mo, don't. The flexible tip of the tongue went down like a feather all the way down and swept on his lower abdomen. Shi Qing's whole body trembled slightly. He closed his eyes tightly, gripped the sheet tightly with both hands, forced himself to regain his senses, and then tried his best to finish the sentence. We are now brothers, real brothers. Can't be like this. He finally said it, but the person leaning over him didn't show the slightest intention to stop. His slender and fiery fingers were still ambiguously walking downstream. Shi Qing really couldn't hold it anymore, but fortunately his conscience still prevailed, knowing that this kind of thing is untouchable in any world. So he persuaded again. Wait until we return to our own body, and then we will go back to our own body. Go ahead, okay? Those words were so beautiful that Qin Mo finally raised his head and looked at him. Shi Qing's eyes were moist. His lips became more rosy from the kiss just now, and his cheeks were still red. Although he took the inhibitor, it was just an ordinary beta, but at this moment, it touched Qin Mo's heartstrings very much. He lowered his head and kissed him on the lips. Don't be afraid, they are not brothers. Shi Qing, what? He seems to have missed something important? Why not a brother? Qin Mo kissed his open mouth again and said very close. Yi Qing is not a child of the Yi family. She was adopted by Su Ran. Shi Qing was stunned by this big revelation. Emma, what's going on? Why didn't he know anything about it before? And how did Qin Mo know? I'm so curious. This strong smell of gossip. Qin Mo was about to continue what he could do, when the soft body beneath him puffed up a puff of white smoke, and the snow-white body was gone on the silver-gray sheets, replaced by a palm-sized, fluffy, black and white body. Alternate little guy. Qin Mo. The little guy shook his ears, stared at him with a pair of moist eyes, and said in a childish voice, What's going on? Tell me. Qin Mo stared at him intently, and began to think deeply whether buying him this body was a good thing or a bad thing. But the little panda is so smart. With 4 short legs lifted, it climbed into the host's palm while twisting its small buttocks. It found a comfortable position to lie down obediently, looked at him with small eyes, and pretended to listen carefully. Qin Mo. After a long silence, the other hand finally touched it uncontrollably. When it touched the soft, fragile, and warm body, the little dissatisfaction in his heart immediately flapped his wings and flew away. Teasing his chin and stroking his belly, Qin Mo hooked the corners of his mouth and told the whole incident in a gentle tone. After Shi Qing listened carefully, he felt a deep sense of vicissitudes all over his body. It's so intricate, but then Shi Qing recalled it again and looked at Qin Mo excitedly. So, our first side mission can be successfully completed? Not a real brother. Yi Qing is an Omega, and Qin Mo will definitely be a successful match. Qin Mo looked at him and said in a serious voice, If you hadn't interrupted me just now, we would have completed the first mission. Shi Qing smiled embarrassingly and quickly changed the subject. I just received a reminder of the main task, and I will send it to you. System prompt. The clues are collected, and the main task goal is to obtain Omega Spirit Activation Potion. Shi Qing had received this prompt before loading the file, but he didn't understand what it meant at all at that time. But now he finally understood it after hearing Qin Mo say this. Shi Yuan, Shi Yun, and Shi Qing's father, was hunted down by the Omega Association, not only because of the invention of powerful Omega inhibitors, but also because of Shi Yuan's more transformative work in the later period. Experiment. That is, the development of Omega psychoactive drugs. As the name suggests, this is a drug applied to Omega. The effect is to activate the potential spiritual power of each Omega. This ability has been recorded in very early ancient books. At that time, the number of Omega and Alpha was balanced, and the birth rate and survival rate were about the same. It was a prosperous era. Every Alpha could find his own Omega, and every Omega could also find his favorite Alpha. It was a normal, harmonious, and positive society, completely opposite to the current state of deformed, vicious circle. Shi Yuan discovered these histories. He spent decades collecting data to find the point that could maintain the balance back then. And then he discovered the power hidden in Omega's body. The Creator is fair and does not blindly favor anyone. Omega does not have a strong body, but they have a unique power, a powerful and indescribable spiritual power. They can influence others with their own thinking and even control others. This is a powerful ability, full of mystery and unknown. With extraordinary abilities, careerists will be brewed. The perfect harmony was gradually broken. That is, 2,000 years ago, some ambitious Omegas became the masters of the world by virtue of this power. They enslaved Alpha and abused them wantonly like dolls and servants. It was a blank history, completely erased by today's society, an era that was extremely humiliating and even unimaginable. When the balance is lost, an inevitable tragedy will be born. The crazy behavior of the ambitious Omega completely aroused public anger, and Alpha rose up to resist. They massacred Omega and started a dark war for hundreds of years. In the end, the Omega failed. Their spiritual powers slept forever, and they were marked for eternity. As long as the Omega is marked, it can never betray Alpha. This is Alpha's revenge. They overthrew the rule of an abyss, but gradually entered another hell country, an era in which Omega could not survive. Shi Yuan saw this. He didn't want Omega to be strong enough to rule the world again. He just wanted Omega to gain his own power and balance this still deformed society. Omega will be marked. They will always belong to their own Alpha. But if Omega gains spiritual power, will he be able to retain his Alpha forever? We need each other. No one is dependent on others. You helped me. I redeemed you. Will this world be on the right track? Shi Yuan didn't know, but he believed that this was a path of hope. He worked hard for decades and finally successfully developed it, but was betrayed in the end and was wiped out like never before. Even his partner, who was an Alpha, was killed. The psychotropic drug was successfully developed, but at that moment, it disappeared. The task now is to find the drug. Shi Qing couldn't help frowning. Where do I find it? After so many years, the drug has already been destroyed. Yes, the medicine has been destroyed long ago, but Qin Mo looked at him, continued, the formula is still there. Shi Qing's eyes lit up. If there was a formula, wouldn't it be enough to just make the medicine? Where's the recipe? Omega Association. Hearing this name, Shi Qing obviously paused. Those bad memories were not forgotten so quickly. But fortunately, he is just a little panda, and his expression can't show it. He paused, then continued to ask, are you sure? How did you find this out? It's Shi Yun. He inherited Shi Yuan's will and has been looking for it. Hearing this, Shi Qing realized that it was so. This would be much easier. Although the Omega Association is heavily guarded, it is impossible to stop him and Qin Mo. Although the main quest is clear, the main reward for this quest is the side quest. Reminiscing about the side missions of last week, Shi Qing said that it turned out that his almighty host also had hard times. What a mess! In fact, it's such a simple thing, isn't it, just to be a matchmaker, just follow their wishes. The first side mission, it's easy to say now, the second side mission is to continue the bloodline. Ahem, such a difficult task can only be handed over to Yi Lauer, but it also depends on whether Shi Yunla is willing. If not, this task may have to be given up. As for the third side mission, it's much simpler. Oh wait, Shi Qing suddenly remembered. Right now is the time for Yi Xin to run away. This guy should have already touched the door, right? Thinking about the chaos caused tomorrow, Shi Qing suddenly woke up. This is a great time. You can't let Yi Xin, a bastard, be stupid again. Hurry up and catch him first. Everything will be considered in the long run. He suddenly turned into a human form again and said to Qin Mo with his eyes bent, "Let's go to the task and solve the third task first." Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. Shi Qing quickly followed her hair, leaned over on tiptoe and kissed, and said, "Time is urgent. It would be a pity to miss it." In view of the fact that the system's hair smoothing skill has been cultivated to the full level, the host pulled him over and kissed him harder, until he was confused by the kiss before letting go. "Let's go." Shi Qing went after Yi Xin with such a small heart. Yi Xin's short legs are really not enough in the eyes of these two perverts. He only got away from the gate of Yi Zhai with his front feet, and Shi Qing and his fellows caught up with him on his back feet. Yi Xin suddenly saw Yi Mo and became nervous all of a sudden, for fear that the third brother would catch him back, and then saw Yi Qing again, and then became confused. Why are his third brother and Xiao Qing together? Don't these two people talk very little? But then he didn't have time to think too much. Shi Qing grabbed him and said, "Come back with me." Yi Xin and Shi Qing have a good relationship. Now he can only QAQ when he sees Yi Qing. Seeing him like this, Shi Qing lost his temper, but now that he is so powerful, it is easy to deal with Yi Xin, a weakling, and brought him back to Ye's house with ease. Back in his bedroom, he immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" "Go find Lin Su." Yi Xin panicked in his heart, but he still insisted on his face. After all, there was Yi Mo by his side. He and his third brother were not as familiar as Yi Qing. Seeing that Yi Xin was silent, Shi Qing continued, "What are you going to do with him? First sign, and then get married." Mentioning this suddenly, Yi Xin blushed. This is Yi Qing. If it was someone else, he would go up and beat him up. But he couldn't hold back anymore, and his voice couldn't help but rise. It's not. Then what are you doing looking for him in the middle of the night?" Yi Xin was at a loss for words, and he didn't know what he was going to do. Seeing that he was listless, Shi Qing knew that the blow was enough. So he said earnestly, "You know Lin Su, if you go to him rashly like this, he will just send you back as is and wish you a happy marriage." Yi Xin's little face turned pale. "If you want to wake up this piece of wood, you have to use some hard moves." Seeing that Shi Qing was so confident, Yi Xin couldn't help but kindle hope in his heart. He looked up at Shi Qing. "Do you have a solution?" "Well, there is a way, but you have to get rid of our dad first." Yi Xin lost his strength all of a sudden. If he could handle Yi Xian, he wouldn't have to push so hard. "Papa can't possibly agree. Have you tried?" One sentence stopped Yi Xin from asking. He thought he knew his father well. Ever since he knew that he liked Lin Su, he imagined countless possibilities, and any result would anger Yi Xian. But he severely rejected it in the END.S. Oh, he never mentioned, even a little bit. Now that Yi Xian has engaged him in a marriage on his own initiative, Yi Xin is even more afraid to speak his mind, in his opinion. It is useless to say it, and it has no other effect except to anger his father. Thinking of this, Yi Xin shook his head again. "Xiao Qing, no, Dad can't agree. Dad won't accept Lin Su's age, status, anything." Shi Qing looked at him and really understood what it meant to be in the eyes of the bystanders. He stared at Yi Xin and finally said the key point. "Who told you to fight hard?" "That's the father. So what if you relax a little bit? How can there be a father who doesn't love his children? Or do you think that in the past 20 years, father never hurt you?" Yi Xin was at a loss again. Shi Qing really wanted to scold him for being a pighead, so he pulled him over and whispered softly. After listening to everything, Yi Xin blinked her eyes and looked at Shi Qing in disbelief. "So, can this be done?" Shi Qing was serious. "As long as you strictly follow what I say, you will be able to do it." Yi Xin was still a little undecided. Shi Qing was already impatient. If you were afraid of wolves and tigers later, You might as well pack up and get married tomorrow. One sentence aroused Yi Xian's fighting spirit. Although this matter is a bit out of his style, if it really works, it will be worth it. So he stood up, took the posture of a strong man breaking his wrist, and went to Yi Xian's bedroom. Qin Mo was far away and couldn't hear what Shi Qing and Tong Yi Xian said. So he asked now, What? What did you say to him? Shi Qing chuckled and said, Come on, let's go and have a look together and we'll find out. Shi Qing pulled Qin Mo to listen to the corner of the wall, but as soon as he walked out the door, Qin Mo grabbed him with his backhand. No need. Shi Qing opened his eyes wide. What? Since you were sure, let's go to Lin Su and solve the task early. Being dragged out by Qin Mo, Shi Qing was still a little confused. Why do you think his host is so anxious? Shi Qing was taken away by Qin Mo and was on the way. He still regretted it. It's a pity that he couldn't judge Yi Xian's performance up close. Together, they went straight to Lin Su's mansion. However, at Ye's house, Yi Xian was also desperate. She tried her best to cheer herself up and finally knocked on the door of her father's bedroom. Mr. Yi is getting old. Although he goes to bed early, he doesn't sleep deeply. He wakes up at the slightest movement. He will knock on the door in the middle of the night. After pressing the confirm button, he saw his fourth son. The old man frowned, put on his nightgown, and got out of bed, letting Yi Xian in. Then he started to be stunned and stunned. Yi Xian has been a soldier all his life, not to mention a big boss, but he is also a pure old man. For love, he has spent all his life on his wife, and he has no nerve to think about others. Even his own son is the same. So, he didn't know that Yi Xian had someone else in his heart. Although finding him a partner was a bit self-determined, to a certain extent, it was also his responsibility and obligation as a father. He never thought that Yi Xian would reject this marriage, just as he didn't expect that his fourth son, who always cares about face, would thump and kneel on the ground. Yi Xian's opening remarks were taught by Shi Qing. On the spot, he said first, Dad, the son is at fault, and the son is not filial. It's all because of the son's fault. First, let go of your posture and keep taking things on yourself. It's your own fault. Take the initiative to give in and make the old man feel soft. Emma, my precious son, are you swollen? Then Yi Xian made persistent efforts and recited the belly draft that he had memorized long ago. Not to mention, it was Shi Qing who told him word by word in the beginning. When he heard it at the time, he just felt that he couldn't say it. There is a flaw, but what he didn't expect was that at this time, when he really opened his mouth to speak, these words seemed to have been pressed in his heart for a long time, and he couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. Completely from the heart, all the real emotions are revealed naturally. There is no trace of fakery at all. Dad, I don't know what to do. I dare not tell others, let alone you. I have spent 5 years trying to forget him, but I can't. I know it is impossible for me and him. Yes, his age, his identity, and his relationship with you and the Yi family are all impossible. I understand all of these, I know everything, but I really can't control it. Dad, I can do it. No, I can't forget him. I really don't know what to do. While Yi Xian was talking, his tears fell straight down. He had never been so embarrassed in his life, let alone so humble, but he didn't regret it at all that Shi Qing said, This is their father who loves them. So what if he is embarrassed? What if he is humbled? The old man was completely stunned. He had overturned all kinds of seasonings in his heart, and the mixed flavors were not a taste. He was a little angry, but more distressed. But Yi Xian looked like this, but he couldn't lose his temper. Yi Xian really couldn't help it. His child really couldn't help it. That's why he came to see him like this. Yi Xian knelt on the ground. Although tears flowed down his face, he didn't make any crying sound, and the tone of what he said was not high. Even a little weak. Dad, I know you are doing it for my own good, and you have found the most suitable one for me. Partner, if I have no one in my heart, I will definitely live a good life for the rest of my life. But it is too late. What should I do, Dad, if I don't tell you anything? Just marry like this. And finally Gu Yin finds out my thoughts. I really don't know what to do. I haven't forgotten him for 5 years. I don't know if I can forget him in the next 5 years, or the next 5 years. If I can't, I will how to face the Gu family, how to face Gu Yin when the time comes, how will I survive? If the above words made Yi Xian's heart soft and distressed, then these words directly hit Yi Xian's heart and made him wake up all of a sudden. Yi Xian is an alpha. Although he can't understand the helplessness of Omega, and sometimes he can't think so thoroughly, but he is an experienced elder after all. When Yi Xian's unintentional point out, he can see the farther away in an instant. Future. If Yi Xian really has such a deep obsession with Lin Feng, and now he insists on letting him marry into the Gu family, the consequences will be really unimaginable. As alphas, how could they not understand this? Having someone else in my Omega's heart is simply an insult for a lifetime. Even with the support of the Yi family, Yi Xian's life will be. Why? Yi Xian sighed heavily, helped Yi Xian up, and finally said the first sentence of the night. You child. Yi Xian wept silently. Yi Xian felt distressed and helpless, and finally thought of Lin Feng, and couldn't help but vent all his anger on him. Lin Feng bastard. I was really blind back then. Regarding this point, Shi Qing also instructed that if Yi Xian scolded Lin Feng, Yi Xian would just listen. Yi Xian actually couldn't care about these at all at this time. His mood fluctuated greatly, and he was also very shocked. He had doubts about what Yi Qing said before. Before knocking on the door and coming in, he had imagined a lot, but all the results pointed to one thing. That is, Yi Xian would be furious, would flatly refuse, and would even beat and scold him. He believed that he could not communicate with his father. But now that he said it, Yi Xian's reaction was completely beyond his imagination. He didn't beat him or scold him. He could feel that Yi Xian was very angry, but because he felt sorry for him, he endured all of it. In the end, his father, who was as tall as a mountain, just sighed weakly and helplessly. Yi Xian has never cried for so long in his life. He always knew that Yi Xian loved him, but he never thought that his father loved him so much. And he was so unfilial. Although Shi Qing didn't get to watch as he wished, he wasn't too worried. Although in the last episode, the old man and Yi Xian almost turned against each other. But the bottom line is that they lacked communication with each other and were blindfolded by anger. What's more, both of them are too strong and too good-looking. Even father and son brothers, loved ones, but if they get along with each other blindly, they will only end up hurting both sides in the end. Taking a step back from the beginning made all the difference. To a certain extent, this is Shi Qing's outlook on life, and it is precisely this outlook that allows him to live comfortably by Qin Mo's side. Shi Qing followed Qin Mo, and the two of them entered the Lin residence. In the middle of the night, they saw General Lin, who was still busy with military affairs. Afterwards, Shi Qing saw Qin Mo's superb acting skills. Striding into the study, Qin Mo grabbed Lin Feng by the collar, his eyes filled with raging anger. Lin Feng, you beast! Not to mention that Lin Feng was stunned. Even Shi Qing, who was traveling with him, was also. Before Lin Feng had time to react, a heavy punch hit him on the forehead, and what made him even more astonished was that he couldn't dodge an inch. But then, the fighting nerves in his body awakened, and Lin Feng leaned back, parrying the next wave of attacks. Qin Mo didn't change his expression. He turned around and punched again. The place where he hit was precise and clear, and it was aimed at his head. The two of you come and go, and for a while they fight so hard that they can't tell each other apart. Shi Qing opened his mouth wide and looked at it for a while, then closed his mouth silently. Now that he is an expert, he can tell that Qin Mo is not serious, just playing with this piece of wood. Of course, Lin Mutu didn't dare to use his full strength. He was guilty, although he didn't really have anything to do with Yi Xian, but the fact that he liked Yi Xian was enough for him to be serious and guilty for a lifetime. But it's not a problem to fight like this, so Lin Feng somehow took a gap, opened his mouth and said, Yi Mo, you? What are you doing? What are you doing? Qin Mo's subordinates kept moving, and his voice was cold. You have the guts to do something, but don't have the guts to admit it. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, but he didn't dodge the move. His handsome face was scratched, and a cut was cut instantly, bleeding out. But he didn't have time to take care of it. He just said loudly, I, Lin Feng, dare to act boldly, and I am definitely not a coward. This sentence made Qin Mo stop. He looked at Lin Feng with a sarcasm on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of anger. Isn't it a coward? Good. Then you go to Ye's family to propose marriage immediately tomorrow. Propose marriage? The expression on Lin Su's face could change in Sichuan. What? What does this mean? How can I? What? Are you scared again? Do you know that you ruined Yi Xian? Hearing Yi Xian's name, Lin Su's face changed slightly. Yi Xian? What's wrong with Yi Xian? Chinamo looked at him coldly. His demeanor was definitely the best brother in the world. He looked so angry. Not only his demeanor was in place, but his voice and tone were very stuck. Yi Xian is an adult, and his father is preparing to marry him. But when the marriage is mentioned, all the families avoid him, saying that he is your sweetheart, General Lin, and that he has been ordered by you a long time ago, so no one wants to marry him. Dare to mention it. As soon as these words came out, Lin Su was completely dumbfounded. Impossible, impossible. I don't have it. Absolutely not, Yi Xian and I, we have nothing. Chinamo sneered. No? Then tell me what you have done in the past 2 years. Who do you spend your holidays with every year? Who do you go to for holidays? Since there is nothing, what are you doing by Yi Xian's side all day? Since there is nothing, why don't you marry a wife? The pressing question made Lin Su's handsome face turn pale. He couldn't answer all of them. He likes Yi Xian, and only Yi Xian is in his heart. He wished he could look at him all the time. He usually restrained himself, but as long as Yi Xian was looking for him, he couldn't help but not see him, that he knew that he was not worthy of Yi Xian. So he kept his duty and didn't even dare to get too close to him. He thought it would be all right, but he didn't expect that it would delay him. Lin Su was disheartened. He knew that the turning point of an Omega's life was marriage. If he was left in the dust without getting married, then this Omega would almost be ruined. Yi Xian should have a better life. There will be a handsome young alpha who will love him. They will have children, they will support each other, and they will spend their lives together in peace. And he will always guard him in the dark. As long as he can see him, he will be satisfied. But these were all destroyed by him. Lin Su stood there in a daze, the brave and unstoppable general on the battlefield. But at this moment, he was at a loss what to do. Chinemo looked at him. His voice became quiet, but still as cold as ice. Don't make excuses for yourself. The so-called good for Yi Xian is just because you are cowardly. The dignified general of the Federation is a coward. You are afraid that Yi Xian is young, that his temperament is unstable, and that his love is just a whim. You are afraid that you will grow old, that you will grow older as time goes by, that Yi Xian will hate you, leave you, and abandon you. You are so afraid that you dare not take a step forward. You are so afraid that you would rather never touch it than lose it after you get it. You don't even dare to fight for it. You only know blindly self-fantasy. There will be better people to love Yi Xian. Why don't you think about whether Yi Xian, who has his heart on you, can be accepted by others? You keep saying that it's all for Yi Xian, but in fact, you are selfish and only think of yourself. I'm not wrong, am I? Qin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes contemptuous. You selfish and cowardly coward. After listening to Qin Mo's words, Lin Su's whole body was stiff, as if being poured with cold water, which was bitingly cold, but he suddenly became sober. What Qin Mo said, he never took the initiative to think about it. But what about subconsciously? Is he really so afraid deep in his heart? The so-called giving Yi Xian happiness. What exactly is happiness? Yi Xian liked him. He pushed him away. Yi Xian wanted to be with him without fear, but he didn't even have the courage to hug him. Age, status, identity. Even if he is burdened with these, can he give Yi Xian happiness? After all, would there be another alpha in this world who loved him as deeply as he did? Lin Su's confused eyes gradually calmed down, and he finally understood. Yi Xian has the courage to face everything. What right does he have to be afraid? If he wants to make Yi Xian happy, he has to work hard to fight for it, instead of counting on futures that could be. After knocking Lin Mutu awake, Shi Qing dragged the film king and retreated. When the front foot is out of the house, the actor will stop acting on the back foot. The god horse is angry. The god horse despises it. The god horse is angry and indisputable. They all flap their wings and fly away. Qin Mo is still Qin Mo. Everything in this world has nothing to do with him. Worship Shi Qing. Host. If Zhou had used this trick earlier, wouldn't this side mission have been easily solved long ago? But Shi Qing would only mutter in his own mind, so he wouldn't be so stupid as to say it. After all, if it is really just to complete the task quickly, it is definitely faster to tie Yi Xian up and marry Gu Yin anyway. Marrying your younger brother is fine, and who cares who you marry? But this time, Qin Mo backed down and even specially cooperated with Shi Qing to act in a play. To be honest, Shi Qing was a little moved. Is his host on the road to recovery? Although it is very subtle, as long as the direction is right, it can move forward like a snail to the end. After our naive system little panda encouraged himself, his fighting spirit was high again. Speaking of which, the two of them were extremely lucky. They had just solved a pair of troublesome ones. On the way back to Yizhai, because they copied a trail, another troublesome pair of protagonists jumped out by themselves. Shi Qing reacted a little slower. Qin Mo grabbed him and leaned against the corner of the wall. The corner of the wall was very narrow, and it would be easy for two people to be exposed when they stood. Qin Mo simply hugged him in his arms, and the two of them pressed tightly against each other. In addition, Yi Qing's figure was relatively thin, so it seemed like a person. Shi Qing was dizzy and just wanted to move. Qin Mo pressed his hips firmly with both hands, making him unable to move. A pair of big hands were still hot, so they were placed in such a sensitive place against the thin clothes. Shi Qing turns into a crayfish in seconds. Just as he was about to speak out, a rather familiar voice came from outside. Huh. It sounds like the voice of the second brother Yijin. Shi Qing crayfish quickly pricked up his ears. In the middle of the night, when he was away from home, he was either clubbing or picking up girls. This saying is very popular in any era, including this era, of course. Yijin didn't sleep most of the night, but he really didn't come to do this. He was full of the good brother who was born and died together, so he couldn't see others. He will come out purely out of pure helplessness. As the second youngest of the Yi family, Yijin was also a butterfly among the flowers before he saw his own mind clearly. A scumbag who was reckless and high-spirited. Don't dare to say anything else. There are a lot of friends. Even if he washes his hands, some friends who are wandering outside have no contact with each other, but some who grew up wearing a pair of pants can't get rid of anything. The friends are all good at this. He is not well now, but considering their friendship for half a lifetime, if they ignore it like this, they may be beaten by the group, so Yijin came here once, not drinking or playing around. It is true talk about brotherhood. It's just that the brotherhood was halfway through, and he saw his heart in a blink of an eye. Seeing Shi Yun for the first time, Yijin felt extremely guilty, and in a hurry, he just cleaned himself up and almost knelt on the washboard on the spot. But on second thought, he was stunned again. How could his little Yin come here? He is usually very narcissistic, but now he can't believe that Shi Yun came to look for him, so Shi Yun also came to play? Yijin's whole body is not well. But fortunately, Yijin is used to being stubborn, plus he chased and beat Shi Yun fiercely. And Shi Yun has a strong personality, so he really didn't dare to provoke Shi Yun. So he used the old trick pretending to be pitiful while beating sideways. It's a pity that by mistake his evasive appearance fell into Shi Yun's eyes, and his guilt was shining brightly. Of course, Shi Yun didn't come to look for Yijin. It was a coincidence that he appeared here. The young master Yijin had a social occasion. So Shi Yun was gone. Colleagues in the army used to come here to drink and relax. Shi Yun hates this kind of place, but now that he is an alpha, he has to work hard to adapt, and if he is called once out of 10 times, he can be regarded as not alone, but trying to fit in with the group. Who knew? I saw Yi Ershao, who was talking and laughing right away. Thinking of Yi Zhen's constant love for him these days, and looking at the young master who was at ease at this moment, Shi Yun felt that he was really fucking blind. This kind of garbage that is full of trains should be crushed with a slap and thrown outside the wall. Shi Yun's anger surged, but he still suppressed it reluctantly, pretending not to see it. Who knew that Yi Zhen would even come running over and keep sophistry? Explain what a fart. Who would believe it? Shi Yun couldn't suppress the fire more and more. He turned to leave, and Yi Zhen unexpectedly followed him. Both of them were of high physical fitness, and they left the crowd after a while, but they didn't expect to be bumped into by Shi Qing and Qin Mo. Yi Jun was still pitifully analyzing himself, but Shi Yun was already furious, so he said coldly, "Get out. Who the hell cares what you do? Don't talk nonsense to annoy people." When he said this, he looked impatient, but in fact, Shi Yun really couldn't listen anymore, and he was afraid that if he listened again, he would mess up. It's impossible to say that you have no feelings for Yi Jun. From the military academy to the army, and then to the cruel and cold-blooded battlefield, the two fought side by side and lived and died together. There was a special mission. There were Dash people in their team. Only two of them came back. Shi Yun would survive. Yi Jun really worked hard. The foundation of such feelings is that it is impossible for Shi Yun not to take Yi Jun to heart. But they are too familiar, know each other too well. He knows how casual Yi Jun was before, and how much he doesn't trust him now. It is indeed unbelievable. He said that he likes him and cares about him, regardless of the world, regardless of family background, but how about turning around? Isn't it true that you don't change your nature and come to have fun again? Since Shi Yun was sensible and inherited his father's behest, he has made a plan to be alone for the rest of his life. He will not delay any Omega, and naturally he will not find any Alpha. He just wants to finish what his father didn't finish, and he just wants to find his own brother, and that's enough. As for Yi Jun, no matter what, he is his good brother for life. But going further, it's impossible. They don't fit. His demeanor fell into Yi Jun's eyes, and Yi Jun's heart was full of blunt pain. But here is the advantage of being thick-skinned. He is determined to cling to him, so he is usually very hurt when he is injured. Can live. So I made persistent efforts to assure myself, Shi Yun, I really didn't do anything. As you can see, I was with Yin San and the others. They called me several times. It's impossible to do anything else. Don't believe it? If you don't believe me, you can hear it. Of course Shi Yun knew whether he drank or not. But Shi Yun really didn't want to waver, pushing him away. Shi Yun's face was full of disgust, and his voice was as cold as ice. Yi Jun, I've told you many times, it's okay to be brothers, but it's impossible to do anything else. I won't like anyone Alpha. This is the first time that Shi Yun said so clearly. Although Yi Jun has a thick skin, but his heart is still made of flesh, he really can't hold on at this moment. He looked at Shi Yun fixedly, and it took him a long time before he said a word. So, is it okay to be an Omega? Omega is even more impossible. When the words came to his mouth, Shi Yun hurriedly stopped. How could he say these words? He paused for a moment, and seeing Yi Jun's appearance in a blink of an eye, he raised his voice and said, Of course, I am an Alpha, and my lover can only be an Omega, and I only like Omega. One sentence made Yi Jun lose his energy. He lowered his head. His voice was low, as if he was talking to himself. But I can't become an Omega. Shi Yun's body froze. He looked at Yi Jun, and then closed his eyes firmly. He opened his mouth, and his voice was crisp and cold. Yes, we are all Alpha, so it is absolutely impossible. Shi Qing, who hid in a corner and listened to a good show, already blinked curiously. These two people are obviously tricky. In the middle of the game, you may think that you are so cold, cool, and domineering. But when outsiders see it, they will be full of loopholes, okay? Shi Yun, if you dare to say that you are not interested in second brother Yi, I am no longer my real brother. So, after all, what a mess. Shi Qing was close to Qin Mo, so it was very convenient to whisper, Shi Yun, is this body's brother? Qin Mo nodded. His mouth just pressed against someone's neck, and he didn't leave at all. Shi Qing was shaken by his lick, quickly grabbed his hand, and continued the topic. Why doesn't it look like me at all? Qin Mo blew hot air. The facial features are very similar. They are twin brothers. He wears a disguise mask. When Shi Qing heard this, his eyes widened immediately, and he couldn't care less about the increasingly dishonest hands behind him. Twins? Identical? Ah! Shi Qing smiled with his eyes bent, and had an idea in his mind. He let go of Qin Mo's hand, hugged his head, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him, and said, I think we're almost done with the task. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows and just about to pull him over to give him a firm kiss. A certain panda ran away with a whoosh. So, a panda or something should have zero agility. After pairing it with 1,000 miles of supernatural power, It's really unpleasant. Shi Qing, who jumped out, strode towards the two people who were arguing, and then shouted in surprise, "Second brother, why are you here?" Yi Zhen was feeling sad. He was taken aback when he saw his younger brother, and then he wanted to ask, what is his younger brother doing here? Let's talk about the other party involved. Shi Yun was stunned after seeing Shi Qing's face clearly. He has been searching for more than 10 years, but he never expected that his younger brother is Yi Zhen's younger brother. When Zhoumu Shi Yun and Shi Qing brothers met each other, it was a mess, let alone Shi Qing's confusion and obsession. Even Shi Yun couldn't immediately say, "I am your brother." So I just dealt with the accident at that time. When Shi Yun was about to explain, he turned his head and waited until Shi Yun was about to explain. Yi Zhen was overwhelmed by his own imaginary jealousy and ran away with his two younger brothers in his arms, but Shi Yun couldn't catch up. Speaking of which, Yi Zhen would be so brain-dead at the time, and it was inseparable from the quarrel tonight. It was Shi Yun who was too fond of A and O's good match, which made Yi Zhen wake up the alarm. Fearing that he would die after marrying his younger brother, he ran away in a hurry. Things after that, it was even more messy. When Shi Yun rushed over, he really recognized his relatives. However, the host has been completely activated, and the following things, ahem. Now that it's over, I don't want to mention it. And this week, Shi Qing took the initiative to jump out, and there was no accident. So Shi Yun naturally didn't delay the opportunity and immediately stepped forward to recognize his relatives. Needless to say, just take off the mask. In particular, Shi Qing was still waiting for someone he would recognize as his relative, so naturally he would not refuse, and after a symbolic surprise, his eyes filled with tears. As a person who really has an older brother, this sense of substitution is still very fast. As long as he thinks about Shiriyue for a while, Shi Qing will enter the drama. The two brothers hugged each other and cried. Yi Zhen was so startled that he was like a log. What the hell is this turning point? But immediately his magical brain circuit clicked and lit up. Twins so alike. Must be identical. If they are identical, his fifth younger brother is a beta, so, at that time Yi Zhen pulled Shi Yun over and stared at him firmly. Are you beta? Shi Yun was stunned. He was stunned by the excitement of finding his younger brother just now, and he carelessly forgot about it. Fortunately, Shi Qing disguised himself as a beta, so he can also say that he is a beta. Unfortunately, his hope was dashed in the next second. A calm but unignorable voice sounded behind them. Xiaoqing is an omega, my omega. What? Yi Zhen saw the speaker clearly. Who else could it be if it wasn't the third brother? Qin Mo didn't have a good temper to repeat it again. He just separated the two brothers who were hugging each other, and then pulled his little panda into his arms. Even if they are brothers, hugging like this is an eyesore. Yi Zhen's brain is still in a blank state. It is really his third brother's short sentence, which contains too much information, so big that he can't grasp the point. Xiaoqing is not his younger brother, but his long-lost twin brother Xiao Yunyun. Xiaoqing is not a beta, but an omega, and it's his third brother's omega. And if Xiaoqing is an omega, isn't the twin Shi Yun? Sky. Too many points. One brain is simply not enough, okay? With so much information revealed all at once, should he be surprised or amazed? Completely confused. Taking advantage of his shock, Shi Yun came back to his senses. He pulled Shi Qing and wanted to run away, but fortunately, he was stopped by Qin Mo, and Yi Zhen finally came to his senses. No matter what happened between his third brother and fifth brother. Anyway, the two are not brothers. Even if they get married tomorrow, it doesn't matter. The point is, the fifth brother is an omega, and then Yin was 100% an omega. This is simply one of the biggest surprises of the year. Yi Zhen grabbed Shi Yun and straightened his body. The ecstasy in his eyes was about to burst out. You are an omega. You are an omega. Shi Yun. Fuck. How do I explain this? Yi Zhen was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. You are omega. I am alpha. You can't refuse me anymore. We are made for each other. Shi Qing, who was watching from the sidelines, saw Yi Zhen's stupid appearance and then said such stupid things. He really couldn't look directly at him. Shi Yun was also shocked by his stupidity. He reacted a bit too late. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhen, who had been pretending to be pitiful and his grandson, became courageous, hugged Shi Qing, and lowered his head to face the dreamer. The lips were kissed down, with such force that it was outrageous. Shi Qing was caught off guard by him, but luckily he was very skilled. An Omega that could disguise itself as an Alpha was an absolute miracle. He stepped back and made a ruthless shot. Yi Jin couldn't dodge and was half swollen by him. The face and the corners of the mouth were bleeding. Shi Qing, brother, you are so violent. Yi Jin, smirking with blood on the corner of his mouth, daughter-in-law, you are awesome. Commonwealth Memorial, 52-10 November. Mr. Yi felt that he was really old. What happened this month was really one wave after another, so compact that there was not even a time to breathe. First, the fourth son fell in love with Lin Su, a general of the Federation who was 30 years older than him. Then Lin Su, a bastard, came to propose marriage with great fanfare. He kept watch for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking, just to get Yi Xian to agree. The reason why there was such an uproar: Yi Xian also knew that Lin Su was doing it for the good of the Yi family. He put his posture to the lowest level, and he also praised Yi Xin to the sky. After he did this, no one could say that Yi Xian was selling his son. The old man sighed and sighed for many days. But before he passed this hurdle, another big bomb lit the fuse and waited to explode. The youngest son he raised for 18 years is not his son. The moment he got his wife's handwritten letter, Yi Xian was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Although he was shocked, he could only accept it. But even though Yi Qing was not his own son, after so many years, he was still willing to continue treating him as his son. But who knew his third son actually told him that he liked Shi Qing and wanted to marry him? The old man hadn't come out of the reality of not a son, so he just said on the spot, "He is your brother." His third son was very calm. "He is not my brother." The old man reacted slowly. "Emma, it's really not the same. But after being together for so many years, suddenly the son became the daughter-in-law. It's a bit weird." He was still out of breath. His third son, Lei Feng, took the whole family to do a blood test report. What kind of family is the Yi family? A bunch of paparazzi followed every slight movement, and the whole world would know about the test result once it came out. It turns out that the youngest son of the Yi family is not his own son. He is adopted, and he is also a top-quality Omega. He grew up with the third son, a childhood sweetheart, and they are in love with each other. They are ready to get engaged. It's still a great family. So happy to find a child bride-in-law for my son since he was a child. It is said that rumors are not to be listened to. Yi Xian, the father, still doesn't know anything. It has already been rumored that Yi Mo and Shi Qing will hold a wedding in a month. What a nonsense. But what is his third son up to lately? Why can't he see anyone? Isn't there really a surprise waiting for him? These 3 sons made the old man very energetic, and after a few days, he received another small bomb. But this bomb was a joke bomb, and the old man who exploded was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. His second son, the careless second son, chasing Alpha all over the galaxy, suddenly became reliable. It turns out that the Alpha he has been chasing is actually an Omega, and also Xiaoqing's twin brother. That's great. Kiss and kiss God horse. The more he looked at this daughter-in-law, the more satisfied he became. Hurry up to get married and have a baby. The old man finally sees hope for the rest of his life. After such a lively month, Yi Xian said that he was old and useless, but anyone who saw him would feel that the 80-year-old man had rejuvenated, and suddenly he was more than 20 years younger. If he had had this spirit 2 years earlier, he would still be able to serve as the commander-in-chief for 10 years. Qin Mo has been very busy these days. Although Shi Qing knew something, but at this moment, he was still in a daze. The ring made of precious, mysterious crystals was inserted into the ring finger. Qin Mo raised his hand and kissed it lightly. His black eyes flickered like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. Shi Qing, let's get married. Shi Qing was stunned for a while. He really wanted to make a fool of himself. There were many excuses. For example, this was to successfully complete the first side mission or something, but he couldn't say anything when it came to his mouth. Shi Qing just looked at Qin Mo like this, looked at Qin Mo, and when his head got hot, he said, "Okay." After speaking, He saw those beautiful black eyes light up instantly. Then Shi Qing felt his heart pounding and began to rebel. His heart was beating fast, his face was hot, and his head was still in a mess, but the corners of his mouth were always raised, and he couldn't stop laughing. This kind of happiness from the inside out really couldn't be concealed no matter what. It's amazing. He never imagined that he and the host would have such a day, but when it really happened, he thought it was too wonderful. They will get married and walk forward together holding each other's hands under the witness of countless people. It is legal and reasonable, and you will receive sincere blessings from relatives, friends, and even strangers. For the first time, Shi Qing felt that this wonderful world was quite good. November-th is destined to be a chaotic and busy day. Qin Mo's high efficiency was fully revealed this month. After dealing with Yi Xian and Lin Su, and dealing with Yi Jun and Shi Yun, he finally took Shi Qing's hand and walked into the sacred church together. This happy event of the Yi family shocked the entire galaxy. The three sons got married at the same time, at the same place, on the same day. This scene is truly unprecedented. Mr. Yi said, "My mouth is going to be crooked." Under such circumstances, the old man didn't feel angry at all when he saw this bastard Lin Su. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and Yi Xian is very satisfied to see them find the person they like and walk into the palace of marriage hand in hand. They are all partners they choose by themselves, and they are all the objects they want. As for whether they can live a good life, it all depends on them. Mr. Yi felt that he was an unprecedentedly enlightened and good parent. On a day of excitement, nervousness, and extreme chaos, Shi Qing was as tired as a cow, but at the same time rejoiced. Fortunately, it wasn't a magical wedding in ancient times. Otherwise, it would be funny if he got on the wrong sedan chair, married the wrong person or something. But even though he was exhausted, Shi Qing would be very happy as long as he turned his head and looked at the people around him. Bubbles popped in my heart, and my whole body almost turned pink. He never thought that he would have a wedding, such a grand, romantic, fairy tale-like wedding with his host. Although they are not in their own world, they have each other in this strange world. Yeah, they only have them. Him, only him. During the wedding, in order to avoid confusion, Shi Qing still took the inhibitor, but the duration of the drug's effect was calculated, and it would slowly fade away at night. But his host obviously didn't care about that. Back in the bedroom, just as he opened the door, he pressed him against the wall. The fierce kiss seemed to devour the other party, frantically demanding. He had waited too long, and he had exhausted all his patience in order to taste the long-awaited food. The teeth are separated, the lips and tongue meet, and the electric current runs along the tip of the tongue in a straight line. The numbness caused by it is an intoxicating tremor. Just kissing was not enough for a long time. Qin Mo directly tore up the exquisite snow-white dress that he personally chose and eagerly stroked the warm and tender skin, moving his fingers nimbly, listening smoothly. I heard soft groans and groans that the person in my arms couldn't control. Touching, teasing, and kissing, they were able to maintain their rationality at the beginning, and the two were still proceeding step by step. But with the gradual disappearance of the inhibitor, the passion between the two gradually rose, and an intoxicating fragrance strongly stimulated each other's senses. That unspeakable feeling came again. Shi Qing felt the heat in his body increase exponentially. A soft force took control of his whole body and hit straight towards his lower abdomen. The heavy feeling made his limbs weak, and the emptiness in his body made him go crazy. He hugged Qin Mo tightly. His empty mouth finally murmured, Qin Mo, kiss me quickly." What responded to him was a passionate kiss that could drown people. Shi Qing raised his head and tightly wrapped his arms around his neck, as if nothing was enough. The fiery kiss only made him more unbearable. His hot body longed to be relieved, and the unbearable place behind him had spontaneously secreted liquid. He felt it, extremely ashamed, but unable to ignore it. He couldn't even control himself. His hips rubbed against him. He even wanted to scream, come in, I can't take it anymore, Qin Mo." And his host, after stroking the extremely elastic parts of the two petals, felt his desire. His Shi Qing is ready and inviting him. He wants him, doesn't he? want him to possess him, want him to enter him, want him to completely own him. The one-way possessive desire was answered, and the sacrifice of the devil fell in love with the devil. There has never been a more beautiful moment than this. Qin tightly held on to the person under him. He knew that he would never be able to let him go, even after death. This person will always be his. The final peak was reached, and the beautiful body of the person below her neck was raised due to the huge stimulation. Her slender waist, back, and the curves were so graceful that people couldn't move their eyes away. Qin didn't come out. Just in this posture, he clasped his waist, leaned slightly, and gave a soft kiss. Shi Qing, I don't know what love is, but I only have you. Shi Qing lost to the wonderful setting in this wonderful world. He knew that Omega would be in heat, and that Omega's body was a little weird, but he really didn't know that Alpha's body was so weird. Although the first half is so cool, but the second half is too terrible that he just can't take it. As soon as the weird knot was opened, he was completely locked up and could only accept it passively. The scalding hot liquid just shot in one after another, and the intense pleasure made his scalp tingle. He didn't care about his own feelings at all. Little brother just screamed and continued to climax. It tasted so crazy, and the bond went on so intensely for so long that he ended up going straight out of his mind and passed out. When he woke up the next day, he still had lingering fears. As long as he recalled the situation of last night for a while, he couldn't help but feel hot all over, and at the same time his limbs began to go limp. When he got up early in the morning, he had already been cleaned, and he was slippery in the arms of his host. The arms around his waist were very firm, and the big hands that almost drove him crazy last night were still attached to his hips. This posture is too ambiguous. Shi Qing is very uncomfortable, and at the same time a little dizzy. The Omega who has a relationship will have infinitely magnified sense of smell, but he can only smell the unique scent of the Alpha that marked him, and will be fascinated by this smell. Shi Qing felt a little tempted. The panting gradually became more intense. Shi Qing moved impatiently, and the person hugging him woke up. The hoarse voice is full of sultry sexiness. Are you awake? Shi Qing's little heart trembled, and he hummed with a muffled head, but then the short, turned into a high-spirited ah. Qin picked him up horizontally, supported his legs, and let him sit down. The place that was moist due to emotion, coupled with the overexploitation last night, made it to the deepest part with all the effort, and Shi Qing's voice trembled. Uncontrollably, emotionally, the voice he made unconsciously seemed to have a hook, which made Qin, who originally wanted to tease him, speed up his strength, heaving his waist up and down quickly. Early in the morning, it became the sun in the sky in a blink of an eye. It was already afternoon when I really left the bed. The side quests are almost done. It's time to finish the main quests. Having already recognized Shi Yun as a relative, Shi Qing once again learned about his biological father, Shi Yuan, and the formula of the spirit-activating potion hidden in the Omega Association. Shi Qing and Qin took over the matter of finding the formula, and returning to the Omega Association again, Shi Qing really felt like a world away. Even if he doesn't want to recall, the tragedy of last week's goal can't help but come to his mind at this moment. He couldn't help shaking his head, trying to get rid of bad memories, but when he turned his head, he saw an acquaintance. It was Li Xiali, a classmate who had a blind date with Qin in Zhoumu and then left angrily. In this life, Li Xia didn't have a blind date with Qin. What he saw were two happy people who had already formed a couple. Look at this Omega's ruddy little face, and then look at that Alpha's affectionate face. He feels very upset. You are all married. I haven't found a partner yet. I'm really upset. So, I hate those who show affection the most. The eyes are almost blinded by the flash. Master Li Xiali turned around. Without even looking at them, he patted his ass and left. Shi Qing didn't have a bad impression of this young master. He remembered that Li Xia tried to help him at the end, but it was a pity that this Omega was really delicate and weak, so he didn't help much, and almost threw him get in by yourself. But if he has this heart, he will remember it when he sees it, so naturally he will not forget it. It's just that he just wanted to show a friendly attitude here, but he turned around and walked away. He didn't give him a chance at all, which made him a little dumbfounded. It seems that he and Li Xiaxia are not in harmony with each other. Even if there is no blind date, it seems that the two cannot be friends. However, Shi Qing didn't think about it anymore. He would always have a chance to return the love he promised, and he only hoped that this time, Li Xia could have a good home. Because of this little episode, Shi Qing's gloomy mood suddenly cleared up, and he was also relieved seeing Li Xia's small appearance leaving. What happened last time will not happen again, and all parties involved are alive. Afterwards, he squeezed Qin Mo's hand tightly and said silently in his heart that in the future, such a thing would never happen again. The infiltration plan went extremely smoothly, and the two obtained the potion formula easily. It will be so easy. On the one hand, Qin Mo and Shi Qing's skills are many times higher than the current human beings. On the other hand, Shi Yun has worked hard for so many years to determine the exact location. He acted as alpha, sneaked into the army, and entered their interior. After so many years of insinuating and working hard to plan, he obtained detailed data and information, and now handed it over to Shi Qing. With these materials, Shi Qing was able to obtain the formula smoothly. The moment he saw the formula, Shi Yun, who has always been shrewd and capable and even acted like a thunderbolt, had his eyes slightly red. Yi Lao Heir, who has now turned into a loyal dog and wife-controlling man, immediately circled around him anxiously. In the end, he was slapped away by Shi Yun and rolled away to draw a circle in the corner. With the formula, the process of making potions is very smooth. At this time, Yi Lao Heir finally became mighty and domineering. He is serving in the army now, and he is the eldest son of the Yi family, so he has the right to speak. Having him support Shi Yun's actions is the greatest help. Then Lin Su was added. After hearing about this medicine, Lin Su also very much agreed to promote it. From the overall perspective, as long as it is properly controlled, this is definitely the beginning of a virtuous circle, the beginning of a truly harmonious and stable society. From a selfish point of view, he also sincerely hopes that such a potion exists. He has been worried that he will leave earlier than Yi Xian. Leaving Yi Xian alone as an omega, and life will be difficult. If this medicine is invented and Yi Xian takes it, he will have the ability to protect himself. Even if he leaves, Yi Xian will be alone. People can also live a good life. What he doesn't know is that the Omega with activated psychic abilities has much more power than they imagined. If they really love their Alpha deeply, they can even strengthen Alpha's physical fitness, prolong life, and slow down aging. Of course, they won't know until a long time later. And by then, the world had really stepped into the right track. After successfully concocting the spirit activation potion, Shi Qing and others took it one after another, and then he and Qin Mo should leave this world. The task was successfully completed, and the two retired. When entering the space-time tunnel, Shi Qing was still in a daze for a while, and just left this world. Although there are some bad memories, but when I recall them now, there are only good ones left. He and Qin Mo confessed their feelings. He and Qin Mo got married, and he and his host were together. Everything is so unexpected, but it is so logical when you look back after experiencing it. Shi Qing unconsciously bent the corners of his mouth and was still giggling, but was drowned out by the buzzing sound. Then, the curvature of the corners of his mouth became even higher. So many dots. The eyes have turned into copper coins, okay? It's a pity that the time to return to the system space is extremely short, and he will return to the real world before he has time to count the string of zeros behind the coins. After another burst of dizziness, the two appeared in the dark cave. Well, it used to be as bright as day here, but Shi Qing's greed for money reached its peak, and he moved all the luminous pearls, as large as durians to as small as fists, into his own space, so this place was chiseled by Hydra with its head. The pitted caves can only be reduced to darkness. It seemed a bit too dark again. Shi Qing reluctantly took out a small luminous pearl and held it in his hand as a light bulb. As soon as he turned his head and saw Qin Mo, he said excitedly, "I didn't have time to tell you just now. All of our missions have been completed, and various rewards keep stacking up, doubling and doubling. And finally there are 39 coins. It's really big." Immediately, Shi Qing was puzzled again. How could the second side mission be completed? The continuation of the blood of the Yi family is amazing, and it seems that no children were born when they left. When he expressed his doubts, Qin Mo stared at him and said lightly, "Someone should be pregnant." Shi Qing, v. Immediately he realized, Shi Yin is really in good shape. He got it so soon, sweat. Qin Mo touched his small earlobe, licked it lightly, and said solemnly, "Maybe it's you after all. You asked for it so many times with your little but up. Shi Qing, come to a crack in the ground, old. I'm going to fall in and commit suicide. Or it's time to find a refrigerator to lower the fire." And, "Host, are you really a man for saying such rascally things so seriously?" After all, Shi Qing lacked skill and was thin-skinned. When Qin Mo said this, and recalled it again, his head began to heat up. But this place is pitch black, and there are few people. The two of them stick together, breathing together, really intimate, and the atmosphere is strong. Qin Mo looked at Shi Qing's slightly red neck. His eyes were slightly deep, and he approached and shouted in a low voice, "Qing." Just 2 words made Shi Qing's legs go weak all of a sudden. Can you not use the big killer?" But then he couldn't think. No longer in Omega's body. Shi Qing's body hasn't been developed yet. Although he has done a lot of foreplay, he still felt a little dull pain the first time. But after he entered, he was getting better and better. Although he was no longer an Omega, his body inherited the bloodline of the cute beast. To some extent, the best cute beast among the sub-beasts was more suitable to bear and more sensitive. After a few collisions, his voice was on the verge of breaking. After reaching the peak, he raised his neck impatiently, and an indescribable heat spread from the inside out. Then, with a flutter, the little panda's ears stood up through the soft hair, and there was a short, round, small, and charming white tail on the white butt. Qin Mo glanced at it and uncontrollably accelerated his speed. Because of the vigorous jerking, the round black ears flicked, the small white tail was slightly raised, and the place that carried him was so tight and graceful that it was unimaginable. The nonstop high-speed collision, frantic demands, and possessions, until the last moment came. Qin Mo hugged him tightly. At this moment, the empty heart felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Shi Qing, they are truly inseparable. This time, the 3 hours passed faster than the wind. Although they traveled for many days in different worlds, in Qin Mo's world, the total time they experienced was only 15 hours, less than a day. If there is another bystander watching, you will find that these 2 people have been sleeping together since they met in the morning. It's so fast. Shi Qing thought in bewilderment. To a certain extent, he was out of fashion. Is there the legendary 419? Hey, your sister, my waist must be broken. Qin Mo made full use of the 3 hours when the space was closed. In the dark cave, his Qing was so tired that he couldn't make a sound. It is also thanks to the fact that both of them have strengthened their physical fitness and strength, and the bloodline of the cute beast has a strong recovery ability. Not only Shi Qing recovered quickly, but also his inseparable host recovered faster. But the most deceitful thing is that as long as it is a combination situation and Qin Mo doesn't take the initiative to go out, he can't transform into a little panda. He can only maintain this deceitful posture, being subjected to this and that. If you wear clothes with semicircular ears and a small tail, you can still call it cute, but when you take off your clothes, these 2 things will suddenly change their taste. Shi Qing was miserable and begged for mercy a lot, and his host always said solemnly, "Okay, no problem." But in a blink of an eye, he stood up again, and then Shi Qing's words changed. He was sincerely begging for mercy, but being bumped into like this, begging for mercy became fun. "No problem, shit, I'm gonna be screwed. Fuck bloodlines. Go fuck the little panda." Asking for a survival disc, asking for a file load. "Even if you kill me, you don't want this crap." It's a pity that his life cannot be read. When they woke up again, they had changed places, and it was no longer a dark cave. Shi Qing barely distinguished the following, and understood that they had returned to the system space. Entering the system space requires him to open it. Although Qin Mo didn't stop for the previous 3 hours, he kept track of the time and asked him if the space was open while he was panting. Shi Qing spoke in a daze, and then the two of them entered the system space, maintaining such a shameful posture. Then, Shi Qing rubbed his temples. He couldn't bear to look back. He couldn't bear to look back. Let them go with the wind. Let them go with the wind. He didn't know how long he had slept. He thought he would suffer from back pain and leg cramps. But the perverted blood of cute beasts played a perverted role. Shi Qing, who was supposed to be played badly, said that he was unexpectedly refreshed and energetic at the moment. The waist is not bent, the legs are not bent, the arms are strong, and the chest is comfortable. Even that place is only a little bit hot. He had also sneaked a look at the size of the host, and it turned out to be just a burning pain when he was treated so-and-so. It's really heavenly. Shi Qing. Nothing to show off. It's a shame. Let this damn blood die. The palm-sized red panda silently hides in the corner to draw circles. Our Shi Qing Xiaoxiao needs time to heal his badly injured pure man glass heart. But before he finished drawing a circle, he was picked up by the host and landed firmly in the palm of his hand. The little panda pulled his ears, his limbs flattened, lying on his stomach in a large font, humming weakly. Chinemo looked down at him and gently scratched his little chin with his fingers. The originally depressed little panda immediately raised its neck uncontrollably, half-closed its small eyes, feeling extremely comfortable. Chinemo smiled subconsciously, kissed his furry head, and said in a low voice, "Okay, let's see the reward." Upon hearing the reward, Shi Qing's small eyes lit up immediately. "Emma, I almost forgot about it. They have a lot of coins, and they haven't had time to spend them yet." Quickly jumped up, the little panda rushed directly to the big screen. All the missions are successfully completed, the basic rewards are doubled, the side missions are superimposed again, and on top of a series of superpositions, the final total is 398,765. Nearly 40 coins. Even if the system can only get half of it, Shi Qing got 20 dots now. He was happy to see his teeth, but not his eyes. But immediately after another reminder made his eyes widen. Because of the closed memory, his duty is no longer to observe the system, but to integrate into the small world. So this mission reward breaks the rule that the system can only get half of it. So, he gets as many dots as the host. The little panda gasped and leaned back excitedly. Fortunately, Chinemo caught him quickly, so that he didn't fall to the ground and his ass blossomed. Immediately afterwards, Shi Qing became worried again. How do you spend so many coins? It's really worrying. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. / With this sweet burden, Shi Qing looked at Chinemo, wanting to see what his host was going to buy. The first step is still to strengthen the body, but now the upper limit has been reached, and another -point coins will be strengthened to reach the full level, and no further strengthening is possible. Shi Qing also used up 30 dots, but even so, they still had nearly -dots left. There's so much more to buy. But to be honest, Chinemo doesn't care much about the remaining things. Although there are many kinds of martial arts cheats and various spells, and each of them seems to be more powerful. But these things should not be learned casually. The technique seeks refinement but not excess, and this fineness is to be compatible with the person. Before Chinemo was cheated, he had two completely different cultivation experiences. The first time was in the Lingxiao sect. The orthodox method is a top-level way to cultivate immortality. .It was the most suitable immortal cultivation spell that he had groped and painstakingly researched for many years. It was progressing rapidly and had a bright future. But in the end, it was abolished by Qin Jingjun alone, and then fell into the devil's way directly. His mind has changed drastically, and the original exercises are no longer suitable for practice, but Lu Jiyuan has his own set of exercises for cultivating demons. At that time, in order to cultivate the cauldron, Lu Jiyuan also spent a lot of time on Chinemo, looking for the most suitable and fastest-growing exercises, and provided a large number of pills and secret realms with strong aura. And Chinemo is indeed talented, so he can make such unimaginable progress in such a short period of time. But in the end, all of these were destroyed by him. To be honest, abolishing cultivation twice is an unimaginable trauma for a monk. Even Lu Jiyuan knew that it was impossible for him to raise Chinemo to his previous height. He used strong drugs to stimulate his meridians to reshape. a vicious method to activate the last potential of this body, thereby extracting the last value. Then Qin Mo met Shi Qing. With the help of the system, he spent a lot of coins and greatly improved his physical fitness. Coupled with the unexpected harvest before, the powerful repair ability of the cute beast, this traumatized body was given a new life. Qin Mo didn't buy any body, just because his body itself is a masterpiece bestowed by heaven. A body that is very suitable for cultivation. This is what he is familiar with, and he doesn't need to look far away. He can repair his body and re-practice the previous exercises. This is the real way to get twice the result with half the effort. Now, he has completed these ahead of schedule, and his body is even 100 times better than before. And these were all brought to him by Shi Qing. Thinking of this, Qin Mo subconsciously curled the corners of his mouth and kissed the little guy in his palm lightly. All the luck in his life was brought to him by him. Shi Qing was used to being kissed, but his little ears were still shaking because of itching. He turned to look at Qin Mo and asked, "Continue to the next world?" Qin Mo shook his head, stopped for a while. "Hey, this is the first time his host has offered to stop for a while." Shi Qing was taken aback for a moment, and then thought of something. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Mo and asked tentatively, You want? This is ready. Are you going to clean up Lu Dascum?" Qin Mo scratched his chin and said in a low voice, "Yes." This understatement made Shi Qing's eyes suddenly widen. Knowing Lu Jiyuan's methods, he couldn't help but couldn't believe it, and his tongue was a little knotted. Can it be done?" Because of his distrust, his little ears were pinched. Shi Qing trembled. His little wet eyes were still staring at the host without blinking. "Really? Can you really defeat Lu Jiyuan? Can it really end all that?" When Lu Jiyuan returned to the black bamboo forest, all that was left was a black wooden barrel with disgusting poisonous bubbles and an empty piece of black bamboo. Qin Mo disappeared. The red pupils suddenly deepened, and the anger was rapidly accumulating. Lu Jun shattered the iron-hard bathtub with one palm, and the potent medicine gushed out, instantly turning the black bamboo all over the ground into ashes. The disgusting smell of smoke wafted around, and Lu Juan's face was ruthless. "My good son, you are really capable to be able to break through the barrier he set up. I really underestimated you. However, you can't run away. As long as you keep my blood, you will never escape from my palm." Lu Jiyuan took a quick look and found that Qin Mo walked very cleanly, with no damage to the barrier and no traces, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. However, this world is full of strange things, and various secret and forbidden methods emerge endlessly. Even Lu Jiyuan cannot be sure that he knows everything well. He didn't underestimate Qin Mo, but obviously, some of Qin Mo's abilities were beyond his understanding. But it doesn't matter. As long as he spends some time, he can find Qin Mo. In the remotest corners of the world, in the deep forest, there is no place that can stop his consciousness. As long as they rely on their blood relationship, he can lock Qin Mo at any time, then easily catch him back. When he comes back, he'll break his legs and trap him, so he can never escape again. Lu Jun smiled viciously, his good son, his good furnace. He was waiting for him to kneel on the ground and beg him for mercy. Shi Qing thought that they were about to leave the system space, headed straight to Lu Jiyuan's old house, rushed in to fight with him, abolished his cultivation, cut off his meridian. It would be best if he could also take a stimulating medicinal bath, and then put him into the animal realm, and he will live forever and never be reincarnated. The more he thought about it, the more he was filled with righteous indignation. Shi Qing tried all the ruthless moves he could think of, and successfully raised his anger to the peak. The little panda's ears stood up, its round eyes glared, and it looked like a man with a high-spirited look. It's a pity that his current image, no matter whether it's docile or ruthless, coquettish or aggressive, happy or angry, in the end it all turns into an expression miraculously. That is stupid cute. A certain stupid boy didn't know it yet. Scratching his paws, his short legs jumped, and his soft voice began to growl. "Lu Daza, your time of death has come." Then, there was a very light but clearly discernible laughter from above his head. Shi Qing was stunned for a moment. then raised his head with effort and saw his host smiling. Damn, is this the legendary, alluring country and city? Shi Qing, don't blame me. I really can't think of other adjectives. Emma so beautiful. V stunned. I knew that my host was good-looking, but this smile is really lethal. Shi Qing, who was attacked intensively, said that he couldn't take it anymore and really wanted to kiss him. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the next moment the little panda turned into a human form. The boy with the animal ears blinked his eyes, then stood on tiptoe and kissed the thin and slightly curved lips. As soon as he touched them, his waist was locked hard, and the initiative became passive and the jaws were separated. The uvula was entangled, and the charming and graceful kiss made him hum. With a smile in his eyes, Qin Mo rubbed his rosy lips and said in a hoarse voice, "It seems that I have had enough rest." Shi Qing was still being tempted. He just thought his voice was so nice that it made one's heart itch, and he didn't even notice what he said. Every time the little panda transforms, it automatically wears a white dress. But the dress is so thin that it turns into strips of cloth when it is torn lightly, but there is nothing inside. The corners of Qin Mo's mouth were raised, biting his slender neck, supporting his buttocks, letting him lean against the big screen and squeezed into it. The bright blue light of the big screen sprinkled on the swaying white body, adding a little charm that cannot be described. By the time Shi Qing regretted it, it was already too late. There is a saying that you can still live if the sky does evil. This is self-inflicted. Ahem, God said, I don't have time to care about you. After another round of this and that, Shi Qing's voice was almost hoarse, and the people behind him still hadn't stopped. Shi Qing couldn't bear it any longer and shouted loudly, Chinamo, no, I don't. Before he finished speaking, his mouth was blocked, and his host's sexy bass was like a brush on his heart. Qing, I can't stand your screaming. He said he couldn't stand it, but his movements became faster and faster. Shi Qing couldn't control himself at all. Even though his mouth was gagged, small moans still kept overflowing. In the end, he shivered and shivered after being pushed down by this person who had long been unbearable. And those who can't bear it are still moving. Shi Qing felt sincerely what it meant to be dying. Turning into a panda again, Shi Qing lied on his stomach weakly, deeply reflecting on his stupid behavior. Could it be any more stupid to dig a hole and bury yourself? Thinking of this, Shi Qing let out a long sigh and covered his round head with his two small front paws. So, which kind-hearted person does good deeds and recharges his IQ that owes him some phone bills? Although he didn't feel tired at all after doing this, he always felt lazy, lying on the warm palm, and fell asleep after a while. It was when he woke up that he was really refreshed, but then Shi Qing realized that they were discussing the issue of revenge for bitterness and hatred. Why did they suddenly change their tune? What about cleaning up the big scum? Shouldn't we act now? After waking up, Shi Qing suddenly looked at Qin Mo. Then he saw his host doing weird things again. The classification of the system store has always been quite clear: body strengthening, martial arts sheets, and various props and equipment. And the last column, a large category, is often patronized by Shi Qing, but Qin Mo has almost never touched it. It's entertainment. It includes all kinds of entertainment items and life-related things beyond imagination. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, food, drink, and entertainment. Everything you can think of is almost everything. Shi Qing is a frequent visitor. He has a new body and a strong stomach, wishing he could eat delicious food from all over the world. Now that he has made a fortune, he will naturally not treat him badly. His food storage bracelet has long been full of delicious food, but even so, he only tasted 1/1000th of it. There's a lot going on here. He just didn't expect that his host, who is ascetic, no wonder, and doesn't eat fireworks, this is true, would come to patronize this category. So, host, what do you want to buy? He took a closer look and found that the host seemed to be planning seriously. Take a closer look at this. This is a house? Yes, there is everything to eat, drink, and have fun in the space, and housing is naturally provided. But Shi Qing didn't pay much attention to these. On the one hand, their foundation is in the space, and on the other hand, the housing prices in this shit store are horribly high. He doesn't have the spare money to think about it. But seeing how interested Qin Mo was, he hurried over to take a look. The host of his family is indeed omnipotent. Even the planning drawings are so orderly and exquisite. Seeing Shi Qing woke up, Qin Mo asked, "What color do you like?" Shi Qing hurriedly said, "Red." After speaking, he felt that the color didn't match the host, so he hurriedly added, "Don't worry about me. You can do whatever you want." Qin Mo nodded, but chose the red brush. Then he asked Shi Qing a few more questions. Shi Qing is a typical person who lacks aesthetics and doesn't know what collocation is. However, his host has always been serious, without frowning, and listened to everything he said. Shi Qing was a little touched and waited for a while. The drawing was completed, and after submitting it to the store, the construction began. When submitting, Shi Qing watched from the sidelines and couldn't help feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Whoa. Do you want to be such a loser? In fact, it's good for them to live in the white system space, save money, cough, cough. The big screen of the system store yelled at the system store. Hurry up and build a house for them. Don't do this to me. I'm not a bed. In addition, I'm still a virgin on the big screen. I'm blind. Although he felt sorry for the money before, when the house was completed, Shi Qing felt that it was so beautiful. There are no dead ends in all directions, and the three-story building is great. All kinds of high-grade and stylish. The point is, Qin Mo actually helped Shi Qing fulfill all those weird requests. Not to mention that he has achieved it, but he has also evolved his country style to such a high level. "Emma host, please accept my knees." Shi Qing walked around cheerfully, with exclamation marks almost on his face. Qin Mo took his hand, entered the house, and went to the bedroom they shared. The furnishings in the bedroom are more elaborate, but it is the king-size big bed in the center that grabs all of Shi Qing's sight. The bedding above is bright red. The material has never been seen before, and it is light and fluffy. Just one glance, I feel that it will be comfortable to sleep on. Qin Mo touched the little panda's ears and asked, "Do you want to give it a try?" Shi Qing hurriedly nodded, and when he jumped off, he took human form. He forgot to put on his clothes when he turned into a little panda, so at this moment, he is naked. Qin Mo looked at him, smiled slightly, and touched his waist. Shi Qing's body trembled, and then he was pushed down on the bed. When he looked up, he saw Qin Mo, who was bending over. He was the only one in the host's black eyes. Shi Qing felt his heart beating extremely fast. Qin Mo approached him, kissed his lips, and said slowly and fascinated, "Red is very good. It matches your skin tone very well." After speaking, he kissed him hard. It wasn't until he was entered that Shi Qing reacted slowly. The so-called try? Is this the way to try? Afterwards, they tried carefully one by one in different places, separately, such as sofa, rug, desk, bathroom, mirror, swimming pool, and small garden. When Shi Qing felt that if this continued, even the cute beasts would be exhausted, his host finally stopped. Qin Mo personally dressed his Qing and hugged her in his arms before he really started talking about business. This Iran Jew is very suitable for your internal cultivation method. You can enter the country after 49 days of meditation. Shi Qing was still a little confused. Then Qin Mo took out another jade tablet. He pointed on the jade tablet with his finger, and it flowed smoothly, and many words appeared immediately. Shi Qing was looking at it seriously, and Qin Mo said to him, "Look up." Shi Qing looked up obediently, and then a surprising scene happened. The words that appeared slowly from the jade tablet quickly entered Shi Qing's forehead under the guidance of Qin Mo's slender fingers, as if they were alive. Then the large paragraphs of text seemed to be directly engraved into the memory, and Shi Qing instantly engraved all the obscure and difficult spells in his heart. After all the guidance, Qin Mo asked him again, "Don't rush for success. Follow my arrangement step by step. Don't ask for complete comprehension. Just proceed step by step. Understand?" Shi Qing was still a little puzzled, but he understood Qin Mo's meaning and nodded quickly. Qin Mo stroked his hair and kissed him again. "Don't worry, I'm right next to you." In the end, Shi Qing finally knew the intention of his host. Then he almost wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. The 20-point coins are really worth the money. This beautiful house unexpectedly has such a heaven-defying ability attached to it. As long as it is successfully opened, the time in this house will be equal to a year in one day. And Qin Mo stored all the top-grade spirit stones he had collected here, making this place a holy place for cultivation. Originally, the time in the system space was static relative to the outside world. So no matter how long Qin Mo and Shi Qing spent in the space, they would still be at the origin when they returned to the cultivation world. However, their time in the system space is spent every minute and every second steadily, but now with the blessing of the effect of the small house, the time here can also flow quickly. One day is equivalent to 1 year. For the cultivation of inner breathing exercises, it is simply a miracle. Improving one's cultivation requires not only a natural and excellent physique, but also a certain amount of self-awareness, as well as various opportunities. But even with these, it takes a lot of time. But now, with this bullish and wonderful little house, they don't have to worry about it. The real time, place, and people are in harmony. After practicing like this, it doesn't matter how high you want to rise to. Shi Qing thought about the cultivation novels he had read back then, and suddenly felt that he had stepped onto the bright road of hanging the sky in a second. This is definitely the rhythm of becoming a god every minute. He has seen so many protagonists with golden fingers all over their bodies, but there is no one as awesome as him. Shi Qing's mouth was almost crooked in laughter. Sure enough, following the host to have meat to eat, such a rush to upgrade across levels, really couldn't be better. Qin Mo told him everything that should be explained. Shi Qing also listened intently and remembered everything in his heart, and the two began to retreat. To some extent, Shi Qing was really lucky. His original body was that of an ordinary person. Even if he had the best cheats, it was absolutely impossible for him to bear it. He couldn't cultivate it all, and then he died later. I bought an ordinary body in the system store. Although it has a supernatural ability to travel thousands of miles, the quality of that body itself is average. And there is an upper limit for even spending some coins to enhance it, but who made him meet a powerful host who bought in the body of a little panda for dots. The dash point coins are definitely not in vain. The little panda's physical endurance and physical strength have a basic bonus. These 2 points are high enough to practice most of the inner breath and mental methods. He strengthened it to the highest level, and his physical fitness leaped thousands of miles, and he evolved from an ordinary person to a Superman. Not to mention that now Qin Mo has chosen the most suitable way of thinking for him. And if he continues like this, Shi Qing, a bastard who would not be able to become a talent even if he meets the opportunity, will just be tyrannical all the way. I have to admit, luck is also a kind of ability. Not to mention what's going on. Anyway, after the retreat is over, Shi Qing is a rising star in the cultivation world. In just 2 years, he advanced from an ordinary person to the 9th level power of the nascent soul. Shi Qing said that he was the second person, and no one dared to say that he was number 1. To such an extent, Shi Qing said, greater than over equal to less than over equal to / la excited. He felt that it had only been 2 years, but that was calculated based on space-time. If you look at normal time, it has been more than 600 years, so it is not too exaggerated to say that there is such an achievement. Shi Qing was excited to feel the continuous aura in his body and the lively little person in the depths of his dantian. It was really interesting. When he read the book, he felt that the nascent soul stage was very magical. Only when he experienced it himself did he feel that it was really amazing. Wonderful. The aura overflowed majestically, and the villain in his dantian had clear eyes and good spirits. What surprised him even more was his perception ability, which quickly spread out and enveloped the entire system space in an instant. Mingming was sitting in the bedroom, but he could see every corner of the small building clearly, very distinctly. He was manipulating the spirit to walk happily, and then a more powerful and thicker spirit surrounded him in an instant. Shi Qing was slightly startled, but immediately felt a strong sense of familiarity. And then this spirit that was more powerful than him consciousness guides him to walk together and uses extremely exquisite techniques to guide him with full concentration. In just a few hours, Shi Qing benefited a lot. His spiritual sense, which was a bit too lively, became more obedient, and he could see farther, deeper, and wider. When Qin Mo left him, this sense of vastness suddenly disappeared. Shi Qing knew that he had used Qin Mo's ability just now, and he still needed to hone himself to reach that level. Gathering his consciousness, Shi Qing opened his eyes, turned his head to look at the people around him, bent his eyes and said, "Qin Mo, long time no see." Qin Mo didn't answer him, but directly stopped his waist and kissed his slightly raised lips. It was indeed a long time, whether it was 2 years or more than 600 years. Even if it passed in a blink of an eye, he felt that it had been a long time. After a toss and turn, Shi Qing leaned against Qin Mo's arms panting, expressing his strong dissatisfaction with his behavior of waking up. However, considering that he has been abstinent for more than 600 years, it seems to be excusable. Shi Qing's strange brain circuits started running wildly again. Qin Mo pulled him back with one sentence. "National Soul 9th stage?" Shi Qing nodded and hurriedly said, "The last one can't be broken through, and we can't reach the fusion period anyway." Qin Mo explained to him, "It's already very good, don't worry. The fusion period requires a high degree of cooperation with the nascent soul. First stabilize the nascent soul." Shi Qing was not in a hurry at all. He couldn't be more satisfied. In the entire Lingyun continent, there are only a handful of monks at the 9th level of nascent soul. He turned his head to look at Qin Mo. He couldn't tell from his appearance, but his expression was more natural and calm. Shi Qing didn't know how Qin Mo was practicing or what he was cultivating. The matter of cultivation, when I had no contact with it before, I was deeply ignorant, but now that I have entered this way, and I have climbed to such a height, all of a sudden, Shi Qing's vision has also broadened. The reason why he progressed so fast was because Qin Mo chose him very well. Iranju, conform to the way of heaven, have a happy state of mind, concentrate on the same thing, it can be done. This path is the absolute orthodox way of cultivating immortals, with no miscellaneous thoughts, good thoughts forever, and a gentle temperament. Neither rush nor rash, all kinds of characteristics are very suitable for Shi Qing, and it is indeed a rare secret method of cultivating immortals. The Iranju is very good, but like Qin Mo, he absolutely cannot practice it. It is impossible to hide something like his nature from himself. If you practice forcefully, you can make some progress, but you will never reach the final height. And Qin Mo now. Shi Qing sighed. He didn't care what Qin Mo was practicing, but the inner breath method would also subtly affect the mind of the practitioner to a large extent. The good gets better, and the bad gets worse. But Shi Qing couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. He turned around to look at Qin Mo again. He could not feel any dark aura from him. He became more stable, more mature, and more powerful. Relying on him, he could feel a strong sense of security. The current Qin Mo is much calmer than when Shi Qing first met. At that time, the darkness in Qin Mo's heart almost gushed out, and there was a dead silence in his pair of black eyes, and there were only doubts and deep-rooted hatred for everything. But now, Qin Mo would smile at him, speak patiently. His dark eyes still reflected his figure, and even filled with tenderness. Shi Qing calmed down a little. He felt that his host was indeed getting better. Yeah, definitely. Shi Qing thought about it, and unconsciously fell asleep. In the dream, there seemed to be a very small voice saying something. He could hear it clearly at the time, but he forgot it in a blink of an eye. The night will eventually swallow the day, and the appearance of light is only because he knows how to hide. Every time after that, Shi Qing wanted to sleep very much, and after waking up, he felt very refreshed. He didn't feel anything when he didn't practice before, but after entering the Tao, he suddenly felt, Emma, why did Mao feel a kind of spiritual power surge after sleeping after sex? Is this science? This world has never been scientific. If we pursue this, Shi Qing thinks that his IQ is decisive and the balance is insufficient, so he should stop it. As soon as he woke up, he looked at Qin Mo excitedly. Shall we go? Qin Mo hugged him all the time. In order to let him sleep soundly, he didn't change his movements a bit. When he saw Shi Qing woke up, he replied, Okay. After leaving the system space, they returned to the cave, and Shi Qing couldn't help asking, Are we going to the Black Bamboo Forest? He remembered Lu Jiyuan's place. Qin Mo shook his head and said, No, he will come by himself. Ah! Shi Qing was surprised. How would he know where we are? Blood relationship. Qin Mo smiled self-deprecatingly. I have his blood in my body, so Lu Juan could lock him with his spiritual sense. And it was only a matter of time before he was found. Compared to Qin Mo's indifference, Shi Qing was in a hurry. In this way, we are knowing that he is in the dark. Isn't it very passive? Then he thought, why don't you consider changing your body? Then he can find someone else that's not you. I'm afraid he won't find me. Shi Qing was taken aback. Qin Mo touched his exposed white neck and said softly, don't worry, I will destroy this dirty blood myself. Shi Qing was stunned. The deep black eyes calmed down again, and he held Shi Qing's hand instead and said softly, go, I'll take you to get used to it. Zuamingzong. Mo Yin suddenly opened his eyes, his black pupils shrank slightly, and he stood up abruptly. This powerful divine sense swept across an all-too-familiar feeling. That idiot Lu Jiyuan finally found out that his prey was missing. A little faster than expected, but in time. Nan Xiaoming has already arrived at Qianlin's secret realm. As long as he gets the soul-locking mirror as soon as possible, he can gain the upper hand. I hope Qin Mo can bear it, and don't let his father eat him so soon. Mo Yin looked at the empty mirror handle beside him and slowly laughed. Therefore, Lu Jiyuan can only be inferior to him in this life. He is a fool who only knows how to use brute force and never knows how to use his brain. If he can also ascend, he will really laugh out loud. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Let him see how exciting this good show can be. What Qin Mo said was adaptation. Shi Qing thought it was to look around the scenery, get to know the customs, and stop by the legendary Linlang town, the busiest town in Lingyun continent, to spend money on shopping, and the focus was to eat something delicious to replenish physical strength, relieve the spirit to meet the next battle of scumbags. It's a pity that the stupid and cute brain circuit and the snake spirit disease have never been on the same line. When a certain Zhumeng was taken to a gloomy, dense forest where the north wind blows, and the whistling sound was mixed with screams, Zhumeng clearly realized how stupid and sweet he is. Even if the snake spirit disease is gradually recovering, don't expect him to become tall and powerful in the next moment. Okay? Qin Mo held the little panda in his palm, picked up a wooden stick with his other hand, and stood calmly on the ground. The next moment, there was a rumbling sound of shaking the ground, and the surrounding dust was flying with the swift footsteps. Countless dark green trees were hit by violent impacts, blackened by corrosion. However, the giant monster galloping madly did not stop, stepping on the thick slurry, exuding a pungent smell as if walking on the ground, without the slightest injury. Parting the bushes, a pair of cloudy yellow eyes were exposed. It was a giant beast more than 3 meters high. It was like an elephant in shape, but it lacked a long nose. There were many innocent and injured animals hanging there, mixed with blood and rotten meat, exuding a strong, disgusting smell of decay. But at this moment, it saw Qin Mo standing on the ground. His yellow eyes gleamed greedily, and sticky saliva flowed out of his big mouth full of sharp teeth. Is there anything more delicious than monks delivered to your door? The 9th-level Warcraft Longthorn Elephant was excited. But Shi Qing, who had turned into a red panda, was taken aback when he saw the giant, and his limbs and short legs slipped and fell into the palm of the host. This thing is really disgusting. He was panicking when the long-thorn elephant roared, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards it frantically. Shi Qing tightly closed his eyes, while thinking in his heart that he was a pure man, an old pure man, and at the same time, he couldn't help but want to scream. Then, a gust of wind blew past, and he didn't even know what Qin Mo had done. When he opened his eyes again, there was already an empty jungle in front of him. Immediately, there was a violent sound like a mountain collapsing behind him. The whole ground shook, and the little panda's round head turned slowly like a slow-motion playback of a movie. What I saw was a level-monster that had a mighty domineering look on its face just now, but was split in half at this moment. Look at his host again. The black robe on his body is like a painting like ink, and his delicate face is calm and breezy, except for the hot blood that is still dripping on the branch held in his left hand. The little panda's stunned expression froze. So, Did his host use an ordinary branch he picked up casually to crosscut the hard-as-iron level 9 monster just now? I rub. Seeing the little panda's dumbfounded look, Chin-Mo touched him and asked softly, "Scared?" The little panda was motionless. Chin-Mo frowned slightly, stroked his soft fur again, and said, "Don't be afraid, it's fine." Before he could finish speaking, the little panda, who looked like a model, just now jumped up with a whimper. His wet eyes immediately became sparkling, and he looked at Chin-Mo excitedly. It's amazing. Chin-Mo. Chin-Mo, Chin-Mo. You are so amazing. You are so handsome. You are so handsome." The soft voice was full of undisguised admiration and admiration. Chin-Mo was slightly startled. His black eyes flickered slightly, and then he whispered, "Return to human form." "Little panda?" ? However, he still obediently jumped off his palm and turned into a human form. Before he could stand firmly on the ground, he was hugged by the host's waist, and his body was pressed against him uncontrollably. Before he could react, his chin was lifted, and then a passionate kiss fell heavily on his lips. Superior. Whoa! Just as he was about to make a sound, his teeth loosened, his tongue was entangled, his mouth was invaded, and his body, which he had been used to for a long time, was instantly set on fire. Seeing that the gun was about to go off, Chin-Mo at least knew that this was not the place, and his lips were rosy from the kiss, so he slowly let go. Shi Qing stared in a daze. Chin-Mo kissed his fair nose and said, "Okay, it's up to you next." In the next second, Shi Qing realized what it means to go from heaven to hell. A gentle lover becomes a stern teacher in a second. It can't be more sad. In view of his courage, Fog, Chin-Mo didn't let him practice from small animals. He started with a level dash monster. Although it is not the same level as the level dash monster just now, our Shi Qing Xiaoshou is also the same. I'm a complete novice, so I was caught off guard. Although he also killed the monster in the end, but compared with the host just now with his posture and tricks, ahem, I can only say that you have a bad life for a 5th level monster, and you were tortured like this before you died. Hey, look at the thorn elephant, how quick and easy it is to die. However, Shi Qing, as a 9th level great power in the nascent soul stage, after mastering a few practical moves proficiently, Shi Qing finally became awesome. Holding a holy level long sword, he hit it with one blow and beheaded the head of the 6th level monster. At the end, he raised his head and raised his eyebrows, which is really a bit of a look, provided he doesn't laugh. With a smile, the nature of the bastard is fully exposed. Time was running out, and they stayed in the woods for 3 full days without any rest. After exterminating countless ferocious beasts, Shi Qing reluctantly became an apprentice. Not to mention anything else, at least self-protection is absolutely no problem. With his current skill, as long as he handles it carefully, even if Lu Jiyuan is here, he won't be able to solve him in a short time. As long as he is not killed in seconds, he will have a chance to escape. Today's gods can travel thousands of miles, and there are very few people who can catch up to him. Shi Qing also knew what Chin-Mo was thinking, so he didn't dare to slack off. To be honest, he was quite afraid. None of these monsters were good. If he missed, he would suffer disaster. Although he had a host, he was safe. But for a little commoner who dare not even kill a chicken, Shi Qing's little heart still trembled when he challenged such a high level of difficulty from the very beginning. But he knew that time waited for no one, and if he didn't take this opportunity to improve himself, he would become Chin-Mo's burden later on. He didn't ask how much he could help Chin-Mo in such a short period of time. He only hoped that if he worked hard, he would not be a drag on his host. Therefore, you have to bear with fear, you have to carry it when you are tired, and you have to do your best to learn even if you are not good at it. To block the dignity of our giant pandas, we must do it. Ming Panda. I am lying innocently. They stayed here, also waiting for Lu Jiyuan to take the hook. Because of the blood relationship, Lu Jiyuan was able to accurately determine Chin-Mo's position, but at the same time, Chin-Mo was also able to accurately capture Lu Jiyuan's position. Therefore, he knew from the first night that Lu Jiyuan was already on his way here. Until the evening of the 3rd day, when the sun set on the treetops, a powerful coercion surged overwhelmingly. Chin-Mo put the little panda in his arms, turned his head slightly, and saw the man on the blue épée. Lu Jiyuan is Qin Mo's biological father, but he has no resemblance to Qin Mo at all. His brows and eyes are rigid, his nose is straight, his upper lip is slightly thick, and when he is not speaking, the corners of his mouth are pulled down, adding a lot of fierce color. It was born from his heart. He was originally a thug who defied the heaven and the law. Seeing Qin Mo, a strange color flashed in Lu Jiyuan's red eyes. With his current cultivation base, it is easy for him to find out the details of the other party. Although he still had reservations about Qin Mo's ability, he did not expect to recover so quickly. According to preliminary estimates, it has already reached the nascent soul stage, which is really beyond imagination. But he didn't care. Even if it was the nascent soul stage, he could easily pinch him to death. Moreover, Qin Mo's strong resilience made him even more excited. If he now has the cultivation base of the nascent soul stage, then he can enjoy it as long as he works harder to upgrade him to the fusion stage. Thinking of this, Lu Jiyuan became a little excited. My good son, don't run around. I don't have so much time to play with you as a father. Qin Mo looked at him. There was no superfluous expression on his exquisite face, and his black eyes were calm, neither disgusted nor angry nor resentful. His voice was pleasant, as calm as a breeze blowing on the lake. Your Tianmaju is broken through the 8th level. This sudden question made Lu Jiyuan slightly taken aback. He was actually very uncomfortable seeing Qin Mo's calm appearance. There was always a feeling that something was gradually getting out of his control. Years of experience made him feel angry and vigilant. However, he immediately suppressed this idea. In just a few days, despite Qin Mo's extraordinary ability, what breakthrough can he make? He was invincible in his heyday, so what can he do with his dilapidated body now? Thinking of this, Lu Jiyuan was no longer in a hurry. He answered Qin Mo's words, yes. Then he smiled again, with a hypocritical and kind look. I didn't treat you badly. The heavenly demon art is a rare skill in the world. It took me thousands of years to find it. I have cultivated it so far and devoted myself to teaching it to you. I believe you can also feel the mystery of it. What he said was high-sounding, and it seemed to be a father's intention to pass on his secret technique to his son. But once that dirty intention is exposed, it can only make people shudder. There are 9 levels in the heavenly demon art. The first level is to break love. The second level is to forget righteousness. The third level is to kill friends. The fourth level is to sentence the family. The fifth level is to kill. The sixth level is to slaughter. The seventh level is to kill the father. The eighth level is to destroy the heart. And the ninth level is to destroy the world. When Lu Jiyuan taught Qin Mo this set of exercises, he was sure that Qin Mo would never be able to break through the 7th level. Qin Mo didn't have the ability to kill his biological father, so he couldn't break through the 7th level for life, but Lu Jiyuan had already reached the 8th level, so he could suppress Qin Mo forever. This is an endless loop, a vicious circle that traps Qin Mo here. Lu Jiyuan knew that as long as he was alive, Qin Mo would never be able to defeat him. The heavenly demon art is extremely vicious when cultivated, but on the other hand, its power is also strong enough to disdain other heroes. Although the 6th level and the 8th level are only 2 short stages, in fact, they are very different. The superimposed power of each level of Tianmaju is more than 10 times that of the previous level. Only 1 level difference is the sky and the ground, not to mention the difference of 2 levels. Lu Jiyuan's heart was extremely stable. He knew that no matter how talented and outstanding Qin Mo was, he would only be inferior to him in this life, and would never be able to break through. He knew what Qin Mo was thinking, but it was a pity that he would not let him get what he wanted. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Lu Jiyuan looked at Qin Mo and said jokingly, "What? Want to kill me? Do not." Lu Jiyuan raised his eyebrows. Qin Mo looked at him and suddenly smiled lightly. His thin lips parted slightly, and the words he uttered were almost verbatim. "I will definitely kill you." In the next second, the majestic coercion surged like a sky-splitting giant sword with the power to destroy everything. Lu Jiyuan's face changed drastically, and he reacted immediately. The azure giant sword caught the fierce attack. The pure black phantom giant sword collided violently with the azure blue artifact Qinglin. The huge aura impact exploded with strong energy fluctuations. Although he took this trick, there was no vegetation for tens of meters around Lu Jiyuan, and it instantly became a huge pit. Lu Jiyuan suddenly raised his head, looked at the man standing above him. His red eyes were full of disbelief. You? Qin Mo answered for him. You are very familiar with the suppressing heaven of the 7th level of the heavenly demon tribulation, aren't you? No. Impossible. I'm still alive. You can't break through the 7th level. Yeah, you're still alive. His black eyes were suddenly cold, and Qin Mo looked down at him, his tone full of sarcasm. You're still alive in such a disgusting way. As soon as the words fell, the shocking pressure that was hundreds of times stronger than before suddenly exploded, and everything around Qin Mo was spinning rapidly. The huge thunder struck down from the air, and it hit Lu Jun in the deep pit with precision. Lu Jiyuan's pupils constricted sharply. He couldn't move. His body couldn't move at all. He was suppressed completely, thoroughly. This is a powerful force that is more than 10 times stronger than him. This is a powerful technique that makes him unable to avoid or deal with it, and even stagnates his thinking law. The 9th stage of the heavenly demon tribulation, a powerful force capable of overturning this world Miesher. Until Lu Jiyuan lost consciousness, he couldn't imagine why Qin Mo had such great power. Why did he break through the 7th level when his biological father was still alive? Why? Why this world has not been destroyed yet, but Qin Mo has already learned the word destroy the world. Lu Jiyuan, a master demon cultivator who ruled the entire Lingyun continent, fell like this. Mo Yin, who had been lurking in the dark and watching, froze. He has fought with Lu Jiyuan for thousands of years, and he is well aware of Lu Jiyuan's ability. Looking at the entire Lingyun continent, there is no other person who can fight him. Even Mo Yin himself is 3 points behind in terms of strength. But now Lu Jiyuan was defeated like this, at the hands of a boy who was not even 1,000 years old. The shock in Mo Yin's heart cannot be described in words. He couldn't help turning his head to look at the tough man. With a slender figure, a delicate face, and long black hair flying like ink feathers, she stands indifferently in the chaos, as if a god has come to the world, so powerful and so beautiful, it moves the world. Mo Yin was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to feel the cold object in his hand trembling slightly. He lowered his head and looked at the soul-locking mirror in his palm. The artifact of the sky, the sacred object that has fallen into the mortal world. Soul-lock mirror. No one knows the true ability of the soul-locking mirror. For tens of thousands of years, the mirror surface has been passed down in the world. It is said that it has the function of confusing people, but no one knows that the combination of the mirror surface and the mirror handle is the real soul-locking mirror. Lock people's souls, driven by you. He spent thousands of years and exhausted countless efforts to finally find the handle of the mirror, and then retrieve the mirror. The combination of the two, the real soul-locking mirror, was born in the world. The hand holding the handle of the mirror trembled slightly. Mo Yin couldn't tell whether he was in fear or excitement, fearing the terrifying power of that person, but at the same time yearning for this powerful energy like a moth. If you can take it for yourself, if it could belong to him, he has this chance. He can use the soul-lock mirror. If you get Qin Mo, you can get this destructive power. The fear in my heart is gradually conquered by the greedy desire. This is the only chance in this life. He can't miss it. Mo Yan's confused eyes gradually cleared up, and the soul-locking mirror was casted silently. As long as it was pointed at the opponent's chest and silently recited the spell, it could be achieved quickly. He can't think about it anymore. If he misses it, he will never have such an opportunity again. Mo Yin is no longer confused. Even if he fails, he will never regret it. Pointing at the distance, reciting the spell silently. When the last word was spit out from the mouth, a harmless filament invisible to the naked eye flew straight towards Qin Mo. Shi Qing didn't expect Lu Jiyuan to be defeated like this. At the same time, he was also very surprised it turned out that Qin Mo was already so strong. Seeing Lu Jiyuan lying limp on the ground, Shi Qing felt mixed feelings and raised his head slightly. He wanted to see Qin Mo. Qin Mo remained silent and expressionless, but Shi Qing could feel that his host was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Shi Qing sighed. Just as he was about to transform into a human form, he was keenly aware of a foreign object rushing towards him. Before he had time to think, Shi Qing made a quick move and stopped the limo. Although this thing is as fast as lightning, it is still easy for him to stop this attack with his skill. Just as he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he was suddenly stunned. He felt his soul was firmly locked by a giant hand. The author has something to say. Hashtag, there are always idiots to challenge our host Snake Essence Disease hashtag. At Shi Qing, your host is about to fall ill again. You don't have lunch yet. Hold on. The next chapter is your home game. Perform well. At Qin Mo. Hey, the host didn't open Weibo. The gray mirror suddenly lit up, as did Mo Yan's eyes. It was done. He succeeded. Successfully locked that man. For thousands of years, he has never been as excited as he is now, which is really surprising. He is about to obtain this powerful power that surpasses the world. But the next moment, he saw the appearance of the person in the mirror. The surface of the mirror is like the surface of a lake. It was sparkling at first, and then gradually calmed down. A young man with a good face slowly appeared. The boy was tall but slender, with fair skin, a pair of round and bright black eyes, a small nose, and red lips. Very beautiful. But the most eye-catching thing was that two furry semicircular black ears were exposed between his soft, short black hair. And he shook slightly, making the hearts of those who watched couldn't help but thump. But at this moment, Mo Yan's heart fell to the bottom of the valley, straight into the ice cellar. No, not Qin Mo. Who is this? Why did it go wrong? Impossible. He was clearly aiming at Qin Mo with perfect precision. How could he target someone else? Looking at this appearance, this is obviously a demon cultivator. But there is no one else here. But in the next second, Mo Yan's pupil shrank sharply. He saw the person leaning against Qin Mo's arms. And it was the little demon he had locked onto. It really failed. Mo Yan couldn't hide his disappointment, but he quickly calmed down. He had already missed the best opportunity. He is not a person who can't distinguish the situation. He has to evacuate now. Otherwise, when Qin Mo finds him, the consequences will be disastrous. Mo Yan did not stop for a moment, and immediately cast the spell, but in the midst of the lightning, a sharp black blade shot straight at him. Mo Yan's face changed drastically. He knew he had been discovered. But at any rate, he was also the overlord of one party. So he reacted immediately and resisted the attack, but Mo Yan didn't dare to fight at all, and only wanted to leave quickly. But obviously, the other party never gave him a chance to leave. The huge gap in strength made Mo Yan instantly embarrassed. He really felt the huge pressure that Lu Jiyuan was under just now. This gap is really disheartening. Even if he didn't want to fight with him at this moment, he still couldn't escape. And Qin Mo's patience is not good enough to play with him for a while. After a few strokes of understatement, the coercion suddenly increased, and the majestic aura transformed into a giant sword rushed straight with unstoppable power. The cold sweat on Mo Yan's forehead kept slipping like beads, and he realized very clearly that death was right in front of his eyes. He was going to die just like Lu Jiyuan, inexplicably and even extremely ridiculous, dead. Not reconciled, really not reconciled. He can't die. How could he die? Right. He has one last chance. He can still fight. Mo Yan suddenly raised the soul-locking mirror and ordered to the young man in the mirror, "Guard me. Lock people's souls, driven by me. I don't know who you are, but now you belong to me." Mo Yan didn't have much hope for a demon cultivator attached to Qin Mo, but the next scene let him know that he won the bet. This unremarkable demon cultivator blocked Qin Mo's attack in the blink of an eye with an extremely fast speed that surpassed Qin Mo's attack. He risked his life to stop this fatal blow, because he received instructions from the depths of his soul. Guard him, and protect him no matter what. Mo Yan didn't expect this little demon to take this blow. He only hoped that with the buffer of his life, he would have even a chance to escape for a moment. But what happened next completely overturned his thoughts. The moment the original thunderstrike was about to touch the little demon, it abruptly withdrew, and this majestic aura that seemed to descend from the sky disappeared without a trace in an instant. The thrilling near-death scene just now was like a hallucination. Mo Yin was stunned, but in the next moment, ecstasy spread in his chest. He thought it was a dead end, but he didn't expect to survive from a desperate situation. Before the joy could rise up, the huge coercion reappeared. Mo Yan's face was pale under pressure, but he still managed to raise his head, and what he saw was the man who was finally willing to look him in the eye. Ink-colored flames surged in those black eyes. The thin lips parted slightly, and the hoarse voice implied monstrous anger. "What did you do?" Mo Yin was shocked, but he was not afraid anymore. He pinched his weakness, he held his heart. Mo Yin pulled the young demon over and grinned. "So, that's how it is?" He touched the young man's fair face, and successfully saw the blackness in the man's eyes deepened. He was excited and nervous, and then ordered cruelly, "Kill him, kill Qin Mo." After receiving the order, the young man rushed towards Qin Mo like the wind. Without the slightest hesitation or pause, the holy sword in his hand was unsheathed, and the thick spiritual energy had a vent and stabbed straight at the opposite side with an emerald green arc man. Use the tricks he taught him, the weapon he gave him, and the hands he loves to stab his heart with ruthless and cold killing intent. Mo Yin watched from the sidelines, and the smile on his mouth deepened. He didn't think this little monster could kill Qin Mo. He gave such an order just to see what this little monster would do to Qin Mo. How important it is to say. He just wanted to know how many cards he had. The result was so satisfying. Although the young man's moves are sharp but young, his weapons are excellent but lack of grinding. This is a novice with a lot of cultivation but almost no actual combat experience. At this level, even Mo Yin could easily kill him, but that tough man could only dodge. This ruthless, arrogant, and fearless man was not willing to hurt this young man even once. Mo Yin was extremely surprised but also extremely happy. "Stop!" The boy obediently stopped. "Return!" The boy quickly returned to Mo Yan's side. Qin Mo looked at him coldly. His nails penetrated into his palms, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. It turned out to be a soul-locking mirror. Lock people's souls and be driven by people. Whoever you are, you belong to me right now. His Shi Qing, the Shi Qing that belonged to him alone, was snatched away from his arms, from his side, and from his palm. The feeling of emptiness coming from the palm spread rapidly, clenched the entire heart at once. The boundless emptiness, the dark and lightless abyss, at this moment, surged with strong flames that could burn everything. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Raising his head slightly, his black eyes were as silent as a pool of stagnant water. Qin Mo looked at him, his voice hovering on the edge of reason and madness. "What do you want?" Mo Yin raised his chin. I want your cultivation." "Okay." Qin Mo agreed without hesitation. "Here?" Mo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, but the next moment, his pupils dilated infinitely. Qin Mo attacked at a very fast speed, like a sharp knife out of its sheath. Mo Yin only had time to quickly order, "Protect me." The boy immediately appeared and faced Qin Mo head-on. The long sword in the young man's hand carried a murderous aura, and he stabbed the man who was flying towards him with precision and precision. Just as Mo Yin was about to feel complacent, he saw that Qin Mo didn't stop at all. The long sword pierced through his shoulder blade in an instant. Blood gushed out, but his momentum didn't decrease at all. A pair of black eyes locks on the prey, and it is bound to die forever. Mo Yin was once again intimidated by the strong coercion. Unable to move an inch, seeing the man in front of him approaching rapidly, stained red with blood, but didn't even frown. He just grabbed Mo Yan's throat persistently. "Fasten it tightly." Mo Yan's face turned red instantly, but he will not give up. He doesn't want to die. He ordered hoarsely, kill him, kill him." The expressionless young man quickly launched an offensive. His moves were fatal, and his sword pierced his heart. Qin Mo didn't dodge. His back was torn, and the severe pain mixed with the smell of blood stimulated his brain, making his eyes more scarlet. The flames of anger burned in it. The palm of his hand exerted force suddenly, and the sharp barb dug into Mo Yan's throat. The blood shot out. The throat was broken. Mo Yan's eyes widened because of the intense pain. His face was terrifying. He couldn't make a sound, so he couldn't give orders that he couldn't control the boy anymore, but the boy couldn't stop either. But as long as Mo Yan is killed, the effect of the soul-locking mirror will disappear. But Qin Mo smiled strangely. He won't kill me, and I won't let you die too quickly. Only now did Mo Yin realize that he had provoked such a terrifying devil. He couldn't speak, couldn't negotiate terms, and he couldn't even lift the spell cast on the boy. Qin Mo was being attacked all the time, and at the same time, he inflicted 1,000 times more pain on Mo Yin. Endless torture, endless torture. Mo Yin felt that this man was crazy. He was a lunatic, a real lunatic. He wanted to die, and had an extremely strong desire to die, because only death could end this torture that made people feel infinitely hopeless. Broken, Mo Yan's spirit completely collapsed, but the slaughter continued. It wasn't until that young demon cultivator's breathing became disordered and he gradually became tired that Qin Mo frowned slightly. The soul-locking mirror will not consider any physical factors. Even if you are tired, even if you are stunned, or even lose the ability to move, as long as there is an order, he will carry it out. Even if it is a walking dead, it cannot be broken. The chains imposed on the soul. Therefore, even if Shi Qing was exhausted, he would still be waving the long sword, unable to stop. In the end, Shi Qing will die from exhaustion. This thought flashed through his mind, and Qin Mo finally regained his senses. He looked at the lifeless Mo Yin and finally wiped him out completely. When the torture was over, the spell was lifted. In the next second, Shi Qing was completely unconscious. Qin Mo caught him. The black robe was already dripping with fresh blood. His complexion was strangely pale due to the high blood loss, but his black eyes were particularly bright. He lowered his head slightly and kissed the young man's neck lightly, a morbid obsession in the hoarse voice. "Qing Qing, my Qing Qing, you are mine." Shi Qing was awakened. He had a nightmare. In the dream, he was like a lunatic trying to kill Qin Mo with all his might. And Qin Mo endured it without moving. As if his heart had been pricked by a needle, Shi Qing suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a completely strange place, pitch black, like a cave. He didn't bother to check the surrounding situation, but kept looking around. "Qin Mo! Where is Qin Mo? Qin Mo is not here." Suddenly panicked, Shi Qing quickly jumped off the carefully laid jade bed and rushed towards the cave door ahead. He had to find Qin Mo. He had to see Qin Mo. His hands were shaking with fear. Shi Qing's face was stiff. His head was in a mess. He didn't dare to think about anything. He just wanted to know one thing. Qin Mo. Qin Mo. Where is he? As soon as he stepped out of the door, he bumped into a firm chest head-on, and the clear breath instantly surrounded him. When Shi Qing raised his head, he saw a familiar face. Even in a dark cave, he is still a dazzling man. Qin Mo, his host. Her heart fell back in her chest. Shi Qing stared at him blankly, then wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him forcefully. Scared to death, his heart almost stopped, but fortunately, it was just a dream. How could he face Qin Mo with a sword? How could he hurt Qin Mo? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The clumsy kiss succeeded in getting a fierce response. His lips were red and swollen from the intense friction, and the tip of his tongue was numb from being sucked, but Shi Qing didn't want to let go at all. He wanted Qin Mo to kiss him. Just like the previous kiss, every time like that, rough, enthusiastic, with strong possessiveness and nonstop demands. He even wanted Qin Mo to enter him and possess him in this completely strange and completely unknown place like crazy. It seemed that only in this way could the horrible nightmare be wiped away from his mind. But the host stopped him, hugged the boy who was still shaking slightly in his arms, gently kissed the tip of his nose and said, "Don't worry, I'll take you somewhere." Shi Qing stared at him blankly, without taking his eyes off his face from the beginning to the end, and nodded obediently when he heard what Qin Mo said. Qin Mo touched his lips again distressfully. Shi Qing should not have any memory of being locked in the soul mirror, but it seems that he still has some bad impressions. Caressing his back comfortingly, Qin Mo patiently waited for Shi Qing to calm down slowly, and then, in order to distract him, he took his hand out of the small piercing. They didn't use spells, just walked slowly hand in hand. After about 3 or 4 minutes, they turned into another passage. Along the way, the surrounding spars seemed to feel the echo and gradually lit up one by one, exuding a soft glow. Soft, warm yellow glow. If it was usual, Shi Qing would have opened his eyes wide and looked at each one. And by the way, he was extremely curious, but now he is not in the mood at all. He felt that just holding Qin Mo's hand was not enough, and he was still uneasy, extremely uneasy. But if Qin Mo wants to take him somewhere, he must go with him. After passing through the passage, a huge stone gate appeared. Under the light of the crystal stone, the pure black stone gate reflected a faint white light. If you look closely, you can see countless fine lines on it, wrapped around the entire stone gate, densely packed. Even if you are far away, you can't see clearly, but if you are too close, you can't help but feel your scalp tingling. Shi Qing frowned slightly. The stone door had already been opened. He always felt that there was blood in the lines just now, but he couldn't be sure because it disappeared too quickly. What he didn't know was that it was indeed full of blood. All the blood flowing in Lu Jiyuan's body was here. The stone door opened, and Shi Qing was completely stunned by the scene inside. Although I was a little mentally prepared, I really saw the piles of rare treasures, the god-level refining equipment that exuded dazzling light, the top-quality spirit stones that were thrown all over the place like stones, and a pile that was about to become a mountain. Stacks of elixir boxes. Shi Qing was still shocked. Too many. But the next moment, he knew that this probably was Lu Jiyuan's treasure trove. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of agitation in his heart. An unspeakable emotion surged up, his nose felt sore. He turned around and hugged Qin Mo forcefully, burying his face in his arms. His host never cared about these extraneous things. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't remember this kind of place at all. Although Lu Jiyuan is dead, it is still very difficult to open this secret realm. But when he was sleeping heartlessly, Qin Mo had already done so much. Think back to Qin Mo's understatement just now. I will take you to a place. Actually, I wanted to surprise him. He doesn't care how precious things are at all. It's this thought that makes Shi Qing extremely moved. His host, his snake spirit host, would do this for him. Thinking of this, Shi Qing's nose became more and more sour, and he almost cried for nothing. Being thrown into his arms like this, Qin Mo was slightly taken aback, feeling the person in his arms trembling slightly. Are you still afraid? None of these things distracted him? Qin Mo frowned slightly, stroked his back, and asked softly, Don't you like it? Shi Qing's voice was muffled. I like it. Qin Mo curled his lips. Don't you hurry up and put it in the space. Shi Qing's hands were really itchy. He raised his head. His eyes were red but very bright. He pulled Qin Mo down a little and looked at him. Qin Mo. Okay. Shi Qing looked at him and shouted loudly, I love you. There was an obvious smile in Qin Mo's eyes. Yes. I really, really love you. It is good. I love you so much. I know. Love you forever and ever. Well, very well. The mouth was finally completely shut. With a passionate kiss, Shi Qing felt that the uneasiness just now seemed to have disappeared. He never thought that he could love someone so much, as if his entire heart was filled. Very, very satisfied with this person by his side. He is everything. Kissing, the hands were a little dishonest. Shi Qing pulled Qin Mo's clothes, but was stopped by Qin Mo. Although he didn't tear off the cumbersome clothes, they made them slightly messy. Shi Qing glanced out of the corner of his eye, but his whole body froze suddenly. The neckline of the black robe was pulled loose, and a hideous scar appeared on the white neck. Shi Qing's eyes deepened, and he shot out coldly, and with a little force, the clothes were completely torn into pieces. A large piece of chest was exposed, full of intricate knife marks, one after another, like a ferocious beast, biting Shi Qing's heart at once. He stared blankly. The sharp pain from the heart instantly spread all over his body, and those deliberately erased fragments rushed like a flood, Shi Qing's face turned pale instantly, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her lips were almost transparent. Yes, I did it. It wasn't a dream. Those were not dreams. He really did it. He wanted to kill Qin Mo like a lunatic, but he stabbed his long sword into his heart. He actually, the great despair clamped down on his spirit, and Shi Qing was stunned. Qin Mo's brows were slightly locked. Shi Qing was still awake. He couldn't return to the system space, and naturally, he couldn't exchange for medicine. Although he took the elixir to stop the bleeding and supplement the spiritual energy, these scars couldn't be removed in a short time. And with Shi Qing's current cultivation base, there is no way to hide it from him. Qing. Qin Mo pulled him into his arms, hugged him tightly, and said softly, "It's okay, it's okay." The person in his arms was already trembling uncontrollably. Qin Mo touched his neck. The coldness made his pupils constrict. The next moment, he pulled him away violently. And sure enough, the spiritual energy went berserk. Now Shi Qing is at the 9th level of Yuan Ying, a hurdle that needs to be broken through, and Yi Ranju has also cultivated to the 6th level. At this critical moment, the mind fluctuates greatly, and it is most likely to go crazy. Before he had time to think about it, Qin Mo immediately released his consciousness and entered Shi Qing's body without any hindrance. Fortunately, Qin Mo's cultivation was much higher than Shi Qing's, and he discovered in time that although the aura had different origins, but fortunately, Shi Qing was very familiar with Qin Mo's spiritual consciousness and did not have any rejection reaction, and was even very obedient. Under his guidance, the frantic Dantian Hai, who had been hit by the spirit energy, finally calmed down. When Qin Mo's consciousness withdrew, Shi Qing's empty eyes gradually focused. The moment he saw Qin Mo, a lot of tears quickly gathered in those big eyes, and there was no sound, but the tears fell down in big drops. He looked at Qin Mo, his lips were still trembling, but he tried his best to make a sound. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Qin Mo, I'm sorry." Qin Mo leaned down slightly and looked at him with unprecedented tenderness in his eyes. "I know. You won't leave me." Shi Qing nodded vigorously. "You belong to me." Shi Qing nodded vigorously. "You love me?" Shi Qing bit his lip, unable to speak, could only keep nodding his head. Qin Mo touched his fair neck and smiled slightly. "Look, I trust you so much. Why don't you trust me?" Shi Qing was stunned. Qin Mo raised his chin and kissed the red and swollen lips. He tasted the bitterness of tears, but unexpectedly found it very delicious. He deepened the kiss and caressed this soft body. Qin Mo was extremely satisfied. "Believe me, even if you really left, betrayed, abandoned, it doesn't matter. I will snatch you back and be trapped by my side forever." The kiss gradually descended slowly, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The thin kisses crossed the sexy collarbone, fair chest, flat belly, little by little, very patient and very careful, with a deep sense of tenderness, delicateness, and comfort, teasing this body that belongs to him. Qin Mo looked at him fascinated until he pushed it in with all his strength. His dark eyes were full of blatant desire for possession. "Qing, my Qing, there is no need to apologize because you will never have such a chance." Shi Qing was cured. He was cured by his own snake spirit disease host. If these words were uttered when the two first met, Shi Qing would have no choice but to hee. But now, he has been moved to tears. Oh, his host is so good. Who dares to say that his host is ruthless? His host is obviously so gentle, so caring, so touching. While wiping his tears, Shi Qing quickly swept the rare treasures on the ground, and suddenly felt that he was so happy that he could hardly move this huge jade bed with a diameter of 3 meters. Emma, so big, Emma, so heavy, so valuable. This is not an ordinary jade bed. It has a warm and delicate appearance. It feels unbelievably good to the touch, and it has a wonderful texture. Not only does it not feel uncomfortable to sleep on, but it also changes slightly with your body shape, so it can always fit your various sleeping positions. The important thing is that it is warm in winter and cool in summer. If you want to be hot, you can heat it up, and if you want to be cool, you can immediately cool it down. You can improve your cultivation by lying on it and sleeping. It couldn't be more amazing. It's a pity that the diameter of 3 meters is really too big to fit in the system space. Shi Qing had another idea and moved it neatly into his and Qin Mo's bedroom. After covering the bed made of red smoke, it became even more perfect. Putting everything into the system space, Shi Qing ran to the host's side like a dog and kept asking for warmth. Seeing him like this, Qin Mo smiled and said, "Give me some medicine." When Shi Qing heard this, his face started to burn. As early as after he was cured by the host, he went to the system store and bought various medicines for internal and external use. Shi Qing is now a good guy, not only bought a lot of recovery potions, but also spent a lot of money to repair scars. However, all scars are repaired by external application, so Shi Qing naturally took over this arduous task. At the beginning, when he saw these scars, his heart ached so badly. His chest and back were all covered with stab wounds. When he thought that this was done by him, he felt his heart throbbing and the pain was severe. Applying the medicine carefully and meticulously, Shi Qing has a pure mind and a good attitude, and is indirectly annoyed, remorseful, and guilty. Anyway, it is all kinds of sadness and sadness. The stab wounds were concentrated on the upper body. After wiping them all, Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. But when he lowered his head, he saw the small tent on the host's pants. They are both men. How can they not understand? Shi Qing coughed dryly, and then thought of the host's injuries. Although it seemed that nothing had happened, he still needed to rest more. He had already done this before, so let's not do that. Before he left, Qin Mo held his hand and put it on the tent. "Xiao Qing, I'm a little tired." Shi Qing lay. As expected, his host hasn't fully recovered. It's all his fault. Qin Mo held his hand and moved it a few times. "You move, okay?" Shi Qing was full of guilt. If the host said something, what could be wrong? So he moved with Qin Mo's movements, and now that Shi Qing is also experienced, he still has some experience in this matter. After touching and kissing seriously, he successfully discovered that Mr. Tent is bigger. After kissing and kissing, Shi Qing himself became emotional, so he started to dawdle. Qin Mo was still sitting, but his voice became hoarse. "Take off your clothes." Shi Qing quickly took off the annoying clothes, and then helped Qin Mo take off too. "Come on, come up." Shi Qing hesitated for a moment, and then his ass was slapped. Then he didn't hesitate anymore, straddled up, pointed at that hard and hot something, and tried to sink down. It's a pity that this posture is not proficient. After trying a few times, he couldn't get in. He just burned himself with desire, and made Qin Mo breathe harder by the way. Finally, Qin Mo clasped his waist and pressed it down hard. With the sound of water stains, all of them went in at once. With a sudden push, Shi Qing screamed. "It's not painful, it's totally cool." In the end, Shi Qing was determined to be unreliable. Even if Qin Mo asked him to move by himself, he was not proficient in his business, and he couldn't move after a few moves. So that a little tired Qin Mo used this posture that consumes more energy, holding his waist up and down. Every movement is accurate, easy to understand, so that a certain Qing who promised to work hard Qing shivered and SHE several times. With the experience of the last wave, this time, Qin Mo mentioned the need to apply medicine again. Shi Qing couldn't hold it anymore, but he couldn't let the host take the medicine by himself. So, he blushed and rolled up his sleeves. This time is faster than last time because the medicine has already been applied once, and the scars have faded a lot. Only some deep wounds still have some small marks. Shi Qing put on the ointment one by one, and it's over, but this time is better than last time, also hard to concentrate. The last time I was concentrating on medication at any rate, but this time he rubbed and became groping. The figure of his host is really good. Although she is fair, she is not thin, with a strong chest, a broad back, a well-defined abdomen, and a sexy and deadly mermaid line extending downward. Shi Qing swallowed, feeling that it was his turn to pitch the tent this time. Pushing against each other, the two moved to the jade bed that Shi Qing had just moved back. Then I tried the comfort of the new bed carefully and in detail. After being out of breath, Qin Mo hugged Shi Qing, and the two of them pressed tightly together. Shi Qing was about to fall asleep in a daze. Qin Mo kissed him and asked, "What were you doing before you met me?" Hearing Qin Mo's words, Shi Qing didn't think much and replied, "Me? I just died." "Okay." Seeing that Qin Mo was interested, Shi Qing thought about it for a while and said it without much hesitation. His past life was very simple. If there was no cancer that took his life, he would have lived a peaceful, comfortable, and contented life. That I have parents who love me, an elder brother who takes care of me, a harmonious family, no worries about food and clothing, and a little money. Although I have no big ambitions, I don't have a bad temper or bad habits. I should be able to go to school and work step by step, live your life. However, he died. When he first found out that he had stomach cancer, Shi Qing really felt that the sky was falling, but in order to love his family, he wanted to hold on, but in the end he couldn't hold it anymore and died completely. Instead, he felt it was a kind of relief. There is no need to see my parents and brothers secretly crying, and I don't need to make them suffer anymore. And I don't have to endure the torment of illness anymore. He thought his life was over, but he didn't expect to meet Qin Mo. Turning to look at Qin Mo, Shi Qing's eyes were bright. It's great to meet you." After hearing what he said, Qin Mo kissed him and comfortingly touched his slender neck to lure him to sleep. When he fell asleep, Qin Mo leaned against the bed, but his eyes were slightly dark and he fell in a deep thought. Why did Shi Qing become a system? Because of death? But why him? And what exactly is the system? Shi Qing's soul was locked by the soul-locking mirror, which made Qin Mo realize that there was a loophole in the contract between him and Shi Qing. In the middle, there is something that he hasn't touched yet. Unknown power carries absolute risk that at the same time, it cannot be controlled. And this is what he can't tolerate the most. This person is his. No one can take it away, no matter what it is. Any hidden dangers must be completely ruled out. After sleeping, when he woke up again, Shi Qing was already refreshed and even more energetic. Seeing him alive and kicking, Qin Mo had a lot of ideas, but he endured it and waited for him to eat and drink before saying, "Go on to the next task." Shi Qing nodded again and asked first, "Is your body fully recovered? Is there any problem? Is there no pain anywhere?" Being looked at seriously and worriedly by such a pair of big eyes, Qin Mo really wanted to do something more, but still continued to endure. He nodded and said, "It's all right." Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, then got up excitedly and took Qin Mo to the big screen together. After resting for such a long time, I really look forward to it. What will the next world be like? The two pressed the button together, and the information of the new world finally reappeared on the big screen. The background introduction is very short, only a short paragraph. In the world of science and technology, human beings have broken through a certain cutting-edge technology, successfully created body replicators, and successfully promoted and applied them. The cost is low, the production volume is large, the application is wide, and it is almost universally popularized. All dirty, messy, boring, and dangerous things, the work is handed over to the replicators to complete. This is a parallel world similar to the Earth. The previous history is almost completely similar. Changes have taken place in modern society. The birth and application of replicators have completely changed this society into another look. After Shi Qing finished reading the introduction, his little heart started to beat nonstop. This is the rhythm of the avatar technique for all people? Has he finally realized his good wish of one split body goes to work, one split body goes to study, one split body sweeps the floor, one split body cooks, and the other split body cleans the toilet? Emma, host, you must not refuse to accept the task. I'm going to have a good time. He took a peek at Qin Mo and found that Qin Mo was really dignified. Well, you don't really want to give up the mission, do you? He was entangled cautiously, but Qin Mo passed him and slid down the screen to show the content behind. Shi Qing turned his head and saw a sentence in red. This task is a system task, which is mandatory to accept and cannot be given up. If it fails, all points will be cleared and an additional dash points will be deducted. Shi Qing was startled suddenly. The conditions for failure are too strict. Clear all points and deduct 1,000 points. That is to say, it will become a negative number, and if it becomes a negative number, it will be directly obliterated. This task is too dangerous. However, a line of big characters shining brightly on the screen cannot be ignored. It must be accepted and cannot be given up. Shi Qing's heart sank. He had never seen the system tasks in the system manual. Why are there such strict conditions? His heart was turbulent. But Qin Mo's eyes twinkled slightly, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Sure enough, the clues began to emerge. After Shi Qing read the background prompt, he immediately ran to look through the system manual. It wasn't that he had a bad memory. It was true that he had never seen the type of system task. Moreover, none of the quests were accepted forcibly, and none of the quests had such severe punishment conditions. Now Shi Qing didn't hide anything from Qin Mo and told him everything he knew. Qin Mo touched him and said, "It's okay, I won't fail." Qin Mo responded so lightly, although Shi Qing was still uneasy, but he was finally at ease. It is not his style to frighten himself to death before anything happens, since there is no retreat. Let's move forward, not to mention that he is not weak now. After figuring it out, Shi Qing looked at the big screen seriously again, trying hard to absorb the information of this world, hoping to make sufficient preparations. However, what surprised Shi Qing was that there was only an introduction of the world background on the big screen this time, but no introduction about the plot at all. Yes, there were no characters this time. The synopsis is empty. And down directly is the system task, to punish poachers. The simple 5 words seem to reveal a lot of information, but it seems that they don't explain it at all. Punishment is easy to understand. But what is a poacher? There is too little information, and Shi Qing can't make a judgment. It seems that he can only go to this world to collect slowly. Qin Mo looked at the story mission and said, "There are no characters. This time it might be a body time travel." This idea made Shi Qing slightly taken aback, and he quickly went to read the system manual and found that there was indeed an introduction to body time travel, but there was no hint about this before, and it was usually confirmed after time travel. Without plot missions, it is indeed possible to travel through the main body. There is no advantage in traveling through the main body. On the contrary, it also increases the difficulty of the task. Although body time travel will be accepted by this world for rationalization, it will not have the memory of the character and will lose a lot of useful information virtually, and at the same time lose the social status, material resources, financial resources, and connections of the characters in the original work. If you want to complete the task, you must first explore the world, which will not only take more time, but also cause more trouble. But this is a task that cannot be given up. It is useless to think too much now, so I can only go on. After seeing everything that should be seen, Shi Qing and Qin Mo pressed the button together and entered the space-time tunnel. When dizzy, Shi Qing thought, "This time we must work hard, try to find it before Qin Mo finds him." It sounds like a tongue twister, but Shi Qing really wanted to find Qin Mo quickly and give him a surprise. Coming out of the space-time tunnel, Shi Qing hadn't gotten used to the whirling, but suddenly a sharp pain came from the back of his head. It seems that someone knocked him a sap. Fuck. Do you want to be so explosive as soon as you travel through time? But at this time, Qing is not Qing at that time. It is too naive for a sap to want to deal with him. He just turned around and wanted to fight back, but his back went numb, his feet were empty, and he was suppressed by a completely unknown force. Shi Qing's heart tightened. The momentary stiffness was caught by the enemy, and a terrifying feeling of draining all his strength hit him, and he lost consciousness instantly. It is said that he has lost consciousness, but in fact he can still feel something. The cultivation base of the 9th level of Yuaning can almost make the spiritual consciousness transcend the body. Shi Qing lacks actual combat experience and is completely unprepared for a sneak attack, which caught him off guard. Wide awake, he couldn't move his body, but he could vaguely feel that his limbs were trapped and a huge iron plate was pressed on his chest, as if he was on a conveyor belt, moving forward intermittently, stopping every 5 or 6 minutes, and then continued to move forward. Before, it stopped 10 times before it stopped and kept moving forward. During this process, Shi Qing never stopped breaking free. He tried to control his body, and after an hour, he finally won the autonomy of his body. He opened his eyes suddenly. The purpose of entering is an empty room. Everything before was like a dream, without any sense of reality. He didn't seem to be ambushed by someone, he didn't have that intermittent coma, and he wasn't trapped, as if he was in this place after transmigrating. Shi Qing jumped off the crude plank bed, stretched his arms, and kicked his legs, without any wounds on his body, with sufficient spiritual power in his body, and his spiritual consciousness spread outward, vast and unimpeded. What is the problem? Shi Qing frowned. Someone is coming. This thought just flashed across him, and he was fully on guard. There was only a broken wooden board blocking the door of the earthen house. When someone approached with heavy footsteps, he kicked the wooden board away unceremoniously when he got close. The dilapidated board snapped and broke into two halves. The visitor spat in disgust and looked at Shi Qing with cloudy eyes. "Get up. Go to work. You bastards." After finishing speaking, the middle-aged man with his belly twitched in protest. Whip in hand, Shi Qing looked at him, motionless. The man in front of him was not tall, with a slender body, wearing a greasy yellow vest, black shorts, and a pair of plastic slippers on his feet. He didn't even need to look much to know that this was an ordinary person. An ordinary person couldn't be more ordinary. There was nothing special about him. With Shi Qing's current ability, he could just raise his hand and crush him to death. The middle-aged man is used to bullying newcomers. Seeing that this person does not move, the whip is about to hit him. Shi Qing was really too lazy to deal with it, because he didn't understand the situation and didn't want to cause trouble, so he moved almost imperceptibly and avoided it. The middle-aged man didn't think so. He was known as the Yellow 3 Whip. He was used to this whip. Every time he swung it, he would be greeted with screams. This kid didn't cry or make a fuss. He was upset. Huang Sanbian walked a little closer, wanting to give this kid a good look, but he didn't expect to be so close, but he was stunned when he saw it. This kid is really good-looking. Although he is a boy, his skin is so fair that it can be blown away. His lips are red and his teeth are white. His big eyes are round and bright, and the corners of his eyes are slightly raised, which naturally has a charming curvature. Huang Sanbian is not very masculine, but when he saw this young man, his heart moved all of a sudden. I really didn't expect that in this poor place, you can still see such stunning scenery. But since I came here, no one wanted it. Instead of going out for a while and taking advantage of others, it is better for him to enjoy it first. Huang Sanbian's demeanor changed all of a sudden. With a wretched smile on his face, he put away his whip and walked a few steps forward. He was getting closer, and he even smelled a very bewitching fragrance. It's not rich or clear. It's faintly soft. It's an indescribable taste, but it makes people feel excited when they smell it. Huang Sanbian had never seen such a battle before, and he became anxious all of a sudden, wishing he could immediately push the young man to the ground and get close to him fiercely. He stretched out his arms, as if he was going to hug him, grinning, and said coaxing words. "Boy, let your master Huang have a good time, and I will guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing here." Shi Qing. I didn't want to cause trouble at first, but does he look so easy to bully? One or two came to provoke him. It's really a tiger that doesn't show its power and treats us like a sick cat. I'm a pure man. What the hell is going on with your whole set of wretched tricks of bullying a big girl? Even if you want to provoke me, you should do your duty and act like a man and a man. Enough is enough. With a cold face, Shi Qing raised his foot and kicked the bear's greasy face fiercely. The yellow bear immediately let out a scream like a pig being killed, and then raised his head. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Tears were streaming down his face, and his mind was spinning in circles in a dizzy state. Not playing anymore. Shi Qing looked disgusted and was still furious. He raised his hand and drew the broken wooden plank on the ground, and Hong Kong swung it towards Huang Sanbian's stomach. After hitting it more than 3 meters away, he fell hard on the wall, rolled his eyes, and passed out directly. Not dead, but lying in bed for a month is fine. Shi Qing clapped his hands and went out the door, but saw a row of thin teenagers standing opposite him, both men and women, all staring at him dumbfounded. Shi Qing has no memory and doesn't know what's going on, so it's very inconvenient to travel through the body. Maybe his behavior just now was too aggressive, and Huang Sanbian was used to bullying this group of people. No one dared to resist, and a man suddenly appeared which stunned them. Anyway, there were 12 teenagers in a row, and everyone was scared to death. Shi Qing looked at it and couldn't help frowning. This group of children looked to be 16 or 17 years old, and they all wore clothes like rags. Their little faces were dark, their hair was messy, and they were all skinny. There are still many welts on his arms. What caught Shi Qing's attention the most was that they all had the exact same mark on their foreheads, in the center, between the eyebrows, about the size of a coin, pure black, and an upside-down pentagram. On the left is the taller boy, who got his heart pumped and finally spoke. Shi Qing, how can you? After finishing speaking, he timidly glanced at Huang Sanbian, who had turned into a pig's head. The girl next to him also spoke up. It must be Master Huang bullying Xiao Qing, but you Xiao Qing, you can't beat him. He is, said as he spoke. He didn't dare to speak anymore. The tall boy stomped his feet, looked around, and hurriedly said, let's go, and leave before no one notices. When he said this, the others came back to their senses, stepped forward together, pushed Shi Qing regardless, and ran all the way out. It was easy for Shi Qing to break free, but looking at these children's arms that were as thin as bamboo poles, he really didn't dare to use any force for fear of accidentally hurting them. Although he wasn't worried about anything, considering the thoughts of these teenagers, he followed them out. As soon as he left this small courtyard, Shi Qing realized that it turned out to be a mine. A very huge mine. He spread his consciousness out, but he couldn't even touch the edge of the mine. But after this look, he tightly frowned. There are countless miners here, emaciated and highly exhausted. There are even some elderly people who are still dragging their old bodies to work. When there is a pause, there will be whips waving on them. Shi Qing's eyes were burning, wishing he could rush over immediately and make those whip-wielding scums foam at the mouth. But then he was slightly taken aback and found a problem. All the absentees here, no matter men, women, old or young, have a common symbol, the inverted pentagram between the eyebrows. For some reason, when Shi Qing saw this mark, he felt very uncomfortable. He withdrew his consciousness and calmed down. Right now, he should find Qin Mo first and immediately sent a system message. Qin Mo, where are you? What responded to him was an unprecedented prompt. Communication failure. Communication failed? Shi Qing was startled suddenly. How could the system message fail to be sent? He resented a few times without giving up, but it still indicated that the communication failed, without explaining any reason. Shi Qing's complexion turned ugly for a moment. Many thoughts went round in his mind, and his heart was seized by the worst one in an instant. Could it be that something happened to Qin Mo? So can't communicate? What happened? Thinking about it for a while, he felt a little flustered in his heart. But quickly, he forced himself to calm down again. In this unknown world, he couldn't mess around. If anything happened to Qin Mo, he still needed his help. At this time, I lost my sense of proportion and threw myself into it. But what should I do? What more? Shi Qing's heartbeat gradually calmed down. He believed in Qin Mo and his host. Everything would be fine. After calming down, Shi Qing's mind turned quickly. Excluding the worst thoughts, there are other possibilities for communication failure. For example, the distance between him and Qin Mo is too far, which is beyond the range that the system can maintain, or it is the reason of this world. The system task itself is an exception, and more restrictions are not out of the question. After thinking about it this way, Shi Qing became calmer, but he still hoped to find Qin Mo as soon as possible. Precisely because of this unexpected incident, he was distracted, and an angry shout brought him back to his senses. The person who came was a tall and thin young man, about 30 years old, dressed similarly to Huang Sanbian, except that he was much thinner, but the so-called thinner was also compared with Huang Sanbian. Compared with the absenteeism here, he is really healthy and strong. His face is smooth, and he is overnourished at first glance. At this moment, he was savagely swinging a 2-meter-long horsewhip at a trembling and hunched old man, cursing. Can you do it, huh? If you can't, hurry up and die. Don't fucking occupy the place is still wasting food. You old man? After listening for a while, Shi Qing couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed the whip, and staggered the young man. The young man seemed to have never thought that there would be people resisting him here, and he was stunned when he was whipped. Shi Qing frowned. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't explain it in detail. In the next moment, the young man exploded. His slender face was ferocious. His brown eyes were full of disgust and disgust. He picked up the whip and waved it at Shi Qing unceremoniously. Damn, you trash. How dare you resist? Damn, you don't want to live anymore. Shi Qing was bending over to support the old man. Only tilted his head slightly, narrowed his eyes, and stared dangerously at the young man. He saw him slightly lift his finger, and a thin emerald green streak hit the young man's forehead directly. How could the young man avoid it? He was slapped squarely, his eyes widened in an instant, and his eyes were split open. It hurts. It hurts. It was like being bitten by a poisonous snake. The pain spread from the head and spread all over the body in an instant. Shi Qing didn't even want to look at him. He doesn't know how to kill people, but he doesn't know that the Holy Mother would let such a disgusting scum go. Letting him eat bones is indispensable. He helped the old man up. The old man was full of white hair. His face was full of wrinkles. His body was skinny, and he was as light as a child. The old man was rescued by Shi Qing, but his eyes were full of fear and despair. Looking at Shi Qing, he made a trembling voice. Child, you are? Before he could finish a sentence, he suddenly coughed violently, as if he was about to cough up half of his internal organs. Shi Qing couldn't bear it, and quickly drew out a trace of spiritual energy which wandered in his body, relieving him of the pain. The old man stopped coughing, and was still panting vigorously. His eyes were tightly closed, and he gradually calmed down. His eyebrows stretched, as if he was far away from the pain, but Shi Qing froze all of a sudden. This body had lost its vitality. The old man stopped breathing. Death. Even he was helpless. In the next moment, a scene that shocked him even more was born. The thin old man was still leaning against Shi Qing. His eyes were closed. He was not breathing. He was already dead, but then the old man's body began to slowly melt from his limbs. It was obviously flesh, but it seemed to be ignited, and it turned into thin gray smoke, which rose lightly, hovered in the air, and then disappeared completely. Shi Qing had never seen this scene before, so he couldn't understand it at all. When the few teenagers who followed Shi Qing saw this scene, they first showed deep despair and then turned into a completely opposite sense of relief. They closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and murmured softly. It wasn't until the old man disappeared completely that Shi Qing couldn't help asking, Why? Why him? Why do human beings spontaneously turn into ashes when they die? How is this possible? The girl who Qing had talked to before said, Xiaoqing, you go quickly. If you can leave, run away quickly. They will not let you go. Live as long as you can. Go out and see. Even for one day, it's worth it. The girl's voice was trembling, as if she was very scared, but at the same time, there was some expectation and longing. Shi Qing frowned, looked at the row of teenagers, and asked in a low voice, Why do you stay here? The shortest boy at the end suddenly raised his voice. Where can we go but here? Isn't we born to work here? Shi Qing looked at him, and suddenly a not-so-good premonition rose up. He passed these people and strode forward. Every 500 to 600 meters, there was a guardian similar to the yellow 3 whips. The difference between them and the miners was that there was no mark on their foreheads. After catching a man in yellow, Shi Qing's voice was as cold as ice. Tell me, where is this place? The man in yellow's eyes first fell on Shi Qing's forehead, and after seeing it clearly, his anger rose, and he was about to curse. Shi Qing stared at him, his eyes deepened, and the majestic coercion was released, instantly calming him down. With his spiritual consciousness released, Shi Qing's black eyes lingered with a bewitching vortex. The man in yellow stared blankly, and then began to speak obediently. This is the number 8908 mine of the Mia Empire, with a daily output of 23 tons of ore, covering an area After the lengthy mind introduction, the last sentence made Shi Qing's pupils constrict. There are a total of 650 black replicants. Dash 8 people. Clone. Black clone? Shi Qing guided him to speak, and he didn't really know the specific situation of this world until now. Duplicates are far less beautiful than he imagined. The research and development of this technology has made up for the declining fertility rate of human beings year by year. The available labor force has expanded crazily again, and more resources can be mined. With the rapid development of society, people's lives are getting better and better, but the other side of the world is also it's getting darker. Replication technology has developed to this day and is very mature. Almost every human being can copy his own body at will. The operation is simple and the cost is extremely low, but it is quite useful. The grading system for replicants is also very strict. White is the most respected, followed by yellow, then red, green, blue, and purple, and black is the lowest replicator. Duplicates have inverted pentagrams between their eyebrows, and the so-called color classification is the color of the pentagrams. The white clone is completely attached to the master and is the master's right-hand man. It will share memories and experiences with the master every day and is generally used for more important and personal work. The yellow duplicates are second only to the white ones, and most of them are used for learning and recording. They're pretty decent. Although they don't follow the master all the time like the white ones, they are superior in that they can fuse with the master every week. The master needs what they have learned. Red, green, blue, and purple are lowered in turn. Red will have some missions, green and blue are very low cost, and generally stay at home to do housework and other trivial matters. Purple is a level that ordinary civilians can copy at will. Slightly lower, will do some street sweeping jobs. As for the black replicants, the cost is beyond imagination. They are strong and able to endure hardships, but their intelligence is extremely low, and they are not suitable for any logical work. All they can do is coolie labor. Black replicants cannot be regarded as human beings because they have been thrown into the dirtiest place and engaged in the hardest work since they were created. They were born, but they were discarded without seeing their masters at all. And until death, it is impossible to merge with the master. No human being would want the dirty, boring, or even breathless memory of the black clone. So black replicants, no past, no future, they don't even know who they are. Does it exist? Without being able to merge with their masters, they would not be human beings, empty with independent consciousness, but without any sense of existence. No one treats them as human beings, cheap, ignorant, or even ignorant, and even their masters would not want to see their own black clones. They were born because the master needed to sell them for money. The reason why they exist is to undertake these hard and tiring jobs. But until they die, they have nothing. Just like the old man just now, he turned into a wisp of smoke and completely disappeared from the world. Shi Qing saw himself in the eyes of the man in yellow and saw the black pentagram with a strong sense of irony between his brows. Clone? Why would he be a replicant? All of a sudden, he remembered the initial time when he just traveled over. He felt in a daze. Could it be that he was really copied? And now, he's a clone of himself? It's ridiculous. Shi Qing was stunned for a while, and the expansion of his consciousness made him see very clearly that torture and death were happening all the time in this mine. The dead black replicant turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared lightly. The guardians in different face showed no trace of pity, which naturally made people feel chills in the bottom of their hearts. This world is so abnormal. Shi Qing withdrew his thoughts and gradually calmed down. Slowly, he calmed down the storm in his chest, and he had his own opinion. The black clones, whether they are human or not, at the end of the day, they are all living beings. And all life deserves the respect it deserves. This mine is codenamed 8908. He doesn't know how many places like this exist in this world, but now that he has seen one, he needs to solve one. The scale of the mine is very large. There are so many black replicants, and at the same time, a large number of humans are guarding it. But these human beings are ordinary people, not to mention only a few thousand people. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, Shi Qing doesn't care. But he won't start a killing spree. Although these people have countless murders on their bodies, Shi Qing doesn't think he is a law enforcer. He just wants to liberate this place. With his consciousness released, Shi Qing closed his eyes, and the coercion suddenly exploded, covering everything in it quickly. It is a waste of time to break through such scattered places one by one, and extinguishing them all at once is the most shocking. There was almost no resistance at all, and under the pressure of such a powerful aura, all the supervisors in the 8908 mine passed out. The exhausted replicants were all stunned. Then a crisp, deep voice between a teenager and a young man sounded above their heads. Falling from the sky, it seems like a god. Get out of here and choose your own life. Whether it's survival or death, it's all up to you. After a brief silence, it was complete chaos. Shi Qing used his spiritual sense to check one by one. The final effect was beyond his control. He opened the door and showed them the way to go out. Whether they can move forward can only be determined by themselves. Withdrawing his consciousness, Shi Qing looked at the dozen or so teenagers around him. Fear and awe were mixed in the eyes of the teenagers. Such a powerful force was simply unheard of. Don't say that this is a low-level black clone. Even the highest human beings would never have such abilities. He is simply a god that only exists in legends. The god who descended from the sky and rescued the world. The teenagers all knelt down in a panic, kowtowing nonstop because of their timidity. Shi Qing looked at them and didn't stop them. Some things couldn't be explained, and there was no need to explain them. But he relented in the end and took out a large amount of food from the bracelet and put it on the ground. Then, without saying anything, he turned and left. He wants to find Qin. He misses him very much. The uneasiness in my heart gradually expanded because of the imprint on my forehead. Duplicate? Is he really a duplicate? Where is he? After leaving the mine, he flew with his sword and spent a lot of spiritual power to maintain the high spread of spiritual consciousness, so that he could find Qin in the shortest time. It took 10 days to travel across half of the continent. He encountered dozens of mines, hundreds of farms, and saw countless black clones. He opened the door in the same way, causing unprecedented chaos. Just when Shi Qing thought he was going to search the world, the familiar fluctuation appeared. His heart was suddenly grabbed. He felt it and finally felt Qin-Mo's breath. The excitement in my heart was hard to describe. Shi Qing almost rushed over quickly. The moment he saw Qin-Mo, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, as if the haze of so many days would be swept away. But when he was only 5 steps away, Shi Qing froze. Beside Qin-Mo, there was a person, a man exactly like him. The only difference is that Shi Qing has smooth brows without any marks. At that moment, Shi Qing felt that his heart stopped. Shi Qing's whole body was stiff, and the thought of rushing up in an instant confused his brain. Is he really just a replica? A clone of yourself? And that is himself? So, what is he now? The next moment, more thoughts that I couldn't imagine before flooded up, as if all the hidden scars were torn open at once, and the blood was too horrible to look at. Can't communicate with Qin-Mo? Is it because he is not the real Shi Qing? For more than 10 days, Qin-Mo hasn't come to find him. Is it because he is not himself? Qin-Mo had found Shi Qing a long time ago, but Shi Qing was the real Shi Qing, not his clone. That's right, after traveling through so many times, Qin-Mo almost always found him the first time when the closed memory was excluded. This time it took more than half a month, which really has never happened before. If it wasn't because he had found it long ago, why did he delay for so long? But if he is not Shi Qing, what is he? He exists, his consciousness is clear, he has all his memories, he has feelings, he remembers his parents, relatives, Qin-Mo, love, friendship, family, he has them all. He is not a dead thing, let alone something that will disappear at any time like smoke. But why? Everything he knew denied his existence. Until this moment, Shi Qing finally experienced the pain of the replicant. They have human memory, have their own past. All the imprints of previous existence are engraved in the brain. Relatives, lovers, friends, loved ones, liked or even hated. Everything is clearly imprinted in the brain. But suddenly one day, all this no longer belongs to me. watching helplessly as I possessed all these things, but I was brutally stripped away. Your parents won't give you love, your lover won't hug you close, your friends won't share your experiences with you, because you're just a replica, a mass-produced, cheap industrial product. All the experiences and pasts that represent your existence prove, once again, that you do not exist. Because all of this belongs to others, that are, to put it mildly, it's all your past. But you were you in the past. What are you now? Shi Qing was able to face it calmly before, but when he really saw Qin Mo with himself, he knocked him down all at once. He thought that he would never leave Qin Mo, and he thought that Qin Mo would never let him go. He is his system. He is his host. They will be bound together for eternity and eternity. They only have each other. But now he was pulled away. But the opponent is himself. How ridiculous, how ridiculous. Shi Qing felt that his heartbeat was about to stop. If he is really not himself, what else can he do? He completely understood those duplicates working in the mind. It's not that they don't want to resist, but if they resist, what should they resist? Who are you going to resist again? Rushing over to confront yourself? Or to fight against those you love deeply? Don't talk about them. As soon as Shi Qing thinks that he is going to turn against Qin Mo, he immediately feels that the sky is falling apart, and his whole body has fallen into the ice cellar. It can't be done. It's impossible to do it at all. So just stay there. Work day in and day out. Exhaustion, heavy physical strength, and nonstop repetition make the brain unable to think and gradually become numb. And finally, just like this, I lose myself until death. Shi Qing couldn't help shivering. The fear that rose from the bottom of his heart brought him to the verge of mental breakdown. After more than 10 days of nonstop searching, the long-term release of spiritual consciousness consumed too much spiritual power. His cultivation level is very high, absolutely surpassing all human beings in this world, but it does not mean that he is inexhaustible. Such a high-intensity overdraft of spiritual power had already made his body exhausted. But at this time, seeing such a scene and confirming such a fact, he really couldn't hold on anymore. The body swayed. Shi Qing managed to hold on and looked at the other side with a pale face. Looking at Shi Qing and then looking at Qin Mo. Qin Mo habitually stroked the neck of Shi Qing. The boy shrank slightly, then raised his head and smiled at him. Shi Qing never thought that he would look at himself from such a perspective. He also couldn't understand that the way he looked at Qin Mo was like that. It seems that there is only one person in the whole world. He slightly lowered his eyelids to hide the emotions in his eyes. Qin Mo had already noticed his appearance, and the gaze cast over him was strange and indifferent, making Shi Qing's heart shudder. He had seen Qin Mo look like this before, and his host looked at everyone except him with this look. Indifferent, alienated, without any emotion in a pair of black eyes. Shi Qing used to be complacent about this, thinking that he was special, the only one, and lived in Qin Mo's heart. There's even a subtle sense of well-being. But now it's all a joke. Shi Qing also found him. The young man walked over quickly, looked at Shi Qing, and began to scrutinize him with great interest. After looking at it for more than a minute, he looked back, turned around, and smiled at Qin Mo and said, "It's unbelievable. Although I knew it could be copied, I didn't expect it to be so similar. It's so similar." Qin Mo didn't even look at Shi Qing. His eyes were on the young man from the beginning to the end. Shi Qing turned his head to look at Shi Qing again, bent his eyes and smiled and asked, "Why did you come here? Are you looking for me?" Shi Qing looked at him, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't control himself. His eyes seemed to have his own consciousness. He kept trying to move to Qin Mo. He wanted to see him. He had been away from him for too long. Yes, he really misses him. However, Qin Mo didn't look at him. His expression did not hide from Shi Qing. Shi Qing looked at him, and the smile on his face gradually narrowed. "I see. You are here to find Qin Mo." Shi Qing still didn't say a word. He couldn't imagine how to talk to himself. How to talk to himself. And himself, what is he thinking now? Due to the high degree of physical exhaustion and the severe mental shock, Shi Qing was really unable to think, and even ignored many details that should have been noticed. He just wanted to go back to Qin Mo, to talk to Qin Mo, or as long as Qin Mo could see him. But he couldn't go back. Qin Mo already had him beside him. He is not Shi Qing, nor is he in Qin Mo's system, nor is he the person in Qin Mo's heart. But what is he? In the last life, the meaning of his existence has completely left him. He can't return to his parents and relatives, and he can never see his close friends again. He is dead, already dead. Then, fortunately, he had a whole new world. And in this new world, there is only one person. Qin Mo, he only is Qin Mo. But now he is not even himself. Shi Qing's thoughts were in chaos. Countless thoughts collided violently. A huge gap and a strong sense of despair hit him, until a crisp voice came from his ear, which instantly grabbed his heart. Very confused, very helpless, right? You are no longer me. You have lost everything you have. Do you want to change back to yourself? Not a clone, not a discarded burden, but a person. Change back to Shi Qing. Change back to yourself and regain what you have. The originally familiar voice suddenly lowered with a strange hoarseness. Suicide. If you die, you can come back. You can merge with me and become me. Die? Will you go back to the past when you die? Can you turn back into yourself after you die? But dead. Does he still exist? What's more? Suicide? Shi Qing was startled suddenly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Black hair and black eyes, similar to looking in a mirror. This is him. It is indeed him, but how could he say such a thing? How could he bewitch a person to commit suicide? How could he have such a vicious mind? The details that had been missed due to the huge shock suddenly became clear. He is a clone, but he is still Shi Qing. He is himself, and his thoughts cannot be changed. If he was really copied, then Shi Qing, who is the main body, would absolutely not allow his copy to die in despair. So what if it's a black clone? Since he will create him, he will never abandon him. What about chaotic experiences and boring work? If he doesn't even have the courage to carry this memory, what kind of person is he? The confused eyes gradually cleared up. Shi Qing forcibly cheered up. This is not him. This person is definitely not him. As long as he turned around, he quickly discovered more differences, which can be copied by humans. But what about the bracelet? Can his food storage bracelet be replicated as well? Even in the system store, this thing is unique. With the technology of this world, it is absolutely impossible to make it. He turned his head abruptly and looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo was deceived, and he wanted to tell him that this person is not Shi Qing, but he is. However, before he could open his mouth, the empty courtyard suddenly became dark, with dark clouds, wild sand and rocks, and the scorching day instantly became dark and boundless. Immediately afterwards, a majestic coercion swept over the sky, and the expressions of the three people present changed drastically. Shi Qing and Qin Mo looked surprised, but Shi Qing's heart was beating wildly. It wasn't just a distant echo of the contract. He felt extremely familiar, so familiar with a powerful divine sense that it was impossible to pretend. The moment he was enveloped by the tender and strong embrace, Shi Qing knew that this was his host, the real Qin Mo. Before Shi Qing could turn his head in the future, he was embraced by strong arms, tightly pressed against his firm chest, and the familiar breath surrounded him. Shi Qing stretched out his arms and hugged the visitor forcefully. Without looking at a glance, he knew that this was his host, his Qin Mo. Qin Mo wrapped his arms around his waist and slowly stroked his back. His voice came from above, and there was a hoarse voice in his voice that he hadn't spoken for a long time. I found you. So, I just said, why are you making such a fuss? The opposite, Shi Qing smiled, and the expression on his face changed instantly. That It was no longer the calm and softness deliberately pretended. The round eyes slanted upwards, and then narrowed slightly, and with the corners of the mouth raised, the dangerous aura was fully exposed. His eyes fell on Shi Qing. In the beginning, I should have killed you directly. As he said that, he spread his hands helplessly again and looked at Qin Mo behind him. Look, it's all because you are greedy and want the prey to sacrifice themselves. Now it's all right. It's even more troublesome when two people get together. He complained about the trouble, but there was no dissatisfaction on his face, but abnormal excitement. Shi Qing frowned slightly. He looked very uncomfortable. It was not a good feeling to have such a strange expression on his face, exactly like his own. Shi Qing looked at him and said abruptly, "Who are you?" If he was confused at the beginning, thinking that this was a copy of himself or the so-called main body, then as soon as this person's two words came out, Shi Qing knew that this was definitely another person. As for why exactly the same, it is not difficult to understand. Although Shi Qing and Qin Mo couldn't be fooled by the tricks of the comprehension world, there are so many weird things in the world. Who knows what tricks they used? Unexpectedly, when Shi Qing asked, the other Shi Qing immediately opened his eyes wide, with an innocent face on his face. "I am you." He twirled around and smiled triumphantly. "What a beautiful picture body of." Before Shi Qing could speak, a cold voice came from above him. "Disgusting." Shi Qing was startled, and when he looked up, he saw his host was looking at Shi Qing. His delicate face was like an ice sculpture, beautiful but cold. Hearing the two words he said, Shi Qing suddenly stopped, turned to look at Qin Mo. A hint of malice flashed in his cynical eyes. "You want to piss me off?" "Yes," Qin Mo admitted unceremoniously, and then emphasized again. "However, you are indeed disgusting. Dirty this body and my eyes." Shi Qing's complexion became more and more unsightly. Shi Qing, who was originally serious, just wanted to complain at this moment. "Host, your method of pulling hatred is really getting more and more proficient. Is there any advantage in pissing off the enemy? Shouldn't we go step by step, test the tone, see who these two people are, what purpose they have, whether they are related to the mission, and ask why they know these things by the way? Host, what's the matter with the rhythm of you wanting to fight? Don't be impulsive, hey." He was just about to try to persuade Qin Mo, but before he even glanced over, Qin Mo held his hand and said, "Beast attitude." Shi Qing blinked, and just about to refuse, but stared at Qin Mo all of a sudden. The next moment, Shi Qing compromised. "Forget it, don't make internal disturbances at the critical moment." And in the blink of an eye, he turned into a little panda, jumped into Qin Mo's arms. In the small bag of omnipotent and invincible weapons that Qin Mo specially prepared for him, Shi Qing chose a position to lay down, with only two small eyes exposed, and by the way, his small ears were erected. Feeling the little furry thing on his chest, Qin Mo's heart suddenly dropped, and the fatigue of many days was swept away. He looked directly at the two people opposite him. His eyes were deep, but his lips were slightly raised. It was a bloodthirsty and belligerent gesture, fearless and high-spirited. "Come on, poachers. Let me see your strength." Both Shi Qing and Qin Mo had a flash of surprise in their eyes, but immediately their faces were full of contempt. Shi Qing snorted coldly and flashed his weapon. "Newcomer, you are too arrogant. But after experiencing less than 10 worlds, do you think you are invincible? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You really can't control yourself." His words made the eyes of the little panda in the small pocket widen suddenly. "Mom, this is a bit too much information. What is he missing?" The fake Qin Mo also drew his weapon. Unlike the fake Shi Qing's long whip, his two short knives exuded a bluish light, sharp and ghostly, and looked extraordinary at first glance. Fake Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. His eyes were full of superiority. "You will die here because of your arrogance, and your cute little system will completely belong to me." If Qin Mo had a knee lean that was determined not to be touched by others, then this sentence would definitely come first. The corners of his mouth curled up dangerously. His eyes became more hostile, and the beast in his heart was agitated. Anyone who covets a Shi Qing will pay a heavy price. Die. It won't be that easy. The battle is imminent. The shock in Shi Qing's heart is beyond words. His current cultivation base has also been among the ranks of masters, but it is even more difficult for him to see the battle in front of him clearly. Fake Shi Qing and fake Qin Mo are so powerful that they are beyond his imagination. They seem to be used to cooperating. Qin Mo attacks are fierce and fast. The two short knives seem to have vitality, like poisonous snakes spitting out letters, opening their teeth and claws. Fierce and abnormal. And the ability of Shi Qing is also shocking. His long whip makes people dazzled. Sheng uses this special whip to weave dense barriers, like a tornado. Wherever he goes, everything he touches, immediately strangled to death. Not even a trace of powder remained. The fighting power of these two people is definitely not what this world possesses. And thinking about what Shi Qing said just now, the shock in Shi Qing's heart has been turned upside down. These two know that he is the system, and that cheats.It is the host. They knew that he and cheats.It traveled through various worlds. Also called cheats.It a newcomer. So, are they also systems and hosts? Is it also a person who travels through different worlds? So besides him and cheats.It, is there anyone else? Think back to what cheats.It said before. Poachers. These two are poachers? Are they the targets of system tasks? Shi Qing's head was buzzing. Various thoughts flooded up, and the truth presented shocked him even more. A sharp blade wind flashed by. Shi Qing suddenly came back to his senses, and once again concentrated his energy on the battle situation. The battle is stalemate. He had never seen cheats.It's weapon before. It was an ink-colored long sword. Its pure black texture gave off a faint dim light. When he looked directly at it, he even had the illusion of being sucked in. At this moment, it perfectly presented the master's sword. His awe-inspiring, killing intent. The ink-colored sword body on the long sword exudes a bloodthirsty red light, and the fierce offensive carries a powerful pressure. Wherever the sword wind sweeps, it will set off a violent storm. This dark force is terrifying, frightening, and terrifying. Shi Qing and cheats.It, who were originally relaxed on the surface, now have serious expressions on their faces. They are full of turmoil in their hearts. No matter what, they never thought that a newcomer who had only completed 6 tasks would grow to such a terrifying level. Degree. It's actually so strong that it's easy to fight 2 against 1. In the past few tens of days, cheats.It has crossed half of the world and spent a lot of energy looking for Shi Qing. In such a highly exhausted situation, without any recovery time, he could still burst out with such strength. Really powerful to incredible. Shi Qing and cheats.It completely put away their thoughts of underestimating the enemy and used all their strength to fight against them. Although Shi Qing couldn't see it clearly, he knew it well. Although it was 2 against 1, and the enemy was very strong and cooperated tacitly. After fighting for so long, the two of them failed to suppress cheats.It has the advantage. Although Shi Qing can be regarded as a master now, but in this kind of life-and-death duel between masters, he would not be stupid enough to help. Not only would he not help, but he would mess up cheats.It's pace to AT this time. It's not that 1 + 1 is greater than 1. He is really stupid if he makes a move. Focusing on the battle situation, Shi Qing stared at the Shi Qing who looked exactly like him. Strange to say, cheats.It has changed back to its original appearance, but Shi Qing is still the same as Shi Qing. It stands to reason that this kind of appearance-changing spell needs to consume a certain amount of power. At this moment of life and death, does he even have the intention to pretend to be Shi Qing? This question turned in Shi Qing's mind, and suddenly, he heard a voice. A ding-dong sounded in my head. This is the sound only when you receive a system prompt. At this time, why did you receive the system prompt? Cheats.It? Impossible. Cheats.It can't call him unilaterally. He can only reply when he conveys a message to him. So, who is this? Shi Qing immediately checked the message, and there was only one sentence. Hello. If you receive the message, please reply me. Thank you. The signature is 2 words, Shiner. Never encountered this before? Who is Sinel? Why can I send him system information? Thinking of the identities of the 2 outside, Shi Qing felt a thump in his heart. Could it be that this Shiner is one of them? Immediately afterwards, he denied it. It was impossible. The 2 of them were powerless to fight at this moment. How could they have the leisure to send him a message? After a slight pause, Shi Qing replied, Hello. Who are you? This message was just sent, and within a second, a reply was received immediately. Different from the polite tone before, Shi Qing could feel the other party's excitement just by looking at the content this time. Oh my God! Reply to me. You replied to me. I am Shiner. My name is Shiner. I am a system. I am like you. We're all psychics. Save me, please. Please help. Shi Qing frowned at this eager tone. although it doesn't look like a fake from the content. But he has been deceived a lot, and he has a long-term mind, and it is not so easy to trust others. As if afraid that Shi Qing would run away, the system named Shiner quickly sent a message. You must have never been to the original world. It's okay. I can tell you whatever you want to know. You don't need to do anything else. What? As long as I kill these two poachers, I will be saved. Seeing Shiner's message, Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately replied, Where are you? Shiner's reply has always been swift. My body has been destroyed, and now I am in the state of soul, sealed in Li Mi's body. Li Mi is the person who pretended to be your host before. Who's the other guy? The one masquerading as me. His name is Suya. He accepted the mission of this world and chose to cross into your copy body. So he has always maintained your appearance. Shi Qing frowned slightly and finally solved the doubt. It seems that he and Qin Mo have been targeted since the beginning of the journey. What is the relationship between Li Mi and Suya? Are they each other's systems and hosts? Asked this question, it can be seen from the text of Sinner's reply that he was screaming. How is it possible? How could they be a system? They are poachers. They are lunatics. They hunt and kill the system for a living. Why? How could they travel through worlds without a system? Sinner paused for a while before replying. They have their own system, but it has been swallowed up. What? After another pause, Sinner quickly replied. They are all elites from various worlds, and they are selected life forms. At the beginning, they all had their own systems, but later, then they devoured own system. Shi Qing's pupil shrank, and he understood instantly. Did the so-called poachers refer to the poaching system? Swallowed the system. They will not be punished? It's helpless. It was an accident at first. Not all systems could live in harmony with the host. There were disputes and conflicts. The host was fed up with the control of the system, or the system was too stupid, and the host with ulterior motives saw the flaw. In short, the cause is no longer testable. But what is certain is that because they swallowed the system, they gained the power of the system. They are both the host and the system. Without restraint and containment, the greater the power, the more ambitious they are. They started hunt for more systems. Shi Qing frowned. Having obtained the capabilities of the system, why do you want to devour other systems? Shi Qing felt very puzzled by this question, because in his impression, the system is a gatekeeper, good things are in the system store, and you have to earn some coins to buy them. If you swallow a system, you can issue tasks for yourself. You can see all the products in the store, so why gobble up the rest? He was right in thinking, but when Sinner saw this question, he thought, how could he ask such a silly and sweet question? However, considering that he had to rely on Shi Qing for his life, he endured it and replied, of course it is to obtain different abilities. These words made Shi Qing's head twitch. He changed the question calmly. What is your ability? After a while, XNR replied, Hey, there is nothing to hide. My aptitude is still very good, and it can help the host strengthen his physique. Strengthen your physique. Isn't this something that can be done with money in the system store? Seeing that he didn't respond, Sinner said a little more in order to increase his favorability. If it wasn't for helping the host to strengthen his physique, I wouldn't be so unlucky to be hunted. Shi Qing asked again, tentatively. Well, do you know other systems? What abilities do they have? Sinner really didn't know why Shi Qing asked these common-sense questions, but he had to be more tempered if he wanted something from others, so he said, there are too many. Some can provide technological products, some can provide panacea, and some more powerful ones can provide high bloodline bodies or something. He gave many examples, which completely subverted Shi Qing's three views. These things aren't there things in every system? Immediately afterwards, Sinner asked again, what is your ability? I think Li Mi and Suya attach great importance to you. They collected information early and spent a lot of Asian coins to travel here and hunt you specially. Shi Qing. What should he say? His painting style seems to be different from other systems. And is it a good thing to be different? Why doesn't it feel like a good thing? Shi Qing didn't reply, and Sinner didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said worriedly, How is your host? Is it high level? Is it capable? Can one person beat Li Mi and Suya? They have devoured 4 or 5 systems. They are very powerful. Can't you see the battle? Sinner. I can't see anything, dear. The only thing I can do is communicate with you. Shi Qing. Shi Qing withdrew his consciousness, opened his small eyes and looked outside. Then, retracted again, lit a wax for Li Mi and Suya. It was your bad luck to meet my host. Chinamo had the upper hand. Both Li Mi and Suya were covered in bruises, and it was only a matter of time before they fell to the ground. The picture is not beautiful. Shi Qing didn't look at it anymore. He wanted to ask a few more questions before Shiner was rescued. They swallowed so many systems. Why are you the only one still conscious? Sinner now knows everything and can't stop talking. I'm at level anyway, and my aptitude is not low, ahem, and my ability is very good. Besides, these two poachers are not as united as they seem on the surface. A system it is impossible to be swallowed by two hosts, and they haven't decided who to swallow, so I have a chance to breathe. But it's too soon. If you are hunted, they can live in harmony and enjoy it slowly. A lasagna tear was added at the end. Shi Qing's mouth twitched, slandering in his heart. I won't be hunted. Don't curse others when you get caught. Seemingly knowing that he had said something wrong, Sinner hurried to make amends. Well, you must be much better than me. You will not be fooled, and you will definitely save me. Followed by a star-eyed expression. Shi Qing expressed deep shame for his skillful behavior of using system messages as QQ chats. But time was running out, and he still had questions to ask. What happened to the original world you mentioned earlier? How did you get there? Well, what level are you? Haven't reached level 50 yet. Shi Qing looked at the levels of himself and the host. Two bright 20s are really not enough to look at. Even the bastard on the opposite side is Dash. He would be looked down upon if he said that he was only Dash, so he said decisively, Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to be saved? Shiner immediately made a small fuss. Don't be angry, I said. The original world is above all the small worlds. It is impossible to study how it was formed. But what is certain is that those who can go to the original world are selected beings. When they reach level Dash, they will receive system tasks. And successfully complete the system task, it will be sent to the original world. Shi Qing's ears trembled slightly. System task. He and the host accepted the system task, but they haven't reached level Dash yet. Immediately afterwards, Shiner said, I heard that there are also systems and hosts with very good luck. They may encounter system tasks when they are less than level Dash, but even if they do, there is nothing to do. The system tasks are extremely difficult. Challenge when you are not capable enough. It is tantamount to dying together. Shi Qing. Well, it turns out that the luck between him and the host is very good. Fell. The fart is excellent. If his host is not a cow, he will be killed by two poachers outside right now. Now that he knew how to go to the original world, Shi Qing didn't waste any more time and immediately asked, Where are the spiritual people? You said before that you and I are both spiritual people. Sinner replied a little slower this time. Shi Qing was quite nervous, and for the first time hoped that the host would move slowly outside and not deal with the two scourges so quickly. After a while, the news from Shiner finally came. There are thousands of systems, but not all of them are psychics. I can't explain this problem clearly, but some systems have no thinking, just rigidly release tasks and provide certain abilities, and some systems are self-aware like you and me. You were an independent living body before becoming a system, right? I'm also like this. I am in the if I die in my own world and come back to life, it becomes a system. People like us are psychics. Shi Qing was slightly taken aback. Is that so? He asked again. What is the difference between the psychic and other systems? Can grow. Shi Qing understood. After a while, Sinner sent another message. The exclusive systems of most poachers are psychics. In just one sentence, Shi Qing saw what he meant. The system is a person with spiritual knowledge. Although it has many advantages, it also has inevitable defects. The psychic can grow and can provide more powerful power to the host. But at the same time, the psychic has self-awareness and is an independent individual, so it is easier to conflict with the host. After the conflict intensifies, the struggle is inevitable. As long as there is when one person crosses the line, the others follow. Shi Qing thought for a while, then asked one last question. Sinner, where is your host? Sinner is a system, so he must have his own host. now that he has been caught. What about his host? Was it killed by Li Mi and Suaya? He thought that Sheener would not answer, but Sheener sent him a message. He is not dead, he is still alive. Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Sinner continued. Li Mi and Suya chased us for 5 worlds. In the last world, my host and I fell into a trap and were completely defeated. But at the end, I took the initiative to separate the contractual relationship with him. He stayed in that world, and I was taken away by Li Mi. After another pause, Shi Qing received a sentence that touched his heart. So, I want to live. Only by surviving can he go back to his host. Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then sent a sentence to Cinna. Don't worry, you will survive. At the end, he added a smiling expression with his eyes bent. Shi Qing had just made a promise to Xinair, and Qin Mo seemed to have a tacit understanding with him, and instantly solved the 2 poachers. All the big moves are used to destroy the bone and ashes. Not to mention the destruction of the body, there is absolutely no soul left. Shi Qing's proud face. The host handles affairs simply and neatly. Mr. Bao is satisfied. No. The poacher died. Sheener was liberated from the small dark room. And at the moment when he saw the light of day again, because he was a soul body, he could not scream or jump, so he could only send hundreds of emojis of lasagna tears to Shi Qing. To relieve my tears of joy. Shi Qing's face was full of black lines. If you don't have the blacklist function, you can't open Sun. The poacher died, and both of them were wiped out at once. The system mission rang in the ear. No surprise, the 2 missions were perfectly completed. Shi Qing sent a message to Qin Mo, and then came a reminder. The system task is completed, and you are allowed to enter the original world. Please go to the system space to check. After 30 seconds, it is about to return to the system space. At this time, Sinner sent another message. Brother, we will remember the grace of saving lives in this life. Wherever it is useful, just say it. Going up the mountain of knives and down into the sea of flames is an incumbent duty. I'll go back to the original world to buy a body first, and when you guys come, let's have a good chat. After reading it, Shi Qing smiled and replied, okay. Although I have never met this psychic, but the 2 of them hit it off in an online chat, so it's okay to have a face-to-face. Back in the system space, Shi Qing finally jumped out of the small pocket of the weapon and instantly changed into a human form when he landed, then looked at his host with sparkling eyes and said excitedly, Qin Mo, I found out a lot of things. Qin Mo had just had a fight. Although the 2 in the back died too quickly, it was a little regrettable, but the beginning was not bad. Generally speaking, the mood was happy. Now seeing the big bright eyes, the mood is even better up. Touching June System's white neck, Qin Mo smiled. What? Is it related to the cloud of smoke just now? Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that Sinner had no body and was liberated from Li Mi's body. It was just a cloud of smoke, such a light thing he, an insider, didn't notice it, but his host actually noticed it. So tired. Let's talk about worship, admiration, and admiration at night. And now let's talk about business. Shi Qing quickly told Qin Mo all the information he had collected, and added some conjectures of his own. Qin Mo was not surprised when he heard about the original world. Since there are many hosts and systems, it is reasonable to have such a world. He didn't even frown when he heard the purpose of the poachers. If there were no great benefits temptation, they wouldn't bother so much. As for the conflict between the host and the psychic, it is also obvious. After all, not all systems are as sensible as his family, Qing. It wasn't until Shi Qing said that each system had different abilities that Qin Mo frowned, and then said to Shi Qing, don't mention your abilities to anyone. Shi Qing nodded vigorously and replied, yeah, I understand. He is not that stupid, and he can hear his difference from Sinner's words. After 6 worlds of pursuit, if he reveals the gadgets in the system store, won't he suddenly become a delicious tang monk meat? But then he thought of another point, to comfort the host, yes, to comfort his host. I think I may not be that good, although the system store is everything, but it takes a lot of coins to buy. Like although Sheener's ability is single, it may not need to spend some coins. What's a coin? Shi Qing. Qin Mo, don't you have as much of this thing as you want? Shi Qing was killed in seconds. Well, he shouldn't be discussing this issue with the host classmate who can earn 20 for a single task. But the host, Not all hosts are as awesome as you, okay? But after thinking about it, Shi Qing also figured it out. Indeed, after all, what is counting coins? Their lives are endless as long as they keep doing tasks. The coins will flow into their pockets like running water. But what about the things in the store? If there is nothing to sell, what is the use of counting more coins? After all, I'm not afraid of how expensive things are, but I am afraid that they are not in stock at all. It's really sad to have money that can't be spent. After a while, Qin Mo said again, don't deliberately hide it. If you have to reveal your ability, you can say it is strengthening your physique. So simple and rude like Sinel. Wouldn't there be any problems? However, he immediately understood Qin Mo's deep meaning. After all, so far, Qin Mo's point coins have been spent on strengthening his physique. The reason why the systems in the original world can't hide their abilities is also because they are all embodied in the host body, which is clear at a glance, so there is no need to hide them. But now, what Qin Mo showed was that the system had been strengthened, and it was understandable for Shi Qing to say that his abilities were like this. Although strengthening the physique is also a delicacy, compared with the all-round system store, it is just an appetizer. There is no point reward for completing system tasks, and the only discount is to open the original world. Shi Qing said all the words he got out of X and Air, and then looked at Qin Mo excitedly. Let's go to the original world to see. Qin Mo touched him, looked into his bright eyes, and lowered his voice. I have been looking for you for 13 days. Shi Qing blinked. Sleepless day and night. Shi Qing, tears me too. Very worried. Shi Qing's eyes widened. After being surprised, it was as if honey had been wiped in his heart. It was so sweet. Qing, I want you. With a sexy voice and ambiguous words, Shi Qing was hardened. Next, silence is better than sound here. It wasn't until Shi Qing was turned around, in this way, in various positions, and changed several places by the way, after a busy tossing all night, that he realized that he seemed to have been tricked. He was lying on the big red bed. His body couldn't help being swayed by the people behind him. He felt so happy. His waist and knees were sore and swollen. He couldn't take it anymore. He kept begging for mercy. Qin Mo, I don't want it. I really don't want it. The person behind him didn't stop moving, kissed his perfectly curved back, laid him down, turned him over, and looked into his eyes. Qing. Shi Qing didn't dare to look at him anymore, and covered his eyes with his hands. Qin Mo took his hand away, and kissed him with the posture of being deeply buried in his body. After being lingering, there was another sentence that made Shi Qing disarm in an instant. I miss you very much. Shi Qing really knelt down for himself. At the same time, he completely knelt down to this wonderful panda lineage. This is a fart of panda blood. This is a beep 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 blood. The two of them have been like this for so long. And it's okay to die if they are exhausted. What the hell is going to be full of blood, mana, buff, and back to the full state? Isn't this supporting man's depravity? This is really respectful is worse than obedience. 3 days later, Shi Qing and Qin Mo finally came to the original world. The process of teleportation was the same as every time traveling, with a burst of dizziness. But after this teleportation, he and Qin Mo did not separate. They were holding hands before they left, and they were still holding hands when they arrived. The sight that entered was a vast expanse of white. Shi Qing imagined the appearance of the original world many times, but when he actually saw it, he was still very shocked. This is a city in the sky, a floating island. But it is not floating on the continent or the ocean. It is floating on thousands of worlds, above all planes, above all mysterious kingdoms. The place where the two arrived was an open platform with a huge door in front and a cliff behind. Looking down, they could see everything without hindrance. This scene is very strange. There is a dazzling scene under the cliff, as if there are countless big screens piled up, and each screen plays a completely different film, telling a strange or ordinary story, but because there are so many that I can't see any of them clearly. Shi Qing and Qin Mo watched quietly, silent. They know that these are not images, but real miniatures of the real world. They were watching, and there was a strange aura behind them. Qin Mo raised his head slightly and took a look. The visitor said very familiarly, "It's shocking. When I saw it for the first time, I was also shocked. Only then did Shi Qing turn around and saw the person coming, and then his eyes widened. His mouth was big enough to stuff an egg. Exit. Air. Sheener blinked and roared immediately. Hey, don't despise me so much. I bought a cheap body just to save money. My body is still very handsome. Shi Qing's mouth twitched. How could a paper man look so handsome? Sorry for the incompetence of Xiaoxing's imagination. That's right, the new body that Sheener bought is a cheap paper man. He said it was a human, and he really did it to save face. It's not just a piece of floating rice paper. The so-called eyes and nose are all painted on. It couldn't be more crude. When the Sheener paper man saw him, Qing was still looking at him, and he couldn't help becoming a little annoyed and continued to growl. Look, keep watching. Humph! With such a fragile body. I waited for you all under the scorching sun. 3 days. Is it easy for me? Speaking of which, what have you guys been doing these 3 days? What fun is there in such a boring place in the system space? You can stay for 3 days. Sinner's question successfully diverted Shi Qing's attention. His eyes were a little erratic, and he was afraid that Sinner would continue to ask, so he simply diverted his attention. Let's go, show us around. Seeing that Shi Qing finally stopped despising his new body, Air was very happy. He floated ahead and led the way, and the three of them walked through the huge gate before truly entering this wonderful world. Apart from the gate, there is a wide street facing you. Unlike Shi Qing's imagination, this place is extremely lively. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the street, various promotional banners, film and television advertisements, and a wide variety of products displayed outside. At the same time, Qing and Chinamo generally came out of the giant gate. There are quite a few people, can't be said to be human. There are also many non-human beings. Not many, but human forms account for the majority. As soon as they came out, the shop next to them began to advertise. Special price. Big sale at a loss. The high-grade golden sore medicine only costs $888. The quick-acting blood recovery pill only costs $998. And the magic repair kit only costs $11.98. Buy 1 get 2 free. Buy 2 get 5 free. Buy 5 for 10. Don't miss it when you pass by. After today, it will return to the original price, and there will be no promotion. Such a down-to-earth slogan made Shi Qing embarrassed. Seeing his gaze falling there, Sheener quickly floated in front of his eyes and said quickly, "Don't be fooled. This is all a lie to you newcomers. These things are worthless at all, and the wholesale price is only 98. Shi Qing. Even more embarrassing. What he wants to say is that these things only cost $1 in a system store, so 98 is expensive too. The entire street from the giant gate is full of shops selling all kinds of goods. Sinner dutifully works as a tour guide and guards Shi Qing's purse very loyally, lest he be cheated and spend money wrongly. Money. This street is indeed a commercial street, but it is not a mainstream commercial center. It is just a black-hearted street dedicated to guiding newcomers to search for newcomers' wallets. The things are all serious and good things, but the price is more than 10 times that of the outside. It's expensive, but it can't stop the customers from being stupid and sweet, and it's really huge profits. The newcomer has just arrived in the original world. Unless the system is a second marriage, it is impossible to have Sheener as a guide like Shi Qing, and come to the new world in the dark, seeing so many good things. It is inevitable to be moved. It is a breeze to spend all the Asian currency that I have accumulated dozens of worlds in one go. I went back through Shinsho Street and went to the really lush commercial center, and it was too late to regret. Along the way, Shi Qing saw a lot of newcomers looking around with novel faces, buying this and that. Although Air kept saying that the price is expensive, the price is very expensive, but Shi Qing was still very curious about the displayed things, and kept looking around. He didn't want to buy them, but compared them one by one. The ones sold here, what is the difference between the things and the things in his store? While watching, he was stunned, and later he and the host don't have to do the task. As long as they buy and sell things casually, they will be prosperous. Qin Mo, on the other hand, took a few glances and asked Xiang Sheener, "Do all the things they sell come from the system?" Air had seen Qin Mo's methods before, so he was a little scared of him when Sheener came out of Li Mi's body. He finally glanced at the two poachers. The death was not as scary as usual. Although he only glanced at it, it still has some shadows. He is not a human being, so he doesn't think Qin Mo is good-looking or anything. He has a different aesthetic, so he can't understand it, but this man is very strong. But he can clearly feel that it is natural for him to be afraid of a strong man. Xionair would think that Shi Qing was easy to talk and communicate with, but he deeply understood that if he had met Qin Mo instead of Shi Qing, he would definitely not be as lucky as he is now. So at this moment, Qin Mo took the initiative to talk to him, and he trembled slightly, but then he quickly came back to his senses and said quickly but firmly, "Yes, most of the stores have automatic vending functions, and the products come from the system. It can be seen that the host and the system can upgrade the level by completing tasks and can produce more powerful items, while low-level items can be sold in the original world in exchange for Asian currency." Asian currency? Qin Mo asked back. Xionair continued to explain that talking with Qin Mo was far less comfortable than talking with Shi Qing, but at this moment Shi Qing's eyes were caught by various shops, and he didn't pay attention to their conversation at all, so naturally he wouldn't come to talk to him. So Xionair had no choice but to be stubborn. Scalp continued to deliberate, trying not to talk nonsense. The common currency of the original world. The conversion ratio of the point currency obtained by completing the task is 1 to 10. Qin Mo frowned slightly. After listening to the end, Shi Qing asked blankly, "What is 1 to 10? 10 coins can be exchanged for 1 Asian coin." Shi Qing looked frustrated. I rubbed it. Counting coins was so worthless, and the 100 yuan bills in his purse turned into 10 yuan in a second. It's so King and painful. Qin Mo glanced at him. Shi Qing looked sad. Qin Mo. Shi Qing's slow head turned around under the sharp gaze of the host. After a while, he opened his eyes wide and grabbed Sinner's thin paper body. His eyes were full of glittering gold coins. "You mean that 1 Asian coin can be exchanged for 10 coins? Sinner was dizzy by his shaking. He really didn't know why he was crazy. It was very clear if he didn't say it just now. Conversely, ask again, what is the trouble? But considering that this is a life-saving benefactor, Sinner considers himself a conscientious person and cannot repay his kindness. So he replied repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Oh, don't shake your body for me. I will, but I don't have the money to buy any more." Shi Qing was too shocked to speak. Although 10 coins are worth 1 Asian coin, but everything in his system store is purchased with coins. And it's super cheap. A high-grade gold store medicine only needs 1 coin, and it can be sold in the original world for as much as 98 Asian coins, and the Asian coins can be exchanged into point coins, which becomes point coins. This cycle goes on and on. Fuck me. Sincerely, running like a grass mud horse is not enough to express his ecstasy like a volcanic eruption at the moment. So, along the way, Shi Qing was squatting in his mind and counting the Asian coins and gold mountains that fell from the sky. And Qin Mo asked other questions. Can you strengthen the physique of people other than your own host? Sinner couldn't keep up with the rhythm and blinked before saying, "No, of course not." "Well, then you have no other way to earn Asian currency besides doing tasks." Only then did Sinner understand what this man said, and hurriedly said, "Commodity trading is just a sideline, and the real way to make money is the mercenary union." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mo saw a huge building towering among the clouds at the end of the street. The door was open, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. There was no sign, but it was undisputed that this was the mercenary union. Shi Qing also came back to his senses and walked in together, listening to Sinner's introduction. The mercenary union is the most authoritative place in the original world. There are various bounty tasks here, ranging from the lowest E to the highest SSS. The rewards are also beyond imagination. Not only are there countless subcoins and all kinds of rare treasures are really eye-opening. Here, the reward for the lowest level E-level bounty task is also 1,000 Asian coins, which is equivalent to points, which is much higher than the random tasks in the system. And the Asian currency rewarded by the most advanced SSS task is even more jaw-dropping. Shi Qing said that if you are not good at math, don't look at it, it will make your eyes dizzy. Of course, the difficulty is directly proportional to the reward, and rashly overestimating one's strength will cost one's life. Sinner led them around the mercenary union, introduced everything he knew to them, then took out a scroll from his paper body and handed it to Shi Qing. Here is the map of the original world that I registered. You keep it, it will be useful in the future. Shi Qing took it and looked at him suspiciously. Sinner also solemnly ordered, the original world is very chaotic now. The poachers acted recklessly. A large number of innocent people died in the system and created many hosts who lost the system. Without the system, the host has nothing and wants to continue to live. They will be forced to hunt other systems, and this vicious circle has now been formed. Thank you for saving me. There's not much I can do now, but as long as you need it, I, Sinner, will do whatever it takes. Having said this, Shi Qing already understood. He looked at Sinner and asked, are you going to find your host? Xiner nodded and said, I have already said everything I can tell you, and your strength is much stronger than mine. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin secretly, and then quickly looked away. Looking at Shi Qing, he said solemnly, if I survived, I can't leave him behind. Although it would be irresponsible to leave you like this, I really want to find him as soon as possible. Shi Qing patted his hand on the piece of paper and comforted him. I understand. I was careless. You go quickly. After a pause, Shi Qing asked again, do you need us to be with you? Shi Qing's attitude made Xiner's uneasy heart finally settle down. He thought that Shi Qing and Qin saved his life, so he should repay them well. As soon as he returned to the original world, he quickly bought a pair of bodyguards. In front of the gate of the new life, the guard lasted for 3 days, and he was really waiting for it. He originally wanted Shi Qing and Qin to come over quickly. He took them to familiarize themselves with the terrain, and 3 days was almost the same time. 3 days later, the gate of time and space happened to have a half-price self-travel, and only Asian coins were needed. A small world where he can choose to travel freely. He only has Asian coins on him. He spent Asian coins to buy the cheapest body, and the rest of the money is just enough to pay the crossing fee. Shi Qing and Qin don't even have enough money for a meal. But if he misses today, he doesn't know when he will have the chance to get half the price. It has been delayed for a long time. He is afraid that the time will not be equal, and his host will have an accident. What if he can't find it anymore? So holding back his strength, he brought Shi Qing and Qin here and finally opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, Shi Qing not only showed no signs of disappointment, but also comforted him, which immediately made Sinner feel relieved, and he quickly said, No, I can go by myself. I will take the passage of travel and crossing, and I will not accept the task. It is very safe. I will come back when I find him and bind the contract. Hearing what Sinner said, Shi Qing felt relieved and said, Go now. Let's have a drink together when you come back. A word is settled. Shi Qing and Qin sent Xiner away together, and by the way, saw the wonderful gate of time and space. Seeing Xiner pay coins with a painful face, Shi Qing realized that this thing is not worth it. Money? Just as he was about to extend a helping hand, the paper man rushed into the gate of time and space and disappeared without a trace. Shi Qing. In the end, he had no choice but to calmly withdraw Kong's outstretched hand. The gate of time and space is very interesting, but for Shi Qing and Qin every part of this world is very interesting, and they have to understand each other one by one. According to the map, the two returned to the mercenary union first and wanted to take a closer look. Who would have thought that before entering the door, he would be stopped by 5 or 6 people in purple clothes? The leading man had fair skin, raised corners of his eyes, and looked good. He looked at Shi Qing and Qin raised the corners of his eyes, and said lazily, Newcomers, come here to register and identify the capabilities of the system. The author has something to say. I saw a girl saying it was too sweet. It's too sweet. Let me share my previous thoughts. YY traveled to a certain world with the two. I forgot the specific world background, but it should be a relatively simple ancient world that I traveled through in the early stage. The plot was on the battlefield or something. I didn't think about what the two did. The host is not yet in love with each other, but has become somewhat ambiguous. And then at 2 o'clock he especially admires a domineering general in this world. All kinds of admiration. Feelings are very simple. There is no other meaning. The host has been watching, but didn't say anything, but afterward, the main task is to kill the general, and the host naturally kills the general without hesitation. Actually, the stupid author is a very cute general. And then Urshi became angry for an instant, and the two turned their faces and turned against each other, completely activated the host's darkening switch, closed the second hour, and all kinds of small dark rooms. You know it. I was drooling all over the brain until the end, and sadly found that these two can only be B. So I had to reluctantly cut this plot. Shi Qing's mouth twitched. He really wanted to avoid something, so he hurried over. He looked at these people. The purple robes were like cloaks covering his body. The uniform attire obviously came from an organization. Looking at their behavior, it was not a whim, it was definitely a long-standing practice. At the same time, dozens of Qing and Qin Mo passed through the gate of new life together, and less than 20 people went to the mercenary union, and almost all of these people were stopped by the people in purple. Shi Qing was thinking about what to do. Disputes came from behind him on his left. Who are you? How do you judge? My ability is clear to me, so I don't need you to meddle in my own business. The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of people around, and everyone looked over. Facing his questioning, the man in purple in front of him flashed a hint of impatience in his eyes. But he still had a smile on his face and said softly, "Newcomer, this is for your own good. Please register with the Association of Orderers as soon as possible. We will be responsible for protecting you from being attacked by poachers, for the sake of your safety." The young man was a complete newcomer. He didn't understand what he said at all, and he looked wary. What law-abiding person? What poacher? I've never heard of it. The man in purple smiled. It's so naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a screen was erected beside him, and the images displayed on it shocked all the newcomers present. Shi Qing glanced at it, then quickly turned his head. But Qin Mo just watched from beginning to end calmly. What was staged in the impact was a bloody massacre. The poachers had crazy faces, bloodthirsty demeanor, and vicious methods. They killed the original host in a cruel way, and then forced the system out of the original body. Opening his mouth, he easily devoured that soul with incomparable truth and cruelty. The three-dimensional picture is extremely real, and the whole process is filled with fear and despair. The tragic death of the host and the devoured system seem to be happening around us. The last shot is a close-up of the poacher with his mouth open, a greedy, disgusting glutton. As soon as this image appeared, the faces of the newcomers had different expressions. The young man who was displeased just now is also frowning. The man in purple hooked his mouth slightly and was extremely satisfied with the expressions they showed. He put away the video, and after a short silence, he spoke with anger hidden in his voice. Poachers are all pathological lunatics. They are crazy and irrational, and their goal is to devour the system. They broke the balance of the original world and created unprecedented chaos. They are lunatics who will be punished in the end. After a slight pause, he changed his tone again, becoming gentle and comfortable and approachable. The law is the executor appointed by the Lord God. Our belief is to maintain the original world, protect thousands of small worlds, and protect all the safety of the system and the host. The poachers are our sworn enemies. The villains we will definitely eradicate. After saying these words, the newcomers around were already a little moved. The man in purple observed their expressions, with a peaceful smile on his face, and his voice was softer. Leading you to register with the Association of Orderers is to allow you to enjoy the benefits you deserve. It is the system and the host that constitute the original source. The world. It is your hard work that maintains the balance and development of thousands of small worlds. You should be protected, and we are the ones who protect you. The original young man still had doubts between his brows, but he was not as confident as before. But why do you identify the qualifications of the system? We could just register. And what do you do after the qualifications are identified? Is this necessary? The attitude of the man in purple became more and more kind. He looked at the young man and explained seriously, "The main purpose of the accreditation system is still for you." The young man frowned, didn't make a sound, just looked at the man in purple. The voice of the man in purple was not low, obviously speaking to many people. Each system has different abilities, some are powerful, some are relatively weak, but each has its own characteristics and uses. Providing system identification for free, on the one hand, allows everyone to understand their own system capabilities in more detail. And on the other hand, it is also to stimulate some systems that have not fully grown. The system capabilities are different. When entering the original world, there is science popularization, and everyone knows it. But the words behind the man in purple made the newcomers prick up their ears. What does he mean? Isn't the capability of the system fixed? Can it be stimulated by other means? Seeing that it aroused everyone's interest, the purple-clothed talent continued. Although the Law Society will do its best to protect everyone, every system and host is a brave fighter. You can have more powerful power and be able to protect yourself. Even confronting poachers is the best state. After years of research, the Association of Orderers has found that it already has a mature system activation plan. As long as there is such a possible system, it will be activated unconditionally. That's why you are needed. Let's cooperate and carry out system identification. In the end, he emphasized, we are only trying to strengthen each other's strength, and our common goal is to fight against poachers. Another man in purple also interjected. His voice was lower and hoarse, sounding more calm and reliable. The results of the qualification system qualification will not be leaked. Only the person involved will know. When this sentence came out, most of the newcomers were moved. The Mercenary Association is not a place with few people. On the contrary, it is almost the most prosperous area in the original world. There are countless systems and hosts coming in and out. There is no objection from any system or host that is already settled in what he said, which already explains the problem. It shows that everyone came here like this. The Orderly Association is indeed an authoritative and official place, and it is trustworthy. Shi Qing also heard it from the beginning to the end. He had seen the viciousness of the poachers, and his feelings were deeper, but he would not blindly believe in the law-abiding ones. The man in purple said very righteous, very selfless, righteous in all aspects, but their behavior always made Shi Qing feel very uncomfortable. Especially when the other purple-clothed man was saying those words. The purple-clothed man in front of Shi Qing had a sneering look in his eyes. Although it was very fast and hardly noticeable, Shi Qing could see it clearly. But other newcomers are not so vigilant. They left with the orderer one by one, and the orderer in front of Shi Qing raised his eyelids. His voice was still lazy. "Let's go, newcomer." Shi Qing didn't move. He turned around and took Qin Mo's hand. The orderer looked at them. Qin Mo held Shi Qing with his backhand and led him forward in big strides. The orderer frowned, snorted coldly, and turned around to walk ahead. But before he lifted his foot, the two actually went straight through them, heading straight towards the mercenary union. The orderer was stunned. He was ignored. In an instant, his anger rose, and he shouted, You, stop!" Qin Mo didn't even pause and kept walking forward. He was tall, with long legs and big steps. He walked with an outstanding posture. In Shi Qing's words, he was so handsome. The name of this law-abiding person is Shi Qing. He had already been promoted to the title of vice-captain, but he was suppressed for some reason. This year, he was assigned to appraise newcomers. Domineering, "I can't suppress the fire in my stomach." Shi Qing strode forward and blocked Qin Mo and Shi Qing. Qin Mo lowered his head slightly and glanced at him. With a calm demeanor and calm black eyes, Shi Qing was taken aback for a very ordinary look. He was inexplicably nervous, just like when he met Lord Xiaxia in the Lingyan Hall a few days ago. Because of the huge disparity in status and power, he was unconsciously afraid. But he immediately shook his head. What a joke. How can a rookie who is no more than level dash be compared with Lord Xiaxia? What a joke. Shi Qing tidied up his emotions and raised his head slightly. Although he was a little short in height, he tried his best to meet Qin Mo's eyes and tried his best to look superior. "Don't waste time. Follow me to register." "No." With a simple word, he directly refused without giving any face. Shi Qing's face became more and more uncomfortable because his voice just now was not low, and it had already attracted attention. All the newcomers were taken away, but on his side, the newcomers he was in charge of did not follow him. The crowd coming and going from the mercenary union were already gloating at the jokes. He Xian knew how to pay attention to his image, endured it, tried to lower his voice, and said without getting angry, "You have heard what I said just now, and it is for your own good. Come on, follow me quickly." In the end, he couldn't help but emphasize his tone. Unnecessary. He Xian felt that he had exhausted his benevolence and righteousness. If some people didn't give him a little bit of suffering, he didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He Shi Qing grimaced, took out his weapon, and lowered his voice, threatening. "If you don't eat the toast, you will be fined. Don't blame me for being rude." As he said that, he rushed forward. He majored in external skills, and a long knife made him powerful. Although he was not the best among the lawful, he was already over 60 levels, and he had successfully completed the B-level bounty task. The skill is still very good. It is still easy to clean up the newcomers at this moment. Unexpectedly, today he kicked an iron board. Before he finished using one move, he heard a snap, the sound of steel shattering. And when he raised his head again, what he saw was his long knife made of black steel turned into silver powder like snowflakes, which was extremely mocking fell on his face. Looking at the opposite side again, Chinamo stood with his hands tied. His movements didn't change at all. He Xian didn't even know what happened just now. There was already a circle of people around, and some people laughed lightly, which seemed to be a catalyst and completely drove He Xian crazy. Okay, everyone laughs at him. Okay, everyone looks down on him. Okay, he can't even deal with a newcomer. He's an ass. He Xian was ruthless and grabbed Qin Mo's chest with a fatal blow. His nails grew rapidly, exuding a bright purple light, with vicious and poisonous, vowing to take his life. Qin Mo frowned. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and the sharp whirlwind shot at He Xian like a sharp blade, hitting his head with precision, instantly knocking him unconscious on the ground. One hit, instant kill. There are many experts around, but there are still a lot of exclamations and gasps. Shi Qing poked his head out, looked at He Xian, couldn't help looking at Qin Mo, and asked in a low voice, This, is he not dead?" "Great." Qin Mo held his hand, looked at him, and asked seriously, "Will I casually hurt someone's life?" "Shi Qing, you are not casual, but you don't look like a human being if you are casual." But how could he dare to say such words? So he hurriedly he-he-he'd a few times and looked at Qin Mo ingratiatingly. Qin Mo was comforted and felt better. He pulled him in and said, "Come with me. There is a task you would like to accept." The two went in like no one else, and there was a sudden scream from outside. "Ah, it's that newcomer. It's that. It's the newcomer who killed Li Mi and Suoya by himself." The scream broke out, and the outside suddenly became restless. There were too many newcomers just now, and the mercenary union came and went, and there were all kinds of people. Few people pay attention to a certain person deliberately. After all, they have traveled through so many worlds. A well-informed person will never dwell on it because of a few people. If it weren't for Qin Mo's conflict with the law order, no one would have noticed him. But not only did he not obey the orderly arrangement, but he also easily restrained He Xian. This kind of power is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Immediately afterwards, I quickly thought of the S-level arrest warrant issued by the Independence Alliance, Poacher's Stronghold, 3 days ago. I don't need to say who this person is in front of me, because there are many species in the original world. Many of them look like human beings, but their soul bodies are all kinds of strange things. There are human beings, but there are also many strange creatures. Each creature has a specific habit for species recognition, just like human beings are recognized by faces. But other creatures may be distinguished by their butts. Therefore, it is still a little difficult for the strange creatures to distinguish the difference between Qin Mo and other people's appearance. So at this moment, they all turned on the communicators, quickly connected to the central square, downloaded the arrest warrant, and printed the information in their minds. Afraid of missing something. You must know that the reward amount of the S-level wanted order is beyond imagination, almost twice that of the reward task in the Mercenary Union. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Although Qin Mo and Shi Qing killed 2 high-level poachers, but money can make ghosts go, and some people can't stop them from taking chances. If Qin Mo and Shi Qing, it was Li Mi and Suoya who were killed by luck, and the actual ability is not so strong. And if there are so many high-level hosts in the original world, and they attack them together, even if he is the supreme leader of the lawful people and the leader of the Poachers' Alliance, he may not be able to retreat unscathed. When the time comes to fish in troubled waters and get a huge bounty, you will suddenly become prosperous. Why do you still need to use as difficult a task as you are now to complete one task after another? It is not just one person who has this kind of thought, but a large group of people. Of course, there are also those who are very clear, hiding aside and watching coldly. Anyway, the scene has already begun to become chaotic. Shi Qing's ears were very sharp. When the person outside shouted, he felt a thump in his heart. Of course, he would not know about the arrest warrant. The arrest warrant was posted in the central square. Not to mention that they hadn't been there. Even Sinner came back this time. He hadn't passed. He had been guarding the gate of the new life. And he missed it after all. Sinner is not a high level. And the things he comes into contact with are still very simple. He doesn't know that the poachers have special communication equipment inside. Hunter Union, that he even issued an S-level arrest warrant for the first time. The reason why Shi Qing thumped was purely because he felt that the tree was so big that he would die early if he was famous. In addition, they just took down a law-abiding person domineeringly and sideways, which is considered to have taken over the beam with this organization and then turned to another big organization. It's really unbearable, ha. Shi Qing spent his whole life being ordinary in his last life. But in this life, since he joined his host, he no longer knows the word ordinary. There was already commotion outside, and the people in the mercenary union who were selecting bounty tasks also noticed it immediately. Although they didn't know what was going on, they were all on alert. The atmosphere suddenly became tense until people from outside rushed in a small group, and it seemed as if the fuse of a firecracker was ignited, causing the place to explode in one breath. Some people shouted fearlessly, "Catch those two rookies! They are the prisoners on the S-level wanted list." They did not name why they committed the crime at all, but directly revealed the two most fortunate points. One is newcomers, point one is S-level wanted warrant. This sentence is almost like shouting, "Catch them." Those two 3-year-olds are carrying dozens of gold bars on their backs. Enough to make people's head heat up instantly, their eyes bloodshot, lock onto the target, and start attacking. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Shi Qing finally understood. Damn it, I'm still on the wanted list. Are you kidding me? The next moment, Qin Mo clenched his hand, quickly walked in the gap, rushed out of the crowd, and quickly swept towards the exit. Shi Qing didn't bother to scold his mother anymore. In order not to drag Qin Mo down, he used his supernatural powers to the extreme. Although the two held hands tightly, their speed was at the same pace. We'll separate and increase the speed to the top. There are countless systems and hosts inside and outside the mercenary union, among which there are many masters and masters, but they can't stop too many teammates. The outsiders know that the wanted criminals are inside, and they swarm inside. Fearing to lose, it's a good time to share the pie. Those inside watch Qin Mo and Shi Qing rush out from the side door, and started to rush outside. Naturally, the side door can't accommodate so many people. The people inside must break through the main door, and the main door is constantly flooded with a bunch of people coming in from the outside. When the two sides come together, there is no time to explain. You bump into me, I bump into you. It's all the state of the head was congested. The two words did not agree. It was not pleasing to the eye, and they did not care about the wanted criminals, so they fought first. You hit me, I hit you. The people here are not ordinary human beings, and it's not as simple as shaking their fists. They use big moves when they raise their hands. The big moves are not single-target attacks. Group attacks will sweep around if you're not careful. The people around you looked very pleasing to the eye. But after being slashed by such an innocent person, no one could bear the anger. So they also started to get mad. You come and go, I send moves. You are lucky, good guy. The mercenary union ushered in the busiest and most chaotic day ever. You got red-eyed, no matter who you are. Just give me a good beating to relieve your hatred. As for the wanted criminal? Want a girl? Let me avenge my current revenge first. So, Shi Qing thought that today was going to be a big event, but he didn't expect that he and Qin Mo rushed out not far away, and there were almost no one behind. What a surprise! Although no one was there, Qin Mo didn't stop. and Shi Qing had no choice but to follow. I don't know how far to go, until Qin stopped in front of a huge, desolate building. Shi Qing didn't know where this was, but he believed in Qin. The map Shiner left before was in Qinmo's place. He believed that Qin must have found a relatively safe place with the help of the map. The sky has gradually darkened, and it's misty. It doesn't look like it's going to be dark, but it looks like dark clouds, the prelude to a heavy rainstorm. Qin led him into the building, which was as desolate as the outside, but dilapidated on the other side. But it can be vaguely seen that this place was probably a church a long time ago. It is very magnificent, and the gorgeous glazed windows are still gorgeous even if they are covered with dust. With a depth of tens of meters, there is one and only one layer. Looking from a high place, it seems to be looking up at the sky, which makes people feel a sense of awe inexplicably. Such a grand and magnificent church is so desolate at this moment. Among the large amount of dust and sundries, it seems to be able to distinguish the disputes that happened here many years ago, or it should be said that they were wars. Destroy everything, burn faith, pull you down from the altar, make it their own. Shi Qing was startled, then suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at Qin. Qin frowned and touched his neck soothingly. Seeing that Shi Qing was about to speak, he pressed his fingers against his lips and looked diagonally behind. Shi Qing followed his line of sight to look over, and the figure hidden in the dark slowly appeared. The man was wearing a purple robe, both in terms of texture and style, which were much more refined than the laurers he had seen before. There was a black border around the neckline, and a dark, unnamed flower fell on his left shoulder. Although it was slowly blooming, it was still extremely coquettish and powerful. Above the flowers is a face as gentle as jade, with fair skin, deep eyes, and a gentle curve at the corners of the mouth, which makes people look very comfortable. Qin and Shi Qing looked at him at the same time, and he was not displeased at all. Instead, he said politely, "Hi, I'm Xiaozhe. I have no malice. I just want to invite you." Qin looked at him. His eyes fell from his forehead to the flowers on his shoulders, and then he slowly said, "The second leader of the law-abiding ones, flowers eat Xiaozhe?" After being nodded all of a sudden, Xiaozhe's eyes flashed with surprise, but immediately he smiled slightly, yes. Qin looked away, and the emotion in his eyes was inexplicable. "Is this inviting us to join the orders?" Xiaozhe said, "I hope you can agree. Unfortunately, I don't have this interest." Qin looked at him calmly. Xiaozhe was not angry either, but said again, "Think about it, I know you care about him very much." He glanced at Shi Qing as he spoke. Shi Qing looked at him, but before he had any expression on his mind, the other party smiled at him in a friendly manner. "I believe you can feel that I am also the system. An organization led by the system will never harm the system. You care about him very much. We will help you protect him. Isn't that good?" "No need." Qin looked at Shi Qing. "He is mine. I can protect it myself. I don't need anyone else." Even at this level, Xiaozhe was not angry. He still said in a good temper, "It doesn't matter. You have already fought against the poachers by killing Li Mi and Su. Even if you don't join the order, the responsibility is to protect you. Don't worry, you will be fine." Saying this sentence, not to mention Qin, even Shi Qing felt very uncomfortable listening to it. It sounds good at first glance, but the deep meaning in the words is actually a threat. If you kill the poachers, you are against the poachers. Even if you don't want to join the orderly ones, you are already the orderly ones. Xiaozhe didn't stay any longer, just looked around, seemed to sigh, and then left. After Xiaozhe left, Shi Qing made some remarks to Qin that he looked good but was actually not a good person, which successfully made Qin smile. The two walked around the dilapidated church, and Qin asked him, "Are you tired?" Shi Qing was really tired. He had been tossing around all day, and his legs were about to break, so he nodded. "Return to animal form. I will hold you." When Shi Qing heard this, it was a good idea, so he quickly turned into a little panda and nestled in the host's palm. Qin stroked his fur slowly but orderly, and within a few touches, the little panda in his hand fell asleep drowsily. Looking down, Qin gently kissed his furry forehead, then raised his head. His eyes were deep and cold, and his voice was hoarse. "Come out." The vigilance is really high, rookie. Accompanied by a lazy voice. A man with an extremely delicate appearance came out of the shadows. He was dressed in azure blue military uniform, which was extra dazzling and dazzling in the dark castle. His eyebrows are slender, his nose bridge is high, his lips are thin, but the color is very thick, especially when gently raised. It adds a lot of glamour. Silent, charming like a woman, and a little bit masculine when he speaks. The fusion of two diametrically opposed temperaments in one person does not have the slightest sense of disobedience, but is very eye-catching. At this moment, he looked at Qing, and his eyes fell on the little guy in his palm, showing a hint of understanding. Your system is really good. Qing gently picked up the little panda, put him in his arms, settled down before raising his head, and looked at the person with cold eyes. He is not something you can judge. The man smiled indifferently and looked up at Qing with great interest in his eyes. Hello, my name is Lan Yu, and I'm from the Independent Alliance. Oh, others also call us... Lan Yu said, viciously smiled, Poachers Alliance. So? Qing raised his eyebrows, his black eyes filled with murderous intent. Are you here to avenge those two trash? Sensing the tense atmosphere around him, Lan Yu hurriedly waved his hands and said a little funnily, Don't get me wrong. Who would worry about those who are already dead? Isn't this a waste of time? So, you didn't issue the arrest warrant? Being hit by a sentence, Lan Yu's face froze slightly, but he reacted quickly and burst into laughter the next moment. There are many departments in our alliance, and there may be one or two fools who can't figure it out. Don't worry. I will deal with this matter immediately when I go back, and I promise not to cause trouble to you. Talking nonsense with his eyes open like this is not afraid of blinding himself. If Shi Qing was awake, he would probably spit him out. It's a pity that the little panda has fallen asleep, and Qing is not interested in these things. He didn't bother to listen to nonsense, and went straight to the point. If it's for revenge, I'm willing to accompany you. If it's for making me a poacher, don't talk about it. I'm not interested. Lan Yu had prepared a full amount of rhetoric before he found an outlet, so he was blocked. He was amazed at this person's keen intuition, but at the same time he kept slandering him. How arrogant! He's just a newcomer. However, he remained patient and continued. Don't refuse so quickly. Our independent alliance is not a bunch of hypocrites like the orderly ones. What they do in private is much uglier than the so-called poachers, and they say they want to take you in. When you join them, you can't help yourself, and under the banner of protecting the system, what you do is... Before he finished speaking, Qing raised his left hand, and the black ink blade suddenly came out of its sheath, pointing directly at Lan Yu's throat without any warning. Lan Yu was taken aback suddenly. He didn't notice it at all. The sharp blade was already approaching the vital point, although it was not inevitable, but the speed was still shocking. Qing looked at him with cold eyes. I told you, I'm not interested. Lan Yu put away his sloppy demeanor. Although the deadly part was targeted, he still showed no fear. Staring at Qing, he said with an unprecedented seriousness, but with the utmost temptation, Don't you want to possess him completely? Don't you want to possess him completely? You won't be betrayed, never abandoned, and never separated. Devour him. You will truly become one with him. As soon as the last word fell, the tip of the sword had already advanced rapidly, and it was about to burst the blood and seal the throat. Almost in an instant, Lan Yu leaned back quickly, dodging the sharp blow, and then the phantom under his feet piled up, and he drew a distance of nearly -meters in an instant, and a vague voice came from far away. Think about it, I know, you want him. The figure has disappeared without a trace. Qing stood quietly in the desolate castle, like a statue, motionless. Shi Qing slept very deeply. He didn't feel tired when he didn't close his eyes, But when he closed his eyes, a flood of drowsiness captured him all of a sudden, and he could still feel Qing's feelings at first. The warmth in Mo's palm gradually became invisible, and he disappeared into the darkness. The long darkness is like a boundless void. One can't feel the weight of the body, and the vain lightness is also empty at the same time. Shi Qing felt that he seemed to be dreaming, but this kind of dream that can feel that he is dreaming is generally not quite like a dream. He seemed to have forgotten everything, yet remembered everything. It was as if he couldn't see anything, but somehow felt that he could see everything. Immersed in darkness, yet above all things. Joys, anger, sorrows, joys, and sorrows. Everything is colorful, rich or light, intense or calm. Everything floats to the surface, watching with cold eyes, day after day, night and night, never ending. It's boring, and lonely at the same time. Shi Qing seemed to have never felt this kind of emotion, but at this moment, it invaded his brain all at once, and he felt it was natural. I don't know how long I've had this dream, and I don't know how long it's been like this unconscious wandering. Until everything is shattered, chaos, bloodshed, strife, and irresistible destruction. The darkness is broken, and it sinks again before dawn. All the feelings instantly return to nothingness, the broken strength, the ability to be robbed, and when everything loses its support, it collapses with a bang. Shi Qing's heart sank suddenly, and then all of this disappeared. He touched a completely different world, a world of incomparable beauty. It is indescribably gorgeous. The brilliant lights are intertwined, like the aurora in the sky falling on the mortal world, weaving into a huge and unimaginable web. And Shi Qing is on this net. He dare not explore easily, for fear of touching unknown things. But his stay could not be exchanged for peace. In the aurora, two pure white light clusters collided together, exploding with more dazzling light, disrupting, shattering, and destroying the colors on the net. The two light groups were relentless, fierce, and powerful, and they tried their best with every blow, like two red-eyed mortal enemies who only had each other in their eyes and vowed to kill each other. Shi Qing stared blankly. He didn't know where it was, and he didn't know what happened. He felt the breath of danger, and he desperately wanted to leave this dream. In the next instant, the two light clusters that were fighting endlessly stopped suddenly. Although Shi Qing had no body, Shi Qing felt two gazes as cold as snakes and scorpions. He locked himself tightly. They saw him. Shi Qing didn't know what he was, but the icy cold in his heart at this moment made his scalp tingle. No! With a scream, Shi Qing suddenly opened his eyes. Qinemo frowned. The little panda fluffed up in the palm of his hand because of fear. A pair of small eyes were round, hollow and faintly watery. Qinemo held him in the palm of his hand, touched his small forehead lightly with his lips, and said softly, "It's okay. Qing, don't be afraid. I'm here." The beating heart slowly calmed down, and Shi Qing finally controlled the trembling of his body. He looked up and saw Qinemo, and met those familiar black eyes, and he suddenly calmed down. With a slap, his limbs were flattened, and his belly was pressed against Qinemo's warm palm. Shi Qing said weakly, It seems like I had a nightmare, but it's very real. It's so real." Qinemo's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked softly, "Let's listen." Shi Qing recalled it for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth, telling this weird dream that seemed to have no logic. Orderly association. Xiaozhi returned to the headquarters and saw the newcomers reported this time. Except for Qinemo and Shi Qing, basically all the newcomers came to appraise their qualifications. He carefully checked the qualifications of these systems, and then waved his hands indifferently. The appraiser standing next to him with his hands tied asked with a low eyebrow, "Are they all passed?" Xiaozhi gave a and then ordered in a blink of an eye, "Register, distribute benefits, arrange several assessments, check the ability of the host, and report if there are excellent ones. The appraiser should come down." Yes. Xiaozhi got up to leave, feeling a little annoyed. The recent system qualifications are not impressive. This time there are quite a few newcomers, but the system capabilities are all very ordinary and have no training value at all. Thinking about the group of excellent hosts in the backyard whose system was robbed, it's really troublesome. If an excellent system can emerge and let everyone share it, the immediate crisis will be solved instantly. But I can't find it. He couldn't help but think of that rebellious newcomer. Without an appraisal, he was sure that the aptitude of that system must be excellent, and being able to train the host to that strength was enough to prove how excellent that system was. It's just that it's a bit tricky, that Qin knows how selfish he is without contact, and it is absolutely impossible for him to dedicate his system selflessly. If Xiaozhe's eyes flashed a glimmer of darkness, if he robbed, it would not be easy to kill that host. After all, is it necessary? Xiaozhe thought for a while, got up, and walked towards the back of the hall. At the same time, Lan Yu also returned to the headquarters of the Independent League. The two unexpectedly met each other's supreme leaders at the same time, for the same purpose. What is beyond imagination is that before they even knocked on the door to inquire, the perennially closed door was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Xiaozhe looked at the tall man in front of him in surprise, and knelt down on one knee in the next moment. "My lord." The man's purple eyes radiated amazing heat, and there was a clear smile on his handsome face that never showed emotion. Xiaosun turned his head and looked at Xiaozhe. The corner of his mouth could not help but rise. He is finally back. Xiaozhe was already there, and the next moment his eyes were stained with excitement. He suppressed the excitement in his tone. "You mean?" "Yes." Xiaosun's eyes were determined to win. "What belongs to me must belong to my strength. It's back." In the next moment, the emotions in his eyes were completely subdued, and he regained his usual calmness and introversion. Xiaosun quickly ordered, "Shi Qing has also found out. We must get him before him." When Shi Qing suddenly got up, Lan Yu was slightly startled. "Where is he?" Lan Yu quickly replied, "The Lord's Temple." Hearing this name, Shi Qing frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes because of some unpleasant memories. But then he became excited again. If he got him there, it would still be very commemorative. This time, he will definitely succeed completely. "Go! Let's go now!" Lan Yu followed closely behind Shi Qing. Just when he reached the gate, Shi Qing stopped abruptly. He turned his head, a strange color flashed in his emerald green eyes, and gave an order to Lan Yu. "Summon the 13th team. Target Lord's temples." Lan Yu was taken aback for a moment, then knelt down on one knee, accepting the highest order issued since the establishment of the alliance. It is enough to show how much Shi Qing longs for that system. And at the same time, it also proves how excellent that system is. The situation was urgent, and Lan Yu directly issued the highest summoning order. No matter where the team captains were, they would lead the troops immediately and gather at the headquarters. In just half an hour, the powerful team that could shock thousands of worlds was assembled. Although the Independent Alliance was established late, its combat power has grown rapidly. The host that swallowed the system is far stronger than the power of a host and a system. They are independent, they are tyrannical, and they can use their abilities more accurately without grinding. There is no need for tacit understanding, no quarrels, and no worries. They only need to pay attention to themselves, and only know how to fight to the death. There was no sign, not even a warning. When the residents of the entire original world woke up from their sleep, the two powerful organizations that had been entangled for a long time were already at war, ready to start a war at any time. The Association of Orderers and the Independent Alliance have tortured each other for too long. Regardless of their respective goals, regardless of each other's actions, almost everyone knows that these two organizations are completely deadly rivals, and the leaders of both sides are even more an unstoppable enemy. However, even with such a blatant hostility, the two sides have never fought on a large scale. All conflicts are petty fights. If you disgust me, I will bury you. If you ruin my reputation, I will kill your subordinates. Conflicts continued, but there was no major incident. Just when everyone thought that these two organizations would continue to be entangled like this on this night, it completely broke out. Just because the person who broke the balance appeared. Both Shi Qing and Xiaosun knew that this was their only chance. Whether they could beat each other was tonight. When the two troops met, The new and old hatreds, superimposed and superimposed, were enough to see the other side's face for a moment, and the anger surged, the eyes turned red, and the lungs exploded. Without saying a word, they were already beaten. The gorgeous spells of various colors completely stunned the sky. The vanguard troops on the surface were all fighting desperately, and the sneak attack troops behind them were not idle at all. They seized all the gaps and sneaked into the castle with unimaginable, ghostly movements. The real victory lies in the dark. As long as you win that system, you will be invincible. However, the work of the sneak attack troops is not progressing smoothly. What the poachers can think of, the orders have already figured it out. You want to be one step ahead, and I want to be one step faster than you. You come to attack me, come to dismantle. You take a step forward, I have to hold you back. After tossing a few times, the raiders also fought. Qin Mo and Shi Qing were at the center of the whole incident. As soon as Shi Qing finished talking about the dream, he quickly felt the two chills in the dream. He shivered slightly and looked up at Qin Mo. I think they are around. Qin Mo's eyes were dark. His spiritual sense was much stronger than Shi Qing's. He could see clearly what happened outside. Those two powerful forces were sitting at both ends. Although they hadn't made a move, their power had already spread to the surrounding area. One-on-one, there is a chance of winning. 2 against 1, you will lose. After thinking for a while, Qin Mo quickly asked Shi Qing, can you go back to the system space? As soon as he said that, Shi Qing's eyes lit up. That's right, if you go back to the system space, don't care what they are doing here. He tried to enter just now, but was blocked. Seeing the change in his expression, Qin Mo understood and immediately comforted him. As expected, they must have a way to prevent us from entering. Shi Qing looked at Qin Mo, a little flustered. He didn't know what was going on outside, but he could clearly know that it must have something to do with them. They are newcomers, and they haven't even figured out everything around them. So why are they involved in an unknown battle? No matter how powerful Qin Mo is, but there are only 2 of them. Can they really defeat the 2 big organizations outside? This is not a small world in the mission, but a world above everything else. To use an easy-to-understand analogy, compared to human beings, this place is simply the kingdom of God. Can they really survive? The panic in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Shi Qing looked at Qin Mo anxiously. Qin Mo rarely smiled, but at this moment he smiled at him. The smile that slowly bloomed had magical power. As if it could comfort people's hearts, he stroked his neck gently, and then whispered, it's okay, trust me. Shi Qing nodded unconsciously. Qin Mo kissed him, put him in the pouch on his chest, and said in a low voice, no matter what, don't come out. The little panda's voice was muffled. Okay. He believed in Qin Mo. Although this was very passive, he had to believe in Qin Mo. He is not a vassal nor a burden. What he has to do is to cooperate. The battle outside became more and more fierce. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Even Xiaja and Lan Yu also ended one after another. Although they killed each other countless lives, they also wounded each other at the same time. And Qi Xian and Xia Sun were very calm from the beginning to the end. They had to hold their breath. Qi Xian and Xia Sun understand each other's abilities better than anyone else. Back in the beginning, the 2 had fought for countless years. In the beginning, they were colleagues, both lawmakers. The orderers at that time were completely different from the orderers today. There were only 13 members of the orderers. They were ordered by the Lord God, and they stayed in the Lord's temple all the year round. They never left this place even for a single day. They have great strength and proud aptitude, but the Lord God does not allow them to interfere with anything. The Lord God gave them everything, body, strength, secrets, weapons, almost everything is open to them. But they are never allowed to leave this place. Power breeds ambition. Ambition begets desire. Unsatisfied with this, longing to see the outside world, wanting to show strength, wanting to be respected, but they cannot disobey the Lord God. Countless years passed by, and the vines of desire in their hearts continued to grow, until one day they resisted. The temple of the Lord is covered with blood, and the price the lawman pays for this is his own life. But until they die, they are also howling and longing for freedom. Of the 13 lawful people, only two remained. Shi Qing and Xia Sun. At that time, they were still two children. They didn't understand at all, and they didn't understand. Faced with blood and death, they just opened their eyes wide, full of fear. This resistance seems to be a one-sided ending. But since then, the main god has never appeared again. Shi Qing and Xia Sun still possess the treasury of the Lord God. They continued to grow and improve, and after years of overlapping, they finally understood the dead lore. The same longing for freedom, the same yearning for power. But they have experience and no longer act rashly. Careful planning was carried out quietly, and when they finally pulled the man from the altar, they had him. One gained the almighty attack of the Lord God. One got the supreme defense of the Lord God. They are unparalleled in strength, but at the same time, they will never become the tallest person, because the most powerful power of the main god disappeared. Shi Qing and Xia Sun will never be able to defeat each other. They are all invincible. Shi Qing's attack power can easily destroy a world, but Xia Sun's defense can protect everything from Shi Qing's men. Because of this completely mutually restraining ability, the two completely turned against each other. The perennial battles are just to devour each other, but they can never do it. Their power is the power of the main god. It is impossible for anyone to defeat the Lord God, and it is impossible for anyone to defeat them, even their own. But now, the lost treasure house is back. The Lord God's gift finally found the host and returned to this world. As long as he can regain the treasure house, as long as he can monopolize it, he will be able to break through his current strength and obtain a higher level of improvement. At that time, the stalemate between him and Xia Sun will no longer exist. No matter who it is, owning the treasure house will have the chips to defeat the opponent. After defeating each other, they can devour them completely and become real, above all, new gods. So, they're bound to win. Qin Mo settled Shi Qing, then lifted his foot and walked out of the main hall. In the beginning, there were red-eyed people who attacked him, but they were swept away by the ink blade and split into two halves in an instant. The thick and colorful blood still carried the heat of life, blooming in the air, as gorgeous as the flowers of death blooming in hell. The black-haired man strolled over, but he remained calm in the ferocious battlefield, neither frightened, nor flustered, one step at a time. His footprints were not heavy, but he carried a strong coercion, making the people around him feel great pressure. Like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, the people present are all extraordinary people. Although they won't faint instantly, their faces turn red. He walked forward, and wherever he went, both sides couldn't help but stop and looked at this completely strange man. Someone was careful and saw his identity. At the same time, the heart is also turbulent. Who can imagine that a newcomer has such power? The chaos in the mercenary union in the morning is still vivid. But in the evening, the first desperate battle between the two organizations was also, because of him, in the terrified sight of everyone. Qin Mo stood in the center. He looked straight ahead, seemingly out of focus, but in fact he pointed at a person accurately. "I agree, your invitation." As soon as Qin Mo's words came out, the eyes of two people brightened slightly. Both Xiaozhe and Lan Yu once offered an olive branch to Qin Mo. At that time, Qin Mo flatly refused, but at this moment, amidst the chaos, he actually agreed. Before they came here, they had already told their leaders about the invitation of Qin Mo and his refusal in detail. So when Shi Qing and Xia Sun heard Qin Mo's words, their hearts were full of excitement. Turn a lot of thoughts. There are pros and cons, but in the end, everything points to one central point. No matter who it is, as long as Qin Mo joins them, the chaotic battle situation will be instantly clear. Shi Qing and Qin Mo were originally in a completely passive and robbed situation. But at this moment, because of Qin Mo's appearance and this short sentence, they instantly took the dominant position. Whoever he chooses wins. On the swinging balance, he stood at the very center, deciding whether the Orderer and the Independent Alliance would rise or fall. In an instant, without any action or excessive words, the battlefield of killing subsided. Two people who had not shown up all this time appeared at the same time. the leader of the Order in purple robes, the leader of the Independent League covered in black robes, a legendary figure, a sworn enemy for hundreds of millions of years. We finally meet again, and standing in the middle is a completely unfamiliar newcomer, a newcomer who is only level dash and has only been in the original world for 3 days. But in just 3 days, there were bursts of earth-shaking wars which almost changed the color of the day. At this moment, he holds a huge bargaining chip, a major decision that can seal the world. Who to choose? Who will you choose? Qin stood motionless in the middle, not looking at any of them. Shi Qing was on the left, 5 or 6 meters away, but his voice seemed to ring in his ears. Join the Independent League. You belong here. Xiasun was on the right, at the same distance exactly. Hearing Shi Qing's words, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "To join you, you must devour your own system. If Qin devours him, you will let him go. Have you ever passed him? What is your purpose? Who else doesn't know? How ironic. Can I trouble you to use some snacks even if you were cheating?" A stern look flashed in Shi Qing's eyes, and he said forcefully, "I will not fight with him. As long as he is willing to join the Independent League, I would rather give up the position of leader." As soon as this sentence came out, almost everyone present was instantly stunned. Is this really a joke? Xia Sun's expression remained the same, and his eyes were still filled with sarcasm. What's the matter? Is our supreme leader of the lawful people worse than your little messy and chaotic organization? Another blockbuster. Xia Sun also wants to give way? Throwing down such a huge temptation as soon as you come up? Boss, are you really kicked by a donkey? Ordinary people don't understand, but there are still people who understand. For example, the cronies Xia Zhou and Lan Yu, they know the intention of their boss. Whether it is the leader or the lord, it may be enough to seduce almost everyone in the original world, but for Xia Sun and Shi Qing, it is just a vain name. After obtaining the power of Qin, conquering each other, and completely gaining the power of the main god, it is the new god, a real ruler, controlling the entire world. What will Qin be then? It's just a puppet. It's okay to be obedient, but if you don't, you can be gently crushed to death without any effort. However, Qin was unmoved. He looked at Shi Qing, then at Xia Sun, and finally said, "No, I'm not interested in these." There were bursts of uncontrollable gasps around. How crazy! I'm not interested in this. Is there anything in this world that you dare to be interested in? Both Shi Qing and Xia Sun withdrew their expressions and said almost at the same time, "Tell me, what do you need?" The truth. Qin smiled, and his eyes that had been calm until now were finally stained with interest. It was very faint but interesting, and he said, "Just tell me your relationship, identity, and what you have ability to hold." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his left hand, straightened his slender fingers, and drew a light circle, and then a transparent barrier spread instantly, expanding to a diameter of 20 meters, only containing the 3 of them, and everyone else was unable to resisting isolation. An independent space appears out of thin air. With such a powerful space spell, Shi Qing and Xia Sun couldn't help frowning slightly. This newcomer is much stronger than they imagined. This time it was Xia Sun who spoke first, and without hesitation, he answered Qin question simply and clearly. "I am a law-abiding person like him, and I am still a law-abiding person today, but he betrayed the main god, abandoned his faith, and fell as a poacher. My ability is to protect." Shi Qing snorted. "Don't put gold on your face, yes. As a law-abiding person, I betrayed him, but I didn't take the disgusting initiative like some people." He paused and cut. "No more." Qin looked at him, and Shi Qing said, "My ability is destruction." Qin nodded. He controlled his spiritual consciousness. Although he didn't look at the 2 people, his spiritual power was slowly surrounding them, analyzing their every expression of their speech, as well as their tone and movement. Even the gloomy emotions that flashed in his eyes were completely absorbed afterwards. High-speed calculation, analysis, matching, and elimination of the impossible will result in the information you want. You can't ask too much and can't get to the point. Both Shi Qing and Xia Sun are the best of the best, and they can't ask too deep or too shallow. A proper display of cleverness can confuse the other party, and they can't be taken lightly. The easiest to expose flaws. These few questions are just right, and because of the hostility between the two, they can't lie. After all, being exposed by the other party will affect the favorability with cheats.It this moment. They are all trying to win Chinmo's trust. However, for Chinmo, there are too many things that can be seen from these few questions. Enough for him to decide. Chinmo closed his eyes for a while and opened them again. His black eyes were clear, and he spoke clearly. It's done. Both Shi Qing and Xia Sun narrowed their eyes slightly. Although they didn't move, they were focused and alert. Chinmo didn't make a sound, but quickly swept to the left. The speed was as fast as lightning. The distance of 5 meters didn't even take a tenth of a second. But this second is too slow for Shi Qing and Xia Sun. They knew almost the moment Chinmo acted. On the left, the League of Independents. Xia Sun's pupils constricted. Is this Chinmo's choice? Do not know. Chinmo held the ink blade. He was actually attacking Shi Qing. So desperate, so crazy. Xia Sun couldn't even think about it. He quickly opened the protective barrier, covering Chinmo's body almost the moment he landed, completely protecting him in it. Chinmo's sneak attack on Shi Qing is tantamount to sending him to his death. When he dies, Shi Qing will definitely devour him immediately, and Xia Sun will be finished by then. That's why Xia Sun desperately protected Chinmo. As he expected, the protective barrier protected Chinmo, and Shi Qing's self-protection rebound did not kill Chinmo. Xia Sun breathed a sigh of relief just now, but opened his eyes wide the next moment. Wrong. Count it. In the blink of an eye, Chinmo and Shi Qing turned their heads at the same time, their long and narrow pupils gleaming with malice. You lost, Xia Sun. The familiar azure blue light and the completely unfamiliar pure black sharp blade opened their mouths like a poisonous snake and beast, revealing their sharp teeth, and attacked without any scruples. It was too late for Xia Sun. Even he couldn't cast a protective barrier of the same strength again in such a short period of time. Without the omnipotent barrier, what would he use to stop Shi Qing, the majestic force that would destroy the world? Not reconciled. Really not reconciled. Xia Sun stared at Chinmo viciously. This madman, this lunatic, this vicious schemer. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid, and he can't die here. Xia Sun used all the power in his body to reform a protective barrier, which can barely guard the body, and the transparent egg-shaped shield can hold it. Against the powerful attacks from the two of them, as long as they can survive, even for a second, that's enough. Time seems to stand still, and the pictures are played back infinitely. The forces against the sky overlapped and hit the hard shield, colliding with strong sparks, colorful and beautiful, which made people despair. Cold sweat dripped down Xia Sun's forehead. The pressure was too great. No, he couldn't hold on anymore. The moment the shield was torn apart, the highly concentrated and gathered energy seemed to have found a breakthrough and quickly invaded like a flood, with a single crack, and the whole thing collapsed. When the translucent protective barrier disappeared, the dazzling light from the explosion made Xia Sun's face as pale as snow. Fear grew in his heart, and he had imagined it countless times, but none of them was as terrifying as what was in front of him. Was he still defeated by Shi Qing after all? Just as this thought flashed across his mind, a black figure quickly moved in front of him. It was Chinmo. Chinmo was still shrouded in a translucent light, which was the protective light Xia Sun gave him. At this moment, he blocked in front of Xia Sun at an unimaginable speed and received Shi Qing's terrifying blow. The protective barrier that Xia Sun casts at the moment of complete victory is the most invincible barrier in the world. Colliding with Qi Xuan's destructive power, more brilliant fireworks exploded, and the moment the light shattered, the devastating attack power also disappeared. Xia Sun looked at the man in front of him in astonishment. What the hell is he going to do? There was no time to think deeply. At such a close distance, when a slender white hand pushed towards his chest, he could only watch helplessly. There is no strength left, not to mention guarding the enchantment. He can't release any spells. His chest was shattered mercilessly. The surprise in Xia Sun's eyes was gradually replaced by despair, and finally a pair of deep black eyes came into view. Emotionless, fearless, out of shackles, and defy the world. A hoarse voice, as if from hell. Shi Qing, devour him. Shi Qing stayed in the armed bag specially prepared for him by Qin Mo, concentrating all the time. Remember everything you see and hear in your heart, for fear of missing something. When he was so tense, he couldn't afford to be even a little distracted. He couldn't keep up with Qin Mo's thinking and didn't know his plan, but he knew one thing, and he cooperated with it absolutely. This also requires a strong tacit understanding. So when Qin Mo pretended to join Qi Xian, attacked Xia Sun backhandedly, and then used the protective barrier that Xia Sun added to him to resist Qi Xian beyond anyone's imagination, he was neither surprised nor confused. All he remembered was the last sentence, devour Xia Sun. As for what to do, he didn't need to think about it. Qin Mo released him and directed him to absorb the white light group that gradually left Xia Sun's body. This is no stranger. Shi Qing had seen it in his dream. Those two balls of light that kept colliding and never letting go of each other finally locked onto Shi Qing's light ball together. At this moment, the light group is much weaker than before, still very dazzling, but it has lost its original fierce momentum. Shi Qing knew that this was the best opportunity, absolutely not to be missed. He imitated the scene in his dream and quickly enveloped the ball of light. The first time he touched it, he encountered a strong rebound, but he was mentally prepared and immediately strengthened his strength to invade forcefully with an undeniable momentum. This process was not quick, and Qi Xian recovered from the initial surprise. Watching Qin Mo's movements, he already knew that he was being played with. The anger surged up in a straight line, and he directed all his anger at Qin Mo. Newbie, so naive. Xia Sun is dead. You are just an ant. It's so easy to crush you. Without a word of nonsense, he activated the ultimate spell, vowing to kill Qin Mo. Qin Mo moved quickly, and a series of attacks rushed out, with a huge power to subvert the sky, and stuck together with Qi Xian. His strength is very strong, but it is still very difficult to kill Qi Xian. However, what he has to do now is to delay the time. Shi Qing tried his best to suppress the light group. Although Xia Sun was on the verge of death, he had been in control of this power for too long, and his familiarity was not comparable to that of Shi Qing. At this moment, what they were stuck with was not only the concrete power, but more it is each other's spiritual power. Xia Sun didn't want to die. This will to survive made his mental strength burst, almost overwhelming the haggard body. Leaving his body, his mental strength was so pure that it was beyond imagination. This is not something Shi Qing can compare to. But at this moment, Shi Qing knew that he must not lose. He could clearly see Qin Mo's state. Qi Xian's power was almost invincible in the world, but without Xia Sun's protective barrier, Qin Mo could bear the attacks entirely by himself. At present, there is no sign of defeat, but that is only because Qi Xian was blinded by anger, and because he still underestimated the enemy. He did not burst out with real strength at all. If it drags on for a long time, until Qi Xian reacts, it will be a bad thing. Shi Qing didn't dare to think too much and continued to exert pressure. Xia Sun was already half a fool, and if he couldn't kill him, he didn't have to mess around. Strong self-confidence breeds the vigorous growth of mental power. Shi Qing already has an advantage in this area, and the little panda's physique implicitly enhances mental power. After such a long period of running in, he has fully adapted to it. The cute beasts that belong to them are so strong that their attachment to their partners is immeasurable. Qin Mo managed to pull them from complete weakness to this point and pin their last hope on him. He must not let him down. Never let him down. Qin Mo believed him. He must be worthy of his trust. The mental power increased wildly, and the sudden violent fluctuations even had concrete ripples, like thick waves, rolling in, enveloping the prey, that he finally succeeded, completely suppressing Xia Sun. But at this time, Qi Xian was stimulated by the vigorous growth of his spiritual power. Qi Xian woke up suddenly, calmed down quickly, and his eyes blinded by anger, suddenly sharpened. He looked at Qin Mo. His eyes were full of fierceness, and he almost lost his mind again. Never be careless. Qi Xian's eyes were red. He gathered all the strength in his body, aimed at Qin Mo, and vowed to kill him with one blow. The power is brewing. The weapons are clamoring. The powerful force distorts the whole space. The sky is dark, and it roars ferociously. Qi Xian stared at Qin Mo, and he was sure to win. No one in this world can avoid this blow, and no one can withstand it. Qin Mo, you can't either. And Qin Mo didn't dodge, didn't even move. He put away his attack, put his weapon in the palm of his hand, like a ferocious beast that suddenly had its sharp teeth pulled out, and waited quietly. It's a matter of life and death. The little panda jumped up like a small bullet and shot into Qin Mo's arms. In the next moment, a translucent white glow suddenly rose up like an inflated white balloon, and the egg-shaped protective barrier was in the air. At the last critical moment, he stood up and protected both of them. Qi Xuan's fatal blow hit the barrier, and the strong impact distorted the space and shattered the dimension, like a giant beast with its mouth open, completely pulverizing the independent space. The poachers and orderers who had been guarding outside finally saw the climax, and at the same time suffered a torrent of power. Countless people were overturned. Some were instantly reduced to ashes, and some barely escaped with their extraordinary abilities, but were also seriously injured. In a radius of tens of miles, because of the violent impact, it was moved to flat ground. There are only two people standing in the middle, two people confronting each other. Qi Xian was full of surprise. Qin Mo smiled. He felt the heat in his arms, small but surprisingly reassuring. But at this moment, the little thing made a soft voice. The tone was very soft, but the words he said were extremely reliable. Qin Mo, I will protect you. With the sharp edge of the scabbard, you are truly fearless. The shield of immortality, the soul he can trust, his everything. The ink blade slipped from the palm of his hand, and with a fierce offensive, he attacked the enemy on the opposite side. The balance is broken, the stalemate is shattered, and what is greeted is an overwhelming strength advantage. Qi Xian died of exhaustion. He couldn't believe it until he died. His life was unexpectedly brought to an end in this way. Beheaded by a newcomer whom he looked down upon, despised, and never looked down upon. The familiar ball of light was floating in the air. Qin Mo reached out and took it. After fighting for a long time, Shi Qing was somewhat exhausted, but at this moment he was also greatly relieved. The danger was finally over. The ball of light fluttered slowly in Qin Mo's hands, as if it still carried Qi Xian's will, and he didn't want to succumb to it. A slight resistance fell in Qin Mo's eyes, and it was not worth mentioning. Suppressing it easily, he lifted the little panda out and placed it next to the light ball. Eat it. The little panda blinked. Obedient, Shi Qing rarely refused, and he shook his head. Then he said, I don't need it. Qin Mo turned his head abruptly, his black eyes locked on it. Shi Qing jumped down from his palm and stood up slowly. The boy's figure was slender and graceful. As if surrounded by a white halo, he stretched out his hand and shook it tightly with Qin Mo. I don't want to become a god. Qin Mo was slightly taken aback, then smiled slowly. This represents destruction. If I devour it, bad things may happen. Shi Qing looked at him and blinked. I'm by your side. Be with you forever. Even if it's a minute or a second. I won't leave you. Qin Mo was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. Shi Qing was comforting him in Qin Mo's way. Make him feel at ease, utterly at ease. You hold the power of destruction, and I guard you. Use the whole world as an oath, promising to never leave and never leave forever. We are together. We are complete. The white ball of light spun quickly, disappeared from Qin Mo's palm, and was completely absorbed by him. Turning around, lifting the boy's chin, and rolling it over the ruddy lips, he knew Shi Qing's intentions. Thank you, Shi Qing. After Shi Qing woke up from the red bed, it was already half a month later. After sleeping for so long, it's really refreshing. Stretching, Qin Mo hugged him from behind. The two of them had no clothes on. They had just woken up, and they hugged each other tightly. It was unavoidably warm. Following the previous lubrication, it was not difficult to push in. There was a humming and chirping. After having a good time, Shi Qing quickly stopped. He was still preoccupied with something, turned around and asked Qin, "I remember, you said before that you would take me to pick up a mission?" It's a pity that he was interrupted by a group of people afterwards, and then it was a battle of life and death. Now it was finally resolved, and Shi Qing remembered it. Qin replied, "Yes." "What mission?" "The task doesn't matter. The focus is on the place to cross." Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Qin touched him and comforted him. "It should be your world, a place called Earth." Shi Qing was stunned, a little unbelievable. "Want to go see it?" "We'll meet them." His parents, his elder brother, his relatives and friends, the place where he grew up. Meeting, Shi Qing was a little at a loss. He once imagined that he would travel back to his own world again, but he never thought that this day would really come true. After coming to the original world and seeing tens of thousands of different worlds, he no longer hopes to be lucky enough to return to his own world. But now, he had this chance. Can he really go back? Should we really go back? Shi Qing's heart was in a mess, and immediately, everything in his previous life flashed through his mind, and he turned his head and saw Qin again. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at Qin and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see my hometown." The two had just left the system space when Shi Qing received a series of messages. From the same guy, Sinal. "Brothers, I've only been away for 5 or 6 days. What have you guys done? Oh my God, I really kneel down for you. Do you want to be so awesome, buddies?" Sheener was really stunned. This kind of feeling is like, I just met a new friend, and yesterday I told him not to run around or sway, but to be obedient, wake up after a sleep, I wipe it, and the new friend becomes the president of the country, the king of the world, or something more exaggerate. Simply evolve into Superman, Spider-Man, Iron God of War. This rhythm. Can you still have fun, my friend? 1 second before returning to the original world, Sinner was still coaxing the awkward and sulking host of his family. And when he turned his head, he was stunned by the news all over the world. The poachers and the lawful fought passionately, and in the end, the two big bosses hiccuped together. And the person who defeated them was actually his good friend, Shi Qing and Qin. Seeing the names and images of the two of them all over the world, Sinner really didn't know what expression to use to face him. He was silent for half an hour. Then he turned his head with pain in his face, looked at his host, and pointing to the two cool and domineering people on the big screen. He said with a broken face, "It's them, the ones I mentioned before. My, the savior." His host. Equals. The original world has become a mess. Shi Qing and Xia Sun disappeared, and both the Independent Alliance and the Orderly Association collapsed in an instant. Organizations maintained by violent suppression and interest temptations, after losing their checkers and balancers, have exposed many problems that cannot bear to be looked at directly. The Independence Alliance had a discredited reputation. The so-called barefoot is not afraid of those who wear shoes. The cadres of the Independence Alliance can't afford to provoke those two figures, but it is no problem to find the lawful ones to bite them. Now, they have learned to be smart. If you ruin my reputation, I will also pour dirty water on your face. The dark side of lawful beings has been revealed, and the degree of disgust is really staggering. It is true that the Orderly Association will not devour the system, but what they do is really comparable to the Independence Alliance's direct devouring system. Because of the perennial war with the poachers, more than half of the hosts of the lawful have lost their systems. And if no system wants to survive, it must devour other people's systems again. However, the law-abiding ones, in the name of protecting the system, did not say anything in secret. At least on the surface, they were determined not to do such a thing, so they found another way and came up with a method to share the system. Seize an excellent system, and let one system supply the needs of several hosts at the same time. In this way, it solves the urgent need of the host door, but it doesn't even consider the system's wishes at all. The power of the system is limited. Signing a contract with one host is a win-win situation, but signing a contract with multiple hosts at the same time is tantamount to self-harm. After being continuously demanded, the system dies, and the orderly ones will look for a new system again, and go round and round. in order not to reveal the secrets and imprison the system. On the surface, it is protection, but in fact it is abuse. With this breakthrough, the Orderers were even more whimsical. Their own system aptitude was not excellent, so they simply tricked an excellent system. There are always obedient tricks to bring you to your knees. Xia Sun left too abruptly. Xiaozhi was affected and seriously injured in order to save him. Both leaders fell down. These things were also picked up by poachers. Okay, you call us disgusting and perverted. What you have done is much more perverted than us. In the beginning, there were many people who wanted to maintain the association of Orderers. Once the inside story broke out, they couldn't avoid it. They wished they could step on it a few times. Who would bother? In a month, everything turned upside down. When Qin Mo and Shi Qing reappeared, there was a huge mess in front of them. Shi Qing was dumbfounded immediately. The only thought in his mind at that time was, fortunately, I didn't become the main god stupidly. How could this be done by humans? Although he didn't become the main god, Qi Xian and Xia Sun were hiccuped by them. When he appeared at this moment, they were immediately chased and intercepted by a group of people. Of course, they didn't come to fight with them, but to show off their cuteness and cry for help. After truly experiencing the difficulty of walking an inch, Shi Qing felt that he was about to become paralyzed. Your tricks are really endless. Hey, I don't want to care about your shit. Can you not send it over? And who wants to be your leader? Hey, I'm not that material. His head hurt from being chased. Shi Qing had no choice but to ask his host for help. Qin Mo made a quick move. In another short month, the chaotic world of Origin gradually started to get on the right track. The onlookers, Shi Qing and Xinair, said, please accept the knees of our lives. Sinner's host. Equals. Shi Qing could do what Qin Mo did, but he didn't dare. During this and that half a month, Shi Qing and Qin Mo discovered a fact that they couldn't laugh or cry. They respectively have the power of the main god, and together they are the main god. This one fits together, that one fits together, no one thinks wrong. After the fusion, they gained all the power of the main god, and Shi Qing's system manual also revealed the whole picture, and the name evolved from System Quick Manual to Book of the Main God. Everything recorded above is so powerful that it is beyond imagination. Qin Mo flipped through it and then made a potion. Anyone who takes the potion can isolate the devoured system from himself, and then the main holy temple will reward the reborn system with a body and a new host option. But the poachers will not be given up on this. They will get the inorganic system created by the Lord God without thinking and emotion. Qualifications are random, relying on luck. In this way, it seems that the fundamental problem has not been solved. If you want to pursue power, you will still want to devour other systems. But then, Qin Mo made another decision that made the entire original world boil. The treasury of the Lord God came to this world again. Open to all. Any system and host can go to the Lord's temple and see the whole picture of the treasure house. Almost all the goods inside are open to the outside world. But if you want to really get it, you need harsh conditions. The number of completed high-level mercenary missions, level requirements, special level experience, and a lot of Asian currency, the conditions were astonishing, but not daunting. As long as you have a goal, you can move towards it. If you are afraid, and you can't pursue it at all. No matter how talented you are, no matter how rich you are, no matter how many times you have completed hundreds of SSS-level mercenary missions. If you can't get what you want, then you have no choice but to plunder. With this open platform, who would want to poach the system with achievements that can be achieved as long as they work hard? Of course, 1 or 2 true perverts are not ruled out. But compared to the previous chaotic situation, it was already much stronger. After arranging all these, Qin Mo didn't ask any more questions. The most fundamental reason why the main god was split by his lawful ones was his own depravity. High above, overlooking everything, controlling the supreme power, but facing it alone. Over time, the will becomes chaotic, and then fallen. Both Qin Mo and Shi Qing refused to become gods. They accepted the main god's sharp blade and strong shield, but handed over the main god's treasury. The treasury is originally a gift from the Lord God. It was supposed to belong to everyone, Until this moment, the chaotic original world was finally revived, and they continued their work. Maintain the balance of thousands of small worlds. Sinner stayed with his host for 3 months, and then went to a new mission excitedly. Shi Qing sent him away with a smile, turned around, and entered the mercenary union with Qin Mo in disguise. The trade union was bustling with people, and the systems and hosts who were hung up by fat radishes were busy scanning tasks. They wished they could quickly pick up 3 and 50 B-level tasks in one go, and then they were eligible to buy that take the cool artifact. Shi Qing was also looking for the task Qin Mo mentioned earlier. I looked around from the beginning to the end, but I didn't see it. Shi Qing's heart suddenly turned cold when he was faced with a basin of cold water. It must be that the task was too simple and was accepted by others. He actually missed the opportunity to return to Earth. Seeing him frowning and looking disappointed, Qin Mo held his hand and asked, "What's wrong?" The little panda said it tearfully. "Qin Mo, the Book of the Lord God. How many pages have you read?" Little panda, 8. More than 800 pages? It sounds like I've read a lot, but the sad thing is that 1,000 pages are less than 1% thick. After reading them all, Shi Qing said, "Haha, hee. Article 930 on page dash of dash." Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, then went in and looked around. Then he opened his eyes wide and jumped up excitedly. Wow, young master can issue tasks. Xiaoye can choose which world he wants to choose, and release which mission he wants to release. Master has the right to use the mercenary union. What is there to worry about? Don't worry about anything. Shi Qing excitedly embarked on a mission to find the Earth. After turning around for a long time, I became wilted again. I will go. There are too many, okay. How long will it take to find his own world after hiding from the world like this? Qin Mo scratched the soft hair on his neck and whispered, "Use the search function." The little panda's eyes lit up again, and he quickly flipped through it. After a search, a large number of missions appeared, locked, and finally saw the Earth. China, City X, Shurjia. Post a mission. Quick acceptance. Get it? Entering the space-time tunnel. Shi Qing has never been so nervous and excited as he is now. He went back. He actually went back. The excitement was indescribable, and Shi Qing didn't wake up until he came out of the space-time tunnel. Then he was dumbfounded. I was too excited and didn't pay much attention, so I chose a simple task. But isn't this task too simple? And why would she dress up as a cat? Shi Qing turned his head stiffly and resolutely saw beside him a very, very, very beautiful black cat. Ha ha. You are definitely not my host. Right? The task of crossing the Earth is extremely simple. It is estimated to be an F-level task, and the goal is to collect kinds of plant specimens. This is simply the pediatrics of the pediatrics, let alone Shi Qing, a native of the Earth. It is a breeze for a foreigner to complete this task. It's just that Shi Qing didn't notice that this time travel character was so different. Dress up as a cat. Shi Qing said, "I have nothing to do. The difference between a panda and a cat is actually not too big. They're not human anyway. He adapts very well. It's just his host." He turned his furry head stiffly and looked at the elegant black cat sitting next to him. Shiny fur, elegant figure, and a pair of eyes are not golden, but dark blue like the sea, like glass balls, deep and charming. What a beautiful cat! Thinking of his own host again, Shi Qing's vertical pupils began to pop pink bubbles. Sure enough, he was dressed as a meow, and his host was also the most beautiful meow, the one that poked his heart the most instantly. At the beginning, I was a little frightened, but now there are only surprises left. Shi Qing leaned over and opened his mouth to say hello, but unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, it became meow, meow, meow. The soft voice of the little milk cat successfully made the beautiful black cat on the opposite side move its whiskers. Shi Qing still wanted to speak, but then the black cat walked towards him, lowered its head slightly, and grabbed his neck. Suddenly flying into the air, Shi Qing was startled, but then his body turned over again, and after falling, he lay firmly on the black cat's soft fur. Shi Qing meowed a few words, but his host ignored him. After a few more meows, the black cat jumped up gracefully and swept forward. The speed is not slow, and Shi Qing can't take care of meow 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 and lay down steadily for fear of being thrown off and come back to eat a dog and shit. How delicious it is! The two cats moved forward steadily, passing by the huge floor-to-ceiling mirrors in the surrounding shops. Shi Qing finally saw his state clearly. In the mirror, a handsome and beautiful black cat is walking forward with graceful steps like a cheetah, and on his back is a small white ball of fur, at most the size of a palm. The cat species cannot be distinguished, but the hair is thick and it is so smooth that people want to touch it when they see it. The two cats, one black and one white, walked on the road with their heads held high, instantly attracting screams from a large group of girls. So cute, so cute, so cute. Is this Dad carrying his son on his back? By the way, don't all cats have their children in their mouths? Why is he carrying his son? That's not the point. The point is that this pose is so cute, so cute. And you see that the little milk cat is so obedient, lying on its stomach obediently. Daddy is so handsome too, so domineering. Emma, I'm being stalked again. Father and son story. Meow becomes a human, affectionately spoils a strong father and a soft, cute, stupid son. A proper young attack. Still a cat. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. Did you know I heard that Meow's little penis is barbs? When you look back at the two of you. You're so nasty. Did your mother make it? But it sounds so delicious. It's a beast, so I can give it a shot. That's right, that's right. You could do this, that, and that again. Keep your voice down. The crackdown will be severe recently. Be careful to eat in prison. Cough, cough. After listening to the whole process of Shi Qing, he was almost shaking like a shuttle. Long time no see, the girls in my hometown are still so fierce. It's just two meows. You all have some amazing ideas. Returning the father and son, returning the beast, returning the barb. All. What are these things? And is there a possibility that the father is a black cat and the son is a white cat? Be sensible, girl. But he couldn't speak. He just meowed, and then helplessly lay on the host. Since his host became a cat, he didn't say a word. If he wasn't 100% sure that it was the host, he would have wondered if it was really just a black cat. He really wanted to support the host with a meow. It must be very beautiful. Huh? Could it be that his host doesn't want to make a sound like meow? Shi Qing's mind suddenly widened. A beautiful host with cat ears, a meowing sound, and blushing cheeks from shyness. I rub it, Mr. Nosebleed. You must hold. Shi Qing was immersed in fantasy and meowed. But the black cat had already turned a corner with him and walked onto the familiar street. Seeing the surrounding scene, Shi Qing regained consciousness in an instant and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This is the way home. This kind of feeling of being closer to the hometown is really indescribable. When he really looks at the person head-on, he just suddenly froze. The man in front of him was tall and slender, with a dark shirt and slender trousers, and a simple black overcoat. His clothes were simple and generous, but they made him look particularly handsome. He is much more mature than before, and has completely grown from a big boy to a man. The man who supports the family. Shi Qing said silently in his heart. Sure you, brother, long time no see. The black cat jumped up and stood on the wall. The angle of view was higher, and Shi Qing could see it more clearly. Sure you just got out of the car. And then the back seat door opened, and a slender woman came out with fair skin and a black corset dress, which was dignified yet graceful. She turned her face away. Shi Qing took a look and knew who it was. Sister Yaqing. She has been in love with her brother since college. And because of Shi Qing's incident, the two never got married, and now they should be together. Shi Qing was watching in a daze, and the next moment, another little doll jumped out from the back seat of the car. He was 5 or 6 years old with fat arms and legs, wearing a black and white striped down jacket and a small hat with panda ears. Wearing a fluffy scarf, cute and tight. He jumped into Shi Yu's arms and smacked his face. Shi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then he was full of excitement. It's Shi Yu's son. He has a nephew. His parents have a grandson. The small family of 3 got out of the car, and just about to ring the doorbell. The door opened, and the middle-aged woman who walked out had slightly curved eyes, gentle and kind. Shi Qing just glanced at it, and the tears were completely uncontrollable, dripping endlessly. "Mom, he really saw his mother again." Doubting jumped up, hugged Grandma, and gave a big babble. The smile on Shi's mother's face became more intense, and she also kissed her good grandson. Just as the family was saying this, Shi's father also came out. In Shi Qing's impression, his father, who was as tall as a mountain, bent his back slightly at this moment. Although he was still in good spirits, the white hair on his temples was so glaring that it made his heart ache. Memories from the past came flooding back like a flood. Shi Qing's childhood, teenage years, until his death had been very happy. An ordinary family has small quarrels and ups and downs in life, but nothing can match the true feelings of a family. One family, one heart, warm and harmonious. Even at the last moment, Shi Qing was not given up. His father, his mother, his brother, and his family all hoped that he could live and live happily. When Shi Qing was in a trance, the family had already boarded the car. The black commercial vehicle slid out, and the black cat picked up Shi Qing and chased after him. It was easy to follow, and it took about an hour to reach the destination. Only when he arrived at the place did Shi Qing know what day it is. Shi Qing's Memorial Day. 9 years ago, he was defeated by a serious illness and died here forever. The family mourned silently, with the father and the mother closing their eyes tightly, praying silently that the son who died young could live a peaceful life in another world. Shi Qing looked at it stupidly, until he saw the tears falling from the corner of Shi's mother's eyes. He uncontrollably lay down on the black cat and started to cry. After so long, he still lives in their hearts. No matter how long, whether life or death, they are one family. They will remember him to the end of their lives. At the end of the sacrifice, Yaqing supported Shi's mother. Shi's father walked aside. Shi Yu was beside his father, and the group left silently. When he walked to the corner, Doubting, who was behind, saw the little white hairball at a glance. He blinked and walked over quietly, staring at the white hairball with big round eyes, tilted his head and asked, "Why are you crying?" Shi Qing was stunned. Doubting gently touched his back and said softly, "Don't be afraid. May I take you home?" On November 11th, Shi Qing's 9th anniversary, the Shi family had 2 new members, Momo and Xiaobai. 2 cats, one black and one white, were brought home by Xiao Ding Shirtan. 2 legendary cats, until many years later, when the Shi family moved, even Doubting had grown up, and the deeds of this pair of cats were still widely spread in the neighborhood. Bai Miao is cute and sensible, coaxing both parents and mothers to be happy every day. Hey Miao never acts cute, and he doesn't even make a sound, but he and Bai Miao are inseparable. No matter day or night, wherever there is Bai Miao, he must be there. 2 psychic cats accompany their elderly parents through their last years. It even made them gradually come out of the pain of bereavement. Shi Qing didn't expect that he would return home in this form, but he was unexpectedly very satisfied. He returned to his parents' side again. He could make them happy in another simple way. He could accompany them quietly, and with the posture of a cat, he completed the last guardianship of this home. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. I am by your side. This time I will take care of you." Return to the system space again. Shi Qing was still a little lost. Qin Mo, who had been silent for 30 years, finally spoke, touched his neck, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Qing Qing." Shi Qing raised his head, stared blankly, and then looked at Qin Mo. His ink-like eyes reflected his shadow at this moment, and he was the only one. Shi Qing smiled, tiptoed, and kissed him on the lips. "Thank you, Qin Mo." The light kiss turned heavy, ambiguous, and lingering. When the two embraced each other, Shi Qing leaned into Qin Mo's arms and said something that made his host feel at ease forever. "I only have you. Don't leave me. We own each other. It is enough." End of the full text. The author has something to say, bow. This is the end of the full text. I don't know if it's a bad ending. Hey, I'm really not sure about this, but I just feel that the story should end when the story is finished. In fact, from the beginning, I didn't want to write too long. The main reason is that Qin Mo's people are located here. so that the subsequent plot cannot be unfolded. But I really wrote everything I wanted to write, and I feel very fulfilled. Cough, cough. Of course, there are actually a lot of bug. The following is a routine reflection at the end of this article. I really kneel down to my own logic. All kinds of bug emerge, and endlessly, logic can't afford to be killed or injured. Girls can tolerate me until now. I am really grateful. Then there is the character design, which still needs to be done in more detail in advance. And the supporting role is still 0. Old problem, worry about crying. There's also the ending. Maybe it is still not satisfactory, but there is really nothing to write, and writing any more is malicious water injection. The most regretful thing about this article is that I can't write meat freely. In fact, I've made up a lot of brains. Hey, it's all tears, so I won't mention it. The biggest problem is that I found that once my relationship is in place, I won't be able to write. And then there is no more. There's a lot of nonsense, and there are many more, so I won't talk about them one by one. If you have any opinions, please let me know. I must work hard to improve. Really want to improve. Too much is missing. Published side story, punishment for secretly practicing avatar technique. After settling down in the original world, Shi Qing's life was surprisingly busy. Although he and Qin have the two most powerful forces in this world, there are countless small worlds in sight, and as long as you enter any one, your life will be rich and colorful. Especially Qin, who loves to run around, will talk about the customs of the small world from time to seduce Shi Qing. Where can Shi Qing hold back? Pull Qin to play. Qin has always followed him in these matters. He can go wherever he wants, and he will never refuse. After Shi Qing wandered around 3 or 4 worlds passionately, he felt a little uncomfortable. How should I put it? My own host is too powerful. Even if I take an SSS-level mission, I can easily solve it with a raise of my hand. After all, it is a powerful force above all worlds, and there is really no match for it. With such a large cheat, Shi Qing felt that his interest in taking risks had dropped a lot, so he had the idea of sneaking out to play by himself again. It's a pity that the host never let him leave his side, and Shi Qing didn't dare to touch him against the scales. After thinking about it, the thing of separation technique flashed in his head. Now Qin knows him very well, and knows that Shi Qing is a typical serious dominator. So he stepped forward and urged, "What are you afraid of? It will be great if you practice avatar technique, and that thing is not expensive. Do you want to buy it? As many as there are, put a main body next to Master Qin, and then the clone can go out and play freely." Shi Qing was still a little hesitant about the clone technique. At the beginning, he wanted to practice this thing, but the host was very unhappy. Although he obtained this cheat book later, he heard that practicing this thing would have a great impact on the mind, and he might cause schizophrenia, so he was even more unhappy. Dare to touch it? In addition, he used to copy people's world in the past, and he has always had a shadow on the avatar, and he was afraid of any tragedy, so he has always been ungrateful. Now that Qin mentioned it, Shi Qing couldn't help but talk about his concerns. Qin immediately stared at him with wide eyes. "You look down on yourself too much. You don't need to worry about this with your cultivation level. Schizophrenia? Please. Even the mental power of ordinary people in low planes is enough to deal with it, okay? Not to mention you. As for duplicants, you think too much. The avatar technique is spiritual intercommunication. It's like giving you an extra pair of eyes to see the world and more channels to receive information. It's not at all independent." Hearing what he said, Shi Qing suddenly became enlightened. In this case, he seems to be able to give it a try. He cut off Sinner's communicator, slid into his maul, found the highest level avatar, looked through it for a long time, and generally understood it. Afraid of any accidents, Shi Qing practiced a few more times seriously and thought that there would be no problems. So he secretly separated himself, preparing to go to the world full of candies to learn more. At this time, Qin happened to be having a meeting. Although Xia Zhu and Qi Xian were both dead, the Order and the Independent Alliance had not completely disintegrated. They were all striving for Qin to be their new leader, but Qin, how could I take care of this kind of mess? So I kept procrastinating. But he would show up now and then to deal with some of the things they were arguing about. The Master's treasury has been opened, and the original world has regained its balance, but it's not completely okay. There are various affairs, and they can't really let them go, otherwise they will be broken, and they will still be the ones to toss. Shi Qing's main body was dozing off in front of Qin Mo's chest. It was good to turn into a little panda, and he could sleep wherever he went, very comfortable. His main body was snoring, but his clone had already slipped outside the portal and was about to walk in. Suddenly, Qin Mo stood up, and the whole meeting suddenly fell into silence. Everyone looked at him. I really can't afford to offend this great god. But the little panda Shi Qing, who was in a drowsy sleep, turned over vigilantly, realizing that the host's breath was not right. He got out of his clothes and saw that he was back home. He was about to ask, but found that Qin Mo was looking down at him. There was no emotion in his black eyes, and his pleasant voice was as cold as it's frozen. Where are you going? Shi Qing's heart tightened, and he panicked. Has this been discovered? Was it discovered so quickly? How to do? Qin Mo stared at him and paused every word. I said, don't practice avatar technique. Shi Qing's little panda tumbled to the ground and quickly withdrew the clone technique. After turning into a human form, he said softly, I heard that the clone technique won't affect the spirit if the cultivation base is high. He explained, but Qin Mo remained motionless. His black eyes deepened, and a chill brewed inside, which penetrated very deeply. Shi Qing knew his host very well. Over the years, he had become so familiar with his temperament that it was unimaginable for ordinary people. He suddenly regretted it very much and was more than sorry for his stupid behavior. He would ignore such an important thing in a moment of fun. His host is good at everything, and everything depends on him, wishing to pamper him to heaven. But there is only one thing, the bottom line that must never be touched. That is, don't leave by his side. No matter what form of departure, he would not tolerate it. Maybe as time goes by, Qin Mo's knot will be resolved, but obviously, now is not the time. When Shi Qing practiced the avatar technique, he undoubtedly touched his taboo. After all, it is a system with full natural skills. Shi Qing softened his voice and said softly, I was wrong, Qin Mo. I know I was wrong. Don't be angry, okay? After the words fell, he stood on tiptoe and kissed his beautiful Jiang lips. If it was normal, if he kissed, his host would definitely hug him and kiss back. But at this moment, Qin Mo didn't move at all. Shi Qing panicked even more. He knew he was really angry. But you can't back down. If you do, it will definitely make him even angrier. Anyway, keep kissing. The two have done this many times, and Shi Qing's kissing skills have also improved a lot. He carefully touched the host's lips with the tip of his tongue and realized that he didn't close his teeth tightly. Shi Qing was overjoyed and stuck out his tongue again. Go in and try hard to touch the tip of Qin Mo's tongue. Although his kissing skills have improved, Shi Qing's tongue is naturally relatively short, and it is usually Qin Mo who sweeps his mouth, which makes him feel giddy, and even some of his skills are washed away by his dizzy brain. If it was him who took the initiative, he would be overwhelmed. It took a lot of effort to reach in, and after licking for a long time without getting a response, it made his heart itch. He wanted Qin Mo to kiss him, to lick him with the tip of his tongue, to have the wonderful taste of turning and stirring in his mouth. But he couldn't get it, and his heart itched so badly that he couldn't help but begged, Qin Mo, kiss me. After looking down at the guy's moist eyes and red lips, most of the anger dissipated. Qin Mo sighed imperceptibly, leaned over, hooked his chin, and pressed down a passionate kiss that satisfied Shi Qing. Finally got what he wanted. Shi Qing was extremely happy and excited. After being kissed like this for a while, he began to be dissatisfied again. These days, he didn't do much with Qin Mo because of the avatar technique. After being kissed now, his lower body was already hardened, and his acupoints were even more itchy. Both of them were familiar with each other. Shi Qing was impatient, twisted in Qin Mo's arms, and said impatiently, come in, it's so itchy. He is naked now. Because of his panda blood, his white body will exude a particularly beautiful light pink color when he is moved, and his lower body is dripping wet earlier, and his pink and tender entrances are opening and closing, eagerly hoping can be inserted through. Qin Mo saw it, but didn't touch him. Shi Qing couldn't bear it anymore, and tried to pull off the host's clothes, but just as he was taking it off for him, it suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then he looked in front of him in surprise. What? What's going on? How could there be two hosts? Shi Qing, who was a little dizzy from being burned by lust, thought he was seeing hallucinations. But then another master host appeared, blinked, and another came. Shi Qing stared at the four identical Qin Mo in front of him, completely confused. This is separation. In a flash of inspiration, he suddenly understood. Qin Mo this. Qin Mo put his earlobe in his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't you like Avatar technique? Enjoy today." Shi Qing's eyes widened suddenly, but he still didn't understand what he meant. And soon he was a little overwhelmed. Qin Mo kissed his lips. Qin Mo sucked the flesh on his chest. Qin Mo was kissing his waist, abdomen, thighs. All the sensitive points of the body were taken care of at this moment. Shi Qing lowered his head and saw four Qin Mo's. The visual impact almost made his legs so weak that he could not stand still. He never imagined that such a day would come, but he clearly felt that this is Qin Mo. It is all Qin Mo. Immediately afterwards, a secret pleasure surged up, and Shi Qing could only find the faint moans. However, everything has only just begun, for touches and kisses will really drive people crazy. Shi Qing was a little uneasy at first, but later let go. He wanted it like crazy. Qin Mo, it's so itchy, I really want it. He was almost driven crazy by the numbness in his back, and the little brother who raised his head in front had dripped a translucent liquid. Qin Mo at the front took off his clothes, squeezed his chin, and said softly, "What do you want?" Shi Qing stared at his sexy body without blinking, opened his mouth, but was still a little shy and unable to speak. Qin Mo kissed him on the lips. Disobedient children will be punished. Shi Qing immediately looked at him. It won't happen in the future, absolutely not. Good boy. Qin Mo kissed him again, leading him to say, "If you want, you know how to do it." These words are full of hints, and it's not the first time Shi Qing has done this. But this time, he was inexplicably nervous. He looked down at the huge guy and deeply knew how crazy happiness it could bring him. His body became even more out of control. Shi Qing's throat moved slightly, and he knelt down on the ground, holding the big guy's head in his mouth. So big, so hot, so hard. Shi Qing wanted to wrap it into his mouth as much as possible, but it was very difficult. So he had to softly sweep the smooth front end with the tip of his tongue. Suddenly, Qin Mo pushed forward, and Shi Qing was forced to open his mouth to eat more. His eyes were reddish, and he looked pitiful, but soon his waist was lifted up, and the numbness behind him seemed to be eaten by thousands of ants. The place where the bite was slammed was filled. This forceful bump was too stimulating. The entire posterior acupoint was stretched open, and those deadly itches were relieved a lot at once. And this kind of pleasure made Shi Qing scream. And he still had a big guy in his mouth, so he couldn't make a sound at all. He could only whimper and grunt. Immediately afterwards, Qin Mo behind him began to rush violently. He knew his sensitive spot too well. After 3 or 4 hard pokes on that soft spot, Shi Qing wanted to climax uncontrollably. But how could it be possible for him to be released so easily? Qin Mo's third avatar reached out and grabbed Shi Qing's little brother. The place where he wanted to vent was suddenly blocked. "I want to beg, but unfortunately my mouth is blocked tightly. I can't speak, my empty hands want to touch." Qin Mo's fourth avatar came over again, held his hand, and let him touch the same hot things. "It's so hot." Shi Qing unconsciously wrapped his palms around it and fiddled with it up and down for a while. And the only third avatar who was not taken care of by Qin Mo took his left hand and let him hold the huge and hard thing. Shi Qing's whole body was in the air. His back acupoints were constantly being hit. His mouth was stuffed to the brim. Even his hands were not let go. It was so cool. The infinitely magnified sensory experience made his head confused, and the place where he was eager to vent was out of control. "I can't hold on anymore. I really can't hold on." Shi Qing's tears rolled down from excitement. Qin Mo felt distressed and finally let go of his hand. Shi Qing felt nothing in his head and reached the climax in an instant. The semen in the front spurted out unreservedly, and more lewd juice also gushed out from the back hole. Qin Mo, who had been stabbing him all the time, felt that a stream of heat was sprayed on his cock, which was the ultimate taste. Every time after an orgasm, Shi Qing's back acupoint would shrink violently. The small acupoint that seemed to have countless little hands walking was so tight and hot that one couldn't bear to leave it. Chinamo didn't give him a chance to rest, bent down and kissed his back, arousing his desire again. Shi Qing was still in a daze, but soon he was awakened by the violent impact behind him, and the sound of the splashing water made people feel ashamed but moved. Shi Qing was finally able to make a sound, because Chinamo was pulled out from his mouth. Suddenly, there was still a feeling of emptiness in his mouth, as if sensing his desire. The other Chino bent down and kissed his lips. The taste of entwining lips and tongue was so good, Shi Qing let out a comfortable moan, extremely satisfied. His chest was licked and bitten, and the limp little brother was actually held in the mouth by Chinmo's other avatar. The huge stimulation gave Shi Qing the urge to climax again. Chinmo could judge his condition from the color of his body. He let go of his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry. Now you have an orgasm. You will hurt in a while." Shi Qing didn't know why, but he was a little regretful, and he still wanted to kiss him. But this Chinmo walked behind him. Shi Qing turned his head slightly and saw two Chinmos at the same time, still in a daze. And when he realized what Chinmo was going to do, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. "No! No way!" Chinmo kissed his elastic buttocks. "Yes." Shi Qing looked at Chinmo's two huge things, and his whole body trembled. "If you can't get in, you definitely can't get in. One is okay too. How is this possible?" Chinmo, who was licking his chest, got up and kissed his lips, making him a little confused, but Chinmo, who was holding his lower body, let go all of a sudden. He didn't dare to stimulate anymore. Shi Qing was too sensitive. Continue to stimulate, he will ejaculate, and after ejaculation, the back hole will keep shrinking, and he can't bear two dicks at all. But even so, Shi Qing was still very nervous. When he was nervous, his back acupoints, which had been developed to be very soft, became tense again. Although this taste was very pleasant, Chinmo wanted to try the feeling of putting both of them in. The principle of the clone technique is exactly as Sinner said. It is just an additional channel for collecting information. You can see two parts of things that you can see once, and you can only taste one part of the food. Eat 2 servings because the channels for receiving information are different. The sensory experience will not be repeated, but will be new many times and will be gathered in the brain at the same time, which will bring absolute superimposed pleasure. Chinmo wants to possess Shi Qing more, wants to get in touch more closely, and wants all of himself to get what he wants. Shi Qing's pussy was tense due to tension, so Chinmo had no choice but to hold back his temper and slowly thrust, using his favorite angle to relax him. Sure enough, under such teasing, Shi Qing began to moan intermittently. His beautiful eyes were covered with water vapor because of the numb electric current, and his dazed appearance made people itch. The benefits of the avatar technique are revealed at this moment. Shi Qing's demeanor could not be seen in such a latecomer's posture, but Chinmo can see it clearly at this moment. He can even kiss his tender lips so that he's more excited and makes him happier. The gentle and grueling foreplay made Shi Qing a little carried away. He wanted more, faster, and wanted Chinmo to use rough movements to bring himself to an orgasm. Under such longing, Shi Qing couldn't help but speak. Said, "Hurry up, Chinmo, use more force." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. Turning his head to look, he couldn't help being nervous again. Shi Qing called out in a trembling voice, "Chinmo." The other Chinmo hugged his face and kissed him delicately. "Don't be afraid, it will be very comfortable." Shi Qing looked at him. Looking into those familiar black eyes, the uneasiness in his heart was soothed. This is Chinmo, his host, his lover. He would never hurt him. He will only bring him extreme happiness, so there is no need to be afraid. Trying to relax himself, Chinmo behind him finally found a chance. Watching his things push that pink pussy to the extreme, it seemed that all the thin folds have been stretched, and that should have been stretched. The place where the fingers are difficult has been expanded to an unimaginable extent, but he knows that his tenderness can bear it, and he also knows how hot, slippery, and unstoppable it is inside. I wanted to slow down a little bit more, but just poking a head in, the feeling as if sucking him was superimposed into double in an instant, and a huge pleasure hit him. So he couldn't help but push forward, and then 2 sticks the cock is all stuffed in. Ah! It was filled up suddenly, and the pain that was about to burst still made Shi Qing break his voice. But soon, the automatic repair in the bloodline took effect, and he felt that his acupoint secreted more than usual. There was too much liquid, and the wet feeling was extremely embarrassing, but it suppressed the pain and magnified the pleasure. He felt the shape of Qin Mo very clearly, and 2 huge dicks penetrated in at the same time. Just thinking about it, the numbness almost made him unbearable. Realizing that he was used to it, the 2 Qin Mo moved at the same time. Although the speed was slow, the cocks were hard and hot. They thrust forward and backward like piling, and every time they hit the most numb place, time and time again. Qing's groans became more and more uncontrollable, and Qin Mo's movements became faster and faster. Although there are 2 dicks and 2 bodies, but because their spirits are connected, they are a real person, so they cooperate, they are very good, and the tacit understanding is beyond imagination. And the happiness that this brings to the body is definitely a wonderful experience where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Shi Qing couldn't feel any pain from being penetrated at all. He groaned. His voice was shattered when he was contradicted. Well, Qin Mo, so comfortable, so full, ah. He screamed indiscriminately, and the other 2 Qin Mo were not idle. One was kissing his lips, the other was kissing his pink chest. All the sensitive points of his body were taken care of. Under the impact of such overwhelming pleasure, Shi Qing couldn't take it anymore. His eyes widened suddenly, tears of excitement rolled down his face. His body tensed up to the extreme, and the little dick that hadn't been touched at all shot out tremblingly. The viscous liquid spilled onto the ground, and the blank mind after the orgasm made Shi Qing a little distracted. Qin Mo also enjoyed it very much. Maybe it was too much stimulation. Shi Qing's orgasm lasted for a long time, and the tender pussy kept spraying liquid towards the cock that penetrated and violated him. The hot and sticky feeling would really makes people crazy. He asked his avatar to kiss Shi Qing's softened little guy, and the impact behind him increased his speed again, which easily made him excited again. Accompanied by the water-stained sound there was a slow sound of Shi Qing's lascivious moans. Shi Qing ejaculated 3 times before Qin Mo was finally satisfied, and poured all his semen into the tight meat hole that was already showing bright red. Just after orgasm, Shi Qing's ass was shot full again. Shi Qing's sensitive body was trembling, overflowing with a beautiful blush, and he was also stimulated to completely lose his mind, even with such a non-human body. I couldn't stand it anymore. The little thing in the front couldn't shoot anything, and the back hole was stretched too wide and filled too much. When 2 Qin Mo's pulled out their dicks at the same time at that time, the white viscous liquid slowly flowed down, and the erotic pussy could no longer be completely confinement. The posture of closing and closing seemed to be swallowing greedily, and the lewdness reached the extreme. Qin Mo looked down, his throat moved slightly, and his cock, which had not yet softened, felt the familiar pain again. I still want to do it again. I want to possess him more. I want him to belong to me completely, and all of him belong to all of myself. As soon as this thought moved, Qin Mo curled his lips, and a delicate kiss fell down, comforting the lover in his arms. Realizing that his host still wanted to continue, Shi Qing said with some fear, "It really can't be done. I can't." Before he finished speaking, Qin Mo was already blocked. His lips, the flexible tongue rushed into the mouth, so smooth that he could only find a moan of satisfaction. After the kiss was over, Shi Qing became emotional, and the pussy that was still dripping with semen began to itch again. The numb feeling made him desperately want to insert a cock, want Qin Mo to fill him up, want Qin Mo hit him hard. Qin Mo was too familiar with him, so he naturally knew what he wanted. His thin kiss fell on his smooth neck, and his voice had the unique, sexy magnetism after an orgasm. Qing, use the clone technique. Shi Qing, who was distracted by his kiss, didn't quite understand. He vaguely heard the word separation technique, and immediately thought that this was the culprit that made the host unhappy, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. "I won't use it anymore. I won't need it anymore." His small appearance accidentally coaxed the host. Qin smiled softly, bit the little peas on his chest, and said, "You can use it with me, but don't leave me with any avatars." Sight. Shi Qing blinked, a little dazed. At this time, Qin had already picked him up, supported his waist, and made him sit down. The pussy, which was already extremely soft, easily swallowed the huge dick. Shi Qing was pushed to the most comfortable place and couldn't help but groan. Qin kissed him, holding his waist with his big hands, making him heave up and down, because the pussy was full of semen. Such a riding posture squeezed out all the viscous liquid. Slapping the sound of G was embarrassing, but the feeling of being wet, slippery, and hot made both of them enjoy it very much. Qing, listen to me. Use the clone technique. Qin was still tempting him. Shi Qing was so comfortable that he was dying. He worked hard for a long time before concentrating and managed to separate a clone. Soon, he experienced an unprecedented experience. He saw himself and Qin. He saw clearly from such a strange angle. He saw himself sitting in the arms of the host, saw his expression that was so excited that he lost control, saw the place where he and the host had intercourse. The viscous liquid formed white foam due to the continuous bumps up and down. The host cock is so big and thick, every time he hits it, he can feel the huge pleasure. Looking at it from this angle, he felt that he was too lewd. That pink pussy seemed insatiable. Every time Qin pulled it away, he was reluctant to part with it, and every time he inserted it, it was trembling with excitement. How could it be so promiscuous? Shi Qing's face turned red, but it was clear that Qin's decision to separate him was not simply for him to watch. Shi Qing on this side was heaved up and down by Qin's waist, and Shi Qing on the other side was also held in Qin's arms. But he just used the rear entry style. Before he could react, he had already stood up, deeply buried in. The pleasure of being overwhelmed is multiplied by 2. Shi Qing only felt that his heart and soul were trembling at the same time. That feeling was too ecstasy. Qin. The two Shi Qings both noticed the sweet moans. What Qin gave him was different strengths and different speeds, but fierce and exciting thrusts. This won't work? I can't take it. I can't take it. Because of his panda blood, Shi Qing's already sensitive body couldn't stand such double stimulation, and he screamed. He piled up and shot out again. He was going crazy with one orgasm, but this time he actually experienced a double orgasm. The moment when the avatar and the main body ejaculated at the same time, Shi Qing really thought that he would die. He would die in this infinitely exciting and huge pleasure. However, this is not the end. Qin is not satisfied yet. He continued to thrust and fuck hard in his violently contracted pussy. It really made Shi Qing not wake up from the aftertaste of the orgasm all the time. Wave after wave, time after time. I always thought this was the limit, but every time I climbed up, it was the thrill of being overwhelmed. Indulging in endless desire, Shi Qing could only call his name indiscriminately, responding to him in a daze, pouring out all the love that has overflowed his heart, filled his blood, and even occupied his soul come out. Qin, love you, I love you. No matter how much he said, he couldn't describe the great joy and deep-rooted love, but he could only say it. If he didn't say it, he would be suffocated to death by himself. I don't know how long this unlimited stimulation lasted. When Qin poured semen into his body again, Shi Qing had already passed out completely. After accepting the avatar technique, Qin hugged him carefully and kissed his delicate facial features with extreme gentleness, and the host's hoarse voice was filled with deep affection that was so thick that it couldn't be melted away. Qing, don't leave me. Never, in any form. Published extra story, Adventures in the Candy World. Shi Qing, who was almost ruined by the avatar technique, shrinks into a little panda and waits to sleep in the host's arms for several days, then wakes up later. But when he thinks of the ecstasy memory, he would rather be a panda the size of a palm tuanzi. I don't want to experience the feeling of dying again. Qin didn't mention it and pampered him as always. In fact, Qin liked Shi Qing's panda figure very much, because he was too young and obedient, sleeping lazily on his chest, which made him feel at ease in everything he did. This feeling of complete control greatly satisfied the obsession deep in his heart. Although it was a bit unspeakable, Shi Qing had already accepted this. His host is very good, but he has no sense of security. Regarding this issue, Shi Qing doesn't want to waste his IQ, although I can't think of a solution. It's okay. Anyway, he won't leave him. As long as he doesn't leave, the host will be as good as no one in the world can match. Shi Qing curled up for a month. Qin Mo finished the work at hand, looked at the little panda stretched and licking the soft cake with the tip of its pink tongue. He couldn't help softening his black eyes, and his deep voice had something that made him feel ashamed. The charm of tingling ears. Do you want to go out and play? Shi Qing's little panda's black ears trembled, and he raised his head, staring at the self-empty host with wet eyes. Qin Mo couldn't help but poked his little furry body with his fingers, and his voice became softer. The candy world last time. Do you still want to go? The little panda's eyes lit up and immediately jumped to the ground. After landing, the slender and fair boy walked over with a smiling face. Go. Sinner said that it's very fun. There are beautiful candies everywhere, and everything is made of candies. Yes, very interesting. Qin Mo pulled him over and kissed the red lips that he had been thinking about for a month. Shi Qing's cheeks were flushed by his kiss, and his body was a little emotional, but he finally managed to control his reason. I want to go to the candy world. He had to remind his host if this continues, the two of them will get into a ball again, and they won't turn back. How could he escape after feeding the Lord host? And to feed him, Shi Qing brand tier bag is online. Is it still possible to go? Qin Mo really wants to do it. He hasn't touched him for a month. Just a few kisses can't satisfy his cravings, but Qin Mo smiled slightly and lightly bit his neck. When I go to the candy world to continue. Shi Qing's eyes widened. What he wanted to say was, he went to the candy world to take risks, to explore, to discover new worlds, not to go there. Cough. On second thought, it seems it would be nice to do some favorite things with the host in such a beautiful place. Shi Qing was in a good mood and walked into the portal with the host. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling. It was quite fresh to come here out of the blue. In the new world, he and the host will be separated for a short while. But he is not worried. His host will definitely find him immediately. All he needs to do is to understand the situation a little bit. Although they came with missions, given the current levels of Qin Mo and Shi Qing, this A-level small world is simply not enough. They don't need to care about the missions at all. They just need to play happily. It's like two full-level queens entered the 10th level dungeon. What are you afraid of? Rolled all the way. When Shi Qing woke up, he opened his eyes and looked around. Although he was mentally prepared, his eyes were still full of surprises. What a wonderful world. There are colorful colors everywhere, and all the buildings are inseparable from candies and snacks. Soft and cute cotton candy trees, smooth and beautiful hard candy floors, and chocolate statues exuding charming aromas, and delicious biscuit houses and small rivers and brooks flowing with delicious juices. Shi Qing looked around, completely dazzled. The place where he was born seems to be a small village. Not many people, very quiet. Although he is soul-aware this time, it is surprising that this body does not have any memory, only some common sense about this world. Shi Qing didn't care too much. Anyway, the tasks are trivial. And if he really wants to do it, it's just a matter of minutes. He has the same level now, and he just needs to play happily in this beautiful world. Strolling around, the people living in this world are very kind. After all, it is a dream world with abundant food. People are not purely human beings, but there are quite a few cute little orcs, for example. The one who licks the marshmallow tree is a kitten with floppy ears. The little bunny who was scolded by his mother for his own chocolate door, and the little moles who worked hard to carry the beautiful jewel-like candies. So cute. Shi Qing's childlike innocence exploded, and he wanted to see what he looked like. He took out a mirror casually, looked it over, and it seemed that there was no change. It was still the same face, the same appearance. The only difference was the extra pair of panda ears. Shi Qing didn't care, anyway. His host knew him no matter what. Playing around in this small town, Shi Qing felt it, and unexpectedly identified the location of the host. Every time it was Qin Mo who came to look for him. This time he also wanted to take the initiative to look for him. Shi Qing gave the gold coin in his hand to the little rabbit man who was tugging at his cuff, touched his head, and was about to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he found that his body was a little strange. In the original world, Shi Qing had long since lost the troubles of these ordinary people, so he was a little surprised for a while. But people have 3 urgencies, and it is impossible not to solve it. So he asked the little rabbit man again, "Little guy, can you take me to the bathroom?" The little rabbit man was very happy holding the gold coin, and his red eyes were so cute. Okay, big brother, come with me." Shi Qing went to his house and entered the bathroom full of candies. He really couldn't get used to it. What the hell is the toilet bowl made of sugar? Can this meow pee out? Toot Sao belongs to Toot Sao, but the matter of the 3rd emergency cannot be delayed. As the saying goes, do as the Romans do, and those who adapt have to adapt. He took off his pants and was about to relieve himself, but suddenly discovered a very, very scary thing. This body. How could this body? Shi Qing was completely taken aback by this fright. Why did he become like this? Shi Qing waited stupidly for a long time, and immediately thought of going to Qin and asking the host to help him find a way. He put on his clothes and went out, walked to a place where no one was around, and directly used the flying technique, left the town, and landed in a deep forest. Qin. He could feel the host around. Sure enough, just as he stood still, a familiar breath surged, and then he fell into a warm embrace, and Shi Qing knew who it was without looking back. He was a little flustered and was about to talk about his situation, but just as he raised his head, Qin kissed his lips. It's true that the two haven't been intimate for many days, and they came to this candy world to date. When Qin kissed Shi Qing, he was a little dazed, and the desire that had been suppressed before he came was aroused again. His body became hot, and he let out a muffled snort. But the next moment, the discomfort under his body made him wake up suddenly. Shi Qing seemed to push him away for the first time when the host was kissing him. Qin stared at him with black eyes. Shi Qing said quickly, "Qin, something is wrong with my body." As soon as he said this, Qin frowned slightly and immediately asked Ko, "What? Is there something uncomfortable?" After being asked, Shi Qing regained his composure. How do I say it? Hey, he instinctively wanted to find his host when he encountered something, but for this matter, is it really appropriate to come to him? Shi Qing's face changed back and forth. Qin dark eyes narrowed slightly, and before he could speak, he held his wrist, and a trickle slowly entangled in. It was probing his body. Shi Qing's face flushed for a while, and he didn't know what to say. Qin was also obviously taken aback. He naturally knew about Shi Qing's physical condition. Shi Qing struggled for a moment. Well, let's go back. This body in this world is too strange. He dare not think about what to do with Qin in this state. Qin paused for a moment, then said softly after a while, "Let me see." Ah! Shi Qing suddenly opened his eyes wide. Qin gentle kiss landed on his forehead. "Don't be afraid. No matter what, you are my dear." One sentence made Shi Qing's little heart tremble. His host usually treats him really well and has nothing to say. It's just that Qin's personality is rather cold, and he rarely talks about love. If he says something occasionally, Shi Qing can follow suit. Like a child with candy, it is extremely cherished. But, still very embarrassed, Shi Qing was very tangled. Don't look at it, it must be weird." Qin licked his fair neck. "No, you are fine, whatever is my favorite Qing." After saying these words, Shi Qing just felt like eating honey. The sweetness in his chest was almost bubbling. Then, before he finished speaking, Qin had already bit his lips, and the tip of his tongue rolled in, irritating his mouth, causing a burst of heat that was stronger than a burst. Shi Qing couldn't help but put his arms around Qin's neck and raised his head slightly, making this delicious kiss deeper, more lingering, and more ecstatic. This is the world of candy. Everything is made of candy. But Shi Qing really didn't expect that even the clothes he was wearing were light and sugar-coated. Qin's kiss slipped from his lips, kissed the white neck, the slightly swaying Adam's apple, and then the sexy collarbone. Shi Qing moaned softly until the host bowed his head and embraced the tenderness through his clothes. Small meatballs that have stood upright. Shi Qing snorted, lowering his eyes slightly. What he saw was an extremely erotic scene. The material of the clothes is sugar-coated, which was slowly drawn in circles by the tip of the tongue, and soon melted slowly. The blood-congested pink seemed to be liberated, with bright colors and sticky sugar threads hanging on it. Like a fruit waiting to be picked, it trembled pitifully. Qin held it in his mouth and sucked it hard. Shi Qing immediately let out a short moan. Then on the other side, after doing the same thing, Shi Qing's clothes were still neatly worn, but there were two small holes on the chest that should be covered the most, and the exposed little flesh trembled and shone brightly. The color is really lewd. Shi Qing was defeated by the clothes, but what was even more embarrassing was under him. Being teased like this, the spontaneous reaction of the panda blood has already prepared his pussy, and the wet liquid gushes out. After Qin took off his outer pants, the underwear has been smudged to form a lewd hole. Qin stared. The flames of lust flickered in his black eyes. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and the sugar coating that was almost melted disappeared in an instant. The pink meat hole was crystal clear, and the slippery appearance was simply hooking him in. The scenery is so charming, but Qin is still enduring it. Even if there is panda blood, this body has never experienced human affairs, and Shi Qing will be very painful if he inserts it rashly. He patiently squeezed it with his fingers, but he didn't expect half of his finger to be swallowed in the small hole. Shi Qing let out a comfortable moan, leaning against Qin and trembling slightly. Qin only felt that his fingers had entered a wonderful place, soft, wet, slippery, and firm, and the slightly trembling posture seemed to be biting him, begging him to enter more. This body is really fit to bear. The two of them have traveled through so many worlds. Qin naturally knows that some races have certain bodies. Even if it is the first time, they are very good at accepting them. It's like the world of orcs and the interstellar ABO, where Shi Qing is more lewd than usual. But this time was different. He always felt that Shi Qing was still yearning for something, even more than before. Qin imitated the movement of the penis with his fingers, and Shi Qing immediately let out a sweet moan, and the small and lovely dick stood upright, and a few drops of clear liquid even flowed out from the top. Qin's hand was already swollen and painful like a hot iron rod, but he was still waiting. He needed to thoroughly understand Shi Qing's current body, so that the sexual pleasure between the two of them could reach its peak. Expanding from 1 finger to 3 fingers, Shi Qing has already begun to pant for short breaths. If usual, he would have an orgasm at this time, but he did not expect that this time the small system can hold it. It seems that he is still waiting for something. Suddenly thinking of the state of this body, an idea came to Qin's mind. But at this moment, Shi Qing couldn't help it anymore. Qin itches. So itchy. He moaned subtly. Qin's 3 fingers kept picking at the most sensitive place in his pussy, but this made Shi Qing's scalp tingle even more. He finally couldn't help it and screamed, "Don't just do it there." And Qin already knew what was going on, but he just wanted to see his little system blushing with embarrassment and say it. He kissed his lips and asked slowly, "Where?" Shi Qing couldn't hold on anymore and let go of it completely. "Touch it, that little hole in front is also very itchy." Qin simply created a clone and walked behind him. Because Shi Qing wanted to be inserted, her upturned little but was raised high. The pink hole became a mess because of the invasion of 3 fingers, but there was a darker, bright red hole underneath. This is different from the pink pussy he is familiar with. It seems that he should not be something that a man should have, but at this moment when he appears on Shi Qing, there is an indescribable allure. Qin touched it with his hand. It was already wet there. He tried to poke his finger in. This bright red hole was more suitable to accept than the pink one. Almost greedily swallowed his whole finger completely, and the inside was still its warm and firm. Qin was stunned for a moment, and Shi Qing had already screamed because of the invasion. "Yes, I need to move," Qin. He had been burnt out of reason by the fire of desire, and his mind was full. It was all the happiness brought to him by the host, and his mind was filled with the deadly pleasure of Qin bringing him to the top. Qin smiled slightly and made another clone again. The one in front raised Shi Qing's chin and kissed him forcefully. After seeing his eyes blurred, the 2 Qin behind him almost simultaneously pressed the huge fiery the hard rod was inserted in it. Both small holes were stretched to the limit. The feeling of being completely filled made Shi Qing dizzy, and the huge pleasure hit overwhelmingly. Under this overwhelming stimulation, he unexpectedly reached the climax without any hope. Xiao the cock squirted out, and more fluid was squeezed out of both pussies in the back almost simultaneously. He never thought that he would just shoot in and shoot. Qin Mo was slightly startled. However, Shi Qing's whole body was spread out in the arms of the host, without any strength, and the whole person was in a trance, and his voice was panting. "It's too so exciting." Qin Mo couldn't help laughing and kissed him softly and said in a hoarse voice, "I can't teach you how to do it, and it will be more comfortable to bear it for a while." Shi Qing didn't want to respond to him at all. If he could bear it, he wouldn't want to bear it. He ejaculated, but Qin Mo had just started. How could he be allowed to rest? The two dicks he inserted into his hole moved at the same time, and Shi Qing was immediately aroused by the tingling sensation to burn his desire again. The feeling this time is completely different from the feeling of being penetrated by two Qin Mo's last time. It is really unbearable to bear two big dicks in one small hole. But when the two small holes are filled at the same time, the feeling is nothing but excruciating comfort. Qin Mo. Too fast, ah. Shi Qing moaned. Her body was constantly shaking. The two dicks matched perfectly. One was deeper, and the other was shallow. And one was shallower than the other deep. After a few cycles, it was inserted into the deepest part at the same time, and all the sensitive points were hit. Shi Qing really wanted to bear it, and wanted not to be so embarrassing, but being stimulated like this, how could he bear it? Can't do it at all. Fortunately, he ejaculated once just now, and he was able to hold on for a while, but soon he felt a strangeness again. By the way, this body seems to be just an ordinary person. He hasn't released yet? Qin Mo. Stop. Shi Qing couldn't control himself anymore, and the urge to urinate made him unable to hold on any longer. Where would Qin Mo stop? His gentle kiss fell on his smooth back, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "What's wrong? Are you going to come again?" Shi Qing blushed with shame. He shook his head and said, "I want to relieve myself." About this issue, Qin Mo is not familiar with him. After all, as early as in the source world, Qin Mo was already a monk in the Biga period, and he had already got rid of his mortal body. It's still very interesting to travel to the small world. With a smile in his eyes, Qin Mo bit his small earlobe and said in a low voice, "It's okay. Just relieve yourself like this." Hearing this sentence, Shi Qing's head buzzed, but soon he shook his head violently and said, No. What are you afraid of?" Qin Mo kissed him and said in a pleasant voice against his ear, "I want to see it." The voice was so confusing. It seemed to carry an electric current, and it rushed into his ears, making Shi Qing's head go blank for a moment. And Qin Mo, who was thrusting him even harder, the tricky angle kept stimulating him, making him more and more out of control. "No, really not." Shi Qing tried his best to hold back tears from the corners of his eyes. Qin Mo comforted him and said softly, "Come out separately." Shi Qing's head was muddled, and when he heard the words of the host, he suddenly thought, yes, he can separate himself to solve this problem. He tried his best to concentrate on using the clone technique, but soon he realized that he had made a huge mistake. The avatar technique is just one more channel, and this kind of physical reaction is almost completely synchronized. One of the two Qin Mo who had been fucking him backed out, but the other hugged him in this position. Bai Huang's two slender legs were separated, and Shi Qing was forced to see his own body from this angle. Crazy. Shi Qing couldn't bear the fierce collision in the meat hole and the huge visual stimulation. The sack, which had swollen to the limit, couldn't be stretched completely, and a long and slender liquid rushed out, followed by a huge sense of relief. The feeling of being overwhelmed made him almost twitching orgasm. It's terrible, the taste is terrible. Qin Mo, who was inserted into his body, felt the sharp contraction of his posterior acupoint and almost failed to hold on. Qin Mo couldn't help biting his neck. "Qing, you are too tight." Shi Qing couldn't hear what he said at all, and the whole person was in a trance. Seeing the tears on his cheek, Qin Mo kissed him with some distress. "Hey, it's okay." He comforted him, adjusted his posture, and another clone inserted in again, filling Shi Qing's empty hole. And Shi Qing's avatar was also hugged. His buttocks were tilted up, and the two acupoints opened and closed due to the orgasm, and the wet appearance seemed to invite people to love them. Cheat.It separated two clones again, parted the snow-white buttocks, and inserted them together. Shi Qing had just woken up, and his whole body was numb again, moaning intermittently, sinking in the ocean of desire. Cheat.It, Cheat.It. Cheat.It kissed his lips and comforted him gently. I am here, inside a human body. Shi Qing's face was flushed instantly, and he finally came to his senses, but the pussy behind him was being fucked, and his head was still in a daze. But he knew that Cheat.It was not healed, so if he didn't let the host ejaculate, he wouldn't even think about it. Can't stop. Seeing that there was another avatar that kept the huge thing standing alone in order to kiss him, Shi Qing's Adam's apple moved slightly, and couldn't help saying, "Let me help you." Cheat.It looked at him with a smile. "With your mouth?" Shi Qing's whole body was seductively flushed red, and he responded, "Yes." "Okay." Cheat.It pecked lightly on his lips. In fact, Qing was really not very skilled in this matter at the time, and all he could do was lick him indiscriminately, intending to give the host some more excitement. But it became more and more angry, and Cheat.It couldn't help but join in at the end. Said in his ear, "Divide another one out?" Shi Qing blinked. Cheat.It bit his earlobe and said ambiguously, "I want to insert it." Shi Qing felt that he shouldn't die, but the host's voice is so nice, the host's eyes are so beautiful, and the host's expression is too gentle. One couldn't hold back, and the third Shi Qing's avatar came out. Being squeezed in again by the cock, Shi Qing only felt that the pleasure would have no end. This feeling of dying really made people lose their minds. "It's so comfortable, so comfortable." Shi Qing couldn't help but sighed. Cheat.It held his waist and accelerated the speed of sprinting. Stimulated by such intense stimulation, Shi Qing couldn't tell how many times he had an orgasm. Anyway, when he couldn't ejaculate, the host finally penetrated extremely deeply, and the hot semen shot all in without a drop. These two ecstasy soft pussies. After pressing for a month, the amount of ejaculation was astonishing. The most sensitive part of Shi Qing's body was stimulated in this way, and he only felt his scalp tingling. This feeling of continuous orgasm in orgasm is really driving people crazy. Cheat.It, Cheat.It, Cheat.It. Shi Qing kept calling him. Cheat.It maintained his posture, turned him around, hugged him, and kissed his rosy lips. A lingering and affectionate kiss, full of all love and persistence, accompanied by a sigh, seems to flow in thousands of worlds. Ching Ching my Ching Ching. Bonus, dash, return to the orc world. Shi Qing never thought that he could return to the world he had experienced before. The orc world, a place where there are only male and female orcs, brought back many memories of Shi Qing. This is the third world he and the host traveled through, and it is also the first world after he has a body. It seems that it was from this world that the relationship between him and Cheat.It began to change. The first time he kissed and touched him, although he didn't pierce the last window paper, love had already sprouted at that time. Like the buds on the apex of the heart have formed flower buds, growing and blooming under the moisture of dew, and finally brightening the entire chest cavity. Recalling it now, my heart is still full of warmth. Shi Qing opened his eyes, and all the familiar faces appeared in front of him. Era, Moya, Dubai. There are many, many tribal warriors, even though he has experienced several worlds. But when he comes back here again, he finds that he has not forgotten them, and the sense of intimacy still lingers in his heart. Shi Qing bent his eyes and smiled very happily. And at this moment, bursts of applause erupted around. Enter the bridal chamber. Enter the bridal chamber. Shi Qing was slightly taken aback, then turned to see the host and his dazzling red wedding dress. This is... Cheat.It stretched out his hand and picked him up by the waist. The screams around him became more and more intense. Shi Qing finally came back to his senses. His cheeks were already blushing. There was booing from the orc warriors behind him. Little L is finally an adult. The chief is finally coming out of his head. Little L can't stand it after holding it in for so long. Chief, please take it easy. Son, don't hurt little IL. Then there was another burst of laughter. The orcs were inherently rough. Even if Alec was their beloved and respected leader, he would inevitably be laughed at on this beautiful day. However, these words are not malicious at all. They are just from the heart and even full of blessings and comfort. Qin Mo didn't change his expression, but Shi Qing was too ashamed to lift his head. Fortunately, the host walked fast and walked into their room in a short time. Just as Shi Qing wanted to get down, Qin Mo lowered his head and kissed his lips. In the world of orcs, there was a huge gap between Alec and Aiel's stature. One is a strong male beast, and the other is a petite and cute cutie. Not to mention the body, even the human form is very different. Little Aiel can almost sit firmly on Alec's arm, so the kiss in his arms was extra easy, and Qin Mo even had one hand free to knead his elastic buttocks. Shi Qing was a little emotional, and a layer of water vapor accumulated in his eyes. Qin Mo let go of his lips and said softly, "Alec's body has indeed been held back for a long time." Hearing his words, Shi Qing felt something hot like a branding iron under his body. "Qin Mo." He called him softly, and Qin Mo rubbed his neck and kissed him delicately. "Qing, you smell so sweet." The Beastman world has a setting of estrus, and being teased like this, Shi Qing only felt a heat surge in his body, which was different from the usual rise of lust. It was a wave of heat spreading from the blood, which was completely physiological up. This hunger and thirst seemed to overflow from his nerves, dripping all over his body, and the sultry heat made him even more unbearable. At first, he was able to maintain a little rationality, but later on he only felt that the host smelled so good, and it was too comfortable to be close to the host. Only Qin Mo's kiss could suppress the excruciating heat, and only Qin Mo could suppress the urge to keep his skin throbbing. Mo's hands can be lifted. It was a body that was very used to sex, and now it has no scruples. Before Qin Mo could do anything, Shi Qing had already taken off his clothes. And after stripping off, I didn't expect there to be a surprise. Shi Qing only felt that the host's realization was extra hot, but he didn't quite know what was going on. He moaned softly, wanting Qin Mo to give him happiness, but his host remained motionless and looked at him without blinking. Shi Qing lowered his head slightly, and when he saw his body, he couldn't help but startled. Little Aiel is a cute beast with a slender body, fair and delicate in nature, but the salesperson who is stripped of his clothes at the moment is not completely naked. There are 2 crystal-clear cherries stuck to the 2 touches of pink on his chest, and there are syrups on his lower abdomen. And there was even a bottle of fruit wine tied around his waist, which overflowed a lot due to the shaking, and the bright red water stains dripped down between the thighs and flowed to that extremely secret part. So erotic. Shi Qing didn't realize the abnormality of his body at all because he had just traveled through time, but now that he saw it clearly, he was so ashamed to face others. But at this time, some memories flooded out, and Shi Qing knew what was going on. The orc tribe depended on food, and the day of becoming a couple was even more sacred. Little Aiel's attire is a tradition, with his body covered with fruits and fine wines, implying the prosperity and well-being of the 2 of them for a lifetime. What's more, the sub-beasts got them for themselves, but they were waiting for their only mate to taste and pick them. When Shi Qing had these memories, of course Qin Mo would also know about them. He loves all the one, his and everything that proves it. His Shi Qing is his only companion. Just thinking about it makes me feel so beautiful. Qin Mo lowered his head, sucking the little red spot covered in cherries. Shi Qing moaned, but couldn't tell whether it was because of shyness or excitement. The host gnawed on the juicy cherry. The red traces and the sweet and greasy taste made the already bright nipples extra alluring. Shi Qing only felt that his body was very itchy, but the other did not. The nipples being cared for are also trembling slightly. Qin Mo was not willing to touch it with his hands. After biting one side, he licked the other side. Shi Qing moaned again and again, and his lower body was completely turned up so hard that it began to drip transparent liquid. Qin Mo is too familiar with his small system, knows how sensitive he is, so he doesn't touch his raised penis, just goes all the way down, licking it seriously, touching the sweet syrup on his body. It was already extremely hot, but Shi Qing couldn't bear being teased like this. After a while, He began to beg, I want it, Qin Mo. I really want it. Qin Mo licked his lower abdomen and said, Wait a minute. No. Shi Qing's voice contained some tears. I can't wait any longer. Hurry up, it's so itchy inside. Qin Mo raised his hand to turn him over, put his hand on his waist, let him lift his buttocks, and knelt down on the bed in an extremely shameful posture. But Shi Qing couldn't care less. He begged softly, Come in, come in. I want you. Qin Mo kissed his fair back, kneaded the elastic buttocks with his fingers, and said in a hoarse voice, Be obedient. Your body has just grown. Shi Qing lost his mind because of the unbearable flames in his body. This body is too strange. Maybe it's because of this world. After all, sub-beasts are used to reproduce offspring, so their blood is imprinted with the gene of desire to bear. Especially when it comes to your sweetheart, it's simply irrational to speak of when you're in heat. Shi Qing shook his body impatiently and kept rubbing against Qin Mo's body, trying to relieve the hot skin by doing this. But what he got back was an increasingly unbearable desire. Qin Mo, please intervene, it's too uncomfortable. Really, so uncomfortable. Seeing that he really couldn't hold on any longer, Qin Mo didn't want to torture him anymore, but this was the first time he had to endure the body of this sub-beast. While Alec was a leopard with thicker genitals and a slightly different shape, if he didn't make enough preparation, so I inserted it. I'm afraid it will make Shi Qing faint from pain. His mind moved slightly, and suddenly he remembered something. He let go and kissed him and said, Wait for me a while. As soon as Shi Qing felt that he was about to leave, his eyes became moist. Qin Mo originally wanted to go and get it, but when he saw his appearance, his heart softened, so he didn't leave him. He just raised his hand and performed a magic trick and took out the 3 rose-red fruits that were placed on the bedside. Shi Qing vaguely saw it and couldn't help asking, What is this? Things that make you comfortable. Qin Mo turned him over again, so that the already wet hole was completely presented in front of him. Shi Qing was a little uneasy. Qin Mo. Before he could finish his sentence, he was rendered speechless by the foreign object that suddenly entered his back acupoint. It hurt a little, but it was more enjoyable. The thing was very cold, and his back hole was almost crazy hot, as if there were ants gnawing on it all the time, being stuffed and now really relieved the scorching feeling, and he couldn't help but grunted. With intermittent groans, he gasped and asked, You put it in? What is it? Qin Mo pushed in with his fingers, and Shi Qing trembled, unable to speak clearly. Looking at this scene, Qin Mo felt that his penis was already so hard that it swelled and hurt fiercely. He really wanted to penetrate it violently, but no matter what, he didn't want to hurt the person under him. Suppressing the longing that spread throughout his heart, Qin Mo picked up a rose-red fruit again, separated the slippery hole, and pushed it in with his fingers. Shi Qing only felt that his acupoints were stretched open. This feeling was not uncomfortable, but a little embarrassing. He didn't know what Qin Mo was doing, but he trusted him very much, so he didn't ask any more. Knowledge moaned softly, eager to be happy sooner. The system is so well-behaved, Qin Mo is very satisfied. When he put all 3 fruits in, the small hole has been dyed a beautiful pink because it is filled with things it opens and closes, as if to seduce people to go in. Qing, I'm coming in, Qin Mo said in a hoarse voice. Shi Qing's body froze, and when he realized it, he hurriedly said, The ones that can't get in, there are still... Yes, there are 3 love fruits that you were greedy for, Qin Mo said as he released his thick dick from his trousers and pointed it at the wet hole. Shi Qing was a little scared. It will be broken if you come in like this, so Qin Mo. With his scream, Xu Bao's thick cock slowly squeezed in. 3 fruits the size of pigeon eggs were stuffed inside. How could the already filled hole be able to withstand such a big thing? Shi Qing was very nervous because of fear. He bit his hole tightly. Qin Mo only got 1 head in, but he was so excited that he almost poked all of them in desperately. Relax, don't be afraid. The ones that can't get in, there are fruits inside. You Shi Qing just wanted to say that they would go into a very deep place, but he didn't expect that the fruit would burst. Because of Qin Mo's pushing in, the fruit at the front was crushed because it couldn't bear the pressure, and the thick juice was wrapped under the thin skin. What is surprising is that this fruit is cold on the outside, but the liquid inside is so hot, It sprays all over that spot, making Shi Qing feel so refreshed that he almost fainted. How is it comfortable? Qin also felt it because of his intrusion. The juice would be squeezed out, sticky and greasy with a bewitching aroma, infinitely lubricating this tight pussy, and stimulating Shi Qing kept shrinking, as if there were countless small hands massaging, making Qin unable to help but go deeper, and couldn't help but want to bury them all. The second fruit also burst in response, and the juice sprayed out of the wine fell precisely on that fragile point again. Shi Qing couldn't bear it at all. After an indulgent moan, he reached the climax, and the sticky white turbidity ejaculated from his front. The back acupoint also contracted violently, and more fiery body fluid was mixed into the satisfied fruit juice. This huge stimulation completely captured Qin Mo's rationality. He no longer suppressed it. He stood up hard and fucked it thoroughly. Shi Qing stimulated even more crazily, and gave his dick an extraordinary baptism of juice. Before Shi Qing could wake up from the aftertaste of the climax, Qin had already clenched his waist, and his genitals were thrusting violently in the fully adapted pussy, pushing each stroke to the deepest part and rubbing it to the most comfortable point every time. The juice has the effect of aphrodisiac and pain relief. The first time of the little Asian beast would have been a little tearing and painful, but Shi Qing couldn't feel it at all. He only felt that he was penetrated by a cock, and his pussy was stretched to the limit. Extreme, and the nonstop big guy brought him more joy than he could have imagined. "Ma, Qin so comfortable, good, great." He moaned intermittently, unable to control his body at all. He could only let Qin Mo's seemingly unrestrained madness. And his sensitive body is no longer under his control, and every time he gets pushed to the top, he will ejaculate unreservedly from the front. The sticky water stain made a lewd sound, and the two were soaked in sweat because of the hot sex. Qin turned him over and looked at him face to face, seeing his fair skin blushing, seeing his alluring pupils full of indulgence and gaff, watching his rosy lips moaning constantly, overflowing with words of his name and love for him. The huge sense of satisfaction spread from the bottom of his heart. After several hundred sprints, Qin suddenly buried himself in the deepest part. When the semen filled the hole, the top of his penis swelled, and the head of his penis was firmly on the ground, stuck in that narrow space. Shi Qing was dizzy from being irritated. He could only feel the hot liquid pouring into his body, and begged impatiently, "Qin, it's too much, it's too hot, it's too, so good." After finishing the words, Qin kissed his lips. An eager kiss full of deep love pushed Shi Qing to the peak of his senses again, and his acupoints and dick reached the climax at the same time. This deadly pleasure made both of them a little dazzled. Because they are full of strong love for each other, they can always get a stronger sense of satisfaction in sex. Special code Return to Galaxy ABO. With the previous experience, Shi Qing has always been afraid to go to that kind of random world again. But obviously, the host has a little regret for those worlds that he walked through but didn't have a chance to have a good time with the system. So when the little panda woke up after a good night's sleep and opened his eyes again, he found himself on a king-size big bed. Where is this? Shi Qing was a little ignorant, but soon he noticed the familiar aura of the person behind him, and before he turned his head, he groaned suddenly because his acupoints were filled. Qin kissed his neck. "Here, you should call me Emo." "Ah!" Shi Qing's head was a little confused, and he thought for a while before he remembered what this place was. The Galactic Federation, the world with 6 genders. In this world, he and Qin had sex for the first time, so he knew how strange this body was. Omega is an alpha that absolutely cannot reject himself. Although Shi Qing will not reject the host, but in this world, Omega's body structure is too weird. They only have one hole, but there are 2 directions in the hole. One is normal, the other is unique to Omega. It can carry semen and then be marked, and even a place for pregnancy. We'll come to this world. Of course, Shi Qing will not think that Qin will simply have sex with him. Although he was a little nervous, he was also a little bit excited. Shi Qing turned his head and asked for a kiss from his lover in this penetrating posture. Qin sucked his lips, thrust his lower body into his wet pussy, and gave him sweet stimulation from his mouth. When Shi Qing couldn't bear it, he whispered, "Do you want to try it?" The taste of being filled at the same time. Shi Qing groaned slightly, but didn't quite understand, and soon he saw 2 After that punishment, Shi Qing was completely afraid of the avatar technique. Not to mention seeing it, but just hearing it outside, he felt extra guilty. It is obviously a very serious and common spell, but when it comes to them, it completely changes its taste, and it has almost become a psychological suggestion. Shi Qing was embarrassed, and Qin didn't make things difficult for him, but just wrapped his earlobes one by one, sandwiching him in the middle. Fortunately, Ye's family is rich. This bed is beyond imagination. 3 people can sleep on it without being crowded at all. Qin in the back has been thrusting Shi Qing. Omega's body is extremely good at bearing, not to mention that Shi Qing had worked with Qin before, so the place was wet, slippery, and hot. So slow, fuck it, it's so cool that all the cells in my body are satisfied. But it can't just be like this. Omega's body is very wonderful. The first half of the back hole is common, but it is divided into 2 channels when it is interrupted. When the upper one is inserted, the lower part will shrink and suck, hook the cock and poke it in and penetrate. The small hole below and above was rubbing again, impatiently, longing to be filled by penetration. In the ABO world, alphas are strong and powerful, but they don't have 2 dicks, so they always have a kind of regret when they fuck their omega because these 2 small channels are too grinding. Insert this, and that will be seductive. Fill this, and that will crave. So under normal circumstances, when alpha starts to make love, it will always have to fuck many times. Many 0 megas complain that they're too tossed, but they don't know that the most important thing is the 2 small holes hidden in the depths. They are all coaxed. How can the proud alphas be reconciled? Fortunately, the host didn't have such worries as long as he used the clone technique. 2 Qin would be enough to fill up Shi Qing. The 2 hosts took care of Shi Qing pants, and the pleasure accumulated faster than usual. Not to mention the fact that the back acupoints were being fucked all the time. Although the movements were not fast, each stroke was extremely deep, making his body trembling, coupled with Qin in front of him constantly kissing and teasing him. Shi Qing, who wanted to hold on for a while, couldn't hold back, and ejaculated like that. Seeing that he was relaxed, Qin started serving the main course. The small pussy at the back was expanded to be extremely soft, and the juice dripped out. Even the bed sheet was wetted a lot. Qin kissed him. "Do you want to see how lewd you are?" Shi Qing was buried in front of his chest, still panting and unable to recover. Qin lovingly kissed the tip of his ear and didn't make things difficult for him. The little system is shy and hasn't changed for many years, but he just pampers him and keeps him like this forever without any need to change. The clone's cock has never been soothed, and now it hurts so much to go in. Even though the other one has been bitten by the pussy, but he still wants to insert it all, deep, all into his tender body. It was filled with lovers and comforted himself greatly. Although the preparations are well done, it is not easy to get in. After all, they're 2 huge dicks. Even though there are 2 passages deep in Shi Qing's pussy, there is only 1 entrance. It is really not easy to insert 2 genitals at the same time. Shi Qing vaguely sensed that he didn't want to make Qin uncomfortable, so he tried to relax himself so that the primary school could eat the host's 2 big guys. Omega's body is indeed exceptionally gifted. Such a small hole was stretched to a terrifying extent, and 2 cocks were actually swallowed into it. Qin didn't dare to move. "Does it hurt?" Shi Qing was in some pain, but he could bear it. He shook his head and said, "It's okay. You can go in some more." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin, who couldn't bear it anymore, pushed himself hard. The 2 cocks were really scary. The intestinal wall was stretched infinitely, and those folds were expanded to be completely smooth, stained with sticky liquid so smooth to the extreme. Qin finally entered the boundary of the passage. He angled the 2 cocks, aiming at the hole that sucked him at the same time, and asked in a low voice, "Qing, are you ready?" Shi Qing's consciousness has already begun to trance. "Quick, hurry up." "Ah." With a scream, 2 cocks were inserted into 2 small holes at the same time, and the huge pleasure came overwhelming. Shi Qing couldn't imagine that the pleasure of the 2 holes being filled at the same time was not doubled, but multiplied times. A huge pleasure hit his mind, and Shi Qing groaned indulgently. It's great. Qin Mo, it's great. It's so cool. It's so. Philda. Qin Mo knew that he had adapted, and began to stimulate and collide more violently. The two dicks go in and out at the same time, but they are separated in the middle, and they are fully filled into the two passages. Omega's pussies are already extremely sensitive. Stimulating one can make them squirt. And now he fucks two at once. Shi Qing only feels that the pleasure seems to have no end, wave after wave. Hitting him like a wave, the small boat in the middle can't do anything except clinging tightly to the host and enjoying the secret pleasure. The two Qin Mo hugged Shi Qing, and the standing posture allowed the cock to penetrate more deeply. Shi Qing was almost held in the air by them, and his body was supported by two hands, constantly raising and lowering. The impact was so deep, unimaginable level, while Qin Mo was still kissing him. Shi Qing turned his head and kissed the host with tongue, while the other person took the small ball on his chest, licked, bit, and constantly stimulated, allowing his pleasure to accumulate rapidly, unbearable. He climaxed with a scream. The front shot was a mess because he was standing, so he shot straight into the wall. It was turbid and sticky and very ambiguous, and it hung on the wall and refused to slip off. Shi Qing was so ashamed that he didn't dare to look at it, but soon he had no time to worry about anything else. Because Qin Mo was still colliding in his body, the shrinking pussy failed to suck out his cum. But because of the penetration of these two cocks, it became soft and unrestrained again, seducing the cocks to invade, kiss, caress, and lustful gestures, inseparable. It's hard to tell how long the pleasure was. Shi Qing was intoxicated in the endless pleasure. The words in his mouth lost control. His moaning was like a seductive sea monster, dragging people into it, unable to extricate themselves. After Shi Qing had 3 orgasms, the two Qin Mo's slammed into the lewd hole with force at the same time, spraying semen into it at the same time. The hot and fiery liquid made Shi Qing feel a little ecstatic. He hugged Qin Mo hard, and in the vortex of almost unbearable desire, he called his name and told his eternal love. Qin Mo, I love you. Shi Qing, I love you.